Chapter 1: The Spoiled Fiancé. Shen Wuxiao, we're just engaged, not married. Why do you make such a decision? If my parents and relatives hadn't come here, I wouldn't have known that today was actually your wedding banquet. Go out and explain it immediately. Explain to the guests you called here yourself, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Bang! There was a loud bang of the door closing. Shen Wuxiao glanced at the closed door and frowned. The woman who had just pointed at him and scolded him arrogantly was his fiancée, Lu Qingqing. Looking at the unfamiliar environment in front of him, Shen Wuxiao was still digesting the memories in his mind. This is the world of a high-level martial arts novel. I was swapped with the villain Shen Wuxiao in the novel? Shen Wuxiao just found it incredible. He was not a transmigrated soul, but two people from two different worlds who looked the same and had the same violent personality were swapped. Shen Wuxiao, who originally belonged to this world, went to his original world and was hit by a car and died for him. Another flood of memories flooded into my mind. Shen Wuxiao covered his forehead and gritted his teeth. Master Shen, please get off my wife. Master Shen, you hit my dad, so you can't hit me. He seemed to be in a state of nothingness, and from that void, all sorts of words came out, all of which were about some outrageous things that this identity had done many years ago. These seemed to be just minor matters to Shen Wuxiao. He began to recall all the information about his identity. I am a professional beauty connoisseur, experiencer and doer. Her appearance is even more amazing, with a refined temperament, bright features, elegant figure and unparalleled beauty. The background is pretty strong. Dad is the top fighter and has no rivals in the world. My mother is the richest person in the world and she lives in the Linquan oil field. Just be a playboy and be at ease. But everything changed since he met the heroine Lu Qingqing. The philandering young man transforms into a god of pure love, just to protect the white moonlight in his heart. Shen Wuxiao almost always granted Lu Qingqing's requests, and he raised the Lu family, a third-rate small family, to a first-rate large family. His efforts were rewarded in that Lu Qingqing got engaged to him. Unfortunately, the one he thought was his white moonlight and fiancé was actually thinking about someone else. That person is the protagonist of this world, Lin Chen. The story begins with today's wedding banquet. Lu Qingqing got engaged to Shen Wuxiao 2 years ago, but the two had never had any intimate behavior. Shen Wuxiao was a little anxious, so he took the initiative to arrange a wedding banquet and invited many people. In order to force everything to be done, he did not even notify his family members, as he was in a hurry to get it done. Lu Qingqing has Lin Chen in her heart, and her engagement with Shen Wuxiao is also for the prosperity of the family. Now that she suddenly wanted to get married, she naturally refused to agree. In anger, she acted out the same scene as before, threatening Shen Wuxiao to explain. If nothing unexpected happens, the male lead will return when he goes on stage to speak, and I will be offline. Shen Wuxiao frowned, a violent aura rising in his heart. Damn, you wimp! Shen Wuxiao cursed, but the curse was directed at the Shen Wuxiao who originally held this identity. With such a horrible background, he fell at the feet of a woman. He is such a good-for-nothing. And there is Lu Qingqing, who has been spoiled to the point of being arrogant and really thinks that she is a phoenix just by flying up the tree. She completely forgot what her family was like before, and also forgot what class was. Since when did a fattened dog dare to bark at its owner? Why not kill a woman like this and keep her alive for the new year? After integrating all his memories and knowing how the plot would develop next, Shen Wuxiao directly made a phone call. Uncle Wu, bring someone to the Dragon Court 7-star hotel. Not ordinary people, at least second-rank warriors. Rank 1 is the lowest, rank 9 is the highest, ranks 1 to 3 are lower rank warriors, ranks 4 to 6 are middle rank masters, rank 7 to 9 are upper rank grandmasters, and each rank has a small stage from rank 1 to rank 9. After hanging up the phone, Shen Wuxiao adjusted his clothes in front of the mirror, with a faint smile on his face. Uncle Wu was a master of the 5th rank and 7th level who was arranged by his family to be by his side to protect him. In the original plot, Uncle Wu was not at the scene at all. It was because Shen Wuxiao didn't even know that Lin Chen existed. This led to them taking advantage of the situation and being defeated in one blow. Get ready now. A mere 3rd grade, 6th rank warrior who has been trained in the army is nothing. Shen Wuxiao strode towards the banquet hall. As I walked out the door, the crackling sound of radio waves rang in my head again, and then a picture appeared. Ding, the most suitable villain has been found, the Villain Plundering System has been activated. Bound to host, Shen Wuxiao. Question mark. Plunder everything from the protagonist of contemporary destiny, including luck, opportunities, women, organs, etc. Plundering, including doing a series of things that are detrimental to the current protagonist, and even killing the lucky protagonist, can earn points. The host can create their own tasks, which will be generated by the system. You can accept them at any time. The points you earn will be determined by the task content. Points can be exchanged for everything you need in the mall. The system's series of words made Shen Wuxiao a little dazed. The looting system, and the physical looting, that's just killing the protagonist. Shen Wuxiao was still quite surprised. Can you take on the mission of killing the Son of Fortune? He must die today. Yes, generating. Ding, the system has issued a mission. Kill the Son of Luck. Complete the mission and receive a reward of 1 million points. The mission is valid until you complete it. Since the host usually eats, drinks and has fun, and never likes martial arts, the system will issue a Villain Novice gift pack. Realm Improved, 6th grade 1st level master. Shen Wuxiao only felt that his energy and blood were rising, and he seemed to be reborn. So humane and grand. He also rushed to the banquet hall impatiently, wanting to immediately follow the plot and kill the protagonist. The banquet hall was crowded with people, all of whom were congratulating the Liu family. Shen Wuxiao's identity is not a secret at all. He is from the imperial capital and a member of the Shen family. There are so many people who want to cling to me that it's hard to count them all. The Liu family was lucky. When one person succeeded, the whole family benefited, and all the relatives and friends benefited from it. Even the family dogs were classified as regular livestock and ate public food, and the rolling pin in the kitchen was almost called a police baton. After today, the Liu family's position in Shanghai will undoubtedly reach number 1. Which of the major families dares not give them face? The Liu family is really lucky to have young Master Shen's protection. When will this good thing happen to me? Come on, first you have to have a daughter as beautiful as Liu Qingqing. My daughter isn't pretty, but when she cooks, isn't she very tasty? No need for that willow. Shu, keep your voice down. The Liu family right now is not ours to discuss. Some people talked about it in secret with envy and jealousy. The Liu family is also enjoying treatment they have never had before. When they thought of having a son-in-law like Shen Wuxiao, they straightened their backs. What made them most proud was that Shen Wuxiao obeyed their daughter's every word. Whatever they wanted, they just had to tell Liu Qingqing and it would be delivered to them soon. Master Liu, congratulations. Master Liu, please come sit down with me when you have time. It's been years since we've had tea and chatted together. Let's wait for an opportunity. Liu Jinshu, the current head of the Liu family, had a smile on his face, but his arrogance was not concealed at all. The more congratulations there are, the more arrogant the Liu family becomes. At this moment, a figure came quickly. When everyone saw the person coming, they immediately went to greet him. Liu Jinshu also walked over and greeted his son-in-law. Wu Xiao, how are the preparations going? Shen Wuxiao stopped when he saw Liu Jinshu. He had a faint smile on his face. Are you ready? Are all the Liu family members here? Liu Jinshu nodded, acting like an elder. They're here, everyone's here, it's so lively. It's just that Qingqing's sister is abroad, so we didn't have time to notify them. Shen Wuxiao still had a smile on his face. It doesn't matter, whatever you have is fine, the family that came today must be neat and tidy. Liu Jinshu suddenly became even more proud, as if to say, see? No matter how high the status of a son-in-law is, he still has to care about the feelings of the Liu family. How important is this to think of inviting everyone from the Liu family to come? Shen Wuxiao said no more and went straight to the stage. The scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked forward to waiting for the eldest son of the Shen family to speak. Puff, puff. The microphone was tapped twice. It is your honor to be able to come to my Shen's wedding banquet today. One sentence made everyone present extremely embarrassed. Indeed, if they were to get married properly, they would not be qualified based on the title of the eldest son of the Shen family. I'm not one for nonsense, so I'd like to let today's heroine, my fiancée Qingqing, have a word with everyone. Shen Wuxiao said deliberately. There was a burst of applause at the scene. Liu Qingqing, who was hiding in the dark and wanted to see Shen Wuxiao clarify the marriage news, turned green in the face. This bastard actually wanted to put the problem on her. But in this situation, she couldn't hide anymore. So, Liu Qingqing gritted her teeth and walked out slowly. But her expression was very ugly. When she walked onto the stage, she deliberately turned away from the microphone, frowned, gritted her teeth, and said to Shen Wuxiao, "What do you mean by this? You'd better explain yourself clearly. If you bring shame to my Lu family, I will never forgive you. I'm going to make it clear to everyone right now that today's wedding banquet is a farce." Shen Wuxiao looked at her as if she were a fool. She had really been spoiled to the point of being lawless. She was going to die anyway, so there was no need to rush these few minutes. Shen Wuxiao laughed and said, "You said it was a farce, then do you plan to get married? Or, who are you waiting for, to meet first and say goodbye? Or, after that person shows up, will you decisively break off the engagement with me?" Lu Qingqing's expression changed when she heard this. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't have time to waste on you. Let me clarify this right now. Shen Wuxiao nodded, okay, I'll listen to you. He picked up the microphone and said with a smile, "Everyone, you are also curious about what we are whispering about, right? It's like this, Qingqing, she wants the ceremony to be over quickly and is urging me to go to the bridal chamber. She even says she can't wait." The people below immediately started to make a fuss and laughed. It seems that Master Shen is very powerful. Is Lu Qingqing really that anxious? She's making me itch. Where's my plastic G? Lu Qingqing was stunned when she heard this and couldn't believe it at all. Shen Wuxiao, are you sick? Why am I? Before the reprimand had even ended, an extremely cold voice suddenly came from the direction of the banquet hall entrance. Who gave you the guts to humiliate Qingqing? You have already committed suicide. You must be executed. Chapter 2, The Crooked Mouth is here, the crooked mouth is useless. This sound was like a loud thunder. All the guests in the banquet hall looked over. I saw a man with a flat head walking in slowly with steady and powerful steps. His face was extremely gloomy, his eyes were sharp as a knife, his expression was resolute, the corners of his mouth were slightly crooked, and he was extremely cold. To recognize the protagonist, just recognize the mouth. If it is crooked, it is him. The person who came was Lin Chen, who had rushed over. If a person is not handsome, we can only say that he has nothing to do with being handsome. However, even if he grew crooked, it still did not prevent him from being the moonlight in the girl's eyes. He is the lover in the girl's heart. It is the spring dew in the young woman's dream. It's the acne on my sister-in-law's legs. He barged in like this and dared to say such cruel words. Many people think that this crooked mouth is crazy. The bodyguards who were maintaining law and order at the scene also rushed forward to capture Lin Chen. But Shen Wuxiao stopped him. What are you doing? Everyone who comes is a guest. Get out. Upon hearing this, the bodyguards retreated. Shen Wuxiao just didn't want Lin Chen to take action and succeed in showing off. Those bodyguards were definitely not enough for him to fight. Uncle Wu was already standing by, but he didn't receive Shen Wuxiao's order, so naturally he didn't move. Lu Qingqing naturally saw Lin Chen as well, and her eyes immediately turned red. Tears are about to flow. Lin Chen. Lu Qingqing's heart was beating rapidly and she couldn't take her eyes off him. Lin Chen was also looking at Lu Qingqing. Their eyes met, and it was so touching. Shen Wuxiao looked at Lin Chen and smiled casually. Hey, crooked mouth, are you here to attend the wedding banquet? Have you paid your dues? You look like a beggar, and you can't come up with much. There are loan sharks here, you can borrow some. Everyone at the scene burst into laughter and looked at Lin Chen as if he were a fool. Everyone followed Shen Wuxiao's words and ridiculed him. Kid, if you need money, don't ask anyone for help. Download the app and you will get a 150,000 yuan credit limit directly. Or you can open a gay website and verify your identity as a gay, and then you can get a 200,000 yuan limit. Lin Chen curled his lips in disdain and ignored those people. He looked at Shen Wuxiao, his eyes sharp again. Oh, you're quite talkative. Just for slandering Qingqing just now, I should pull out your tongue. After these words were spoken, the people present stopped laughing and were all shocked. Also began to scold. This guy is an idiot, don't you want to listen to what you are saying? This is hilarious. This is the first time I've heard someone dare to threaten young Master Shen. Hey, Weizui, if you kneel down now, maybe you can get out of here in one piece. The sound of ridicule was endless. They all pointed at Lin Chen. The Lu family also cursed. Where did this beggar come from? How dare you speak nonsense here? They are not fools, so they naturally saw some clues. This crooked-mouthed man seemed to be an old acquaintance of their daughter. A bunch of sycophants. Lin Shen said disdainfully, looks like we're really going to bleed today. Lin Shen smiled coldly and was about to rush forward to attack. He was incredibly fast, his 5 fingers formed into claws, his feet moved like the wind, and in a blink of an eye he was already on the stage, ready to grab Shen Wuxiao's throat. But just as his hand was approaching Shen Wuxiao, a powerful attack hit his back. She is shaking. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly became bloodshot, and his whole body slammed heavily onto the stage, raising a layer of dust. Forehead. Lin Chen just lay down in front of Shen Wuxiao. Lin Chen wanted to get up quickly, but at this moment, a shoe stepped on his head and crushed it. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move. Oh, are you asking for your life? Shen Wuxiao stepped on his head with a playful smile on his face. Lin Chen's mentality was a little broken. There were actually 2 masters at the scene, and he couldn't resist the middle-aged man behind him at all. But this dandy young man was much stronger than him, and he couldn't move at all when he stepped on him. How so? Lu Qingqing was also anxious. She shouted Lin Chen and rushed forward, trying to pry Shen Wuxiao's legs apart. Shen Wuxiao, you are so outrageous. Let him go. Shen Wuxiao remained unmoved. Lu Qingqing was also anxious and pushed Shen Wuxiao. I'll count to 3, and you let him go. 1, 2. Bang. Before she finished counting, Lu Qingqing was greeted by Shen Wuxiao's cruel and merciless slap. This slap directly knocked out 2 of Lu Qingqing's teeth. Her face was visibly red and swollen, and she staggered, causing her to fall heavily to the stage with a loud bang. Qingqing, you are not being obedient. Be obedient and lie on the ground for a while. I will come to comfort you later. Shen Wuxiao had a smile on his face from beginning to end. But the smile is creepy. When the Lu family saw their daughter being beaten, they were so hot-blooded that they seemed to have forgotten Shen Wuxiao's identity. Why are you hitting my daughter? How can I trust you with my daughter? No matter what, you can't hit anyone. Lu Qingqing was also completely dumbfounded. How dare he? He has never said a harsh word to me, but today he actually dared to hit me. After today, even if Shen Wuxiao kneels down and begs me, I will cancel the engagement. I must cancel it. Shen Wuxiao was not in a hurry to talk to them, but instead looked at Lin Chen under his feet. He hooked his finger at Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu directly handed over a sharp dagger. Shen Wuxiao raised his hand, touched the tip of the dagger, and squatted down. Your name is Lin Chen, right? I didn't provoke you, but not only did you ruin my wedding banquet, you even tried to pull out my tongue. You have the final say in this world, don't you? Lin Chen was extremely angry and was about to speak. Shoo! Ah! Before he could even open his mouth, a dagger pierced through his palm, nailing it to the stage. With a swipe of his backhand, Lin Chen's fingers flew away. Ding, cut off the protagonist's finger, points plus 5,000. No! Lu Qingqing was also very scared. Even if she fell and got hurt, she still wanted to go up and protect Lin Chen. Shen Wuxiao, you bastard, if you let him go, I will never forgive you, Wo, brother Lin Chen. Shen Wuxiao really wanted to pull out her tongue, it was so noisy. But no, he has obsessive-compulsive disorder and the Lu family members must line up in an orderly manner. He looked at Lin Chen again. She defended you so much, you should be very touched now, and you want to explode, but... Swish! With a wave of his hand, Shen Wuxiao pulled out the dagger and stabbed Lin Chen's other hand deeply again. Ah! The wailing sound resounded throughout the banquet hall, and the people below felt their scalps tingling and dared not breathe. Lin Chen's whole body was shaking like a sieve. The pain made his face look grim, and beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead. Stop! How dare you hurt my disciple? Before the wailing sound subsided, another shocking voice was heard outside the door. The voice arrives before the person arrives. The next second, a figure came rushing over. Just go to the stage. The sudden change caused everyone at the scene to exclaim in surprise. Lin Chen also saw hope. The person who came was his master in the army, Han Jin. A powerful 5th grade 9th order expert. With his help, there will definitely be no trouble today. Master. Han Jin also went to this hotel shortly after learning that his apprentice had left. He was originally very relieved. After all, with Lin Chen's intelligence and natural strength, as long as he did not cross the level, he would have few rivals in the city. But when he saw that this was a wedding banquet hosted by a man named Shen Wuxiao, he felt something was wrong. Everyone knows the name Shen Wuxiao. He is a well-known playboy with an extremely terrifying background. If Lin Chen really did something to him, it would be a big deal. I followed him anyway, even though I was worried. He never expected that as soon as he arrived, he would see his disciple being abused like a dog. Han Zhen's aura suddenly exploded, his true strength was released, and his whole body slammed into the stage like a cannonball. Wherever he passed, the surrounding tables and chairs were overturned by the airwaves he brought with him. Master, be careful. Uncle Wu's eyes were serious and he was about to go up to resist immediately. But Shen Wuxiao blocked Uncle Wu's way and went straight to meet him. Uncle Wu was shocked. The young master couldn't be in any danger. You don't know your own limitations. Han Zhen sneered in his heart. At worst, I can destroy Shen Wuxiao today, and then hide with my disciple. In short, he couldn't bear to see his disciple get into trouble. The next second after the two came into contact, a wave of air swept through. Han Zhen came very quickly and flew away very quickly. Han Zhen fell heavily to the ground, slid more than 10 meters, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Han Zhen covered his chest with his hands, horrified. How could this playboy be so strong? How old is he to have the strength of a 6th-grade cultivator? With this kind of talent, even Lin Chen's brother Lin Fan, who is known as a genius, cannot compare with him. Shen Wuxiao mocked contemptuously, after beating the younger one, here comes the older one. Do you think you are just 3 spoonfuls of sugar? Although Han Zhen was shocked, he could not show weakness at this time. Seeing Han Zhen still looking tough, Shen Wuxiao sneered, you should have quite a few people above you, right? How dare you be so arrogant? There's no one above me. Since you're here today, don't leave. In that attack just now, the opponent was holding back and didn't dare to really kill Shen Wuxiao. But Shen Wuxiao did not hold back and directly severely injured Han Zhen. Hula! At this time, more than 20 second-grade warriors surrounded them and stood under the stage. Each of them looked solemn and majestic. Several people also went over and pinned the seriously injured Han Zhen to the ground. That superior with a high military rank was like an ant in front of Shen Wuxiao and could not move. Many people knew that something big was going to happen. Shen Wuxiao jumped back onto the stage, looked at Lin Chen, and smiled faintly. No one will come to save you, right? What a shame. In that case, let's not waste any more time and get on the road. Shen Wuxiao did not use a dagger, but chose the most humiliating method. He suddenly raised his foot and stepped heavily on Lin Chen's neck. Son of Destiny? Ha ha. Even if he has great luck, he can't escape at this time. You don't even have the qualifications to risk your life. Lin Chen looked at Shen Wuxiao's raised foot and felt the terrifying fluctuation of true energy. For the first time, he felt the breath of death. Death enveloped the whole body. He is such a martial arts genius and excels in the army. His future is limitless, and some even assert that one day he will be at the pinnacle of martial arts. Unexpectedly, my life would end just after I left? I can't accept it, I can't accept it. Lin Chen tried desperately to get up. But his speed was no match for Shen Wuxiao. No! Lu Qingqing also saw this scene and screamed. No! Han Zhen also shouted. No! Lin Chen also shouted unwillingly. Chapter 3, Strangling the Fiancé. Boom! Ka-la! The sound of broken bones suddenly rang out, extremely clear. Because the power of this kick was too terrifying, the entire platform collapsed. The dust cleared and everyone gasped. Lin Chen's neck was completely broken. The connection between the head and the body is soft and boneless. Lin Chen's mouth was full of blood bubbles, which kept coming out, and there was still a little bit of air. Bastard, my brother will never let you go. Oh? Are you still threatening me? Seeing this, Shen Wuxiao squatted down and punched him on the head again and again. You're still threatening. Bang! 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 Every punch was like beating a drum, shocking the heart. The blood splattered, it was horrifying. This time, Lin Chen was completely dead. Shen Wuxiao then slowly stood up and stretched out his hand. Uncle Wu also quickly handed over a wet towel, the shock in his eyes still not fading. How come the young master suddenly became so strong, even stronger than him? Drag him away. Oh, and stab him in the soles of his feet a few times. I read in a book that some people's hearts are in their feet. Don't let him come back alive. Yes, young master. Uncle Wu waved his hand, and someone came up and dragged Lin Chen's body away. The bloodstains from dragging people on the stage deeply shocked everyone's eyes. Shin Wuxiao breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the blood from his hands, and scanned the scene with a smile on his face. The scene was completely silent, with only the sound of swallowing saliva. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission, killing the Son of Luck, and rewarding 1 million points. Since it takes no more than half an hour to complete the mission, special rewards, random martial arts, weapons, and elixir gift packs can be opened at any time. After receiving the system's response, Shin Wuxiao was not in a hurry to study these things. He slowly said, "Everyone, I'm sorry to have made a fool of myself." As he spoke, Shin Wuxiao looked at Lu Qingqing, who was lying limp on the ground. He also jumped off the stage, without caring about his image at all, and sat down next to Lu Qingqing. He picked up the blood-stained towel in his hand and wiped Lu Qingqing's tears. "I'll sit with you for a while and we can chat, okay?" Lu Jinshu was also very frightened and was about to try to persuade him. But Shin Wuxiao's sudden gaze over there made him shudder and he dared not breathe. Only then did he realize that the man in front of him was always a young master in a high position. When he liked his daughter, they were father-in-law and mother-in-law. Now that things have turned out like this, they are just ants. But is it too late to realize this now? He couldn't help but worry. "Qingqing, don't be afraid, we're just chatting. I want to ask you, am I ugly?" Shen Wuxiao's words brought Lu Qingqing back to her senses, and her body trembled slightly. She suppressed her fear and shook her head. Shin Wuxiao is not only not ugly, but also very handsome. He is simply incomparable to those so-called top stars. So my family background is very poor? Lu Qingqing still shook her head. If Shin Wuxiao's family background was bad, no one in the entire Dragon Kingdom would dare to say that his family background was good. The Shin family says they are second, and no one dares to say they are first. Not to mention that some of the Shin family's master warriors are the backbone of the country's upper class. The Shin family takes the lion's share in the national border defense and defense against strange beasts. In that case, are my feelings for you sincere or false? Shin Wuxiao asked again. Lu Qingqing nodded with tears in her eyes and trembling all over. Shin Wuxiao really treats her with all his heart, and basically responds to every request. It's not just being nice, but doting. Shin Wuxiao sighed, "Since I am handsome, have a good family background, high status, and I dote on you. How much shit is in your head that you would sneer at me and be madly in love with that Lin Chen?" Lu Qingqing was stunned and speechless. She has always been spoiled and arrogant, and basically forgot Shin Wuxiao's identity. As for Shin Wuxiao himself, perhaps because he had read too many romance novels, he wanted to have a sweet love affair. This has caused many people to forget Shin Wuxiao's previous brutal side. After his personality change, people thought he had always been the easygoing type. "Qingqing, I will bring you and your family a lot of resources. Status, wealth, and strength. Your family will rise to prominence thanks to you. Not to mention far away, even if the top leader of Zhenghai came, he would have to respectfully call you young madam and give you a chance." Is this how you use it? Lu Qingqing suddenly came to her senses. It was like being poured with a bucket of cold water, making her realize the situation. Think about how Shin Wuxiao treated me in the past 2 years, and how I treated Shin Wuxiao. But he didn't say much from beginning to end. The eldest son of a top family, he obeys everything I say. There was no place to find such a man, but when she met him, she pushed him away and resolutely chose Lin Chen. Does she have feelings for Lin Chen? Yes, but very light. Maybe it was the novelty, or maybe it was because after being rescued by a hero many years ago, she became obsessed with his mysterious aura. In short, she herself couldn't see clearly anymore. But now, the dream is over. But can I go back? Wu Xiao. Tears welled up in Lu Qingqing's eyes as she looked at the man in front of her. Lu Qingqing slowly stood up and changed from sitting on the ground to kneeling. Just kneeling in front of Shin Wuxiao. "I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance and marry you. Can we get married? I will listen to you from now on. I only love you. I'm sorry." Lu Qingqing grabbed Shin Wuxiao's trouser leg and begged for forgiveness. The smile on Shin Wuxiao's face became more and more weird, which made people shudder, but his tone was still so gentle. "Be good, don't cry. If you keep crying, your eyes will get swollen and won't be pretty anymore." He raised his hand and gently wiped away Lu Qingqing's tears, then turned around and walked behind Lu Qingqing. There seemed to be a cold wind blowing at the scene, making people feel cold on their backs. Then Shin Wuxiao was seen behind Lu Qingqing, stretching out his hands and hugging Lu Qingqing from behind. His hands moved upwards and finally rested on Lu Qingqing's shoulders, while one hand stayed on her face. Wu Xiao. Lu Qingqing was a little scared and felt very insecure. I'm here, always here. As he spoke, Shen Wuxiao slowly hooked his hand around Lu Qingqing's neck. Judging from the posture, he was hugging her gently from behind. Qingqing, I want to hug you. You always refused me before, but please don't refuse me today, okay? It will hurt my heart. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Wuxiao suddenly exerted force with his arms. He simply strangled Lu Qingqing's neck. Lu Qingqing's eyes widened and she began to struggle frantically. A pair of long legs kicked around on the ground. Shen Wuxiao had a smile on his face, and his arms were getting stronger and stronger. Take a deep breath, it's normal to feel dizzy. The Lu family was all terrified, especially Lu Qingqing's parents, who screamed and tried to come up. But he hadn't taken 2 steps before he was kicked back by Shen Wuxiao's men. They also wanted to ask the family's warriors to take action, but after looking at Uncle Wu, they gave up. They had no deep foundation and were unable to compete at all. They could only pray that Shen Wuxiao would punish them slightly. Forehead. Lu Qingqing's face flushed, and her eyes bulged and became bloodshot. There was a coughing sound in the throat. A pair of hands frantically slapped Shen Wuxiao's hands that were strangling her neck. The scene was deathly silent, with only the sound of Lu Qingqing struggling and kicking the ground. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Time flows silently. Lu Qingqing's movements became quieter and quieter, her clapping hands dropped, and her feet lost strength and gradually stopped. He was about to die. Shen Wuxiao did not let go, but gently moved closer from behind and kissed Lu Qingqing on the side of her face. He said tenderly with a loving look, "Baby, you'll be fine after a good sleep. From now on, there will only be me in your world. No one will interfere with our relationship." After saying that, he shook his arm gently, pressed one hand on the top of her head, and suddenly twisted it to the right. Ka-la. With a crisp sound, Lu Qingqing's body trembled and completely collapsed. The Lu family members covered their mouths one by one, tears rolling down their cheeks silently. Some were so scared that they wet their pants. The other guests were even more frightened. Afraid that Shen Wuxiao would go crazy and start killing people indiscriminately. Shen Wuxiao slowly stood up and covered Lu Qingqing's already hideous face with the bloody towel. His smile reappeared and he looked at everyone and clapped their hands. "Everyone, how did you like today's show?" Everyone lowered their heads and no one dared to respond. "Madman, absolutely madman." Shen Wuxiao's voice deepened a bit. "How do you like this scene?" Some people were also afraid and couldn't help but respond, "Master Shen, you are joking. There is no show today. Isn't this to congratulate Master Shen on his promotion to Grand Master? He specially invited us to a banquet to celebrate." The others also suddenly realized, right, congratulations to Master Shen for becoming a master. Congratulations to Master Shen on his promotion to master. This is cause for celebration. People at the scene began to agree, and some were smart enough to run to the side and tear off all traces of. "Okay, thank you for your congratulations." Shen Wuxiao smiled and said, "Now that the banquet is over, I won't keep you here any longer." Hearing this, the guests felt relieved and quickly began to say goodbye to Shen Wuxiao. Some people from the Lu family also tried to escape during the chaos, but they were all caught. After all the unimportant people left, the scene became quiet again. Only the Lu family and Shen Wuxiao's thugs were left. Shen Wuxiao looked at the Lu family and couldn't help shaking his head. When Qingqing got engaged to me, the Lu family benefited from her. Now that she has done something so shameless, her family must also be punished. If a big family wants to prosper, it must rise and fall together. Are you ready? Shen Wuxiao's smile was so terrifying that the Lu family began to panic and wanted to run away. But so many warriors were not pushovers, and they surrounded the place almost completely. My dear son-in-law, it's over now, let's just forget about it. From now on, my Lu family will definitely follow your lead." Lu Jinshu spoke tremblingly. Yes, Mr. Shen, you just treat us as a group of dogs you raise. Mr. Shen, please be merciful. TSK. I don't like dogs of your level. Shen Wuxi laughed and said, "Speaking of which, back then, you relied on my power to plunder a lot. It's fine if they're just plundering, but they have eyes on the top of their heads, like a bunch of dogs, and they dare to bark at their masters, right?" After saying that, Shen Wuxiu looked at Lu Jinshu. Lu Jinshu was horrified. He realized that they were going to kill them all. Mr. Shin, you can't do that, so many people saw it. If something happens to us, it will be difficult for you to handle it. Shin Wuxiu said jokingly, and patted the other person's face. Master Lu, you really don't know what's good for you. Everyone knows who I am, Shin Wuxiu. How dare anyone talk about me? If they dare to say a word, they will have to leave at noon, because they will die sooner or later. Stop talking nonsense. Shin Wuxiu pointed at Han Jin and said, count him in too. After saying that, the warriors moved closer one by one and squeezed the Lu family into a corner. Looking at the scene, Shin Wuxiu turned and walked outside. Crying, begging, and cursing were heard everywhere, but Shin Wuxiu seemed not to hear them. When Shin Wuxiu reached the door, he stopped and excitement suddenly flashed across his calm face. Close the door, leave no one behind. Chapter 4, The Deadly Judge's Pen. The moment the door of the banquet hall closed, blood could be faintly seen spurting out. Wailing, screaming, broken bones, roaring. All kinds of sounds are heard everywhere. Shin Wuxiu didn't even look back. He lit a cigarette and walked slowly out of the hotel. The boutonniere with the word groom written on it fell quietly to the ground and was stepped on by him. The hotel had been cleared out long ago, and there was not even a receptionist to be seen. Shin Wuxiu walked outside the hotel, looked up at the blue sky, and was in a good mood. He opened his arms, feeling the sunshine, a relaxed smile on his face. Fate has been rewritten, and it's your turn next. The you Shin Wuxiu mentioned were naturally no one else, but the so-called protagonist of destiny. Lin Chen, who was killed today, is a growing protagonist. It was strangled in the cradle before it even grew up. Even when his master took action, he was unable to save him. But Lin Chen also has a brother, Lin Fan. Whether it is according to the script or the current situation. Whenever his brother got the news, he would come to him. Lin Fan is also whose strength should not be underestimated. He joined the army 3 years earlier than Lin Chen. During this period, he was selected by the upper echelons to join a special team called Sirloin Special Forces. There are 8 people in the team, each of them has unique skills, and the weakest ones are at level 3 or 5 or above. Some of them have even awakened superpowers. As the captain, Lin Fan is naturally quite capable. Those who have been fighting against sudden attacks from alien beasts and alien races for a long time have been tempered into being extremely strong after hundreds of battles. If he knew that Lin Chen was dead, he would definitely drop everything and go straight to Shanghai. Thinking that he would soon meet the new protagonist, Shin Wuxiu felt inexplicably excited. Come on, I can't wait to rip your crooked mouth apart. Shin Wuxiu muttered something and got directly into a luxury car waiting for him at the door. The car sped away, and Shin Wuxiu sat in the back seat, also asking questions to the system. Tonzi, didn't you say you could give out special rewards? Yes, host, do you want to activate it? It's open. Opening. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining pink, divine artifact, deadly judge's pen. Artifact? Yes, host. Weapon levels are white for common, blue for advanced, purple for rare, pink for artifact, orange for legendary, gold for epic, and multicolored for mythical. The tip of the judge's pen has a hidden mechanism. When closed, it looks like a pen tip, and when open, it resembles a raging lotus. When you press the mechanism to open and close the pen tip, a steel needle will shoot out from the pen barrel. It's highly poisonous and will cause bleeding from all 7 orifices within a short period of time. There's no cure. I'll also give you 17 judges' calligraphy techniques, which I've automatically learned. Fire Cloud Evil God? Yeah. I looked at a pen about 30 centimeters long that appeared in my hand, with fluctuations of true energy flashing on it. Shin Wuxiu was speechless. He more or less believed in the rule that the weirder the weapon, the faster you die. Open the panel. Let me see what I can redeem with over 1,000,000 points. Ding, opening. Host, Shin Wuxiu. Realm, 6th grade, 1st level master. Weapon, divine artifact, the deadly judge's pen. Martial arts, none. Magic power, none. Superpower, unawakened. Occupation, luck harvester, beauty experiencer. Title, none. Opening the system mall. The panel in front of me was moved to the edge, and then a wide variety of categories appeared. Weapons, martial arts, realms, superpowers, magical powers, elixirs, protective gear, card area, grocery area, etc., everything is available. In simple terms, as long as you have enough points, you can exchange for an aircraft carrier. Especially the points marked on each item are just like the prices in a convenience store. He now understands that 1 million points can still be exchanged for many things. Unlike cash, 1 million is only enough for a game of Paigao. Shin Wuxiao clicked on the weapons area, and the things on it made him speechless. Oh my god! A mythical weapon, the Purgatory Gatling gun, with unlimited bullets, and the bullets fired are all filled with true energy. 10 million points to exchange for it. This kind of mythical weapon is really out of reach at present. So, Shin Wuxiao decisively went to awaken his supernatural powers first. For ordinary warriors, awakening superpowers is probabilistic, and only a very small number of them can awaken. But in the system mall, you can directly redeem it selectively. And looking at the panel slots, there is more than one to redeem. Tonzi, this means that the superpowers I exchanged for can be used in different ways, right? Yes, host. No matter how much you redeem, you can switch and use it. If I were to be the same as an ordinary person, wouldn't it make me look lowly? Nice. Shin Wuxiao truly felt the charm of the plug-in. He exchanged 3 in a row: fire control, lightning control, and field time suspension. A total of only 230,000 points were consumed. Then, I went to exchange for a set of light protective armor. According to the description of light armor, when attacked, there is a 30% chance of inflicting equal damage to the attacker. This is totally an extra attack. It's time to tell Lin Fan the news. It's better if he comes quickly. Time passed little by little on the other side. Borderline, primitive jungle. Lin Fan was leading the team through the jungle. He held a crescent-shaped scimitar in his hand, and his movements were as swift as a cheetah. As he swung his sword, the ferocious beasts fell to the ground and howled. Lin Fan squatted down, cut open the belly of the strange beast with a knife, and took out a beast core with a purple glow from it. Don't be fooled by the small size of the beast core, it is essential for cultivation. Absorbing the energy can transform it into true power, which is of great benefit to cultivation. Most warriors rely on hunting exotic beasts for training. This way you can hone yourself and obtain beast cores. The main reason is that the spirit crystals that are most suitable for warriors are not easy to obtain, otherwise there would be no need to hunt them all the time. Captain, you are awesome. Yeah, your body movements are amazing. I'm so excited watching them. The teammates behind him caught up and looked at Lin Fan with admiration in their eyes. The captain is their pride, he is extremely talented and has great skills. At such a young age, he is already a 5th grade, 8th level master, and even holds the military rank of colonel. A true winner in life. Hearing the praise, Lin Fan's lips curled up slightly. You are not bad either, practice well. Lin Fan encouraged, then took the beast core and planned to absorb it. But at this moment, a female teammate who was in charge of communications came towards him quickly. Captain, the higher-ups want to talk to you. Lin Fan was stunned, thinking that there was some new task. He stood up and picked up the communicator. I'm Lin Fan. While speaking, Lin Fan still had a smile on his face. But as he listened to the words on the communicator, Lin Fan's face gradually became gloomy. In the end, the communicator was crushed by Lin Fan with his bare hands. Ah! Lin Fan seemed to be crazy, roaring and screaming to the sky. Even the birds in the jungle were startled and flew away in large numbers. The teammates around were all startled and surrounded him one by one. Captain, what happened? They were also tense inside. Something big must have happened, otherwise why would the captain, who has always been calm, be so crazy? His eyes were bloodshot and tears were falling. Lin Fan knelt on his knees, his whole body trembling, and punched the ground again and again. The next second, Lin Fan roared again and stood up. A punch filled with tremendous power hit a tree. A hole was punched through the tree, which was as thick as a wash basin. Xiaochen, I must avenge you, revenge, ah! Chapter 5 Return for Revenge. Lin Fan's actions really scared the other teammates. They rushed over and grabbed Lin Fan. Captain, what on earth happened? Captain, please speak up. What happened to Lin Chen? As Lin Fan's teammates, they all knew Lin Chen. He is also a genius with great talent. In the past, during their breaks, they had gone to see Lin Chen together. Now seeing Lin Fan like this, they couldn't help but worry. Lin Fan wore a mask of pain, speaking each word with a trembling voice. My brother was killed. The words were like thunder. The others were all in disbelief. Damn it, who the hell did this? The team's meat shield, the man codenamed Tank, shook his muscles and said angrily. Who dared to kill Xiaochen? This revenge must be avenged. Captain, who did it? Others were also filled with righteous indignation and echoed the sentiment. They are brothers, so naturally they will not stand idly by. Lin Fan suppressed his anger and shook his head. They didn't say it, more like they didn't dare to say it, but it's easy to find out. Brothers, I have to go back. I need an explanation for Xiaochen's death. Captain, don't worry, go apply first. We're still on a mission. If you forcibly leave the team, I'm afraid you'll be severely punished. Lin Fan didn't care at all and waved his hand. Apply? Those who are targeting me will definitely block my application. I can't wait. My own brother is dead, how can I bear it? I want to go back and investigate immediately. No matter who the opponent is, I will tear him into pieces. Lin Fan turned around resolutely and decisively. His teammates all held him back, trying to stop him from being impulsive. Don't worry about it. If anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility. The team is now led by the vice-captain. I'll take care of my own affairs. The teammates wanted to stop him. Captain, there's no point in being anxious. At least wait until the vice-captain comes back. She might have a better idea. Their deputy captain is also the core of the team. Lin Fan has high martial arts skills, and the deputy captain Jiang Huayue is equivalent to a military advisor. And they all knew that there was only a thin layer of window paper between the captain and the deputy captain. They are in love with each other. If Jiang Huayue knew this, she would definitely not let Lin Fan act impulsively. No need to say more. Lin Fan didn't want to explain too much, so he stepped on the ground suddenly, creating a big hole. And his figure was already rushing forward. The teammates also hurried to catch up. You know, there are some people above who are constantly finding fault with Lin Fan. According to this situation, Lin Fan's biggest mistake would be to forcibly leave during the mission. If someone makes a fuss about it, he will most likely be expelled from the military. Just when Lin Fan was about to leave the team, Myligian, Chicago. Inside a villa. A young woman in a nightgown stood at the floor-to-ceiling window, staring at the night view outside and the flashing neon lights, lost in thought. Due to the time difference, it is still late at night here. The woman's chest rose and fell, revealing her deep ravines and proud figure. She clenched one hand into a fist and pressed it against her mouth, her brows sometimes furrowed and sometimes relaxed, and her eyes were wandering. All these actions showed her inner anxiety. Just now, Lu Ruyan had a dream in which her entire family was slaughtered. She woke up in shock and immediately contacted the Lu family in Zhanghai. But no one's phone could be reached. You know, it's still daytime in Dragon Country. If you can't contact one person, the other party may be busy, but if you can't contact all of them, there is a problem. This made her even more worried. Having experienced many ups and downs, she rarely panics. As the eldest daughter of the Lu family, she is a woman as wise as a demon. With her outstanding appearance, high IQ, and strong business ability, she is known as one of the leading figures of the younger generation in Zhanghai. It's just that her family has always believed that it's enough for a woman to marry well, and they don't support her showing up in public. So, she chose to leave Longwood and go to a place she thought had a wider scope to work hard. In fact, she did make a name for herself. He is currently the president of a financial chamber of commerce here. Going back would bring honor to the family, and the Lu family would have nothing to say. But this kind of thing happened right now, and she was a little overwhelmed. Just now, she had asked someone to conduct an urgent investigation, and now while waiting for the news, her heart has been restless. Bang! Bang! A moment later, there was a knock on the door, breaking the silence in the room. It also brought Lu Ruyan back to reality from her distraction. Come in. As she said this, she hurried over to meet him. His originally worried eyes suddenly became sharp. A woman came in, her face looking anxious. President. Tell me, what happened? The woman swallowed and said, the Lu family is gone. At noon in Zhanghai, at the Dragon Court 7-star hotel, the Lu family went to your sister's wedding. Afterwards, no one from the Lu family left, as if they had disappeared from the face of the earth. According to the people in Zhanghai, they are all dead. Boom! Lu Ruyan only felt like thunder exploding in her head. Her dream was not groundless, something really happened. How could this happen? How could this happen? Lu Ruyan suddenly collapsed to the ground, her face pale. Whoever did it, whoever did it. The woman said hurriedly, it should be the man who held the wedding with your sister. He is the most suspicious. The one called Shen Wuxiao. Shan Wuxiao. Lu Ruyan's eyes were filled with horror. How could she not know Shen Wuxiao? If it was Shen Wuxiao, she would have no way to take revenge even if she wanted to. If Shen Wuxiao wanted to kill her, it would be just a matter of saying a few words. The area she excels in, even if she wants to use economic suppression. But in other people's eyes, it is the same as a child taking out a dime to buy a spicy strip. But, this is revenge for the annihilation of an entire family. How can I not take revenge? Book me the fastest flight possible. I want to return home, right now. After a brief moment of shock, Lu Ruyan immediately adjusted her mentality. She is not someone who gives up easily. If there is no opportunity, she will create one. Even if it means using your beauty to get close. If it really doesn't work, I will sacrifice my body and kill Shen Wuxiao while they are in love. The person involved, Shen Wuxiao, is currently staying in a bayside villa in Zhanghai, working hard on polishing. Everyone vents their anger differently. Some people run, some people cry, and some people sing a note higher than anyone else in the world. 3 days and 3 nights in the middle of the night dancing without stopping. Strictly speaking, this Bay Villa is Shen Wuxiao's firefighting base. If you are angry, come and put out the fire. As for the mature women, Lolita, and beautiful women in it, they are all carefully selected. It can only provide fire extinguishing effect. They are also very sensible. There is nothing better than being able to be with such a handsome guy and getting a generous reward. No one dares to cross the line, otherwise they will be lucky to be kicked out. Chapter 6 Arrogance. Shen Wuxiao put on a bathrobe, opened the door of the small room and walked out. The room he was in just now was actually not very big. It just had some basic facilities and a bed. It was a complete room after coming out of a small door. The room in front of me is a classroom-style room. Everything is just like a school classroom style. There is nothing extra, basically just desks and blackboards. To make it more realistic, a blackboard was put up in the back. I just left that domineering sister and transformed into a strict teacher. Shen Wuxiao was absent from class and was kept after class by the teacher. The teacher wanted to slap his hands, but Shen Wuxiao talked back to the teacher. Mom doesn't have to worry about my studies anymore. After walking out of the room, Shen Wuxiao walked straight down the stairs. The outside decoration is magnificent. A true mansion. Noticing the movement, the other people in the villa formed 2 teams. Head down. There were 8 people standing below. Various. Divided by age, one person can have many identities. The royal sisters are basically nurses, teachers, prison wardens, police officers, beauties. Loli is usually the school belle, the tsundere lady. As for the more mature ones, there are many more. The neighbor lady who takes out the trash, the parents attending the parent-teacher conference, the nanny, the cleaner, the widow, people. Although with Shen Wuxiao's status, he can get anything. But these are just interests and harmless. Shen Wuxiao leaned back on the sofa and raised his hand to make a sweet promise. One of the ladies tactfully walked to the wine rack and took out a bottle of expensive red wine. Open the bottle and pour it into a jug to decant the wine. Come here. Shen Wuxiao glanced at them and said lightly. Suddenly, 8 people stood in front of Shen Wuxiao. They put their hands on their abdomens and lowered their heads slightly. Everyone go collect the 3 million and leave. Don't come back. The current Shen Wuxiao is no longer the Shen Wuxiao at the beginning. He is very picky about food. It's okay for him to eat some hot dry noodles occasionally, but he can't eat them every meal. If you want to find a woman, you have to find one that the protagonist likes. You can doubt the main dish, but you must never doubt their vision. Anything the protagonist meets and likes is the best of the best. There's really no need to waste time and energy on these ordinary beauties. When they heard that they had to leave, the women's faces showed panic. Master, is there something we did wrong? They have always been dedicated and have been very happy. They also earn a lot of money, so they really don't want to give it up. Shen Wuxiao was patient and responded, the fact that you have been able to stay here proves that you have performed very well. But you don't need it now. Don't worry, although I have a violent temper, I won't go back on my word. Take the money and leave. The 8 people looked at each other, and finally bowed in unison, thank you, young master. They didn't dare to say any more nonsense, otherwise they would cause the young master's dissatisfaction and the consequences would be very ugly. After dismissing those people, Shen Wuxiao picked up the aerated red wine, swayed it gently, and took a sip. Tonzi, Lin Chen's brother, the one called Lin Fan, I've spread the word, when will he come? Ding, let it be, follow the plot, it's coming soon. Well, do you have his script? For some hosts, when they meet him, the system will automatically update the protagonist's script. The general route is correct, but some parts have changed due to the host's reasons. For example, the host killed Lin Chen, causing Lin Fan to leave the team early. If things continue as they have been, he would be ostracized and framed to leave. Shin Wuxiu laughed. Tonzi, you should know that I don't care about these things. Oh, I see. The heroine is very beautiful. Is it big? D. Like. He. He. Just then, the phone rang. Shin Wuxiu picked up the phone and looked at it. The call was from my father. Shin Wuxiu answered the call and pressed the hands-free button. Wu Xiao, did you cause any trouble in Zhonghai? Shin Tianhong's voice was rather calm, and he didn't seem like he was here to ask for an explanation. Shin Wuxiu acted rather indifferent. He knew his father well and was extremely protective of him. This time he called, probably to ask about my safety. Well, it's just some trivial matters, but the Lu family was wiped out. Ah, good, I feel better. Shin Tianhong laughed heartily. At the beginning, I thought that your death-like appearance like a pure love warrior was somewhat seriously ill. Don't forget your identity, the eldest young master of the Shin family. You ran to Zhonghai for a woman and obeyed her every word. Do you know how embarrassed I am? Now it's all over, they're all dead, when will you come back? Shin Wuxiu has no plans to go back now. It's still early. Lin Fan hasn't arrived yet, how could he go back? Dad, I want to play more in Zhonghai and not go back yet. Shin Tianhong thought for a moment and said, okay, then you can play. But I heard from Lao Wu that you are a hidden talent. You have quietly reached the rank of 6th rank master. I always thought you had no interest in martial arts. Trump card. Shin Wuxiu said casually, we have so many resources, it's reasonable to just pile up a 6th grade master. Reasonable, very reasonable. Shin Tianhong seemed very happy. Oh right. Shin Tianhong said again, the Lu family hasn't been completely wiped out yet. They have a daughter named Lu Ruyan who lives in Chicago. But after something like this happened, she should be coming back. When you do something, you have to do it thoroughly. Do you want to do it yourself, or do you want me to have someone kill you? Lu Ruyan? Shin Wuxiu slapped his head. He had actually overlooked such a person. The business genius who was described as being as wise as a demon. A woman, why bother you? I'll handle it myself. Shin Wuxiu didn't take it seriously. Shin Tianhong chuckled, boy, don't underestimate that woman. Besides, when a woman becomes ruthless, she should not be underestimated. Just like your mother, she is deadly. Although Lu Ruyan doesn't follow the martial arts path, she's very clever and can easily come up with some tricks. Don't fall for her. Shin Wuxiu shook the wine in the glass and drank it all in one gulp. A playful smile appeared on his handsome face. A trick? Even deploying troops in ancient times took time. It's harmless. If all else fails, just hack her to death. No matter how smart she is, what can she do if she falls to the ground? Okay, you handle your own problems yourself. Shin Tianhong hung up the phone decisively. Shin Wuxiu threw his phone on the coffee table, put his hands behind his head, and looked at the ceiling. He was well aware of the plot and knew that Lu Ruyan from the Lu family was indeed something special. She is good at manipulating people's hearts, and her methods are very unusual. Otherwise, as a woman, she would not have gone from having nothing to becoming the president of the Financial Chamber of Commerce over there within a few years. Either he is rich enough, or he is smart enough and resourceful enough. In short, this kind of person is very annoying. Shin Wuxiu didn't want to waste his time on such a small character. There are no points rewards, so what's the point in going against her? However, as a beauty experiencer and connoisseur, you can still give it a try. The real prey is still Lin Fan. Chapter 7 Lin Fan returns. On Lin Fan's side, Shin Wuxiu had someone keeping an eye on him. After all, it was he who sent out the news of Lin Chen's death. The Shin family is all-powerful and has great influence over the Dragon Kingdom. It is only natural that they have people in the military. Just because it was Shin Wuxiu who killed the person, the higher-ups would try every possible way to suppress the news. Otherwise, how could Lin Fan, who was far away at the border, know about it in the first place? Shin Wuxiu knew Lin Fan very well. No, it should be said that he knew the protagonist type very well. They value friendship and loyalty. Even if his comrade's sister was bullied, he would rush back regardless of everything. Not to mention that his own brother was killed by himself. Calculating the time, Lin Fan should have fallen out with his superiors by now and been expelled from the military. Shin Wuxiu said it lightly, as if this matter was insignificant to him. In fact, everything was just as Shin Wuxiu expected. Lin Fan was caught because he tried to leave the team forcibly during the mission. At first, he was given a warning and was forcibly told that if Lin Fan insisted on leaving, he would be expelled from the military. But Lin Fan showed no sign of backing down and was determined to leave. The final result, of course, is expulsion from the military. At this moment, he had packed his bags and walked out. After walking a few steps, he couldn't help but stop and look back at the camp. Look at the place where I have lived and trained for years. His eyes were filled with reluctance, especially when he saw the teammates he had been with day and night running towards him frantically. Even though he had a strong heart, he couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. More than an hour ago, he was still sharing his experience with his comrades. I'm leaving now. Life is unpredictable, and it is like a 9-turn intestine. Captain. The members of the Serious Special Forces all looked at Lin Fan, their eyes filled with reluctance. The female team members couldn't help but shed tears. They all value friendship and loyalty, and they really want to follow the captain. But Lin Fan also gave a death order. After all, this is his personal matter and he cannot implicate his teammates. Lin Fan forced a smile and said, "Brothers, we'll see you someday. Don't delay your training." Lin Fan gritted his teeth and turned around resolutely. He knew that he couldn't look back. Once he looked back, he was afraid he wouldn't have the courage to say goodbye again. His younger brother was killed and his head and body were separated. As an elder brother, he could not just ignore it. If he cannot kill his enemy with his own hands, he will never be able to live in peace. I also feel ashamed of my parents' spirits in heaven. Even though the shouts from behind were loud, Lin Fan did not turn back. He walked quickly and got on a military vehicle. Until the car disappeared from everyone's sight. Lin Fan in the car gritted his teeth and looked at the familiar scenery outside the window. This is also his home, but today he is leaving forever. Xiaochen, brother is back. I will cut the bastard who killed you into pieces as a memorial for your soul in heaven. I will not be a human being if I don't avenge this. Lin Fan swore fiercely, his eyes revealing the strongest murderous intent ever. He was at the border, but it didn't take long to get to the nearest airport. According to the flight departure time and speed, he could arrive at Zhonghai International Airport at 2 o'clock in the morning. He couldn't wait even a moment. Time flew by, and Lin Fan finally got on the plane after traveling all the way. We also arrived at Zhonghai International Airport at 2 in the morning. Zhonghai is very prosperous, even the airport side. But Lin Fan had no intention of appreciating it at all. He immediately took a taxi and headed to the city. His brother died in a place called Dragon Court Hotel. Moreover, Lin Fan knew very well that the person who killed his brother was not a simple person. If you want to investigate, you have to wait until daytime to sneak in and investigate, first find out who did it, and then go and take revenge quietly. This is the safest way. Otherwise it would alert the murderer and he might run away. The Dragon Kingdom is so big, it is not easy for him to find it. Lin Fan was mature and did not lose his composure at the moment. He found a hotel to stay in and recuperate. The news of Lin Fan's arrival had already reached Shin Wuxiu. He even knew where he lived, how much he paid for rent, and whether he had called Koan in the middle of the night. The next day, Shin Wuxiu got up very early. He still has to meet the protagonist. So get up early and wash up. He also changed into an outfit that he rarely wore. A long trench coat shows off his tall and straight figure. Just a simple flick of the hair is enough to charm thousands of girls. Shin Wuxiu looked at himself in the mirror and couldn't help but exaggerate. "Hey, buddy, who are you? How come you are so ridiculously handsome?" "Ah. It was me." After being narcissistic for a while, he went straight to the garage. After choosing a not-so-conspicuous Bugatti Veyron, we set off. Shin Wuxiu held the steering wheel with one hand and rested his chin on the window with the other hand, looking very leisurely. The rumbling sound of the engine still attracted a lot of people's attention. Galloping all the way. His destination was the street in the direction of Zhonghai Bilian Shopping Mall. Lin Fan stayed in a hotel there last night. The streets here are still full of life. There are quite a few selling breakfast. After Shin Wuxiu parked the car, he saw the young man sitting at a breakfast stall near the hotel. Ding, the lucky protagonist is detected. The protagonist, Lin Fan. Type, Border Wolf King. Realm, 5th grade, 8th level master. Superpower, unawakened. Weapon, rare purple equipment, crescent moon scimitar. The new script has been instilled. Shin Wuxiu immediately had a plot about Lin Fan in his mind. Although it has been changed a lot, the general direction should not be wrong. Lin Fan's original plot was that his comrades died, and in order to seek revenge, he forcibly crossed the border, causing unrest in other countries. Therefore, he was severely punished. It was also because those who targeted him took the opportunity to cause trouble, and he was dismissed and expelled from the military. Then he returned to the city and started his pretentious journey, encountering many villain opponents. It's almost the same now, except that I left early and came back to avenge my brother. This Lin Fan can earn points for a period of time. Shin Wuxiu got out of the car and walked straight towards that direction. He has arranged everything. Direct and act in a good play by yourself, and then get to know Lin Fan. Lin Fan certainly would not have thought that the murderer of his brother would appear in front of him. Shin Wuxiu walked to the breakfast shop and raised his hand slightly, as if as a signal. After a while, a voice suddenly rang out. Robbery, robbery. This voice made many people look over. I saw a beautiful woman in professional attire and high heels chasing a dark-skinned man. The man was holding a bag in his hand. The man was also extremely violent, with a ferocious and fierce face. He was holding a knife in his hand, which was very scary. Many people were frightened and stepped back and hid. Only Lin Fan stood up. Shin Wuxiu was a little ahead of Lin Fan. This scene was naturally arranged by Shin Wuxiu. He was sure that if Lin Fan saw a beautiful woman being robbed, he would definitely stand up for what was right. So he didn't worry about missing out at all. And for the sake of authenticity, this is a real robbery. The big man arranged it himself, but the woman did not. Seeing the robber getting closer, Lin Fan was about to take action. The robber was still running and yelling, "Get out of the way. Anyone who dares to stand in my way will be stabbed to death." Chapter 8 Deliberate Acquaintance. In this situation, even the most righteous person would feel a little timid. Everyone has fear, it's normal. What's more, he was facing such a ferocious robber. Seeing the robber running towards this side, a cold light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes and he was about to take action. He was extremely fast, with his fists clenched, intending to knock the opponent down with one punch. But just when Lin Fan was about to make a move, he saw a handsome young man in front of him make the first move. Shin Wuxiu did not use his true strength, but picked up an iron chair in the store and smashed it hard at the other person. The robber, who was already running very fast, was knocked over and fell to the ground. The robber was a tall and strong man with good physical fitness. He turned over and stood up and continued running. This time, Lin Fan rushed forward quickly and subdued the robber to the ground in just a few moves, leaving him unable to move. He snatched the bag that the other person had snatched. The robber was pinned down and could only rage helplessly. He cursed Lin Fan's ancestors for 18 generations. Various threats. When the people at the scene saw the robber being caught, they burst into warm applause. By the time the beauty behind caught up, she was already out of breath. She looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of gratitude. "Thank you." Lin Fan smiled softly. "No problem, it's just a piece of cake." As he said that, he handed over the bag. After the beautiful woman took it, Renjio thanked her. "Thank you, if it weren't for you, I would be in trouble. There is a lot of important information in it. I'm working here. If you need any help in the future, I'll be happy to help you." After saying that, the beauty handed over her business card. Seeing that the other person was indeed a beauty, Lin Fan took the business card. Seeing this, the people around also reminded her, "Beautiful lady, you should also thank that handsome guy. If he hadn't knocked the robber over with a chair just now, I'm afraid it would be difficult to subdue him." After hearing those people's reminder, the beauty also looked at Shin Wuxiu. Suddenly, her body trembled and a blush appeared on her pretty face. She walked over nervously. His state was very different from when he met Lin Fan. Appears shy. Thank you. I can't repay you for your help today. I am willing to repay you with my body." "Oh, no, I." The beautiful lady blushed and accidentally said what was in her heart. But when Lin Fan heard it, he felt something was not right. Good guy, he is handsome and he pledges his love to me. I am not bad either, so why is it just a favor? He felt a bit of a failure. But Shin Wuxiao ignored it and just smiled. Soon, patrolling law enforcement officers took the robber away. A round of praise for the two people who bravely stepped forward to help others. After the beauty reported the situation to the law enforcement officers, she secretly glanced at Shin Wuxiao, who was buying breakfast. Finally left. Things are back to normal here. Lin Fan also sat back in his seat and started eating breakfast again. Shin Wuxiao also bought some and deliberately sat opposite Lin Fan. When Lin Fan saw that it was that handsome guy, he smiled and nodded at Shin Wuxiao. Overall, Lin Fan had a very good impression of him. Those who are able to stand up for what is right must have a sense of justice and are not bad people. Brother, you are very courageous. Lin Fan took the initiative to greet him. Shin Wuxiao placed the breakfast he had bought on the table. When you see injustice, draw your sword and help. Lin Fan nodded in appreciation. If everyone was like you, the crime rate would definitely be very low. When Shin Wuxiao heard this, he just smiled. If everyone were like him, it would be the end of the world. Thank you for the compliment. I see that you are quite skilled in martial arts, so you must be a martial artist. Shin Wuxiao also asked. Lin Fan did not deny it and nodded. But he wouldn't cover for strangers. I've practiced Sanda for a few years. He is still very low-key. If the other party knew that I was the Border Wolf King, a true warrior, a 5th grade 8th level master, I guess he would be shocked. No wonder, those few moves were so crisp and smooth. What's your name? Lin Fan looked at Shin Wuxiao and felt that this young man had an extraordinary temperament. Shin Wuxiao did not reveal his real name. It's just that my name is too eye-catching. My surname is Sikong. Shin Wuxiao responded. He was not talking nonsense. Shin Wuxiao's mother's surname was Sikong and her given name was Lan. It is reasonable to use the mother's surname as a pseudonym. Hello, brother Sikong. Brother, what's your last name? Lin Fan clasped his fists and said, Excuse me, my surname is Lin, and my given name is Fan. Lin Fan? People with the word Fan in their names are usually extraordinary. You look so impressive, brother. You must have served in the military. Lin Fan had nothing to hide about this, so he nodded and said, Yes, have you been in the military too? Shin Wuxiao shook his head, I don't have any, I'm too lazy and can't bear any hardship, but my second uncle's family is in the army. Lin Fan found the person in front of him quite interesting. He also started chatting with Shin Wuxiao. Really? What military region, what rank? Maybe I've seen him before. Lin Fan was not bragging, he was also a prominent figure in the army and had met many important figures. At such a young age, he has achieved the rank of colonel, surpassing 99.9% of people. Don't underestimate his military rank, it was earned with his life. But now everything is in vain. Shin Wuxiao took out a pack of cigarettes, gave one to Lin Fan, and held one in his own mouth. It's the military district of the imperial capital. As for the rank, it looks like green shoulder straps with golden wheat ears and 3 golden stars. Wheat ear, 3 stars? Admiral? And from the imperial capital? Lin Fan just found it incredible. You know, the generals in the imperial capital don't even have red blood. The sweat is all red. The gold content is quite terrifying. Yes. Shin Wuxiao smiled faintly. Lin Fan also smiled and picked up a steamed bun to eat. He just thought the other party was bragging and joking. A general is not a cabbage. If you meet anyone, you will find that his relative is a general, and he is from the imperial capital. Isn't this bullshit? And the young man in front of me said his surname was Sikong. In that case, his second uncle must also have the surname Sikong, and he had never heard of any general with the surname Sikong. The commander of the imperial capital military region is surnamed Shin, and he knows all this. However, Lin Fan also understands the ways of the world. You cannot expose it in front of the other party. There is no need to expose it. Bragging is normal. When Shin Wuxiao saw Lin Fan eating breakfast, he also opened a cup of soy milk and drank it slowly. Later he will go with Lin Fan to investigate the person who killed Lin Chen. There is an information gap on Lin Fan's side. He didn't know that his brother was beaten to death after breaking into someone else's wedding. So I didn't know that it was Shin Wuxiao who held the wedding banquet at Longting Hotel that day. But this matter is indeed not difficult to investigate. And Shin Wuxiao didn't intend to erase any traces. The person Lin Fan wanted to kill was Shin Wuxiao. What did that have to do with his current self? The two sat opposite each other and ate their breakfast. When breakfast was almost finished, Lin Fan also got up. Brother Sikong, it's a pleasure to meet you. See you again someday. Lin Fan smiled and was about to leave. He didn't want to wait even a moment. Today we must investigate the murderer who killed my brother. Brother Lin, are you in a hurry to go to work? Shin Wuxiao also stood up and asked. Lin Fan shook his head, that's not the case. I just have something to do. Is that so? Shin Wuxiao walked forward and pointed at his car, let me give you a ride. We can be considered as old friends now. And I forgot to tell you, I'm in Shanghai, so I'm quite powerful. If you need anything, you can tell me, I should be able to help. When Lin Fan saw the Bugatti Veyron over there, he also felt that this young man was not simple. Anyone who can drive a luxury car like that must be wealthy. Chapter 9 Going to investigate. I'd rather not trouble you. Thank you for your kindness. Lin Fan still didn't plan to trouble others. What he wants to investigate is not a simple matter. After all, that was someone that even the leader who told him the news was afraid of. Don't implicate innocent people. No, that's too polite. We caught thieves together, so we have some friendship. Besides, I'm a very enthusiastic person. If you need help, just tell me and I'll get it done for you. Shin Wuxiao showed a sincere smile, looking harmless. Whether you're looking for someone or a job, I do have some connections. Lin Fan thought about it and realized that he was not very familiar with Shanghai. If he had a local to help him, it would definitely be much easier. Just thank the other person properly when the time comes. Okay, thank you for your help, brother. Shin Wuxiao smiled cheerfully, that's right, it's not that I have to help you, it's mainly because I'm really free and I like to find something to do. Lin Fan was speechless. It can be seen that he is really free and likes to find something to do. He doesn't quite understand the minds of these rich second generations. Maybe it was really because he was full and had nothing to do. Just want to have some fun. Anyone who can afford such a luxury car must be of extraordinary status. His connections in Shanghai are definitely better than his as a newcomer. If it can help you, then it is necessary to express gratitude afterwards. The main reason was that he was worried that the murderer would escape, otherwise he wouldn't be so anxious. As for the in-depth matters, it is not convenient for outsiders to know. One must be on guard against others. Lin Fan is not so foolish as to trust anyone easily. Shin Wuxiao now gives people the impression of being a free and easy rich young man. He always had a smile on his face. Brother, where were you going just now? Let's go, get in the car. Shin Wuxiao waved his hand and strode towards the Bugatti Veyron. Lin Fan looked at him from behind and followed him. After getting in the car, Shin Wuxiao started the sports car. You didn't tell me the address, brother. Longting 7-star hotel. Lin Fan said lightly. Shin Wuxiao didn't waste any words. He stepped on the accelerator and the sports car roared like a giant beast. Just rush forward. This speed is extremely exaggerated. As expected of a luxury supercar, it has a fast starting speed. Lin Fan couldn't help but grab the edge. The pushback feeling is too strong. In the car, Shin Wuxiao was driving while chatting with Lin Fan. Brother Lin Fan, you look so serious, and the place you're going to is a high-end hotel. Are you going to catch your wife cheating on you? Do you want me to call some more people for you? When we find the adulterer, we'll beat him to death. Lin Fan was also speechless. This guy has a really big imagination. But from someone else's perspective, it seems to be true. He went to the hotel early in the morning with a serious expression on his face. It really feels like going to a hotel to catch someone cheating. Don't guess. Lin Fan said perfunctorily, then continued, are you familiar with the Dragon Court Hotel? The reason why he agreed to the other party's help was actually to try his luck. A dandy young master should frequently visit high-end hotels. If the other party is familiar with the hotel, you can use his identity to conceal yourself. Lin Fan is an extremely cautious and alert person. Otherwise, he would not have become the border wolf king. The person who killed his brother is still unknown. But according to the news, his brother died in Longting Hotel. If that's the case, there must be clues. The person who killed his brother was of very high status. Even the person who informed him of Lin Chen's death did not dare to say who it was. If I go there myself, my purpose will be too obvious and it will probably alert the people at the hotel. This will easily alert the enemy. But it seems reasonable to cover it up by using the identity of a playboy. Hearing what Lin Fan said, Shen Wuxiu laughed out loud. Brother Lin Fan, you are looking down on me. I'm a frequent visitor to the Dragon Court Hotel. It's just a 7-star hotel, so I must frequent it often. How could I not know? Lin Fan smiled faintly. Is that so? Shen Wuxiu nodded. Of course, I'm also very familiar with the hotel manager. If you're embarrassed to ask, just leave it to me later. Just tell me the room number where your woman and her adulterer had an affair. I'll make sure everyone at the hotel helps catch them. Every exit is blocked. Lin Fan was really speechless. Why does the other person feel like he or she is being cheated on? But he really didn't know his purpose, so he just smiled awkwardly. He decided it would be better not to respond. If I say a few more words, I'm afraid something even more outrageous will come out. Shen Wuxiu didn't continue to talk too much. Instead, while waiting for the red light, he took out his mobile phone and fiddled with it for a while. As for the hotel, we still need to explain what needs to be explained. The Dragon Court 7-star hotel is actually his family's business. What's wrong with everyone trying to trick Lin Fan? No problem. After driving for more than 20 minutes, Shen Wuxiu arrived at the Longting 7-star hotel. Lin Fan looked at the towering hotel in front of him, feeling extremely complicated. My younger brother died here. I came here today and I have to figure out the situation. He just didn't believe that the other party could really cover up everything and not leak any information. In fact, everyone who should know knows it except him. Even Lu Ruoyan, who lives abroad, can be found at once. After all, Shen Wuxiu had no intention of covering up at all. Brother Lin Fan, what are you standing there for? Hurry up, or your adulterer will have finished his first shot of the morning. Shen Wuxiu urged. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze and followed Shen Wuxiu into the hotel. This kind of hotel is open 24 hours a day. What's more, Shen Wuxiu came in person, so the manager naturally came to greet him first. As soon as we entered the hotel, the manager came. He was a middle-aged man in a suit, very elegant and with a professional smile on his face. Before he even came close, he had already stretched out his hand. Hey, Master Seacombe, what brings you here? Shen Wuxiu smiled. Level 8 Gale. Old Xia, enough nonsense. I, Brother Lin, have been cuckolded. Now, hurry up and get someone to catch the adulterer. Manager Xia almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Young Master Shen is so mean. But he was very professional and frowned immediately. What, there is such a thing? We must give justice to Master Seacombe's friends today. Manager Xia then looked at Lin Fan and asked, Brother Lin, what's your wife's name? I'll check right away to see if it was your wife who booked the room, or your adulterer. Lin Fan felt strange, as if there was a fire burning in his chest. But he still chose to endure. Make the wrong choice. Hello, Manager Xie. This matter concerns a man's dignity, so I won't bother you. If it's convenient, let me check the surveillance. I'll know what's going on once I see the person. Lin Fan could only guide him this way. Let us check the surveillance first. Generally speaking, surveillance will be erased, but there will always be clues left. Chapter 10 Monitoring. Manager Xia pretended to hesitate. The monitoring aspect has already been dealt with. He is not afraid at all. But the task Shen Wuxiu gave him was to deepen the relationship between Lin Fan and Shen Wuxiu. Then we must definitely do Shen Wuxiu a favor. Mr. Lin, actually, in the hotel service industry like ours, we have certain privacy rules. The surveillance footage cannot be shown to anyone casually. Those who come here are either rich or noble, and some have special quirks. You know, we can't afford to offend many of them. Manager Xia looked very embarrassed. Lin Fan understood, but he had to take a look. Even if it is known that the surveillance may have been processed. Shen Wuxiu also looked unhappy. Old Xia, you are becoming rigid. Brother Lin, I'm just taking a private look. I'm not going to use it for publicity. What's wrong with that? Master Seacombe, this is really difficult. Manager Xia still did not give in. Stop, let's talk somewhere else. Shen Wuxiu put his arm around Manager Xia's shoulder and walked to the side. Lin Fan didn't know what method he would use, but he just waited and saw what would happen. The two people over there were still talking, and while talking, they took out their cell phones. A smile was visibly raised on Manager Sia's face. Lin Fan was stunned. Soon, the two came back. Manager Sia's attitude changed. Mr. Lin, I just said this because of my job, so please forgive me. I'm too rigid. So, I'll take you to the monitoring room. But as promised, you can only view, not record or take pictures. Lin Fan naturally agreed. Manager Xia walked in front and led the way. Shen Wuxiao and Lin Fan followed behind. Lin Fan was also puzzled as to how Shen Wuxiao had managed to convince the other party just now. Brother Sikong, what did you say to that manager just now that made him suddenly change his mind? Shen Wuxiao laughed and rubbed his hands. Money, even if you have money, you are still worried that you can't get things done. Just watch the surveillance video and give him a few million. How can he refuse? Shen Wuxiao spoke very easily and naturally, with the demeanor of a rich young man. Lin Fan was stunned. He didn't expect Shen Wuxiao to help like this. Although he is very rich, I have only just met him and we don't know each other very well. I can actually help to this extent. Lin Fan has met many noble people, and many of them have helped him, but this kind of people are still relatively rare. If a young villain is tamed and turned into a younger brother, and the other party is afraid of him, it is understandable that he would do this. But that's not the case either. Thank you so much this time. I owe you a favor. Lin Fan said sincerely. Even though he wouldn't fully trust the rich second generation in front of him, he wasn't the ungrateful type. Shen Wuxiao looked at Lin Fan smiling at him and smiled as well. Brother Lin, you are so polite. This is all an investment. I believe in my vision. Brother Lin Fan is a man of great character and has a bright future. Helping you is also helping myself. No matter what, I, Lin Fan, will remember this favor. Lin Fan just smiled faintly and responded. Very discerning. When he arrived at the monitoring room, Shen Wuxiao found a place to sit down. Brother Lin, take a look for yourself. I don't understand those things either. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and started fiddling with it. He just wanted to see Lin Fan's reaction later. Lin Fan was secretly grateful. After all, his reason was to catch someone cheating, and the other party must have been trying to save his face, so he deliberately ignored it. In the eyes of outsiders, this is a matter of a man's dignity, but he still cares a lot about himself. But it's better this way, he can check it out for himself. Lin Fan is very good at checking surveillance. According to the time, just stare at the surveillance camera at the hotel entrance. Lin Fan was a little surprised, as he thought the surveillance footage would be erased. Now it seems normal. The playback speed has also increased several times. Lin Fan didn't dare to blink, for fear of missing out on important clues. As the progress continued, something seemed amiss with the monitoring. Many people cannot see faces clearly, but can only vaguely see body shapes. It looks like he's going to a banquet. As time went by, Lin Fan was shocked. He saw a man in simple clothes get out of the taxi and rush into the hotel. He would not mistake this figure even if he couldn't see the face clearly. It's his younger brother. Lin Fan hurriedly checked the different surveillance locations in order. Lin Chen entered the hotel, first grabbed a waiter as if to ask him questions, and then rushed to the right. After walking through several corridors, we arrived at the door of a huge banquet hall. Lin Chen did not go into the banquet hall immediately after entering, but instead straightened his clothes. Then waited for about 3 minutes. He didn't know why, and he didn't understand why his brother was so anxious at the beginning and why he waited outside for another 3 minutes. But it seemed like something happened inside, and then Lin Chen threw off his clothes and walked in with big strides. It's like the feeling of being stuck. Then there was no one to be seen. Shen Wuxiao would actually look over there occasionally. He almost laughed out loud. Damn, I thought Lin Chen arrived at the last moment. In fact, he waited outside for a while, and then came out after the crucial incident, which was so hilarious. Are you so fond of showing off? Lin Fan didn't have so many thoughts. He just stared and slowed down. Not long after, another figure rushed in at such a fast speed that it was difficult to see who it was. Then, another large group of people surrounded them. Something must have happened in there. After some time, the guests seemed to be running away, rushing out frantically, not even daring to look back. There's something strange going on here. According to Lin Fan's observation, if 200 people went in, at least half of them would stay inside. Only half of them ran away. The last scene made Lin Fan's eyes suddenly widen. A young man walked out slowly, and the door of the banquet hall slowly closed. Those who went in never came out again. Bang! Lin Fan decisively pressed the pause button. The picture stopped at a man in a suit and tie. The man just took off his corsage, threw it on the ground and stepped on it. If I'm not mistaken, this man is the culprit. But I couldn't see the other person's face clearly. The surveillance footage had been processed, and although it had not been deleted, everything was indistinguishable. Even Lin Fan himself could only recognize his younger brother. But why does this figure feel so familiar? Where have you seen this person? Lin Fan closed his eyes and began to think, why did it seem like he had seen it there before? But I can't remember. Lin Fan simply didn't think of Shen Wuxiu, who was not far away. After all, in his opinion, there is no connection at all, so he naturally wouldn't think about it that way. Brother Lin Fan, what's going on? Did you find it? At this time, Shen Wuxiu also came over. He pretended to check, looking at the frozen surveillance footage. Then he pointed at himself in the picture. Brother Lin Fan, is this handsome guy the man who cheated on you? Why can't I see his face clearly? But he has a nice figure and must be very handsome. No wonder he was able to seduce brother Lin Fan's wife. Chapter 11. Lu Ruyan also returned to China. Lin Fan is really a black chicken and Spanish mackerel. Why does this guy keep talking about being cuckolded? Even if this is a false statement, some things just can't help but be said. What if what you say becomes true? Although he doesn't have a woman, he has a beloved one. The relationship between the two is so good that they just need to express their feelings. So hearing words like green hat makes me feel uncomfortable. Brother Lin Fan, this person should still be staying at the hotel. How about I call someone for you and start arresting him now? Shen Wuxiu is very kind-hearted. Lin Fan shook his head. No need. I know what's going on. This is my personal matter after all, so I don't want to alert others. I, Lin Fan, will remember Brother Sikon's favor. Leave the rest to me. At this point, it is actually very easy to investigate. Just find out who the protagonist of that banquet is. After all the guests had run out, and even if you found any one of them, you would know what happened inside. Lin Fan's hands were very fast. Although they were not allowed to keep any evidence here, he still secretly took the photo. Shen Wuxiu didn't force it. There were some things that one shouldn't be too enthusiastic about. Okay then, if you need any help, be sure to contact me. Lin Fan smiled, raised his hand and patted Shen Wuxiu on the shoulder. Of course, you will be my friend from now on. After saying that, they exchanged contact information and Lin Fan walked out. Shen Wuxiu hadn't left yet. He glanced at himself in the surveillance video, lit a cigarette, and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. The face that had been smiling just now turned into a sneer. Brother Lin Fan, since you've accepted the cuckold excuse and called me brother, it's my responsibility to help you improve this excuse. You find someone well, and I'll take care of your sister-in-law. Lin Fan forcibly left the team and was expelled from the army. This matter has already begun and the heroine is about to appear. According to Lin Fan's plot, after he leaves the team, the heroine Jian Huayue will come looking for him. Even though Lin Fan was lured out by himself, the result was the same, he was expelled from the army. Sister-in-law, don't look back. I'm Lin Fan. Shen Wuxiu smiled evilly and walked outside. His goal has been achieved. I just used a pseudonym to get to know Lin Fan and help him. It makes sense to help Lin Fan catch the murderer who killed his brother. Shen Wuxiu didn't stay for long. But Lin Fan stayed in the hotel. He just couldn't believe that with so many people in the hotel, no one knew who was hosting the banquet that day. Everyone must know it, but they dare not speak out because of that person's power. It is easy to oppress someone, but it is impossible for the other party to oppress everyone. There will always be a few who are stupid enough to tell the truth. The whole hotel wants to act, it's impossible. If he hadn't been afraid of alerting the enemy, he would have caught one and interrogated him. Shen Wuxiu had just left the hotel when the phone rang. He picked up the phone and said calmly, "Speak." "Master, there's news from the airline. Ruyan Lu has returned." There are also people arranged by Shen Wuxiu at the airline. The original intention was to let them keep an eye on the people coming to Shanghai. Lu Ruyan came back as expected. Lu Ruyan. Shen Wuxiu blurted out, "That clever woman?" "Clever, then arrange for a knife man to chop her to death." "Yes, young master." The person on the other end of the phone responded decisively. Wait, I haven't paid much attention to Lu Ruyan before. Send her photo first and I'll take a look. Shin Wuxiu almost forgot his profession, a beauty connoisseur, an experiencer, and a doer. First look at the appearance, then see if it is clean. If you can, experience it before you kill it. Master, wait a moment. The person on the other end of the phone was also operating. After a while, Shin Wuxiaju received some photos. They are all recent photos, and it seems that they are attending some dinner parties. It's abroad. When he saw Lu Ruyan, Shin Wuxiao's eyes lit up. Good deal. She has a pretty face. She has an oval face, a high nose bridge, and rosy lips that look fragrant. She has a great figure and high peaks, with a protruding front and a curved back. It can be played with but not viewed from a distance. Don't kill her yet. Just pretend you don't know and keep an eye on her whereabouts. Shin Wuxiu still felt it necessary to experience it. Yes, master, according to the time, the plane will land in 15 minutes. Okay. Shin Wuxiu hung up the phone and got into the car. Lu Ruyan's sudden return must be related to the Lu family. And the first thing she would do when she came back was to go back to the Lu family. Shin Wuxiu is a considerate person, and Lu Ruyan is his sister-in-law after all. She is coming back, so I must treat her well. Thinking of this, Shin Wuxiu directly ordered a table of wine and food and sent it to the Lu family. He also asked people to buy more candles, paper money, gold ingots, and ghost money to send over. He wants to pay tribute to the Lu family with his sister-in-law. More than 10 minutes later, Zhenghai International Airport. A tall and pretty woman appeared. She didn't bring any luggage. As she walked out of the airport, she took off her sunglasses, revealing her pretty face. It is very exquisite and there are almost no flaws. But there was a coldness between his brows, like the frost in winter. Dad, Mom, Sister, I'm back. Don't worry, I will make sure Shin Wuxiu is killed without a burial place, and use his head to comfort your souls in heaven. Lu Ruyan muttered viciously and got into a taxi. Go to her home as soon as possible. According to the investigation, there is no one left in the Lu family. But no matter what the results of the investigation are, she must go home first when she comes back. I haven't seen my family for a long time. I never thought that this goodbye would be a farewell forever. When Lu Ruyan was in the car, her eyes were already filled with tears. After a long journey, Lu Ruyan arrived at the Lu family villa. This is where his parents and sister have always lived. After many years, when I returned home, everything had changed. Looking at the familiar environment, Lu Ruyan choked up a little. But he still raised his hand and placed it on the iron door of the villa. She pushed it gently and it opened. Lu Ruyan walked into the villa and went straight to the living room. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the sound of her high heels making the noise as she walked. Walking to the main door, she took out the key and opened it. When I pushed the door open, the aroma of food hit me. Lu Ruyan's delicate body trembled. I thought it was my own illusion. Why is there the smell of food here? When she looked inside, she actually saw a large table in the center of the living room. There are drinks and food on it. On the other side were a lot of funeral supplies like paper money and gold ingots. Lu Ruyan felt dizzy and walked quickly forward, staring intently at the food on the table. The food was very fresh and obviously had just been cooked. But how come he is here? Ruyan, are you satisfied with the welcoming banquet I held for you? Suddenly, a voice suddenly sounded from behind Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan broke out in a cold sweat. She turned around suddenly and saw a young and handsome man sitting on the sofa not far behind her, with his legs crossed and a smile on his face, leaning on the sofa and looking at him. You. Lu Ruyan got goosebumps. The person in front of her was actually Shin Wuxiu. Chapter 12 Lunch at the Lu family villa. When she came out of the airport, she still vowed to take revenge and kill Shin Wuxiu. Now that her enemy was right in front of her, she was so scared that she dared not move. Ruyan, I've been waiting for you for a long time. If you don't come back, the food will be cold. Shin Wuxiu stood up slowly with a smile on his face. Don't stand there, take a seat and eat. As Shin Wuxiu spoke, he walked to the table, picked up the red wine in the jug, and shook it. I don't know if you're used to drinking, but I don't like red wine, and there's beer. Snowflakes bravely venture into heaven, and it would be nice to have a roof over them. Lu Ruyan just stared blankly at Shin Wuxiu, who was speaking slowly. There was a storm in my heart. The deeper her hatred was at the beginning, the more afraid she is now. I thought I had seen all the ups and downs after working hard outside for so many years. Even if you come back for revenge, even if you are at a disadvantage, it should be a battle of wits and courage between you and me. She never expected that she would be defeated miserably as soon as they met. The fear in her heart said it all. How did Shen Wuxiao know that she was back? In other words, he knew at the moment he got off the plane. No, it should be the moment he got on the plane. Just set the time and wait for yourself here. If Shen Wuxiao wanted her to die, that meant she couldn't leave the airport. The fear grew stronger, and a layer of fine sweat covered Lu Ruyan's fair and smooth forehead. But thinking that her relatives had died at the hands of Shen Wuxiao, she suppressed her fear. She lifted her high heels slightly, took 2 steps, and sat on the chair. Shen Wuxiao looked like he didn't care at all. He glanced at Lu Ruyan's high heels and couldn't help smacking his lips as he praised, "What beautiful patent leather high heels. The jade feet are also very white, very tempting." When Lu Ruyan heard this, she subconsciously retracted her feet. He wouldn't be thinking of making himself the pride of the clan, would he? In Chicago, if anyone dared to talk to her like that, they would have been destroyed long ago. But the person opposite her happened to be Shen Wuxiao, so she had to be honest. Shen Wuxiao picked up the red wine glass and gestured, "Come, Ruyan, this glass is for you, welcome home." Lu Ruyan had no idea what the other person was thinking. Go home? What does it mean? Is it to tell her that she is going to die too? Or does it have other meanings? I felt complicated, but I had to agree on the surface. Her delicate hand grasped the red wine glass and she slowly lifted it up. The slender fingers look elegant no matter how you look at them. If you hold something different, it will definitely be charming. The two of them clinked their glasses lightly, and Lu Ruyan didn't dare to drink first. What if it was poisoned? Even if there is no poison, what if there is a despicable drug? She is still innocent. She had countless suitors, but no one caught her eye. She really has too high standards and looks down on those who are not as good as her. She didn't take a sip until Shen Wuxiao drank it. Come, Ruyan, eat more of our dragon country's food. In a place like that, the food is cold, the beef is bloody, and the bread is torn. You must be missing the delicious food from home. Shen Wuxiao smiled gently, took the serving chopsticks, picked up a piece of food and placed it on Lu Ruyan's plate. This kind of atmosphere in Shen Wuxiao's enthusiasm made her feel even colder on her back. After carefully eating a few bites, Shen Wuxiao opposite him finally put down his chopsticks. He just sighed and said, "Ruyan, I know why you came back. If I say that the death of the Lu family has nothing to do with me, would you believe it?" Shen Wuxiao looked at Lu Ruyan with burning eyes. Lu Ruyan really wanted to flip the table. But she didn't dare. "I could only ask, if it's not you, who else could it be?" Shen Wuxiao sighed again. "You should have heard that it was Qingqing and I's wedding that day. As Qingqing's sister, you should know how I feel about her. How could I possibly harm them so suddenly?" Shen Wuxiao explained. It seems to be an explanation, but it is actually nonsense. Shen Wuxiao didn't expect the other party to believe him, he just wanted to take the opportunity to let Lu Ruyan know that she still had someone to cooperate with. Sometimes, enemies can also become tools. "Then tell me, who is it?" Lu Ruyan asked. "His name is Lin Fan." Shen Wuxiao said decisively, "That day was Qingqing and I's wedding banquet, but a man named Lin Chen suddenly broke in and disrupted my wedding. I was so angry that I killed Lin Chen, but his brother came looking for me. His brother Lin Fan is a master and a member of a mysterious special forces unit. He felt that the Lu family was responsible for his brother's death, so he sought revenge on me and the Lu family separately." Shen Wuxiao said solemnly, "So, our common enemy should be Lin Fan." As he spoke, Shen Wuxiao looked at Lu Ruyan. If Lu Ruyan can believe such a poor excuse, then it is really worthless. But she can't pretend. What? Is it because of this? Lu Ruyan frowned. What about the others? Lu Ruyan certainly didn't believe it, but she really had to act it out. The dandy young man in front of her wanted to instigate a fight between her and the so-called Lin Fan. He really had chosen the wrong person. Not only did she not bite each other, but she also wanted to cooperate with Lin Fan. It can be seen that Shen Wuxiao is more or less afraid of Lin Fan. Otherwise, given his personality, he should have taken action long ago. How could he think of provoking me to fight with Lin Fan? Zhenghai is definitely not his home ground, and he can't deal with Lin Fan at the moment. Then just as he wished, he would pretend to fight with Lin Fan, but actually cooperate with him. Shen Wuxiao shook his head, he appears and disappears mysteriously. I don't know where he is for a while. But he will definitely show up. Then we can cooperate and kill him together. We are all common enemies and should fight together. Lu Ruyan is not stupid and will not agree directly. Let me investigate this matter. If it's as you said, we can work together and kill Lin Fan. It can be considered revenge. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth. She believed that once these words came out of her mouth, Shen Wuxiu would definitely forge evidence to prove that it was all Lin Fan's doing. In this way, she can also use Shen Wuxiao's hand to confirm whether Lin Fan is qualified to cooperate. Okay, I'll give you time to investigate. Otherwise, you won't cooperate wholeheartedly. Shen Wuxiu laughed and raised his glass again. Come on, I wish you all the best in our cooperation. Let's have another drink. Lu Ruyan touched him again. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. Shen Wuxiu had no interest in talking nonsense with her. He pretended to be a little drunk and sat down next to Lu Ruyan. Ruyan, please don't be sad. The dead cannot be brought back to life. Taking care of your health is the most important thing. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, placed it on Lu Ruyan's thigh, and gently stroked it up and down. Lu Ruyan was extremely disgusted, but she couldn't lose her temper. Looking at Shen Wuxiu, who was obsessed with her body, Lu Ruyan made a big decision in her heart. Approach Shen Wuxiu. She had to face reality. It would be impossible for her to shake Shen Wuxiu on her own. Revenge is a distant prospect. Now that he has the chance, Shen Wuxiu is obsessed with his body. She used her body to get close to Shen Wuxiu. Even if she lost everything in the end, she still had a trump card. That is when she was in love with Shen Wuxiu, she took advantage of his infatuation and stabbed him to death. Chapter 13, Face Changing. Lu Ruyan gently moved her legs apart, as if a little embarrassed. Mr. Shen, don't be like this. Lu Ruyan also fought hard for revenge. This state seems to be like wanting to refuse but also wanting to accept. She believed that a pervert like Shen Wuxiu would be excited and would then go even further. Just a man, easy to handle. She only needs to take one step at a time, keep Shen Wuxiu in suspense, and give him some sweet treats occasionally. According to the current situation, stabilizing Shen Wuxiu is the most important thing. Make Shen Wuxiu believe that he really believed his lies and cooperate with him to deal with Lin Fan. On the surface, she was cooperating with Shen Wuxiu to deal with Lin Fan, but in fact, she wanted to cooperate with Lin Fan to deal with Shen Wuxiu. After today is over, she will go look for Lin Fan. All we need to do is confirm that Shen Wuxiu is a common enemy. Since I am by Shen Wuxiu's side, if he has any plans, he will definitely discuss them with me. By then, let Lin Fan be prepared, and Shen Wuxiu will definitely suffer the consequences. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will win every battle. Lu Ruyan was quick-witted and immediately took the first step, fishing. She knew clearly that Shen Wuxiu was that kind of playboy and lecher. It's just that her status is too high and her power is too great. If both parties were on equal footing, Shen Wuxiu would definitely be killed by her. Shen Wuxiu was also smiling at this moment. Don't be like this? Then what do you want? Ruyan, you are much prettier than your sister. How about we deepen our cooperation? Lu Ruyan felt a chill, but she suppressed it. Mr. Shen, we can't do this. You are my brother-in-law. Even if my sister is gone, you are still. Lu Ruyan said this on purpose, so that the pervert Shen Wuxiu would definitely be even more excited. This way you have more capital to catch fish. You have to make him want it but unable to get it, and then give him some hope and a goal. In this way, he will allow himself to be manipulated for the sake of his goal. Shen Wuxiu continued to smile. Don't say that, we are partners now. Cooperation requires sincerity. You need to know my strengths and weaknesses, and I need to know yours. Shen Wuxiu behaved very lustfully. In fact, he was asking the system, is this woman clean? If not, I will kill her. Ding, Lu Ruyan is still intact. She's a master at fishing, but she never suffers a loss. Shen Wuxiu was happy. Is she good at fishing? Those people she hooked must be idiots. What can she do if she really wants to do something? Mr. Shen, this is not possible. This is really not possible. Don't do this. Lu Ruyan shook her head gently, her hair swaying and her fragrance filling the air. The delicate body dodged to the side. Shen Wuxiu withdrew his hand. It seems that you don't like this method. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief and also left a cryptic statement, feelings can't be forced. At least I don't have any feelings for you right now. A forced melon isn't sweet. Saying this obviously gave Shin Wuxiu hope, making him subconsciously think about cultivating feelings. That way, half of it is done. So what if he is a top young master? It's still easy to control him. As long as he has a goal and is eager to achieve it, he will not be afraid of not being able to catch the fish. Shin Wuxiu slowly stood up at this time, raised his hand to his waist behind him, and the next second, a black pistol was taken out by Shin Wuxiu. Swish! The bullet was loaded and the muzzle was pointed directly at Lu Ruyan's head. Shin Wuxiu spoke in a cold tone with a disdainful smile on his face. Who can say no to what this young master wants? A forced melon isn't sweet, but it can quench thirst. Do you really think I want to fall in love with you? Now tell me, young master, do you choose to have your brain blossom or to have both literary and artistic achievements? Lu Ruyan was instantly covered in cold sweat. With the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against her forehead, how could a woman like her not be afraid? And she couldn't have imagined that Shin Wuxiu's expression would change so quickly. He had a lustful look on his face just now, but suddenly he turned into a Shura. That handsome face turned cold, and even though he was still so handsome, it made people shudder. This was different from everyone he had met. In the past, those people wanted to get her, but they were all thinking about pleasing her. I thought about making her lie down willingly, but that was just a pie in the sky, it would never happen. But now, it's completely messed up. How could Shin Wuxiu, this madman, dare to slaughter her entire family so brazenly, and not dare to kill her? For the first time, she felt despair. Mr. Shin, don't do this, okay? Lu Ruyan's lips were trembling, she was very scared. That charming and pretty face also turned pale. Shin Wuxiu moved the gun away and pointed it at the plates on the dining table. Bang! A gunshot echoed in the villa. The plate on the table exploded instantly. Shin Wuxiu pointed the gun at Lu Ruyan's head again. That's not the right answer. That was just a warning. You still have one more chance. The next shot, do you think it will jam or blow your head off? Lu Ruyan no longer had any temper. Trembling violently all over. All her arrogance, pride and self-confidence were shattered by a gunshot. Lu Ruyan moved slowly and knelt on her knees. Mr. Shin, anything is fine as long as you want. Shin Wuxiu smiled, very good, this time you were showing your sincerity and cooperation, otherwise it would seem like I owe you something. You really make me mad. Shin Wuxiu pulled over a chair and sat in front of Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's mind went blank, but her instinct still drove her to do so. He knew clearly that Shin Wuxiu really dared to kill people. Rather than just intimidation or threats. It took a long time for Shin Wuxiu to calm down his anger. Looking at the dazed Lu Ruyan's miserable appearance, she no longer had the arrogance and coldness she had when she first arrived. Shin Wuxiu also knows how to be gentle and considerate to women. He reached out, grabbed Lu Ruyan's hair and helped her up. Lu Ruyan didn't dare to resist at all and could only obey. Even though he was furious, he hid it well. After she stood up, Shin Wuxiu considerately tidied her hair. Look at you, you're already a grown-up, you should also pay attention to your image. Also, you kneel to heaven, to the earth, to your parents. Why are you kneeling to me? Doesn't your knee hurt? At this moment, Shin Wuxiu's eyes were full of tenderness. It was even outrageous that he revealed a bit of heartache. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruyan was even more frightened. Shin Wuxiu raised his hand and wiped his mouth gently, his tone was also very gentle. You are like a little child, you don't even know to wipe your mouth after eating. Come on, let's go to the sofa and sit. This meal is definitely inedible, like Syrian style. After saying that, he took Lu Ruyan's slender hand and walked towards the sofa. Shin Wuxiu deliberately placed the gun on the coffee table, right under Lu Ruyan's nose. He started making tea himself. Lu Ruyan dared not move and was as silent as a cicada. She saw that the black pistol was less than a meter away from him. Countless thoughts surged in his mind, and he wanted to grab the gun and kill Shin Wuxiu directly. But after much hesitation, I still didn't touch it. She wasn't sure. If I can't kill him with one blow, then I can forget about revenge and I will definitely die today. She wasn't very familiar with guns and didn't know whether the safety was on or off. Don't dare to gamble. This tea is really good, it must be golden pumpkin tribute tea, it's so rare, even if you have money it's hard to buy. The Lu family has quite a bit of heritage. The tea they usually put out here to entertain guests is so good. Shin Wuxiu ignored her and just sniffed the teapot. Chapter 14 Out of Control. After a while, Shin Wuxiu made tea and poured a cup for Lu Ruyan. Come on, Ruyan, give it a try. Lu Ruyan's delicate body couldn't help but tremble again. Shin Wuxiao's repeated actions really tortured her. If it weren't for what happened just now, she would probably think that this was a playboy who was easy to control. Even if she were asked to do it now, she wouldn't have the courage to do so. If you fail to grasp the right measure, you will die. This is no longer called fishing, but sitting on the shore and fishing for crocodiles, where you may be dragged into the water and torn to pieces at any time. She took the teacup and took a sip. Shin Wuxiu still smiled. How is it? Good tea. Yeah, I think it's good tea too. Shin Wuxiu poured her another cup. Drink more. Lu Ruyan didn't dare to say no and just kept drinking one cup after another. After a while, she felt full and wanted to go to the bathroom. Shin Wuxiu stopped pouring money for her and pointed to a pile of paper money and gold ingots over there. You came back today, and you haven't paid your respects to your uncle, aunt, and Qingqing properly yet. I'll have to light some incense and burn some paper for them later. Lu Ruyan nodded. There was a pain in my heart. If I hadn't told her, she wouldn't have reacted. There are portraits and incense burners. Just now, in front of my parents and sister, I actually gave. But she really had no choice. It is important to be alive. Only by being alive can you take revenge. Ruyan, you must remember who killed your parents. We must avenge our uncle and aunt. Shin Wuxiu repeated it again. Even though Lu Ruyan was smart, she couldn't tell what Shin Wuxiu was trying to do. Is he really so simple-minded that he thinks he can't see through things? But this is unreasonable. What's the point of doing this? But before she had time to think, Lu Ruyan felt her legs suddenly sink. Looking down, Shin Wuxiu was already lying on her legs, looking up at her. Shin, Mr. Shin. Lu Ruyan's body stiffened. Shoo. Shin Wuxiu made a gesture to silence him. Let me lie down for a while, I'm a little sleepy. Lu Ruyan's legs are soft and fragrant. It's the best pillow. Especially when lying on such a pillow, looking up, you can't see Lu Ruyan's entire face. It's enough to prove how proud I am. Ruyan, I believe you have no other opinions on the cooperation. Now is the time to express my sincerity. After all, I am also working hard for your Lu family and helping you fight against the enemy, right? Lu Ruyan's heart sank. Shin, Mr. Shin, how do you want me to express it? Shin Wuxiu opened his mouth and said, I believe Ruyan is a person who knows how to repay kindness. I made you some tea, which was very hard work, and I also expressed my sincerity. But I can't drink tea often. Whatever I drink, you lower your head. So? Lu Ruyan was shocked. How could she not know all this? So what we just did was all set up for this. She was becoming increasingly confused about Shin Wuxiu's mind. But Lu Ruyan couldn't refuse. She was the fish on the sticky board, and Shin Wuxiu was the butcher. Only by surviving today will there be a chance for revenge. If I anger the other party now and get killed, everything will be gone. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan made up her mind and gritted her teeth. The button fell off. It was a long time again, and I thought I should be able to get through the day. But what Lu Ruyan didn't expect was that Shin Wuxiu didn't play by the rules again. Just be real with her. Shin Wuxiu's arms were very strong. He picked up Lu Ruyan and placed her on his lap. The movements are light and gentle. Lu Ruyan's breathing also became much heavier. Especially since Shin Wuxiu is like this now, she has to obey. So for a while, it was extremely hot. Lu Ruyan has always been a very strong-willed person. But tears kept falling. Over the years, she has faced countless dangers and been coveted by countless people, but she has always held on. He just thought that one day he would meet someone who made his heart beat faster, and then give himself to him completely. But now the things I was protecting are gone. She even wondered what was the point of coming back? Give it to yourself? Why don't you calm down and take revenge, but be so impatient? But the die is cast, and there is no way to reverse it. Shin Wuxiu has already packed up. Lu Ruyan just looked at him in despair. How could such a handsome man be so vicious inside? Like a devil. Shin Wuxiu disagreed. He lit a cigarette and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. This exhaled smoke is white, so I decided to name it Ruyan. Don't misunderstand, it's not lung mist. Shin Wuxiu blinked at Lu Ruyan and said with an extremely handsome smile, you should have a good rest. Don't forget to pay tribute to your uncle and aunt. I'll be leaving first. Remember, we have to cooperate. Shin Wuxiu pointed at the gun on the coffee table again. Leave it to you, for self-defense, or against yourself, bang. After saying that, Shin Wuxiu strode out of the villa. Only after Shin Wuxiu left did Lu Ruyan slowly sit up. Her eyes were empty, as if she felt nothing. My mind was in a mess, as if I had become unreal. Shin Wuxiu's face kept appearing in his mind, as well as his vicious look towards him. After a while, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but burst into tears. He hugged his knees tightly and his whole body was twitching. Shan Wuxiu, Shan Wuxiu. Lu Ruyan pounded the sofa with an extremely strong hatred. She looked up again, her eyes falling on the black pistol. She was a little overwhelmed and grabbed the gun and put it directly to her chin. Finger on the trigger. But looking at the portrait over there, Lu Ruyan moved the gun away again and fired several bullets at the wall of the villa. After venting her anger, the gun fell to the ground and Lu Ruyan dragged her tired body into the bathroom. After a long time, she came out again. Looking at the huge and empty villa, tears filled my eyes again. After taking a shower, Lu Ruyan had completely calmed down. Wasn't his goal to get closer to Shen Wuxiu? Why did he lose control? Now that we have this beginning, why not perform the show well? She wiped away her tears and walked straight to the portrait over there. She knelt on the ground and burned paper in the villa. Even though there was smoke, it didn't affect her at all. She has made up her mind to live a good life. To take severe revenge. And I also want to make that scumbag Shen Wuxiu fall in love with me. Only then can it be called true revenge. Chapter 15, Bluff. After Shen Wuxiu left the Lu family villa, he went straight back to his own Bay villa. He was not in a hurry to have any conflict with Lin Fan. Based on Lin Fan's intelligence, it won't take long for him to find out that the person who killed his brother was called Shen Wuxiu. He still believed that Lin Fan would contact him on his own initiative. For Lin Fan, being in Shanghai was a strange place. And Shen Wuxiu was sure that no one would tell him anything if he wanted to find out about him. So, after going around in circles, he would still contact his brother Sikong in his eyes. And everything was almost the same as Shen Wuxiu had guessed. Lin Fan has been investigating. He is worthy of being the border wolf king. His dog nose is very sensitive. He lived in the hotel and first confirmed the banquet hall, and then deliberately asked some questions from the waiters. There are always slips of the tongue. As for what happens later, it will be easier to know. There's a wedding banquet over there, just find the protagonist. All the people on the female side died, the guests ran away, and only the male side was left, and the leader of the male side was called Shen Wuxiu. This is easy to determine. However, what made Lin Fan speechless was that he knew Shen Wuxiu's name, but could not find any information about him. Not even a single photo could be found. Even when asking, the other party became very impatient when they heard the three words Shen Wuxiu. Either he told Lin Fan to get lost, or he ran away out of fear. From this, Lin Fan also completely confirmed that Shen Wuxiu was indeed not an ordinary person. Otherwise, why would those people be so afraid of him? Although he couldn't find out anything openly, Lin Fan didn't lose heart and went directly to the territory of Shanghai's underground world. Those people in the underworld have their own information network. As long as you pay, you can buy any information you want. Investigating a person is really easy. But Lin Fan was speechless again. The people in the underworld had no choice but to take his money and drive him away, adhering to their professional ethics. It almost caused Lin Fan to fight. But in order to prevent others from knowing his purpose, he chose to endure it. He just didn't believe it. Could it be that Shen Wuxiu was really omnipotent in Shanghai? After thinking for a while, a person suddenly popped up in Lin Fan's mind. Brother Sikong. He is a big playboy in Shanghai, very rich and well connected, he definitely knows it. Thinking of this, Lin Fan had to trouble the Sikong brother he thought of. When the call was made, the other end was connected quickly. Shen Wuxiu's voice rang out, Brother Lin Fan, why did you call me? Is there something wrong? Lin Fan was also a little embarrassed. I've only just met the other person, but I'm already causing trouble for him or one after another. But on second thought, as the other party said, this is an investment. Lin Fan firmly believed that his future was definitely limitless. Then I can repay the other party well and let the other party's family benefit from it as well. After sorting things out, Lin Fan spoke directly, Brother Sikong, you have a wide network of contacts. I have something I want to ask you. Shen Wuxiu laughed heartily, what am I talking about? Brother Lin Fan, there is nothing in Zhenghai that I don't know. As soon as Lin Fan heard the other party say this, he had an idea in his mind. I want to ask, do you know Xin Wuxiao? Xin Wuxiao on the other end smiled faintly, but pretended to be stunned for 5 or 6 seconds before speaking. Brother Lin Fan, why are you asking about him? Hearing the response, Lin Fan was shocked. Sure enough, he knew it and asked the right person. I'm not in a position to discuss this matter right now. I just want to know the other party's specific information. Xin Wuxiao pretended to hesitate again, and finally lowered his voice. How about this, I'll give you an address, and you come find me. Let's talk when we meet. When Lin Fan heard the other party say this, he knew that the matter was not simple. Otherwise, why would I think of discussing it in private? This time I owe the other person a favor again. Okay, send me your address and I'll come right over. Soon, Lin Fan received Xin Wuxiao's address. It is the Bay Villa. Lin Fan hailed a taxi and rushed over there without stopping. In the villa, Xin Wuxiao casually threw his phone on the coffee table, stretched out his arms, and leaned back. Ding, cheating the lucky protagonist, temporarily changing the plot, points plus 5,000. Additional reward, title, level 1 personality charm, upgradable, capped at level 10. Wearing this title and activating its attributes will increase your credibility by 10%, increasing with your level. When you reach the maximum level, even if the host says that the defense is a delicacy, there will still be people who will try it. Question mark. Shen Wuxiao was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect that even cheating could increase my points. But think about it, the system said that as long as it is detrimental to the protagonist of Destiny, it will be effective. But plundering is still more comfortable. Take away his luck, take away his harem, take away his opportunities, and pluck his kidneys. But this title is a bit against the will of heaven. The most difficult thing about being a villain is that no one believes what he says, especially when he is trying to fool the protagonist or the protagonist group. With this title, anything like sowing discord and talking nonsense is no longer casual. It's just that the level is not high enough, so it's not very useful now. Xin Wuxiao was waiting for Lin Fan to come in the villa. The residence here is not a proper residence. One of the reasons why Lin Fan was asked to come here is to let him come here often. After all, the heroine is going to appear. Regardless of her personality or the plot, she will first investigate where Lin Fan went. When I know that he comes to this villa from time to time, I will definitely come over. Once he comes, Xin Wuxiao can do whatever he wants. As for other ideas, it was to create an illusion for Lin Fan that the matter he was investigating was very big. Xin Wuxiao immediately made tea and waited for Lin Fan's arrival. Soon, a taxi stopped not far from the Bay Villa. Lin Fan looked left and right, identified the address given by Xin Wuxiao, and headed straight for the villa. The front of the villa is equipped with large floor-to-ceiling windows with single-sided glass. The outside cannot see the inside, but the inside can see the outside. When Lin Fan rang the doorbell, Xin Wuxiao didn't even go to open the door. Instead, after Lin Fan waited for a long time, Xin Wuxiao stood up with a sneer, and then pretended to be cautious and opened the door. I thought you weren't in there. Lin Fan said. Xin Wuxiao did not respond, but pretended to be alert and looked outside several times before opening the door and letting Lin Fan in. Lin Fan is a person who pays great attention to details. He felt a little touched. The person who killed his own brother must be a very powerful guy. But Brother Sikong risked his life to let him come. If he was discovered, he would be in danger. Thinking of this, Lin Fan felt that he must repay Brother Sikong well in the future. Brother Lin Fan, when you came here, you didn't have a tail, right? Xin Wuxiao's acting skills are still okay. He looks so nervous, as if he has really encountered something big. Lin Fan shook his head confidently. No, don't worry. I'm very alert and would have noticed if someone was following me. Xin Wuxiao then patted his chest and said, That's fine, that's fine. Chapter 16, Diverting the Trouble. Xin Wuxiao called out and brought Lin Fan to the sofa. Lin Fan was sitting opposite Xin Wuxiao. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly touched something beside him. He subconsciously took a look and saw that it was women's underwear. Lin Fan was speechless. It seems that this brother also plays very extravagantly. Shen Wuxiao naturally saw it. He doesn't care. Those were just dropped by the toys before. Shen Wuxiao also deliberately did not clean it up. Perhaps Lin Fan also gave him that kind of label. Brother Lin Fan, when you said on the phone just now that you wanted to find Shen Wuxiao, were you serious? Shen Wuxiao returned to his nervous look. Lin Fan, however, was extremely serious and nodded. Well, you know him, right? Can you tell me about him? I owe you a favor. Shen Wuxiao sighed. Brother, let me ask you, are you looking for him because we know each other, or for other reasons, such as revenge? Lin Fan had never told anyone about his hatred for Shen Wuxiao, but now that he heard it spoken out, he became a little wary. Why do you think I have a grudge against him? Shen Wuxiao slammed the table and said, Shen Wuxiao has a lot of enemies. Because he acts ruthlessly, naturally many people hate him. Also, his personality is very unpredictable. As for friends, he has almost none. Most of them are people who fear him and hate him. So I judge that you are looking for revenge. When Shen Wuxiao said this, he was stunned and looked at Lin Fan suddenly. Brother, Shen Wuxiao is not the one who slept with your wife, right? If that's the case, I advise you to just let it go. It's not worth risking your life for a woman. Lin Fan was speechless. Why did he bring up the issue of cuckolding again? After hearing it so many times, I feel like I will really be cuckolded in the future. Brother Seacombe, don't think too much. I have my own plan. I just want to get to know more about Shen Wuxiao with you. Lin Fan is determined to take revenge. He also wanted to ask if there were any photos of Shen Wuxiao. If he could get Shen Wuxiao's photo, it would be useless for him to run to the ends of the earth. Shen Wuxiao started to be cautious again. Brother, this matter is really serious. I tell you this, you must keep it secret. Otherwise, my family will definitely be implicated. Lin Fan nodded heavily. Don't worry, brother, I'm not the kind of ungrateful person. What I said here today will rot here, and no one else will know. Only then did Shen Wuxiao seem to breathe a sigh of relief. In that case, I'll risk it all today. Brother Lin Fan, Shen Wuxiao is no ordinary person. He holds a very high position. How high? Lin Fan's eyes were filled with solemnity. 3rd or 4th floor. No, it should be several hundred stories high. You may not know that if he wants, he can even call the shots in Dragon Country. Lin Fan was also shocked this time. He has been in the army for many years and knows a lot about military affairs, but he knows very little about things in the city. But this is too exaggerated. Shen Wuxiao continued. Shen Wuxiao has a changeable and brutal personality, and he's incredibly handsome, even more handsome than Panin. He's the dream of millions of girls. Women who want to pursue him can circle Zhanghai many times. Rumor has it, he also likes married women, preferably those with children who are already 4 or 5 years old. They're the most attractive. Lin Fan really wanted to interrupt him. Is it so detailed? And it seems a little insignificant. He said this about Shen Wuxiao in front of his enemies, and was this definitely not a compliment? Is he really that handsome? Also, is it necessary to tell Shen Wuxiao what he likes? Who doesn't tea like a wife? But Lin Fan didn't want to interrupt, so he just listened. Shen Wuxiao introduced himself to Lin Fan, but most of his words were spoken in a complimenting manner. What's wrong with praising yourself? Lin Fan also listened carefully. I wrote down every little detail. Brother Seacombe, do you have a photo of Shen Wuxiao? I can't find any information about him, and I certainly don't have any photos. Even if I search, all that pops up are pictures of him as the head doctor at a circumcision hospital. Shen Wuxiao shook his head. Although many people know him, he has not released any photos in public. Those who have seen him, and those who haven't seen him just haven't seen him. So, if you want me to describe my appearance, I'll just use one word, handsome. Shen Wuxiao poured a cup of tea for Lin Fan and pretended to speak casually. I was also going to the Jininwan Villa area to look for a friend, and I happened to meet him coming out of a villa. I only saw his appearance and asked my friends, and then I found out that he was Shen Wuxiao. It's a pity that my friend went abroad, otherwise he might know. But seriously, Shen Wuxiao's scene was really big. The entire villa was surrounded by bodyguards in black suits. It was packed. Hearing this, Lin Fan was shocked. He immediately remembered Jininwan Villa. Lin Fan also asked obliquely, the villa area over there is where the rich live, right? Does every household have a bunch of bodyguards? Shen Wuxiao shook his head directly. Brother Lin Fan, do you think Dragon Country is so unsafe? Do you need so many bodyguards? That is, someone like Shen Wuxiao who has offended many people needs a large number of bodyguards. At that time, all the other villas were empty, except for that one villa where many people lived. Lin Fan also took note of it. Although I can't be sure whether Shen Wuxia only lives in that place, I must go there today. If you come across a villa that is protected by many people, there is basically nothing wrong with it. If he hadn't met him, it meant that Shen Wuxia was at another residence. Then he can also go and screen. He sneaked into those uninhabited places, and there must be something related to Shen Wuxia in the house. Shen Wuxia revealed everything he needed to reveal and began to advise, Brother Lin Fan, Shen Wuxia is really not someone we can mess with. My family may be rich, but compared to power, it's nothing. If he fucked your woman, you'd better fix your hat or just find another woman. Lin Fan was speechless again. Couldn't he just not mention the hat? But he also has a goal now. Okay, thank you, Brother Sikong. I, Lin Fan, will remember this favor. No third person will know about today's conversation. After sitting for a symbolic moment and drinking some tea, Lin Fan said goodbye. I have to go to Jinnan Bay to check it out at night. After Lin Fan left, Shen Wuxia looked at Lin Fan's back through the glass and couldn't help but sneer. He took out his cell phone and called Uncle Wu directly. The phone was connected, and Uncle Wu's voice rang out, Master. Uncle Wu, go inform the Haisha Society that someone might attack their young master tonight. Tell them to send more people, preferably armed with guns. Yes, young master. Uncle Wu never asked the reason, he just knew to execute. Shen Wuxia hung up the phone and sat back on the sofa. The so-called Jininwan villa that he deliberately revealed just now was actually where the young master of Haisha Society lived. The young master of Haisha Society is also a domineering one. He settled in Jinnan Bay. Due to the nature of his job, he was naturally followed by a lot of bodyguards who were mixed up in the underworld. They were all there to protect the young master of Haisha Society. After hearing what he said, Lin Fan would definitely remember those details. I'll go there tonight no matter what. When he went there and saw the villa protected by many bodyguards, he naturally thought of what he had said. So as to blend in. If Lin Fan were to sneak in, he might not be discovered. After all, Lin Fan had something. But now I asked Uncle Wu to remind him, so he must be fully focused. How could one more person sneak in without being discovered? Shen Wuxia sat on the sofa with a scornful smile on his face. Brother Lin Fan, please don't get shot to death. I'm looking forward to beating you to death with my own hands. Chapter 17 Invasion. Lin Fan trusts Shen Wuxia. No, it should be said that he trusts Brother Sikong. At least for now, I trust it. After he left Shen Wuxia, he returned to the hotel immediately. Lin Fan is on the border all year round. Every time he fights a battle or hunts high-level exotic beasts, he will make pre-war deployments. This is a habit, and it is also a way to ensure victory in battle and the safety of teammates. Despite his young age, he is already a 5th grade, 8th order master. That definitely didn't come out of thin air. Every stage and every level is fought for with blood and life. It is inseparable from his caution and carefulness. He first checked the topographic map of the Jininwan Villa area on his computer. Today's maps are very complete, and you can see the overall picture of the entire area and zoom in and out. Moreover, the map is refreshed every once in a while, just like some unethical map. When Lin Fan was looking at the map, he was also looking at the imports and exports, as well as the layout. But as he watched, he couldn't help but be surprised. Because when he looked at the map, he really saw a villa with a lot of people. The way to record the map is from top to bottom, recording the people and things of that time period. It was this kind of recording method that once recorded many people pooping on the side of the road, and it was dug up by netizens. There happened to be a villa with many men in black suits standing there. It's really a piece of cake to find something after searching for a long time. I didn't expect that this scene would be recorded on the map. Lin Fan accurately located villa number 19 based on the arrangement numbers of the villas. He pumped his fist vigorously, his face showing excitement. This time it's all thanks to Brother Sikong. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be able to find it. If Lin Fan hadn't heard Brother Sikong mention Jininwan, he really wouldn't have thought about it in this direction. Maybe a lot of time will be wasted. Shen Wuxiao, right? Get ready for your nightmare. After Lin Fan confirmed it, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Those who killed his brother will eventually pay the price. Let us sneak in tonight. He just didn't believe that with his skills, the bodyguards could stop him. Time flies, and it's already 11:30 in the evening. Lin Fan deliberately chose this time period to go there. In this way, the people in other villas basically rested. But the bodyguards and the like will definitely not rest, so this allows for another confirmation. Lin Fan is the border wolf king, waiting in a small forest in the villa area. With a cigarette between his lips, he stood still. He couldn't afford to miss. Even if he failed, he could still run away. But it would just alert the enemy. If the other party was frightened and ran away, his time to avenge his brother would be delayed again. After a while, Lin Fan took action. He was extremely fast, his feet were like the wind, his true energy was released, and his footwork was strange. Only afterimages were left at the scene. In the darkness of night, he was like a hunting wolf king, swift and ferocious. Lin Fan's skills were beyond reproach, and he reached the rooftop of a nearby villa in no time. Looking at villa number 19. Everything is just as Brother Seekong said, there are many people guarding it. There were 4 bodyguards patrolling the door, hanging around the main entrance. There are 5 or 6 more inside, arranged in 2 rows in the inner courtyard. There were some in the flower garden, and a few people were chatting and smoking by the swimming pool. As for what's inside the villa, he has no way of knowing now. But there definitely are. How many bad things must he have done to be so afraid that he has so many people guarding him? Today I will chop off your head as a sacrifice to my brother's spirit in heaven. Lin Fan finished speaking and jumped down. After landing and rolling once, the wind came from under his feet again, and his speed was extremely exaggerated. The target is villa number 19. Lin Fan's actions were being watched from afar. In the distance, Shin Wuxiu was also sitting on a rooftop, holding a telescope in his hand. He didn't get very close. Lin Fan's perception is quite good. If he finds that someone is watching him, he may give up the action. Uncle Wu was right next to Shin Wuxiu. Master, just kill such a small person. Uncle Wu spoke in a calm tone, with no expression on his face, as if he was born with that coffin-like face. Shin Wuxiu shook his head, not really, and Uncle Wu, he's not that easy to kill. The gap between me and him isn't that big right now. He even has the ability to fight against opponents of higher levels. He is more valuable alive than dead. The protagonist of Destiny is different from ordinary people. For those who are blessed with great luck, it is normal to survive in desperate situations and unleash their potential. Besides, Shin Wuxiu didn't want Lin Fan to run away. If he runs away, who can I turn to and how can I earn points? If he wants to hide, it's really impossible for ordinary people to find him. Just watch the show. Anyway, the people from Haisha Society have been notified. They have made their own preparations. We don't need to worry about them. Uncle Wu didn't say much. The young master had his own plans, and he just had to obey. By the way, are the other things ready? Shin Wuxiu asked again. Uncle Wu nodded quickly, ready. Okay, that's enough. Shin Wuxiu picked up the telescope and continued watching the show. He didn't say he wouldn't shoot backhandedly. After firing the cold shot, drive to rescue him to deepen his trust. Lin Fan, on the other hand, has already taken action. He has an advantage in realm and skills, and his target is Shin Wuxiu alone. Just target one person. Lin Fan climbed in from the side. Everything went very smoothly. After entering the villa casually, he bent down and immediately stuck to the wall of the villa. The bodyguards here were just as he had guessed, all useless. He wouldn't be discovered at all. While waiting for the patrol to go around outside, Lin Fan gently opened the window of a bathroom in the villa. Quickly turn over and enter. Then he quietly opened the bathroom door and entered a guest bedroom inside. There was no one inside, so he immediately went to the door and opened it a crack. There were only 4 people sitting sparsely on the sofa outside playing cards. Lin Fan thought to himself with disdain, what a bunch of good-for-nothings. He was also very decisive this time. In an instant, he rushed out like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. In just one breath, 4 people were knocked out. The action was quick and decisive, without any delay. Lin Fan is not a bad person, he only targets Shin Wuxiu. So there will be no indiscriminate killing of innocent people. Just knock them out. After knocking out 4 people, Lin Fan went up the stairs. But after rushing to the stairs, Lin Fan knew something was wrong. Suddenly, a large group of people in black suits rushed in from outside. It was as if an ambush had been set up long ago. Those people were all holding axes and looked very aggressive. The noise was also very loud. Lin Fan took a quick look and realized that he had been careless. It's obviously watertight, so why would it cause a stir? Now it seems that these people had been lying in ambush for a long time and were really vigilant. At this point, Lin Fan didn't care. What if they all went in? He simply ignored the knife-wielding men behind him and walked slowly upwards. When he saw the commotion upstairs, he looked indifferent. There were also a lot of people upstairs, and the aisles seemed to be crowded. What a big scene, but so what? Lin Fan snorted coldly, took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Then he slowly took out his weapon, a crescent-shaped scimitar. In his eyes, those men were like weeds that could be cut off with one chopped. The Border Wolf King, a 5th grade, 8th level master, what is there to be afraid of? Chapter 18 Hunting. Lin Fan had a sneer on his face, ready to kill everyone. He had no intention of using his true strength at all. Just write it like this, it can be easily handled with your own fighting skills. But the next second, he was dumbfounded. The men who were originally confronting him suddenly took out their firearms. We have rifles and pistols. Lin Fan's eyes widened and he swallowed. Shouldn't he rush up and fight me hand to hand? How come they're all equipped with firearms? How did they get so many firearms? This is completely different from what I expected. As powerful as he is, he can only withstand attacks from 4 or 5 pistols at best. But in this situation, with the water everywhere and bullets raining down, he hadn't yet cultivated to the point where bullets couldn't penetrate. Kill him, an order was given. Swish. Day. Bullets poured out. No nonsense at all. Lin Fan's eyes flashed and all his true strength was suddenly released, powerful and terrifying. Like a mad lion. He rolled over and suddenly jumped downstairs. The crescent-shaped scimitar in his hand swept across. An extremely terrifying blade light slashed out, instantly crippling more than a dozen people. Due to the coverage of bullets, Lin Fan jumped behind the sofa. With a sudden kick of his foot, the sofa rolled out and hit the crowd. Lin Fan seized the opportunity, condensed a stream of true energy in his hand, and blasted out. Those are the Hay Society, how can they fight against Lin Fan? None of them came close, but just took advantage of their hot weapons and kept firing wildly. Lin Fan could only use his powerful jumping ability, jumping here and there. The bullet did not penetrate his body due to the protection of his true energy, but he was still injured. It's endless, we must retreat first. Lin Fan knew very well that he couldn't take a hard approach in this situation. The other party was obviously prepared. Otherwise, why would there be so many hot weapons? Lin Fan roared, turned around and punched the window, smashed it open, and jumped out. The gunmen inside were determined to kill Lin Fan. They all rushed out. Especially in a room on the 2nd floor, a young man stuck his head out and started cursing. Kill him for me. He dared to attack me, young master. Let him die. The person who shouted was naturally the young master of Haisha Society, Luo Han. Someone sent him a message saying that there would be an attack tonight. He believed it because of the other party's unusual identity, but he didn't expect that someone would really come. Lin Fan originally planned to retreat. But suddenly I saw a dog barking from the 2nd floor. They immediately mistook him for Shin Wuxiao. Otherwise, why would he call me young master all the time? Anger burst out in Lin Fan's eyes, new grudges and old accounts. He picked up a piece of broken glass, gathered his true energy in his hand, took aim, and swept it upwards fiercely. Swish! With Lin Fan's blessing, the piece of broken glass became as sharp as an extremely sharp blade. In an instant he was in front of Luo Han. Shoo! A sound of skin being cut was heard, and Luo Han, who had been screaming just now, suddenly stopped making sounds. At this moment, a piece of glass was stabbed into his neck. Luo Han's eyes widened and he covered his neck. Blood gushed out. Hurry up and save the young master. Everyone else, chase him and kill him. Someone in the crowd shouted, and several people turned around, while those with guns began to chase Lin Fan relentlessly. Lin Fan felt extremely happy. That blow just now definitely cut the opponent's trachea, and he will definitely die. Xiaochen, brother has avenged you. Lin Fan felt a heavy sense of relief. It feels so relaxing. He wanted to run now, without any hesitation. He jumped out of the villa and tried to escape quickly. But when I came out, I suddenly felt a chill on my back. He instinctively turned to the side. The next second, a sniper bullet hit the place where it had just stopped. Lin Fan swallowed. Why is there a sniper outside? He didn't know that the person who fired the shot was Shin Wuxiao. At this moment, Shin Wuxiao's handsome face was wearing a cunning smile. Holding a heavy sniper rifle, he was shooting at Lin Fan. Lin Fan had already hidden behind a car. He must have known that the sniper was an expert, so he did not act rashly. But Shin Wuxiao didn't hesitate at all and shot at the car's fuel tank. Bang! Swish! Remove the bullet casing and shoot again. Bang! Another shot hit Lin Fan just as he was about to step forward, forcing him back. Master, I'm going. Uncle Wu also said. Shin Wuxiao just held the sniper rifle, his eyes fixed on the scope, and said lightly, "Go." Uncle Wu nodded, then picked up a Gatling gun and rushed forward at a high speed. With Shin Wuxiao's status, it would be easy for him to get this kind of thing. The Gatling machine gun is not light, but Uncle Wu is also a master, so it doesn't affect him. Uncle Wu opened fire at full power, the muzzle of the Gatling gun was spinning, and tongues of fire were spitting out wildly. Bullet shells were thrown around like they were free, suppressing Lin Fan's side. Lin Fan just felt devastated. This place seems like a fucking city. Why are there both sniper rifles and Gatling guns? If you don't know, you might think it's the border. The other party is an arms dealer. Lin Fan's advantage was gone in an instant. If he shows his head, the bullets from 3 sides will make him into a sieve. But Lin Fan knew that the car was going to explode. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, gathered his true energy under his feet, and his body shot out instantly. Shin Wuxiao, who had been waiting, seized the opportunity and pulled the trigger. Bang! Lin Fan suddenly fell heavily to the ground while jumping out. Hit it! Inner thigh. Ding! Hit the lucky protagonist's thigh, points plus 10,000. Shin Wuxiao was very happy. This feeling of hunting was comfortable. But Lin Fan is not an ordinary person. He reacted even faster, rolling over and finding cover. I was sweating profusely from the pain. He punched the ground, he had never felt so aggrieved. Shin Wuxiao knew it was almost time. How could Lin Fan not escape? Before he can get away, the favor must be kept. He dropped his sniper rifle, jumped directly from the roof of the villa, and ran to a commercial vehicle with a fake license plate. Then, drive and wander around inside. He would not go out of his way to save her. After all, in Lin Fan's eyes, his image was that of a well-fed young master with nothing to do. Any normal person would be scared of this kind of scene. It would be unreasonable to rush over to rescue him. But if you act like you want to go but don't dare to, it is reasonable and can create a false impression for the other party. Shin Wuxiao also got a bottle of mineral water, poured some on his hands, and smeared it on his forehead, appearing to be sweating profusely. Just as Shin Wuxiao had guessed, Lin Fan exploded. He kicked a car, and the car slid sideways and rushed towards the crowd. Interrupted the attack. He seized the opportunity and rushed out quickly. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, sweat oozing from his forehead. But still running. Suddenly, he saw a car in front of him. He didn't hesitate at all and prepared to rob the car and leave first. Lin Fan exerted his strength again and rushed out quickly. In a blink of an eye, he was at the side of the car and pulling at the door. As the car door was locked while driving, he was anxious and simply pulled the door off. "Get out of here, I won't hurt you, quick." Lin Fan said something. The situation was too urgent, so Lin Fan didn't even look at the person in the driver's seat. Shin Wuxiao laughed in his heart, but still stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Chapter 19 The Best Actor. Shin Wuxiao drove very fast. It's like being overly panicked. When we were heading out of the villa area, the car was drifting and losing balance. Lin Fan hadn't been paying much attention to begin with, and this time he hit his head hard again. Fortunately, he was strong and resistant to beatings, so nothing happened, just a little embarrassing. Finally, after a quick drive, the car stopped in front of a park. Lin Fan also breathed a sigh of relief. He now looked at the driver. "Brother, thank you very much for this time." Just as I finished speaking, I saw a familiar face. He was originally sitting in the back seat, and the light was poor at night. He was in a hurry and drifted all the way. There is no time to see the face of the person in front of me clearly. I am still shocked now. "Brother Sikong, why is it you?" Lin Fan was extremely surprised. Shin Wuxi was still pretending, breathing heavily and looking straight ahead as if he was extremely frightened. "Brother Sikong." Lin Fan recovered and patted Shin Wuxiao on the shoulder. Shin Wuxiao shuddered as if he was suddenly startled. "No. Are you okay?" Lin Fan has been through many battles, and when he encounters that kind of situation, he is sometimes nervous, but not afraid. But in his understanding, Brother Sikong was just a rich second generation. How could he have seen those things? It's normal to be scared. It's okay, why are you there? Lin Fan was very confused about this and couldn't figure it out at all. Shen Wuxiao's acting skills burst out again, trembling. I. Lin Fan felt somewhat helpless inside. Don't be nervous, just speak slowly. As he spoke, Lin Fan took the tissue and handed it to Shen Wuxiao. Seeing that he was sweating, you could tell that he was really scared. It's understandable, with all that gunfire and explosions. It would be a terrible misfortune for him, a rich second generation who has lived a life of luxury, to experience this once. Shen Wuxiao took the tissue, his hands still shaking. He pulled out the tissues nervously and unknowingly pulled out more than a dozen. Then he seemed to react, folded 2 sheets, and wiped the mineral water on his forehead and neck. The paper was soaked. Brother Sikong, why are you over there? Shen Wuxiao looked at Lin Fan and then spoke. I just want to confirm. Confirm what? Lin Fan asked. Yes, it's like this. I originally wanted to call the hotel manager and talk to him about it. I want him to make it easier for you. After all, you have no relatives or friends, and women are also cheating on you. They are afraid that you will go to extremes. Later he said he thought he saw you leave. After I asked him about it, he said you left the hotel late at night with a serious and murderous look on your face. Having said that, Shen Wuxiao swallowed his saliva, as if trying to calm down. I was shocked at the time, and then I remembered the questions you asked me this morning. So I wonder if you'll really get carried away and do something to seek revenge. The more I thought about it, the more possible it seemed. I dressed up and wanted to come over to see what was going on. Of course, I was mainly afraid of being implicated. After all, it was me who said I had seen Shen Wuxiao in Jinan Bay. I didn't expect. Having said that, Shen Wuxiao stopped talking. Lin Fan was still very touched. Although this rich second generation is the type who only knows how to eat, drink, have fun, gamble and whore, it has to be said that he is also righteous. It is true that he was afraid of being implicated. If he was arrested, he would definitely be interrogated. He was worried that if he confessed, his family would be finished. But more importantly, Brother Sikong was worried that he would do something wrong. In the eyes of many people, Shen Wuxiao is powerful and influential, and going there would be tantamount to committing suicide. It is normal for him to think so. Alas! I owe you another favor. Lin Fan sighed. Shen Wuxiao shook his head, a little excited. No. You don't owe me. I didn't help you at all. I didn't dare to go over. I have never seen that kind of scene. I am a coward. Seeing that the other party was a little excited, Lin Fan patted him on the shoulder. How can you be considered a coward if you didn't leave? An ordinary person would have been scared out of their wits after seeing that scene. After hearing Lin Fan say this, Shen Wuxiao looked over. Yeah? Lin Fan nodded, yes. Shen Wuxiao is clear about the personality he has established, and he should be proud when he should be. He also laughed awkwardly, although I haven't achieved much, but I'm not a disloyal person. So I didn't dare get close, but I didn't run either. Luckily you ran out and got in the car just in time. Lin Fan nodded again. He expressed his understanding. This is a tangled mentality. He was scared and wanted to run, but his heart told him that he couldn't do that. So I felt a little guilty and thought that if I just ran away, I would be a sinner. This caused him to keep going around in circles, wanting to move but then feeling like he couldn't move. This is a typical example of a conflicted mentality. It is also the kindness deep in a person's heart. Lin Fan is the Wolf King, and he has a relatively thorough understanding of human nature. After this incident, Lin Fan was certain of one thing: this brother Sikong could get along. At least he's not a backstabber. His mentor told Lin Fan that he would have many ups and downs in his life, but he would also meet many noble people who would help him. I have just entered the city and there are already a lot of things happening. I also met a noble person during the period of helplessness, which can be said to have come true. Lin Fan has been fighting for many years and has seen many storms and waves. He himself could not have imagined that there would be a day when he would go blind. He praised his biggest enemy to the skies. After a while, Shen Wuxiao finally asked, "Brother Lin Fan, are you injured? I saw from a distance that there was a hail of bullets and cars exploding. Were you hurt?" Lin Fan didn't hide it. "I was shot in the leg." It was a sniper rifle. What? Shin Wuxiu pretended to be surprised. Which handsome guy did this? Question mark. Lin Fan was stunned, but he also understood that this was a sarcastic statement. If it was used as an insult, it would seem vulgar. There are not many swear words nowadays, and they are replaced by other words. For example, when calling someone an idiot, people call them little cutie. Lin Fan shook his head. I don't know either. It was someone who fired a smuggled shot. I was not paying attention. Shin Wuxiu nodded. Never mind, I'll take you to the hospital first, just hold on. No need, I can do it myself. Lin Fan didn't want to cause any more trouble. What do you mean by no need? I was shot. This is no joke. And don't worry, my family owns shares in that hospital. They're keeping their mouths shut. After Shin Wuxiu finished speaking, he started the car and drove quickly towards the hospital. Lin Fan was slightly touched. If it weren't for Brother Sikong, he would have encountered some troubles. We drove all the way and finally arrived at the hospital. Lin Fan wasn't that pretentious. He was just hit by a bullet. But the bullet must be taken out and then bandaged. If he wasn't a warrior, and a master at that, he would have had true energy to protect his body. Otherwise, that sniper bullet, which was only 1 kilometer away, would be enough to make a bloody hole in his leg. Warriors like them are practicing martial arts, but they are not immortals. They usually fight by relying on their true strength, martial arts, or supernatural powers and special abilities. But those whose rank is not high enough can still be hurt by thermal weapons. It's like the difference between a martial arts master and the army. No matter how strong you are in a single fight, you will still be strangled when facing an army composed of ordinary people. Otherwise, the invincible Guojing in Xiangyang City would not have defended Xiangyang to the death. He knew very well that a person would eventually run out of energy and exhaust his strength, but the army's cavalry would always be endless. Only when one reaches the 7th level of mastery can one have external chi, making one invulnerable to swords and spears, and immune to water and fire. Only when combined with great supernatural powers, martial arts, or special abilities can it be considered a slight achievement. Even so, it is only the beginning of the martial arts path. Lin Fan knew that he still had a long way to go. Chapter 20: A Sudden Medical Dispute. When they arrived at the hospital, Shin Wuxiu had already made all the arrangements. Lin Fan was sent in to remove the bullet and then get stitches. Due to Lin Fan's special situation, for the sake of confidentiality, no major operation was performed on him and he was simply sent to an independent medical room. Let one doctor do it alone. Shin Wuxiu can easily control the hospital here. Just call the dean and he will come over to polish Shin Wuxiu's shoes. Just arranging some things and sprinkling some water. Therefore, the person who treated Lin Fan was also informed to take it slow. As for Shin Wuxiu, he was currently sitting on a chair in the aisle outside the medical room. 2 men with sharp eyes came towards him and stopped beside Shin Wuxiu. Go find someone, get a bucket of aolige, and then find 2 reliable people to come here and start a medical disturbance. Just go to this medical room and pretend to throw aolige at the doctor, but actually aim at the one being treated. The 2 men nodded and left quickly. Shin Wuxiu smiled mischievously, took out a cigarette and lit one. Thinking about Lin Fan being splashed with water, I want to laugh. While he was waiting, a nurse who looked like an ant came first. You can't smoke here. Go to the stairs. The auntie had a frown on her face, and you could tell from the looks of her that she was a tough type. Shin Wuxiu glanced at her fiercely and said, I don't smoke, but I can smoke, right? As he spoke, Shin Wuxiu waved his hands, looking like he was about to take action. The nurse was startled and immediately admitted her mistake. I didn't say you can't smoke here. She ran away quickly. I was just looking for an excuse to vent my emotions about being scolded by a patient, but I didn't expect to meet an unlucky star. Shin Wuxiu was too lazy to bother with such a character. He never followed the rules, so it was not his turn to be criticized by others. In short, it means, I have no quality, and you can't say it. After waiting for about 10 minutes, I received a message from my own people saying that everything was ready. Shin Wuxiu also stood up and walked to the medical room. Lin Fan was lying there, with anesthetic injected below his stomach, so he couldn't move. Originally, Lin Fan wanted to say that there was no need for anesthesia. After all, he was very cautious, and anesthetics were fatal to him. But think about it, it's just in the city, not on the border. There's no need to be so careless and nervous. So I agreed to take anesthesia and remove the bullet. If something is bitter, Don't force yourself to eat it if there is no need to. However, he didn't expect that he seemed to have used too much anesthetic, and his lower body seemed to be paralyzed. But it's harmless. Shin Wushu walked in and came to Lin Fan's side. He looked at the doctor who was performing the operation carefully and spoke in a low voice. Brother Lin Fan, you should get your treatment first. I'll go get some midnight snacks. After the operation is over, you can eat something and rest. Everything in the ward has been arranged. Lin Fan nodded. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Sikong. Lin Fan also felt that since they were making friends, there was no need to be so polite in many aspects. That would seem too distant, so just remember this feeling. In fact, it is quite heartwarming to have someone care about me and help me make arrangements in this unfamiliar place. In fact, Shin Wushu was just looking for an excuse to run away. Otherwise, when the people he arranged to come and throw the Ali Gay Aoli Gay at him later, will he stop them or not? If I try to stop it and it splashes on me, I'll be in trouble. If I don't stop him, my good friend S image will be ruined. So, there are some things that you can just avoid without forcing yourself. Just like that, Shin Wuxiao pretended to go out under the pretext of buying some midnight snacks. In fact, he was hiding and watching the show. About 5 minutes passed. Suddenly 2 people came to the elevator. A woman who dressed rather rustically, but one could tell from her expression that she was a mean-spirited type. There was another one wearing a white short-sleeved shirt with large tattoos on his arms, and he also looked unreasonable. Mother and son cast, perfect makeup. A classic candidate for medical trouble. The most noteworthy thing is the bucket covered with the cardboard in the hand of the shrew. Needless to say, it contains Lao Bai's favorite delicacies and secret sauces. They had a clear goal and rushed directly towards the medical room. It was still that kind of violent door opening. Bang! The door opened, and the fierce woman was the first to speak. Dr. Zhang, you must give me an explanation today. That's right, otherwise we'll see you in court. The tattooed man was also fierce. Dr. Zhang had stopped what he was doing and was very angry about the intrusion. But seeing the other party's anger, he was obviously stunned. What's going on? Dr. Zhang asked blankly. The commotion here also attracted a lot of people to watch. Even though it is very late now, there are still many people accompanying the patients. There are also doctors and nurses on duty. What's going on? What's going on? Everyone, come and see, this is an unscrupulous quack. The fierce woman started to throw a tantrum and wail. My good grandson just came here to cut a bag, but ended up getting his whole bag cut off. This damn quack doctor even said it was all because he was too small. Geneva, give me your money back. The people outside were also very surprised and talked about it. Lin Fan was also speechless. What is going on? I'm having surgery. I'm so unlucky that I encountered a medical dispute. Dr. Zhang had just removed the bullet from himself and was applying medicine and stitching it up. He had only stitched halfway. What was he doing? Dr. Zhang was also confused and puzzled. He is not responsible for cutting the purses. I warned you not to speak nonsense about the Dharma. Am I going to sue you for slandering your own teachings? I'm going to sue you for slander. Dr. Zhang was also very emotional. He looked at the people outside and pointed at the 2 people. He is slandering me, he is slandering me. The facts are out there. What are you trying to say? You must give us an explanation today. Otherwise, I'll see you in court. The tattooed man also started to act unreasonable. The fierce woman went straight to the point and pulled Dr. Zhang. When the needle was pushed away, Dr. Zhang's hand, which was stitching, did not have time to loosen. Just by being pushed like this, the string broke. Lin Fan also watched his wounds open again and bleed profusely. Graze it. Although he was under anesthesia, he was a skilled martial artist after all, so he could still move, though not very agile. But just as he was about to stand up, the doctor and the fierce woman were already fighting and both of them pressed down on Lin Fan. They even attacked Lin Fan, pinching and pulling each other's hair. Blaze! Lin Fan cursed again. But the doctor was really angry after all, and the shrew was just acting. So he was pushed to the ground. The fierce woman also took the opportunity to throw a tantrum and rolled over, struggling with her hands and feet. Sarlang, Dr. Sarlang. Old man, please come back soon and see how these heartless people are bullying us orphans and widows. Seeing this, the tattooed man rushed forward with a fierce look on his face. Geneva, you dare to hit my mother. The tattooed man immediately rushed forward and started wrestling with the doctor. The shrew took the opportunity to stand up, picked up the bucket, and lifted the cardboard on top. The people outside could see it clearly and their faces turned green. Magic attack. Those who were watching the show all stepped back. I will make my family extinct and I will splash you to death, you quack doctor. The fierce woman held the bucket in one hand and grabbed the bottom of it with the other, then threw it out. Wow! What a big bucket! But it seemed that the bucket was too heavy and the woman didn't have enough strength. The water didn't even reach the doctor, but instead splashed all over Lin Fan. Lin Fan shuddered. I just felt cold from head to toe. As soon as this bucket was poured out, the scene suddenly fell into silence. And all movement stopped. Even the fight between the doctor and the tattooed man came to a halt. Only one person was moving at the scene. That is the clay figure Lin Fan lying on the small operating table. His appearance could no longer be seen clearly, and his whole body seemed to be covered in mud. Sniff. Lin Fan's eyes were bloodshot and he felt dizzy. Ah! He also shouted out this time. But after shouting, he suddenly stopped. Ugh, you. Chapter 21 Stitches. Lin Fan has a strong ability to withstand stress. But that doesn't mean that magical attacks can be withstood. If this happened during a mission, it would be fine. But this is not the case. Lin Fan wanted to cry but had no tears. He opened his mouth and something poured into it. The taste is so intoxicating that it makes you suffocate. The situation at the scene also changed instantly because of Lin Fan. Dr. Zhang and the tattooed man did not continue to attack, and the fierce woman also dodged backwards. As for those who were watching the fun, they covered themselves tightly and stepped back. I'm just a bit of a lunatic. No matter what happens, the first thing I do is record it and post it on some social media platforms. A woman was recording with her cell phone. Family, who understands? My best friend is pregnant, and my husband brought me to visit her. This happened to me, and I was really disgusted. Lin Fan is in such a state now, he is also very devastated. He couldn't stand it either. He roared directly at the people watching the show, "Get out! Get out! You!" Lin Fan roared, and his tongue touched something again. It's so disgusting that my scalp tingles. My friend, don't be so angry. Let's see what happened. It's not us who caused it. Yeah, you shouldn't be yelling at us, but at that old billion with the bucket. Lin Fan was so angry that he decided to throw in the towel. These people are laughing at him, so he can't expect to have an easy life. Lin Fan grabbed a handful and threw it directly over. At this moment, the onlookers were devastated. Ah, holy shit, holy shit. On your face, you. You have some in your hair too. The scene was really chaotic. Those people scattered and no one dared to stay. The two medical troublemakers took advantage of the chaos and ran away quickly. No more buckets. Lin Fan's anger also subsided. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? The border wolf king will be laughed to death if someone throws Ali Gay at him, okay? Dr. Zhang also wanted to run away. It's already like this, what's the point of treatment? Doctor, the stitches haven't been sewed yet. Lin Fan reminded. Looking at Lin Fan, whose face was no longer clear, the doctor shuddered. But it's really not a good idea to just run away. You go take a shower first. There's a bathroom in the inner room. The wound site must be rinsed clean, otherwise it will become seriously infected. Lin Fan had no choice but to go. The other party is a doctor, not a nurse, and has no obligation to help. Fortunately, the anesthetic did not completely paralyze him given his physical condition. Lin Fan pulled over a chair and leaned on it as he moved towards the inner room. The method of flushing is also simple, just pour bucket after bucket of water on your head. Although the external filth is washed away, the smell remains. After changing into a hospital gown, he thought he could only endure it for the moment, sew up the wound first, and then take care of himself. Lin Fan also changed his location. There was no room for anyone over there just now. Fortunately, Dr. Zhang still had medical ethics. He disinfected his wound and started stitching again. Shin Wuxiu also came back at the right time. He was holding a bowl of multi-grain porridge in his hand, piping hot. When I asked someone to buy it, I specifically asked them to cook it until it was very soft. Plus some added ingredients, so the whole bowl looks like history. Brother Lin Fan, why did you come here? Shin Wuxiu pretended to be surprised. Lin Fan was too embarrassed to say anything, so he could only perfunctorily say, "Something happened over there just now, so I changed it first." Shen Wuxiao smiled secretly in his heart and deliberately did not ask any further questions. Instead, he walked closer, opened the porridge, and asked the doctor, "Doctor, my brother should be able to eat this porridge after he is bandaged." As he spoke, Shen Wuxiao glanced at the doctor. The doctor stopped stitching. "Just one look at it makes me feel sick. I had been holding it in just now, but now it seems like it's collapsing, especially when combined with Lin Fan's own flavor." I subconsciously raised my hand, trying to push the porridge to the side. But Shen Wuxiao seized the opportunity and suddenly let go. It looked like it had been knocked over when the doctor pushed it open. A whole bowl of boiling hot porridge was directly placed on Lin Fan's wound that was about to be stitched. "Ah!" Lin Fan roared for a moment. "This time it really hurts." The whole person jumped. "I just had stitches done and the anesthetic has worn off." Just because he was worried about another emergency, Lin Fan didn't plan to say anything. He was fine with this little pain. But who could have thought that a bowl of porridge would cover his wound again? Incredibly hot. Ding, artificially plundering the protagonist's luck, 3 consecutive attacks, points plus 30,000. Hearing the reminder, Shen Wuxiao was ecstatic, but he still pretended to be nervous on the surface. "Oh my god, doctor, hurry up, what should I do?" Dr. Zhang was also very scared. He just wanted the other party to move some things away, and he really didn't expect that it would be knocked over. He is responsible for this matter. So the doctor quickly pulled a piece of cloth and skimmed off the porridge. In the medical room, 3 people stared at each other, looking at the red, burned wound. "Doctor, what do you say?" Shen Wuxiao spoke first. Lin Fan also looked helpless and seemed to be about to cry. Dr. Zhang was extremely embarrassed. He looked at Lin Fan and said, "Mr. Lin, this needs to be cleaned and disinfected again. All the stitches must be removed, disinfected, and then restitched." Lin Fan was in tears. It collapsed, it really collapsed. Why are there so many things to do? It's just a simple matter of removing the bullet and stitching the wound, why is it so complicated? But now that things have come to this, what can we do? Tear it down. Lin Fan pointed and turned his head away. He has a really good temper. If an ordinary person were treated like this, they would have cursed to the sky. Shen Wuxiao also said, "This matter is my responsibility. I shouldn't ask about irrelevant things when the doctor is busy. Otherwise there would be no accidents." "Don't say that. An accident is just an accident. I'm very open-minded about it." Lin Fan also responded with a smile. "In fact, I feel very sad. But I really feel embarrassed to blame Shen Wuxiao." Shen Wuxiao also sat far away this time. "Just let the doctor do it." The scene became quiet. Shen Wuxiao was playing with his phone as if nothing had happened. But he was asking the system, "Tonzi, didn't I awaken my superpowers? The ones that control fire, control lightning, and freeze time in the field?" "Yes, host." "Then if I could stop time, I could go up and stab Lin Fan twice. Theoretically, it's fine, but the opponent will be released from the static state after being attacked. Unless you don't want to act anymore and want to break up. Forget it, I didn't figure it out before. I thought it was unconscious. But it's still useful. At least when you want to severely injure or kill someone, it's like a bug." "Yes, host. However, if you want to harm the lucky protagonist, you can choose the lightning control ability. The core of lightning control is the manipulation of lightning, and naturally, the electricity in the wires is included in that. You can increase the load, causing electrical appliances to overload and malfunction. Look, there's a shadowless light hanging above Lin Fan's head, and there's also a heart rate monitor next to him. They're both powered." Shen Wuxiao almost laughed out loud. "Oh, you bad guy. Same here, do we need to come up with a mission? Okay, then give me a task to have Lin Fan sew up his stitches again. Ding, we're planning. Quest, have Lin Fan sew one more stitch. Mission completed, plus 8,000 points. Mission failed, no penalty. Chapter 22 Good Weapons. After Shen Wuxiao accepted the task, he waited for the progress of the stitches. Wait until it's almost over before doing it. Maximize damage. Seeing that the stitches were almost done but there was still a gap, Shen Wuxiao immediately activated his special abilities. He stared at the shadowless lamp above, and an extremely secret power was also spreading. Shin Wuxiao could even feel that the filament inside the shadowless lamp began to melt. Sizzle. Some subtle sounds were heard. Lin Fan had amazing hearing, so naturally he heard it. He finally looked up based on the source of the faint sound. The next second, the shadowless light suddenly flashed. Puff. Just at this moment, it exploded instantly. Ah, shit. Lin Fan shouted subconsciously and immediately protected his face. He was fast enough and was not hurt. But the countless tiny fragments that exploded in an instant almost all fell down and shattered into pieces. Like gravel. Dr. Zhang also screamed and jumped away. He has a shadow. What's going on? Shen Wuxiao pretended to be shocked. However, the explosion only lasted for a moment. After the explosion, you could see the flaming arc, but nothing else happened. Dr. Zhang also called the staff immediately. After some inspection, the final conclusion was that the current limiting resistor burned out and the filament melted and exploded due to overload. But the probability of this happening is 1 in 10 million. I don't know whether to say it's lucky or unlucky. Fortunately, there were no casualties. In the end, the hospital had no choice but to replace it with a new one. But the moment the lights came on, Lin Fan, Dr. Zhang, and Shin Wuxiao were all confused again. I saw that there were many small pieces of debris on Lin Fan's wound that was about to be sutured. Some are even smaller than gravel. Dr. Zhang, what did you say? Shin Wuxiao repeated the sentence again. Lin Fan didn't want to talk, not at all. Dr. Zhang was also devastated. Is his career coming to an end? What happened tonight is something some people would never be able to experience in their entire lifetimes. Mr. Lin. Dr. Zhang was too embarrassed to speak. But there is no way, what needs to be said must be said. Mr. Lin, this needs to be dismantled, cleaned, and disinfected again. A lot of tiny bits of debris have fallen into the wound. If they're not cleaned up, it will definitely cause inflammation and cell death. Lin Fan cracked. It would have been fine to wait until the seams were completed before exploding, but he had to wait until it was almost finished, leaving a gap. Now it's okay, we need to clean and disinfect it thoroughly before we can sew stitches. Lin Fan felt a little hopeless. Pointing to his own leg, he said, Dr. Zhang, look at the shape it has been pierced through. Is it sewn up properly? Yes. Lin Fan was completely defeated and just lay down. Take out the stitches, it's up to you, I don't care. What the hell, has someone cursed me? Why are there so many bad lucks? He was shot in the back and came to the hospital for treatment, but was accidentally injured and splashed with feces. The wound was also contaminated with filth and needed to have the stitches removed, cleaned and disinfected. Then a bowl of boiling porridge was placed on the wound, which was prone to infection and required the stitches to be removed, cleaned, disinfected, and restitched. Not only that, but the operating light exploded, leaving the wound covered in broken glass, and the stitches had to be removed and restitched. What do you want to do? I'm almost going crazy. Shin Wuxiao didn't say much and just sat far away. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission, points plus 8,000, completely collapsed Lin Fan, extra plus 8,000. The current accumulated points are 870,000. You can spend more and exchange them for realms, martial arts, magical powers, special abilities, etc. Shin Wuxiao thought for a moment and said, Realm, if I exchange all my points, where can I advance to? The host is currently a 6th grade, 1st level master. With 800,000 points, he can jump directly to the 7th grade, 1st level. Only a major realm increase? Then half of it, to the 6th level and 5th rank. I'll look at the other martial arts or weapons. Okay, host. I have redeemed your realm and promoted you to level 6, rank 5 master. This costs 400,000 points. 470,000 remaining. Shin Wuxiao looked at the things in the mall. He had wanted to change his weapon. Although the Deathly Judge's pen is powerful and can catch the target by surprise, it is a bit short. An inch longer is an inch stronger. If it is a hot weapon, just shoot it and it's done. It is best if the bullet contains true power and can kill a warrior of the same level with one shot. Tonzi, why is this pink artifact so expensive? It's this revolver called the Duke of Nukem. 600,000 points, cheaper? I'll change it. Host, it's like this. You are now a 6th grade, 5th order master. According to the numerical conversion, you are a 65th level warrior. So the weapons you equip naturally need to suit you. You can't handle higher ones at the moment, and lower ones are unnecessary. Shin Wuxiu was also somewhat helpless. It was really an impulse purchase just now. He is a master of the 6th grade and 5th level, which is equivalent to the 65th level. As for the protagonist Lin Fan, he is at the 5th grade and 8th level, which is equivalent to level 58. There is still a little gap. The difference of 1 grade in the middle is a chasm. Even though I was only at the 1st level of the 6th rank at the beginning, I didn't fear him. With a good weapon, I could beat him to death. He can't even fight against opponents of higher levels. I should have checked it earlier. The weapon is the soul. It doesn't matter if the realm is a little behind. How about we negotiate and give it to me at a lower price? I think that revolver's additional effect, headshot, is pretty cool. Host, you can earn more points to exchange for opportunities to become the protagonist. In this way, your realm advancement might change because you've taken away the protagonist's opportunity. When you reach a higher realm, you might even look down on these weapons. Shin Wuxiu didn't force it, as what the system said made sense. If you want good equipment, you need a set of graduation equipment. The current ones are overused. Otherwise, if you keep upgrading, do you have to keep changing your equipment to a new level? What a waste. What he really wanted was the Purgatory Gatling gun that could only be exchanged for 10 million points, or the infinite true power bullets. A true sweep of the enemy. What foreign races, what exotic beasts, what fucking protagonists, they're all garbage. Let me ask you, can the martial arts geniuses of various countries withstand the Gatling gun with infinite bullets containing true power? Shin Wuxiu simply decided not to exchange his martial arts skills. It's better to wait and accumulate some points. There are so many things in the system mall, just like cells, it's impossible to see them all. Shin Wuxiu also interrupted communication with the system. Although I didn't get the exchange, it's still better than nothing. Lin Fan, that idiot, the protagonist of Luck, the crescent moon scimitar he used was just a rare purple weapon of about level 45. That's it. While Shin Wuxiu was choosing his equipment, Lin Fan finally finished sewing it successfully. Dr. Zhang and Old Deng both breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Fan was also thinking secretly, it was finally over, it was time to clean up the smell on his body. Lin Fan is also very strong. After a night of tossing and turning, he acted as if nothing had happened. After sewing, I walked directly on the ground. Going back to the hotel. Shin Wuxiu naturally accompanied him, but the two of them kept their distance. Lin Fan stinks. The two left the hospital, and Lin Fan looked up at the sky and breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. What he said was, of course, not that the stitches were the end of it, but that his brother's revenge had finally been achieved. Lin Fan used all his strength in that attack before leaving at night. Even though they were just ordinary pieces of glass, Lin Fan had injected his true strength into that attack. So he was sure that the other party would die. Chapter 23 reported news. Seeing Lin Fan like this, looking so relaxed, Shin Wuxiu knew that he was thinking about the things at the villa. Lin Fan thought he had successfully killed himself and avenged himself. Little did he know that the person he killed was the young master of Haisha society. The heir of Haisha society was killed. One can imagine how fierce the revenge of Haisha society will be. That is absolutely unprecedented. Lin Fan is relaxed now, but troubles will continue to arise in the future. Shin Wuxiu thought that the Haisha society might explode for a while, but in the end they would not be able to defeat Lin Fan. But it can instigate the Haisha society to issue a bounty for a kill. Let the top bounty hunters at home and abroad take action. Most protagonists receive this kind of treatment, so Lin Fan must have it too. It's very reasonable. As for arranging bounty hunters, it was none of his business. Now all we need to do is guide the people from Haisha society to target Lin Fan. Brother Lin Fan, shall we go directly to the hotel? Shin Wuxiu asked. Lin Fan was also brought back to his senses, and he looked at Shin Wuxiu. Brother Seacombe, thank you so much for what happened today. You should go back and rest as well. I can take a taxi to the hotel by myself. Lin Fan felt a little embarrassed to trouble the other party, so he just said something polite. Shin Wuxiu was too lazy to bother. Anyway, as long as Haisha society goes to find Lin Fan, if they can make Lin Fan suffer a loss, the points will still be counted as his. The rules are there. If you do something with your own hands and it is disadvantageous to the protagonist, you will be rewarded with points. He just needs to continue to maintain his role as Brother Seacombe. Shin Wuxiu was waiting for the so-called Zhang Huayue to appear. It has always been said that Lin Fan is cuckolded, this achievement must be achieved. Although Lin Fan and Zhang Huayue are not in a relationship, but they are set up to be in love with each other, so they are more or less Green Forest fans. As for Lu Ruyan, she will definitely not seek cooperation with Lin Fan for the time being. After all, she herself is aware of the environment she is in now. Even if you want to discuss cooperation with Lin Fan, you need to investigate thoroughly first. When Lu Ruyan and Lin Fan meet to discuss cooperation, the day when their identities are exposed will not be far away. I hope Lin Fan won't be too excited at that time. Therefore, while your character is still established, trick Lin Fan more and earn more points. Shin Wuxiao didn't say much, he got into the car directly, waved to Lin Fan, and the car sped away. He just wanted to get close to Lin Fan, but he didn't want to be Lin Fan's assistant. Looking at Shin Wuxiao walking away, Lin Fan opened his mouth and then closed it again. It was just a courtesy, and then I really left. Maybe the other person is more straightforward. Lin Fan took a taxi and headed straight to the Longting Hotel. I experienced a lot of things today. It went smoothly, but not so smoothly. I always feel something is weird. It feels like being manipulated. But Lin Fan didn't think too deeply about it. He was in a good mood, having avenged his brother. I hummed a little tune while in the car. The driver also looked disgusted. He really wanted to ask Lin Fan if he had ripped his trouser pockets, as this was why it smelled so bad. And used singing to cover it up. But that seems a bit presumptuous. So the driver came up with a good idea and took a detour to earn some money for the car wash. Lin Fan was in a very good mood indeed. He arrived at the hotel, paid his bill, and went in. Even though he knew that the illegal taxi driver took a detour and charged him 50 yuan more, Lin Fan did not get angry. If it were any other time, would he have suffered this loss? If you don't pick up anything when you go out, it will be considered lost. Arriving at the hotel, Lin Fan immediately washed himself to get rid of the bad smell. Then he ordered some food and drinks to be delivered to the room. Getting injured is a common occurrence for him and it's no big deal. Let us celebrate now. Lin Fan poured 2 glasses of wine, but no one drank that one. But he still held it up symbolically, as if his younger brother Lin Chen was sitting opposite him. Xiaochen, I have avenged you. Your soul in heaven can rest in peace. Lin Fan poured his first glass of wine onto the floor. Use this method to pay tribute. Forgive me for commemorating you in this way. Now that you have your revenge, I will find your body as soon as possible. Old people often say that fallen leaves return to their roots and rest in peace in the earth. You will soon rest in peace. Lin Fan said a lot, full of guilt and sadness, and he also drank a lot. Later on, they started chatting about family matters. Xiaochen, you always say that men should be braver and speak out boldly when they meet someone they like. Brother thinks you are right. I have always been unstable before, and I have never expressed my feelings to your sister Huayue. I know she has me in her heart too. Next time we meet, I will express my feelings and she will become your sister-in-law. Your spirit in heaven, please bless us. Lin Fan also thought of Zhang Huayue's exquisite and beautiful face, and ripples appeared in his heart. Zhang Huayue is the military advisor of the Sirius Squad, and is also one of the few people in the team who has awakened special abilities. She is gifted, beautiful, cool, and charming. The relationship between them is not only one of comradeship, but also a special feeling. There is only a thin layer of window paper between the two of them. It's also Lin Fan's fault. He always felt that he should confess his feelings after things were stable, and it would be bad to wait for the girl to speak first. Now that he had experienced Lin Chen's rapid death, he suddenly realized. There are some things that you cannot hesitate about. After all, some people will be gone once you miss them. Therefore, Lin Chen's death was still valuable. After all, he made his brother understand that Rujiamo should be eaten while it is hot. No words all night. Lin Fan put aside the things in his mind and drank a lot, so he slept very comfortably. When I woke up, I did a set of military boxing in the living room. After washing up, Lin Fan sat on the sofa, turned on the TV, and planned to relax. Being abroad, I was under long-term high pressure and had to sleep with one eye open. It's rare to relax now. He was flipping through the TV channels, bored to death. Finally, the news switched to a report on the Shanghai area. Looking at the screen, Lin Fan couldn't help but sneer. The report was about the gunfight in the Jinnanwan Villa area last night. In the picture, a host in formal attire is holding a microphone and chattering. At 12 o'clock this morning, a large-scale armed fight broke out in Jinnanwan, a high-end villa area of Shanghai. The young master of Haisha Group, Luo Han, was tragically assassinated. A mysterious master stabbed him to death with a piece of glass. The scene is in shambles. It's suspected that a fifth-rank martial arts master was involved. The Shanghai Martial Arts Association has intervened in the investigation. Lin Fan, who was sneering, suddenly jumped up when he heard the news. What the hell? Who is the dead person? Haisha Group? Luo Han? Isn't that Shen Wuxiao? How did he become Luo Han from Haisha Group? Lin Fan was really confused. Could it be that the person who reported it made a mistake? But according to the picture, it is indeed Villa number 19 in Jinan Bay. Lin Fan just felt his mind was in a mess. He celebrated yesterday, don't tell him he killed the wrong person. But on second thought, the other party didn't say that he was Shen Wuxiao. But when Lin Fan was escaping, he heard the guy shouting, "Dare to attack this young master, kill him." He instinctively thought the other person was Shen Wuxiao. The person living over there is Shen Wuxiao. The one who can call himself young master should be him. There is no mistake. But what about the news? Just when I was puzzled, the phone rang. He picked it up and saw that the person on the screen was Brother Sikong. Chapter 24 Killed the Wrong Person? Lin Fan hurriedly answered the call. Hello, Brother Sikong, is that you? It's me. Shen Wuxiao also pretended to be nervous. Do you have a TV over there? Turn it on and watch the Shanghai news. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. The other party asked him to watch the news, which meant that he had also seen the report over there. Could it be that I really killed the wrong person? I'm watching. I saw in the report that the person who died was the son of the Haisha Group. Shen Wuxiao hurriedly said, I don't know about this either. Brother Lin Fan, do you have time? How about a face-to-face meeting? Shen Wuxiao put forward his own opinion. Lin Fan thought about it and felt that a face-to-face interview was appropriate. Okay, I'll go to your place now. Lin Fan stood up, hung up the phone, and left the room. Damn it, I must not kill the wrong person after wasting so much energy and getting shot. Lin Fan's hands have never been stained with the blood of innocent people. Regardless of what kind of person the so-called young master of Haisha Group is, he has no grudges against me. If you kill the wrong person, you'll be in trouble. But thinking about the young master who was shouting for killing last night, he should not be a good person. If he really killed the wrong person, it can be regarded as getting rid of a harm to the people. Lin Fan left the hotel, took a taxi, and went to Shen Wuxiao's Bay Villa with ease. As soon as I arrived, I could see Shen Wuxiao waiting at the door from afar. The two met and went into the villa immediately without any greeting. Shen Wuxiao was still the same stubborn guy, sticking his head out to see if there was any tail, acting like a secret agent. After entering the villa and going to the sofa, Shen Wuxiao started acting again. Brother Lin Fan, you really killed the young master of Haisha Society yesterday. Haisha Society, isn't it Haisha Group? Shen Wuxiao sighed, the Haisha Group is just an external name. Those who take the black path must have a clean identity. The Haisha Society is the original body. The Haisha Society is one of the three major underground forces in Shanghai. It is extremely powerful. In Shanghai, the underground world is divided into three parts, and the Haisha Society is one of them. Lin Fan shook his head. I don't know. I investigated based on the information you mentioned, and then I actually found Villa number 19. I broke in, but they were on guard. When I was trying to escape, the man was cursing and calling himself young master. I immediately identified him as Shen Wuxiao. Killed him indeed. Shen Wuxiao also laughed in his heart. Even the border wolf king could make mistakes sometimes. But it is understandable that Lin Fan was led into a trap by himself. As a newcomer, he had no foundation and was completely blind. He didn't even have time to train the people who specialized in collecting intelligence. He was already eager to avenge his brother, so after hearing his own false information and improving it, he naturally believed it. It's over now, Brother Lin Fan, you're too impulsive. I only said that I saw Shen Wuxiao over there, but I didn't confirm that he lived there. Why did you act so impulsively? Yesterday I thought you just rushed in, got discovered, and then ran away. I never thought you killed someone. This is my fault too. If I hadn't seen the news, I would have thought Shen Wuxiao lived over there. Shen Wuxiao covered his head, looking helpless. Lin Fan was stunned, and after thinking about it carefully, it was true. Brother Sikong did not say for sure that Shen Wuxiao lived there. He just said that he saw a very imposing man coming out of the villa, so he asked his friends. His friend knew what Shen Wuxiao looked like, so he told him that the person who came out was Shen Wuxiao. That's all. It has never been clearly stated that Shen Wuxiao lives there. What if Shen Wuxiao is going to find the young master of Haisha society? In their circle, it is normal for them to meet to discuss things or talk about cooperation. The man has already been killed. It's too late now. Lin Fan looked at Shen Wuxiao. Brother Sikong, what kind of person is this young master from the Haisha group? Is he also the kind of person who is arrogant and domineering, oppresses the good, and has many lives on his hands? After hearing this, Shen Wuxiao reacted immediately. Lin Fan knew that he had killed the wrong person and wanted to find a reason to feel at ease. If he said that the other party was an unforgivable criminal, then Lin Fan would feel at ease. After all, in his opinion, it was called eliminating harm for the people. As for the protagonists, it is understandable that they are all noble and will not have the blood of innocent people on their hands. But Shen Wuxiao didn't do what he wanted. The young master of the Haisha group is not that kind of person. He often does charity work, builds many orphanages, and donates to many mountainous areas. He was a bit domineering, but he never bullied ordinary people. People at their level actually care about their status. They disdain to do anything that would bring shame on them. Bullying ordinary people is something that hooligans do. Shen Wuxiao was not talking nonsense. The young master of Haisha group did not bully ordinary people. After all, he is the general manager of Haisha group. At most, his business methods are a bit dirty, but ordinary people are not qualified to access such methods. If the business can compete with the Haisha group, then it is not an ordinary citizen, and there must be some people behind it. As for donations, they are purely for the purpose of boosting stock prices and creating a good image for the company. It's just the most basic method used by businessmen. After hearing what Shen Wuxiao said, Lin Fan's heart finally died. He really did kill innocent people. The blood of innocent people is on my hands. Shen Wuxiao continued, Brother Lin Fan, now is not the time to talk about this. The young master of the Haisha society is dead, and the Haisha society will definitely take full revenge. Things are going to change in Zhanghai. Did you cover your face when you went there yesterday? Did you not get seen? Lin Fan was speechless. Why cover his face? He acts in an open and honest manner. Revenge is revenge. Why is he playing tricks? No face covering. Ah. Shen Wuxiao pretended to be surprised. Then when you broke in, they shouldn't have seen your face, so you ran out, right? Lin Fan smiled bitterly again. At least dozens of people saw my appearance. That's it. Shen Wuxiao said, running into the room. Soon he had 2 large stacks of banknotes in his hands. As soon as he came out, he stuffed it into Lin Fan's hand. Brother Lin Fan, we can't stay here any longer, go hide first. This money is for emergencies. If you run out, contact me and I'll send it to you. Seeing this, Lin Fan was still very moved. This Sikong brother can get along. Knowing that he had caused a big disaster, he did not rush to distance himself from it, but instead helped him escape. But who is Lin Fan? How could he possibly do something like running away? Besides, he hasn't killed the real Shen Wuxiao yet, and he will definitely not leave Zhanghai. Brother Sikong, I am not a coward, there is no need to do this. Lin Fan said directly in a loud voice. Brother Lin Fan, listen to me first. Shen Wuxiao said earnestly, I know you have your own pride, but everything depends on the situation. You killed the wrong person, so no matter how you look at it, you are in the wrong. If you really don't want to leave, then you should stay out of the spotlight first. I own an old residential complex in the old city, which has been included in the demolition project. No one will pay much attention to it. Those tenants over there who need to move out should move out. The remaining ones are all mixed people. Go find a room over there and stay there for a while. I'll come over to see you from time to time. Although Lin Fan was asked to hide, how could the environment be good? That old neighborhood was similar to Pig Cage Village, full of all kinds of people. Not only did it have power and water outages every now and then, it was also very dirty and messy. Although Lin Fan can adapt, he will definitely not live comfortably. Lin Fan must hide for a while. Damn it, if Lin Fan doesn't hide, it will delay things. He received news from the border saying that Zhang Huayue had returned. If she goes back, it means she knows that Lin Fan has left, so she will most likely come directly to find him. If Lin Fan doesn't hide, how can he sleep with the woman Lin Fan likes? When Lin Fan came back, Zhang Huayue was almost pregnant. Chapter 25, Temporarily Avoiding the Spotlight. Lin Fan listened to Shen Wuxiu's words and fell into deep thought. Indeed, he killed the wrong person. The other person had no grudge against him and was not a bad person. He killed the wrong person, so he was in the wrong and didn't even have a chance to negotiate. Both the black and white sides in Shanghai will look for him. There must also be a department dedicated to managing warriors, the Martial Arts Association. If he is still the border wolf king, he will be handed over to the military court. But he was expelled from the army and is now a penniless person. He must not be caught. Shen Wuxiu is not dead yet, and his brother's revenge has not been avenged yet. He cannot choose to fight head-on. If it really comes to that, he won't be able to explain himself even if he is right. The whole person turned into a brutal murderer. Okay, brother Sikong, I'll follow your instructions. Lin Fan also trusted him very much. After all, they were friends who had risked their lives for each other. If he wanted to cheat me, he wouldn't have let me come to where he lives. If you are discovered, you will be implicated. Brother Sikong, you are trustworthy. Shen Wuxiu looked at Lin Fan and thought to himself, this idiot is worthy of being the Wolf King. He's so calm and composed. Shen Wuxiu also nodded in response, okay, then I'll do it right away. I'll have someone send you there quietly. You can keep this money for yourself. Leaving would have been the best option, but since you don't want to leave, this is the only option left. Lin Fan reached out his hand and patted Shen Wuxiu's shoulder. Brother Sikong, it is my good fortune to meet you. I am grateful for meeting you. I, Lin Fan, will remember this love in my heart. Shen Wuxiu smiled and said, don't say that. We're all brothers. I'll have someone take you there now. I'll call someone to cancel the room at the hotel so there won't be any trace left. Then I'll have someone give you a new phone card. Don't use the previous one for now. We'll just keep in touch through a single line. Okay. Lin Fan nodded heavily. He had to say that Brother Sikong did things properly. He didn't act pretentiously. He took the money and left the villa directly. Then he got in the car arranged by Shen Wuxiu and left. After Lin Fan left, Shen Wuxiu watched the car driving away. Then he looked at the shoulder that Lin Fan had patted. He took off his shirt decisively and threw it into the trash can. Lin Fan, you're being kept in the dark now and you look a little foolish. But what will happen when you find out my true identity? Shen Wuxiu's handsome face had a wicked smile on it. I'm not someone who doesn't do things. I'll help you cancel the hotel room. Shen Wuxiu poured a glass of red wine and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, facing the sea. The phone was connected and the voice of Manager Xie from Longting Hotel was heard. Hey, Master Sikong, why are you calling? What can I do for you? Manager Xie is a very capable person with a high level of understanding. He knew that Shen Wuxiu had recently been dealing with that Lin Fan, who used the alias Sikong. So no matter what, whenever Shen Wuxiu called, he would call him young Master Sikong. Avoid being exposed. There's no one around me. Shen Wuxiu said lightly. Manager Xia, who was originally smiling, suddenly turned serious when he heard this. Master, what are your instructions? Shen Wuxiu smiled and said, check out Lin Fan's room. Remember, record it in the register and check out according to the normal procedures. When a woman went to see him, you followed the normal procedure and kept the client's secret. But you were able to tell me where Lin Fan was going just because you were my friend. Although I have her photo, I can't give it to you. She's a very shrewd person, so I can't be too deliberate. How to do it specifically? You're an expert, so you don't need me to teach you, right? Manager Xie understood immediately. This is to guide someone to Shen Wuxiu's side. Master, is this the Bay Villa? Manager Xie asked. Well, someone is coming to look for me. Give me the news in advance. Yes, I guarantee it will be completed. Manager Xie was very confident. Shen Wuxiu thought for a moment and said, also, if the Haisha Society follows the news and goes to the Dragon Court Hotel to look for Lin Fan, just tell them to get lost. Understood. Manager Xie responded. Haisha Society was just a small company. Even if they had 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble in Shen Wuxiu's place. Very good, done. This month's bonus will be increased by 2 million. Shen Wuxiu finished speaking and hung up the phone. He doesn't have to do anything now, just wait for Jiang Huayue to come. Shin Wuxiu was not in a hurry to reveal where Lin Fan lived to the people of Haisha society. There is still a lot of time, so take your time. We have to let Lin Fan stay here for a few days first. It's interesting to think about forcing a wolf king to become a murderer. Ding, deeply deceived the lucky protagonist, points plus 30,000. Change the general plot, points plus 50,000. Shin Wuxiu also laughed out loud when he heard the hint. I had originally thought of following Lin Fan's plot and snatching his opportunity or something. But plans cannot keep up with changes. Lin Fan was too stubborn. He did not avenge his brother and did nothing else. But it's okay, things are still on track. After this hype has passed, Lin Fan will still go out, and there will still be opportunities then. At that time, I was plundering opportunities. The most important thing was to plunder his women and finally take his kidneys. With nothing to do, Shin Wuxiu left the Bei Villa and headed towards the Lu family villa. Properly reducing internal heat is beneficial to physical and mental health. In terms of beauty, figure and temperament, Lu Ruyan is the best. It's more than enough to be a tool. Besides, she is still in the period of calmness and forbearance. Of course, even if she exploded, it would be like setting off a firecracker elf, which would not cause any big waves. She may be a shrewd person. But the so-called scheming is only limited to the scheming in the eyes of ordinary people. When facing Shin Wuxiu, she couldn't compare with him in terms of fighting power, nor could she compare with him in terms of ruthlessness, and when it came to power, she wouldn't even bother to compete with him. The Lu family was destroyed, and it was difficult for her to even meet a police station captain. In Shin Wuxiu's eyes, she was already useless. I just thought that when my identity was exposed in Lin Fan and I faced each other, Lu Ruyan would be of some use. At the very least, they must cooperate, and it would be better for the false news to come out of Lu Ruyan's mouth. After all, who would believe that a person whose entire family was wiped out by oneself would help oneself? On the other side, Lin Fan had already arrived at the old residential area. Everything was more complicated than he had imagined. This community can no longer be called a community. It is indeed, as Brother Sikong said, this is indeed a demolition project. Because many places have already started to be demolished. Overall, it looks like a war zone. Those who should move away have moved away, and those who remain are either too poor or have not found a new place to settle down. They are all tenants, not homeowners, so the compensation money has nothing to do with them. Living here is free. When the demolition starts, they will all have to leave. But Lin Fan didn't care. At the border, the environment was often not as good as here. The choice is free here. Lin Fan found a relatively intact building and moved in right away. There is a homeless person living in the house next to his. As soon as Lin Fan walked into the house, he frowned because of a strong stench. He followed the source of the smell and almost vomited. It's all Ali gay over there. It must have been the homeless guy next door. There is no water or electricity here, so the homeless people use this place as a toilet. Excessive. He could only choose another house. Fortunately, there are many houses here, and Lin Fan quickly found one that looked relatively clean. There is a shabby sofa inside, but it's okay. I just need to go out and buy some daily necessities today and it will be completely habitable. Chapter 26 Jiang Huayue arrives. Lin Fan had cash on hand, so he left the complex and simply bought a blanket and then a pot. I also bought a few packs of cigarettes, a lot of self-heating hot pot, instant noodles, a few buckets of water, etc. There is no water or electricity in that place, and I don't know if it will be supplied occasionally. So I can only make do with it. Lin Fan also felt quite aggrieved. He was so glorious before. The border wolf king, a martial arts genius, is the idol of many people. Now he is hiding here, like a rat in the dark. But even though he was angry and unwilling, he accepted it. Who made him kill the wrong person? Even if he was not afraid of the Haisha group based on his abilities, he was still in the wrong. His conscience wouldn't allow him to fight back. It is only natural for someone to seek revenge if they accidentally kill someone's son. If you only allow yourself to kill others but not others to kill you, then what is the difference between you and Tang, the third child? In order to avoid further conflict, he could only choose to endure and hide temporarily. Wait until the storm has died down a bit, then I will go out and seek revenge on Shin Wuxiu. After a quick meal, Lin Fan leaned back on the worn-out sofa and lit a cigarette. In this environment, there are naturally more ideas. Lin Fan's idea was very simple. He was thinking about Jiang Huayue. A cold face with a faint smile appeared in his mind, and a smile appeared on Lin Fan's lips. It's just that the other party is on a mission, so he can't contact him and it's not convenient to contact him. He didn't want Jiang Huayue to worry about him. Time flies. 3 days passed in a flash. During this period, Shen Wuxiao communicated with Lin Fan, but it was just simple phone calls. Shen Wuxiao exaggerated what happened outside. The Haisha society is eager to turn Zhanghai upside down. He also told Lin Fan that he would have to stay for at least another week. Lin Fan could only accept this silently. He knew that this was all for his own good, and it was better to have less trouble than more. What he wanted to do was to kill Shen Wuxiao and take revenge, and he didn't want to cause any more trouble. On the same day, a woman who came from afar came to the Longting 7-star hotel. She was wearing a tight outfit and had a graceful and well-proportioned figure. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, and her steps were steady and powerful, giving her an overall neat and tidy look. As soon as she arrived at the hotel, she went straight to the front desk. After taking a quick look around, she asked the front desk staff, "Hello, which room is Lin Fan in?" The receptionist looked up and saw the woman in front of him. I was a little stunned at the moment. What a beautiful woman. Even though she was a woman herself, she couldn't help but be obsessed with the beauty of the woman in front of her. "Hello, which room is Lin Fan in?" the woman asked again. "Huh?" The front desk clerk came to his senses and said, "Sorry, we are not allowed to disclose guests' room numbers here. If you are familiar with him, you can call him and ask him to pick you up." The person who came to the hotel was Jiang Huayue. 3 days ago, when she returned to the team after completing her mission, she learned that such a big thing had happened to Lin Fan. She was so angry that she wanted to leave. Of course, Lin Fan was expelled from the army, but her situation was not as serious. After all, the people above her did not target her. So it was only delayed for 2 days, and the application was approved on the 3rd day. Jiang Huayue also asked someone to investigate Lin Fan's whereabouts before the note was approved. We also learned that he was staying at the Longting 7-star hotel in Zhanghai. As soon as I arrived at Zhanghai, I rushed straight to the hotel. Disclosure of customer information is not allowed here now, but she can't contact Lin Fan either. Lin Fan seemed to have changed his number and couldn't be reached at all. Just at this moment, Manager Xie came out. He had been walking around the lobby and saw the situation at the front desk. "Hello, ma'am. Are you checking in or checking out? Or do you have a complaint?" As soon as Manager Xie arrived, the front desk staff gave up his seat. Jiang Huayue glanced at Manager Xie and said, "I'm looking for someone, but you don't disclose the customer's information." Jiang Huayue is not the kind of person who makes unreasonable demands. This is the rule, and she can't say much. Manager Xie smiled and said, "The hotel does not allow the disclosure of guest information. Please understand that we are also protecting the privacy of our guests." Jiang Huayue nodded. Since she didn't want to disclose it, she would check in. "I don't believe that I want to meet Lin Fan here." "Then I'll check in." "Suite or single room?" asked Manager Xie. "Suite." Manager Xie nodded and immediately turned on the computer to check the room. Manager Xie is a very smart person. He always remembered Shen Wuxiao's instructions. So these days, whenever a beautiful woman wants to check in, he repeats the same set of words. "Ma'am, there are a lot of people staying here these days, so it seems there are no suites left." "Hey, wait." When he said this, Manager Xie was also looking at the computer and muttering to himself, "Room 1708, oh yes, Mr. Lin Fan just checked out." After muttering, he looked up at Jiang Huayue, "Madam, there is a room, it can be processed." Manager Xie was speaking entirely to the person in front of him. If the other party really wants to check in, it proves that she is not here to see Lin Fan. Then that's not the person Shen Wuxiao was talking about. By then, Manager Xie will find an excuse to vacate the room again. But Jiang Huayue was stunned when he heard it. "Who are you talking about?" Jiang Huayue's reaction also surprised Manager Xie. "Could it be that the person I'm looking for has arrived?" "I said you can check in." Manager Xie responded. "No, the previous sentence. What were you talking to yourself just now?" Jiang Huayue asked. Manager Xie thought for a moment, then pretended to understand. "Oh, I mean, a gentleman I know just checked out and has a suite available." "Lin Fan?" Manager Xie nodded. "Yes, he is the one you were looking for, right?" Jiang Huayue saw that everything the lobby manager said and did was normal procedure. There was nothing wrong with it, so he didn't hide it and nodded. "I just want to find him." Manager Xia was secretly surprised. Sure enough, young Master Shen would not be wrong. There was a reason why he did not give the target photo to himself. This woman is very observant and alert. If I had acted unnatural just now, this woman would definitely not have continued asking. You want to look for him? But he no longer lives here. He was picked up by his friends. Manager Xia now confirmed that the woman in front of him was Shen Wuxiao's target. Moreover, he finally understood why Master Shen had emphasized that he should let the woman go directly to his villa. This woman is truly incomparably beautiful. Her eyebrows are lightly raised like distant mountains, her eyebrows are like phoenixes, her eyes are bright, and her gaze seems to be able to captivate people. She has a delicate nose, skin as white as snow, and red lips that look like a red plum blossom in the snow, proud and charming. She is like a fairy walking out of a brocade painting. But her eyes were filled with coldness, and her snow-white face had no trace of a smile, as chilly as winter. Even though she is beautiful, she is too cold, with an aloofness that keeps people at a distance. It seems as if he will say something embarrassing the next moment. Listening to Manager Xia's words, Zhang Huayue also asked, his friend? Are you sure? Zhang Huayue knew very well that Lin Fan had never been to Shanghai, so how could he have any friends? Manager Xia nodded, of course I'm sure. His friend is also an old customer of mine and is very familiar with me. Master Sikong. When Mr. Lin checked in, young Master Sikong was also there. I was the one who handled the process. I won't be wrong about that. Chapter 27 Guidance. Young Master Sikong? Zhang Huayue muttered. She was certain that this person must have been someone Lin Fan met after coming here. She looked at Manager Xia, so Lin Fan is living with him? Manager Xia gave a wry smile and said, Ma'am, you're being a bit unreasonable. This is a hotel, and guests come and go. I really don't know what happened after the guests left. Zhang Huayue also felt that he was being a bit unreasonable. This is definitely not their job scope. But if she didn't figure it out, it would be difficult to find it in this huge Shanghai. So Zhang Huayue still asked, Manager, you said you know that Master Sikong, can you give me his contact information? Manager Xia originally thought that it would be rather awkward if he took the initiative to say you can go ask young Master Sikong. But since the other party asked it themselves, that's perfect. Manager Xia thought for a moment and said, how about this, I see that the lady is also eager to find someone, so I will help you contact Master Sikong. I'm quite familiar with him, so I can help with that, but I can't do anything else. Zhang Huayue nodded, okay, thank you very much. Manager Xia acted very easygoing, it's okay, it's a small matter. Everyone has troubles when they are away from home. Who knows, this woman might become a young lady in the future, so we should still say nice things to her. Manager Xia dialed the number and turned on the speakerphone directly. The other side picked up quickly. Manager Xia spoke first, hello, Master Sikong, it's me, old Xia, are you busy? When Shen Wuxiao heard Manager Xia ask this, he knew that the fish had arrived. I'm at home, nothing to do for now. Lao Xia, why are you calling me? Manager Xia laughed and said, it's not me. Someone wants to ask you something. If it's convenient for you, I'll give her the phone number and you can talk to her. Okay, as soon as possible. Shen Wuxiao's tone was also indifferent. Zhang Huayue heard this and asked without hesitation, hello, Master Sikong, I want to ask, do you know where my friend went? His name is Lin Fan. Shen Wuxiao paused deliberately, remaining silent for several seconds before speaking, who are you? What Lin Fan? I don't know you. Zhang Huayue naturally heard the other party's hesitation. Some people don't understand why the other party wants to hide it. I'm her comrade in arms. Zhang Huayue introduced himself. When he heard that it was a comrade in arms, there was a pause for a few seconds on the other end of the phone. You said you were his comrade in arms, so what does he look like? Shen Wuxiao asked deliberately. Zhang Huayue was also confused. Why were they so cautious, as if they were investigating? But she was also very cooperative, she has a flat head, big eyes, bronze skin, and when she smiles, the corners of her mouth are a little crooked. She is 1.77 meters tall. Shen Wuxiao almost laughed when he heard this. But he still held back and hesitated for a few seconds. If it's convenient for you now, come to the Bay Villa. Having said that, Shen Wuxiao hung up the phone. Don't give the other party a chance to ask questions or talk nonsense. Zhang Huayue was also speechless. But for now, we still have to get through it. She is not afraid of danger. With her strength of the 5th rank and 3rd level, she has few rivals in the city. What's more, she has awakened her superpowers. Zhang Huayue returned the phone to manager Xie. Thank you very much. After saying that, Zhang Huayue left the hotel directly. I went to the hotel entrance, took a taxi and went directly to the Bay Villa. Shen Wuxia was also waiting over there. There is no doubt that Zhang Huayue will come. Shen Wuxia also tidied up the environment here a little. At the very least, lock the doors of some themed rooms and unlock them later. After finishing everything, he made tea in the villa and waited for Zhang Huayue to come. After about half an hour, a taxi stopped not far from the Bay Villa. There is only Shen Wuxiao's villa here, and it is easy to recognize. Shen Wuxiao also stood up and walked out. He saw the graceful figure in tight clothes from afar. Zhang Huayue also saw the tall figure in the villa. As the distance got closer, Shen Wuxiao started acting again. He walked out and saw Zhang Huayue. The two of them first looked at each other. Zhang Huayue was also surprised. I really can't believe that Lin Fan's friend is so handsome. She has an elegant temperament, clear eyes, graceful figure, and unparalleled beauty. He has a resolute face, is one of those top handsome guys, and has perfect body proportions. Are you the one who called me? Shen Wuxiao asked first. Zhang Huayue nodded. It's me. Okay, please come in. Shen Wuxiao invited, and then deliberately looked behind to see if there was anyone following him. This action also made Zhang Huayue a little alert. After the two of them entered the villa, Shen Wuxiao closed the door. Please come this way and sit down and talk. Shen Wuxiao gestured. After both parties sat down, they looked at each other first. Shen Wuxiao was also amazed in his heart. Zhang Huayue was so damn beautiful. Such beauty is truly exquisite. Looks good, loves to watch, wants to say. But he still behaved quite seriously. What's your name? Zhang Huayue responded calmly, Zhang. Shen Wuxiao nodded. Miss Zhang, I may have been a little offensive when I spoke on the phone earlier. I just didn't admit it because I was worried that you were from that side. Zhang Huayue was also confused, but still asked, where's Lin Fan? Shen Wuxiao sighed, brother Lin Fan will be away for a while and will be back soon. Zhang Huayue was really surprised. What's going on? Shen Wuxiao poured a cup of tea for Zhang Huayue and added another cup for himself. You are his comrade in arms, so I'll be frank. When brother Lin Fan came to Shanghai, he and I met while catching robbers. We hit it off right away and became good friends. He seems to be seeking revenge for something. But by some strange mistake, he killed the wrong person. He accidentally killed the son of the local powerful Haisha society. Now that faction is on a full-scale wanted list for him. Not only that, there are also people from the Martial Arts Association and the White Path. In short, he's in a very bad situation, so I'll be on guard if you call him and ask. Zhang Huayue finally understood why the other party hesitated when he asked about Lin Fan during the call at the hotel. So here lies the problem. He was worried that there was something wrong with him, so he exposed Lin Fan. He is also a man of loyalty and righteousness. Then where did he go? Do you know? Zhang Huayue asked again. She believed what the other party said because Lin Fan came to Shanghai for revenge. That's absolutely right. Shen Wuxia shook his head. I really don't know about this. I gave him some money and wanted him to leave Shanghai, but he said he had things to do and couldn't leave. He also said that it was normal for others to seek revenge after accidentally killing an innocent person, and he was in the wrong and couldn't fight back, so he just hid away and stayed out of the spotlight. When the storm has passed, he will come back here to find me. Zhang Huayue nodded when he heard it. This is Lin Fan's character, that's for sure. Shen Wuxia was determined to keep Zhang Huayue here. Can't let her leave. Otherwise, there would be no chance he. Of course, he is not the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal is to be able to he at any time. Completely turn Zhang Huayue into his woman. Brother Lin Fan's hat must be straightened. My friend's wife, you're welcome. Chapter 28 Residence. You won't be able to find him if you try to find him. You can stay here for the next few days. He changed his number and said he won't contact anyone. He will come back here on his own. Don't worry, I don't usually live here, so you basically live here alone. Zhang Huayue originally wanted to refuse. After all, it is inconvenient to live under the same roof with someone you don't know well. But when she heard that Lin Fan would come back directly here, she still hesitated. In the end, she didn't act pretentiously. The other party had helped Lin Fan before and was considered Lin Fan's friend. He also looked very handsome and had a strong sense of boundaries. The most important thing is that the other party doesn't live here. There's really no reason to refuse. I'll just wait for Lin Fan to come back and thank him. Okay, thank you for bothering me. Jiang Huayue nodded. Shin Wuxia was very happy when he saw that it was done. Let us get to know each other first today and let Jiang Huayue let down his guard against me. Start preparing tomorrow. I have to ask Uncle Wu and his wife for help first, and ask them to put on masks and play the bad guys. It's time for his own field stillness ability to come in handy. Miss Jiang, you're too polite. You're Brother Lin Fan's comrade in arms, which means you're my friend. Brother Lin Fan and I hit it off right away. We can be considered close friends. Of course, the so-called close relationship is just a formality. Shin Wuxiao smiled. Jiang Huayue naturally would not let his guard down. But this young Master Sikong does not seem like a person with bad intentions. His eyes were clear, without a trace of filth. And when he talked to her, he looked her straight in the eye without looking around. You can judge a person by his appearance but not by his heart, but at the moment, this young Master Sikong seems to be fine. Next, the two drank tea and chatted. What surprised Jiang Huayue was that the young Master Sikong in front of him was very unusual. He is very well spoken. If someone doesn't know him, they will definitely think that he is a bit of a dandy. But no, he is a very talented person. From their conversation, we can tell that he has a wide range of knowledge and covers a wide range of fields. Every matter has its own unique insights. The conversation was pleasant enough. The two of them went from being strangers to becoming ordinary friends. Time passed by little, and it was getting dark. Miss Jiang is new here, and she's a comrade of my brother Lin Fan. I definitely have to do my duty as a good host, but it's a pity that brother Lin Fan isn't here. I'll have to inconvenience you. Keep everything simple. I'll have someone bring the food over. I won't drink anymore. Girls still need to protect themselves. Alcohol can cause trouble. When brother Lin Fan comes back, the three of us will have a nice drink and chat. Jiang Huayue really couldn't find a reason to refuse. The other party said so. And she also had a better impression of Shin Wuxiao. If the other person asks for a drink, she might still refuse. Now it was just a simple meal, and she really didn't want to let the other person down. Jiang Huayue didn't care whether the other party was pretending or not. Her purpose was to wait for Lin Fan to come back. As for the ability to protect herself, she still has it. Thank you for your help. Jiang Huayue was also polite. It's not a big deal, I just need someone to bring the food over. The main thing is that my cooking skills are really not that good. Shin Wuxiu laughed. Another half hour passed and the food arrived, which was very plentiful. Shin Wuxiao also stood up to get some drinks. Jiang Huayue was sitting at the dining table. At this time, Shin Wuxiao's cell phone on the table rang. Jiang Huayue also wanted to call Shin Wuxiao to let him know that he had a call. But she took a quick glance and saw that the screen showed a scam call, so she ignored it. After the phone automatically hung up, it rang again after a while. Still showing scam call. Several times in a row. She was also a little speechless. Are all the scammers nowadays so persistent? I didn't know that today's mobile phones have a tag recognition function. In fact, in the demolished community on the other side, Lin Fan was calling Shin Wuxiao. After calling a few times and no one answered, he gave up. He would never have thought that Shin Wuxiao marked his call as a scam call. When Shin Wuxiao came back, he had 2 bottles of coconut water in his hands. Stop drinking alcohol and try coconut water instead. Returning to the table, Shin Wuxiao saw his cell phone. Jiang Huayue also said, your phone rang several times, but they were all scam calls, so I didn't call you. Shin Wuxiao laughed inwardly. This was actually Lin Fan, but he had marked it as a scam call. These days, scammers are really hardworking. Whatever, just pick up your chopsticks. Be casual and don't be polite. Miss Jiang, there's no need to be so reserved. We'll all be friends from now on. Jiang Huayue just nodded lightly, without any other expression. That's just her personality. Under normal circumstances, she would never have dinner with someone she just met. But this time it was a special case. The person in front of him was Lin Fan's friend and had also provided Lin Fan with a lot of help. He also behaved in a measured way, so this was an exception. The meal was indeed quite natural. Shin Wuxiao only looked at her when he spoke, and could look away at other times. Still very gentlemanly. Moreover, most of the questions he asked were about joining the military, and he also lamented that he regretted not joining the army. After dinner, Shin Wuxiao showed no intention of staying. He simply packed up and said, "Miss Jiang, don't worry about these things. I'll have someone pick them up tomorrow. The guest rooms downstairs are all clean, with new bedding and everything. Please make your own bed. I'll leave first. My business card is on the coffee table. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions." Zhang Huayue also revealed a gentle smile. "Thank you for your help." The other party was indeed very polite. He let her make the bed herself and was not presumptuous. After all, it was for his personal rest, and he had boundaries. "It's not a problem. Didn't I tell you that we are all friends?" Shin Wuxiao said and left the villa directly. When she reached the door, she didn't forget to look back. "By the way, don't go out at night. This is the bay, there are not many people here. If you go out as a girl, it's a little unsafe. I've already locked the other doors and windows. Don't worry, there will be no problem." "Yeah." Zhang Huayue nodded again. "Be careful on the road." She also expressed her concern. After all, she was taken good care of by others, so she should be grateful. "Okay." Shin Wuxiao smiled and left without any sign of reluctance. Only after watching the car drive away did Zhang Huayue look away. She still went to clean up the table before going to the guest room downstairs. After tidying up, I went into the bathroom. On the other side, Shin Wuxiao did leave. It's not just talk. Shin Wuxiao was well aware of the other party's vigilance. If there was any mistake, the other party would leave. Therefore, in order to remove her armor, the prerequisite is to remove her defense. Acting like a gentleman is totally easy. He just wanted Zhang Huayue to leave a basic impression on him, and then magnify that impression infinitely. As it stands, the reason she stayed was because she said Lin Fan would go directly to the villa after returning. After all, with her personality, how could she easily come into contact with other men? Otherwise, how can she be considered the heroine in Lin Fan's storyline? But those are minor issues, the Rujiyama is also being preheated anyway. Chapter 29 News. Thinking of this, Shin Wuxiao picked up his phone and dialed the scam number noted on the note. Lin Fan had called him several times before, but he was having dinner with Zhang Huayue and definitely wouldn't call back. Now is the perfect time to call back. The call was made and the other party answered it in a short while. "Brother Sikong, are you busy?" Shin Wuxiao smiled coldly and said, "Brother Lin Fan, I didn't see the phone call just now. I'm having someone investigate the news. The Haisha Society has been looking for you like crazy these past few days. I'm really worried. Also, I heard that the leader of the Haisha Society seems to want to contact overseas bounty hunters to capture you. You must not show up easily." Upon hearing Shin Wuxiao's words, Lin Fan smiled faintly. "Don't worry, they can't leave even if they come. Although I am in the wrong and cannot do anything to the Haisha Society, if they go too far, I won't tolerate it. I still have no burden in killing bounty hunters." Lin Fan also felt warm in his heart. Brother Sikong had been helping him with his affairs. This kindness was very important. Shin Wuxiao continued, "I know Brother Lin Fan is capable, but less trouble is worse than more. If you can avoid it by hiding now, then do so. Your goal isn't to engage in meaningless shopping." Lin Fan was stunned. It was indeed true. His purpose was to kill Shin Wuxiao and avenge his brother. If we completely confront the Haisha Society, it will be an endless confrontation. Even if he could win, there would certainly be a lot of trivial matters involved, and it would take even longer. This goes against my original intention. Brother Sikong is right. If it can be avoided, it should be avoided. When the storm has passed, he will appear and directly start to interrogate Shin Wuxiao. As long as he understood the matter of revenge, he would be willing to do whatever the Haisha Society wanted. After sorting out the priorities, Lin Fan responded, "I understand. I won't act rashly during this period. Thank you for your hard work, helping me all day long, collecting intelligence and smoothing relationships." Shin Wuxiao also smiled casually. "That's a bit too formal, isn't it? After all, we are bound by fate. And you forgot, I'm just a lazy young man with plenty of time. You don't need to feel indebted." "Okay, then I won't say these polite words. Lin Fan also smiled heartily. That's right, brother Lin Fan, let's not talk about it for now. I'm driving, you should get some rest early. After hanging up the phone, Shen Wuxiao snorted disdainfully. He dialed another of his men, turned on the speakerphone, and threw the phone on the passenger seat. Then he opened the window and lit a cigarette. The phone is connected again. Master. A voice rang on the phone. Old cat, spread the word and have the people from the Haisha Society go to the western suburbs of Zhonghai to look for him, especially in the abandoned areas. Look around. Yes, master. The phone was hung up. Shen Wuxiao looked straight ahead, took a puff of cigarette, and slowly exhaled. Letting the Haisha Society go there to look for it was also to allow Lin Fan to better see the intensity of the outside world's investigation. With Lin Fan's skills, he will definitely not be found. Just let him know how severe the environment outside is now. Lin Fan is a 5th grade, 8th level master, and his fighting ability is unquestionable. If the Karamis of Haisha Society came into conflict with him, they would be completely defeated, so there was no need for them to take action. Wait until those people find a bounty hunter and then sell Lin Fan's location. Let them have a good fight. Spend other people's money, make others hate you, and do your own thing. As long as he intervenes, he will get points as a reward, which is great. Shen Wuxiao gave his residence to Jiang Huayue. He definitely wouldn't go back that night, otherwise all his efforts would be wasted. But he was too lazy to go to the hotel. Therefore, Shen Wuxiao drove the car directly to the Lu family villa, to Lu Ruyan's side. There are fewer cars at night, and Shen Wuxiao doesn't care about traffic lights when he drives. Of course, to achieve these, in addition to superb skills, a solid background is also required. If an ordinary person dares to do this, the law can only punish him temporarily, but he will basically only go out at noon in the future, because he will die sooner or later. The road was smooth and he arrived outside the Lu family villa in less than 20 minutes. It wasn't very late at this time, and the lights in the Lu family villa were still brightly on. Lu Ruyan didn't go to rest either, but looked at the messages on her mobile phone. During the time she was back, she had been paying close attention to Zhonghai's affairs. Also followed Lin Fan. But she was a little disappointed. Lin Fan, that idiot, was actually stupid enough to kill the local powerful force. And killed their young master. Now that he is wanted, she has no chance even if she wants to seek cooperation with him. But these are only temporary. She will still seek cooperation with Lin Fan. After all, Lu Ruyan had seen his fighting strength. Being able to escape from the siege of the Haisha Society and kill their young master is also a skill. My brain is flexible enough, and since I am by Shen Wuxiao's side, I can get first-hand information. The opponent has a high level of combat power, and the two complement each other, so there is always a chance for him to fight with Shen Wuxiao. Just as she was thinking this, Lu Ruyan noticed the car parked outside the villa. When Lu Ruyan saw the car, her heart skipped a beat and she slowly stood up. Shen Wuxiao is here. He has come here twice in the past few days, and every time you come, you make her suffer a lot. Almost fainted. I'm here again today, so there's no need to say more. Lu Ruyan picked up a pair of indoor slippers, walked to the door, and put the slippers on the ground. Just stand at the door and wait. After a while, the door opened. Shen Wuxiao's handsome face appeared in front of her. There was a faint smile on his face and a cynical attitude. Oh, that's good. Shen Wuxiao said this and changed his shoes. Then he opened his arms towards Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was stunned, then walked behind Shen Wuxiao and took off his coat for him. Lu Ruyan is now wearing a loose home dress. The hair is freely spread out, adding a touch of casualness, but still has a mature charm. That pretty face without any expression can actually arouse others' desire to conquer her. After taking off his coat, Shen Wuxiao hugged Lu Ruyan. He pushed her against the door of the villa and kissed her red lips hard. Lu Ruyan snorted lightly, but still relaxed her body and responded to Shen Wuxiao's domineering kiss. Shen Wuxiao was not polite either, with one hand. After a long time, Shen Wuxiao moved his lips away, but still held Lu Ruyan against the door. You don't seem to be in a good mood. What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Shen Wuxiao asked. Lu Ruyan was a little overwhelmed. How could she be interested in facing an enemy who killed her family? But she just shook her head slightly. Shen Wuxiao's expression changed very quickly. After some intimacy, he pushed her away and walked inside. Lu Ruyan was thrown away, feeling sad, angry, and inexplicably lost. Shin Wuxiao knows how to kill people and destroy their hearts. When he walked into the living room, he didn't sit on the sofa. Instead, he walked to the spirit tablet and portrait of the Lu family and lit a few incense sticks. Then he waved it casually and plugged it in. It is ridiculous that a murderer holds a memorial ceremony for the deceased in front of his family. Chapter 30 Unpredictable Personality. Shen Wuxiao looked at Lu Qingqing's portrait and reached out to touch it. It seemed as if he was caressing her face. Qingqing, it's the 7th day, are you coming back to life? You always said before that you wanted to stay young forever. I helped you realize this wish. You are forever young. And uncle and aunt, you used to always ask me for things, this and that. From now on, I can only ask you in my dreams if I want anything. Is it cold down there? If so, remember to come to me in your dreams and I'll have someone pour gasoline on your graves and light them on fire. That way, they'll be warm again. When Lu Ruyan heard what Shen Wuxiao said, a layer of cold sweat broke out on her back. Shen Wuxiao has a changeable personality and is extremely vicious. He is a complete madman. She is a little scared now. Afraid of making a mistake, I went to meet my family alone. Shen Wuxiao looked at the portrait and smiled faintly. Don't worry, I will help you take good care of Ruyan. She's very well behaved, I will take good care of her. If she doesn't behave well, I will let her go back to her parents' home. When you meet her then, don't blame her. Lu Ruyan was really a little uneasy at this moment. A fine layer of sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. His face and lips were cold, and his whole body felt weak. It's like the feeling of low blood sugar. After the memorial service, Shen Wuxiao turned and walked towards the sofa, sat down on it, spread his arms, and crossed his legs. Ruyan, a glass of red wine, thank you. Shen Wuxiao smiled faintly, looking like a modest and gentle gentleman, but his behavior was extremely oppressive. Lu Ruyan didn't dare to disobey and immediately went to get a bottle of red wine. Then he brought 2 high-heeled glasses. You want to have a few drinks with me? Not bad, not bad. Shen Wuxiao smiled. Lu Ruyan poured the wine and placed 2 glasses on the coffee table. And she sat next to Shen Wuxiao. Shen Wuxiao took advantage of the situation and put his arm around her slender waist, pulling her into his arms. Lu Ruyan did not resist and just stuck to him. At such a close distance, Lu Ruyan could see very clearly. It also feels a bit strange for some reason. Fear, nervousness, anticipation, and even a little bit of enjoyment. She even suspected she had Stockholm Syndrome. But Lu Ruyan was clear about one thing, if there was no hatred between her and Shen Wuxiao. She really felt that after spending enough time with Shen Wuxiao, she would fall madly in love with him. Shen Wuxiao is impeccable in every aspect. Whether it is figure, appearance, status, power, or even Koan, they are all top-notch. And he is particularly bad, so bad that it is outrageous. That kind of cruel, vicious, and unpredictable character is frightening. But it is precisely this kind of badness that is inexplicably attractive. It makes people afraid of him but also want to get close to him. I really look forward to being the one who is pampered by him. Unfortunately, she and Shen Wuxiao were destined to fight to the death. Maybe I'm lucky enough to kill him, or maybe one day I'll be killed by him. Shen Wuxiao had changed his position at this moment and lay directly on Lu Ruyan's thighs. Fragrant and soft thighs are the best pillows. Lu Ruyan was not idle either. She gently massaged Shen Wuxiao's temples. If you only look at the picture, you would definitely think that this is a loving couple. After a while, Lu Ruyan finally spoke. Red wine is almost sober. Shen Wuxiao closed his eyes at the moment and said lightly, I'm too lazy to move, just feed me. Hello? Lu Ruyan was stunned. Shen Wuxiao was lying down, how could he feed her? What if it fell on his face, wouldn't that kill him? Use your mouth. Shen Wuxiao said. Lu Ruyan opened her mouth, but still didn't say anything. She could only lean over and bring a glass of red wine. Then she took a small sip and held it in her mouth against her red lips. After hesitating for a moment, he used his thighs to lift Shen Wuxiao up a little, supported his head, and then leaned over. She pressed her red lips against his. Shen Wuxiao was not polite either. A long time passed, and Shen Wuxiao kept his eyes closed, as if he was sleeping. But Lu Ruyan didn't dare to speak. Put some hot water on it, I want to take a shower. Shen Wuxiao suddenly sat up and said out of the blue. Lu Ruyan just said him and stood up and walked towards her boudoir. She returned to the bathroom in her room and filled the tub with hot water. While the hot water was running, she was in a daze, not knowing what she was thinking. Suddenly, she turned her gaze to the hairdryer hanging on the locker. If you turn on the hairdryer while taking a bath, just throw it directly into the bathtub. Is that the end of everything? She was extremely nervous. She didn't come to her senses until the bathtub was overflowing. After struggling for a while, she finally gave up. She can't afford the price of failure. After putting the water in place, she went to call Shen Wuxiao. The two of them went out of the bathroom together. Lu Ruyan also explained directly, I can't serve you today. I have my period. Shen Wuxiao nodded, just rub my back. The two of them then entered the bathroom. As soon as he entered, Shen Wuxiao saw the bathtub overflowing with water. He just smiled faintly. After he entered the bathtub, Lu Ruyan rubbed his back as he had instructed. Ruyan, you must feel that I have brought you a lot of shame, and you must want to kill me too. Shen Wuxiao said again. Lu Ruyan's slender hands couldn't help but tremble, but she still shook her head. No. No. Really? Well, maybe I'm overthinking it. I thought you were thinking about how to kill me when you were in the bathroom. The water is overflowing so much, it's obvious that you were distracted. Lu Ruyan forced herself to calm down. It was becoming increasingly difficult to see clearly what Shen Wuxiao was like. He just felt that he was terrifying. Suppose, for example, you wanted to kill me in the bathroom. Besides the toxic gas produced by the mixture of the two disinfectants, the only thing that could kill me would be the hairdryer. Ruyan, bring the hairdryer over here. Lu Ruyan was completely confused and froze for a moment. What's wrong? I asked you to get a hairdryer, but you can't do it? Shen Wuxiao asked. Lu Ruyan stood up at this moment, walked to the locker over there, and took out the hairdryer. After Shen Wuxiao took the hairdryer, he gestured, turn on the power. Lu Ruyan seemed to have heard it wrong. I said, turn on the power. This time, Lu Ruyan dared not disobey and could only turn on the power. Shen Wuxiao looked at the hairdryer and turned it on directly. The hairdryer made a humming sound. He just raised the hairdryer in front of Lu Ruyan and then let go. No! Lu Ruyan was startled and shouted subconsciously. But it's too late. The hairdryer fell into the bathtub. In an instant, the entire bathtub was covered with a layer of electric arcs. Lu Ruyan was so scared that she clung to the wall. But Shen Wuxiao still sat there steadily, as if he was not affected at all. It didn't stop until the fuse blew. Shen Wuxiao chuckled, remember, this method doesn't work either. It's numb, just like tickling. Don't put yourself in danger, okay? Lu Ruyan had no time to think about these things. At this moment, she seemed to be soaked in sweat. When she saw Shen Wuxiao let go of her hand just now, her heart skipped a beat. It hurts so much. It was an instinct, and she didn't know why. The reality is, Shen Wuxiao is really fine. She naturally didn't know that Shen Wuxiao's awakened ability included the ability to control lightning. The electricity alone couldn't cause any harm to him. Even without the thunder control, with his physical body of a 6th grade, 5th order master, these electric arcs would not cause much damage to him. Chapter 31, Tangled Psychology. After this thrilling bath, Shen Wuxiao wiped himself off and the two left the bathroom. Without saying much, he lay down on the bed. Shen Wuxiao leaned against the head of the bed, stretched out a hand and gestured. Lu Ruyan pursed her lips and unbuttoned her home skirt. The fair skin is clearly revealed, as smooth and silky as jade. She lifted a corner of the quilt, lay down next to Shen Wuxiao, and rested her head in his arms. Their skin touched, and it became hot. But she was indeed not in a convenient position today, so Shen Wuxiao had no intention of doing anything rash. Just like that, the lights were turned off, and Lu Ruyan lay quietly in Shen Wuxiao's arms. Feeling his warmth and smelling his fresh scent, my eyelids gradually became heavy. Shen Wuxiao seemed to be the most gentle at this moment. Without any words, he just hugged her. A hand patted her back gently, as if coaxing a child to sleep. In the darkness, Lu Ruyan felt very painful. Because she actually enjoyed Shen Wuxiao's tenderness at this moment. But thinking of the destroyed family and Shen Wuxiao's cruelty, this moment was extremely tormenting. Her heart was pushing her towards this man. But instinct and consciousness are rejecting it. How can we turn the page on such a deep blood feud? For a moment, she almost diagnosed herself with Stockholm Syndrome. The crueler Shen Wuxiao treated her, and the more he tortured her psychologically, the more she felt the urge to depend on him. This painful and tangled feeling almost suffocated her. Tears of shame also flowed from my eyes and slid down from the corners of my eyes. Shin Wuxiao felt the coldness on his arm. In the darkness, his voice rang out, crying. Lu Ruyan sobbed softly, her voice choked with sobs. No. No. Just keep your mouth shut. Cry if you want to. It's no big deal. As he spoke, Shin Wuxiao tightened his arms and held her completely in his arms. But no more talking. Lu Ruyan bit her lips, and her smooth and white arms were trembling. In the end, psychology wins slightly. She still reached out her hand, put it around Shin Wuxiao's waist, and hugged him tightly. The night gradually deepened. In this tangled state of mind, Lu Ruyan seemed very tired and fell asleep in Shin Wuxiao's arms. As for Shin Wuxiao, he naturally fell asleep heartlessly. No words were spoken that night. The next day, warm sunlight was already shining on the floor. It's a nice day again today. When Lu Ruyan opened her eyes, the place around her was already empty. Shin Wuxiao had already gotten up. Lu Ruyan was slightly startled, and the hazy sleepiness she had felt suddenly disappeared. My heart felt slightly sour, and a strong sense of loss surged in my heart. But she quickly adjusted herself. To Shin Wuxiao, she was just a plaything. And it's a toy that can be killed at any time. Lu Ruyan really hated her own shameless heart. The other party is obviously the enemy who killed my entire family, but why do I still feel moved? She sat up, put on her nightgown, and slowly walked to the window. Looking at the weather outside, Lu Ruyan decided to go to the hospital for a checkup. Stockholm Syndrome, there must be a cure. Otherwise, if this continues, she is really afraid that her revenge will not be avenged and her heart will already belong to Shin Wuxiao. As for Shin Wuxiao, he had indeed left the Lu family villa. He had no feelings for Lu Ruyan at all. It is even more unlikely that feelings will arise. Those who want to kill him usually have only one outcome, which is death. It's just that Lu Ruyan is still useful and it's not time for her to die yet. At the moment, Shin Wuxiao still planned to deal with Jiang Huayue first. Jiang Huayue must be obtained before Lin Fan arrives. If this happens, it will destroy the relationship between the male and female protagonists. Not only will you get a lot of points, but you can also get a great beauty. Of course, if she is obedient, she will be his woman, and Shin Wuxiao usually pampers such women. If she doesn't obey and instead helps Lin Fan, she will be dead. Shin Wuxiao is not a cold-blooded person. If things really develop into that, he will often post some short essays to mourn his deceased wife. This is also a way to gain popularity. This is also a manifestation of love. The sports car sped along, and Shin Wuxiao was too lazy to prepare any exquisite breakfast. I just bought some steamed buns, soy milk, and fried dough sticks to take with me. You can eat them if you like. When they arrived at the Bay Villa and stopped the car, Shin Wuxiao saw Jiang Huayue meditating and practicing in the yard. There were some leaves floating around her. This is her awakened special ability, the ability to control instruments with her true energy. This ability is also quite powerful. As the realm improves, the weapons that can be wielded will become larger and heavier. Jiang Huayue's current ability is at most to control some lighter objects, such as leaves, stones, etc. But this does not mean that these things are not lethal. Cutting the skin is easy. Sensing someone coming, the leaves around Jiang Huayue fell to the ground and she opened her eyes. Ms. Jiang, how did you sleep last night? Was there anything you weren't used to? Shin Wuxiao asked with a smile on his face and breakfast in his hand. Although Jiang Huayue has a cold personality, he doesn't have a sour face towards everyone. Thank you for your concern, Master Sikong. I'm really sorry to bother you. I had a good rest yesterday. Jiang Huayue also smiled symbolically. The other party has been helping them silently, so this friend is worth making. That's fine, that's fine. Otherwise, when Brother Lin Fan comes back, he'll blame me for neglecting his comrades, and I'll be wronged. Shin Wuxiao speaks easily and laughs heartily, a typical sunny and cheerful boy. He raised the breakfast in his hand and said, Miss Jiang, please have something to eat. It's not some delicacies, just an ordinary breakfast. I don't know what Miss Jiang likes, but these are just for filling your stomach. Jiang Huayue did not refuse. She did not have high requirements for food. After all, in places like the border, sometimes a mission takes 10 days or half a month. The food outside is always cold and dry. If you are picky about food, you won't work in that field. The two entered the villa together and sat opposite each other. After taking out breakfast, Shin Wuxiao also picked up one and started eating. But he didn't say much, instead waiting for Zhang Huayue to ask questions himself. Sure enough, after a while, Zhang Huayue asked, Master Seacombe, how long will it take for Lin Fan to return? Zhang Huayue was also unsure of the current situation, as she was a complete newcomer. Shin Wuxiao shook his head, it's really hard to say. Miss Zhang doesn't know. There's a lot of noise outside right now. Those people from the Haisha Society are all looking for Brother Lin Fan. There are even rumors that the Haisha Society has issued a bounty for his life. Do you know what this is? Hearing this, Zhang Huayue stopped eating and frowned slightly. She was certainly aware of the bounty on the kill. That is a platform created by a major foreign force, commonly known as Hellnet. As long as you post the required task on Hell.net and pay a portion of the deposit to Hell.net, the task will be posted and anyone can take it. There is no limit on the number of people who can accept a task because they only look at the results, not the process. Even if you send out 1,000 people, but the task is completed by another person, the bounty will be given to the one who completed it. Chapter 32 Going to the Funeral. If a bounty for a kill is really issued, then Lin Fan's situation will be quite dangerous. Those bounty hunters, assassin organizations, and mercenaries are all desperate criminals who only care about money and not people. High commissions mean wealth and cultivation resources. At present, spirit crystals are expensive and rare, and most of them are controlled by some powerful people. The risks of obtaining animal cores are often relatively high. Most martial artists at the master level absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through breathing, transform it into true power, and supply themselves with it. There are some other things, of course, it is money, which can be used to purchase cultivation materials and resources. This is enough to motivate them to kill the target at all costs. The bounty for the kill has been issued, right? Zhang Huayue looked a little serious. Shin Wuxiao shook his head, I don't know about this, but it should be sent, just not so soon. Besides, it's not like anyone can just come into Dragon Country at will. Zhang Huayue also felt that what the other party said was right. According to the current situation, it should be that Haisha Society deliberately released the news to force people out, similar to an ultimatum. After the announcement, the urban bounty hunters will definitely take action first. Whether they can find it or not is one thing, but even if they do, their strength cannot compare to Lin Fan at all. As for those from abroad, it is not that easy to come in. This made Zhang Huayue relax a little. Shin Wuxiao sighed, Brother Lin Fan has had a really rough life. He's only been here for a short time, and already so many things have happened. Zhang Huayue was brought back to reality by Shin Wuxiao's words. She also said seriously, Master Seacombe, do you know who Lin Fan wants to take revenge on? Zhang Huayue really didn't know about this. She only knew that Lin Fan's brother was killed and then returned for revenge. However, when he arrived here, he didn't see Lin Fan, so he realized that he had killed the wrong person and hit himself. Shin Wuxiao acted very naturally, I know. He asked about Shin Wuxiao many times. It must be him. As for why he killed the wrong person, it's actually my fault. I just happened to mention that I had seen Shin Wuxiao in Golden Bay, and he went there. Shan Wuxiao. Zhang Huayue took note of it secretly. Shen Wuxiao sneered in his heart. What does it matter if I tell you my name? The person is right in front of you, and you don't even know it's me. Zhang Huayue also didn't know that Lin Fan had never mentioned revenge for his brother, and had always used the excuse of being cuckolded. Master Seacombe, is the Haisha Society holding a funeral? Shin Wuxiao pretended to be stunned. Yes, Miss Jiang, you don't want to go, do you? Zhang Huayue nodded, I'm just going over to investigate. Besides, they don't know me. Can you take me there? Zhang Huayue felt that he had to do something. That seems to be true. Shin Wuxiao hesitated for a moment, it's no problem to go. After all, there are already many people from all walks of life going there to mourn. They can make more than two of us. But if I want to find out something, I definitely need an identity and a reputation. I might also run into someone I know there. Well, you will be my girlfriend today, and I will take you there under this name. Zhang Huayue was stunned for a moment. After hesitating for a few seconds, he nodded, okay, I'll pretend to be your girlfriend. Her purpose was not only to find out the movements of Haisha Society, but also to try her luck and see if Shin Wuxiao would be there. Since he mistakenly thought that Shin Wuxiao lived there, he caused a misunderstanding and killed the wrong person. That means Shin Wuxiao does have some connection with Haisha Society. It is not certain whether you will be present at the funeral. Okay, wait a minute. I'll have someone send over 2 sets of clothes. Otherwise, this outfit of yours is really too eye-catching. Zhang Huayue looked at himself and realized that it was true. If you show up in a tight suit, everyone's eyes will be on you, so what else is there to investigate? Shen Wuxiu also asked someone to send clothes over. Due to the special circumstances, he did not ask for a makeup team or anything, he just simply delivered clothes. About 20 minutes later, the clothes arrived. Shen Wuxiu and Zhang Huayue went to change. Shen Wuxiu already had a lot of his clothes, so he just wore a simple suit. However, of course, when Zhang Huayue walked out of the room, even Shen Wuxiu couldn't help but be amazed. She wore a white dress with chiffon fluttering around her waist and ankles, swaying gently. The high heels made a clicking sound as they stepped on the ground, but it seemed a little awkward to her. The overall look perfectly highlights her graceful figure. Her hair is draped over her shoulders, and there is not a trace of makeup on her delicate face. Her eyebrows are like distant mountains, and her eyes are like peaches and plums, making people unable to take their eyes off her. Even without wearing any jewelry, she is still dazzling. Dignified yet charming, grand yet elegant. Shen Wuxiu exclaimed in admiration, "Why does it feel like a fairy has descended to earth?" When Zhang Huayue heard the praise, her pretty face turned slightly hot. She also set her eyes on Shen Wuxiu. His eyes couldn't help but light up. Shen Wuxiu has an extremely good body proportion and is a natural clothes hanger. He looks very handsome in whatever he wears. Especially that handsome face, which can easily wipe out young girls and young women. She had to say that the other person was the most handsome man she had ever seen, no doubt about it. But he was just handsome, she didn't fall in love with him at first sight. In her heart, she had always kept Lin Fan hidden. "Once you're ready, let's go." Shen Wuxiu smiled. The two walked out of the villa, and Shen Wuxiu also drove a relatively low-key black Maybach. Shen Wuxiu was the driver, and Zhang Huayue sat in the passenger seat. As they walked along, the two of them chatted idly. Although the content is incomplete, it can still increase familiarity. "Yuer, when you get over there, remember to address me as darling. Stay by my side the whole time. Don't run around. There's a lot of people there, and you're so pretty. If someone covets you, it could cause trouble." Shen Wuxiu was serious. Zhang Huayue's heart skipped a beat, as the other party had just called her Yuer. Although I know this is a term used in acting, I still feel a little uncomfortable. As for calling him dear, Zhang Huayue was a little hesitant to say it. She had never called anyone that before. The most intimate name is probably to occasionally call Lin Fan, calling him Brother Fan. But she still nodded and agreed. "When the time comes, just stay beside him, don't run around, and don't call him intentionally." When we arrived at our destination, it was a large mansion. This place has already been changed into serious black and white. The two parked the car and looked at the mansion in front of them together. Shen Wuxiu picked up a pair of sunglasses and put them on. Then he arched his arm and gestured to Zhang Huayue. Zhang Huayue hesitated for a moment, but still stretched out her arm and held Shen Wuxiu's arm. "When you walk to the entrance of the mansion, someone will distribute white towels." Shen Wuxiu pulled one out and casually put it on his shoulder. When I walked into the mansion, there were a lot of people inside, gathered in groups of 3 or 5, all discussing something. Even here, there are many of Shen Wuxiu's people. When Shen Wuxiu and Zhang Huayue appeared at the scene, they attracted a lot of attention. Of course, most of those eyes were looking at Zhang Huayue. After all, such a beautiful woman is really rare. Chapter 33, Enemy Coming? But soon, those people's eyes quickly shifted away. It seems like he is avoiding something. According to the rules, Shen Wuxiu took Zhang Huayue to pay tribute to the deceased first, and then the family members returned the greetings, and they were able to move freely. Walking into the mansion, you will soon see a huge morning hall. The top is surrounded by a border of yellow and white chrysanthemums. There was a platform on the ground in the middle, on which lay a corpse covered with a white cloth and surrounded by flowers. On the front wall is an oversized portrait of the deceased. Luo Han's photo was hung high, with a smile on his face. Shen Wuxiu and the other man walked in and just looked at it without bowing at all. He doesn't deserve it. So we made a symbolic circle to express our gratitude to the family members. Shen Wuxiu said lightly, "My condolences." The other party didn't say anything, but just nodded to Shen Wuxiu. After all, someone had told them that Shen Wuxiu would come, but they could just pretend not to know him. So naturally there can't be anything out of place about them. That's just right. After leaving the morning hall, Shin Wuxiu brought a glass of wine to Jiang Huayue, and the two stood aside and talked. You are. Huh? What's wrong? Jiang Huayue responded softly. There's no need to go out of your way to get information. It's the same if you listen here. Shin Wuxiu pointed at the people chatting in the distance. Jiang Huayue naturally understood. The death of the young master of Haisha society was so unclear that many people were talking about it. There are indeed people who are talking about it, and they come in small groups. Do you think the person who killed young master Luo Han is still in Zhanghai? I think they should have escaped long ago. How could they stay here? Not necessarily. The entrances and exits of Zhanghai are now all guarded by Haisha society. Highway intersections, airports, even national highways and waterways are guarded. I heard that the Haisha society has already spent a large sum of money to hire a bounty hunter. That murderer will definitely die this time. The discussions were very mixed, but Jiang Huayue couldn't help but frown as he listened. This time, the Haisha society really seems to be determined to fight to the death. The limelight might not pass so easily, so Lin Fan could hide for the time being. The discussion over there continued. It's not just the bounty hunters who have been found. The three major forces in Zhanghai are also helping out. There are also people from the Martial Arts Association, and even the White Path has begun a full-scale search. That's not right. Will the White Dao intervene? You don't know what's normal. I heard that it was arranged by young Master Shin. Young Master Shin and young Master Luo Han are acquaintances, so naturally he won't stand idly by. Hearing the words from the other side, Jiang Huayue's beautiful eyes narrowed. Finally I heard something about Shin Wuxiu. In response to this, Shin Wuxiu himself said, I was the one who arranged this person, so just listen to me. At this time, Shin Wuxiu secretly pulled Jiang Huayue's hand. Wait here, I'll go over and chat with them and see if I can find out something. Jiang Huayue nodded, be careful. It would be more convenient for Shin Wuxiu to go, as she herself was indeed too eye-catching. Don't worry. Shin Wuxiu smiled and walked over with big strides. Everyone, the young Master Shin you just mentioned, is he young Master Shin Wuxiu? Shin Wuxiu easily joined the conversation. But the voice on the other end immediately lowered and became quieter. Jiang Huayue didn't get too close, but he wasn't worried. After all, young Master Sikon was over there, and he would tell her when he came back. The discussion over there seemed to be heated, but in fact, they were all talking about irrelevant things. Shin Wuxiu directly asked them to contact Uncle Wu and Uncle Wu's wife. Such a good excuse, such a good opportunity, Shin Wuxiu must do something. After muttering for a while, Shin Wuxiu returned to Jiang Huayue alone. What happened? Jiang Huayue asked. There's some news, but it's insignificant. We won't get anything out of it if we stay any longer. We can retreat now. Shin Wuxiu originally wanted to arrange some more people and then take advantage of the situation to eat Jianghuayu tofu. But he wanted to eat something bigger. So you need to return to the villa first. Jiang Huayue didn't want to leave. How could he come here without getting much useful information? Listen to me first. We need to leave first. I went over to inquire about Shin Wuxiu just now, and the guy with the triangular eyes stared at me without saying a word. I suspect that bastard has something to do with Shin Wuxiu. If he finds out that we're investigating Shin Wuxiu, it will cause unnecessary trouble. Isn't that perfect? Jiang Huayue was very confident. What do you mean by just right? If we continue to investigate, people will really start to suspect that we have other motives. What if we reveal our purpose, get caught, and then be used to threaten Brother Lin Fan to come out? What will Brother Lin Fan do then? He's so loyal, he'll definitely come out. Wouldn't that be walking into a trap? Jiang Huayue also felt that what he said made sense. After all, people here are just chatting, and if they go into details, it will always attract attention. With so many people at the scene, they couldn't tell which ones were there to mourn and which ones were deliberately arranged to serve as bait. Okay, I'll listen to you. Jiang Huayue nodded. Today was not a complete failure. At least she could be sure that they didn't know where Lin Fan was. Lin Fan is still safe. Leave now. Shin Wuxiu and Jiang Huayue left the scene without hesitation. Got outside, got in the car and left. But not long after they left, a car followed quietly. After several twists and turns, Shin Wuxiu and Jiang Huayue arrived at the villa. Not long after entering and closing the door, Jiang Huayue's beautiful eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. The whole person became alert. Shen Wuxiao naturally knew what was going on, but still asked, "What's wrong?" "Someone is following us." Zhang Huayue glanced around. "Ah? No way?" Shen Wuxiao pretended to be surprised. Then he quickly took out his cell phone and sent a message to Uncle Wu. The message was simple. Uncle Wu rushed in. I immediately activated the field freeze. The lines are casual. The ultimate goal is to put us together. Uncle Wu replied, "Okay." Shen Wuxiao also deleted the record without hesitation. Then he stood there pretending to be nervous and asked, "Are you really being followed? I just think that triangular-eyed guy is weird. Could he really be suspicious of us?" Zhang Huayue was still extremely vigilant. He slowly stepped back and blocked Shen Wuxiao with one hand. The two of them slowly leaned against the wall. Staying against the wall is to avoid sneak attacks. There should be two people, both of them are masters above the 5th rank. Zhang Huayue is still trying to search. The next second, the glass on both sides, one on the left and one on the right, shattered instantly. Zhang Huayue fixed his eyes on the right and was about to take action. But just when he was about to make a move, Shen Wuxiao behind him had already activated his special ability. The time in the field stops. The range was deliberately locked on him and Zhang Huayue. Even the clock on the wall seemed to have stopped time. Zhang Huayue looked horrified, obviously shocked. The whole person seemed to be under a spell of immobilization. His eyeballs could still move, but he couldn't speak. Of course, she knew about the ability to freeze time in the field. This top-level ability is the most powerful among the control types. How could he appear here? Could he be the two people who rushed in? Once controlled, unless a certain degree of damage is inflicted, it is equivalent to being immobilized. But how could such a master target them? Chapter 34 inexplicably given. Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu have already walked over. Both of them were wearing masks and their faces could not be seen clearly. Aunt Wu first walked up to Zhang Huayue, raised her hand and touched her face. "What a beautiful lady. Why don't you take it back and give it to Mr. Shen?" Upon hearing the other party's words, Zhang Huayue was even more shocked. He was really Shen Wuxiao's man. Uncle Wu also laughed out loud. "Mr. Shen will be very happy, but he needs to confirm whether the other party is clean. If not, then there's no need." As he spoke, Uncle Wu looked at Shen Wuxiao and winked secretly. Shen Wuxiao was speechless. "Damn it, say the words, I have to say the words too." Uncle Wu understood immediately and pretended to snap his fingers in front of Shen Wuxiao. Shen Wuxiao seemed to be free from control in an instant. "What are you going to do? Who are you?" Shen Wuxiao quickly stepped forward and protected Zhang Huayue behind him. "Kid, I noticed you two at the funeral just now. Are you asking about our young master for some purpose?" Shen Wuxiao wanted to laugh, but he was still nervous. "We are just going to attend the funeral. We don't know anything about your young master." "You're mistaken." Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu looked at each other, then smiled and said, "Did you make a mistake? Then let it go. This beauty is perfect to take back with you." Having said that, he walked towards Zhang Huayue. Zhang Huayue's heart tightened, and he was really at a loss. If she were taken away, she would be ruined. At the critical moment, Shen Wuxiao stopped them again. "She is my woman, what are you doing?" Uncle Wu pretended to be annoyed. "Your woman? Did it happen?" "Of course, she is my woman, what do you think?" Shen Wuxiao turned and hugged Zhang Huayue, as if he was using his body to protect her. Aunt Wu also shook her head. "That won't do. Our young master doesn't like this. Or, just kill them all." Shen Wuxiao was shocked again. I am the young master of the Seacone family. If you hurt us, my family will not let you go." Upon hearing this, Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu were stunned for a moment, and then looked at each other. "Seacone family?" The two of them muttered something and walked aside, as if they were discussing something. Finally, he walked over and said, "Killing you is really meaningless and will only cause some unnecessary trouble. But I'm warning you, if you dare to pry into young Master Shen's affairs again, don't blame us for being ruthless. It was just a misunderstanding. My wife and I had no intention of offending you." Shen Wuxiao hugged Zhang Huayue firmly. The two smiled faintly. "Okay, if that's the case, let's just leave it at that. But to avoid unnecessary trouble, we need to keep the evidence." Aunt Wu said to Uncle Wu, "Old man, take this man away. Leave this beauty to me, together, and send her to the room to prevent them from being unreliable in their mouths." Zhang Huayue almost collapsed when he heard this. Uncle Wu laughed, then raised his hand and knocked Shen Wuxiao unconscious. Then he carried Shen Wuxiao to a bedroom. When he got to the bedroom, Shen Wuxiao got up by himself, threw off his clothes, and then huddled under the quilt. Uncle Wu was at a loss for words. "Master, if you want to do something like that, why bother with so much trouble?" Shen Wuxiao rolled his eyes at him and said, "You know shit, get out." Uncle Wu smiled and quickly left the house. And next is Aunt Wu. Aunt Wu came in carrying Jiang Huayue. She also took away Jiang Huayue's cover quickly and efficiently. Jiang Huayue's eyes were red and tears were almost rolling down. Although Aunt Wu is a woman, Shen Wuxiao is not. Jiang Huayue was placed directly on the bed. Aunt Wu was also weird. She pulled Shen Wuxiao, who was pretending to be asleep, over and turned his head towards Jiang Huayue's head. The hands are covered. Their mouths were also pressed tightly together. She pulled Jiang Huayue's hand up again and put her arm around Shen Wuxiao's waist. Aunt Wu was very satisfied with her masterpiece. Okay, remember, nothing happened today. Otherwise, some things would appear in various social places. You don't want people to see them, right? Aunt Wu giggled a few times, then left without a care in the world. Jiang Huayue couldn't move either and could only remain in a stalemate. After Aunt Wu left, she deleted the video she had just taken. What a joke, that woman might be the young lady, how could such a thing really exist? Uncle Wu, who was waiting outside, also looked at her and asked, "Is it done?" Then let's go, the rest is their business. I think we need to come a few more times. Young master, this time is different. It shouldn't be about a quick victory, but a gradual approach. Otherwise, what's the point of putting on a show? That's right. Uncle Wu nodded. Then next time, find a different reason and put them together again. Over time, it will be strange if that girl doesn't fall in love with the young master. With that, the two of them left the villa directly. Inside the house, Jiang Huayue collapsed. She was really restrained and unable to move. In this situation, she was really embarrassed and helpless. Her little mouth kissed each other and other. It was just like what newlyweds did, except it wasn't as profound. Just one final push away. Looking at the handsome face so close to her, Jiang Huayue wanted to blame him, but she couldn't find any reason to blame him. She knew that he was also forced and didn't even know what was happening. Thinking about the current situation between him and herself, Jiang Huayue's eyes suddenly became moist. 2 lines of tears slid down from the corners of my eyes. She had never even held hands with a man, but today she actually kissed Shen Wuxiao. Jiang Huayue forced himself to calm down. What's the point of being sad at this time? But she couldn't figure out what was going on with this static field and why it hadn't been lifted yet. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be controlled for such a long time. How could she have imagined that Shen Wuxiao was controlling her? Time passes by little by little. Jiang Huayue was still unable to move, but he was in great torment. Their lips hadn't parted yet, but she inexplicably had other feelings. In this situation, the air is dangerous and scorching. Jiang Huayue's eyes were inexplicably tender and her gaze was as hazy as thickening sauce. Just looking at Shen Wuxiao. The worst thing is that as time goes by, it actually becomes faint. It hurts a lot. Finally, the control of the field's stillness was lifted. She immediately stretched out her hands and pushed Shen Wuxiao hard. Shen Wuxiao was pushed away and rolled to the other side of the bed. But he still looked like he was in a coma, completely unaware. Chapter 35, Subconscious Influence. Jiang Huayue immediately pulled the quilt over and covered Shen Wuxiao. Then he hurriedly looked down. Seeing this, Jiang Huayue's mind buzzed and went blank. It was as if I had lost my hearing and could not hear any sound. Her lips trembled and she felt a little weak. Those beautiful eyes stared straight at the dazzling red color of the bedsheet. This scene deeply hurt her heart. The hope I had originally held was gone. She couldn't help it, so she covered her face with her hands and sobbed. Shen Wuxiao, who pretended to be unconscious, was also helpless. You can only take it away first and make up the process later. With this relationship, she couldn't treat herself as just an ordinary friend anymore. And in her understanding, she didn't know it. Jiang Huayue had no idea what to do. At this moment, she was helpless. After crying for a long time, Jiang Huayue finally stopped. She wiped away her tears, raised her hand to tidy up her messy hair, and slowly got out of bed. Then she took a pair of scissors. Shen Wuxiao was shocked. Damn, is he going to kill himself? But fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. Jiang Huayue simply cut off the piece, put it away, and then put on his clothes. After getting dressed, he left the room and sat on the sofa in the living room. Shin Wuxiu also opened his eyes and glanced to the side. There was a hole in the bedsheet, but nothing else had changed. About 10 minutes later, Shin Wuxiu got up and put on his half-body clothes. The upper body is still naked. He grabbed his clothes and ran out of the room as if he was escaping. Just then I saw Jiang Huayue lying on the sofa in a daze. Shin Wuxiu also asked nervously, "Yue, are you okay? Did those people do anything to you?" Looking at Shin Wuxiu's anxious expression, Jiang Huayue wanted to blame him, but there was really no reason for him to do so. None of this can be blamed on him. Besides, if it weren't for him, I might have been taken away. It goes without saying what she will face, and she will really collapse at that time. Jiang Huayue shook his head, but his voice was a little weak. "I'm fine." Shin Wuxiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm glad you're alright. I don't know what happened. I just woke up in your room and I'm not dressed yet." Jiang Huayue's face became hot involuntarily. But he still managed to come up with a lame excuse. It was those two people who did it. They said they wanted to keep evidence, so. Shin Wuxiu also opened his mouth wide. "Fuck, what kind of fetish is this? He knocked me out and actually did something like that." But Shin Wuxiu seemed to be very open-minded and sat down on the sofa. "I'm a grown man, it doesn't matter. As long as you are okay. I was really careless this time. I didn't expect that when I went to get some information, I would attract an expert. It's also my fault for being useless and failing to protect you. Fortunately, nothing terrible happened. I have to be more careful next time." Jiang Huayue didn't say anything, just looked at him, with a hint of resentment in her beautiful eyes. But she couldn't say it, this kind of thing was too ridiculous. Could it be that she should tell the other party that she had been inexplicably taken away from him while he was asleep? Jiang Huayue couldn't accept this matter so quickly. At the moment, he didn't want to talk, so he could only say to Shin Wuxiu, "I'm a little tired, I'm going to rest first." Shin Wuxiu nodded. "You go, don't worry, I'll stay here." Jiang Huayue did not respond, but staggered towards the room. Finally, he closed the door and locked it. When she returned to her room, she couldn't help but curl up on the bed and cover herself tightly with the quilt. But the scent of Shin Wuxiu was extremely clear in the quilt. The refreshing scent stirred her already troubled heart. Jiang Huayue didn't want to think too much at the moment, so he just leaned sideways and looked ahead with lifeless eyes. But the more I try not to think about it, the more the previous scenes appear in my mind. It simply can't be shaken off. While she was angry, she was also blaming herself for being so careless. In order to help Lin Fan get information, she sacrificed herself. Thinking of Lin Fan, she now has an indescribable feeling. She and Lin Fan are comrades in arms, and they also have feelings that go beyond comrades in arms. Jiang Huayue knew that she had feelings for Lin Fan, otherwise she would not have come all the way to Zhonghai. There is actually only a thin layer of window paper between the two of them. But now, everything has vanished in an instant. Jiang Huayue is still traditional in her thinking and attaches great importance to the first time. Even if she has feelings for Lin Fan, it is destined to be impossible. She has already given it to the guy outside. Even if he doesn't know, she can't pretend to know nothing. You can deceive yourself, but you can't deceive your heart. Jiang Huayue was indeed very tired. Gradually, his eyelids closed and he fell asleep. When I woke up, it was already evening. Slept for several hours. Jiang Huayue stood up and washed up briefly. When I walked out of the room, it was empty and there was no one in sight. When he walked towards the sofa, he saw Shin Wuxiu sitting on the swing in the yard. He was swinging back and forth, staring blankly there. Seeing the scene, Jiang Huayue's pretty face showed a hint of relief. As Shin Wuxiu thought, Jiang Huayue now really couldn't treat Shin Wuxiu as an ordinary friend anymore. Even though it hasn't reached the level of liking or loving each other, there is definitely a barrier missing between the two of them. It invisibly brought the two closer together. Jiang Huayue rubbed his temples and looked at the time. It was almost dinner time. She doesn't want to be idle either, because if she is idle she will think too much. So she walked into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and found that there were still a lot of fresh ingredients inside. She took some meat and vegetables, soaked the rice, and decided to cook for herself. Jiang Huayue is an all-rounder, capable of both housework and socializing, good at both literature and martial arts, and extremely intelligent. Even when we were at the border, we didn't have many opportunities to cook. We ate dry food and the food prepared by the kitchen staff. Shin Wuxiu outside naturally noticed the situation inside. I was also very proud of myself. She has already started cooking, so how long is it until she calls me husband? And I have an excuse to stay here tonight and deepen our relationship. Tonzi, does this count as me getting Jiang Huayue? Where are the points reward? Ding, according to the progress, we've only gone halfway. If the host doesn't mind my noise, you can choose to take half of the points first, and the other half will be given after we're done. Forget it, just give it all at once. It's like a mortgage. Okay, host, we'll settle all the accounts together when the time comes. It's not just the plundering points, there's more to it as well. Okay. Shen Wuxiao responded. He is really eager to get a lot of points. There are so many good things in the mall, and he wants them all. Especially some great supernatural powers, although they cannot be used now. Having them but not using them is different from not having them. The road of martial arts is so long, and Shen Wuxiao is also aware that the place where he is a world of high martial arts. For ordinary people, the Grandmaster of the 7th to 9th grade is the ceiling. But only those who walk the path of martial arts know that Grandmaster is just the beginning of martial arts. What's more, he is not even a Grandmaster now, but just a master of the 6th grade and 5th level. Just level 65. As for splitting mountains and seas, it is simply impossible now. Chapter 36 Comparison. Shin Wuxiu was not in a hurry about these things. He didn't need to practice, so as long as he had more points, it would be fine. Therefore, you still have to keep looking for things to do that will make you the lucky protagonist and earn more points. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time to bear the title of a luck harvester. Now all you have to do is do your own thing, proceed step by step, deal with Jiang Huayue first, and make Lin Fan scream. The louder he screams and the more he collapses, the more points he gets. And I am experiencing the beauty at my leisurely pace. Cool. On the other hand, Beiji, Lin Fan is in a miserable situation. He still lives in a room in that dilapidated community. As usual, there was no water or electricity. Lin Fan's mobile phone can only be maintained by several power banks, but he dare not play with it. And Lin Fan hasn't taken a shower for many days. He smelled bad, his original short flat head was about to become a middle-parted hair, and his beard was untidy. As for food, it's all fast food. What about compressed biscuits and self-heating hot pot? He has been constipated for 2.5 days. Although he is not picky about food, he will get tired of eating the same thing all the time. Especially the small hot pot that is heavy in oil and spicy. But he was also helpless. Today, he originally wanted to go out and buy some things. Before I even went out, I saw a group of people in black suits searching here. There were at least 100 or 200 people there, a massive crowd, just like the Axe Gang attacking Pig Cage Village. He was not afraid, but in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he did not go out. Looking at those people searching and interrogating here, Lin Fan was also annoyed. When had he, the dignified border wolf king, ever been so cowardly? If the young master of Haisha society who was accidentally killed was an unforgivable person, why would the other party dare to come to him? He must destroy them. It's just a local force, yet it dares to be so arrogant. But there is no other way. The other party is really an innocent person. It is only natural to seek revenge on him. If he were to commit murder without reason, it would go against his original intention and his path of martial arts would go to extremes. Lin Fan always remembered that he was once a soldier. Soldiers will not wield their butcher knives against civilians. Forbearance. Just then, there was a knock on the door. A fierce voice came from outside. Is anyone living here? If there is, open the door, or I'll kick it in. Lin Fan frowned, he knew that they had found him. But Lin Fan was not panicked at all. The other party would definitely not recognize him in his current state. But to be on the safe side, Lin Fan still made some extra preparations. He picked up some leftover hot pot boxes that had not been thrown away and poured the soup inside at the entrance. Then grabbed some cotton wool from the broken sofa, rub it up, and throw it on. Looking at it this way, it looks like some filth. Coming. Lin Fan responded, then went over and opened the door. 3 men in suits and ties were standing outside the door, each looking aggressive. They looked at the man in front of them with an unshaven beard and a dirty face. Are you alone here? Is there anyone else? It's just me. Lin Fan responded. Let's go in and search. The three of them were about to go in. However, when they saw the disgusting look on the ground, they immediately gave up the idea of going in. Damn, this person must be crazy. Although the people living in this place that is about to be demolished are not rich, none of them are so disgusting. They also gave up the idea of going in. Then he handed over a colorful leaflet. If you see this person in the photo, contact the number below immediately. After confirmation, I will pay you a generous reward of 1 million on the spot. Lin Fan took the flyer, and there was his own photo on it. Below is the introduction. Okay, I get it. If I meet someone, I'll definitely call them. Is there really a million? The three of them laughed and said, of course, but if you dare to make a false call, you will bear the consequences. We at Haisha Society will not let you play tricks on us. After that, they left and headed to the next place. Lin Fan closed the door and looked at the list in his hand with a serious expression. The limelight will not pass for a while. This level of intensity already constitutes a wanted order. The Haisha Society is determined not to give up. Everyone in this area should now have a copy of this information. If someone with sharp eyes recognizes him, then it's time to take action. Now even if you go out to purchase supplies, you must act with caution. It seems that I still need to find time to discuss the situation with Brother Sikon. Lin Fan returned inside, sat down on the tattered sofa, and sighed deeply. He was sad, yet also happy. The sad thing is, how could I have killed someone by mistake, and now things are even more complicated. Fortunately, I met Brother Sikong. He is a very nice person and spared no effort to help me. At least I have someone here who can help me. Lin Fan sighed and began to miss his former comrades again. Sharp Knife, Tank, Red Leaf, brothers and sisters, how are you doing? And you should have completed your mission and returned to the team. You'll probably be furious when you hear that I've been expelled from the military. My ears are burning. You must be thinking of me right now. I want to tell you that I miss you too. Don't worry, I'll come back to you after I've finished my business. I'll express my feelings to you then, and I'll definitely promise you a life of prosperity. Lin Fan muttered to himself, and Zhang Huayue's stunningly beautiful face seemed to appear before his eyes again. In fact, Lin Fan was being too sentimental. Zhang Huayue had no time to think about him. At this moment, Zhang Huayue was bringing the dishes to the table and calling Shen Wuxiao to eat. It's time for dinner. Zhang Huayue shouted outside. Shen Wuxiao also ran in happily. Oh my god, you have such a skill. I really wanted to have dinner delivered to me, but I didn't expect you to have already prepared it. Shen Wuxiao looked at the 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table and praised them. The dishes are simple, one is shredded pork with green pepper, one is scrambled eggs with tomatoes, one is braised eggplant, and one is corn and pork ribs soup. But it has good color, aroma and taste, and looks very good, which makes people very appetizing. I haven't cooked for a long time. I don't know if my cooking skills have deteriorated. Just make do with what you have. Zhang Huayue responded indifferently. But his hands were constantly busy. After serving the rice, he took the soup bowl, filled a bowl for Shen Wuxiao, and pushed it in front of him. Then she sat opposite Shen Wuxiao and raised her hand to tuck her hair behind her ears. Try it. Zhang Huayue said. Okay. Shen Wuxiao picked up the chopsticks and directly picked up a piece of shredded pork with green peppers. After taking a bite, Shen Wuxiao nodded continuously, the meat is smooth and tender, and the taste is just right. Your cooking skills are really good. Shen Wuxiao is not exaggerating, it is indeed very good. He had never cooked before. He always ate out, and the food he ate was luxurious and exquisite. The things are still the same, they are just matched and presented in a fancy way, and the price has increased many times. But in the end, it still tastes very homely. Zhang Huayue also got used to being called Yuer, and she no longer felt uncomfortable at the beginning. Hearing the other party's praise, Zhang Huayue just smiled lightly, eat more. After saying this, he fell silent and Zhang Huayue ate silently. He didn't go to see Shen Wuxiao either. Strictly speaking, this was the first time she cooked for a man. Even Lin Fan had never eaten the food she cooked. Chapter 37 Drinking Tea. While eating, Shen Wuxiao did not forget to say to Zhang Huayue, if it is convenient for you, can I hire you to cook? Of course, I just said it casually. If you don't want to, I won't force you. Zhang Huayue looked at him and said, you shouldn't be short of food and drink. Shen Wuxiao shook his head, it's not lacking, but I still like this kind of enthusiasm. I only have a short time with my family because they are all very busy. I've almost forgotten the last time I ate a meal cooked by my mother. Shin Wuxiu was not talking nonsense, the Shin family was very busy. Even if you go to the imperial capital, you will find yourself elusive. Jiang Huayue also pursed her lips to show her understanding. Most young men in rich second generations spend little time with their families. After all, with a large family and a large business, there must be a lot of business matters. There's no need to hire anyone. If you have enough time, it's just a meal. It's nothing. Jiang Huayue responded indifferently. Shin Wuxiao nodded and said, "Okay, I won't be polite with you either." As he spoke, he stood up slightly and picked up a piece of food for Jiang Huayue with his chopsticks. "Eat more, I just see you shoveling rice." Jiang Huayue was stunned, but didn't say anything more in the end. Just ate in silence. If it were in the past, if someone else picked up food for her, she would probably throw the bowl away. But when she thought about how Shin Wuxiao had already done that to her. Even if the other person is unaware, it is not really sleeping together. But it has been taken away. I really can't treat the other person as an irrelevant person anymore. Shen Wuxiao laughed secretly in his heart. This is where acceptance begins. Once you get used to it, the results will be self-evident. After dinner, the lazy Shin Wuxiao also took the initiative to clean up the dishes. Shin Wuxiao enjoyed this meal very much. Mainly, the taste is really good. Moreover, Jiang Huayue no longer had the same alienation and vigilance towards him as before. After dinner, the two did not go about their own business. Instead, he sat on the sofa and Shin Wuxiao made tea. Shin Wuxiao opened a jar and smelled it. This is new tea, I like it. Shin Wuxiao picked out a lot and placed them in the tea set. Jiang Huayue also felt that chatting would ease the awkward atmosphere. At that moment, he asked, "Many people like old tea, do you like new tea?" Shin Wuxiao's hands kept moving as he responded, "Yeah, it's mainly about the taste. New tea is not easy to brew, but the tea buds are tender and the color is bright, which tests the patience of the tea brewer. Don't be impatient when brewing. Old tea is easy to make and the tea brews quickly, but it has a strong flavor. The good thing is that you don't have to steep it for too long, just steep it hard and there's no need for a lot of skill." As he spoke, Shin Wuxiao looked at Jiang Huayue with a smile. "But I'm a person who likes to wait for good things, so I think new tea is better, but old tea is also wonderful. It depends on personal preference." Jiang Huayue was stunned when he heard this. She even wondered if she had asked the wrong question. Why is it a bit weird? But I don't know what's strange. He seemed to be talking about tea, but also seemed not to be. "You are an expert." Jiang Huayue had no choice but to respond. The two chatted and soon the topic turned to Shin Wuxiao. "The two people who came today must be Shin Wuxiao's men. We just had a few words and they chased us. They are really vigilant." Shin Wuxiao listened to Jiang Huayue talking about him, and he even agreed, yes, Shin Wuxiao is a bit mysterious, there are all kinds of rumors. But very few people come into contact with it. We were in trouble today. We almost got into trouble. After Shin Wuxiao finished speaking, he sighed. Jiang Huayue nodded, "Indeed, I was careless, but judging from the behavior of his men, it is not difficult to guess Shin Wuxiao's true character. Suspicion, vigilance, cruelty, and ruthlessness are definitely possessive." Shin Wuxiao couldn't help but admire Jiang Huayue. They are all right. I am suspicious, vigilant, cruel, ruthless, and even have the title of schizophrenia. Of course, everyone who knows him thinks he has super male syndrome. Yes, the rumors may not be true, but they are certainly not groundless. We should take it easy from now on. Jiang Huayue also murmured, "Shin Wuxiao, Wuxiao, the endless fallen leaves rustle down." The name also carries a solemn tone. Shen Wuxiao was curious. He pushed the poured tea in front of Jiang Huayue and asked, "What do you mean?" Jiang Huayue held the teacup in her jade hands and took a sip. The word Wuxiao is probably taken from the 7-character quatrain, "Boundless fallen leaves rustle under the wind." This passage actually describes the devastating scene of falling leaves in the forest. From this, we can infer that Shin Wuxiao must be a violent person by nature. Lin Fan's brother died at his hands. I'm afraid it was inevitable. Sigh. Shin Wuxiao just smiled. There must be something fishy about Lin Fan's younger brother. Damn it, he really thinks he is a soft persimmon that can be squeezed at will. This is not the script for him to be the protagonist. The two of them just chatted like this. Time also slipped away quietly. And it's almost time for a break. Zhang Huayue simply stood up and said to Shen Wuxiao, "It's getting late. I'm going to rest first." After saying that, Zhang Huayue also walked towards the room. She still needs to practice. The enemy is too strong, she must improve herself as much as possible. Shen Wuxiao naturally had no intention of leaving the villa. But he was not impatient, but chose to pretend. It took about 20 minutes for Zhang Huayue to return to the room. Shen Wuxiao went to his original room, brought back a quilt and threw it on the sofa. Then he went to the kitchen, took 2 kitchen knives and placed them directly on the coffee table. Play the role of flower protector today. After finishing everything, Shen Wuxiao turned off the lights in the living room, lay down on the sofa and covered himself with a quilt. He fell asleep with 2 kitchen knives in his hands. In the room, Zhang Huayue was sitting cross-legged and practicing. As a warrior, practice is a daily compulsory course. Studying is like rowing against the current, if you don't move forward you will fall behind, so she will naturally not slack off. Zhang Huayue practiced until 1 o'clock in the morning before getting up and going to the bathroom. After taking a shower, she changed into the nightgown that Shen Wuxiao had someone send over. I was just about to go to bed when I suddenly remembered something. I don't know whether young Master Sikong is in the villa. Maybe he left like yesterday. She also opened the door of the room and wanted to take a look. But once I opened it, I saw a person sleeping on the sofa with the light coming from the room. Isn't it Shen Wuxiao? Zhang Huayue was speechless. What is this guy doing? He has a room but he insists on sleeping on the sofa. She was also very curious, so she walked over slowly. At this moment, Shen Wuxiao was sleeping with his legs spread out, one of his legs raised high and hanging on the back of the sofa. The quilt was also kicked to the ground. Seeing this scene, Zhang Huayue inexplicably wanted to laugh. A slight smile appeared on his face. You are so old, but you are still like a child. Zhang Huayue had no intention of waking him up. However, although it is not winter yet, the temperature at night will not be very high. Plus, this is a bay villa, so the sea breeze is still very cool. Chapter 38 One Step Closer. If Shen Wuxiao lies like this all night, he will definitely catch a cold. She looked at the quilt on the floor. But just when she was about to pick up the quilt, she saw something in Shen Wuxiao's hand. Even when he was sleeping, he still held it tightly. Those are 2 kitchen knives. Seeing this scene, Zhang Huayue was stunned where he was. There was an inexplicable warmth in my heart. Is this guy acting as a flower protector? After what happened during the day, he was afraid that someone would break in again, so he stayed there with a kitchen knife. The reason why Zhang Huayue guessed that he was protecting himself was actually because he was sleeping on the sofa. If he was afraid, he could just take the knife and go back to his room to sleep. Why lie on the sofa? Doing this is more like protecting yourself. If someone really breaks in, they will definitely look for him first, and the noise he makes will disturb me. In this way, I will have enough time to take action, or according to his personality, he will let me run first. After all, Shen Wuxiao was like this during the day. He was an ordinary person, but in order to protect himself, he challenged a 5th grade master. He kept protecting himself behind him. Thinking of this, Zhang Huayue's heart suddenly softened. Her eyes softened as she slowly squatted down and picked up the quilt that had been kicked to the ground. It gently covered Shen Wuxiao's body. Shen Wuxiao naturally felt it. He was looking for an opportunity while laughing secretly. The light was extremely dim now, with only a little light coming from the door that Zhang Huayue had opened. So no matter what you do, it won't seem deliberate. Just when Zhang Huayue was about to cover herself with the quilt, Shen Wuxiao suddenly seemed to be woken up. His body trembled violently. Then, as if frightened, he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, you really dare to come here? There should be a limit to bullying. Damn it, do you think I'm easy to mess with?" After saying that, Shen Wuxiao swung the kitchen knife in his hand and chopped at the person in front of him. With such a speed, Zhang Huayue could easily control it. She grabbed Shen Wuxiao's wrist. Shen Wuxiao seemed not to realize that she was Zhang Huayue. Still viciously, "You son of a bitch, don't leave now that you're here, I'll chop you to death." Shen Wuxiao exerted force on his hands, but still couldn't move. Zhang Huayue was about to speak when Shen Wuxiao exploded again, hugged the person in front of him, turned over and pressed him on the sofa. He turned towards Zhang Huayue's room and shouted, "Run! Those bastards are coming!" After shouting, Shen Wuxiao looked even angrier. "Zhao, the door is open. Did you sneak into Yuer's room?" Damn it, I'm going to fight you. Shin Wuxiu was about to use his other hand to pick up the knife and chop people. Jiang Huayue immediately grabbed that hand again. I have to say that the mad Shin Wuxiu is really strong. Seeing that both of his hands were caught, Shin Wuxiu laughed wildly in his heart, but still cursed. I'll bite you to death. Shin Wuxiu pounced on him, put his head against his neck, and opened his mouth to bite him. It's me, no one's breaking in. Jiang Huayue was also helpless. He reacted too much. What happened during the day must have cast some shadow on him. Otherwise, why would the reaction be so big and brutal? Shin Wuxiu was not at a disadvantage and had already opened his mouth to bite her neck, but it seemed that he was stopped in time, so he did not bite hard. Ah! Shin Wuxiu slowly raised his head, then moved closer to take a closer look. You? Why is it you? Shin Wuxiu was stunned. Jiang Huayue also blushed, her pretty face was extremely hot. The current appearance of Shin Wuxiu and her was really unsightly. The whole person fell on himself. Of course it's me. Jiang Huayue twisted her body slightly. Why don't you let me up? Ah. Oh. Shin Wuxiu propped himself up. But he found that Jiang Huayue held his hand and did not let go. Shin Wuxiu took advantage of the situation, stood up suddenly, and then fell down again as if he was grabbed, and fell on Jiang Huayue. Jiang Huayue hummed uncontrollably. Only then did I remember that I was still holding his hand. No wonder he fell down again. She quickly let go. Shin Wuxiu then stood up hurriedly. Jiang Huayue protected her chest and also sat on the sofa. That pretty face is still very hot. I really didn't know it was you. When I opened my eyes just now, I saw a dark shadow in front of me. He even pulled something out and tried to put it around my neck. I thought those people were here again, trying to strangle me. Shin Wuxiu explained. Jiang Huayue didn't doubt him. What happened just now was indeed misleading. The light was already dim, and I was facing the light behind me. He couldn't see his own face at all, and all he saw was a dark shadow. I covered him with a quilt, grabbing the edge of the quilt and covering his neck. Shin Wuxiu was extremely nervous again, but he didn't think that someone was trying to strangle him with something. What happened during the day had already made him extremely nervous, and after what happened just now, it would be abnormal if he was not scared. Jiang Huayue couldn't be blamed, even though they had just had some physical contact. I know, I was reckless. You should relax and don't be so nervous. Jiang Huayue was taken advantage of and now she was comforting Shin Wuxiu. Shin Wuxiu sighed, I don't want to be nervous, but what happened during the day was really too dangerous. Luckily, those two masters didn't covet your body, otherwise, a rookie like me really wouldn't be able to protect you. What will I do then? Shin Wuxiu seemed to be blaming himself. Jiang Huayue looked at him, hesitant to speak. She felt inexplicably impulsive and wanted to get closer to this man. She remembered the scene just now very clearly. Even though he was considered the one who wanted to kill him, he still did not forget to shout towards his room, asking him to run. Go to your room and sleep. Don't sleep here. You'll easily catch a cold. Jiang Huayue said softly. Shin Wuxiu pretended to be surprised. This is not good. After all, there are differences between men and women. Jiang Huayue was stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately. She couldn't help herself and raised her hand to hit Shin Wuxiu on the shoulder. What are you thinking about? Here, isn't there another room here? I didn't ask you to go to my room. I misunderstood. It's my fault. Shin Wuxiu chuckled. Then he picked up the quilt and picked up 2 kitchen knives. You should also go and rest. Jiang Huayue nodded. Well, good night. Shin Wuxiu didn't respond and ran upstairs. Seeing Shin Wuxiu go upstairs, Jiang Huayue also stood up. Back to the room. The room was brightly lit, so I went to the bathroom and washed my face. Only then did he discover a tooth mark on his fair and smooth neck. Seeing this, Jiang Huayue's pretty face couldn't help but get hot. This was bitten by Shin Wuxiu. If I hadn't shouted in time, I would have bled from that bite. She stretched out her delicate hand, slowly touched the location of the teeth marks, and then left the bathroom. After turning off the lights in the room and going to bed, Jiang Huayue walked to the door as if possessed by a ghost. She gently opened it and looked out. This time, by the moonlight, she saw Shin Wuxiu again. The guy just pretended to go upstairs, but actually ran downstairs and slept on the sofa. But now he was holding a kitchen knife and playing with his cell phone, and didn't notice that he was looking at him. Oh, this guy. Jiang Huayue felt helpless. But at the same time, my heart is warm. She didn't care, but went back to the bed and covered herself with the quilt. The scent of Shen Wuxiu still lingered in the quilt. She also wrapped herself in the quilt and slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 39A Date. Shen Wuxiu slept quite well that night. The sofa is wide and large enough, almost like a bed. Jiang Huayue in the room felt a little uncomfortable. When she woke up, she was shocked. Actually, Jiang Huayue's mind was in a mess. She herself thought it was outrageous. Jiang Huayue covered her face and rubbed her hair from time to time, still trying to accept herself. Perhaps it was because of the scent of Shen Wuxiu and the betting that she had a dream she shouldn't have had last night. In the dream, she and Shen Wuxiu were sleeping on the same bed. They kissed each other passionately and even did something unspeakable in the end. Even if it was a dream, it was extremely outrageous for her to have such a dream for no reason. I just discovered myself. This made her not know what to do for a moment. How could it have come to this after only knowing Shen Wuxiu for 2 or 3 days? She shook her head vigorously, then quickly got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. Then he walked out of the room. But when he opened the door, he saw Shen Wuxiu sleeping soundly on the sofa. Her face turned red again unconsciously, and the scene in her dream appeared in her mind. Jiang Huayue took a deep breath and walked into the kitchen. Breakfast was quick and simple. After bringing it to the table, Shen Wuxiu was still sleeping. Jiang Huayue shook his head helplessly and walked forward. His eyes unconsciously fell on Shen Wuxiu's handsome face. She's so charming even when she's sleeping. But she quickly put aside these messy thoughts and raised her hand to pat Shen Wuxiu. The sun is almost burning your butt, and you're still sleeping. Go wash up and have breakfast. After hearing these words, Jiang Huayue was stunned. The current situation feels like I have become the other person's wife. While her husband was resting on the sofa, she was cooking. After cooking, she called her husband to get up, wash up, and eat. Speaks like a housekeeper. Not to mention Jiang Huayue, even Shen Wuxiu was stunned for a moment. Just for a moment, he had the illusion that he had been dating Jiang Huayue for a long time. But he still sat up and smiled at Jiang Huayue. Okay. Then, he walked towards the washroom. After the two of them had breakfast, Shen Wuxiu planned to take Jiang Huayue out to pretend to find out some information. They said they were gathering information, but in fact they were just using this as an excuse to go on a date. While that idiot Lin Fan is still hiding in that unfinished building, he wants to quickly get closer to Jiang Huayue. After Lin Fan and Haisha society confront each other, he will most likely come back secretly. When the time comes, as soon as you open the door, for the pain of all the love that is attached to you, for the hurt of all the hate that is attached to you. If it weren't for the desire for sustainable development, Shen Wuxiu would actually want to take a tough approach. But if you are too tough, you will get the person but not his heart. Jiang Huayue is very talented and has stunning looks, so how could he possibly give her to Lin Fan? Shen Wuxiu knew a little about the lucky protagonists, and they didn't have a complex about virgins. If Lin Fan knew that Jiang Huayue was forced to do that by him, he would only focus all his hatred on himself. He still wants people. So, how could Shen Wuxiu let Lin Fan get away with it? He wanted both the person and his heart. A beautiful day has passed. Today, Shen Wuxiu made an appointment with Jiang Huayue under the pretext of getting information. The two of them went to many places. At the beginning, Jiang Huayue would ask where to get reliable information. Later on, he was led astray by Shen Wuxiu. The two went to the arcade, the aquarium, the combat sports hall, and the martial arts club. We also had a romantic lunch and candlelight dinner together. Of course, the candlelight dinner was also a trick. She also couldn't imagine that a restaurant called Heart to Heart is a restaurant for couples. Isn't that named toilet paper? When they got there, they were inexplicably cheered by everyone, and all kinds of people praised them for being a handsome couple and a beautiful woman, and for being so loving. We were also lucky enough to be assigned the lucky couple seat in the restaurant. The restaurant was even generous enough to present them with a pair of couple rings. This caused everyone in the restaurant to applaud and cheer, and they also asked them to put it on each other on the spot. Helplessly, not wanting to create an awkward situation, the two of them also put rings on each other. I thought about taking it off as soon as I left the restaurant. But Jiang Huayue seemed to have forgotten and kept wearing it like this. It was already 9 o'clock when we returned to the villa. I played for a day and bought a lot of things. Looking at the pile of stuff on the coffee table, Zhang Huayue was a little amused. We agreed to go out and get some information. That's all. Shen Wuxiao also lay down on the sofa lazily. Zhang Huayue also rubbed his neck. I'm going to take a shower first. She also subconsciously reported to Shen Wuxiao. Maybe she didn't even notice it. After Zhang Huayue entered the room, Shen Wuxiao thought for a moment and asked the system, Tongzi, can I check Huayue's strategy value? Ding, in this regard, you can check the favorability, but the strategy value is not so nice. Zhang Huayue's favorability towards the host is currently 70%. Keep up the good work. After you take it down, destroy the relationship line between the lucky protagonist and the heroine. She's an important figure, and she'll earn you a lot of points. Okay, I still need to save some points to exchange for a good weapon. Shen Wuxiao responded, took out his cell phone, and sent a message to Uncle Wu without hesitation. Uncle Wu, I want to change where I sleep. Call Aunt Wu and let's do the same trick again. The other party quickly replied, right there. After sending the message, Shen Wuxiao went to his own bathroom, took a shower, and changed into a bathrobe. Zhang Huayue had just finished washing. Her black hair was wet and draped over her shoulders, and her skin was smooth and white as snow. Her jade-like face was dotted with water droplets, making her as pure and elegant as a lotus emerging from the water. The water droplets on her beautiful back did not drip, making her look particularly sexy. She picked up her bathrobe and slowly put it on, then stood in front of the mirror and blow-dried her hair with a hairdryer. After drying her hair and walking into the room, Zhang Huayue hesitated for a moment. I still didn't leave the room and decided to rest. After lying down for about 10 minutes, Zhang Huayue suddenly opened his eyes. That sense of danger appeared again. Oh no! Zhang Huayue immediately jumped up from the bed and picked up his weapon, a soft sword wrapped around his waist. He then picked up the flying knife hidden weapon he had been carrying. Zhang Huayue was worried that something might happen to Shen Wuxiao, so she immediately opened the door. Sure enough, the thing I worried about happened. At this moment, Shen Wuxiao was lying on the sofa, as if he was asleep. In the living room, there were two figures standing. Still the same two people from last time. Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu also looked at Zhang Huayue. What on earth do you want to do? Zhang Huayue was extremely alert, holding the soft sword tightly in his hand, not daring to relax. The other party possesses top-level control abilities, and the field is still. If you are not careful, you will become fish on the chopping board. Aunt Wu also laughed, Miss, you will pay the price for deceiving us. Zhang Huayue moved his feet, his eyes sharp. What did we deceive you about? You still dare to ask? Do you really think we're stupid? Aunt Wu said in a cold voice, the last time we left, we installed a micro-eavesdropping device in the villa. You two are not a couple at all. If you are not a couple, how can you have a relationship? This should have been a huge achievement, but you fooled me. I must take you away today and present you to our young master. Chapter 40 The Battle at the Villa. Zhang Huayue was shocked and realized that he was really careless. I never thought about monitoring. The way she talked to Shen Wuxiao didn't seem like a couple. But they were wrong about one thing, she really wasn't a virgin yet. Really gave myself to the sleepy guy on the couch. Although there was no process, I did pass that level. Zhang Huayue has a very stubborn temper, so how could he possibly compromise? That's what you guys are planning. Even though I'm going to disappoint you, I gave it to him. I'm his woman. Since I am his woman, I will be his woman even after death. Today, either you die here or take my body away. There is no other option. Zhang Huayue gripped the hilt of the sword with increasing force. I really plan to fight to the death. You must never allow the other party to control you using supernatural powers. Girl, you are really ignorant and fearless. Then I will play with you. Aunt Wu also took 2 steps forward, and a dagger suddenly appeared in her hand. The two looked at each other, and a battle was about to break out. Zhang Huayue has faced many dangers, has rich combat experience, and is not afraid of the stage. The realm gap between the two sides is not big, both are around the 5th level. Even if there are 2 people on the other side, if they really fight, she can kill one of them. Zhang Huayue moved his feet, looking for a flaw. The next second, Zhang Huayue raised his hand and flipped it, and the soft sword danced as softly as a piece of paper. She was as light as a swallow, swooping up and floating in front of Aunt Wu. Aunt Wu also took it seriously. She smelled a strong murderous intent and did not dare to be careless. she immediately raised her knife to block it. Chong Lang. Suddenly, the clanging sound of swords clashing was heard. The characteristic of the soft sword is that it is soft. While hitting hard, the tip is like another weapon, stabbing directly into Aunt Wu's face. Although Aunt Wu's talent is not as good as Jiang Huayue's, she is, after all, a warrior of the older generation. Then the reaction speed is naturally not bad. The short knife slashed upwards, neutralizing the soft sword's inertial attack. Then he stabbed back with a knife. Jiang Huayue's beautiful eyes flashed, and she slapped her right hand to the side, turning her palm into a fist. The punch was extremely fast as lightning. Aunt Wu met his blow with a palm strike, then took 3 steps back to create some distance. Jiang Huayue naturally would not miss the opportunity. He paused, then jumped up again with his body as light as a flying bird. She was indeed experienced in combat, with true energy surrounding her body, and she attacked with sword and fists at the same time. The soft sword in his right hand dances, and the fist in his left hand is swift. After images were shot out, the true energy spread out, making a whistling sound and stirring up gusts of wind that caught people off guard. Aunt Wu was also a little stretched. After all, the other party is the young lady, so we definitely cannot fight with our life. There is a bit of fear in it. But at this time, we dare not be careless. He swung the dagger in an attempt to restrain Jiang Huayue. But before she could catch her breath, Jiang Huayue swung out another sword. Aunt Wu leaned back to avoid it. Unexpectedly, Jiang Huayue followed up with a set of extremely sharp mid-air spinning whip kicks. This blow hit Aunt Wu directly on the side. Aunt Wu staggered suddenly and almost flew out. Jiang Huayue kept pursuing her, and when Aunt Wu stood up, he stabbed her throat with the soft sword. Aunt Wu was really scared this time. He blocked with the short knife and directly faced forward with a palm strike containing true power. Jiang Huayue was no less capable and also met the attack with a palm. Boom! The true power of both sides collided. It was as if a wave of true energy was created under his feet and spread out in all directions, sweeping around, creating hurricane force winds. Aunt Wu retreated, and Jiang Huayue also retreated. When she was about to collide with the table behind her, she used one hand to support the table to absorb the force. After turning around and jumping onto the table, 3 white rays of light shot out. 3 flying knives flew out simultaneously, carrying with them true energy, as if they were going to tear the air apart. Aunt Wu was shocked and immediately rolled to the side to avoid it. But at this moment, Jiang Huayue had already won. She kicked the edge of the table, using the force to increase her speed, and the soft sword was about to pierce Aunt Wu's body directly. But at this critical moment, Uncle Wu moved. However, he did not attack, but just put a knife against Shen Wuxiao's heart. If you don't want your man to die, stop. Jiang Huayue took a quick glance and was also very angry. It was simply shameless. But she still turned over to relieve the force and put away her sword. Aunt Wu was scared to death. The young lady is too strong. If it weren't for her old man, the sword would have pierced her body. Helping the young master to pick up girls is really risky. If you let him go, the warriors will solve it in a warrior's way. What's the point of threatening him? Jiang Huayue was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. She really couldn't bear to watch Shen Wuxiao get into trouble. No matter what, the fact that Shen Wuxiao is her man cannot be changed. It was destined from the moment her body was taken away. You two are so loving. Uncle Wu laughed. He also pretended to be powerful and said, "Actually, I don't need to threaten you. If I had used my supernatural power just now, you would still lose, right?" Jiang Huayue was speechless. Indeed, the stillness of the field was really unbelievable. Shen Wuxiao, who was pretending to be asleep, was also speechless, secretly saying, "You know shit. What exactly do you want?" Jiang Huayue gritted his teeth. Uncle Wu sneered, "I came here today intending to teach you a lesson and show you the price of deceiving us, the male and female demons. But now it seems that there is no value. Since you are his woman, our young master has no interest in you. And seeing your deep affection reminds me of the time when my wife and I were young. I'll let you go this time. However, we hate trouble, so we must keep all the necessary evidence. This is also to make you shut up, so you understand." Jiang Huayue was stunned and speechless. Doesn't this mean she has to be with Shen Wuxiao again, and then that woman has to take those kinds of photos? What a hobby. But in the current situation, she cannot refuse, otherwise Shen Wuxiao will be in danger. Besides, I was photographed by that old woman last time, so what can I do now? Okay. Jiang Huayue agreed and looked at Aunt Wu. Come in. Aunt Wu also wanted to laugh. The young lady actually compromised. Jiang Huayue put away his sword, walked to the sofa, and picked up Shin Wuxiu. Then he walked directly into the room. Aunt Wu followed. After arriving in the room, Jiang Huayue put Shin Wuxiu on the bed. She sighed and looked at Shin Wuxiu. Then she stretched out her jade hand and untied Shin Wuxiu's bathrobe. Soon, Shin Wuxiu's sturdy body was revealed. The abdominal muscles are clearly defined and angular, they are simply top-notch. Especially that place, it made her feel shy. Jiang Huayue's face was hot, but he didn't hesitate. She closed her eyes and quickly untied her bathrobe. The fair skin is revealed, which is extremely tempting. Then, she reached out and hugged Shin Wuxiu. The moment the two of them came into contact, Jiang Huayue felt like he was going crazy. Aunt Wu was also bitchy. You're really fast, kiss me. Jiang Huayue secretly remembered this grudge. She hugged Shin Wuxiu, looked at his handsome face, slowly moved closer, and pressed her red lips against Shin Wuxiu's. The electric shock-like feeling made Jiang Huayue's delicate body tremble slightly. Aunt Wu then symbolically took out her cell phone and pretended to change the angles a few times. Then he nodded. Very good, with this evidence, you won't dare to have any other thoughts. Little girl, you are very strong. I can't beat you. But unfortunately, we don't follow the rules. Wishing you and your man a wonderful night. Aunt Wu's words sounded more like a provocation to her. After saying that, Aunt Wu didn't linger any longer. She waved her hand, walked out of the room and closed the door. When they got outside, Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu smiled at each other and quickly left the villa. Chapter 41 Trap. In the room, Jiang Huayue had already moved her red lips away from Shin Wuxiu's lips. But this time, there was no intense and terrifying reaction as before. But it's more calm. After moving her lips away, she still moved Shin Wuxiu to the side. She leaned against the headboard and rubbed her temples. Seems like he is thinking about something. Shin Wuxiu was very happy. It would be great to pretend to be faint. Jiang Huayue's behavior tonight also surprised him. She picked him up and carried him to the room without hesitation. She also undid his bathrobe neatly. From this we can see that Jiang Huayue's psychological barriers are disappearing bit by bit. It's just that I can't accept it for the time being. But that's not enough. Given Jiang Huayue's personality, she will definitely blame herself. After all, she still has feelings for Lin Fan and comes here for Lin Fan. The emotional foundation between the two of them is also solid. But she gave her body to herself, so she would definitely fall into self-doubt. Everything was just as Shin Wuxiu had imagined. Jiang Huayue thought for a while, then turned to look at Shin Wuxiu. Seeing how quiet he was, Jiang Huayue sighed. Why is it so related to you? She murmured, looking a little dazed. It was as if there was an invisible hand controlling and tying the two of them together. From being strangers to establishing a friendship, and because of the threat from those two masters, she unexpectedly gave her body to Shin Wuxiu. Until now, she herself is a little confused. A few days ago, she came here for Lin Fan. Not only did she not meet Lin Fan, but she actually had a lot of ambiguous interactions with the guy next to her. She even doubted whether she was a wavering woman. But she also knew that there was no possibility for her and Lin Fan. It was doomed just because she gave her body to the guy next to her. Jiang Huayue clenched his hands, feeling uneasy. But suddenly, she touched the ring on her ring finger. The rings were a reward for the lucky couple at a couple's restaurant in the evening, and they also put them on each other. Even if they did this under instigation, it was because they had no resistance in their hearts. If I had resisted, I would have left long ago when I found out it was a restaurant for couples. How could I continue to eat? No, strictly speaking, if I had resisted in my heart, nothing that happened that day would have happened. Amidst self-doubt and self-strategy, Jiang Huayue sighed again. With a rosy face, she planned to put on Shin Wuxiu's bathrobe and then leave the room and go to the sofa. But Shin Wuxiu stammered, as if he was going from a coma to a deep sleep. With a turnover, one leg was on top of her. He hugged her with half his body. Jiang Huayue hummed subconsciously. Jiang Huayue was stunned. The two of them were almost face to face, with their noses touching. Jiang Huayue could clearly feel Shin Wuxiu's steady breathing. She did not struggle, nor did she push Shin Wuxiu away. Just keep it like this. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Huayue gently moved Shin Wuxiu's hand away. Come out of his arms. After getting out of bed, she couldn't help but look at the sleeping Shen Wuxiao again. After hesitating for a moment, he went over and covered him with the quilt. She left the room and slept on the sofa outside. There was already a quilt outside that Shen Wuxiao had used to rest last night, so she took it and covered herself with it. Shen Wuxiao in the room opened his eyes. There was a smirk on his lips. He was not in a hurry, but wanted to set a trap. Now that Zhang Huayue went to sleep outside, he decided to go to sleep. The next morning, when Shen Wuxiao got up, he stretched first. Then, a cry of "Oh my God! He seems very nervous." He wrapped himself in a bathrobe and ran out in a hurry. Zhang Huayue, who was preparing breakfast outside, was also attracted by his surprise. It goes without saying that he must be unable to think straight. How could I not be surprised when I woke up and found myself in my own bedroom with nothing on? After Shen Wuxiao ran out, he and Zhang Huayue met eyes. He swallowed and spoke incoherently. Why am I in your room? Did I do anything to you?" Zhang Huayue pursed her lips and said nothing. Shen Wuxiao looked very annoyed. "Well, listen to my explanation, I don't know what's going on either. I just remember that after taking a shower yesterday, I lay on the sofa thinking about something, and suddenly I fell into a deep sleep. Did I sleepwalk? Did I do something to you?" Zhang Huayue was about to explain when he heard this. But Shen Wuxiao didn't seem to give her a chance to speak, and raised his hand to slap himself in the face. Zhang Huayue quickly stepped forward and grabbed his hand. "Why are you hitting yourself?" Shen Wuxiao sighed. "I must have done something I shouldn't have done." As he spoke, his eyes fell on Zhang Huayue's hand that was holding his wrist. She was still wearing the ring and hadn't taken it off. He was delighted, thinking that it was almost done. It's a good opportunity to take advantage of this opportunity to play the disappearing trick and deal with Lin Fan at the same time. "Don't think too much, it's not like that," Zhang Huayue said hurriedly. Shen Wuxiao still shook his head. "I'm lying naked on your bed, how can I explain it clearly? You don't have to hide it. I will definitely take responsibility for what I did. I'll give you some time to think about it. I won't break my promise." After Shen Wuxiao finished speaking, he ran directly to the sofa and put on his clothes. "Then rush out the door as fast as you can. She must not be allowed to explain clearly, and must force some misunderstanding to happen." Zhang Huayue was really dumbfounded and couldn't shout at all. "Why is that guy running? He just ran out, got in the car, and drove away, all in one go." Zhang Huayue watched the car disappear from his sight. But she also breathed a sigh of relief. It was good for both of them to take it easy, otherwise it would be too awkward. Now that Shen Wuxiao was out, she had a good time to calm down and think carefully about how to deal with this relationship with him. Shen Wuxiao left the villa and went directly to another residence. Zhang Huayue really needs to calm down and think carefully. But Shen Wuxiao didn't need that. What he needed to think about was how to deal with Lin Fan at night. Now that the Haisha Society's kill order has been issued, most of the bounty hunters are on their way. He could easily disguise himself as an urban bounty hunter and go and assassinate Lin Fan. He was now at the 6th level, 5th rank, far surpassing Lin Fan. But that little armed brat can fight at a higher level. However, he also wanted to see the true strength of the so-called protagonist of destiny, the Border Wolf King. Judging by this, how many realms higher than the protagonist must one be to be considered a crushing victory? Even if Lin Fan could escape, he was not afraid of not being found. As long as he switches to the pseudonym Brother Seacone and makes a phone call, Lin Fan will still tell his real location. That's the benefit of having multiple identities. Thinking of this, Shen Wuxiao became excited. "I must get something from Lin Fan today. You can take on the task of getting Lin Fan's ear first." Chapter 42, Transformed into a Bounty Hunter, a battle with the lucky protagonist. Tonzi. Ding, here I am. Let's formulate a mission. I want to take off Lin Fan's ears. Shen Wuxiao smiled sinisterly. Ding, we're planning. Issuing a mission to remove one of Lin Fan's ears. Since it is a double blow to the body and mind, the mission is completed. Points plus 100,000. If a mission fails, there is no penalty. It can be continued until the next time and the reward remains. During the mission, additional rewards will be randomly triggered. The quality of the rewards will be determined by the perfection of the final result. You know how to handle things. Shen Wuxiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. It starts in the evening. Time flies and passes quickly. Shen Wuxiao was in another villa all day. Jiang Huayue was alone in the Bay Villa. When Shin Wuxiu was not around, she was listless all day long and no one knew what she was thinking. Lunch and dinner were prepared but not eaten. Especially when calling Shin Wuxiu, his phone was always turned off. This made Jiang Huayue start to think wildly. Shin Wuxiu did turn off his phone. Otherwise, it would be no fun if the phone rang while I was fighting with Lin Fan. So shutting down is the best option. It is now 9 o'clock in the evening, and Shin Wuxiu has arrived near the demolished building. At this moment, he was wearing an assault suit, a windbreaker pants, and a pair of boots. He was wearing the hood of his windbreaker and a ghost mask with green face and fangs, which was particularly creepy. He got out of the car, twisted his neck, and walked directly into the demolished building. A weapon like a brush was spinning at the fingertips. Since he's disguised as a bounty hunter, he must have a code name. After all, bounty hunters always announce their numbers when they take action. Shin Wuxiu thought about it, looked at the deadly judge's pen in his hand, and gave himself a resounding code name. Judge of Hell sounds very pretentious. He went straight to where Lin Fan was. At this moment, Lin Fan was still lying dead. It's really hard here. My mouth is so dry that it makes me feel like I'm eating a bird. If he didn't want to cause trouble, he would never have wronged himself like this. As usual, Lin Fan took out his cell phone and wanted to call Brother Sikong to ask about the situation. But this time when I called, I was told that the other party's phone was turned off. Lin Fan had no choice but to put away his phone and continue lying there. Every time he lay dead, Jiang Huayue's pretty face would appear in his mind. I really miss her. He just hoped that things would be over soon. He also wanted to meet Jiang Huayue and express his feelings to her in person. Lin Fan, who was still imagining his future with Jiang Huayue, suddenly fixed his gaze. His brow furrowed and he sat up straight. A master is approaching. Lin Fan's perception is still quite powerful. The main thing is that the person who came did not restrain his breath, and it was obvious that he was coming here. Lin Fan picked up his weapon, the crescent moon scimitar, and stood upright in the living room. The faint light coming in from far away and the moonlight were enough to see the entire living room clearly. Lin Fan just stood there quietly, waiting for the other party to arrive. Sure enough, the next second, the door was punched open. Buzz 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 bang. The entire door was blown away, flipped inward, and hit the ground with a heavy thud. Lin Fan frowned. The person who came was a master. His true strength was very strong, almost as strong as his. The footsteps sounded steady and powerful. It was a black shadow. As the shadow came closer, Lin Fan could clearly see the other party's mask that looked like a ghost. In the dim light, it is really creepy. Shin Wuxiu naturally saw Lin Fan as well. Looking at the mess around in Lin Fan's untidy beard, you can tell how miserable he is. Shin Wuxiu took out a list and threw it directly to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, I caught you. Lin Fan took the list and took a closer look. It was the wanted list issued by Haisha Society. He simply crumpled it into a ball and threw it away. Then he looked at the person standing in front of him. First he looked at the mask, then at the weapon twirling between his fingertips. He snorted coldly, green-faced, fang-toothed ghost, with the deadly judge's pen, you are the 7th-ranked judge of hell on the killer list. The Haisha Society is really generous. Even you are here. Shen Wuxiu was dumbfounded. Damn, I just picked up this mask and just came up with a code name. Is this user already registered? Is it so difficult to pick a code name? I thought it was unique. I didn't expect that there really is such a person abroad. If I had known this earlier, I would have changed the code name to Firecloud Evil God. However, since the other party has already determined that he is the judge of hell, then it is better to just go along with it. You are good at hiding, but today, you can't escape. Shin Wuxiu changed his tone, becoming sharp and cold. There was disdain and contempt in his words. Lin Fan remained calm in the face of danger. Really? Who will win is still unknown. It's too early to speak. You will often end up getting slapped in the face. I'll say this to you as well. Shin Wuxiu suddenly stopped rotating the weapon and stabbed it heavily on the wall. The cold light is fully revealed. Seeing this, Lin Fan also stabbed the crescent-shaped scimitar into the wall. The tacit understanding between the warriors means that they will fight first. The two of them didn't say much nonsense, just looked at each other. When they looked at each other, a strong desire to fight instantly erupted. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Swish. Lin Fan took the initiative, stepped heavily on the ground, and released his true energy, sweeping away the dust and waste paper on the ground. His body was like an arrow shot from a bow, rushing toward Shen Wuxiao rapidly. The iron fist was like a cannon hammer, smashing out with great force. Shen Wuxiao naturally would not be at a disadvantage to him. He used the wall for leverage, stepped on it, jumped up, and bent his knees. A fierce flying knee hit Lin Fan in the face. No matter how powerful Lin Fan's iron fist was, it had no way of colliding with the knee. He withdrew his attack to block the first move and took 3 steps back. Not bad. Lin Fan praised coldly, his eyes like knives, and he attacked again. Call. A sound of breaking through the air was heard, and Lin Fan swung out with his right hand. The thumb and index finger were slightly bent, forming a pincer shape, and quickly locked onto Shen Wuxiao's throat. Capture and lock the throat. In this attack, Lin Fan used an eagle-shaped attack similar to Xingyi. But in fact, it has gone beyond the scope of Xingyi, and the speed of the moves is faster and the momentum is stronger. Swish, swish, swish. Facing Lin Fan's fierce grab, Shen Wuxiao did not dodge or evade. Act quickly, grab the opponent's thumb accurately and bend it. Lin Fan was shocked and quickly turned over in the direction of the finger. Decisive mid-air spin. But Shen Wuxiao was ruthless. As Lin Fan turned over, a fierce knee strike was directed at his face. Lin Fan naturally wouldn't be hit easily. He pressed down with his left hand, pushing the opponent's knee down. Used the force to escape quickly. Lin Fan shook his hands and still chose to capture. This time, Shen Wuxiao raised his right hand and slapped Lin Fan, intending to smash Lin Fan's right hand into pieces with one slap. Lin Fan remained calm and changed his tactics instantly, clenching his 5 fingers together like an eagle's beak or a cone. He suddenly poked at Shen Wuxiao's palm. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Lin Fan clenched his 5 fingers together, seemingly having hit the target. But it didn't. Just now, Shen Wuxiao had anticipated his moves, so he decisively changed his palm into a fist. Just use your fists. Lin Fan frowned. He originally thought that he had superior combat experience and fighting instincts and could suppress the opponent. Who would have thought that the other party's ability to respond was also strong? And he could vaguely sense that his true power was even more powerful. Shen Wuxiao would not start a fight with Lin Fan. They are extremely ruthless in their actions. After a punch, he pushed forward, turned over, and kicked Lin Fan hard in the chest. Lin Fan retreated 3 steps, exerted force with his feet, and continued to move forward. Chapter 43, Escape Through the Window. Who would have thought that Shen Wuxiao had already come to meet him, and was even flying into the air? He bent his arm, raised his palm, and hit him on the head with an elbow. This is the ancient Muay Thai technique of controlling and suppressing the enemy's elbow. If hit, it is possible that the skull will explode. Now it was just a contest of skills, and Lin Fan surprisingly discovered that his skills were actually a little weak. Very unreasonable. Lin Fan put both hands out to block above his head, and pushed hard, trying to defeat the opponent with one punch. Bang! After a violent collision, both sides retreated violently at the same time. The situation was deadlocked for a moment. Lin Fan knew that it was unlikely that he would have an advantage in terms of physical strength. So he pulled out the crescent-shaped scimitar that was stuck in the wall. Shen Wuxiao also pulled out the deadly judge's pen. This battle between warriors has just begun. Lin Fan, you disappoint me. Shen Wuxiao first raised his thumb with his left hand, then pointed it downwards, making a contemptuous gesture. Pride comes before a fall. Lin Fan said with a serious face. The momentum of the two began to rise. Lin Fan's entire body seemed to be emitting a burning aura like flames. The strength of the 5th grade and 8th level is fully displayed. Shen Wuxiao raised his hand and swung it, and the length of the judge's pen suddenly increased. The true energy of the whole body is released, 6th grade, 5th level. Lin Fan was almost dumbfounded. What the hell, he was actually a 6th grade master, and a 6th grade, 5th order, 65th level. But the surprise was only momentary. Lin Fan's fighting spirit is even stronger. This time, Shen Wuxiao took the initiative. The Death Judge's pen is wielded with great force, and the third move is tampering with the Book of Life and Death. Waves of air cut towards Lin Fan like sharp blades. Lin Fan rolled over to avoid it and rolled on the ground. Each gust of air left a knife-like mark on the wall. Lin Fan becomes stronger when facing a stronger opponent. He swings the crescent-shaped scimitar in his hand and strikes a devastating blow. The blade is swift and powerful. Shin Wuxiao dodged sideways and moved closer decisively. The collision between the judge's pen and the scimitar begins again. At the same time, fists and feet collided in figures entangled. Their moves are clear and powerful, swift and brutal. The flash of swords, the wind of fists breaking through the air, and the agile footsteps are dazzling. The collision of forces made a thunderous roar. As amazing as a fight between two giant dragons. Between battles, forces converge. The building on this floor shook violently. Lin Fan is indeed very strong, but the gap is too big. Shin Wuxiao didn't use his full strength, but he had already suppressed Lin Fan to the point where he couldn't breathe. But Shin Wuxiao is well aware of the protagonist's law of adversity. He had no intention of letting the water fight, but rather, controlling the fire. During the fight, the worn-out sofa began to burn, and the next second, the flames ignited, lighting up the living room of the house. Shin Wuxiao waved the judge's pen in one hand to continue suppressing, while with the other hand he was gathering the flames. One of his special abilities is controlling fire, and this time he's going to roast Lin Fan. Another collision occurred, and Lin Fan seized the opportunity, flipped the crescent moon scimitar, and cut toward Shin Wuxiao's heart. Shin Wuxiao immediately raised his judge's pen to his chest to block the attack. Then he suddenly laughed out loud. Lin Fan thought to himself, this is not good. When he planned to retreat, it was already too late. There was a fiery red in front of his eyes, and a flame rushed directly towards his face. Lin Fan screamed. Shin Wuxiao took advantage of the situation and kicked him in the chest. Lin Fan ignored the pain and slapped the flames on his head. Although the flame is ignited in an instant. But his hair, eyebrows, eyelashes, and beard were all burned into curls. It's like burning pig hair. Fortunately, the burning did not continue, otherwise it would have caused disfigurement. Lin Fan was furious. But I got angry in a rage. Because Shin Wuxiao was already stabbing at him with the judge's pen. If you don't resist this time, you will definitely be hit. Lin Fan had no choice but to defend himself comprehensively, stretching out both hands to grab the front end of the judge's pen. Shin Wuxiao wished he would do so, so he exerted all his strength, tensed his muscles, and pushed forward. Lin Fan was defeated and retreated all the way, forced to hit the wall. But his hand did not loosen. A contest between strength and strength. Shin Wuxiao held the pen with one hand and placed his other hand on the end of the pen. Lin Fan faced the tip of the pen and tried hard to move to the side. Just when Lin Fan was about to move away, the tip of the death judge's pen suddenly blossomed like a bud. Lin Fan thought to himself that something was wrong and instinctively turned his head to avoid it. But with this tilt, the poison needle in the judge's pen went straight through his earlobe. More like an ear piercing. The poison needle is nailed to the wall through the earlobe. Ah! Lin Fan gritted his teeth and cried out in pain. He raised his hand again, turned it over, made a desperate attack, and cut forward with the scimitar. Shin Wuxiao could only step back and dodge. Lin Fan felt something was wrong with his ear and couldn't help but curse, poison needle, despicable. Shin Wuxiao sneered, I want to kill you, but I still want to talk to you about the rules? You are too naive. Lin Fan knew that if he didn't act ruthlessly, the poison would begin to spread. Lin Fan grabbed his earlobe, raised the crescent-shaped scimitar, and cut his earlobe hard. Forehead. Lin Fan groaned in pain, and found an earlobe in his hand. There was a piece missing from his ear, and blood was all over his face. Lin Fan is experienced and he also understands that if he continues to fight in this state, he will definitely die. Therefore, among the 36 strategies, running away is the best. If a 5th grade, 8th level expert like me were to run, it would be difficult for the other party to catch up with me. Lin Fan didn't hesitate at all. Even though this was the 8th floor, he broke the window and jumped out. Using the strength of his arms, he hooked onto the protruding part outside to relieve the force. He jumped down 2 floors, landed on the ground, rolled over to release the force, and ran away quickly. Soon the figure disappeared into the night. Shin Wuxiao had no intention of chasing after her at all. He stood at the window, watching the disappearing figure, and slowly took off his mask. In the moonlight, that handsome face was revealed, with a faint smirk on the corner of his mouth. The protagonist of Destiny is indeed powerful, but you probably don't understand how the black halo can counterbalance the protagonist's halo. With this cancellation, none of us will have a halo. But Shin Wuxiao still has a cheat. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission, the 100,000 points reward has been issued. Question mark. Don't you have to cut off the ears to count? No, the protagonist has a missing ear, but that counts. Mission completion rating, excellent, additional reward, a 6th grade exclusive pink artifact, the Duke of Nukem revolver. Bullets containing true energy ignore the body's protective true energy, but if it is a master level protective energy, it cannot be easily penetrated and requires overlapping shooting. 6 bullets can be placed at a time. Bullets must be purchased separately. Ordinary bullets cannot be replaced. For every bullet fired, 100 points will be deducted. Shen Wuxiu was overjoyed. Tongzi knew he wanted it, so he gave it to him. Besides, one of his bullets is only worth 100 points, and he has hundreds of thousands of points, so he can't defeat the lucky protagonist. Soon, Shen Wuxiu had a revolver in his hand, with strange carvings on it, like a ghost. The gun body glows with a faint light, which is very cool. Shen Wuxiu couldn't wait to try it and fired a shot at the wall. Bang! The bullet is as fast as light and shadow, and its trajectory cannot be found at all. When it hit the wall, it penetrated directly and the dim light outside came in. Ordinary guns and ammunition, when hitting walls, will at most leave marks and remove some cement. But this time, it actually penetrated. If such a terrifying power hits a person, his body will explode instantly. Shen Wuxiu was very satisfied with tonight's trip. He put on his mask again, left the house, went downstairs directly, and left the demolished building. Get in the car and drive away. Chapter 44 Worry. Just as Lin Fan escaped and Shen Wuxiu returned to the Bay Villa. In the Bay Villa, Zhang Huayue was already as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She was completely restless, pacing around the living room with a worried look on her face. After Shen Wuxiu left in the morning, she didn't think much about it. But at noon, she inexplicably called him and found that his phone was turned off. At that time, she didn't think much about it and thought she had forgotten it. But starting from the evening, every time she called, the phone was always turned off. It's almost early morning now, and I still can't get in touch with him. She thought that Shen Wuxiu's phone was out of battery. But it's not reasonable. In this age where mobile phones are always in our hands, how can we possibly ignore them? For example, did the person you care about, whom you desperately contacted, really forget to reply? Or did they just pretend not to see it or just ignore you? Zhang Huayue didn't want to think too much, but there was no way he couldn't help thinking about it. She was worried that something had happened to Shen Wuxiu, or that the idiot had secretly gone to investigate again and was caught by those experts. After all, those masters were indeed targeting them. Zhang Huayue felt helpless. She was unfamiliar with the place and couldn't find anyone even if she wanted to. I can only think positively and hope that his phone is broken. Zhang Huayue would walk outside the villa every few minutes and look into the distance. See if any cars are coming back. There were quite a few cars, but none of them were coming this way. Disappointment again and again made me more and more worried. She decided to go find it. He is not an unknown person in Shanghai, so he will definitely be able to find out the news. Zhang Huayue changed into that tight-fitting outfit, took his weapon, closed the door of the villa, and walked out decisively. As I walked out, a sports car slowly came towards me. When Zhang Huayue saw the familiar car, her body trembled and a surge of anger inexplicably rose in her heart. That pretty face immediately turned gloomy, and her fists were clenched tightly. This damn bastard still knows to go home. Zhang Huayue immediately went to meet him. Shen Wuxiu had changed back into his usual clothes at this moment, driving slowly, immersed in the joy of owning a new weapon. The Duke of Destruction revolver is really cool. Shen Wuxiu muttered. Just as he finished speaking, he saw a beautiful figure in front of the car lights, walking towards him quickly. It's the Zhanghui Moon. Shen Wuxiu slowly stopped the car, opened the window, and said with a playful smile, It's so late, are you going out for a midnight snack? Zhang Huayue felt relieved, but she was still furious. It's really unbearable. This bastard, I'm worried about him to death. He, on the other hand, was so leisurely and even asked himself with a playful smile whether he wanted to go out for a midnight snack. Zhang Huayue directly opened the car door. Shen Wuxiu was stunned for a moment. He felt Zhang Huayue lying on top of him and unbuckled his seatbelt for him. The next second, Shen Wuxiu's body lightened and he was pulled out of the car. Hey. Shen Wuxiu was a little confused. Zhang Huayue didn't care about that. She pushed him against the side of the car, raised her pink fist, and was about to hit him. Damn it! Shen Wuxiu seemed to be frightened and raised his hands to protect himself. But she really couldn't bear to fight. But we have to fight. I could only hit him on the chest angrily. There was even resentment in those beautiful eyes, and her tone was extremely aggrieved. You turned off your phone for a day, what do you want to do? Ah? Shin Wuxiao pretended to be dumb, no. As he spoke, he dug into his pocket and took out his cell phone. Seeing the black screen of his phone, he smiled awkwardly. I forgot. When I left this morning, I wanted to calm down and turned off my phone. You? Jiang Huayue was so angry that she almost died. If he wasn't a warrior, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been gentle enough and hurt him. Otherwise, I will beat him up today. Only then did Shin Wuxiao turn on his phone. When I opened it, in addition to 3 scam calls, there were a total of 73 missed calls. Jiang Huayue was the one who beat me, and he beat me every once in a while. It's like I feel like I'm about to turn on. Seeing this, Shin Wuxiao was still somewhat moved. He looked at Jiang Huayue, whose face was full of resentment, and raised his hand to hold her in his arms. Jiang Huayue was caught off guard and bumped into his chest. She struggled slightly and let him hold her. When she was hugged, she clenched her fists and hit Shin Wuxiao's chest, more like a coquettish way to vent her emotions. It's my fault. I won't turn off my phone next time. Shin Wuxiao leaned close to her ear and whispered. Jiang Huayue then stopped moving, reached out and hugged his waist. She wouldn't say so many hypocritical words, but she had already shown through her actions that she had indeed been worried about Shin Wuxiao for a long time. Shin Wuxiao hugged her for a while and then slowly let go. As he looked at the beautiful face in front of him, he began to have evil thoughts. Want to? Have you really been worried about me for a whole day? Jiang Huayue finally reacted after hearing this and quickly broke free from Shin Wuxiao. Immediately turned his back. Her little mouth puffed up. Who's worried about you? Go wherever you want, it has nothing to do with me. You say one thing and mean another. Shin Wuxiao didn't care about anything else. He stretched out his hand to Jiang Huayue's back, bent his body slightly, and hooked her legs. He held her in his arms like a princess. What are you doing? Let me go. Jiang Huayue struggled. But Shin Wuxiao just wouldn't let go. Walk straight into the villa. Jiang Huayue was helpless and stopped moving. Instead, he said, what if you park your car in the middle of the road and block other people's way? Shin Wuxiao chuckled, this road leads to the villa, there are no other cars coming here. He was too lazy to take care of the car. The top priority is to strike while the iron is hot. Jiang Huayue came down after entering the villa. But he was still a little angry. He sat on the sofa over there and ignored Shin Wuxiao. This is definitely the attitude of a girlfriend who is upset. Shin Wuxiao naturally knew that at this moment, asking too many questions was unnecessary. He decisively went forward and hugged Jiang Huayue into his arms again. At first Jiang Huayue resisted and moved away. But he still succeeded. Shin Wuxiao used his arms to force her to sit on his lap. Let her face him. Their faces were close together. Shin Wuxiao gently stroked her face, and the next second, his lips pressed hard against hers. The sudden kiss was like a storm, catching people off guard. The scent of male hormones overwhelmed her. Jiang Huayue's delicate body suddenly froze and her mind went blank. She raised her hand and placed it on Shin Wuxiao's shoulder, instinctively wanting to push him away. But as she felt the warm palm on the back of her neck, she seemed to lose her strength. As Shin Wuxiao pried open her teeth, she immediately closed her eyes. It seems as if everything is taken for granted and I forget to think. I just hugged him instinctively. This kiss was long and lingering. Shin Wuxiao only felt that his clothes were about to be torn apart by Jiang Huayue's instinctive movements. After a long time, their lips parted. Jiang Huayue's pretty face turned red and she tilted her head slightly, as if she was afraid of being seen. She couldn't have imagined that the progress would be so sudden. This time it was the first kiss in the true sense. She could not have imagined that she had come to help Lin Fan, but ended up falling deeply in love with Lin Fan's so-called friend. Chapter 45 Possession. It's not that Jiang Huayue betrayed me. The main thing is that she and Lin Fan are just comrades in arms, not lovers, so there is no such thing as betrayal. Even though she had feelings for the previous Lin Fan, it was still just feelings after all. That kind of feeling is mixed with more comradeship and brotherly love. She thought about it all day today and realized that it would be better for her to maintain a pure comradeship with Lin Fan. The appearance of Shin Wuxiao made Jiang Huayue completely realize her feelings. She gave her body to Shin Wuxiao, this was a fact. Based on this alone, she identified Shin Wuxiao. She also experienced what it meant to be truly moved by Shin Wuxiao. Otherwise, why would she worry about this bad guy for so long? When I saw him, the feeling of having lost something and regaining it was undeniable. Ding, congratulations to the host for plundering the heroine of the plot. Zhang Huayue's favorability towards the host is 90%. Points plus 100,000. Just one last step, and even gods can't snatch it away. Shin Wuxiao was very proud and won it easily. We need to hurry up on that matter as well. Shin Wuxiao hugged Zhang Huayue with a sly smile on his face. Zhang Huayue couldn't help but hit Shin Wuxiao in the chest. Have you been coveting me for a long time? Shin Wuxiao was very direct and nodded. If I didn't covet your conditions, I wouldn't be that man, but I never thought of forcing you. Actually, I knew I was knocked unconscious yesterday, but I really didn't expect that I would appear in your bed. Although I'm not sure what happened, there was definitely physical contact. Shin Wuxiao also spoke frankly. Zhang Huayue sighed, we did have physical contact, twice. You also took my. Shin Wuxiao pretended to be stunned, really? Zhang Huayue suddenly seemed a little angry. If you don't believe it, forget it. Zhang Huayue didn't want to hide this kind of thing. Otherwise, if something like that happened between her and Shin Wuxiao, and he misunderstood that she was not a virgin, then she would die unjustly. It was clearly his fault, so he must be held accountable. Shin Wuxiao hugged her tightly and said, I believe it, of course I believe it. There's a hole in the bedsheet, and I can see it. I just think it's a huge loss. Loss? Zhang Huayue almost couldn't help but hit him. Who is the one who is losing? No. Shin Wuxiao was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. What I meant was that I didn't fully experience it. Hearing this, Zhang Huayue lost her temper and didn't even have time to be shy. This bad guy is still thinking about that kind of thing. Then now, you are my woman. Shin Wuxiao said with a smile. No. Zhang Huayue still felt that this guy got away with it. If I say yes, it is. Shin Wuxiao didn't care about anything else. He just moved closer and nuzzled her neck. You smell so good. Zhang Huayue felt a little helpless and pushed him. Go take a shower, I'll make something to eat. Shin Wuxiao shook his head decisively. I'm not hungry. I'm hungry. You bastard disappeared for a whole day and I can't contact you. How can I eat? Zhang Huayue felt a little regretful for letting this guy succeed so easily. Good man, he is only thinking about himself, right? How can he let his woman go hungry? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Zhang Huayue pulled Shin Wuxiao's arm and was about to bite it. But when I rolled up his sleeves, I suddenly saw some bruises. This scared Zhang Huayue. He quickly pulled Shin Wuxiao's clothes. Shin Wuxiao thought she couldn't wait any longer and reached out to unbuckle her belt. Don't move! Zhang Huayue said fiercely. Then she quickly undressed Shin Wuxiao. There were some traces of fighting and some faint bruises on Shin Wuxiao's perfect body. Seeing this, she felt a surge of anger in her heart. What's going on? Which bastard did this? It wasn't there yesterday, but it was there when I came back today. It must have happened when I went out today. Shin Wuxiao himself hadn't noticed it, but now he saw that there were indeed a few bruises. But it's not serious. His fight with Lin Fan was a fight of flesh and blood. Both of them attacked with unprecedented ruthlessness, aiming to kill the other. Lin Fan's fighting ability should not be underestimated. He had already made a huge profit by crippling Lin Fan without even breaking his skin. Naturally, he wouldn't care about these little problems. Oh, it was just a fight, no big deal. The other party was in a miserable state. I almost beat him to death. Shin Wuxiao smiled. Zhang Huayue knew that he would not tell the truth. He simply didn't ask, but stood up, walked to the room, and took out a bottle of special medicine for bruises and injuries from the things he brought with him. He stripped Shin Wuxiao naked, made him lie on the sofa, and started to apply the cream on him. Shin Wuxiao was quite happy about it and enjoyed the beauty's massage. While applying the medicine, Shin Wuxiao was also thinking that it was time to give Zhang Huayue a shot of prevention. It's a real vaccination, not an injection. You err. Shin Wuxiao lay down with his head tilted to the side, looking at Zhang Huayue who was rubbing medicine carefully beside him. What's wrong? Did I use too much force? Zhang Huayue stopped and looked at Shin Wuxiao with her beautiful eyes. No, go on, I want to tell you something. Well, you talk and I'm listening. Zhang Huayue continued to rub the medicine seriously. Her mind was now completely focused on Shen Wuxiao's injury, so she had no time to think about anything else. I went out today and got some news about Lin Fan. Do you want to hear it? Zhang Huayue paused slightly, but still nodded. The reason I came to Zhanghai was to find him in the first place, so of course I'll listen. Zhang Huayue is not the kind of person who is pretentious. There are many things that don't need to be hidden from her. He was not worried that Shen Wuxiu would be jealous. After all, they met because of Lin Fan and knew each other. Moreover, she had decided on Shen Wuxiao, so naturally she would not do such a thing as switching sides. If you have nothing to hide, then be open and honest. Shen Wuxiao also said directly, it's like this, Lin Fan came here because of his brother's death, and his brother's death was because his brother wanted to kill Shen Wuxiao. Zhang Huayue really didn't know much about this matter. He only knew that his brother was dead, but he didn't know the details. You mean, this whole thing was caused by brother Lin Fan from the beginning to the end? Shen Wuxiao nodded. He was really pragmatic. This was the fact. Shen Wuxiu was having a wedding banquet with a woman from a local family. His younger brother fell in love with that woman, so he went to steal the bride. During the wedding robbery, a conflict broke out and his brother tried to kill Shen Wuxiao, but he wasn't strong enough and was killed in return. Shen Wuxiao also recounted what happened at the wedding banquet with some exaggeration. The essence remains the same, only the process has changed slightly. Everyone can use logic and reason. It was really Lin Chen who brought his own death upon himself. That's the script. He rushed to the scene to grab the wedding and even beat himself up. The protagonist can do whatever he wants? So I deserve to die? Just because Lu Qingqing likes Lin Chen, he can legitimately snatch her away from him? After hearing this, Zhang Huayue was also speechless. It turns out that from the beginning to the end, Lin Chen was the one who was wrong. Lin Chen was arrogant, but he didn't expect to meet a ruthless person. What happens next is Lin Fan coming back to avenge his brother. Chapter 46, Vaccination. Yuer, I'm done. What do you think about this matter? Shen Wuxiao tilted his head and listened quietly. Zhang Huayue thought for a moment and said, first of all, let's consider the relationship. From Lin Fan's perspective, he doesn't care whether Lin Chen's actions are reasonable or not. He only knows that his brother is dead, and he must take revenge no matter what. But from the perspective of a passerby, Shen Wuxiao was not only extremely cruel, but also quite wronged. Except for Zhang Wei, who was late for the wedding, which man could tolerate someone snatching the bride from his wedding banquet? Conflict is inevitable. Zhang Huayue's evaluation is also very pertinent. Explain from both sides' perspectives. So, you think both sides are right? Shen Wuxiao asked. Zhang Huayue nodded. According to the overall situation and the perspective of warriors, this is the case. Lin Fan's brother broke into the banquet hall and tried to steal the bride and hurt someone in front of so many people. He was killed in return. He deserved it. It's only natural and reasonable for Lin Fan to come and avenge his brother. It's only natural for Shen Wuxiao to resist. After all, he's a victim. It's impossible for him to just stand there and let someone beat him up and have his woman taken away from him. Shen Wuxiao chuckled and said, my wife's way of looking at things is really unusual. I thought you would insist that Shen Wuxiao must die and unconditionally support Lin Fan. Zhang Huayue rolled her eyes at him and said, Lin Fan and I are comrades after all. I will definitely be more inclined towards Lin Fan, but not too much. In the final analysis, I still have an attitude of not getting involved. I'm only here to help Lin Fan. Shen Wuxiao nodded and asked, what if Lin Fan and Shen Wuxiao were fighting each other, using all sorts of despicable tactics? Zhang Huayue responded without hesitation this time. Two mortal enemies are at war. Whether it's deception or scheming, it's all just a means to an end. There's nothing much to say. When I was killing the enemy at the border, I also used many despicable means. In this kind of situation, we only look at the outcome, not the process. Both sides have hatred, so they will naturally fight to the death at all costs. But from the perspective of Lin Fan's comrade, I naturally hope that Lin Fan can get revenge, so I came to help Lin Fan without knowing any of the details. What if there is a life and death feud between Lin Fan and me? Shen Wuxiao smiled and asked what he wanted to know. Zhang Huayue was baffled, but soon, he glanced at Shen Wuxiao, leaned forward, and said with a smile, are you jealous? Otherwise, why would you ask such a question? Shen Wuxiao nodded, of course, is it unreasonable for me to be jealous? The reason you came here is because of Lin Fan. You two must have a deep relationship. How can I not be jealous? Jiang Huayue smiled gently, but felt a little sweet in her heart. But she still responded to this question head on. If you and Lin Fan are enemies for life and death, I can only choose not to help either of you. I don't want to see the outcome either. After all, he is my comrade in arms. He has given me a lot of help and we have a deep bond. But I won't just stand by and watch him hurt you. If it comes to that, I'll definitely side with you. After getting the answer he wanted, Shen Wuxiao felt a lot more relaxed. Shen Wuxiao himself had also thought about this problem. It is certain that he and Lin Fan will have a showdown, and the one who will have the most trouble then will be Jiang Huayue. According to Shen Wuxiao's original idea, if Jiang Huayue was obedient, he would definitely treat her well. But if Jiang Huayue stood firmly on Lin Fan's side, he would not show mercy and would definitely kill her. Even if you really don't want to, you have to do it. There are women everywhere, and he will not be restrained by one woman in his progress. But the best outcome is naturally that Jiang Huayue stays by his side. Now it seems that Jiang Huayue still has his own ideas, and the situation will definitely not be too bad. After applying the medicine, Shen Wuxiao hugged Jiang Huayue in his arms. Oh, the medicine hasn't dried yet. Jiang Huayue muttered. Whatever, baby, kiss first. Shen Wuxiao hooked his arm around her neck and pressed her lips against his. Jiang Huayue was also helpless, but still responded slowly. After a long sweet moment, Jiang Huayue got up to make some midnight snacks. Shen Wuxiao sat on the sofa. But after a while, the phone rang. Looking closely, the word scam call appeared. Isn't this that bastard Lin Fan? Shen Wuxiao picked up the phone directly. Hello? Brother Sikong, it's me, Lin Fan. Why is your phone turned off? Lin Fan's voice sounded a little weak. And the wind over there seems to be very strong, howling. Shen Wuxiao smiled coldly. My phone was broken, but it's fixed now. Brother Lin Fan, what's wrong with you? I was exposed. A bounty hunter from outside the country found me at night, and we had a fight. Shen Wuxiao pretended to be surprised. How are you? Are you okay? Lin Fan paused, then said, It's okay. He was just a bounty hunter. I killed him. It's just that the price of killing him was a bit high, and I was also slightly injured. Shen Wuxiao almost laughed. This guy is quite proud of himself. He almost beat himself to death last night, but now he denies it. I'm glad you're okay. Are you safe now? Lin Fan responded, It's safe. We're hiding in an abandoned factory now. We can only stay here for the time being. Shen Wuxiao deliberately said, Why don't you come live with me? No one will think you are here. Lin Fan decisively refused. No, I called you just to tell you that I moved. What if you don't know and look for me there before you go, and get targeted? That would be troublesome. Lin Fan is quite loyal, and he even remembered to give a reminder. Okay, don't worry, I haven't done anything these days. I've been with my woman. Your woman? Lin Fan joked, seemingly relaxed. Looks like you've had a lot of sweet interactions. This is natural. My woman is extremely beautiful and I can't let her go. Shen Wuxiao looked at Jiang Huayue in the kitchen. Lin Fan laughed out loud instead. You're so lucky. Then you should work hard and let her know how powerful you are. Shen Wuxiao couldn't help laughing. Of course I have to work hard. She's making supper right now. Once she finishes eating, it will be a wonderful night. I don't know if Lin Fan would collapse when he finds out that what he said was to let Jiang Huayue know about Shen Wuxiao's prowess. Shen Wuxiao also took the opportunity to answer the phone and shouted to the kitchen, Baby, give me 2 fried eggs, I need to replenish my energy. Jiang Huayue walked to the edge of the kitchen and looked at Shen Wuxiao with a smile. Didn't you say you weren't hungry? A man's mouth. I'm hungry now. I understand. Just wait. Jiang Huayue said, and continued to work. Shen Wuxiao then said to the phone, Brother Lin Fan, that's it for now. I'm going to go make supper for my woman. Contact me if you need anything. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Lin Fan on the other end was dumbfounded. He could hear a woman's voice speaking on the phone just now. He was so familiar with that voice. It was Jiang Huayue who haunted his dreams. But after thinking about it, I must have heard it wrong. Jiang Huayue has a cold personality and is serious. No matter who he talks to, he is always cold. The sound I just heard was obviously more lively. Although the voice is exactly the same as Jiang Huayue's, they are definitely not the same person. Zhang Huayue is at the border, and she doesn't know Brother Sikong, so how could she be his woman? Just based on the fact that she cooked for a man and responded to these 2 points with a smile, it was definitely not Zhang Huayue. Chapter 47, Uneasy Lin Fan. Lin Fan brainwashed himself and felt that his analysis was correct. The woman speaking on the phone was definitely not Zhang Huayue. Definitely not. After Lin Fan analyzed himself, he made up his mind. But he still felt a little uneasy lying on the cold iron plate in the desolate abandoned factory. The voice just now was really Zhang Huayue. He couldn't have heard wrong. That was the woman he loved so deeply and obsessed with. How could he have made a mistake? I am a master of the 5th grade and 8th level, so my hearing must be good. But it's unreasonable. Lin Fan was so confused and suspicious that he felt like calling again to ask. But if you make a mistake, it will be embarrassing. In the end, Lin Fan still had to bite the bullet and confirm that the other party was definitely not Zhang Huayue. The voice was gentler, and it was obvious that she was talking to the man she loved deeply. With a little bit of anger and acting coquettishly. Zhang Huayue couldn't possibly be like that. Thinking of this, Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He was very tired from fighting, escaping, and treating wounds at night. I didn't want to think about it anymore, so I quickly closed my eyes. It was not until half an hour later that Lin Fan suddenly sat up. But that voice is Yuer, isn't it? What's going on? Lin Fan's nerves were inexplicably tense. Feeling panicked and worried. After thinking it over, he decided to go to the Bay Villa tomorrow. What you hear is not as good as what you see. This kind of thing, even if it involves some risks, must be seen with one's own eyes. Otherwise, he would probably remain in this careless state. Lin Fan is a very vigilant person, but he is really not a suspicious person. In his opinion, if you trust someone, you will never trust him. If you trust someone, you will always trust him. Although such a personality will cause great losses, just like now. But it is indeed a good quality. As for Shen Wuxiao, he looked at the phone and couldn't help laughing. He had just communicated with Zhang Huayue on purpose, wanting Lin Fan to hear it. In this way, with his hearing ability, he would definitely be able to tell that it was Zhang Huayue's voice. But he couldn't be sure. After all this trouble, he will usually show up at the villa tomorrow. Only when you are infinitely close to collapse can you understand the true meaning of sorrow. Shen Wuxiao put away his phone and went into the kitchen. He can now take advantage naturally. Shen Wuxiao hugged Zhang Huayue's waist from behind, rested his chin on her shoulder, and watched her make a midnight snack. Zhang Huayue did not resist. She smiled and let him hold her. After having supper, I sat in the living room for a while, and finally the critical moment arrived. This indicates whether to sleep together or separately at night. Zhang Huayue entered the room first. Closed the door. Shen Wuxiao listened to the sound of the door closing. The door was closed, but not locked. It is completely different from the past. Shen Wuxiao was not in a hurry and calculated the time. According to Zhang Huayue's habit, she would definitely wash up first, then change into her nightgown and rest. Washing up takes no more than 3 minutes, and since she doesn't wear any makeup at all, there's no makeup removal step. Shen Wuxiao calculated the time, and when it was almost time, he took off his shirt, threw it behind him, and strode towards the bedroom. In the room, everything was just as Shen Wuxiao had predicted. Zhang Huayue was changing into her nightgown and was only halfway through. Suddenly the door opened and she trembled with fear. When Zhang Huayue saw Shen Wuxiao coming towards her, she froze and her breathing became rapid. You? Zhang Huayue wanted to say something, but his mind was blank. Shen Wuxiao smiled lightly. Don't change, reduce 1 step. After saying that, he hugged Zhang Huayue and the two of them stuck together. To be honest, I really don't feel it clearly. I must feel it carefully. Shen Wuxiao held her pretty face and kissed her red lips. Zhang Huayue was also mentally prepared, but she did so the next day. Not now. Now that it happened so suddenly, she felt inexplicably surprised and nervous. But the matter was done, and she accepted it with pleasure. Zhang Huayue turned around and hugged Shen Wuxiao, and began to respond enthusiastically. Gradually, the love deepened. When the light was changed to a dim desk lamp, the two were already on the verge of a fight. Zhang Huayue responded softly. Shen Wuxiao looked down at her condescendingly and raised his hand to tidy up her messy hair. Don't be nervous, tell me, are you willing? Zhang Huayue bit her lip, her heart beating faster. After hesitating for nearly 5 seconds, she finally nodded and said softly. After getting the answer, Shin Wuxiu was no longer polite. The breeze and drizzle are so gentle. The next day, the rain stopped and the sky cleared up. The first rays of morning sun covered the front of the villa. In the room, Shin Wuxiu opened his eyes and saw Jiang Huayue curl up in his arms like a little bird. She had a happy smile on her face, a little lazy, but with intimacy. Jiang Huayue was sleeping soundly, and Shin Wuxiu had no intention of waking her up. He just raised his hand to tidy up her hair. Shin Wuxiu could only describe what happened last night in 8 words. Until takeoff, it was amazing. Shin Wuxiu, who was about to take a nap, suddenly heard the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. Shin Wuxiu laughed secretly in his heart, knowing without guessing that it was that bastard Lin Fan. Jiang Huayue was awakened by the doorbell and she slowly opened her eyes. After what happened last night, there was no longer that strange feeling between her and Shin Wuxiu. Everything seems very natural. Even though the two of them still have no barriers. Are there any guests coming? Jiang Huayue blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Shin Wuxiu. Shin Wuxiu hugged her and said, he must be the one who delivered breakfast. I'll just be out for a bit, you continue to rest. Jiang Huayue also nodded obediently. She also didn't want to meet anyone she didn't know. Shin Wuxiu withdrew his hand, put on his clothes, and then leaned over and kissed Jiang Huayue on the lips. Then he walked out of the room. After walking out of the room, that gentle state completely disappeared, replaced by coldness. He smiled wickedly, opened the door of the villa directly, and walked into the yard. When he saw the figure outside, he couldn't help but laugh. Lin Fan is so pitiful. The hair was burned into curly curls. His beauty was gone, and his beard was burned to a shit yellow color. His body was in tatters, his ears were wrapped in bandages, the color of the potion seeping through them, and he looked like a beggar of the abstract faction. Shin Wuxiu walked forward and took a quick look. How come you come to me to beg for food? As he said that, he pulled out a red note and threw it out. Hurry up and go. Chapter 48, The Edge of Explosion. Lin Fan was speechless. He thought it was possible that he didn't recognize him. Brother Seacombe, it's me, Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled bitterly. I didn't expect to be mistaken for a beggar. Lin Fan? Shin Wuxiu deliberately moved closer and took a closer look. Holy crap, is it really you? How did you become like this? At first glance, I thought you were a night soil collector. Lin Fan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Is it really that similar? He was also a little puzzled as to why Brother Seacombe spoke with such sarcasm. But he didn't care, he didn't forget the purpose of his visit. Brother Seacombe, won't you invite me in to sit down? Lin Fan really couldn't wait to confirm the owner of that voice. If not, he would feel relieved and leave immediately. If so, what if so? He hadn't figured it out yet. Shin Wuxiu looked a little embarrassed. Brother Lin Fan, it's not that I don't want you to come in. But my woman is still sleeping in the room. If I invite you in and she doesn't know, it would be embarrassing if she gets up and goes out and sees a stranger, you know? Lin Fan also understood that this was indeed the case. But he still asked, I thought you were a playboy before, but I didn't expect you to be so considerate of women. By the way, what do you call your sister-in-law? Lin Fan asked indirectly. Shin Wuxiu looked very proud. My wife, even Catherine Zeta-Jones and Monica Bellucci in their youth are not as pretty as her. Ah? Lin Fan was stunned. Didn't I ask for her name? Why did you bring up beauty? But Lin Fan didn't want to be too direct, a foreign woman? That's not the case. Shin Wuxiu talked to Lin Fan through a fence gate. Lin Fan really wanted to go in and find out. But Shin Wuxiu had no intention of opening the door. He really didn't know what to say. You can't just break in, that would be ridiculous. Lin Fan could only change his strategy. Brother Seacombe, how about borrowing your place to take a shower? Shin Wuxiu refused without a second thought. If it was before, there would definitely be no problem. But now that my woman is here, it's really inconvenient for you to take a shower. Think about it yourself, isn't your request a bit too much? Lin Fan was truly helpless. Nodded. Okay then, I'll be leaving first. Lin Fan couldn't get in at all, so naturally he couldn't confirm it. But the doubts in his heart grew deeper and deeper. So when we left, we didn't go far, but just went around to a large reef not far from the villa. He won't go in, but the other party will have to come out. In this way, he can see. In fact, he overthought it. The two of them rarely go out. So, after Shen Wuxiao returned, he went straight back to the room and took a nap with Zhang Huayue in his arms. The whole morning passed by. Lin Fan waited for a long time, but no one came out. At noon, Shen Wuxiao and Zhang Huayue got up. Zhang Huayue made lunch. Because last night was more like their wedding night, and it was also a time when they were quite affectionate. After lunch, the two went to the KTV room in the villa to sing. In the afternoon, I went to the gym in the villa to sweat. Let us take a bath together in the evening. After taking a shower, I went directly to the private cinema in the villa to watch a movie. By the way, we had an intimate conversation for 2.5 hours in the private cinema. Another day passed without the two of them leaving the house. Lin Fan, who was waiting, felt like he was going to be frozen into a fool. It has already entered autumn, and with the heavy rain last night, everything is wet. The wind is strong at the seaside. The place where he was not only humid, but also windy, and the sea breeze never stopped. Another day has passed. Lin Fan felt like he was about to break apart. He just came to confirm the person. Why is it so complicated? Also, don't they go out? The next day, after Lin Fan worked day and night, risking his life, he finally saw someone. The door of the villa opened, and Zhang Huayue walked out holding Shen Wuxiao's arm. In fact, Shen Wuxiao had always known that Lin Fan was hiding nearby. He just didn't bother to care. What he had to do was to make Lin Fan see Zhang Huayue and himself before he became hysterical. In this way, all the suffering and grievances suffered in these few days, as well as the pain of wind and rain last night, will burst out. It was the most difficult for Lin Fan to control his emotions in this state. I will definitely break up with Zhang Huayue. Comrades don't count. The more he can attack Lin Fan, the more points he will get, and the happier he will be. When walking out of the villa, Shen Wuxiao deliberately stopped to let Lin Fan see clearly. He raised his hand to tidy Zhang Huayue's hair and put his hand on her face. What's wrong? Zhang Huayue asked with tenderness in her eyes. Did you wear lip gloss today? Zhang Huayue shook her head. No, I never use makeup. I don't believe it, let me try it. Zhang Huayue chuckled. Okay, try it. She pouted as she spoke. Shen Wuxiao took the opportunity to kiss her. After a while, he moved away and licked his lips. I really don't have lip gloss on. If you want to kiss me, just kiss me. Why are you making excuses? Zhang Huayue rolled his eyes at him. Lin Fan, who was in the dark, saw all these scenes clearly. His mind was completely confused. It's like a background music playing in my head. Whoa 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 whoa, for all the pain that love clings to, for all the wounds that hate clings to. I can no longer distinguish between love and hate. Is it just like this? My hands can't stop shaking, I can't forgive. Lin Fan felt like he was about to explode. He really couldn't stand it anymore. He clenched his fists until they crackled. It's really you, it's actually you. Lin Fan burst into anger, and with a step of his foot, a powerful true energy spread out. The whole person leaped up like a rock spreading its wings, and with a few heavy steps, he reached the road. The aura he exuded was also accurately locked by Zhang Huayue. Zhang Huayue felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy and immediately turned his head to look the other way. I saw a curly-haired, dark-skinned, ragged man walking towards me with his fists clenched. Stop! Zhang Huayue shouted softly. But Lin Fan seemed not to hear, his teeth chattering. He really didn't expect that the beloved woman he had always missed was actually in love with another man here. That man was still the brother he considered. How can we endure such a great humiliation? Seeing that the other party didn't seem to want to stop, Zhang Huayue was about to take action. But when the other person came closer, Zhang Huayue realized that the person in front of him seemed familiar. He took a closer look and was immediately shocked. Lin Fan? How did you become like this? Zhang Huayue asked. But the tone of her voice seemed very calm, just a greeting between friends. Without any guilt or remorse. After all, in Zhang Huayue's mind, she was just Lin Fan's comrade in arms. Even if there was affection between them at the beginning, that was then. Apart from being comrades in arms, there was really no other relationship between them. Therefore, there is no need to feel guilty. What's your relationship with him? Lin Fan approached step by step and finally stopped in front of the two people. He was on the verge of exploding, but still had no intention of taking action. Just questioning. Chapter 49 Breakup. Jiang Huayue didn't think about it in other ways, but just answered the question, he is my man, don't you know him? Jiang Huayue's response was still very natural. She pointed at Lin Fan again and said, by the way, how did you end up like this? Jiang Huayue's words made Lin Fan frown. She had actually been talking to him from a friend's perspective. Lin Fan's face was gloomy. You said he is your man? Jiang Huayue nodded, yes. Lin Fan felt like he was about to break apart. The pain is unbearable. Then what am I? Lin Fan finally couldn't help it. He pointed at Jiang Huayue, you actually got involved with him. You betrayed me. Are you worthy of me? At this moment, Jiang Huayue was slightly stunned and annoyed. Are you sick? Jiang Huayue frowned slightly. What do you mean by betraying you? What is your relationship with me? We are comrades at best. If I have a boyfriend, do I have to report it to you? Lin Fan paused, feeling like he had a nameless anger that he had nowhere to vent. Indeed, he and Jiang Huayue were never a couple. How can I say whether it is betrayal or not? But he knew that there was always a thin layer of window paper between him and Jiang Huayue, so he instinctively treated her as his woman. Shen Wuxiu also added fuel to the fire at the right time. No, brother Lin Fan, what do you mean? Aren't you meddling too much? Shut up right there. You shouldn't bully your friend's wife. How dare you do such a thing? Lin Fan was really annoyed and blurted out, pointing at Shen Wuxiu. In that instant, Shen Wuxiu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Bastard, no one has ever dared to yell at me. But he still didn't move, just watched, and then chopped Lin Fan into pieces and fed him to the dogs. But Jiang Huayue was unhappy. What right did he have to yell at his man? Also, what does friend's wife mean? Could it be that he just said it without any evidence and that I am his woman? Lin Fan, are you too self-righteous? Jiang Huayue also wanted to make it clear, the relationship between us is that of comrades, and you are deceiving yourself by doing this, aren't you? Who are you to accuse here now? If it's according to you, then whoever you like must be yours? Right? Lin Fan couldn't utter a word for a long time. In fact, Jiang Huayue guessed it right. Lin Fan had the same mentality. Who can get his hands on what he likes? But the words were stuck in my throat and I couldn't say them. He also knew that Jiang Huayue was right, but he just couldn't swallow it. When he thought about the bastard who he was reluctant to touch, but stood up and kicked, he couldn't control his desire to kill. Shen Wuxiu attacked again secretly. Brother Lin Fan, your attitude is chilling. Yue told me that she came all the way here just to help you, but what do you mean? It seems that what happened between Yue and me has nothing to do with you. Lin Fan seemed to be completely ignited. He went crazy when he thought of the two of them being affectionate in the villa while he was freezing outside. I can't stand it any longer, I don't need to stand it any longer. He roared angrily, murderous intent overflowing, his true energy spreading, and his iron fist smashed directly toward Shen Wuxiu. Shen Wuxiu stood still with a sneer on his face. Just when the iron fist was about to hit Shen Wuxiu, Jiang Huayue took action. She kicked out from the side at high speed, directly hitting Lin Fan's arm. The kick was quite powerful, and Lin Fan's body spun around due to inertia and he took 2 steps back. Lin Fan, you've gone too far. Jiang Huayue's eyes were extremely cold. If he hadn't blocked it, Lin Fan's punch might even have killed Shen Wuxiu. This punch also shattered their comradeship. Jiang Huayue raised his hand and touched his waist, and the next second, a soft sword appeared instantly. Like a dancing silver snake. The soft sword pointed directly at Lin Fan. Lin Fan's heart was broken. He was a little bit incredulous. You pointed a sword at me? Jiang Huayue's face was icy cold, because I didn't bring a gun. Lin Fan collapsed. Jiang Huayue's pretty face was filled with disgust, and her tone was icy. Lin Fan, we've been through a lot together, through life and death, and we're people who can trust each other with our backs. I never try to cover up anything, so I'm just going to make it clear today. I admit that I once had feelings for you. I couldn't tell whether it was more of a comradeship, a brother-sister relationship, or even a love between a man and a woman. When I knew you were in trouble, I left the team without hesitation, just to help you get revenge. Ask yourself, how have I ever let you down? Lin Fan couldn't utter a word for a long time. He was really blinded by anger. He had murderous intentions just now, and I'm afraid that the last bit of affection has been worn away. Jiang Huayue continued, but what did you do? You ruined my reputation in front of my man and said I was your woman. When did I become your woman? I've always felt that you were a sensible person who knew honor and disgrace, was reserved and modest, and was willing to sacrifice others for others. I once took you as my target and tried to catch up with you. But now it seems that I was wrong. Jiang Huayue's words were full of wisdom, and for a moment, Lin Fan felt that he was really ridiculous. You err, Lin Fan realized that he had been rash and wanted to make amends. Please call me Miss Jiang, or just my name. Jiang Huayue didn't give any face at all. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, feeling uncomfortable and frustrated. But Shen Wuxiu was happy. My wife is so awesome, she made that bastard so mad. From the moment you had the murderous intention just now, our relationship was severed. Jiang Huayue said coldly, waving the soft sword in his hand. Now, whether to leave or fight, it's up to you. Lin Fan opened his mouth, but didn't move or leave. Jiang Huayue was too lazy to waste time. She took Shen Wuxiao's hand and headed straight towards the car. Shen Wuxiao laughed wildly in his heart. The system in my mind also made a dinging sound. Ding, congratulations to the host for severing the protagonist's emotional connection, points plus 100,000. Congratulations to the host for breaking the protagonist's defense, points plus 50,000. Congratulations to the host for letting Lin and Zhang's relationship dissipate. Points plus 50,000. Make a fortune. The two of them just walked past Lin Fan. Especially when Shen Wuxiu walked over, Lin Fan clenched his fists, and the hidden anger almost erupted again. Jiang Huayue was always on guard. If Lin Fan took action, she would kill him immediately. But Lin Fan still suppressed it. Only after the two of them got into the car did Lin Fan leave without saying a word. He was walking in a very cool manner, but he ended up in a place where there was no one. Lin Fan's defense was broken. Damn it, asshole. I finally fell in love with you, but you made me lose so completely. Ha ha ha. Ciao. Lin Fan really wanted to fight, but in the end, he threw a fierce punch and then left. There will never be anything between Jiang Huayue and him. Unfortunately, he would never have thought that breaking the defense was still to come. After Lin Fan left, the car parked there had not started yet. Shen Wuxiu and Jiang Huayue were sitting in the car. Jiang Huayue also fell silent and said nothing. Chapter 50 True Identity. Shen Wuxiu took her hand and stroked it gently. If you are sad, I will allow you to vent. Jiang Huayue looked at him, somewhat annoyed. You are not mistaken, you want your woman to be sad for other men? Shen Wuxiu drew a picture on her palm. Aren't we comrades? There must be some affection between us. Jiang Huayue shook his head. I never regret the decision I made. Goodbye, we'll just be strangers. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, staring straight at Shen Wuxiu. I want to ask you, you are not jealous? Jiang Huayue looked very angry. Shen Wuxiu smiled and said, why should I be jealous? Do you think I should keep harping on the past? Besides, you and him are indeed comrades in arms. Jiang Huayue nodded. That's right. But the next second, Jiang Huayue seemed to realize a more serious problem. She went directly from the passenger seat to the driver's seat, sat on Shen Wuxiu's lap, grabbed his collar, and faced him. I have a question, and you must answer it honestly. Shen Wuxiu took advantage of the situation and put his arm around her slender waist. Ask. Jiang Huayue asked seriously, I am your woman, right? Certainly. Okay, since I'm your woman, but as your woman, isn't it a bit absurd that I don't know your name? You say Sikong, but it's just a surname, so what's your name? Shen Wuxiu had a smile on his face. How about you guess? Shen Wuxiu also felt that he had to speak out. Now that her relationship with Lin Fan has broken up, it would be better to talk about some things as soon as possible. Otherwise, if his identity is revealed later, Jiang Huayue will definitely not be able to accept it for a while. Let me guess? How can I guess? Your name, how can I guess? Could it be that your real name is Shen Wuxiu? Jiang Huayue also said it jokingly. Shen Wuxiu just smiled gently and said nothing. Jiang Huayue was stunned. Are you really Shen Wuxiu? Shen Wuxiu nodded. Yes, Shen Wuxiu. Jiang Huayue couldn't believe it and raised her hand to cover her mouth. Jiang Huayue is the military strategist in the serious team, and his brain is absolutely useful. At this moment, her mind went blank. After a long while, she finally spoke. You didn't lie to me? No, I just admitted my identity at the right time. Shen Wuxiu said bluntly. Jiang Huayue now believed that the man in front of her was Shen Wuxiu. She was very surprised, and at the same time she felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She was trembling all over. Jiang Huayue closed his eyes and thought about everything that happened in Zhanghai. After a long moment, she looked at Shen Wuxiao. Manager Xia from that hotel is your man. You asked him to guide me to find you. Yes. Shen Wuxiao nodded. That pair of male and female demons are also yours. Shen Wuxiao nodded. Yes, they are the bodyguards arranged for me by my family. Then every step between us was also your calculation. Jiang Huayue inexplicably wanted to cry. Shen Wuxiao nodded again. Yes, it's despicable, but if I had to do it again, I would still do it. Jiang Huayue's eyes were already red, with a layer of mist covering her eye sockets. Crystal tears rolled down her face. Her lips trembled slightly. Shen Wuxiao looked at her with heartache and raised his hand to wipe away her tears. Then what about your feelings for me? Is it just a casual affair, or calculated? Jiang Huayue suddenly became very scared, afraid that Shen Wuxiao would tell her the answer. I was afraid that Shen Wuxiao would say something like, I'm no longer useful to you. Because he was going after Lin Fan, and clipping Lin Fan's wings was one of his goals. If that were the case, she would definitely be devastated. But Shen Wuxiao did not hesitate and shook his head decisively. He gently held Jiang Huayue in his arms and rubbed her hair. Some things are mutual. When I'm calculating against you, I'm also calculating against myself. Although I am cruel, I also have feelings. My feelings for you are absolutely true. The reason I'm telling you everything now is because I'm afraid that the later you know, the harder it will be for you to accept it. Jiang Huayue was silent for a long time, and then said and hugged Shen Wuxiao tightly. Shen Wuxiao patted her back. I'll give you time to digest it. Jiang Huayue didn't say anything and just hugged him. After a long while, she finally spoke. Can we not go out? I'm a little sleepy. Okay. Shen Wuxiao opened the car door directly and got out of the car holding Jiang Huayue. Then headed towards the villa. After arriving at the villa, he went straight into the room and put Jiang Huayue on the bed. He laid down on it himself. Cover yourself with a blanket. Jiang Huayue didn't say anything the whole time, just hugged Shen Wuxiao. Shen Wuxiao also used the most direct method. He rested his forehead against Jiang Huayue's, and their eyes met. The next second, Shen Wuxiao kissed her directly. Jiang Huayue felt Shen Wuxiao's kiss and gradually began to respond. Warm. It eventually evolved into. Clothes were scattered everywhere and the atmosphere was extremely hot. After a long time, everything returned to calm. After that, the slight estrangement that had just appeared seemed to have completely disappeared. The moon in Zhanghai is also gradually recovering. She looked at Shen Wuxiao and sighed deeply. I didn't expect that a bad guy like you would be so scheming. Do you know how scared I was when you told me you were Shen Wuxiao? Are you really scared? Shen Wuxiao asked teasingly. Jiang Huayue raised his hand and hit her chest. You have no conscience, what do you think? Okay, but don't worry. I, Shen Wuxiao, am not a good person, but my feelings for you are real. You don't have to be afraid. Jiang Huayue also felt relieved. But I still feel a little angry. This bad guy is calculating against himself. From beginning to end, it's all calculation. At that time, she wondered why the two masters, the male and female demons, had such strange habits. He was obviously a cruel person, but he didn't kill anyone or take any action. Instead, he threw her and Shen Wuxiao on the bed. It turns out that it wasn't just those two people who had strange habits, but the bad guy in front of them was behind it. How did you know I would come to Zhanghai because of Lin Fan's matter? Jiang Huayue also wanted to clarify the confusion. Shen Wuxiao laughed heartily. We're going to settle the score later, huh? Okay, then I'll tell you, there's nothing in the entire dragon country that I don't know. Do you believe me? Jiang Huayue nodded. I believe it. I'm not from Zhanghai, I'm from the imperial capital. My Shen family is the #1 family in dragon country. Do you know Shen Tianhong? Jiang Huayue was stunned for a moment, then nodded. I know this, the strongest man in dragon country. Well, my dad, your father-in-law. Jiang Huayue was also extremely surprised. She couldn't help but be shocked that such a person was actually her father-in-law. But soon, she grabbed Shen Wuxiao's ear and said, my father-in-law is the strongest, so why are you so weak? Shen Wuxiao was also speechless. But before, it was really bad. I'm not a complete loser, am I? I'm the only one who can freeze time in the field. Do you really think I'm the male and female devil? Zhang Huayue also just remembered, and suddenly felt a little bit amused and helpless. Then what rank are you? 6th grade, 5th level. Shen Wuxiao responded. Zhang Huayue was a little surprised by this. It turns out that it has been hidden all along. Chapter 51, Clearing Up Grudges. Zhang Huayue also understood everything completely. It turned out that everything was in the maze set up by Shen Wuxiao. She said helplessly, "So, it was you who led Lin Fan to kill the wrong person?" Shen Wuxiao thought about this and nodded with a wicked smile. "Yes, the death of the young master of Haisha society is inevitable. I just want Haisha society and Lin Fan to face off. Even if Lin Fan can't kill him, I will make him die. In Zhanghai, I have the final say. They have no right to object." Zhang Huayue also had to admire Shen Wuxiao's decisiveness and ruthlessness. "It seems like everything that happened since the incident with Lin Fan's brother was set up by you?" Shen Wuxiao did not deny it. "After his brother died, I knew he would come back for revenge. So I gave him the news first, causing him to lose his composure, and I took the initiative. Every move he made after returning was watched by someone. Even the fact that we became friends was planned by me." Zhang Huayue had nothing to say now. In this situation, Lin Fan was destined to lose miserably. How can you possibly win if you're being led from the very first step? Shen Wuxiao pinched her pretty face and said, "As for what happened before, I told you. You should know that your man is insidious." Zhang Huayue puffed her lips and said, "He is indeed insidious, and he dares to think and act, and he has a powerful background. I was wondering why you asked me that night. If you and Lin Fan were enemies, what would I choose? Turns out you were just trying to give me a heads up." Shen Wuxiao smiled mischievously. "Isn't this just caring about your feelings? And I'm not talking nonsense. It was indeed that Lin Shen who came to steal my marriage and wanted to kill me, so I killed him in return. As for everything that happened afterwards, as you said, it was purely a means to harm him." After everything was talked out, Shen Wuxiao felt a lot more relaxed. Zhang Huayue couldn't refute it. Strictly speaking, she was an outsider, and it was he who walked into the trap set by Shen Wuxiao. Now that she has lost herself to Shen Wuxiao, it can be considered as karma, and she does not regret it. After all, she really fell in love with Shen Wuxiao. "Can I stay out of interfering in what's going on between you and Lin Fan?" Zhang Huayue asked. What Shen Wuxiao wanted was for her not to get involved. He wanted to kill Lin Fan, but he didn't need Zhang Huayue's help. "Of course, I just want you to be a bystander. Lin Fan and I have a personal grudge, a fight of life and death. If it passed through your hands, you wouldn't be able to face your fellow soldiers, and you would also feel uneasy." Zhang Huayue was slightly stunned when she heard this, then she hugged Shen Wuxiao and kissed him hard on the lips. As Shen Wuxiao said, she still had to consider her other comrades. If she kills Lin Fan, what will the other comrades think? They are brothers and sisters who have been through thick and thin together. She would only intervene if Lin Fan harmed Shen Wuxiao. But this situation is obviously impossible. Shen Wuxiao is not someone who will suffer losses. Before, Lin Fan wanted to kill me outside, but you stopped him. Now that you know the truth, you should know that I did it on purpose. Will you still sever all ties with Lin Fan?" Shen Wuxiao still asked. Zhang Huayue nodded without hesitation. "Although everything was set up by you, he didn't know it, so the person he wanted to kill was not Shen Wuxiao, but young Master Sikong. Lin Fan doesn't know you are Shen Wuxiao, nor does he know you set a trap, but in his perception, you are the one who has always helped him, even sparing no effort. Even though he hadn't discovered the truth and you had selflessly helped him, he still chose to kill you. That's his problem. Zhang Huayue is stubborn about this. Lin Fan had murderous intentions. He could want to kill Shen Wuxiao, but he absolutely could not kill the identity of young Master Sikong. If Lin Fan knew the truth, it would be reasonable for new hatreds and old grudges to arise. But at that time, no one knew that they were being kept in the dark. Shen Wuxiao was still young Master Sikong, the one who helped him. Because of anger and resentment, he wanted to kill the person who had always helped him with one punch. This was naturally his fault. Shen Wuxiao really didn't expect Zhang Huayue to be so stubborn, but according to his understanding, there was nothing wrong with it. In his eyes, I am not Shen Wuxiao, but the young Master Sikong who helped him. He wants to kill me. Zhang Huayue also changed the subject, and suddenly hooked her arm around Shen Wuxiao and pulled him. Both of them sat up. What's wrong? Zhang Huayue suddenly pinched his face, looking angrily. Okay, you already have your wedding banquet. What's going on with that wedding banquet? She is now settling the accounts. This guy actually held a wedding banquet. Although everything is based on first come first served, as Shen Wuxiao's woman, she should have the right to find out. Speaking of Shen Wuxiao, he felt wronged. He was not a bootlicker, and that matter had nothing to do with him. But so what? The two of them have swapped positions, and he is the real Shen Wuxiao. Actually, it's like this. Shen Wuxiao also recounted the things in his memory. From a playboy to a pure love warrior, for Lu Qingqing, he chased her all the way to Shanghai. And the help he brought to the Lu family, and so on, and finally to the wedding banquet, and what happened before the wedding banquet. As for what happened at the wedding banquet, he didn't say anything, mainly because it was too bloody. After listening to Shen Wuxiao's words bit by bit, Zhang Huayue was both angry and jealous. That Lu Qingqing, why? At the same time, he also wanted to call Shen Wuxiao stupid. The most hateful family is the Lu family. The Lu family is greedy and disgusting, and Lu Qingqing is a complete XXN, which is disgusting. If you are still thinking about someone else even after getting engaged, and if you don't love the other person, why don't you just stand firm and keep pestering him her? Even if you compromise, you must have a compromising attitude. Why pretend to be so noble? While thinking about other men, she was hooking Shen Wuxiao and accepting everything Shen Wuxiao brought. It's definitely that she wants to engage in import and export trade and also build a chastity archway. This is to take advantage of Shen Wuxiao and use his identity to gain benefits for oneself. When Lin Chen comes back, she will kick Shen Wuxiao away. If it were someone else, she might just feel disdain, but when the matter involved Shen Wuxiao, it was different. You let such a bitch go on? Zhang Huayue was a killer on the battlefield after all, and he was full of murderous aura. Moreover, as a warrior, she also believes in taking action instead of talking nonsense. She felt it necessary to let Lu Qingqing know what it meant to have a mouthful of teeth broken by a slap. Let her go? Shen Wuxiao couldn't help but laugh. Does your man look so saintly? Zhang Huayue paused slightly, thinking that he was overthinking it. If Shen Wuxiao was a soft-hearted person, he would not have trapped Lin Fan to death, and he would not have brought that young master from Haisha society with him. It seems that Shen Wuxiao was just in love before, so he was foolishly deceived by Lu Qingqing. Now that we've talked it out, there's no more estrangement. Be good, your husband loves you. Shen Wuxiao straightened her messy hair and said in a somewhat cheesy way. Zhang Huayue pouted, you deceived me so much, how can I just let it go like this? You must be punished. After Zhang Huayue finished speaking, she suddenly pushed Shen Wuxiao down and kissed him with her red lips. Chapter 52, Encirclement and Suppression of Lin Fan. The day goes by quickly. Lin Fan, who was frustrated in the Bay Villa, was like a walking corpse. Although he understood everything, he still felt uncomfortable. It feels like my best friend has taken my woman away. Even though he kept telling himself that Zhang Huayue had nothing to do with him, it was all just wishful thinking. But I just can't get over the hurdle in my heart. He no longer cared whether Haisha society would come to him for business or not. After buying a set of clothes outside, I walked around in a daze all day. In the evening, I found a bar and went in. The bar usually opens around 5 o'clock, and when he went there were not many people inside. Lin Fan just wants to drink and get drunk. Have a good drink and start all over again the next day. It can also be considered as an explanation to myself. He actually doesn't have much money himself. But before that, Shen Wuxi gave him 2 stacks when he asked him to hide. More than 20,000. When the building was being demolished, I didn't spend much at all, except for a little over $1,000 buying supplies. There are still more than 18,000 now. As a 5th grade, 8th level master, if Lin Fan wants to make money, it will be a matter of minutes. But he no longer had that intention. When we got to the bar, we asked the waiter to bring us 5 boxes of beer, 7 or 8 bottles of white wine and red wine. Perhaps it was because Lin Fan had been at the border for too long and didn't quite understand the market conditions in some places. With 20,000 yuan, you can drink as much as you want at a bar. It's enough to drink for a week at the food stalls. After the drinks arrived, Lin Fan started blowing the bottles without even asking for peanuts. He went there just to get drunk. As time passed, more and more people came to the bar. Not many people paid attention to Lin Fan's behavior, as it was common for people to get drunk. It's a pity that she is not a beauty, otherwise someone would pick her up after she gets drunk. Lin Fan never stopped. He felt that this was the lowest point in his life. His only close relative was killed and he was expelled from the army. When he came back for revenge, he couldn't find anyone and ended up killing the wrong person. Now I am a wanted criminal, hiding like a rat. The woman I love most is together with a brother I just met. When he thought about this time, Shen Wuxiu was in the villa, standing up and kicking. He wanted to kill someone. Lin Fan opened a bottle of white wine and started drinking it. He also didn't notice that as time passed, 3 groups of people at the scene were staring at him. The first group was naturally Shen Wuxiao's people. The second group is from Haisha society. The third group is Lu Ruyan's people. Lu Ruyan knew what Lin Fan looked like since she started looking for him in Haisha society. He also specially found a group of people and asked them to look for Lin Fan. Although the Lu family no longer exists, many of the Lu family's warriors still survived. They were originally hired from outside and had received favors from the Lu family. Now that Lu Ruyan approached them and offered a high price, they were naturally willing to help. 3 groups of people contacted their respective masters. When Shen Wuxiao got the news, he was also ready to go over and watch the show. People from the Haisha society are also there, so conflict is inevitable. If Lin Fan wants to pass the level, he has to kill the monsters first. When the people from Haisha society received the news, they immediately dispatched more than 50 vehicles. Each car was full of more than 250 people. This situation is to keep Lin Fan at all costs today. As for Lu Ruyan, she came to the bar in person. She wanted to cooperate with Lin Fan. Since it was a cooperation, she would definitely take him to a more secret place to discuss. More and more people came to the bar, and men and women on the dance floor began to dance enthusiastically to the heavy metal music. I was sweating profusely and didn't know what I was shaking for. I felt so stupid. The bartender stood at the bar and started mixing drinks in a fancy way, with cocktail shakers flying around. The restroom in a bar is sometimes closed for more than half an hour. The partitions are also ragged. The smell of cigarettes, alcohol, sweat, foot odor, and hormones all lingered in the air. Everyone was busy with their own things. Those who were looking for rich men were looking for rich men, and those who were looking for girls were looking for girls, and they were having a great time. Lin Fan also has the image of a tough guy, so there are still women who want to seduce him. But Lin Fan ignored them all and just focused on drinking. He was already a little drunk at this moment, and was slightly dazed. It is this feeling of being neither drunk nor intoxicated that allows him to forget his troubles for a short while. Outside the bar, people from the Haisha society had already arrived. The scene was truly grand, with almost all the cars parked on the street. More than 200 people got off the bus and gathered together. There were warriors and thugs mixed together, and no one of them was holding a weapon in their hands. Leading the group is Haisha Society's gold medal fighter, a 3rd grade, 5th rank warrior, Fei Ying. Fei Ying raised his hand and waved, and more than 200 people swarmed in. Shen Wuxiao arrived a little late, but just in time he saw those people from Haisha Society rushing in. He parked the car and walked inside leisurely. He didn't bring Jiang Huayue with him. Jiang Huayue also said that she would not interfere in the affairs between him and Lin Fan. When I walked into the bar, the music had stopped. The young men and women who were originally dancing in their youth had already hidden in one direction and were huddled there. They are just ordinary people. When people from Haisha society come, they are naturally afraid of getting into trouble. The lighting has also been adjusted. There is no longer the dim dynamic shadow, and now it is bright. Shen Wuxiao couldn't get in because there were so many people blocking the way. He got so angry that he kicked him. Suddenly, the dozen or so people in front of him fell to one side like dominoes. This cleared a path. Those people didn't even see who did it. Shen Wuxiao walked to an empty booth, sat down, lit a cigarette, and brought out an unopened bottle of red wine. Just watched the show. Fei Ying also saw Lin Fan. He was still drinking, oblivious to the people around him, and completely ignored them. His brows were furrowed. Now the bar is surrounded, he can't escape even if he has wings. Death is certain. Those of you who come here to drink and have fun, get out of here. Fei Ying shouted. There are too many people at the scene, so we have to make sure they are all our own people so that he won't escape in the chaos. Those who came to drink suddenly didn't dare to stay and ran out in a swarm. In just 1 minute, except for Shen Wuxiao who was sitting in the distance watching the show, and Lin Fan who was drinking, everyone else at the scene was from the Haisha Society. Fei Ying walked up, and the others followed behind him, and the encirclement became smaller and smaller. He looked at Lin Fan still pouring wine into his mouth and immediately raised his hand to slap him. The wine bottle next to Lin Fan's mouth flew out and fell to the ground. But Lin Fan didn't care. He picked up another bottle and continued drinking. It's just like Hamapi who has lost all hope in life. Your name is Lin Fan. Fei Ying glared angrily, you're really brave. You killed our young master from Haisha society and still dared to stay in Zhanghai. Lin Fan finally stopped drinking, but he just said calmly, these people are not enough for me to fight, get lost. Seeing Lin Fan being so arrogant, the people from Haisha society could no longer tolerate it. Fei Ying sneered, are you good at fighting? Fighting is useless. To get involved in this world, you need power and connections. I've killed dozens of little scoundrels like you. Shen Wuxia was speechless when he saw that they were still chatting and swearing. He picked up the bottle and threw it directly towards Lin Fan in the crowd. Chapter 53, Escape from Death. Swish. The wine bottle was moving at a very fast speed, heading towards the back of Lin Fan's head. Lin Fan's eyes flashed. These people are looking for death. He suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed the flying wine bottle, and exerted force with his palm. Bang! The wine bottle was crushed directly and the wine exploded. Fei Ying also quickly raised his hand and waved, kill him. In an instant, the scene was filled with shouts and cries of killing. There are thugs mixed with warriors, all of them are extremely powerful. They rushed forward one after another, holding axes and baseball bats in their hands. Lin Fan is not an ordinary person. That is the 5th grade 8th level master, the Border Wolf King. These people who are seen as useless by outsiders are like joy to him. He moved his body, and the swivel chair under his but immediately faced the people from Haisha society. A powerful kick landed on the one who stood out. With just one kick, people collided with each other and fell down. Lin Fan stood up and rushed towards the crowd. He punched them one by one, grabbed the baseball bat, and started hitting them one by one like playing whack-a-mole. The scene was very chaotic, and some people started yelling. Ah! Take my sword, China's #1 sword, the White Emperor's holy sword, follow me on the sword. Lin Fan didn't need to use any true energy to deal with these people. He can crush them with his strong body. He originally thought that since he accidentally killed the young master of Haisha society, it was understandable that they wanted to seek revenge on him. But in this situation, how could he just surrender? Lin Fan swung a baseball bat in one hand and an iron fist in the other. Those thugs either flew backwards or collapsed to the ground. More than 200 thugs and warriors couldn't defeat Lin Fan alone. Fei Ying was also extremely shocked. He decisively adopted an alternative plan. The people in the outer circle immediately pulled out their pistols. Their boss has already issued a death order, to kill Lin Fan at all costs and bring his head back to sacrifice to Luo Han. When the gunman outside drew his gun, Lin Fan became murderous. The pent-up anger in my heart burst out completely. A layer of silver-white mist floated around him, which was the state of his true energy being released. Lin Fan is serious. Shen Wuxiao felt a little regretful. Haisha society, that's it? Do you have the nerve to say that they are one of the 3 major players in China overseas? No matter what, sending some 3rd grade warriors or 4th grade masters should be no problem. This doesn't look like something that can be done at any cost. Shen Wuxiao watched the fierce fighting over there and walked over to a gunman. He snatched the gun from the gunman and pulled the trigger towards Lin Fan. Bang 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 bang. Continuous gunshots rang out. Lin Fan reacted very quickly and immediately pulled someone over to block in front of him. All the bullets hit the thug. The gunman whose gun was taken away was also confused and glared at Shen Wuxiao. Who the hell are you? Are you looking for death? Believe it or not. Bang! Shen Wuxiao turned the gun and shot him directly in the forehead. The last bullet is for you. After muttering, Shen Wuxiao threw away the pistol and walked out. The gunman over there also started shooting, so no one paid any attention to Shen Wuxiao. Lin Fan rolled over to the bar counter to avoid the bullets. Lean closely. As those people gathered around him, Lin Fan unleashed an extremely terrifying force. He actually lifted up the entire bar. Rushed towards those people. Fei Ying was really scared. Damn, with this kind of power, he must be at least a 5th grade master. Fortunately, I didn't go up just now. The bar counter crashed down on everyone, and Lin Fan rushed out of the bar. It's not that Lin Fan is a coward, but there is no need to fight this meaningless battle. He could only cripple them, but they had guns and wanted to kill him. After Lin Fan rushed out of the bar, a black jeep suddenly drove in front of him. Get in the car. The man in the car said quickly to Lin Fan. Seeing that the other party did not seem to be from the Haisha society, Lin Fan opened the back seat and jumped in. There were only 3 people in the car, including him. "Who are you?" Lin Fan asked. "Don't ask too much, our eldest lady wants to see you." The person in the co-pilot seat said lightly, appearing very cold. The car sped away. Behind them, there was also a car. There was a beautiful woman sitting in the back seat of the car. It was Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan witnessed Lin Fan's strength today. It was right to cooperate with him since he was able to escape from the hands of more than 200 people. As long as we bring Lin Fan to a safe place, we can talk about cooperation. Just when she thought she was about to leave the scene, suddenly, a Land Rover came speeding from the intersection on the left. From the side, it crashed into the vehicle where Lin Fan was. Lu Ruyan's men had no time to react. Bang! A huge crash sounded. A big hole immediately formed in the car body. The expressions of both the driver and the co-pilot changed drastically. Lin Fan in the back seat was relatively calm, with a frown on his face. Then the car was hit and slid, making a sharp sound of burning tires. There were tire marks on the ground. Lu Ruyan, who was following the car behind, was startled. She had clearly investigated and found that there were no people from the Haisha society lying in ambush here. Everyone surrounded the bar. Who was the person in that Land Rover? Could it be Shen Wuxiao's man? She watched helplessly as the car Lin Fan was riding and flipped over on the sidewalk like a turtle flipping over its cover. The Land Rover then backed up and drifted on the spot to change direction. I thought the other party was going to run away, but soon, Lu Ruyan was stunned. The person who hit Lin Fan's car actually stretched out a hand from the window. He was holding a very strange revolver in his hand. The gun was pointed at the flip car. Bang! The gunshot was extremely powerful. The bullet was even more terrifying, like a tiny meteorite flying past at high speed. When the bullet landed on the car, it exploded instantly, flew 3 meters above the ground, and crashed down heavily. The scene was in chaos and thick smoke. After the Land Rover did everything, it didn't seem to care whether Lin Fan was dead or not, nor did it show any intention of checking. Just step on the accelerator and drive away. When the Land Rover passed by Lu Ruyan's car, Lu Ruyan looked carefully into the window. Although I couldn't see the people inside, I could see some outlines. It can be confirmed that it is a man. Unfortunately, the Land Rover was driving very fast and left the scene directly. Lu Ruyan didn't bother to guess who that person was. Anyway, apart from Shen Wuxiao, the only people there are from the Haisha society. The most urgent task is to see if Lin Fan is dead. She was just about to seek his cooperation. If he died, wouldn't all her efforts be in vain? Lu Ruyan was followed by 2 bodyguards, and the 3 of them ran directly towards the exploded vehicle. The exploded vehicle was still on fire, and one of the bodyguards was lying on the ground looking around. I saw that the driver and the co-pilot were dead. Pitch black. But I didn't see anyone in the back row. The rear car door was also open. "Miss, our people are dead, and that Lin Fan escaped." Lu Ruyan was also a little confused. There was no place to hide here. Where could he run to, especially in such a short time? It wasn't until a manhole cover on the ground loosened that Lu Ruyan suddenly realized what was going on. Lin Fan is indeed amazing. Even in this situation, he was able to escape death. 1 second before the explosion, he left the car, opened the manhole cover, and jumped down in one go. Not many people can do it so smoothly. He really does look like someone with great luck. Chapter 54 Cooperation. When Lin Fan came out from under the manhole cover, Lu Ruyan just looked at him. Lin Fan also frowned as he looked at the exploding vehicle in front of him. He really sensed the breath of death just now. That bullet was definitely not fired from an ordinary firearm. It was most likely a bullet packed with true energy. If this is the case, then there will be a big problem. As a warrior, he naturally knew how terrifying it was to possess a fire weapon that was like a divine weapon. That is definitely a divine weapon for slaughtering warriors. There are tens of thousands of warriors and countless masters, but most of them use cold weapons with true strength, and then with mental determination, combining martial arts, special abilities, and magical powers to fight. Artifacts that can be used as heat weapons are extremely rare. Not to mention the 9th rank Grandmaster, including those above the Grandmaster, those legendary warriors who have already transcended the scope of human beings. Even among those who are currently known to possess thermal weapons, there are only a dozen or so. But they are all the ceiling of warriors. Lin Fan only felt that the situation suddenly became very serious. For the first time, panic arose in my heart. It feels like meeting a big guy in a novice village to get points. He is not afraid of warriors stronger than him. He can fight against opponents of higher levels, but he is indeed helpless against divine weapons and firearms. The protective true power is useless. Unless you become a master, the protective chi may be able to resist for a while. Are you okay? Lu Ruyan saw that Lin Fan seemed to be frightened and stood there for a long time, then asked lightly. When seeing Lin Fan, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but compare him with Xin Wuxiao. After comparing them, I found that they are not comparable at all and are really ordinary. But the situation was stronger than she was, and she could only cooperate with Lin Fan. Lin Fan came to his senses and shook his head. I'm fast and dodged it before the explosion. Lin Fan also took a look at Lu Ruyan and realized that the woman in front of him was also a top-notch one. Although she is not as stunning as Jiang Huayue, she is also a rare beauty. Since you have the ability to dodge, why don't you help my men? Lin Fan was stunned. Even if you pulled one out, they wouldn't have died. Are you just going to let them die? Lin Fan was confused again. They came to save you, but now that something's happened, you're hiding away. Don't you feel any guilt at all? Lin Fan's mouth twitched. What kind of magical talk is this? He was extremely lucky to be safe and sound, as there was a manhole cover right in front of him. How could I possibly care about anything else? Miss, how could I care about that at that time? Lin Fan was really speechless. Could it be that the woman in front of him was the T0 that he, the great wilderness prisoner, was pointing at while standing on the commanding heights? Lu Ruyan didn't say much. Seeing that more and more people were gathering, he immediately asked other men to come over and pick up Lin Fan. She got in the car herself. The car drove all the way and arrived at a tea house. The two sides then sat opposite each other. Miss, why are you helping me? Lin Fan looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and couldn't help but wonder. Lu Ruyan's expression was cold and her tone was calm, because we have a common enemy. Enemy? Shan Wuxiao. Lu Ruyan said. Hearing this, Lin Fan immediately became serious and frowned. Lu Ruyan poured 2 cups of tea, pushed one over, and said, Let me introduce myself first. My last name is Lu. Lu? Lin Fan suddenly realized, you are from the Lu family, the family that was massacred by Xin Wuxiao? Speaking of this, Lu Ruyan felt a little heartbroken, but still nodded. With my own strength, I can't compete with Xin Wuxiao, so I found you. Although it's still a bit like an ant trying to shake a tree, it does increase the chances of success. Lin Fan was a little unhappy about this. It turns out that her seeking cooperation with me did increase her chances of winning, but I didn't expect to win at all. This seems to be a bit of a way to boost other people's morale. I know everything about Xin Wuxiao, including his whereabouts. Facing Xin Wuxiao, a head-on confrontation is the worst option. I can only choose to seize the opportunity. Hearing this, Lin Fan fell silent. At least others knew Xin Wuxiao's whereabouts, but he knew nothing, not even what Xin Wuxiao looked like. Otherwise, the people of Haisha society would not have been mistakenly killed. Lin Fan also nodded in agreement. Okay, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We can cooperate, but we must discuss everything first. You said you understand Xin Wuxiao and his movements. You have someone planted around him, right? Lu Ruyan paused for a moment, but still shook her head. I don't have that ability, but I am his toy. Lin Fan almost spit out a mouthful of tea. He would never have thought that the other party in Xin Wuxiao had this kind of relationship. Your whole family was killed by him, and you became his. Lu Ruyan remained indifferent. What else? Want me to fight him with a knife in a meaningless fight? Lin Fan didn't say much. Indeed, as a woman and not a warrior, if she wanted to avenge the extermination of her family, she could only rely on her good looks and body. Lin Fan did not discriminate, on the contrary, he had some admiration for him. When it comes to revenge, we never look at the process, but only the result. Since we're collaborating, let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Fan. I once served in the Serious Special Forces. I'm a 5th rank, 8th Order Master. You have the intelligence, I have the strength. Revenge is just around the corner. Happy cooperation. Lin Fan stretched out his hand. But Lu Ruyan did not extend her hand, she just nodded. She didn't want to have physical contact with the other person. From now on, you can stay in this tea house temporarily. The people from Haisha society can't find you. I will contact you when the time is right. Okay. I'll wait for your news. Lin Fan agreed. There is no need to doubt the cooperation between them. Lu Ruyan's family was wiped out and his brother was killed. Under such conditions, there is no need to test whether the other party is pretending to cooperate. Do you have any plans? Lin Fan asked again. Lu Ruyan took a sip of tea and shook her head decisively. No, plans can't keep up with changes. When facing someone like Shen Wuxiu who has both brains and strength, we can only adapt to the situation. It's easy to fail if you have a plan. Shen Wuxiu can easily reverse the plan. I told you we're like ants trying to shake a tree, but don't be offended. You don't know how terrifying he is. If he finds out and gets furious, there will be no place for us in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Don't even mention that you are a 5th rank master now. Even if you are a 9th rank grandmaster, you will die. We don't have many chances. We don't seek futile resistance. We just want a fatal blow. Then we can start our life on the run. Lin Fan was shocked, but he did not deny it. Lu Ruyan knew Shen Wuxiu better than he did, so she naturally wouldn't exaggerate. The process will be very difficult, but some things must be done. The two of them didn't say anything and just drank tea in silence. Lin Fan also asked indirectly, Miss Lu, do you know the Sikong family in Zhenghai? Do you know young Master Sikong? Lu Ruyan looked at him and shook her head. I have been abroad and just came back recently, but whether before or now, I have never heard of the Sikong family. Never heard of it? Lin Fan was puzzled. The Sikong family should be very big. After all, young Master Sikong is indeed very rich. There is no way he can be an unknown person. Chapter 55 Collapse. Lu Ruyan responded seriously, I've never heard of it. It might be a hidden family, or some upstart who just has a lot of money. After this explanation, Lin Fan nodded. Are you asking him if he wants to seek cooperation? To borrow the power of others? Lu Ruyan turned the teacup. Lin Fan frowned, that's not the case. He did help me a lot in the beginning, but he stole the woman I loved. I won't have any friends anymore. Ha! Lu Ruyan sneered, if it could be snatched away by someone, then it means someone else will snatch it away again. Lin Fan was not happy about this. Zhang Huayue was not that kind of woman. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. She's not that kind of woman. Before this, we were good comrades. I know her. Lu Ruyan now looked at Lin Fan as if he were a fool. So, you two are comrades in arms, and you have a crush on her. Then what does it have to do with you if she's with another man? How can you claim that she's stealing him? Lin Fan was speechless. The truth is often harsh. Lu Ruyan snorted, don't always blame others. Sometimes you should look at your own faults. After all these years, has your salary increased? Have you been working hard? Lin Fan's mouth twitched, and he was speechless. But no matter what, the cooperation has been achieved. After that, I just waited for news from Lu Ruyan. After Lu Ruyan left, Lin Fan did not leave. Just stay here in the tea house. Although the room we lived in was not very big, it was fully equipped. It's hundreds of times better than the demolished building. After taking a shower, Lin Fan lay on the bed and unconsciously opened his phone and opened a photo. That photo was a group photo. Lin Fan enlarged the picture and looked at Zhang Huayue in military uniform, feeling sour in his heart. He really loves Zhang Huayue, but unfortunately, she is someone else's woman now. Who knows, the bastard who snatched Zhang Huayue away might stand up and kick again. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, so Lin Fan made a phone call. Shen Wuxiu, who was about to arrive at the Bay Villa, saw the phone and couldn't help but laugh. This Lin Fan is really looking for trouble. In that case, it's okay to let him break down. He opened the car window to let in the sea breeze. Then answered the phone. Hello, ho, brother Lin Fan, why are you calling me? Oh. Shen Wuxiu was wheezing deliberately, as if he was busy. Lin Fan heard the sound of the sea breeze, the shaking of the car, and Shen Wuxiu's rapid breathing, and suddenly understood. Zhao. Lin Fan wanted to cry. Damn, they actually played such a fancy trick. In fact, he didn't know that it was just Shen Wuxiu. But Shen Wuxiu just wanted to irritate him, and even said to the air, hold on tighter. Lin Fan was in a state of turmoil, his fists clenched so tightly that they made crackling sounds. Shen Wuxiu was still panting. Lin Fan was so angry that he couldn't utter a word. Brother Lin Fan, if you have something to say, just tell me. I can't be distracted for too long. Yuer will be unhappy. When Shen Wuxiu deliberately shook the car, he accidentally kicked the car door, making a loud noise. But to Lin Fan, this didn't sound like the case. Zhao. Be gentle, don't you know how to be gentle with women? You really deserve to die. Lin Fan couldn't help but want to cry. Brother Lin Fan, you are being a bit nosy. Shen Wuxiu laughed wildly in his heart. Since Shen Wuxiu's car was parked all the time, Zhang Huayue was also puzzled when he saw his car at the villa. So he walked over. Just as they reached the car, Shen Wuxiu suddenly stuck his head out, staring Zhang Huayue. Zhang Huayue screamed. After hearing this on the phone, Lin Fan collapsed and hung up the phone immediately. He felt completely unwell and struggled frantically on the bed, kicking his legs non-stop. Braze! Beast, fucking beast, beast! Lin Fan sat up, clenched his fists, and punched the bed again and again. It seems like the one he hit was some damn bastard. Not human. That bastard, no, he's even worse than a bastard, he's simply a basalt egg. Blanche! 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 After venting his anger, Lin Fan sat on the bed motionless, as if he was stupid. Lin Fan had no chance of sleeping that night. Meanwhile, a prompt sounded in Shen Wuxiu's mind. Ding, Lin Fan collapses, points plus 10,000. Shen Wuxiu was so proud that he wanted to be humiliated. How could he not humiliate him? Zhang Huayue was speechless and couldn't help but hit Shen Wuxiu on the shoulder. What are you grinning at? You didn't even come over when we got home, and you even tried to scare me. Zhang Huayue's angry look is particularly endearing. She has always appeared cold, but now she looks lively, which creates a contrast that makes people unable to stop. Let's go home. Shen Wuxiu turned off the engine and got out of the car. Holding Zhang Huayue in his arms, he headed towards the villa. He must take good care of her. Zhang Huayue came down only when we arrived at the villa. She pulled Shen Wuxiu's collar, pressed her body against him, and sniffed Shen Wuxiu. Have you been drinking? I drank a little. Isn't it more comfortable to drink something while watching a play? Shen Wuxiu immediately became dishonest and touched her all over. Zhang Huayue rolled her eyes at him and slapped his dishonest hand. Eat something first, then go to the room. Zhang Huayue has been waiting for Shen Wuxiu in the villa. She knew what was going to happen that night. However, she was relieved that Shen Wuxiu was not injured. After pulling Shen Wuxiu to sit on the sofa, she walked towards the kitchen. Shen Wuxiu leaned on the sofa, feeling very comfortable. I was also thinking about the plot about Lin Fan. So far, Lin Fan's plot has completely collapsed. Nothing happened according to Lin Fan's plot. The whole process was changed by myself. Otherwise, the protagonist is usually based on a high-level martial arts world. It's not about rebirth, holy body, great supernatural powers, but about pretending to be cool, picking up girls, and starting a harem. Always keep the safety of the people in mind and always bear in mind the hard work. If he meets a gangster, he will beat him up, and if he meets someone who dares to laugh at him, he will be rude. Opportunities will arise when you go out, and good fortune will surround you. Whenever a fight breaks out, those who are dissatisfied don't have time to draw their swords, and those who are unhappy don't have time to get angry. They all have their waists broken in the first encounter. However, he has changed since his return. He should have been the one to leave in violation of the rules. After returning to the city, he pretended to be cool and got slapped in the face. Then, with his ability, he made friends with many bigwigs who stood up for him. Many of the opportunities for cultivation, such as treasures, etc., are obtained by chance. Not to mention the harem. Just helping a girl beat up a gangster on the street will give you one more woman. Finally, he unified the underground world of Shanghai and dominated both the black and white. Then change the map and start from the beginning, upgrade all the way and achieve the pinnacle of martial arts. It's a pity that he can't pass the first level now. I was fooled by myself from beginning to end. Even if he knew the truth, he would not have the capital to fight back and would only have one way to go, death. Do you really think that you can succeed by cooperating with Lu Ruyan? It's still just a small fish trapped in the fish tank. Even if he is given the opportunity to develop, the big guys and awesome people he can meet are still just a bunch of little karami in his eyes. People who claim to be decent usually like to say that good cannot prevail over evil. In fact, that is just an obsession before they are powerless. The so-called a mantis trying to stop a chariot is nothing but an angry fantasy when one is helpless against things. Lin Fan was like an ant, looking up at his endless peak, and could only sigh. Chapter 56 Acting Again. Shin Wuxiu was too lazy to think about Lin Fan. The competition between him and Lin Fan was not called a game of chess, but a crushing one. After a while, two people suddenly rushed into the villa from the left and right. A man and a woman, both wearing masks. Let out a hickey laugh. When Shin Wuxiu saw the two of them, he was speechless. I forgot to tell Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu. Zhang Huayue is already in my arms, so there's no need to do this. But the noise outside also disturbed Zhang Huayue. He was walking out with 2 bowls of midnight snacks in his hands. Uncle Wu was stunned, and immediately took out a dagger, put it on Shin Wuxiu's neck, and then looked at Zhang Huayue. Don't move. I heard you were asking about our young master again. You really don't know how to repent. I came here today to punish you. If you do it again, I will kill you without mercy. Aunt Wu was also spinning the dagger, looking very aggressive. Zhang Huayue was speechless. Still acting. She brought 2 bowls of noodles and placed them on the dining table. Then he looked at Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu. There's still some in the pot, do you want some? Ah. Aunt Wu was stunned for a moment, then immediately said seriously, shut up. Do you think we're kidding you? You've been asking about our young master's whereabouts time and again. You must be really tired of living. Zhang Huayue shook his head, pulled over a chair and sat down. So what do you want? You tied us up again and threw us on the bed to take pictures? Aunt Wu snorted coldly. This is just a warning, the last warning today. Uncle Wu was puzzled when he saw Zhang Huayue looked indifferent. That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that their relationship hasn't gotten closer yet? Uncle Wu put his dagger to Shin Wuxiu's neck again. Girl, believe it or not, I will cut his throat. Shin Wuxiu was also at a loss for words, looking at Zhang Huayue. I'm scared. Okay, you're scared. Zhang Huayue stood up and walked over. I'll coax you to sleep after we finish our midnight snack, okay? Shin Wuxiu nodded. Okay. Uncle Wu was a little confused, but he could see clearly that the relationship between the two must be there. Their mission was also over. Now that it's over, we must do a good job of finishing the work to avoid being exposed. Don't you two take us seriously? Uncle Wu roared fiercely. Zhang Huayue stepped forward, threw away Uncle Wu's knife, and pulled Shin Wuxiu up. Stop playing around, let's go take a shower after eating. After saying that, he looked at Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu and said, there's still some midnight snack in the pot. Go get it yourselves. Shin Wuxiu also smiled at the two of them. I've already told her, so stop acting. Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu were also quite surprised, but when things came to this, they both took off their masks. I apologized to Zhang Huayue immediately. Young madam, please forgive our recklessness. Zhang Huayue just rolled her eyes at Shin Wuxiu. He asked you to do it, why are you apologizing? At this time, Zhang Huayue also looked at Aunt Wu. Those photos? Aunt Wu quickly waved her hands. No, these were all fake shots, nothing is kept, don't worry, madam. Zhang Huayue felt a little relieved now. She didn't want to be seen by others. Aunt Wu is a woman, so it's not a big deal, but if it gets leaked, it will be over. Okay, Uncle Wu, Aunt Wu, eat something before going back. Shin Wuxiu gestured. The two then put down their equipment and ran to the kitchen. Soon, a man came out with a bowl of chicken noodle soup. Let me introduce them to you again. They are Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu. They were arranged by my family to protect me. Strictly speaking, he's also supervising me. If you need anything done in the future, just contact them directly. Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu also nodded. Young madam, if you have anything to say, just tell us. I hope you don't mind what I said before, as it may have been offensive. He was acting so aggressively just now, but now he suddenly changes his attitude, which is a bit embarrassing. Zhang Huayue is not a petty person, and the previous events were indeed arranged by Shin Wuxiu. It's not their fault at all. Okay, let's eat first. Zhang Huayue smiled. Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu also breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect the young lady to be so easy to talk to. This matter has passed. Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu watched Shin Wuxiu grow up. Although Shin Wuxiu was a cruel person, he was quite respectful to them. There is basically no particular emphasis on eating, as everyone sits at the same table. Uncle Wu, are there any large banquets or events happening in Zhonghai recently? Shin Wuxiu held a chicken leg and took small bites of it. Upon hearing this, Uncle Wu stopped and thought for a moment. Yes, the former head of Zhanghai has been under investigation for some issues for quite some time, and the position has been vacant ever since. But one has already been parachuted in. A dinner will be held at the Ziyang Trade Exhibition the day after tomorrow. Some well-known companies in this city will be there. Shin Wuxiu thought for a moment and said, well, this banquet is pretty big. It's time to meet them. Shin Wuxiu concluded that Lu Ruyan and Lin Fan would also go. Because they need connections within the system so much. Of course, according to Shin Wuxiu's judgment, they would definitely not be stupid enough to use their connections within the system against him. But to protect yourself and leave a way out. Otherwise, they would probably continue to be timid. Shin Wuxiu has decided to go. If he wants to earn points, he needs to interact more with the protagonist. This information is not a secret. Shin Wuxiu knows it, so Lu Ruyan can naturally investigate it as well. In fact, Shin Wuxiu's guess was not wrong at all. Lu Ruyan is still very cunning. She is trying every means to expand her background. Getting to know the new leader is the top priority. She was just trying to protect herself. Shin Wuxiu now doesn't take them seriously. But if Shin Wuxiu used his connections on the white side, they would be defeated without a fight. In a secretive state, getting to know the top leader is necessary in times of emergency. The top leader has a lot of say. At least within the scope of Zhanghai, there will be more or less consideration as long as it does not violate the principles. Lu Ruyan from the Lu family received the specific information and also contacted Lin Fan. Soon, the call was connected. Lin Fan's voice was filled with vicissitudes of life. I was so shocked by Shin Wuxiu's phone call that night that I almost went crazy. I've been collapsed for a long time and haven't recovered yet. As soon as he closed his eyes, Shin Wuxiu stood up and kicked. My mentality exploded. Miss Lu, what's the matter? Lin Fan asked. Lin Fan, I've checked the information. Tomorrow, Zhanghai's top executive, Gao Yulong, will drive to the development zone to inspect the progress of the Zhengfu project. When the time comes, you go get to know each other. Lin Fan was stunned. How can you just get to know the top leader casually? Although he is not in the system, ordinary people know about this kind of thing. If the top leader could easily make friends, those businessmen would have crawled over long ago. Lu Ruyan frowned. Of course it's not an ordinary acquaintance. You just need to happen to pass by and save him. Save him. Lin Fan finally understood. You want to. Chapter 57 Stockholm Syndrome. Lu Ruyan said bluntly, well, I will have someone take action. It won't be a joke, but a real fight. He's new here, and those within the system who sided with the former top leader are definitely not happy about it. So even if something goes wrong, no one will suspect us. I emphasize again that this isn't acting, we really want to save him. Only the most truthful things will not arouse suspicion. Lin Fan frowned, feeling very resistant. He is a man of integrity and he really despises such despicable means. Is there no other way? I am an upright person and would not do that. Lin Fan said. Lu Ruyan was speechless and very angry at the same time. This Lin Fan, even if he could accomplish great things, is still hesitant. No courage at all. Compared with Shin Wuxiu, there is a huge gap. Lu Ruyan was not polite at all. Don't talk to me about principles and nobleness over there. Don't you know what kind of opponent we are facing? Extraordinary circumstances call for extraordinary measures. This card is a game changer, and we must get it. Do you think going against Shin Wuxiu is a joke? It's like fighting a gangster, where if you lose once, you can try again. I'm telling you, we have no capital, and we only have one chance, so we must be fully prepared and deliver a fatal blow. If we wait until he reacts, we'll all die. Lin Fan also hesitated for a long time. Finally, he slowly uttered 3 words, I know. Lu Ruyan snorted coldly, just know it, I don't want to feel guilty about it with you. I only care about the results. I'll send you the information later, please read it carefully. Tomorrow things will begin. Wait for my signal and drive over from a distance. After saying that, Lu Ruyan hung up the phone. But the anger in my heart still hasn't subsided. She even doubted whether Lin Fan was really qualified to cooperate. He wants revenge, so he doesn't care about conscience or not. Could it be that he still thought that his opponent would also be merciful? It is really naive. Claiming to be righteous is not justice at this time. Lu Ruyan sent all the information about the top leader Gao Yulong to Lin Fan. Although the Lu family is gone, her own family assets are still substantial. During those years in Chicago, I earned more than 10 figures. He firmly believed that people die for money and birds die for food, even in this society full of people pursuing martial arts. Money is the foundation, the basis of life. Lu Ruyan also felt very tired. Once you start down this road, there's no turning back. Based on my brief contact with Shen Wuxiao, I know a little about him. He has a changeable personality. He may be pleasant one second and shoot the next. Even though Shen Wuxiao slept with her in his arms for several nights, he would not show mercy when he really wanted to kill her. If I had compromised from the beginning and was willing to become Shen Wuxiao's plaything, I could have saved my life. But since he had already bared his fangs at him, the end would be death, so resistance was necessary. Lu Ruyan took a bath for a while, then went to the bed wearing a hollow nightgown. I lay in bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. She turned on her phone and opened the photo album. There are many photos of her winning awards. But she still let go of a folder and clicked it. There suddenly appeared a photo of Shen Wuxiao hugging her on the bed. This photo was taken by Shen Wuxiao on a whim with her mobile phone. She looked at it for a long time, and finally got up and walked to the closet. After opening the wardrobe, a man's shirt appeared. This shirt was dropped by Shen Wuxiao when he was here before because it was stained with alcohol. But Lu Ruyan was not lost. She picked up Shen Wuxiao's shirt, sniffed it first, and then miraculously relaxed a lot. She held Shen Wuxiao's shirt and returned to the bed. Just holding his shirt in his arms. It seemed as if she could only fall asleep peacefully if she could smell Shen Wuxiao's scent at any time. Lu Ruyan was helpless, really helpless. She's gone a little crazy. The extremely contradictory psychology was tormenting her madly. On the one hand, she wanted to kill Shen Wuxiao to avenge her family, and on the other hand, she wanted to possess him, lie in his arms and be pampered by him. After going to the hospital for a checkup that day, the Stockholm syndrome that had been hidden in the psychological problems was diagnosed. This disease has almost no cure. She even started to hurt herself, but there was no other way except to suppress it. From the day I met Shen Wuxiao, everything that happened in the villa had been triggered. Extremely serious. She had also made up her mind that as long as she got her revenge and killed Shen Wuxiao, she would almost collapse. Now that you have no worries in life, it's time to go see your father, mother and sister. She despises this filthy and disgusting world. With Shen Wuxiao's shirt and his scent, Lu Ruyan was filled with fatigue. Her eyelashes trembled slightly and her beautiful eyes slowly closed. Lu Ruyan is forcing herself to adjust her inner feelings. Lin Fan's self-collapse is even more serious. Compared to this, Shen Wuxiao seemed heartless. He officially opened the previously sealed room tonight. But only one type is open. It looked like a prison. But it was not a background wall, but a real iron cell. It was built in the style of an ancient prison. Charcoal brazier props, branding iron, cross, straw, tiger bench. And so on and so forth. The overall style is prison style. In fact, Shen Wuxiao had no intention of opening it. But when Jiang Huayue returned to his room at night, he became angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. Want to beat up Shen Wuxiao. In order to satisfy his beloved Yuer's desire to beat people, Shen Wuxiao brought her to such a room. Jiang Huayue was really confused. When she came here, she wanted to beat Shen Wuxiao even more. Bad guy, you actually spend so much money. She couldn't help but pinch Shen Wuxiao. What's always on your mind? Shen Wuxiao raised his eyebrows and smiled coolly. Then he walked to the cross in all seriousness. I want to play the role of a secret agent who will never give in. I will never give in. When Jiang Huayue saw that he was actually acting, he chuckled and almost laughed out loud. However, Jiang Huayue was still very obedient to Shen Wuxiao. She walked up and grabbed Shen Wuxiao's collar. Tell me, what is the secret you are carrying? Give up. Since I'm here, I've never thought about leaving alive. Shen Wuxiao turned his head away. Jiang Huayue held back her laughter, turned his face over, and pinched his chin with her delicate hands. His eyes were fixed on Shen Wuxiao. The phoenix eyes blinked gently, and her gaze seemed to be able to really captivate people. Shen Wuxiao was a little stunned. Or, skip the interrogation? Jiang Huayue blew a breath into Shen Wuxiao's ear. Then how much hardship do you think you can endure? Shen Wuxiao's face was serious, as if he was ready to sacrifice himself. What joy is there in life, and what fear is there in death? At least I can survive the honey trap. Oh? Really? Zhang Huayue's pretty face came closer. The breath on his face was as sweet as orchid. The next second, he pecked Shen Wuxiao on the lips. Is this enough? Shen Wuxiao snorted coldly, you look down on me too much. I have been trained. This little punishment is nothing to me. So what do you want? Zhang Huayue moved closer and whispered in his ear, do you want me to arrange for people to line up? Question mark. Shen Wuxi was stunned, go through fire and water, sister you. Chapter 58 Lin Fan's Turning Point. Zhang Huayue smiled and hit his chest, you guy, it's beautiful to think you can get it. Shen Wuxiao also took the opportunity to ask, if there are sisters in the future, will you be angry? Shen Wuxiao is still a very open-minded person. In fact, he has never thought about being with one person for a lifetime. In life, we pursue happiness. As a beauty connoisseur, experiencer, and doer, I am destined not to miss any beauties. He was too lazy to be a hypocrite. Real villains are straightforward and frank. If Zhang Huayue really minds or is very resistant, then she must be made to adapt as soon as possible. Zhang Huayue looked at him with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. Are you giving me another shot of prevention? Tell me, how many more women do you want? Shen Wuxiao said with a thick face and a smile, I am actually just stating the facts. It is also a kind of vaccination. Now that we are in the midst of a passionate love affair, it would be hypocritical for me to swear to you that I will only love you for the rest of my life. I'm very lustful and have a big heart. You might have a few more sisters in the future, so I must consider your feelings first. Zhang Huayue felt quite comforted after hearing what he said. At least this bad guy considers her feelings. In fact, Zhang Huayue had a plan in mind. The process of this guy getting her was so horrible, and I'm afraid there will be a lot of such things happening in the future. Besides, Shen Wuxiao holds a high position, not just an ordinary high one, so there are a lot of people who are willing to pay for him. Instead of letting those vixens seduce this guy, it would be better to have more sisters watch over him. As long as they can get along well, Zhang Huayue has nothing to say. What if I don't agree? Zhang Huayue asked deliberately. Shen Wuxiao thought for a moment and said, if you don't agree, I'll force you to agree. Zhang Huayue covered her mouth in disbelief. Is it so simple and crude? I don't want to say anything high-sounding. I'm sure you've been wronged, but I can promise that I won't be promiscuous. I'm a very picky eater. Puff. Zhang Huayue couldn't hold it in any longer. You're such a good fellow. I've never seen a more plausible excuse. Just skip the stage of whether I agree or not, and let me know instead. You are also very selective in choosing women, right? Shen Wuxiao chuckled. Zhang Huayue sighed, ever since I knew you were Shen Wuxiao, I have been mentally prepared. As long as you have me in your heart, it's fine. Jealousy will definitely give you a headache and make you irritable. If sisters can get along well with each other, then there's nothing to worry about. Besides, if I were alone, it would really be a bit too much. Zhang Huayue's pretty face flushed red, and she couldn't help but give Shen Wuxiao a cold look. As long as you don't forget the old one when you have a new one, I'll do whatever you want. But you have to promise that the other party won't get jealous, otherwise I won't show any mercy. Shen Wuxiao was really happy in his heart. Zhang Huayue is really a treasure. Don't worry, I never meant for you to suffer any other grievances. My woman, Shen Wuxiao, will never be bullied in this life. Of course, it's not just me who will bully her. If anyone else has this intention, I will kill his entire family. Although Shen Wuxiao's words were rude, Zhang Huayue was still very happy to hear them. Her man has many shortcomings, but he will definitely protect her. Being able to pamper her is enough. Zhang Huayue said nothing more, walked up, hugged Shen Wuxiao's waist, put her red lips against his lips, and kissed him gently. Shen Wuxiao naturally responded decisively. The heating up of emotions caused the temperature in the room to suddenly rise. Extremely hot. As for whether he is imprisoned or not, it seems less important. After a night of passionate love, time passed quickly. A new day is an important turning point for Lin Fan. Under Lu Ruyan's guidance, Lin Fan also went to rescue people. Gao Yulong, the top leader of Shanghai City, would never have thought that with his status and position, he would be plotted against. In fact, most people would not do this kind of routine. Because the risk is too great, it won't happen. Only people like Lin Fan and Lu Ruyan who have to do it will take the risk. If it succeeds, everyone will be happy. If it fails, Lin Fan can just run away. Lu Ruyan is very meticulous and provides comprehensive guidance. Gao Yulong was being targeted from the moment he left the house. I had a meeting in the morning, had lunch at noon, and then went to the development site with some project developers. When they were in the tunnel halfway to their destination, Lu Ruyan ordered people to take action. There was no acting at all in the scene, it was all real guns and live ammunition. Lin Fan was also arranged to come from the opposite direction, as if driving through a tunnel, and then meet and rescue him. Lin Fan resolved the battle very quickly after taking action. The people arranged by Lu Ruyan were beaten away, and one of them was even shot to make it more realistic. At this point, Lin Fan and Gao Yulong were completely acquainted and established a connection. At the beginning, Gao Yulong did not reveal his identity as the top leader of Zhonghai. To thank Lin Fan, Gao Yulong invited Lin Fan to visit. Lin Fan still felt a little uncomfortable. After all, he considered himself noble, and such despicable and shameless means were really disgusting to him. But even if you do what you can, there's nothing you can do to change anything. In the evening, Lin Fan was invited to be a guest and chatted with Gao Yulong for a long time. Although Gao Yulong was expressing his gratitude for saving his life, he was actually also trying to understand Lin Fan in a disguised way. And Lin Fan did not disappoint. With his knowledge, eloquence, and experience, Gao Yulong also admired him very much. This is all the true side of Lin Fan. He is indeed well informed and has his own opinions on everything. He can handle chatting with important people with ease. At this point, the two of them even seemed like good friends. Lin Fan completely conquered Gao Yulong with his personal charm. Gao Yulong finally revealed his identity, and Lin Fan pretended to be surprised. Before leaving, Gao Yulong warmly invited Lin Fan to a dinner at the Zhonghai Xiang Trade and Exhibition Center the day after tomorrow. Such smart and talented young people should naturally be given more opportunities. After leaving Gao Yulong's house, Lin Fan called Lu Ruyan. The other party answered quickly, "How is it?" "Done, it's like we're close friends regardless of age." Lin Fan said lightly. "That's good." Lu Ruyan was not surprised. She just said, "Get ready. We are very likely to run into Shun Wuxiu at the convention center the day after tomorrow. Of course, it's not 100% certain. After all, Shun Wuxiu has never been very interested in those things. If he doesn't go, it's a good opportunity for him to meet other people and develop more relationships. Lin Fan is a warrior and actually has little interest in these things. But there's no way. Okay, I got it. Lin Fan responded. Lu Ruyan thought for a moment and said, "If you meet Shun Wuxiu the day after tomorrow, you must remember not to act impulsively. You can just keep a low profile and make sure you're not recognized. After all, besides Shun Wuxiu, you also have to watch out for the people from the Haisha Society." Lin Fan was truly aggrieved, but he still managed to respond, "Got it." Chapter 59 Tangled. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan returned to the tea house. At the Lu family villa, Lu Ruyan had just hung up the phone. Just as I picked up the red wine in front of me and was about to take a sip, a sports car came. It stopped directly outside the villa. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruyan was completely stunned. She naturally knew that it was Shun Wuxiu. It's still early, only around 8 o'clock. Shun Wuxiu definitely didn't come here to stay overnight. Could it be that he came to see her? That's impossible. Could he have discovered something? Lu Ruyan was holding the wine and didn't come back to her senses for a moment. She was already in great mental torture, but today she felt much calmer. Unexpectedly, before he could completely calm down, the person who could easily change his psychology appeared. Shun Wuxiu walked directly towards the villa. Lu Ruyan then hurriedly got up, picked up her slippers, and ran to the door. When she opened the door, Shun Wuxiu's handsome face appeared in front of Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's heart suddenly started beating wildly, and she felt an uncontrollable feeling. Shun Wuxiu changed his shoes and looked at Lu Ruyan. Today she was wearing a set of home clothes, casual from head to toe. Her hair is tied up neatly, her beautiful eyes are lined with eyeliner, and the corners of her eyes seem to be elongated, making her even more charming. The little red mouth was slightly open, as if a little surprised. The mountain top is proud and unprotected. The home clothes are knee-length, and a pair of mid-length plush slippers are worn on the feet. The 5 toes on the jade feet are pursed, and the red nail polish highlights the cuteness of the small feet. But he was a little tense, with his hands clasped on his abdomen, obviously nervous. "Are you so nervous when you see me?" Shun Wuxiu smiled faintly, but there was no emotion in his voice. Lu Ruyan shook her head. I just didn't prepare anything. Have you had dinner yet? Shen Wuxiao replied casually, I've eaten. I just came here to see you today. Don't be nervous. As he spoke, Shen Wuxiao walked to the spirit tablet in front, lit 3 incense sticks, and casually inserted them into the incense burner. After finishing everything, Shen Wuxiao walked directly to the sofa and sat down. Lu Ruyan went forward, took off Shen Wuxiao's coat and hung it on the coat rack. Then he took the initiative to get on the sofa and knelt beside Shen Wuxiao. She stretched out her jade hand and supported Shen Wuxiao on her body, and then she gently massaged Shen Wuxiao. Shen Wuxiao didn't say anything either. He closed his eyes and enjoyed Lu Ruyan's massage. The technique is not very good, but it is barely comfortable. Will you sleep here tonight? I'll make the bed. After a while, Lu Ruyan asked softly. She was actually very conflicted inside. He also didn't want to have any more involvement or entanglement with Shen Wuxiao. Now that I have reached a cooperation with Lin Fan, I must take revenge with all my heart. But deep down, she was afraid that Shen Wuxiao would just leave. She still longed to be held in Shen Wuxiao's arms while sleeping. Shen Wuxiao looked at him sideways with a playful smile on his face. Do you really want me to stay here? Lu Ruyan didn't dare to answer directly, but just lowered her head silently. Shen Wuxiao was not polite at all. He pulled her in front of him and let her lean on his arms. Lu Ruyan's delicate body trembled noticeably, but she remained submissive. There was no resistance at all. Shen Wuxiao raised his hand and gently stroked her face. Ruyan, I still like your aloof look. How about you recover? As he spoke, Shen Wuxiao took a fruit knife from the coffee table and placed it in Lu Ruyan's hand. No matter how fast Lu Ruyan's mind worked, she couldn't figure out what Shen Wuxiao's behavior meant. He's like someone who never plays by the rules. Some actions are always unexpected and unreasonable. Help me peel some fruit. Shen Wuxiao smiled lightly, took another apple and put it in her hand. Lu Ruyan held an apple in one hand and a knife in the other. Her body leaned in Shen Wuxiao's arms. If I sneak up on Shen Wuxiao and stab him in the neck while he's peeling the fruit, everything will be over. But this thought just flashed through my mind. She didn't dare. Shen Wuxiao was also very generous and just let Lu Ruyan peel the apple in his arms. Besides coming to see you today, I also wanted to ask if you have time these 2 days? There's a dinner party at Zhanghai. Lu Ruyan almost reacted subconsciously. But she quickly came to her senses and continued to peel the fruit calmly. It doesn't matter whether I have time or not. Just tell me what you want to do. Shen Wuxiao raised his eyebrows. How can that be? I respect women very much. If you don't have time, don't force it. I just went over to join in the fun, nothing much. Lu Ruyan naturally would not refuse. Now it can be confirmed that Shen Wuxiao will attend the dinner. I'm willing to go with you. Lu Ruyan replied. Shen Wuxiao pinched her chin and turned it towards him, with a somewhat wicked smile on his face. Did I ask you to accompany me? I only said there was a dinner party in Zhanghai, but I didn't ask you to accompany me, right? Lu Ruyan was speechless. Shen Wuxiao really didn't say anything, he just asked if he was free. This is very embarrassing. Shen Wuxiao laughed and moved closer, his forehead against Lu Ruyan's. The tips of their noses touched each other, which was very ambiguous. Lu Ruyan's eyelashes trembled and her breathing became hot. It seemed as if he could guess what Shen Wuxiao was going to do. The beautiful eyes slowly closed. Shen Wuxiao was not polite and opened his mouth to gently bite her lips. That one left? Lu Ruyan responded softly. The room upstairs, or here? Lu Ruyan pursed her lips and said, Go to the room. Shen Wuxiao decisively took the fruit knife from her hand and threw it away. The fruit knife shot out like a sharp sword and directly nailed into the wall, with the entire knife immersed in it. Then, he took Lu Ruyan's hand and walked towards the stairs. Lu Ruyan was horrified. She never knew that Shen Wuxiao was also a master, she simply thought he was violent. Fortunately, I didn't have any other thoughts when I was peeling the fruit just now. Otherwise, she would be the one whose throat was cut. When they reached the room upstairs, Lu Ruyan quietly took off her home clothes. Shen Wuxiao had to admit that Lu Ruyan was charming, very charming. Although it is not as good as Jianhua Yu, it is also a superb product. What a pity, Lu Ruyan is just a trial version. There is no way to activate permanent use rights. Shen Wuxiao is not a soft-hearted person. The hatred between them is a hatred that could wipe out the entire family, and this barrier can never be erased. Those who are threatening usually disappear quietly. Lu Ruyan is no exception. The original purpose of keeping Lu Ruyan was to have her cooperate with Lin Fan. He revealed the news from his side to Lu Ruyan, who then passed it on to Lin Fan. When they think they have information, they act better and earn points more easily. But plans really can't keep up with changes. Lin Fan's plot completely collapsed. Now Lu Ruyan's role doesn't seem that important. But firefighting is still very useful. Chapter 60 Dinner. A burst of return to calm. Shen Wuxiao also broke his promise. He was about to leave, but who knew 3 hours would pass? It's early morning already. He simply stayed. But Lu Ruyan didn't know yet. At this moment, she curled up in Shen Wuxiao's arms, her voice soft and full of emotion. Do you want to take a shower before leaving? Shut up and go to sleep. Shen Wuxiao said lightly with his eyes closed. Lu Ruyan was slightly stunned, but quickly reacted. I felt happy but also a little nervous. But she still accepted it with pleasure. Can you hold me? Those damn thoughts in her mind once again took over her instincts. Lu Ruyan asked subconsciously. But Shen Wuxiao didn't move, just lay flat on his back, as if he was asleep. At this moment, Lu Ruyan felt inexplicably uncomfortable. A surge of bitterness surged in my heart, and a special feeling of heartache spread from the heart to the limbs. It seemed as if her limbs were numb, making her feel a little powerless. Knowing it was impossible, she still did it and kept madly testing her own bottom line. I know it's wrong, but I can't help it. She even began to desire Shen Wuxiao's favor. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned, and Shen Wuxiao didn't care about her feelings at all. The more this happened, the more Lu Ruyan wanted to get closer. It is not wrong to call the disease Stockholm Syndrome being a jerk. As the night deepened, Lu Ruyan couldn't fall asleep. It was not until a pair of hands held her in their arms that Lu Ruyan seemed to completely relax. She didn't know whether Shen Wuxiao did it on purpose or unconsciously. But it calmed her inner anxiety and restlessness. She is like a little white rabbit, who knows there is a big bad wolf next to her, but still chooses to get close. Even if it could be torn to pieces at any time. Lu Ruyan naturally would not miss the opportunity. She stretched out her hand and hugged Shen Wuxiao tightly, unwilling to let go. From the beginning till now, everything has been like a dream. I can't even tell the difference between dreams and reality. But my heart aches. Lu Ruyan murmured something softly and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, when Lu Ruyan opened her eyes, the man who had been holding her was nowhere to be seen. Endless loss swept over my body again. But all she could do was lean against the headboard and let out a long sigh. It was originally a simple revenge, but he could also use his body to seduce Shen Wuxiao. Everything can be done without any selfish motives, and any means necessary to achieve revenge are used. But I didn't expect that I would be ruined by the disease hidden in the psychological problem. The more Shen Wuxiao disdainful and cruel he was to her, the more she fell madly in love with him. Even so, what has to be done has to be done. The worst that can happen is just more torture. Time flies, and the day of the dinner has arrived in a blink of an eye. Shen Wuxiao was going to take Zhang Huayue with him. The dinner had already started, but there was no need to go so early. He was currently in the Bay Villa, watching Zhang Huayue changing clothes. It's like a fashion show, changing from one set to another. This is more fun than going to a dinner party. The dinner party was boring. Most of them were chattering in groups of 3 or 5, holding wine glasses in a respectful manner. His smile is gentle and his manners are polite. They also have some fun in private, but they just don't show it in front of others. The main purpose is to meet business partners and build a good relationship with the new leader. Shen Wuxiao was not interested in making friends with anyone, as he was not short of money and power. In the past, it was just to deal with Lin Fan. So if you go there too early, a swarm of flies will surround you and make a lot of noise. Very annoying. But Lin Fan will definitely go first. The protagonist law has shown that where there is a protagonist, there will be conflict. There is always someone who quarrels with the protagonist over something not very big. Then it was a series of you arguing with me and me arguing with you. Then the minor villain will use his connections to drive the protagonist away, and so on, until finally a big shot who supports the protagonist appears. This is also the beginning of the reversal. Everything was just as Shen Wuxiao had imagined. At the Xiang Trade and Exhibition Center, Lin Fan had already arrived. In this magnificently decorated banquet hall, Lin Fan stands out. His attire was so different from everyone else's that he looked completely out of place. At this kind of formal banquet, everyone present is dressed in suits and ties, looking very well dressed. But Lin Fan's main style is to do whatever he wants, so he just wears ordinary casual clothes, which are even stained with some dust. He was wearing a pair of sneakers, and there was some dried yellow mud on the edges of the shoes. It seems to be prepared for people to ridicule. I don't quite understand this kind of train of thought. Maybe he just wants to keep a low profile. It gives people a unique feeling that everyone else is drunk but I am sober. But he ended up making things worse and was treated as an outlier instead. Lin Fan was indeed quite low-key at the banquet. After all, he didn't know anyone there, so he walked towards the buffet area. Grab a plate and start eating. Those who can come to this banquet all have some status and wealth. Seeing someone as low class as Lin Fan, many people look down on him. How could this happen in a formal setting? Lin Fan didn't care about what others said. Since the mouth was on someone else's body, he could say whatever he wanted. He doesn't feel any pain or itch, and the most important thing is that he is happy. As the center of attraction, Lin Fan would be ridiculed even if he did nothing. Not to mention encountering some things. Just as he got up to go to the bathroom, a beautiful girl holding a wine glass met him. Ah! The girl screamed and fell backwards. Lin Fan was quick-witted and quick-handed. He immediately grabbed the other person's hand and pulled it back. The girl was pulled back and stood still, without even spilling the wine in her glass. I have to say, Lin Fan is still quite good. Lin Fan looked calm and reminded her, "Beautiful girl, watch where you're going." After saying that, Lin Fan planned to go to the bathroom. But the girl didn't think that she bumped into Lin Fan, but that Lin Fan wanted to take advantage of her and bumped into her on purpose. When he saw Lin Fan's expression, he immediately became furious. Thinking about how he had just held her hand, she felt sick and offended. "You stinky beggar, are you blind? You can even bump into me." The girl spat in disgust. Lin Fan paused and looked back at the girl. His tone was still relatively gentle. "Miss, did you bump into me, or did I hold you back? Otherwise, you would have fallen to the ground. It's fine if you don't say thank you, but why are you cursing at me?" The girl rolled her eyes at Lin Fan, her expression full of disgust. "Thank you?" Tisk, the girl sneered, "Do you deserve it? Don't you see what you are? You bumped into me while walking, you just wanted to take advantage of me, didn't you? I've seen a lot of people like you come to a place like this, you just want to take advantage of me. Just smelling my perfume is like celebrating the new year. How dare you touch me?" The girl looked arrogant and pointed her chin at people. The various expressions of disgust switching together make people want to slap them. Chapter 61, Arrogant Young Master. Lin Fan naturally wouldn't let himself be bullied. He sneered and said, "I really don't like people like you. Those who dress so extravagantly are just toys for those so-called bigwigs. Why are you pretending to be so noble?" The girl was furious when she heard this. Although what Lin Fan said later was true, they were indeed just toys of some so-called big shots. The truth may be harsh, but it is not the turn of such a stinky beggar to criticize. What qualifications does a stinky beggar have? Okay, you dare to insult me, wait. The girl was also afraid that this beggar-like man would do something to her, so she decisively chose to leave after saying those harsh words. Lin Fan watched her walk to the side with a calm expression. "If no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. If someone offends me, I will go to hell." He doesn't cause trouble, but he's not afraid of it either. Lin Fan didn't care about anything else and went straight to the bathroom. When you come out of the restroom, continue walking towards the buffet. People here are all about doing business and maintaining relationships. He doesn't need it, so just eat and drink. Outside the Xiang Trade Exhibition Center, Shen Wuxiao's car had also arrived. He just parked his car casually in front of the exhibition entrance. Shen Wuxiao got out of the car and looked at the red carpet leading up the stairs to the entrance of the Convention and Exhibition Center, and curled his lips. It was all fancy and she even walked the red carpet. If you don't know, you would think they are getting married. Jiang Huayue also appeared gracefully. She walked to Shen Wuxiao's side and took his arm. "You little heartless guy, I thought you would be a gentleman and help me open the car door." Shen Wuxiao was stunned and couldn't help laughing. "Baby, the word gentleman doesn't really suit me." He looked at Jiang Huayue in an evening gown and felt a little impulsive. The evening gown is of the neat and sleek type. It's not revealing, but the figure is perfectly outlined, making it extremely charming. Especially when paired with that breathtakingly beautiful face, she instantly slays all the women at the party. Okay, then my Mr. Shin, come in. Jiang Huayue naturally didn't care about these things, and took Shen Wuxiao's arm and pulled it gently. Shen Wuxiao just walked in. When we arrived at the exhibition entrance, the doorman was the first to welcome us respectfully. Shen Wuxiao looked at the doorman and said inexplicably, "Take care of the car, or I'll break my legs." The doorman trembled with fear and nodded quickly, "Don't worry, sir, I will take good care of it." Jiang Huayue was also speechless. This guy was indeed a playboy. He is really too dandy. After the two walked in, they saw a lot of people gathered in groups of 3 or 5. Chattering away. Pick up the wine glass from time to time and toast. This convention and exhibition center is really big. Jiang Huayue took a look and said, "It's just for show. We're not playing football. What's the point of being so big?" Shen Wuxiao was quick-witted and started to sabotage the situation directly. Don't be fooled by the decent appearance of the people here. In fact, they are even more evil than me and their methods are very dirty. Jiang Huayue couldn't help laughing and said, "No way, it's darker than you." Shen Wuxiao said seriously, "Really? It's like business. I only eat the big ones, but they eat everything. Even if the leftovers are poured out, they probably won't leave a single bite for others. Like a half-starved dog, don't deal with those people. It would lower your status. Let's go find a quiet place to talk about love." Shen Wuxiao was taking Jiang Huayue to a quiet place. 3 middle-aged men came running towards me. There was a smile on his face, full of flattery. Mr. Shen, you are here. The person who came is the organizer here." When he saw Shen Wuxiao, he naturally tried his best to please him. This person is someone they will never be able to touch in their entire life. How can we waste such a good opportunity now? Shen Wuxiao glanced at the 3 of them and asked, "Are you so happy to see me?" The 3 of them nodded quickly. "We are happy, of course we are happy. It is a great honor for our humble home to have young Master Shen here." "Oh, you seem really happy when you say that." Shen Wuxiao smiled and said, "I was delayed on the way and came late." "You don't mind, do you?" Ouch. The 3 of them were startled. "Mr. Shen, how could that be?" "It's not that you're late, it's that our dinner started early." Yes, it's us who didn't manage the time well. Master Shen arrived just in time." Jiang Huayue looked at their performance and was speechless. Given Shen Wuxiao's identity, they naturally need to agree with him in every way. But before the other party could be happy, Shen Wuxiao's expression changed. "Really? Since your dinner party started early, then apologize to me." "Ah." The 3 were stunned. He immediately reacted as quickly as possible. Yes, I'm really sorry, Mr. Shen, this is all due to our work arrangement errors, I'm extremely sorry." "Yes, Master Shen, please forgive me, madam, please forgive me." Shen Wuxiao suddenly burst out laughing. "Alright, I'm just teasing you guys, go away." The organizers felt their backs getting wet. But she could only smile and say, Okay, Mr. Shen, madam, have fun. If you need anything, just let me know." The 3 of them ran away quickly. Shen Wuxiao also took Jiang Huayue to the other side. Jiang Huayue also asked softly at this time, "Wuxiao, why do you deliberately bully those people?" Shen Wuxiao had a smile on his face. "They like to bully others, so naturally I like to bully others too. They respect me because they respect my status. Every one of them here counts as one, and there are no good ones here. I'm just the worst among so many bad guys." Jiang Huayue couldn't help but hit Shen Wuxiao. Do you have to be so blunt?" Shen Wuxiao nodded. "That's not right, so you and I are both extremely evil people." "Okay, I'm your woman, so naturally I belong to the same nest with you." Jiang Huayue didn't refute and agreed directly. Jiang Huayue naturally also understands these social customs. When she came in, she glanced around and happened to see the 3 organizers. When someone toasted them, they just smiled coldly and didn't drink the wine. I don't even want to pretend. When he saw Shen Wuxiao, he immediately ran over happily. Isn't this just treating people differently? Shen Wuxiao and the other person went to a place with fewer people and sat directly on the sofa there. There aren't many people at this location, but you can see different people at the diagonal location. That's right, it's Lin Fan. At this moment, Lin Fan was still eating and drinking there. With a drink in one hand and a grilled chicken wing in the other, he ate until his mouth was full of oil. I like braised chicken wings, but your mother said you are going to die soon. Jiang Huayue naturally saw it as well, and she couldn't help but look at Xin Wuxiao. That's Lin Fan, right? Xin Wuxiao just smiled, raised his arm to hug Jiang Huayue, and made a hush gesture. Jiang Huayue didn't ask any more questions and looked over there with Xin Wuxiao. Now that he saw Lin Fan, Jiang Huayue no longer had any emotions. Just treat him as someone you met before. In the past, she would never have thought that one day she would become an opponent of Lin Fan. But now it seems that Lin Fan is in trouble. Chapter 62, Taunting, Ridiculing. Lin Fan over there really didn't notice Xin Wuxiao and Jiang Huayue who were sitting diagonally opposite him. If he wanted to look over there, he had to turn half of his body back. Human instinct would resist such an uncomfortable twisting angle, so Lin Fan would not pay attention to that side. He continued to eat and drink. I was invited here by Gao Yulong, and the real host hasn't come out yet. He certainly didn't have any business partners or other acquaintances. Although Lu Ruyan said she would come here, she has never been seen. Even if he sees someone, he won't take the initiative to say hello and will pretend not to know him. So just eat and drink here. I didn't have dinner in the first place and I'm still hungry. Just when he took another chicken wing and was about to take a bite, several figures came towards us. The leader was a man with a few strands of green hair. He looks arrogant, but when he wears a suit he looks more like a scoundrel. You can tell at first glance that he's not someone you'd want to mess with, a typical second-generation rich kid. There were several other people around him, 2 men and 3 women. Lin Fan just glanced at it briefly and continued eating and drinking. That's really strange. I've seen many people come to business dinners pretending to be successful people to solicit cooperation, but this is the first time I've seen someone come here to cheat for free food and drinks. And you don't even need to disguise yourself? You could rent a suit and wear it. It wouldn't be so easy to be discovered. These 2 sentences are extremely insulting. Lin Fan remained unmoved. Boy, I'm talking to you. Green Hair was also a little annoyed. When had he been ignored like this? Lin Fan looked at the other person like a fool and still did not respond. Hey, you fucking bastard. The green-haired guy was about to take action. But a man next to him said, Mr. Lu, don't cause any trouble today. Secretary Gao will be here soon. The green-haired man known as Mr. Lu curled his lips in disdain and withdrew his gesture of attacking. Boy, you're lucky. If this happened outside, I would break both of your legs. Lin Fan sneered secretly. If he had taken action just now, both of his legs would have been broken on the spot. He must have been lucky. Just when I thought the matter was over, a figure ran over. Brother Lu, Brother Lu. Lin Fan frowned when he heard the voice. This voice sounds familiar. Isn't it the unreasonable woman mentioned earlier? It seems that the matter is not over yet. When Green Hair saw the person coming, a smile seemed to bloom on his face. Lian, what's wrong? Lian's face was full of grievance. Brother Lu, a beggar just bullied me and took advantage of me. Whoa, I don't want to live anymore. She snuggled in Green Hair's arms and acted coquettishly, feeling aggrieved. Zhao, who the hell is so brave to take me there, damn it? Green Hair immediately got angry. Lian was about to speak when she suddenly saw Lin Fan sitting in front of her eating and drinking. I recognized it immediately. It's hard not to recognize it. It's him. Lian pointed at Lin Fan angrily, then pulled Green Hair's arm and shook it. Brother Lu, you have to make the decision for him. Fuck you. Green Hair couldn't stand it anymore. This starving ghost just ignored my questions, which already made me unhappy. Now he even dares to take advantage of his mistress. If this isn't courting death, then what is? Green Hair glared and pointed at Lin Fan. Boy, if you don't give me an explanation today, I'll make you come in standing and carry you out. Lin Fan also looked over this time, his expression still calm. There is no fear at all. His voice was very calm. You don't ask for the reason clearly, but just listen to her one-sided story and you're going to cause trouble for me, right? I want to know, what do you want? The more confident Lin Fan seemed, the more unhappy Green Hair became. It's because Secretary Gao will be here soon. He has come with a mission from his elders. Otherwise, we can just get started without wasting time talking. Boy, don't say I didn't give you a chance. The cuckold pulled over a chair and sat in front of Lin Fan. Then he pointed to the ground and said, kneel down, call me master, and kowtow to my woman to apologize, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, I'll let you know what cruelty is. The men and women nearby were all laughing with glee, wanting to see Lin Fan make a fool of himself. The girl named Lian Lian is also arrogant. She crossed her arms over her chest, as if to say, "See, this is what happens when you mess with me." Lin Fan shook his head and looked at them like fools. On the other side, Shin Wuxia seemed happy to see this. This is how the protagonist is treated. If things develop normally, when the matter attracts other people's attention, people will appear to support Lin Fan. Of course, it was the so-called Gao Yulong. When he appears, he will naturally help Lin Fan slap him back. It's a pity that I happened to be there. I wanted to suppress him first and then praise him, but in the end I got slapped in the face. No way. Even if Secretary Gao came, he had to bow his head in front of him. Zhang Huayue was also watching, and she was speechless. No matter what, Lin Fan is the border wolf king. How could he be so cowardly? You are so decisive in killing people on the border, but you keep your tail between your legs here? In the end, you will definitely have to take action. Why do you have to suffer humiliation? I don't understand. But it's none of her business. Lin Fan also spoke. But when he spoke, he sneered, "Are you sure you want to do this?" Green Hair laughed. This idiot is still pretending. I'm already giving you a chance by doing this. If it weren't for the special circumstances, do you think you would still be able to sit here? Now, immediately, kneel down, kowtow, call me master, and apologize to my woman, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Okay, let me know the consequences. Lin Fan was not afraid at all. You're looking for death. Green Hair was furious. He stood up suddenly, picked up the chair he had just sat on, and was about to smash it on Lin Fan's head. Lin Fan clenched his fists and was about to attack. Mr. Liu, what are you doing? Just when Lin Fan was about to take action, he was interrupted again. This time a man in a suit and tie came over. He had a serious expression on his face and looked quite majestic. When Green Hair saw the person coming, he also put down the chair with a smile on his face. Uncle Lu Jia, I am teaching a kid who doesn't know the rules a lesson. Lu Jia frowned. You can't teach me a lesson in a place like this. Secretary Gao will be here soon. Wouldn't you be slapping Secretary Gao in the face? Lu Jia laughed and said, Yes, Uncle Lu Jia is right. But he turned to Lu Jia and said, Uncle Lu Jia, I also want to ask you, how can any cat or dog be allowed in? Green Hair pointed at Lin Fan and said, he's the type who lowers the standard of the banquet. He's still eating and drinking lavishly here. How embarrassing. Only then did Lu Jia look at Lin Fan, his brows furrowing even deeper. They are the organizers, when have they ever invited such a person? Needless to say, he must have sneaked in to get free food and drinks. Lu Jia said seriously, Sir, please show me your invitation. Lin Fan curled his lips, No, I'm a special guest, no invitation is needed. Lu Jia didn't waste any words and said to the person in charge, Go call the security guards over, take him away, and then hand him over to the law enforcement officers. Don't make too much noise. Green Hair and the others couldn't help but laugh. He was gloating again, I was so happy. Lin Fan remained calm and said, I told you I was a special guest, and you called security. Are you sure you won't regret it? Lin Fan was originally specially invited by Gao Yulong. I didn't expect that the organizer would actually drive him away. When Gao Yulong comes, will they be able to get away with it? Chapter 63, Interrupting the Pretense. Lu Jia is completely ruthless and always handles matters impartially. He looked down at Lin Fan. I really regret talking nonsense with you. Do you even know what a special invitation means? How dare you just open your mouth and ask for it? I don't want anyone to get violent. Just cooperate and leave. This isn't a place where you can just eat and drink for free. The commotion here has attracted many people to come forward and watch. Lu Jia really didn't want to make things too big. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain when Gao Yulong comes. The other onlookers also looked at him with disdain. Not to mention anything else, just Lin Fan's casual clothes were enough to make them look down on him. Not to mention that there was a lot of food and chicken bones on the table in front of Lin Fan. It is a fact that they come here to eat and drink for free. I didn't expect that he would dare to say that he was specially invited. Did he know about special invitations? Those were distinguished guests who needed Secretary Gao's chief secretary to get instructions and directly arrange for them to come in using Secretary Gao's identity. Does he deserve it? Pooh. Security guards also came, 5 of them. It looked like they were about to drive Lin Fan away. Sir, I'm giving you some face. Don't let me make things too ugly. Lu Jia warned again. Lin Fan shook his head and stood up. He glanced around and saw all the sarcastic looks, which made him speechless. I told you I was specially invited. Are you sure you won't regret kicking me out? Don't beg me to come back then. At this moment, those people suddenly laughed and looked at Lin Fan as if he were a fool. There were also people who couldn't stand it and started to criticize directly. I say, have some shame, don't you see Mr. Lu is giving you face? How can you be so ungrateful? That's right. We let you eat and drink so much, and it's good enough that we didn't hold you accountable. Who knows if you'll put anything unclean in the food? According to me, just arrest the person and hand him over to law enforcement officers. There were bursts of sounds at the scene. Lin Fan sneered disdainfully again. They are just a bunch of guys who look down on others. Green Hair and his companions were the most proud, and immediately began to taunt, for Uncle Lu Jia's sake, I won't do anything. Get out of here. You still want to stay here. You are such trash that you are not even presentable. You deserve to be in the gutter for the rest of your life. Lin Fan was still fine, but he suddenly smiled evilly and raised his Nike sign. They are mocking me now, but they will have to ask for forgiveness later. Just when the security guard was about to detain Lin Fan. The key person is here. What are you all doing over there? An extremely majestic voice sounded. Everyone turned to look. Isn't he the main character of the dinner, the head of Zhonghai, Gao Yulong? He was dressed in black, with slightly gray hair, a serious expression, and a majestic aura without even being angry. Secretary Gao. Secretary Gao. Those people quickly began to greet each other. Gao Yulong just nodded, full of dignity. Is there something going on here? Why are you all gathered here? Gao Yulong also asked. Green Hair immediately went to greet him. Uncle Gao, I'm sending my regards to you on behalf of my father. He wasn't feeling well and couldn't come to the dinner today. I hope you'll forgive me. Gao Yulong looked at Green Hair and asked, Are you Xiaolu? Yes, it's me. It's my honor that Uncle Gao remembers me. Green Hair looked very happy. Gao Yulong nodded, Yeah, when I first met you, you were still young. I didn't expect you to have grown up so much. A lot of people around also started to greet me. When Gao Yulong arrived, he attracted everyone's attention. Lin Fan also remained silent and sat back down. He didn't need to say hello deliberately, after all, Gao Yulong was the center of attention now. I will naturally say hello to him when I see him. Shen Wuxiu stood up over there, it was time for him to take action. But we can't let that idiot Gao Yulong really help Lin Fan show off successfully. He held Zhang Huayue's hand and walked straight towards the crowd. Zhang Huayue also understood, so she followed Shen Wuxiu silently. On this side of the crowd, even though Gao Yulong was the center of attention, he still did not forget to look for Lin Fan. That young friend was specially invited by me. In order to repay the favor, it is natural to let Lin Fan interact more with these people so that his future path will be broader. Lin Fan also noticed that Gao Yulong was looking for someone, and only then did he stand up. Come forward. Brother Gao, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Fan opened his mouth with a powerful bomb. When Gao Yulong saw Lin Fan, a smile appeared on his face. But before he could say anything, Green Hair interrupted him. Boy, you are crazy, how can you be so close to others like that? After saying that, Green Hair also said to Gao Yulong, Uncle Gao, please don't mind, this kid has some problems with his brain. He came in here to eat, drink, and take advantage of his connections. Let's get him kicked out right now before he ruins the dinner. Green Hair looked at the security guard and said, Hurry up and take him away. The security guards immediately took action, each grabbing Lin Fan's shoulders. But they didn't notice at all that Gao Yulong's face became very gloomy. It seemed as if flames were about to burst out of his eyes. The guests he invited were humiliated in this way. Isn't this a slap in his face? What are you doing? Gao Yulong shouted. Lin Fan's mouth corners unconsciously rose, and he sneered in his heart. Are these people really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Don't they know how to read people's expressions? Didn't you see that Gao Yulong's expression had changed? This time, Gao Yulong would stand up for him, so he didn't need to say anything. Gao Yulong's rebuke was so majestic that many people were startled. The scene fell into silence in an instant. Everyone looked at each other, confused. Just when Gao Yulong was about to shout Brother Lin to Lin Fan and shock the whole audience, Shen Wuxiao came out. Cut off Lin Fan's pretense in time. He chuckled, his voice filled with endless oppression. Secretary Gao, you have such great authority. If you don't know, you'd think you really have the final say in Zhonghai. Shen Wuxiao's voice seemed very abrupt. Everyone was also extremely surprised when they heard the sound. Who is so bold as to be sarcastic to Gao Yulong? Don't you want to stay in Zhonghai anymore? Gao Yulong was already angry, and when he was suddenly addressed so unreasonably, his official authority was about to explode. However, when everyone saw the person coming, they choked. The businessmen immediately lowered their heads and instinctively took 2 steps back. Gao Yulong also opened his mouth wide, looking incredulous. The most shocked was Lin Fan. He looked at Shen Wuxiao in front of him and was stunned for a moment. Isn't this that bastard Sikong? Especially when he saw Zhang Huayue holding his arm, the nameless anger in his heart rushed directly to his head. Shen Wuxiao walked slowly in front of Gao Yulong. Shen Wuxiao was a head taller than Gao Yulong, so when he looked at him, he was also looking down. It feels very oppressive. Gao Yulong couldn't help swallowing and took a step back. He was not tall to begin with, and suddenly his body bent slightly, making him look even shorter. Shen, Mr. Shen. Gao Yulong was really surprised. He couldn't imagine that Shen Wuxiao would come here. How could this super playboy be interested in something like a business dinner? I'm asking you, Zhonghai, do you have the final say? Shen Wuxiao continued to ask. No, of course not. I don't have the qualifications. Gao Yulong, who was so arrogant just now and said I am the biggest in the audience, now has to lower his posture due to pressure. A face full of apologetic smiles. If you didn't know, you would think the person you saw was his biological father. Lin Fan was even more dumbfounded. He was a little dazed just now and didn't hear anyone calling Xin Xiao. He just saw Gao Yulong actually bowing down to him. This is very confusing. How is that possible? Chapter 64, Everyone Spit on Me. Gao Yulong is the head of China overseas. No matter how wealthy the other family is in Zhonghai, it wouldn't scare the top leader so much. Shen Wuxiao still smiled faintly and said to Gao Yulong, don't you have the qualifications? I think you have. What was the point of yelling like that just now? Gao Yulong's scalp tingled and he looked at Lin Fan. The sentence he just shouted was meant to stand up for Lin Fan. But when Shen Wuxiao asked this, how could he not notice it? If he doesn't understand this, he won't be able to climb to this position. Lin Fan had also expected this, it seemed like it was directed at him. Lin Fan's face turned dark. This bastard is deliberately trying to embarrass me today. Gao Yulong was forced by the situation and had no choice. He smiled apologetically and said, there was a small conflict over here just now, I'm trying to mediate. No other meaning. Is that so? Shen Wuxiao raised his hand and patted Gao Yulong on the face without any hesitation. Extremely insulting. Yes. Gao Yulong didn't dare to say a word. Yeah. Shen Wuxiao nodded, as long as it's not for personal gain. I thought Secretary Cao was going to stand up for someone. I was really shocked. However, the business dinner you initiated turned out like this. Does this mean there's something wrong with your work ability? Gao Yulong was stunned. Shen Wuxiao continued, if you can't handle this position well, you can choose another industry and give me the position. I'm the boss, and you're cleaning out the manure. We're both serving the people. Gao Yulong was shocked. With just one word from Shen Wuxiao, he might really go and dig out excrement, and everything would come to nothing. Gao Yulong hurriedly shook his head. I'm negligent, I'll take care of it right away. How could Gao Yulong not know what to do? Okay, let's get on with it. Shen Wuxiao raised his hand and gestured. After hearing Shen Wuxiao's words, Gao Yulong could only bite the bullet and said to the crowd, I know everything that happened just now. This person came in and ate and drank for free. How are you doing your security work? You're ruining the dinner party, get out now. Gao Yulong raised his voice again, and his authority was reduced by 90%. Lin Fan was almost stunned. Isn't this reversal too fast? He just wanted to stand up for himself and slap everyone present in the face, but now he suddenly wants to kick him out? Lin Fan was not a fool, so how could he not know that all this was instigated by that bastard? This is really too much. Lin Fan suddenly broke free from the security guard and glared at Shen Wuxiao angrily. Is it fun to humiliate me? Shen Wuxiao also pretended to be surprised. Eh? Are you talking to me? I seem to be a bystander. When the others heard how arrogant Lin Fan was and how he dared to speak to Shen Wuxiao like that, they also took the opportunity to flatter him. You beggar-like fellow, do you know who you are talking to? Exactly. Who gave you the courage? You just said you were specially invited in. So, tell me, who invited you in? You came in to eat and drink for free, polluting the convention center and ruining a perfectly good dinner. You're lucky you weren't held responsible. Green Hair also took the opportunity to criticize. You stupid dog, you knocked down my woman, this account must be settled. Faced with the overwhelming insults and humiliation, Lin Fan's face was so dark that water could drip out of it. Ding, the protagonist is being humiliated and abused, and is mentally broken. Points plus 10,000. Disrupt the protagonist's face slapping scene, causing the protagonist to fail in slapping everyone, points plus 20,000. The security guards rushed forward again, trying to arrest Lin Fan and take him away. Lin Fan couldn't stand it any longer and didn't need to endure it anymore. He suddenly swung his hand and the two security guards flew out. Damn it, if I had known this earlier I shouldn't have wasted my time talking and should have just solved it with force. You're rebelling, and you dare to hit people. You can't take someone out if they hit you. Call the law enforcement officers immediately. There's violence going on here. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, took 2 steps at a time, raised his hand and grabbed Shen Wuxiao. That bastard deliberately humiliated him. He stole his beloved woman and still behaved like this. I was really blind at the time and treated him as a brother. Just when Lin Fan was about to touch Shen Wuxiao, a fragrant breeze blew over. Zhang Huayue grabbed the hem of her skirt and kicked out quickly. He kicked Lin Fan in the chest. He quickly retracted his legs, turned around, and stood next to Shen Wuxiao again. The speed is astonishing. I didn't even see how she kicked. This kick directly sent Lin Fan back 5 or 6 steps. He covered his chest, looking very uncomfortable. You. Lin Fanxin was completely dead. The former comrades in arms were now completely on the opposite side. Lin Fan, you are really despicable. Zhang Huayue's expression was indifferent and his voice was cold. So many people humiliated you just now, and you were able to swallow your anger. Now you want to attack my man? Next time you wash your hair, plug your ears and don't let water get in. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, extremely angry. What a shame and humiliation. If he didn't know how to hit women, he would have woken Zhang Huayue up today. What kind of magic potion has made him so protective of that bastard? Others also started to curse. You rubbish, you actually dared to attack Xin Xiao, are you tired of living? Boy, don't even think about leaving today. In order to please Shen Wuxiao, some people directly contacted people to deal with Lin Fan. Lin Fan finally glared at Shen Wuxiao fiercely, snorted coldly, and walked outside. I have lost all my face today and suffered such humiliation. I've been reviled for so long. There is no face left here. If I don't leave now, those people will call for help and I won't be at a disadvantage if a fight breaks out. But he will definitely be taken to the Enforcement Bureau. Only then will you be considered to have walked into a trap. So, it's better to leave first. Hey, can you please stop running? TSK, you coward, if you have the guts, stay here and see how you get out lying down. You're just a useless loser, why don't you get out of here sooner? As Lin Fan walked towards the door, he could still hear the ridicule and insults from behind. He gritted his teeth and endured it. I'm really angry today. However, Lin Fan is very good at regulating his emotions. He forced himself to calm down. After leaving the convention center, I took a taxi and left. Even when he was leaving, he didn't react to what those people were calling Shen Wuxiao. After Lin Fan left, Shen Wuxiao didn't have much interest in this place. I originally came here to give Lin Fan a hard time. When they were about to walk out with Zhang Huayue, Gao Yulong suddenly came up with a glass of wine and apologized. Mr. Shen, madam, today's incident is all my fault. Gao, will drink a glass of wine as punishment. Gao Yulong picked up the wine and drank it all in one gulp. Shen Wuxiao had no interest in wasting time talking to these little people. If this idiot didn't want to help Lin Fan, he wouldn't have come to make things difficult for this idiot. Seeing that Shen Wuxiao didn't seem to react, Gao Yulong made up his mind, picked up the whole bottle, and put it to his mouth. Drink it up. That thing is white. Shin Wuxiao simply raised his hand and a bottle of wine was knocked away and fell to the ground. Alright, go away. I won't embarrass a small character like you. It's just that you, as the boss, are a bit stupid. You've been taken advantage of, and you're even helping others count their money. Sooner or later, your future will be ruined by your own hands. Go back and think about it yourself. After saying that, Shin Wuxiao hugged Jiang Huayue's slender waist and went straight out. Gao Yulong was stunned for a long moment, and as he watched the departing figure, he couldn't help but mutter, "Being used? What does that mean?" Chapter 65 The Truth. On the other side, Lin Fan, who was leaving in a car, was still angry. That damn Sikong actually joined forces with everyone to humiliate himself. I was really blind at the time. How could I be so open-hearted to him? I also thought that when I became strong, I would definitely repay the favor. Who could have known that once he turned against me, he would be so ruthless? Lin Fan was also puzzled. Before, he had acted like a dandy young man who was incompetent at everything and only cared about eating, drinking and having fun. There are also people who are afraid of this and that, and are afraid of the people of Haisha society. But today was very different. Even the top leader of Zhanghai had to fawn on him when he saw him. So he is afraid of the Jimao Haisha society? Is this reasonable? And Jiang Huayue, how could she be so cruel? Not only did he not defend himself, he watched coldly and even attacked himself. Bitch! The more Lin Fan thought about it, the angrier he became, and a deep sense of humiliation swept over his body. But so what? Could he really kill Jiang Huayue? Lin Fan closed his eyes and leaned back in the back seat. He really felt a little tired. Just as the taxi was waiting at the traffic light, Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes. An expression of extreme shock suddenly appeared on his face. No. Lin Fan just closed his eyes and unconsciously went over what happened at the dinner party in his mind. He suddenly realized the problem. Since those people are so respectful to Sikong, why wouldn't they call him young Master Sikong? The word Sikong never appeared in the conversation. Instead, someone called. Mr. Shen. Mr. Shen Wuxiao. Shan Wuxiao. Lin Fan's face turned pale and his brows were furrowed. He grabbed the driver in front of him with a fierce look on his face and an awe-inspiring demeanor. Quick, turn around, go back to Xiang Commerce, quick. What are you doing? U-turns are not allowed at this intersection. The driver was also startled when his hand was raised and grabbed. I told you to turn around, quickly. Lin Fan looked fierce and was really anxious. He had to go back and find out. It would be too scary if Shin Wuxiao was always by my side. The driver saw Lin Fan's almost cannibalistic state in the rearview mirror and didn't dare to say anything more. I'm really unlucky today. He could only find an intersection and quickly turn around to go back. Lin Fan's face looked very ugly. When has he, the border wolf king, ever been fooled like this? Have to go back and confirm. Under urging, the driver had no choice but to speed. When they arrived at the scene, Lin Fan jumped out of the car before it even stopped. The driver only started cursing when Lin Fan ran out. Dong Sanshao, I'm here to serve you. You lazy bastard will be killed by a car sooner or later. You're a bully, right? I'm your teacher. Lin Fan paused and looked back at the taxi. What the hell did you say? The driver stepped on the accelerator and drove away while cursing. I said, damn it, you're a bitch, damn it, I'm so unlucky to meet you, you're so fucking tired. If I see you again, Lin Bei will definitely freeze you with shrimp tips. Ciao. Lin Fan wanted to rush up and smash his car. But now there are more urgent things at hand. We have to get in quickly. Lin Fan endured it. When Lin Fan rushed in, the people at the door hurried to stop him. This time, Lin Fan did not hold back. He slapped the person who tried to stop him on both sides, and the person flew out. When he re-entered the banquet, he scanned the room frantically, searching for Shin Wuxiao. But after looking around, he still didn't see anyone. Lin Fan rushed forward in one swift step, grabbed the person who had mocked him before and dragged him to the corner. The man was the boss of Huafei Group, Li Fei. Seeing that Lin Fan actually had the nerve to come back, he was about to curse. But this time Lin Fan is different. He raised his hand and held a scimitar against his neck. Just tell me whatever the fuck I ask you. Li Fei swallowed his saliva, feeling a little timid now, and could only nod. Was there a young Master Sikong at the scene just now? Li Fei shook his head. I've never heard of this surname. What's the name of the person who even scared Gao Yulon just now? Li Fei paused. That's Mr. Shin. Full name. Lin Fan's face became increasingly gloomy. Shen Wuxiao. When Lin Fan heard this, his heart finally settled down. It really is Shen Wuxiao. The character Sikong is a character created by Shen Wuxiao from beginning to end. In other words, from beginning to end, I was fooled like a stupid dog. For a moment, Lin Fan's head was buzzing. Lin Fan couldn't help but clench the knife in his hand and pressed it against Li Fei. What about him? Where are he? Fortunately, Li Fei had experienced many storms, otherwise he would have been scared to death by the momentum brought by Lin Fan. Mr. Shen and his wife have already left. Lin Fan's breathing became heavy, and uncontrollable anger surged into his mind. He pushed Li Fei away from him. He stood still, with an unprecedented murderous intent bursting out of his eyes. Li Fei, who was thrown away, felt like he was pardoned. He quickly ran to the side and called for law enforcement officers. Damn it, don't think he is easy to bully. He dares to threaten me with a knife. I must make him spend the rest of his life in jail. Lin Fan did not chase Shen Wuxiao because it was too late for him now. However, the monk can run away, but the temple cannot. He knew where Shen Wuxiao lived. No one can escape the Wolf King's pursuit. Lin Fan now just felt that he was ridiculous, extremely ridiculous. It turns out that from the moment I stepped into Shanghai, I was a clown. All the talk of being brave and doing good deeds, and having a pleasant conversation, are all illusions. Shen Wuxiao took him to the hotel to find out the truth, and he was very grateful. Little did they know that the murderer was right next to them. Shen Wuxiao kept saying green hat, and I thought he was just nagging, but it turned out he was serious. Is his authority so great that no one dares to speak his name? So big that no one dares to take out his photo at will? Only then did he completely understand that the Haisha Society incident was also instigated by Shen Wuxiao. Shen Wuxiao clearly knew that Villa number 19 in Jinhai Bay was where the young master of Haisha Society lived. He just made up a story for himself, saying that he had seen Shen Wuxiao over there. There are all kinds of foreshadowing, but the truth is not revealed, and everything is based on one's own guesses. So I went to check it out myself, and sure enough, I saw a lot of people guarding the villa. All of this is because of that bastard of his. Even after killing the wrong person and escaping from the pursuit, it is no wonder that thugs with Gatling guns and snipers in the dark appear. It's all his fault. He did it all. He even pretended to save me, gained all my trust, and acted so well. And in the hospital, the medical disturbance and the splashing of Oligay were all arranged by him. Even when the Haisha Society's revenge began, he deliberately exaggerated it, hiding himself in a garbage place and suffering for so long. He took advantage of the time when he was hiding to deceive Zhang Huayue. Shameless. Even though he was hiding in that abandoned demolished building, he was still found by the bounty hunter. He must have let him go. Shen Wuxiao. Lin Fan muttered through gritted teeth. I felt inexplicably cold in my heart. He had never been so embarrassed, nor had he ever been so low. The strategies used by Shen Wuxiao were not sophisticated, but they were the most practical. He had to strike a balance between his urgency and kindness. This is precisely what is most terrifying. If he wants to keep pretending, I'm afraid he won't be discovered until he dies. Chapter 66, Incarceration. Similarly, Lin Fan had never wanted to kill someone so much in his entire life. Even if we encounter the enemy at the border, what we feel more is the will to fight and the determination to defeat the opponent. But now, it is violence and murderous intent. You killed my brother, treated me like a fool, robbed my woman, and let people humiliate me. Shen Wuxiao, if I, Lin Fan, don't kill you, I will not be a human being. Lin Fan's teeth were almost broken. Such humiliation, slap him in the face. Crush his IQ to the bottom. Lin Fan couldn't wait any longer. Tonight, a bloodbath at the Bay Villa. Just as Lin Fan was about to take a step forward, 4 men in law enforcement uniforms blocked his way. One of them took out his ID. Sir, you've been accused of threatening with a knife. Come with us now. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. The threatened Li Fei also ran over. Li Fei pointed at Lin Fan angrily, you little jerk. You actually threatened me with a knife. Aren't you a cool guy? If you have the guts, just do it. I'm the boss of Haishin Group, Shenxin. If you have the guts, take revenge on me. Am I afraid of you? Lin Fan's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he stared at Li Fei. Chen, right? Very good. Are you threatening me? Cooperate with us and come with us. The law enforcement officers handcuffed him directly. Lin Fan did not resist, but he would be released when the time came. Do you really think that you have no foundation at all after so many years in the army? Watching Lin Fan being taken away, Li Fei snorted coldly and spat. Just then, a man walked up to Li Fei and said, Mr. Li, what's going on? You really can't sit still. Li Fei looked at the person in front of him with disgust in his eyes. Mr. Chen, if you have nothing to do, just go away and don't get in the way. Li Fei's group and Chen Qin's Haisheng group are rival companies, and the two have been fighting openly and secretly for a long time. Li Fei asked the undercover to pour boiling water on Chen Qin group's money tree. Not long after, his money tree died. Chen Qin also fought back a lot. He also asked his undercover agent to secretly replace the Mazu worshipped by Li Fei with Ultraman. Business war is simple, but effective. Lin Fan was taken into the police car, heading all the way to Zhonghai First Branch. When he arrived at the police station, Lin Fan did not have any violent reaction. He also confessed to threatening Li Fei. The attitude is still very good. Originally, Lin Fan needed to be handed over to the Martial Arts Association. After all, that is the place where warriors are managed. But what Lin Fan did was against the law. He threatened with a knife but did not extort any money, so it was only considered a provocation. But he still has to be detained. Generally speaking, in the eyes of the protagonist, who is still a warrior, the law is just a decoration. But it still needs to be excessive. Lin Fan's belongings were taken away. However, he still has the right to hire a lawyer before being detained. Lin Fan took out his cell phone and first sent a message about his current situation to a mysterious number. Then he asked the law enforcement officer, "Can I make a phone call?" The law enforcement officer nodded, "Okay, but we need to be there the whole time." Lin Fan didn't hesitate and decisively called the number marked Sikong. Then turn on the speakerphone. Lin Fan is very calm now. It's not that he doesn't have any ulterior motives, he just prefers to be open about it. He considered himself noble and disdained to do anything behind someone's back, but Shen Wuxia was despicable and shameless, so he had to trick him once. He wanted to call Shen Wuxia at this very moment, to confront him and guide him to tell the truth. You have to know that there are law enforcement officers next to them. If Shen Wuxia admitted all the evidence, his fate would be unimaginable. The phone rang a few times before Shen Wuxia answered it. "Brother Lin Fan, what's wrong?" Shen Wuxia greeted with a chuckle. Lin Fan's face darkened, but he managed to control his emotions. "Shen Wuxia, stop pretending." "Pretending? What are you pretending for?" "I never said I'm not Shen Wuxia." Shen Wuxia laughed. "It's you who trusts others so easily. I'm curious, how did your Wolf King get on top?" Lin Fan was offended and furious. "Shen Wuxia, you are so cruel. You killed my brother and deceived me like this. I, Lin Fan, am truly blind." Lin Fan suppressed his anger and guided him word by word. Shen Wuxia sighed, "Hey, brother Lin Fan, you can't say that. I killed your brother because he wanted to kill me. I was acting in self-defense. Actually, the person I really want to kill is you, my good brother." The law enforcement officers nearby widened their eyes when they heard these words. Damn it, the other party is actually Shen Wuxia. They quickly pretended not to have heard anything. When Lin Fan saw the state of the law enforcement officers, he thought they were shocked by his words and was secretly proud of himself. He continued to guide, "Shen Wuxiao, after you killed my brother, you were the one who passed the news to me, right?" "Yes, it's me." Shen Wuxiao admitted frankly. "Then you tricked me into getting acquainted with me, and then led me to the young master of Haisha society. That time, you secretly shot me with a sniper rifle, right?" Lin Fan sneered in his heart. Not only did he kill people, but he also had to use guns and ammunition. It was enough for him to get into trouble. "It's me, but I didn't ask you to kill the young master of Haishash. You killed him yourself. You cut his throat. That's so cruel," Shen Wuxio said slowly. Lin Fan's head was buzzing. Damn, it felt like he had dug a hole for himself. As expected, the law enforcement officers looked at Lin Fan in surprise. One of them even walked out of the interrogation room directly. "It seems that it has been reported. Blanche. At this point, Lin Fan continued, "You're absolutely mad. You even massacred the entire Lu family. Xin Wuxiao, the net of heaven is vast and nothing can escape it. You will get your retribution." Xin Wuxiao was silent for a few seconds. Lin Fan's eyes were filled with coldness. But the next second, Xin Wuxiao suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, brother Lin Fan, you are a little childish. You're not qualified enough to set a trap for me. I can tell you clearly, and tell the interrogators around you, that I killed the entire Lu family, killed your brother, and I will kill you too." "What? Do you want someone to arrest me?" Lin Fan sneered when he heard such arrogant words. "Everything you just said was recorded, and there were law enforcement officers present. I'm in the bureau, but what can you do?" Xin Wuxiao chuckled. "How? Are you forcing me to go to the police station to arrest you? But don't worry, I don't need to do that kind of thing myself. I want to spend a wonderful night with my baby Yuer, so let's not talk about it for now. You better be well, don't die. I'm going to cut off your head and soak it in formalin to use as a specimen." Ha 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 ha. Following Xin Wuxiao's wild laughter, the call was disconnected. Lin Fan was truly filled with endless anger. However, thinking that Xin Wuxiao had admitted his crime, he looked at the law enforcement officers with a sneer. Said, "You heard it all, he admitted to killing so many people." But when his eyes fell on the faces of the law enforcement officers, Lin Fan was dumbfounded. Damn, the law enforcement officer in front of me put on headphones at some point, and the song Phoenix Dances in the Nine Heavens was playing very loudly. Chapter 67. I didn't hear. Lin Fan could faintly hear the sound of the explosion coming from his headphones even from a distance. Looking at the law enforcement officer's slow-moving movements, Lin Fan had no doubt that he could suddenly pull out half a bag of cement from his pocket. Seeing Lin Fan looking at him, the law enforcement officer took off his headphones and said, "Ah? You're asking me how you're going to judge this, right? Don't worry, there will be a result soon. You threatened someone's life with a knife and broke into a house to kill someone. You will be punished for multiple crimes. Just wait for your peanuts." Lin Fan was confused. Damn, according to Xin Wuxiao's words, he only heard the part where he killed the young master of Haisha society, and the rest of the time he was listening to Phoenix Dances in the Nine Heavens. Braze. Didn't you hear Xin Wuxiao reveal his crimes? Lin Fan's mouth twitched wildly. The law enforcement officer shook his head. What crime? Lin Fan gritted his teeth again. You must know about the Zhanghai Longting hotel case. So many people from the Lu family died. That was done by Xin Wuxiao. The law enforcement officer continued to shake his head, bewildered. How could this case exist? The Lu family offended someone and moved away overnight. Who knows where they went? Lin Fan choked. Suddenly, a sentence Lu Ruyan had said to him flashed through his mind. I told you we are like ants trying to shake a tree, but don't be offended. You don't know how terrifying he is. This sentence inexplicably repeated in my mind. He used to be disdainful of it, but now he truly understands it. How could an ordinary person possess such terrifying energy? He really underestimated the enemy. Then you have to investigate Xin Wuxiao. Lin Fan was still unwilling to give up. The law enforcement officer still shook his head. You are talking about Xin Wuxiao, that is Xin Xiao, we know that, there is no need to investigate. He is the leader of an excellent enterprise. He is the driving force behind China overseas GDP. Moreover, Mr. Xin donates over 1 billion yuan to poor orphans every year. He has built nearly 100 welfare homes and hope primary schools in mountain villages. It's truly outstanding. As he said this, the man gave a thumbs up. Lin Fan's head was buzzing. Can this kind of donation method cover up the fact of the crime? But what does this have to do with him being a criminal? Lin Fan was unhappy. Don't just say the criminal is a criminal. You need evidence. Words alone are not enough. Lin Fan was truly furious. Shameless, shameless. It's just a show, it can't cover up the fact of the crime. Shameless? If you have the ability, you can donate too. Don't you just think that young Master Xin is putting on a show? But those poor families are just real people. Let them put on a show. If you can pretend to be a good person your whole life, then you are a good person. Is this what I'm talking about? I'm asking you to investigate the evidence of Xin Wuxiao's crime. It's a fact that he committed a crime. Lin Fan felt like he was about to collapse. The other party did it on purpose, absolutely on purpose, to divert the topic elsewhere. The law enforcement officer sneered. I said, everything depends on evidence. We don't know whether Mr. Shen is guilty or not, but you can't escape. You threatened others with a knife and broke into a house to kill Luo Han, the young master of the Haisha group. The evidence is irrefutable. Just wait for your turn. Lin Fan simply stopped talking. If the other party really wants to check, there is no need to waste time talking. Now it seems that they are all from the same nest. Sure enough, someone entered the interrogation room a short while later and issued a real arrest warrant for Lin Fan. Lin Fan still did not resist. Anyway, the message has been sent. At the latest tomorrow, someone will come to take me away. Just like that, Lin Fan was handcuffed again and taken to the detention area. Entered the iron-barred room. Looking at the light coming through the small iron window, Lin Fan laughed at himself. Fate plays tricks on us like this. The person you consider a good friend turns out to be your biggest enemy. Treat the person you love the most, and fall in love with your enemy inexplicably. Once upon a time, he was all glory. Once upon a time, he was cuckolded. Now, I just want to say, I blanch. Over at the Bay Villa, Shun Wuxiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lin Fan didn't know if his brain had short-circuited, but he actually wanted to induce a confession. Shun Wuxiao even suspected that he had been out of touch with reality for too long and had been immersed in martial arts. Although this is a world with a high martial arts background, not everyone is a warrior. His realm is very powerful for ordinary people or ordinary warriors. But for those who have truly embarked on the path of martial arts, he is just a novice. Before we grow up completely, we are still subject to worldly restrictions. Comparing power with yourself is like an egg hitting a meteorite. Ding, Lin Fan is detained, points plus 10,000. Lin Fan tortured both his body and mind, points plus 10,000. It seems like the points are a bit saturated? Shen Wuxiao murmured. Now the points are fluctuating around 10,000. There is no big explosion, which must be because I am not poisonous enough. It seems that we still need to increase the intensity. Although Lin Fan is under custody now, that little guy with small arms also has some background. But not big. But it's no problem to get him out. Shen Wuxiao naturally wouldn't let him go so easily, and he still had to greet him where he should. The prison is so comfortable. Lin Fan doesn't have to pay to live there, and he gets food to eat. As a good brother, you have the obligation to make your brothers live a better life, and you must arrange for food and accommodation. After meeting the daily necessities, spiritual aspects must also be taken care of. It is also feasible for a strong man to lock up a man, even a big man. Thinking about this, Shen Wuxiao already had an idea. He edited a message and sent it out decisively. Then, he opened the system panel and began to look for what he needed in the column of martial arts secrets. Tonzi, please help me pick out a technique that is more suitable for long-term cultivation. Ding, searching. I have found the best cultivation method, Yin Yang Liang Yi Jing. 50,000 points can be redeemed. Yin and Yang? Shen Wuxiao was stunned. Could it be double X technique? Yes, host. Since you are lazy and don't want to practice, I strongly recommend this book. You only need to practice the techniques and practice together to merge your strength and achieve the goal of practicing together. However, this technique has an obvious drawback. Shen Wuxiao was shocked when he heard this. The word disadvantage usually refers to big problems. If it breaks down after practicing, then it's all over. What are the drawbacks? The downside is, it's one-on-one, and you can't fight without wings. Question mark. Shen Wuxiao was speechless. You scared me. Isn't this normal? But from what you said, there are other types, right? Yes, there are higher level ones, but they are only suitable for the host when he reaches the 8th grade Grandmaster. Forget it then, I'll just change this one first. I suddenly feel like practicing. I have to work hard from now on and can't just give up. Shen Wuxiao's fighting spirit seemed to be ignited, positive energy. Already redeemed for the host, 50,000 points deducted. I have automatically learned the Yin Yang Sutra and have achieved some success. Some small success? Yes, both the techniques and martial arts have different proficiency levels, namely, minor accomplishment, mastery, perfection, pinnacle, and superb mastery. Shen Wuxiao nodded. Alright, I get it. I'm still a little bit proficient in this thing, but I'm already a master of it. It's not about the host's ability in that area. Different proficiency brings different effects. I know, I was just teasing you. I have to go practice. Chapter 68 Twisted Love. After changing to this kind of practice, it is natural to try out its effectiveness. Zhang Huayue's talent is already very high. I also practice diligently in my daily practice. Whenever Xin Wuxiu is not at home, Zhang Huayue basically practices. Now there is a more comfortable and faster way to practice, which is naturally. Zhang Huayue was sitting in front of the dressing table combing her hair. She had just taken a shower and was wearing a white tank top that was as smooth and soft as silk. The half-dried hair was scattered on the shoulders, and her delicate hands were gently combing it. When Xin Wuxiu entered the room, her graceful figure came into view. Her shoulders were as white as snow, her waist was as slender as a willow swaying in the wind, and waves of fragrance spread in the bedroom. Hearing the noise, Zhang Huayue moved her delicate body and faced Xin Wuxiu. Xin Wuxiu couldn't control himself anymore. The lotus emerging from the water is bright and beautiful. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be sizing herself up, and her temperament changed from cold and aloof to noble and elegant. At the same time, she crossed her legs, her long and beautiful legs, and her delicate feet moved lightly, which was very charming. Yuer, I need you to help me practice. Xin Wuxiu approached step by step. Zhang Huayue was stunned and had no idea what this guy was up to. Ha! What's the theme today? There's no theme, let's just practice seriously. Xin Wuxiu came over and hugged Zhang Huayue. Zhang Huayue giggled and raised her hand to push Xin Wuxiu. Bad guy, my hair is not dry yet. No matter what, let me show my respect first. Xin Wuxiu carried Zhang Huayue directly to the bed. The two looked into each other's eyes, smiled at each other, and then their lips quickly touched. Just when some unauthorized things were happening in the villa, a fiery red Ferrari was parked on the roadside for a long time not far from the villa. In the driver's seat, a woman with beautiful hair draped over her shoulders was staring intently in the direction of the villa. She had been parked here for half an hour, but had no intention of getting closer. She was Lu Ruyan, who did not appear at the dinner tonight. I don't know how long I watched before the headlights of the sports car came on again and slowly drove away from the Bay Villa. Lu Ruyan was driving the car, with no emotion visible on her face. But his face looked a little haggard, and he was distracted several times even when driving slowly. She went to a business dinner tonight. But he never showed up and was always in the dark. It wasn't that she was afraid to see people, but she saw Zhang Huayue following Xin Wuxiu. She actually felt ridiculously like a mistress meeting the original wife. As a result, she didn't have the courage to go out, even to say hello to Xin Wuxiu. Xin Wuxiu didn't stay long. After Lin Fan left, they left. Lu Ruyan was also following from a distance as if possessed by some mysterious force. Knowing that Xin Wuxiu's car was parked at the door of the villa, he watched Xin Wuxiu and Zhang Huayue being affectionate. He also watched Zhang Huayue jump onto Xin Wuxiu's back in a mischievous manner and let him carry her in. The entanglement and the heart-wrenching feeling were very torturous. She hated her own psychology, her strange illness, and even more so her indecision. We are clearly enemies, so why does my heart hurt so much? The car was driving slowly, and before Lu Ruyan knew it, her vision began to blur and a layer of mist appeared. 2 lines of tears silently slid down her cheeks. Buzz buzz buzz. The vibration of the cell phone on the passenger seat brought Lu Ruyan back to reality. Lu Ruyan raised her hand, gently wiped away her tears, took a deep breath, exhaled, and then picked up the phone. The call was from her subordinates. Lu Ruyan answered the call, pressed the hands-free button, and placed it on the central control. Explain. Miss, Lin Fan has been arrested. According to our inquiries, he left at night, then returned and threatened a boss for some unknown reason. The subordinate also looked a little confused. Then what? Lu Ruyan asked. After he was taken away, he was originally charged with threatening with a knife, but according to the information gathered inside, he was actually detained and is a serious criminal. Lu Ruyan frowned slightly and immediately understood. This Lin Fan is really as stupid as a pig. I've said it before, the purpose of tonight's party is to make friends, so let him be more low-key and conceal himself a little. He was really low-key and went to the dinner in casual clothes. It directly attracted the attention of the whole audience. He is a perfect example of a chicken standing out among a group of cranes. It would be strange if he didn't attract anyone's attention. Moreover, why did he threaten people with a knife? Xin Wuxiu has a terrifying background. No one can stop or control what he wants to do. But Lin Fan has a humble background. Although he has powerful military force, this is Zhonghai, the Dragon Kingdom, not a lawless place. Even if law enforcement officers can't do anything about it, there's still the Wushu Association. As for him, even if he slapped someone, let alone threatened them with a knife, he would be taken away for interrogation. Now, the person has been arrested, and the affairs of the Haisha Society have also been uncovered. In that case, the nature of the crime changes from threatening with a knife to threatening with a knife plus burglary and murder. If Haisha Society knew about this, they would definitely use all their connections to make Lin Fan suffer. At this point, Lu Ruyan had no choice. Her foundation is weak, and she relies on money. Even if he invested tens of billions of dollars in this matter, it would be useless because Haisha Society would not give in. Not to mention Shen Wuxiao, who can cover the sky with one hand. She and Lin Fan worked together, keeping a low profile and acting according to circumstances. This is like an ant trying to shake a tree, so we must be extremely cautious. Now, it's not even a flash in the pan. Failed at the very beginning. Lu Ruyan is still very decisive when it comes to other things. Don't worry about Lin Fan's affairs. We can't do anything about it. Let him be. Disassociate yourself from all ties and erase all traces of your cooperation with Lin Fan. That tea house is closed. All those who helped Lin Fan get to know Gao Yulon should be sent away. Leave Zhanghai. Yes, miss. Lu Ruyan's subordinates responded and went about their work. Lu Ruyan was already upset because of Shen Wuxiao. Now that Lin Fan's mess had come out, she was even more annoyed. It is better to act on your own than to find someone to cooperate with. I'll go to the doctor and get some medication to suppress my emotions, and then I'll find a time to die with Shen Wuxiao. Dying in his arms would not only avenge the family, but also fulfill my own destiny. When Lu Ruyan returned home, she didn't have much energy to wash and tidy herself up. Go straight back to the bedroom, lock the door, and curl up in the quilt. After a while, she got up again, walked to the closet, and took out Shen Wuxiao's clothes. This dress now carries more of her own fragrance, and Shen Wuxiao's scent has faded. But it still didn't stop her from sleeping with him in her arms. Even if there was a trace of Shen Wuxiao's scent left, she could still have a good sleep. Time passed little by little, and Lu Ruyan, who thought she could sleep peacefully, suffered from insomnia again. Lu Ruyan knew very well that she had gone a little crazy. But the inner impulse cannot be suppressed and cannot be contained. That's how much she longs for Shen Wuxiao's love. Chapter 69 Mental Torture. Compared to Lu Ruyan, Lin Fan is the most miserable. He was originally imprisoned in an independent prison. But later, law enforcement officers told him that the prison was full and asked him to move to another cell. At first, Lin Fan actually thought it was full. But damn, when I followed the law enforcement officers out, I saw empty cells. He immediately understood that someone was trying to trick him. In this way, he was taken to a prison for serious criminals where 6 people were held in a cell. Everyone inside is a vicious criminal, and they are all serious criminals who have committed serious crimes. The way those people looked at him was as if they saw a little white rabbit. Lin Fan didn't feel scared. On the contrary, he was very happy, as if he had found an outlet. Damn it, if those people want to bully him, it's just right, he can beat up those serious criminals and vent his anger. But for some reason, those serious criminals did not go up to bully him, nor did they show any intention of taking action. It was as if they had known for a long time that he was a 5th grade, 8th order master, and none of them dared to move. No one provoked. Just lying on your bed. Of course, if no one provokes, then that's fine. The most outrageous thing is that the other 5 serious criminals are like mental patients. Flying up. This kind of disgusting behavior is something I have never seen before. But Lin Fan couldn't find a reason to take action. It's their deer, and it doesn't bother him. It's just that looking at him as a deer is really disgusting. Lin Fan simply turned a blind eye. Just sit cross-legged on the plank bed and start practicing. There's another ghost screaming over there. Zhao. How could Lin Fan not understand this kind of thing? He really wanted to go over and kill the other person. But he still chose to endure. It is not advisable to cause trouble now. Tomorrow the person you invited will come to take you away. If he takes the initiative to hurt others, it will be more difficult for the people who come to take him away tomorrow. Forbearance. Lin Fan continued to practice. But less than 10 minutes later, the second one started screaming again, making an oh-oh-ha sound. Lin Fan still endured it. He thought that once the 5 people stopped, it would be quiet, and he must not lose control. Lin Fan's guess was correct. After about an hour, everything was quiet. He can finally practice well. Unfortunately, the other party did it on purpose. It doesn't say that it cannot be repeated. Blanche. I didn't intend to miss the opportunity to disgust him. Lin Fan couldn't hold it in any longer, his defense was really broken. He couldn't hit anyone, so he could only roar, then rush to the iron gate and beat on it. Change the prison, change it for me. The law enforcement officers quickly walked to the prison door. He slammed the iron door twice with the electric baton in his hand. Don't scream. Don't the others want to rest? Why change the prison? It's full. Behave yourself. If you make any more noise, I'll hang you up and swing you on the swing. The law enforcement officer said something fierce and left immediately. Lin Fan almost couldn't help himself and kicked open the prison door. This door really can't stop him. But if you break out of the door, the nature of the situation will change. I guess this is what the people who are disgusted with him behind the scenes expect to happen. Helpless, Lin Fan could only sit back on the bed. But he still couldn't help but threaten. Behave yourself, everyone. If you dare to do those disgusting things again, I won't mind giving you some relief. Lin Fan's threat was accompanied by the release of his true energy, which was quite imposing. The scene suddenly fell into silence. Even the slightest creaking of the bed was gone. Lin Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. These bastards still need to be threatened with force. If you don't let them be afraid, they will really float, or even take off. But after a while, Lin Fan realized that he was naive and overthinking. No one was threatened by him at all. If you are willing to sacrifice your life for a serious criminal, why would you be afraid of threats? Not only were they not threatened, but on the contrary, they became even more aggressive. One of them even shamelessly shouted at Lin Fan, "Daddy, hit me." Blanche. Lin Fan is not afraid of physical attacks, but this kind of mental attack is really powerful. He didn't sleep all night. Finally, I got through it. He also didn't know that the complicated emotions of this one night had added 80,000 points to Shen Wuxiao. At 9 o'clock in the morning, a plane from the capital to Zhonghai landed at Zhonghai International Airport. 3 men and 1 woman got off the plane. They were wearing casual clothes. As soon as he got off the plane, he rushed outside. There was an anxious look on their faces, as if they were going to do something important. Outside the airport, an Audi with a white license plate was parked on the side of the road. As soon as the 4 of them left the airport, they got into the car without hesitation. While in the car, the 4 of them took off their casual clothes and changed into formal attire. Although the clothing is a simple nylon jacket, the badge on the chest is extraordinary. Among the 4 people, 2 people form a unit. 2 of them had Supreme People's Procuratorate on their badges. The other 2 have different emblems. Yellow frame, golden wheat ears, a circle with the Great Wall pattern on it, a star in the center, and 2 large characters Gua and on the left and right. After driving all the way, the car finally stopped in front of the gate of Zhonghai First Branch. The 4 people got off the car quickly and there was no communication between them from beginning to end. After entering the service hall, one of the 4 women immediately showed her ID. The law enforcement officers of the office took a careful look and found that the woman's name was Hongye. However, the ID said that the person was from the 2nd Bureau of National Security, so the law enforcement officer immediately stood up. "How can I help you?" The law enforcement officers in the office were a little nervous. As someone within the system, he knew very well that the National Security Bureau was divided into 17 bureaus, and each bureau had different tasks. The beautiful woman in front of me is from the 2nd Bureau, which is in charge of collecting international strategic intelligence. It's a department-level position, with great authority. To be able to reach this position at the age of 25 or 26, one must have made great contributions or have a strong background. Hongye's expression was cold as she asked, "Are you holding a prisoner named Lin Fan? Take us to him." The law enforcement officer hurried to look through the information. 30 seconds later, the law enforcement officer at the office said with a slightly embarrassed look on his face, "Yes, but he's a serious criminal. If you want to see me, please allow me to report." Several people looked at each other, and one of them, a middle-aged man with a flat head, frowned. "Okay, you report yours and let your leader come over directly. Then take us directly there. When your leader comes, I believe he will give me a good explanation." This middle-aged man with a flat head seems to have a bad temper. He is from the Supreme People's Procuratorate and his name is Zhou Shang. His words gave people the feeling that he directly labeled the head of the branch as a stain. The staff dared not delay and reported to their superiors immediately. Chapter 70 Umbrella. After the report was made, the people in the office received a reply that someone would take them there. Sure enough, less than a minute after the phone was hung up, a team leader came jogging into the hall. "Everyone, please come this way." The team leader didn't seem that nervous. The four of them followed the team leader all the way inside, went around 2 doors, and finally arrived at a holding room. Seeing the dark detention room, Zhou Shang also became angry. When he thought of brother Lin Fan being imprisoned and suffering, he wanted to arrest him. Zhou Shang knocked on the iron door. "Lin Fan." Lin Fan inside heard a familiar voice, and he leaned against the small iron window to look out. "It really is my rescuer who has arrived. Brother Zhou." Lin Fan smiled. Zhou Shang nodded, then frowned again and looked at the team leader. "Is this your attitude towards work? You're convicting someone without any basis for truth? Release him immediately." The team leader was also unhappy when he heard the other party being so arrogant. Damn it, the person standing behind him is Xin Wuxiao. What kind of guy is this? What qualifications does Xin Xiao have to let go of the person he wants to take care of? "I'm sorry, but I can't comply. Lin Fan is a serious criminal. According to the investigation, he broke into Villa number 19 in Jinnan Bay and killed the son of a local company. The evidence is irrefutable. We are doing our job here, how can we be indiscriminate?" Zhou Shang's eyes widened, as if he had heard it wrongly. A small branch captain actually dared to confront him head-on? Okay, very good. Zhou Shang nodded and pointed at the other party's law enforcement number, 64824. "I remember your law enforcement number." The team leader still curled his lips. "This is Zhenghai. When a dragon comes, you have to coil up. When a tiger comes, you have to lie down. Using chicken feathers as a token of authority will not work. I'll say it one last time, let him go." Zhou Shang was a little angry. The team leader remained stubborn and said, "Sorry, the order from above is to let you see him, but there is no order to release him. Seeing you and that serious criminal Lin Fan acting so amiable, I have reason to suspect you're abusing your power." "I'm from the Supreme People's Procuratorate." Zhou Shang roared again. "Even if the king comes, it won't work." The team leader confronted him head-on. "You?" Zhou Shang had never felt so aggrieved and angry. "Comrade Zhou, there is something wrong with your attitude." Hong Ye frowned slightly and gave a secret warning. She was originally assigned by the higher-ups to collaborate on the investigation of a special nature. "I don't know Lin Fan either. But now the local people are so tough, which shows where the problem lies. It is intriguing that Zhou Shang actually used his power to suppress others." After hearing Hong Ye's words, Zhou Shang could only suppress his anger. Although this woman is young and beautiful, she must not be underestimated. Her family background is terrifying. She grew up in a compound. Not to mention her family background, even her childhood friends who grew up with her are not easy to mess with. Just when the situation was at a stalemate, the head of the branch arrived. "Ouch, everyone, I'm sorry, something delayed me." Sorry. The head of the branch is a slightly overweight middle-aged man. With a smile on his face, he hurried over to greet him. Zhou Shang originally wanted to give a warning. But after looking at Hong Ye, he stopped and said solemnly to the head of the branch, "Yi Jiancheng, Lin Fan's case is of great importance to the higher-ups. We were specially authorized to come and investigate the situation. I'm afraid it's inappropriate to label someone a serious criminal before we've even investigated the situation. Yi Jiancheng is an old hand, he only needs to mediate and does not need to come forward to act as the boss." Of course. If you want to interrogate me, I can do it right away." Yi Jiancheng looked at the team leader and said, "You are also stubborn. Several leaders have come from afar to investigate the case. What do you want to achieve? Open the door quickly and take the man to the interrogation room." The team leader also relaxed and went over to open the door under Zhou Shang's disdainful gaze. As soon as the door opened, Lin Fan walked out. When Zhou Shang saw the handcuffs on Lin Fan's hands, he became furious again. But he restrained himself again. He just nodded to Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled slightly. He had absolute confidence in the message he sent last night. Who doesn't have some trump cards? After all, he was the border wolf king with the rank of colonel, and he knew many important people. There are also noble people who owe favors to others. Look, just one message can solve some trivial matters. People from the Supreme People's Procuratorate and the National Security Bureau have arrived. After Lin Fan greeted Zhou Shang, his eyes fell on Hong Yi. His eyes suddenly lit up. The appearance of red leaves is really beautiful. It can actually be compared with Zhenghui Moon. Even in a serious work outfit, it still can't hide her devilish figure. Her hair is tied up high, neatly and cleanly, and her brows reveal a heroic look. Her slender eyebrows were slightly raised, adding a bit of sharpness to her beautiful face. Her facial features are as delicate and three-dimensional as sculptures, and her almond-shaped eyes are bright, revealing a determination that should not be underestimated. Her style is like the maple leaves in autumn, warm and bright, full of vitality and vigor. So beautiful. Lin Fan has always had a very good vision. If he were to give a score to the woman in front of him, she would definitely get more than 95 points. Hong Yi also noticed Lin Fan's eyes staring at her and immediately became displeased. "Watch your eyes," Hong Yi scolded. Lin Fan felt slightly embarrassed and quickly looked away. The group headed towards the interrogation room. After entering the interrogation room, 4 people interrogated one person. According to Zhou Shang, Lin Fan must be taken away today. So the interrogation is just a process. But Hong Yi's purpose was not this. As a member of the Second Bureau of the National Security Bureau, she also had useful information on Lin Fan. Otherwise, the National Security Bureau wouldn't have come. During the interrogation, a Bugatti Veyron was parked steadily in a parking space outside the police station. Shen Wuxiao came to watch the fun. With just one sentence, he could have prevented Lin Fan from leaving the house for the rest of his life. Of course, he must not be allowed to eat something as cheap as peanuts. He must die by his own hands. But things have changed. An old friend has arrived. Then you have to come and take a look. Moreover, humiliating Lin Fan at close range will not reduce the points. This was also the first meeting between Shen Wuxiao, who had transformed from Seacombe to Shen Wuxiao, in front of Lin Fan. As Shen Wuxiao walked inside, he saw many sneaky figures outside. No need to guess, you know it's from Haisha society. Nowadays, anyone who can go underground has some background. They must have learned that someone was coming from the imperial capital, so they were waiting there. For the president of Haisha society, Lin Fan must die, and only a complete death can be considered revenge. Whoever protects him is his enemy. Except for people like Shen Wuxiao who have all-powerful hands and eyes. A strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. This saying is generally true. If Lin Fan were to leave the police station today, some out-of-control construction dump trucks would appear today and drive away those who came to protect Lin Fan. Even if more people were sent down, they would give the same explanation: the dump truck was out of control. Shen Wuxiao was too lazy to bother with those people. In Shen Wuxiao's eyes, they were just playing a game. It was really a fantasy to want to overthrow the protagonist of destiny with just one force. The protagonist is not something that any Karami can handle. Chapter 71 Old Friend. When he walked in, Shen Wuxiao saw the tough team leader. When the team leader saw Shen Wuxiao, he immediately transformed into Hachiko, the loyal dog. "Mr. Shen, you are here." Shen Wuxiao nodded. "You performed well. How is it? Where is Lin Fan? Is he being interrogated?" The team leader was ecstatic that Shen Wuxiao actually praised him. It seemed that he could reach a higher level before the new year. "Yes, Mr. Shen, a few people came from the imperial capital, and it seems that they are here to protect Lin Fan. Especially that guy from the Supreme People's Procuratorate, whose name seems to be Zhou Shang. He doesn't even try to hide it, calling Lin Fan little brother all the time." Shen Wuxiao sneered. "What cats and dogs? Okay, I'll go in and take a look myself." Yes. The team leader nodded quickly. When Shen Wuxiao came, he became more confident. "I suddenly felt that confronting Zhou Shang just now was the wisest thing to do." Cool. There were quite a few staff members outside the interrogation room. When Shen Wuxiao walked in, Director Yi Jiancheng quickly stood up and greeted him. "Mr. Shen, why are you here? Come and take a look." Shen Wuxiao glanced at the interrogation room. "Is the interrogation going on?" "Yes." Yi Jiancheng nodded. "Mr. Shen, sit here." Yi Jiancheng made an inviting gesture and said to his subordinate, "Xiao Lu, go make tea for Mr. Shen." "White tea?" Shen Wuxiao glanced at Yi Jiancheng. "That's thoughtful." It's my duty. Yi Jiancheng also laughed. Interrogation rooms are generally designed with one-way mirrors. The outside can see what is happening inside, but the inside cannot see the outside. Shen Wuxiao crossed his legs and looked at the scene inside. Lin Fan sat on the interrogation chair with handcuffs on his hands. There were 3 men and 1 woman sitting in the front. Shen Wuxiao didn't even bother to look at Lin Fan, his gaze fell directly on Hongye. My figure is better now, and I'm a lot taller. The interrogation inside continued. Lin Fan's explanation from beginning to end really did not conceal a single thing. His coming to Zhonghai began after his younger brother was killed. Narrating along the way. Of course, he was rather vague about the accidental killing of Luo Han, and basically put the blame on Shen Wuxiao who led him to kill. As for the other 4 people, they had already ignored Lin Fan's appeal after hearing what happened next. They grasped one key point, Shen Wuxiao. They came from the imperial capital, and they knew exactly who Shen Wuxiao was. Damn, that's the prince of the imperial capital. Lin Fan, the Shen Wuxiao you mentioned is a native of Zhonghai? Zhou Shang asked cautiously. He is a little worried. When he received the order from above, he set off without hesitation. Brother Lin Fan has a kind character and is an outstanding warrior in the military zone. He is the Wolf King of the Tianlang Special Forces and holds the rank of colonel. Therefore, he directly concluded that Lin Fan was framed by someone. Besides, Lin Fan has a good relationship with him, so there is no reason for him to just ignore him when he encounters trouble. But now after hearing what Lin Fan said, he felt guilty. The name Shen Wuxiao is really sensitive. Not to mention him, even the people behind him would have to be slapped a few times before they could leave when facing Shen Wuxiao. Lin Fan looked at Zhou Shang and nodded heavily. Yes, he is a native of Zhonghai, and he used the alias Sikong to deceive me. Lin Fan really didn't know that Shen Wuxiao was the crown prince of the imperial capital. According to analysis, he can call the shots in Zhonghai, which means he has a deep foundation. Otherwise, how could even Gao Yulong, the top leader of Zhonghai, and Lu Ruyan and others know him? After receiving the response, Zhou Shang breathed a sigh of relief. I hope it's not Shen Wuxiao from the imperial capital. The population of Long Country is over 1 billion, so it is normal for people to have the same name, and it is not surprising. Besides, the prince of the imperial capital would not be so idle as to come to Zhonghai. Okay, I understand your request. We promise to deal with this matter severely. I'll have someone arrest Shen Wuxiao later. Zhou Shang had a righteous look on his face, and it was clear that he wanted to clear Lin Fan. In addition to Hongye and her colleagues, another person from the Supreme People's Procuratorate also expressed that the case would be dealt with severely. In fact, only Hongye knew that Shen Wuxiao was Shen Wuxiao. He has been in Zhonghai for 2.5 years, but he is not a Zhonghai person at all. This trip was just a formality for their department. This guy named Lin Fan, he is just unlucky, he is completely screwed. Of course, Zhou Shang has reached the end of his rope, but I don't know if he can escape unscathed. She was too lazy to care, and couldn't care less. Once Shen Wuxiao sets his eyes on someone, he is like a tiger waiting for an opportunity and will not stop until he has torn the opponent to pieces. The interrogation continues. Shen Wuxiao was no longer satisfied with just watching from outside. He and Yi Jianqing took a mask, put it on, then took 2 cups of tea and a chair and walked directly into the interrogation room. As soon as the door opened, the sounds echoing in the interrogation room became much thicker. Zhou Shang and others ignored the people who came in and continued asking questions. Shen Wuxiao placed the chair next to Hongye. Then he picked up the brewed tea and placed a cup in front of Hongye. Hongye was still taking notes when a cup of tea was placed in front of her. She thought it was brought in by someone from the bureau. Didn't look up. This is all normal. They were very urgent during the interrogation and went straight into the interrogation without even making tea. The people outside will naturally make it and bring it in. Zhou Shang took a look. He had said so much and was indeed thirsty. He raised his hand towards Shen Wuxiao, then looked directly at Lin Fan and continued talking in a nagging manner. I thought I would hand him the tea, but after raising my hand for a long time, it was not handed to him. This made him a little annoyed. When he turned around, he saw that the person who had just brought in tea had only brought 2 cups. 1 cup was given to Hongye, and the other cup seemed to be one he wanted to drink himself. There are really no rules. But in this situation, it was not easy for him to interrupt the interrogation. Lin Fan was also chattering and didn't pay any attention to the person who was bringing tea. Shen Wuxiao sat down on the chair and crossed his legs. Holding a cup of hot tea in his hand, he looked like an old man eating melons and chatting. Hongye sensed that the person was actually sitting next to her, and immediately made a tisk sound and frowned slightly. You really don't know how to live or die. Can anyone sit next to you? Could it be that he wants to chat with me? Hongye turned around angrily. This sight made her stunned. Even though the lighting at the interrogation location was dim and the other person was wearing a mask, she still recognized him. Isn't this the bad guy? Shin Wuxiao also blinked at her, moved closer, and lowered his voice. Yi Zi, it's been a long time since we last met. Did you miss me? Hongye's pretty face felt a little hot. She looked to the side guiltily, then quietly stretched out her leg and gently kicked Shin Wuxiao's foot at an angle where no one else could see. But it was just a kick, and she picked up the tea that Shin Wuxiao poured for her and sipped it in small sips. I was just taking notes, but now I don't know where I lost my pen. She tilted her head slightly, looked at Shin Wuxiao, and moved her mouth slightly, but no sound came out. The pink lips also have the shape of a mouth, saying, "Why are you here?" Shin Wuxiao was not polite. He moved his chair and leaned directly against the red leaves. Lowering his voice, he said, "I came to see my little lover, is that okay?" TSK. Hongye's face flushed with embarrassment. This time, she quietly stretched out her jade hand, clenched her pink fist, and hit Shin Wuxiao's thigh. Still the same dead look, so unruly. Chapter 72 Brutal and Arrogant. Shin Wuxiao has no scruples at all. He also raised his hand and gently hit Hongye. You are so annoying. You actually said that I am not serious. Poochie. Hongye almost couldn't help but laugh. But she still restrained herself well. I say, you're a senior director, and you came here to do something like this? Could it be that your stupid father arranged this again? Shin Wuxiao asked. Hongye pouted and glared with her beautiful eyes, signaling the bad guy not to talk nonsense. Your father is such a fool. He said I was flirting with you before. I called it getting close to you. Although Shin Wuxiao's whispers prevented others from hearing what he said. But the small rustling sound is still very clear. Zhou Shang was immediately unhappy. Damn it, the tea server not only didn't serve tea to me, but he also dared to pick up girls blatantly. It's simply courting death. He was already in a bad mood, so wasn't this just walking into trouble? Pause, stop. Zhou Shang raised his voice was loud and clear, and very majestic. Lin Fan was also stunned. Not only Lin Fan, but Hongye and others were also stunned. Zhou Shang stood up suddenly, and the chair was pushed to the side, making a friction sound with the ground. He glared at Shin Wuxiao, who was wearing a mask, angrily with a stern voice. This is an interrogation room. Who are you? Why are you whispering here? Are there any rules? Let your director come in. I want to ask you how you train people. Every time Zhou Shang spoke, he slammed his fingers on the table twice. Serious official tone. Shin Wuxiao was happily talking to Hongye, but was suddenly scolded. How could he possibly endure it? Shin Wuxiao also stood up and pointed at himself. Are you talking to me? Zhou Shang's brows knitted even tighter. Who else could I be talking to if not you? Stop talking nonsense to me. Let your director come in, quick. Shin Wuxiao suddenly laughed out loud. Zhao, you are so brave. Lin Fan on the other side was stunned for a moment. This voice is so familiar. When he was about to identify him, Shin Wuxiao was already standing in front of the interrogation table with his back to him. Just looking at Zhou Shang. What are you looking at? I'm telling you one last time. It's really unruly to let your director in. Shin Wuxiao was too lazy to respond and quickly took action, grabbing Zhou Shang's hair, which was not long to begin with. Press hard on the interrogation table. Bang! There was a sound of the head hitting the table. Zhou Shang's face was hit so hard that it hurt. But Shin Wuxiao was still exerting force, pressing his head hard on the table, then he bent down slightly and whispered into his ear, keep going. Zhou Shang had never suffered such humiliation before. He was furious. You are looking for death. Today I must make you pay a heavy price for your actions. This time, Zhou Shang would make sure this bastard went to jail no matter what. The charge of assaulting a special interrogator is enough to get him 8 or 9 years in prison. Shin Wuxiao grabbed a pen on the table, raised his hand, and was about to poke Zhou Shang's temple. Wuxiao, don't. Hongye also hurried forward and grabbed Shin Wuxiao's hand. Hongye knew Shin Wuxiao's temper very well. She was not trying to scare him just now. If she hadn't stopped him, the tip of the pen would have pierced Zhou Shang's temple. If you really do that, you're just causing trouble for no reason. It has no impact, but it's not worth it. Hong Ye took the pen from Shen Wuxiao's hand and quickly pulled him away. You still can't change this bad habit. There was a hint of anger in Hong Ye's voice. This dandy young master is such a mess. Shen Wuxiao was very kind to himself, but he was extremely cruel to his enemies and people he disliked. To say it is outrageous is no exaggeration. Without Shen Wuxiao's restraint, Zhou Shang also stood up quickly. His lining was soaked. My sphincter almost lost control and I peed my pants. Just now, he really felt the breath of death. Zhou Shang was still in shock and pointed at Shen Wuxiao. You, how dare you? What do you think? Shen Wuxiao responded with a sneer and took off his mask. Suddenly, that extremely handsome face appeared in front of everyone. There was a playful smirk on his face. You? Zhou Shang couldn't help swallowing and instinctively stepped back. At this moment, his mind went blank. How could he not know the person in front of him? The crown prince of the imperial capital. For a moment, he wondered if he had seen it wrong. But Hong Ye's Wu Xiao woke him up. The relationship between Hong Ye and Shen Wuxiao is there, how could it be wrong? Shen, Mr. Shen. Zhou Shang's mouth was drooling profusely and he kept swallowing. It was obviously terrifying to the extreme. I didn't expect you still knew me. I'm honored. Shen Wuxiao still smiled. I. Zhou Shang was speechless. My body was shaking uncontrollably, like sifting chaff. Only now did he realize how stupid his behavior was. If Hong Ye hadn't stopped him, no one would have asked a single question even if he had died. It's just a waste of life. Shen Wuxiao also gave a thumbs up at this time. You did a great job of interrogating people. You're very professional and aware. You kept trying to exonerate Lin Fan and put the blame on me. After saying that, Shen Wuxiao turned around and looked at the dumbfounded Lin Fan. The smile on his face grew wider. Shen Wuxiao walked over step by step, stopped in front of the interrogation chair, and placed his hands on the small table. Brother Lin Fan, we meet again. Shen Wuxiao. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, his hatred was extremely strong. I didn't call you wrong this time. But don't call me Brother Sikong anymore. Shen Wuxiao nodded. Shen Wuxiao, you will not die well. Lin Fan was very excited. When he thought about how he was fooled like a fool, how his brother died tragically at his hands, and how he had snatched Zhang Huayue away, the anger in his heart had reached its peak. I'm going to die a miserable death? That might be hundreds of years from now. Shen Wuxiao took out a cigarette and considerately put one into Lin Fan's mouth. Lin Fan turned his head and spat out. Shen Wuxiao didn't mind. He lit one himself, took a deep breath, and blew the smoke onto Lin Fan's face. Extremely insulting. Brother Lin Fan, I know you can't accept it and you have many doubts. Today, I'll use this opportunity to tell you everything. Upon hearing this, Hong Ye glared at the person outside the one-way mirror. Yi Jianqing outside understood immediately and ordered, disconnect all video and audio equipment, everyone leave. The people outside immediately dispersed. There are some things that they are not able to hear. The more they hear, the faster they die. Shen Wuxiao didn't care and continued to talk to Lin Fan. Are you wondering how your brother died and where his body is, right? Shen Wuxiao said, raising his fist, your brother's neck was broken by being stepped on, and then he was beaten to death one punch at a time. His head is smashed. He was shouting something before he died. Shen Wuxiao deliberately imitated a pitiful look. He was shouting, brother, save me, it hurts so much, save me, I don't want to die. Ha 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 ha. Shen Wuxiao's laughter resounded throughout the interrogation room, extremely arrogant. Shen Wuxiao, you are crazy. Lin Fan roared angrily, trembling all over. He really couldn't control himself. Kill, I want to kill, cut Shen Wuxiao into pieces. But it was not the right time yet, he had to endure it, he didn't know where his brother's body was. Chapter 73 Outbreak. Ding, Lin Fan completely collapses, points plus 100,000. Lin Fan has been pushed to the point where his sanity is reduced to a fraction. Points plus 100,000. Where is my brother's body? Lin Fan gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Corpses? Shen Wuxiao walked slowly, circling around Lin Fan. Let me think about it, there were too many corpses that day. Suddenly, Shen Wuxiao snapped his fingers. Oh, I remember, I've taken special care of your brother, don't worry. Lin Fan's eyes were inexplicably dazed, and he felt extremely uneasy. Shin Wuxiu said this, which definitely meant nothing good. Sure enough, Shin Wuxiu spoke, chuckled, and said, he was beaten to pieces, and his body is incomplete, but you don't have to worry. I was so kind as to have him chopped up and fed to the crocodiles. The crocodile is kept in a pond not far from the hotel. You must try your best to stay alive, go out and kill the crocodile, and avenge your brother. Shin Wuxiu was just waiting for him to collapse and explode. Lin Fan was no longer of any use. He had collapsed and lost all rationality. The only way is to maximize the points and kill him. Tonzi, formulate the mission to kill Lin Fan. Shin Wuxiu decisively communicated with the system. Ding, we're planning. The plan was successful. The mission has been issued. Kill the protagonist of Destiny, Lin Fan. The mission has no time limit. The mission condition only requires Lin Fan's death. Mission completed, reward of 1 million points. Because the host has forced the protagonist of Destiny to collapse, all of their destiny has been plundered. Upon completion of the mission, an additional 500,000 points will be awarded, along with a mysterious gift box. After accepting the task, Shin Wuxiu continued to look at Lin Fan. How is it? Are you feeling powerless and helpless? Lin Fan's breathing was extremely rapid, his whole body was shaking, and he was on the verge of hysteria. I killed your brother, and your beloved is against you. How can you live such a pathetic life? Shin Wuxiu was still provoking him with words. Ah! Lin Fan's eyes were bloodshot, as if he had gone mad. All the true energy in his body was suddenly released and spread. In one fell swoop, he broke through from the 5th level, 8th order, to the 5th level, 9th order. Shin Wuxiu, if I don't kill you, I will not be a human being. Lin Fan roared again and struggled violently. The interrogation chair that was holding him was shattered by him. The handcuffs on his hands also broke directly. Lin Fan was surrounded by true energy, which was extremely terrifying. His eyes are like those of a devil returning from hell. Shin Wuxiu, I want you to pay for your blood debt with blood. Lin Fan let out a low growl. The 4 people over there were all startled. Hongya went out quickly, got a pistol from outside and came back. He immediately opened the safety and ran to Shin Wuxiu, pointing the gun at Lin Fan. You've lost your mind, go first. Hongya reminded him hurriedly, not daring to move the gun away at all. Facing Lin Fan's bloodthirsty and oppressive eyes, she was speechless. Shin Wuxiu, this idiot, why did he provoke Lin Fan like this? No matter what, Lin Fan is a warrior, and he is at the 5th grade and 8th level, and now he is at the 9th level. How could a lazy and dissolute young man be his match? Uncle Wu didn't bring it with him either, so he just did it like that. Shen Wuxiao naturally saw Hongya's actions. This girl is still very loyal and protects him so much. Go! Shen Wuxiao, you will die. Lin Fan roared, and pounced towards Shen Wuxiao like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Hongya was shocked and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. He fired bullets continuously, but only one hit Lin Fan's body, and the rest of the bullets were all deflected by his body-protecting true power. Oh no! Why don't you leave? Hongya thought to herself that something was wrong and reached out to push Shen Wuxiao away. Shen Wuxiao took advantage of the situation to grab Hongya's hand, spun around, moved her away, then turned around and kicked Lin Fan, who was rushing towards him. Bang! With a dull thud and a powerful kick, Lin Fan flew backwards, took 5 or 6 steps, and hit the wall. Hongya was stunned, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. When did this guy become so strong? Shen Wuxiao winked at Hongya. Don't worry, your man, won't do anything without confidence. Get out. You still don't trust me. Hongya recovered from her shock and cursed, shameless. She knew that if she stayed, not only would she not be able to bring any help, but she might become a target for Lin Fan to restrain Shen Wuxiao. Shen Wuxiao is indeed crazy, but not stupid. The fact that he can do this proves that he has absolute confidence. Hongya acted decisively and left immediately. The other 3 also wanted to run away. But 2 of them ran away, and the remaining one, Zhou Shang, did not escape and was caught by Shen Wuxiao. The door of the interrogation room was closed again and locked from the inside. Mr. Shen, Shut up. Aren't you here to help Lin Fan? Help him to the end. Don't leave. Shen Wuxiao grabbed him. Then, Shen Wuxiao raised his hand and a silver-white weapon appeared. The fatal judge's pen. Lin Fan looked at the weapon in Shen Wuxiao's hand and suddenly thought of something. The deadly judge's pen. You are the judge of hell. It was you who started the demolition that day. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, and his aura surged again. Shame. It turned out that the person who had beaten him so badly that he lost all his armor and fled everywhere was Shin Wuxiao. Shin Wuxiao laughed heartily. I just came up with a code name. Who knew you would perfect it for me? Die. Lin Fan roared, his true strength bursting out from under his feet, suddenly creating a dent in the floor of the interrogation room. The floor tiles were broken and spread out in all directions like a spider web. Lin Fan's attack was so swift that it left an afterimage. The extremely powerful iron fist was packed with true strength and struck out like a cannon hammer. Shin Wuxiao smiled faintly, and suddenly reached out to grab Zhou Shang beside him. He directly blocked Zhou Shang in front of him. Lin Fan's punch was an explosive punch, and he used all his strength. He was sure that if Shin Wuxiao tried to block it, he would suffer some damage. But I never expected that the shameless bastard would actually use people to block it. Lin Fan wanted to retract his fist, but it was not that easy. If you try to unload the force forcibly, you will end up hurting yourself. Besides, the distance is too close, it's too late. Zhou Shang looked at Lin Fan rushing towards him, and was so scared that his hands were shaking and he struggled frantically. No. Boom! A powerful punch hit Zhou Shang's chest. It was visible to the naked eye that there was a big dent in Zhou Shang's chest, and his clothes on his back were torn into pieces, forming a big bump. The sternum was shattered and the heart was squeezed and stopped instantly. How could an ordinary person possibly withstand the full force attack of a 5th grade 9th order master? If Lin Fan hadn't tried his best to reduce the force, this punch packed with true energy would have easily penetrated Zhou Shang's body. Even so, Zhou Shang had no way to survive. Just holding on with one breath. Puff! Zhou Shang spat out a mouthful of blood out of inertia, all on Lin Fan's face. The hot blood poured onto Lin Fan's face, causing him to lose consciousness for a short time. Shin Wuxiao moved Zhou Shang away and slashed his leg like a knife, chopping Lin Fan's neck. It was almost broken by the kick. Ah! Lin Fan cried out in pain and flew to the left. Hit the ground again. Lin Fan, you killed your friend. He came all the way to help you, and you killed him? Shin Wuxiao pointed at Zhou Shang. Lin Fan jumped up and looked at Zhou Shang, who was dying and still spitting blood bubbles from his mouth. He felt extremely guilty. Chapter 74 Lin Fan's death. Ah! Shin Wuxiao, you despicable and cruel villain. Lin Fan's anger reached its peak. Shin Wuxiao chuckled and nodded, thank you for the compliment, but I can't do something like killing a friend. So, you and I are both ruthless and cruel. Lin Fan, look at him more carefully. That punch of yours severed his heart meridian. He only has 10 seconds left. Shin Wuxiao picked up Zhou Shang and threw him over. Lin Fan quickly caught it. Zhou Shang was indeed about to die. Lin Fan gritted his teeth fiercely. Blood was still gushing out of Zhou Shang's mouth. He grabbed Lin Fan's clothes with all his strength, run, run. With just 2 words, Zhou Shang lost his breath, his eyes widened. Brother Zhou, Lin Fan roared in grief, it's me who has implicated you. It's me who has implicated you. Lin Fan covered his eyes with trembling hands. Shin Wuxiao sneered, but he had to admire the friendship between the protagonist and the protagonist group. Even a character like Zhou Shang, who helps to support the platform, is loyal and righteous. Before he died, he asked Lin Fan to run away. Lin Fan put Zhou Shang down, and at this moment, his heart seemed to calm down. Lin Fan closed his eyes tightly, and scenes from the moment he entered Shanghai to the present kept flashing through his mind. Deception, harm and humiliation again and again. Lin Fan's aura suddenly rose, and a white mist spread out. The next second, Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils constricted, and stared at Shin Wuxiao. It's like looking at prey. He held his breath and concentrated, his eyes actually emitting a bloodshot light. Swish! Lin Fan raised his hand and the crescent moon scimitar appeared in his hand again. Shin Wuxiao, today, you will definitely die. Even if your realm is higher than mine, so what? Lin Fan roared, and the surrounding buildings seemed to be hit by an extremely terrifying force. The glass shattered, the tables and chairs were blown away, and the whole room shook violently like an earthquake. Hongye and others outside were all shocked. This is a life or death struggle. Hongye couldn't help but worry and clenched her hands tightly. Lin Fan danced with the crescent moon scimitar on the spot, and every movement left an afterimage. It made a whistling sound and stirred up gusts of wind, which was frightening to the core. The crescent-shaped scimitar in his hand flipped, the blade flashed, and white light suddenly burst out. The ground exploded and the terrifying airwave swept through again. The electronic equipment outside the interrogation room began to arc. What is he doing? Shin Wuxiu looked at him like a fool. The pre-roll time seems a bit too long. Shin Wuxiu shook his head, and the thing in his hand suddenly straightened up, and he raised one hand. Bang 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 bang. Deafening gunshots rang out. The revolver spewed out tongues of fire, and the bullet seemed to contain an incomparably domineering true force. Flashing by quickly. Lin Fan, who was still swaying forward, suddenly froze, and streams of blood spurted out of his body. His whole body seemed to be weakened and in excruciating pain. This made him stop abruptly and look down at his body. 5 blood holes suddenly appeared on his body. And it was a bloody hole that was blown open, through which you could see the exploded wall behind it. This. How is it possible? How can a firearm break my defense? Shin Wuxiu played with the Duke of Nukem in his hand, his face full of mockery. 2 coins, times have changed. If thermal weapons can't kill you, what about thermal weapons with added true power? I thought you were going to use your ultimate move, but you ended up dancing in place. Are you Xiao Wu? The Wuan dance? Frustration, regret, unwillingness, pain, torture, all emotions surged up. Lin Fan opened his eyes wide, and fell straight backwards. With a thump, he fell flat on the ground. But he wasn't completely dead. Shin Wuxiu walked forward, looked at him, and sighed. Lin Fan's eyes were filled with resentment as he managed to utter 2 words, despicable. Shin Wuxiu chuckled. The Border Wolf King was actually so naive. I'm despicable? Come on, you and I are mortal enemies, and I should talk to you about rules? Talk about the spirit of martial arts? And then fight you to the death and hurt myself? You've read too many novels, haven't you? Who says the protagonist and villain have to have a final, earth-shattering battle? Do you really think I'm stupid? My life is so precious, who do you think you are? Last time when we demolished the building, I was just playing around. Now that you've exploded, I'm going to turn you into popcorn. Lin Fan's body twitched and streams of blood gushed out. But only some hoarse sounds could be made. There was one last bullet in Shin Wuxiu's gun, aimed directly at his head. You've lived a tiring life. I'll send you to see your brother. Also, I'm very disappointed. I originally only misjudged 2 people, when Tai Lai, the Thunderhand, and Shen Jinnan, the leader of the Tiandihui. Now there's one more, and that's you. Lin Fan's eyes widened, death looming over him. Even if I am unwilling, so what? He regretted why he came in such a hurry this time and why he didn't investigate everything first. If that day, I had not easily believed the brave and righteous Sikong, would all these things have happened? Wolf King, it's just a teddy dog digging into your shoes. Shin Wuxiu decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! A violent gunshot rang out. The bullet hit Lin Fan's forehead, and his brain exploded instantly like a bursting watermelon. The blood was burned into gas by the terrifying bullet. Now even if the king comes, it will be useless. A genius of his generation, the Border Wolf King, has fallen completely. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the lucky protagonist. The story of the Border Wolf King ends. Points plus 1 million. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional 500,000 points reward and a mysterious gift box. The gift box is ready to be opened. Shin Wuxiu smiled, too lazy to take another look. He put away his gun and jumped out from the broken one-way mirror. When they got outside, Shin Wuxiu looked at Hongye, who was already standing there in shock, and couldn't help laughing. Let's go have lunch with me. Shin Wuxiu pinched her pretty cheek. Oh, you pinched me again. Hongye was angry and hit Shin Wuxiu's hand. Okay, I won't pinch your face next time. Let's go to another place. As he spoke, his eyes fell to the bottom of her neck. Hongye followed his gaze and looked at him, her body trembling suddenly. Protecting with both hands, you are so beautiful, I won't let you touch me even if I give you food. Eh? That's a good feeling. Pft, 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 at most Kong Kong. Pft, what a mess, leave, go have lunch, eat you to death. Hongye was so embarrassed that she ran out. Shin Wuxiu smiled and shook his head, then followed Hongye out. When we got outside, the law enforcement officers were busy with their own things, as if they were unaware of what was happening inside. Let's go in and wash the floor. Shen Wuxiu was very considerate. After informing them, he and Hong Ye left the police station. The law enforcement officers inside looked at each other in confusion, and after entering, they were also shocked by the scene inside. My legs feel weak. Yi Jiancheng was the first to react, saying with a serious face, Lin Fan attempted to escape from prison. When he was discovered, not only did he not surrender, he even violently resisted the law, injuring several law enforcement officers. We were forced to shoot the thugs. The others all nodded. How despicable. He actually wanted to escape and hurt others. Such a person deserves death, bah. Accompanied by a barrage of insults, this matter was buried. Lin Fan would never have thought that he would end up like this. But even so, it has nothing to do with him. Chapter 75 Chinese Restaurant. When Xin Wuxiu and Hong Ye left the police station, they saw two other people. The other two are Hong Ye's colleague and a person from the Supreme People's Procuratorate. The two of them looked at the awkward situation and stood outside, not daring to move. Seeing this, Hong Ye also went forward to meet him. Xin Wuxiu was too lazy to go over, so he walked to the parking space and drove the car. Stopped by the roadside and waited for Hong Ye to get in the car. The two men were indeed very uneasy, and more than that, they were afraid. They witnessed the whole process, and considering Xin Wuxiu's ruthlessness, they were afraid that they would never be able to go back. Director Hong, regarding young Master Shen's matter, we will definitely keep it a secret. The man from the Supreme Procuratorate looked worried. Hong Ye sighed, some things are better left unsaid. Let's stay in Shanghai for the next 2 days. Don't worry, I know him. You have nothing to do with this matter from beginning to end. He won't do anything to you. The man nodded quickly. Yes, we know it clearly. Lin Fan refused to accept the verdict and killed Zhou Shang. Lin Fan was also shot dead. Hong Ye didn't say anything more. It didn't matter whether they said it or not, and the higher-ups wouldn't investigate further. But after all, we came here together, so it's okay to say a few words to reassure them. After Hong Ye gave the instructions, she headed towards Xin Wuxiu's car. After getting in the car, it slowly drove away. In the car, Hong Ye sat in the passenger seat, just looking at Xin Wuxiu. What's wrong, my eldest lady? Xin Wuxiu smiled lightly. Wuxiu, did you come here today just to kill Lin Fan? Hong Ye asked. Xin Wuxiu shook his head. To be honest, no, I just heard you were coming and came to see you. I'm definitely going to kill Lin Fan, but I don't have any plans to kill him today. Xin Wuxiu was not lying. He just came to see his old friend and to step on Lin Fan. After all, I haven't seen Hong Ye for many years. As for killing Lin Fan, it just happened to be the right timing. Really? Hong Ye looked at him with her beautiful eyes, raising her eyebrows playfully. Really? Xin Wuxiu said seriously, we've been playing together since we were little, and I've watched you grow up there. We have such a deep bond, right? How could I lie to you? Xin Wuxiu is not a person who likes to make plans. After all, there are many factors that affect the plan, and once something goes wrong, it will affect the results. He was thinking of detaining Lin Fan for a longer period of time, humiliating him, and then fabricating all kinds of false charges to get him executed. He would be forced to break out of the police station by force, and then he would be a real S-level wanted criminal. Torture him little by little and earn more points. But the timing was right today, so I just got it done, and the result was pretty much the same. 1.5 million points was enough. Hong Ye couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. You're just talking nonsense, but I believe it. She seemed to be disgusted, but in fact she was very happy inside. Okay, enough of this nonsense. I'll take you to lunch, and then I'll take you home this afternoon. My bed is big and comfortable. Hong Ye was startled and quickly raised her arms to hug herself. You hooligan, what do you want to do? Think. Question mark. Hong Ye said, Pa. You wish. Don't be nervous. Actually, I brought you back so that you can meet my woman. Xin Wuxiu said. Hong Ye, who was secretly delighted, was stunned when she heard these words. You, woman? Yeah, let you sisters meet each other and get to know each other first, so it won't be so awkward later. Xin Wuxiu spoke very directly, without concealing his purpose. To put it bluntly, it means being without wings. But Hong Ye didn't understand this meaning. She was so excited just now, but suddenly she felt a little lost. But he still acted very naturally. Okay, let me see Master Shen's vision too. The two chatted as they headed towards the dining area. Xin Wuxiu did not take Hong Ye to any high-end place. For people at their level, they are no longer concerned about the size of the display. When eating, taste is the main thing. High-end and expensive does not necessarily mean delicious. Shen Wuxiu went to a well-established Chinese restaurant. They chose a window seat and sat facing each other. Since it is not the official lunchtime, there are not many people in the store. Scattered. What are you eating? Look, I've been to this restaurant before, and it's really delicious. Shen Wuxiu leaned back and pushed the menu to Hongye. I leaned lazily on the backrest. His eyes unconsciously fell on the table of guests not far away. The guests at that table looked like a mother and daughter. A little girl, about 5 years old, and sitting opposite her was a woman of about 25 or 26 years old. That table is indeed quite attractive. The woman is very beautiful and has a gentle temperament. Her every move reveals the feeling of a lady from a noble family. No matter how you look at her, she's a young lady from a wealthy family. Her eyes were red, but she forced a smile and spoke softly to the child. The girl had a bald head, which was obviously the result of chemotherapy. There was a small cake on their table, probably for the little girl's birthday. Shen Wuxiu just glanced at it instinctively. Soon, the dishes arrived, and Shen Wuxiu picked up some of Hongye's signature dishes. Come, try it, and don't say I'm kidding you. Hongye was a little proud and tasted it. The delicious taste blossomed in her mouth, and Hongye couldn't help but nod. Not bad, you are sincere. I was wondering if you would play tricks on me again. You little bastard, when have I ever bullied you? Shen Wuxiu laughed. The mother and daughter over there were also talking. The little girl blinked her eyes and asked the beautiful woman in a baby voice, Mom, when will Dad come back? It's Tuanchuan's birthday, isn't Dad coming back to celebrate with him? The woman was obviously asked and her mood suddenly became a little depressed. But there was still a smile on her pretty face. Tuanchuan, be good. Daddy. Daddy has something important to do, so he won't be back soon. As long as Tuan Tuan is obedient and cooperates with the doctor's treatment, Dad will appear. The little girl was very obedient and nodded heavily. Yes, Tuanchuan, I will be obedient and will definitely be good. Mom, you said before that Dad is very capable and can even fly a plane. Is that true? The woman raised her hand and gently stroked the girl's face, then replied, Yes, your father is very powerful. He is a great hero. The little girl was very happy and nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 then I'll be a good boy and wait for Daddy to come back and take me on a plane. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Shen Wuxiu, who was eating over there, naturally heard the conversation. Just pouting. Isn't this just fooling children? Look at that beauty, she seems to be hesitant to speak and looks depressed. We can roughly deduce that either the child's father is dead or he has been missing for a long time. Compared to this, I, the evil guy, am not so bad. It's better than that man who didn't come back even though his daughter was undergoing chemotherapy. But that was someone else's business, and Shen Wuxiu had no interest in thinking about it. Chapter 76 Old Routine? Shen Wuxiu was chatting with Hongye. The two haven't seen each other for a long time. Besides, Shen Wuxiu still has some thoughts about Hongye. Such a pretty beauty certainly cannot be let go. After a while, the mother and daughter at the table over there were about to cut the cake. Suddenly, a curse was heard outside the restaurant. You little bitch. I told you I couldn't find you at the hospital, but you came here to eat. Outside the restaurant, a man and a woman ran in first. The man was dressed very formally, about 50 years old, and looked quite dignified. The women were dressed in gold and silver, covered in jewelry, looking like nouveau riche. When the woman saw the person coming, her face turned pale and she looked very nervous and scared. Dad, why are you here? The woman came in and pointed at the woman's nose and cursed, Why are we here? If we hadn't come, me, and your father would have died with this little bastard. Hurry and come back with us. Young Master Lu is urging us again. Don't be so ungrateful. The middle-aged man also frowned. Yenner, do you really intend to guard that unrelated bastard for the rest of your life? I've never seen anyone so happy raising someone else's child. You're deliberately trying to piss me off to death. The woman continued, Huang Luoyan, you'd better wake up. Come back with us now. If you come back with us, we'll send this little bastard to an orphanage. If he's lucky, someone will adopt him. Otherwise, forget it. The two men were aggressive and full of momentum. Huang Luoyan also stood up suddenly. Dad, Aunt Sue, I won't marry. I promised that man that no matter how difficult it is, I will raise to Enchuan. I, Huang Luoyan, will never betray my friends. Now that something like this has happened to Tuenchuan, I will definitely not give up on her. You. The man raised his hand and was about to slap her. Seeing this, the little kid quickly jumped off the chair, stood in front of Huang Luoyan, and opened his little arms to protect her. You bad guys, don't bully my mother. The voice was childish, but the eyes were firm. You little bitch, if it weren't for you, this damn girl wouldn't be so stupid. Why don't you just die of illness? The woman spoke in a very harsh and sarcastic manner, which made many people unable to bear it. Some of the diners also said, how can you say such vicious words to a child? The guests were all complaining. Shan Wuxia was also watching. Hong Ye chuckled and asked, Master Shen, are you very interested in these family disputes? Shen Wuxiao turned his head, his gaze fell on Hong Ye's face again, and smiled, not interested. However, the development of this matter makes me feel somewhat familiar. If nothing unexpected happens, a person with a slightly higher status will appear. Ha? Hong Ye was a little confused. What do you mean? Shen Wuxiao pointed at Huang Luoyan and said, look, she's very beautiful, isn't she? Beautiful women are always coveted. Based on their conversation, it's clear that the child is not related to the beautiful woman by blood. She helped someone else raise a child, and her family opposed it. And his family said such harsh things. They must be anxious. They probably want to get close to someone. They promised to marry their daughter to someone, and now the time has come. In this case, we must give up the child first, but the beautiful woman will never obey. In this case, the person who covets the beautiful woman is about to appear. Shen Wuxiao analyzed it seriously. He had seen this kind of routine many times. Hong Ye also nodded. Hearing you say that, can I still guess that the little girl's biological father is a very powerful person? And then, when they are at their wits' end, you appear to save them? Shen Wuxiao's eyes suddenly lit up. I didn't understand it for a moment, but when I heard Hong Ye say this, it seemed to make sense. Could it be that the little kid's father is also one of the protagonists of Destiny? As he thought about it, Shen Wuxiao couldn't help but imagine it in his mind. After receiving a call for help from his daughter, the god of war returned. At the same time, 30 powerful men rushed to Dragon Country. The whole world was shocked. That man is back. But Shen Wuxiao couldn't help wanting to laugh. So embarrassing. It would be better if the god of war found out that his daughter lived in a doghouse. With a single order, 100,000 of his men built a dog farm for his daughter. However, Shen Wuxiao was too lazy to figure out such things. Anyway, if you encounter one, the system will prompt you, and then you can just kill the opponent and earn points. Who made him the luck harvester? The situation over there is getting worse and worse. Huang Luoyan argued with reason, her parents were tough, the spectators were indignant, and the little girl cried. Shen Wuxiao and Hong Ye continued eating as if nothing had happened. At this moment, just as Shen Wuxiao had guessed, a Rolls-Royce suddenly stopped outside the restaurant. A young man came down from above. There were a few tufts of green hair on his head and he looked arrogant. There were 4 bodyguards beside him. 2 of them are third-grade warriors. Shen Wuxiao recognized him. Wasn't this green-haired guy the one who wanted Lin Fan to kneel down at the business dinner? The group walked into the restaurant in such a swagger. When they saw the visitor, the middle-aged couple immediately changed their attitude. With a flattering smile on his face, Mr. Lu, why are you here? The young man known as Lu Xiao snorted coldly. I asked you to do something, but it was always raining and blowing wind. It's been 2.5 months. Are you kidding me? The middle-aged couple was startled and embarrassed. No, don't get me wrong, it's mainly because the child has a stubborn temper. We have been trying to persuade him. Persuade? How did you persuade me? Lu Tao curled his lips in disdain. By the time you've persuaded me, the daylily will be cold. What a waste. After saying that, Lu Tao walked up by himself. Of course, when they saw such a stylish young man appear, those who were complaining at the scene immediately shut up. Many people know this person, the notorious playboy, Lu Tao. They are just ordinary people, without much background, and they are not warriors, so they naturally would not do something that would bring trouble to themselves. When Lu Tao saw Huang Luoyan again, he was still deeply attracted to her. This woman is one of the few women who can move his heart. Huang Luoyan, as her name suggests, has unparalleled beauty. Lu Tao couldn't help but look at him. Her black hair was spread out casually and draped over her shoulders. The light yellow jacket and white pleated skirt made her look more ladylike. She is a fashion expert, yet gentle and charming. Her skin is as white as snow, delicate and smooth, and even without makeup, it looks white and rosy. A pair of charming almond-shaped eyes added a touch of pity to her. She has a high nose and thin, pink lips. Especially now that she's so nervous and helpless, I really want someone to hold her in their arms and get close to her. In short, Huang Luoyan can easily arouse a man's possessiveness. Lu Tao is really fascinated by her, otherwise he wouldn't have waited so patiently. If it were any other time, I would have been unable to hold back. He swallowed, a cunning smile on his face, and slowly approached. Chapter 77 Violence. Lu Tao's expression gradually became more vulgar. Miss Huang, you know I have admired you for a long time. I've always been accommodating and letting your parents persuade you, but it's really because you don't give me face. I'm here in person today, you must give me an answer. Lu Tao swallowed again and walked closer. He could clearly smell the natural and fresh fragrance emanating from Huang Luoyan. This made him feel a little hot. Huang Luoyan's face was full of disgust, especially when he saw the other person's expression. He really wanted to slap him. But she didn't dare. Lu Tao's family is also among the best in Shanghai. Her Huang family has no qualifications to fight against the Lu family. What's more, the Huang family would not stand on her side. They would rather she marry Lu Tao. In this situation, it was the little girl who spoke angrily. You bad guys, don't bully my mom, or I'll tell my dad. My father is a great hero, a peerless hero. He won't let bad guys like you go. The little girl looked like a little adult, and there was even a hint of heroism between her eyebrows. Seeing this, Lu Tao laughed out loud. Your father is a peerless hero? Even if your father is Gaia, it's useless. Lu Tao's attitude suddenly changed, and he looked extremely ferocious. It's because of you, little bastard, that Luoyan won't let go. You're really a nuisance. As he said this, he raised his hand to slap him. Don't want. Huang Luoyan was startled and quickly hugged the little girl, trying to block it for her. Because the little girl is small, you have to put your hand very low when hitting her. As a result, when the raised hand hit, it first hit the small cake on the table. A small cream cake flew out directly. With a bang, the entire cake fell to the ground and splattered everywhere. Xin Wuxiao, who was not far away and was watching the fun, was a little annoyed. Damn it, you blind guy, the cream splashed on his trouser legs. Before Xin Wuxiao could say anything, Lu Tao frowned and shook off the cream on his hands. This throw made things serious. It was actually thrown to the table where Xin Wuxiao and the others were having dinner. Braise. Xin Wuxiao frowned and picked up the white porcelain teapot on the table to pour tea. When he picked up the teapot, he didn't care how the tea poured out, and came behind Lu Tao with the teapot. Just as Lu Tao was about to threaten, he felt someone behind him. Just as he turned around, he saw a handsome man raising his hand and a teapot was thrown at his head. Bang! The teapot hit his head and exploded instantly. Blood immediately gushed out of Lu Tao's forehead, and the blood kept flowing out, sliding from his forehead to his face. Ah! Lu Tao covered his forehead and started crying. His bodyguards were also shocked and were about to attack him immediately. Xin Wuxiao grabbed one of them with each hand and pressed them directly onto the table on the other side, next to the copper pot where food was being boiled. Sizzle! The sound of skin touching the copper pot was heard, and smoke sizzled, which was extremely creepy. The layer of flesh on the bodyguard's face was cooked immediately. Ah! The screams scared everyone at the scene so much that they stood up and ran away. The Huang family was extremely shocked. Someone actually dared to attack Mr. Lu. He's finished. Lu Tao covered his forehead with his hands, his face full of resentment. How dare you hit me, you! Halfway through his words, Lu Tao became speechless. His face suddenly turned pale and his legs began to tremble. Then, under the incredulous gazes of everyone, his legs went limp and he knelt in front of Xin Wuxiao with a thud. This made everyone's mouth drop open. Xin, Mr. Xin. How could Lu Tao not know Xin Wuxiao? We just met not long ago. I just flattered someone and got into trouble today. As for Xin Wuxiao, Lu Tao didn't even dare to breathe. Although his family is not bad, it is also ranked among the top in Shanghai. But in front of Xin Wuxiao, it was just a pile of stinky dog shit. He wanted to slap himself. He took the wrong medicine today. Why did he come here? He also couldn't have imagined that Shen Wuxiu would actually eat here, even though it was just a small shop. Shen Wuxiu's handsome face was slightly frowned. Without saying anything, he pointed to his trouser leg. Lu Tao understood instantly and didn't dare to delay. He knelt forward and wiped it directly with his clothes. Fortunately, there wasn't much cream, so I finished it quickly. Shen Wuxiu didn't give up either. He pointed at the smashed cake on the ground. I hate people who waste food the most. I always eat every grain of rice in the bowl. You're wasting food. It's my fault, it's my fault. Lu Tao hurriedly turned around and knelt down, holding the smashed cake and stuffing it into his mouth. This scene shocked everyone. Who is that man, and how could he have such great power? Make the young master of the Lu family kneel on the ground, and even throw away his shame and eat the cake on the ground. It really proves the saying that evildoers need to be punished by evildoers. Lu Tao is used to being arrogant and domineering, and now he meets someone even more ruthless. He is in trouble. Huang Luoyan was also surprised. The look in his eyes when he looked at Shen Wuxiu was complicated, filled with awe and a little confusion. Shen Wuxiu was too lazy to stay any longer. He returned to his seat and looked at Hongye with a slight smile on his face. Are you full? Hongye nodded. I've seen enough, I don't want to eat anymore, let's go and meet your mysterious and charming wife. Hongye stood up and walked to Shen Wuxiu. Shen Wuxiu waved to the boss. How much? The boss was a little hesitant to accept it. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Tao offered his courtesy first. Mr. Shen, I deserve to die for offending you just now. This meal is mine. Shen Wuxiu glanced at him and said disdainfully, I'm short of that little bit of money, right? No, I. Lu Tao lowered his head quickly, not daring to say anything more. After paying the money, Shen Wuxiu and Hongye walked out directly. As for Huang Luoyan's affairs, he had no intention of paying attention to them. He is too lazy to do things like being a hero and saving the damsel in distress, unless he takes the initiative. As soon as he walked out of the door, Lu Tao followed him out like a dogskin plaster. In fact, he bravely followed. I really don't feel at ease because I didn't get a clear response from Shen Wuxiu. He couldn't sleep peacefully unless he found out whether Shen Wuxiu would take revenge on him later. It felt like there was a sharp sword hanging over his head, ready to pierce through his brain at any time. Mr. Shen, Mr. Shen. Lu Tao gritted his teeth and called out carefully. Shen Wuxiu stopped and looked at Lu Tao, whose head was covered in blood. Lu Tao smiled apologetically and bowed slightly. Mr. Shen, I'm really sorry for what happened just now. It's my fault for ruining your mood for dinner. You know you deserve to die, so go ahead and die. Shen Wuxiu never knew what politeness was when he spoke. Ah! Lu Tao froze in place, his face full of horror. Shen Wuxiu didn't have time to waste with these little karami. He was about to leave with Hongye. However, his eyes subconsciously looked at Huang Luoyan inside. Huang Luoyan was also looking at him. The two looked at each other, and Huang Luoyan hurriedly lowered his head and picked up the little girl. Shen Wuxiu also withdrew his gaze and walked directly towards the car with Hongye. Chapter 78 Lu Tao's Little Thoughts. The person who felt the most uncomfortable at the scene was Lu Tao. He is really scared now. But just now, he noticed something. That is, Shen Wuxiu seemed to be staring at Huang Luoyan. Lu Tao was already thinking of a way to remedy the situation, and then an idea suddenly occurred to him. Shen Wuxiu loved beautiful women, he knew it. I brought a super gorgeous goddess to the dinner party, and there is another one by my side today. Huang Luoyan was so beautiful that he himself was fascinated by her, so it was normal for Shen Wuxiu to fall in love with her. He just didn't show it because he had a female companion with him. Even if Shen Wuxiu didn't say it, Lu Tao couldn't be ignorant. Lu Tao woke up immediately. To remedy the situation, you have to cater to the other person's preferences. Shen Wuxiu has everything he needs. He has wealth, power, and status. Although if he wanted a woman, there were countless women who would throw themselves at him and beg him to sleep with them. But women, and super high-quality women, are on a different level. Huang Luoyan is the kind of person you can only meet by chance. Lu Tao figured it out. He could forget about Huang Luoyan, but if he could convince Huang Luoyan to let him be with Shen Wuxiu, there would be no problem at all. Not only can it eliminate Shen Wuxiu's dissatisfaction with him, but it can also make Shen Wuxiu happy. He might become Shen Wuxiu's lackey and take off directly. Thinking of this, Lu Tao's mind immediately became clear. Just do it. This time, I must do it beautifully and help Shen Wuxiu get Huang Luoyan. If Huang Luoyan disagrees, he doesn't mind using other means. Doesn't she care a lot about that so-called daughter? Then catch the little girl and lock her in a dog cage to threaten her and see if Huang Luoyan will still be stubborn. Lu Tao decided to use courtesy first and then force. He took advantage of the situation and said that Shen Wuxiu was a hero saving the beauty, and beat him up just to save her, Huang Luoyan. Opportunities don't come every day, and this is the only way to turn the situation around. Otherwise, who knows whether Shen Wuxiu will take revenge later. Just one word from someone else could overturn the foundation of several generations of his Lu family. Similarly, if he uses it well, just one word from others can make his Lu family prosperous for 100 years. This time, it is imperative and we must win. Just as he was about to go in, Huang's parents had already come out. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry about what happened today. The Huang family members looked nervous. They knew how unreasonable Lu Tao was. The man just now made Lu Tao feel humiliated, and Lu Tao is very likely to take his anger out on them. By then, it will be over. But for the first time ever, Lu Tao was very easy to talk to. He looked very embarrassed, but there was a smile on his face. Don't be nervous, I won't blame you for what happened just now. That person, let alone humiliating me, even wanted to kill me. No one in my family would dare to fart. This sentence shocked the Huang family for the entire year. Is there such a thing in Zhonghai? Even if Lu Tao was killed, the Lu family would not dare to say a word? It's so sci-fi. Lu Tao used courtesy first and then force, and part of this courtesy was to be used on the Huang family. Let them persuade first, and then speak yourself. If nothing works, just use force, capture the little girl and threaten Huang Luoyan. The little girl was already seriously ill, so he didn't believe it. Mr. Shen certainly wouldn't mind, after all, he is a ruthless person. The means are very vicious. Do you know who that man was? The Huang family shook their heads. Lu Tao said solemnly, Shen Wuxiu. Shen Wuxiu? The Huang family members were stunned. Lu Tao was speechless, so he had to ask someone else, what about Shen Guohua? The Huang family nodded immediately. Of course they knew this old man. Everyone in Dragon Country knows this, even children know it. Lu Tao said calmly, the man just now was the old man's grandson, his most beloved grandson. And his father's name is Shen Tianhong. Do you understand now? The Huang family gasped. If you still don't know the value of this, you are a fool. No wonder Lu Tao knelt down so quickly, let alone eating the cake on the ground. Even if it's a bit of a chore, you still have to stuff a few bites in. Seeing their shocked expressions, Lu Tao decided to strike while the iron was hot. From now on, I will not, nor dare to, have any ideas about your daughter, because young Master Shen has taken a fancy to her. Think carefully about whether you want to take the leap or miss this great opportunity. Contact me anytime if you have any results. After saying that, Lu Tao left immediately. He didn't have to say anything about what happened next, the Huang family would rush to do it. The Lu family is so eager to curry favor with them, and now the #1 family in Dragon Country has come. If they don't fight for it, it would be a rare event in history. Huang Luoyan in the restaurant was also a little confused. She hugged the little girl tightly. Tuanchuan, you must be scared today. Little Tuanchuan shook her head firmly. Mom, I'm not afraid. Tuanchuan is very brave. When Tuan grows up, he will definitely protect his mother. Huang Luoyan was very touched and hugged her tightly. Although Yi Tuanchuan is not her own daughter, she treats her as her own and wholeheartedly. Little Tuanchuan also asked at this time, Mom, where is Dad? If it weren't for that handsome and violent big brother, the bad guys would have beaten Tuanchuan. If Daddy were here, that bad guy wouldn't dare to bully Mommy and Tuanchuan. Hearing Xiao Tuanchuan's words, Huang Luoyan sighed secretly. How could she know where he went? He had handed the child to her and disappeared. He left without a word, leaving behind the baby Tuanchuan in his cradle and a phone number, and told him to tell him if he encountered any difficulties. During this period, Huang Luoyan did make a phone call, not to ask for help, but to inquire about the situation. But no one answered. Time flies. 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The child has grown up, but there is no news from him. Huang Luoyan also felt a little resentful. No matter what, Tuanchuan is his daughter, and he has never thought of coming to see this lovely little girl. As a father, it is very inappropriate and incompetent. If it weren't for the sake of her deceased best friend, she really wanted to scold her. On the other side, Shen Wuxiu had already taken Hongye to the Bay Villa. In the car, Hongye seemed to be very interested in asking about Zhang Huayue. In fact, I can't quite get myself excited. Occasionally he would say something sarcastic about Shen Wuxiao. I'm talking about Master Shen. When he came to Shanghai as a pure love warrior, he didn't end up with that Lu or something. What are you doing? Speaking of which, are you now flying red flags at home and colorful flags fluttering outside? Shen Wuxiao drove the car and laughed dryly. I said you have a very rich imagination. I'm a very picky eater, okay? Hongye blinked her beautiful eyes. Really? Just now in the restaurant, you looked at that beauty a lot. Don't think I didn't notice. You really don't take everyone you see? Shen Wuxiao freed his hand and rubbed Hongye's slender waist. I'm going to take everyone I see? Do you think I'm playing Pokemon? Like I said, I'm very picky about food. Of course, if you don't mind, miss, I'll take it. I've been wanting to taste your little mouth for a long time. You always stick your tongue out at me, it's so sweet to watch. Chapter 79 Dragon Country Culture, Profound and Extensive. Hongye's pretty face turned red in an instant. This bad guy is becoming more and more lawless. They were childhood friends and grew up in the same compound. I treated him as a good brother, but he actually wanted to plant me. Beast. And this idea seems to have been mentioned since I was a child. It has been mentioned so many times, but nothing has happened. Worse than beasts. Bah! You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. You just know how to take advantage of me and tease me. Just wait, when I see your woman, I will definitely sue you in front of her. Hongye folded her arms across her chest, turned her head away, and looked a little proud. Shen Wuxiao smiled mischievously, not caring at all. Go ahead and sue her. At most, she and I will have an argument at night. Hongye snorted, then, you'd better forget it. I don't want to ruin your relationship. Shen Wuxiao looked ahead, his smile growing wider. That's to enhance our relationship. Go ahead and complain, it's okay. Hongye seemed to be lost in thought. She raised her hand and hit Shen Wuxiao's arm. Then I'm going to file a complaint, and I'll also expose some of your past negative information. She was only like this in front of Shen Wuxiao. If it were someone else, they wouldn't even have the patience to say a word to the other person. Okay, explode as you like. The two chatted and unknowingly arrived at the Bay Villa. Looking at the single-family villas here, Hongye couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, this scenery is really beautiful. There's a golden beach in front of you, and a group of reefs on the right. It's a fisherman's paradise. After looking at the surrounding scenery, Hongye's gaze fell on Zhang Huayue, who was practicing in the yard. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. All the way, she was wondering what kind of beauty Shen Wuxiao's woman was. Now, even she, who is also a top beauty, can't help but be amazed when she sees it from a distance. Zhang Huayue's heroic and cold aura alone is enough to captivate people. Zhang Huayue also noticed that Shen Wuxiao had returned, and quickly stopped practicing and went out to greet him. There was no tension when the two women met for the first time. Shen Wuxiao briefly introduced each other. Zhang Huayue also extended her jade hand generously and greeted him. Hello, I'll call you Ez. I have a comrade in arms, also called Hongyi, but that's just a code name. Hongye hurriedly shook her hand. Sister Yu, hello, your hands are so soft. Zhang Huayue was also surprised, and his speech sounded a bit like Shen Wuxiao. He's quite familiar. But this is also good. Since Shen Wuxiao brought her back, she is most likely his woman. It's windy outside, let's go inside first. Zhang Huayue held Hongye's hand and walked straight in. Instead, Shen Wuxiao was left aside. Shen Wuxiao shook his head and followed with a smile. When they got into the villa, the two women sat on the sofa and chatted. Sister Yu, you are so beautiful. No wonder that guy is so obsessed with you. If I were a man, I would also fall at your feet. Hongye is quite cheerful in front of her own people. My current state is completely different from my state at work. You are very beautiful too. Zhang Huayue was a little inferior in terms of complimenting people. But what he said was still from the heart. The red leaves are really beautiful, but it's also a bargain for that bad guy Shen Wuxiao. Women's friendship is rather peculiar. They seem to become familiar with each other very quickly. Shen Wuxiao looked at them. They got along so harmoniously, which was not bad. If I can deal with Hongye later, I won't have to worry about any conflicts between them. Well, I'm going to take a shower. Zhang Huayue looked over and asked, do you want me to help you wash? No need. Oh. Zhang Huayue responded and continued to hold Hong Ye's hand, talking and laughing. Shen Wuxiao felt that he was a little redundant. He rubbed his neck and walked straight towards the room. The two women chatted a lot. Zhang Huayue also learned that Hong Ye and Shen Wuxiao were childhood friends. This time they ate the grass in their own backyard quickly and efficiently. Hong Ye also talked to Zhang Huayue about some of Shen Wuxiao's past. The more we talked, the more excited we became. Sister, you don't know that Wu Xiao is always stingy with me. Ah? Zhang Huayue was stunned. They suddenly talked about this. This sister is so direct and bold. Zhang Huayue covered her mouth in slight surprise. He treated you the same way? Hong Ye pouted. That's right. I'm so annoyed. He's also stingy when he's with you. Can you stand him like this? He won't change this bad habit. Some images emerged in Zhang Huayue's mind. Now that you've asked this, there's nothing to hide. We're sisters after all. She didn't comment, but nodded slightly. Not often, actually. When the mood is right. Having said that, Zhang Huayue suddenly felt something was wrong. Eh? Wait, you mean Wu Xiao is stingy, right? Yes, what else? Hong Ye nodded, and a small question mark popped up in her little head. Zhang Huayue blushed and raised her hand to cover her smooth forehead. My sister was just complaining, but she actually went off track. It must be that bad guy Shen Wuxiao who led me astray. Zhang Huayue smiled bitterly and said, No, fortunately, he is very generous to me. As she spoke, she stood up quickly. I'll go get some fruit. It's such a sin. How could I even think of that? It's so embarrassing. Oh. Hong Ye responded. Zhang Huayue hurried to the kitchen. When I ran over, I accidentally kicked over the trash can and didn't even bother to clean it up. Hong Ye also felt strange when she saw Zhang Huayue's hurried back. Sister Yu's face is so red. Is it because you think Shen Wuxiao is too stingy and embarrassed? Not really, he's not a stranger, and that guy isn't too stingy, he's just too lazy to spend money. Just as he was thinking this, Shen Wuxiao came out of the shower. He saw Hong Ye sitting alone on the sofa and asked, Why is Yu so anxious? Hong Ye pointed to the kitchen. Sister Yu went to get some fruit. Shen Wuxiao looked towards the kitchen. You're in such a hurry, are you sure you're going to get some fruit? She was going to get some fruit, but I don't know why she was in such a hurry. Hong Ye shook her head. We were just chatting, and she ran away while we were chatting. Hong Ye explained it directly. That's the truth. Really? Shen Wuxiao smiled, sat on the sofa, picked up the teacup and took a sip. What were you guys talking about? You ran away. Hong Ye blurted out, We didn't talk about anything, we talked about your stinginess. Puff, cough cough cough. Shen Wuxiao choked and looked at Hong Ye in surprise. No, I just went to take a shower. You two are so close, and she told you all these things. Hong Ye was confused again. Is the matter of Shen Wuxiao being stingy really serious? Hong Ye looked at Shen Wuxiao. You are so surprised too, it seems to be true. You are so stingy even when you are with her. I really admire you. You are a member of the Shen family. Shen Wuxiao was speechless, but nodded. What does this have to do with whether I am from the Shen family or not? It's just our little couple's business. Why are you asking so many questions? Of course, if you don't mind, I can do that to you. Hong Ye snorted. It seems like you weren't that kind to me before. Question mark. Shen Wuxiao frowned. Don't accuse me, when did I? Shen Wuxiao also reacted. You mean I'm stingy, right? Aren't you stingy? Hong Ye snorted. Shen Wuxiao now understood why Zhang Huayue suddenly ran away. It seemed that she was just like him and didn't react for a moment. Chapter 80 Concept Skills. Shen Wuxiao really couldn't help laughing. I own shares in half of the entertainment venues in the capital. You guys never spend any money when you go there, and yet you still call me stingy. Lolialu. Hong Ye stuck out her tongue. It's a different nature. We were having dinner together before, and as soon as the food was served, you flipped the table over, saying even a dog wouldn't eat it, and then left. You're clearly stingy. Zhao. Shen Wuxiao was too lazy to speak. Soon, Zhang Huayue came out with some fruit. But he has recovered. It seems that he has adjusted his mood after going to the kitchen just now. Wu Xiao, you're swearing again. Are you bullying Yi Zi? Jiang Huayue put the fruit on the coffee table and was about to sit down when Shen Wuxiao suddenly took her over. She sat on his lap immediately. Jiang Huayue struggled a little, but couldn't break free, so he gave up. But there is always a feeling of showing affection. Shen Wuxiao smiled brightly. How could I bully her? I was just chatting with her about how stingy I am. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huayue quietly reached out and pinched Shen Wuxiao's waist. But he didn't use any force, it was more like a warning. Shen Wuxiao didn't care and deliberately asked, just tell me, is your man stingy or not? Yes, sister you say it, your answer is very pertinent. Hong Ye was silly and didn't understand. Jiang Huayue was also speechless. Why can't I get through? It's not right to say that I'm stingy, but it's not right to say that I'm not stingy either. Shen Wuxiao acted mean and deliberately stretched out his palm, turning it over and then looking at the back of his hand. Hey, tell me, do my middle and ring fingers look like the fingers of the General FHO in the Tomb Raiding movies? They're so long. Those FHO Zhonglong Jiang are really good. They put their fingers into the mechanism, and with a few quick swishes, the mechanism opens. Ah? Hong Ye was still confused. Did the topic change so quickly? We're already talking about tomb raiding movies. Jiang Huayue glared at him fiercely. This bastard must have done it on purpose. Hong Ye still didn't hear anything. However, he still asked with concern, Sister Yu, have you ever been wronged by being with him? Jiang Huayue smiled gently. Just as he was about to speak, Shen Wuxiao couldn't control his mouth again. Yi Zi, you don't know how difficult it is for the two of us. Ah? Hong Ye was a little surprised. Why is it not easy? Could it be that their relationship is not going well? Shen Wuxiao sighed, actually, I have always been shrouded in the shadow of your sister Yu. From the beginning, I have been trying to survive in the cracks. No way. Hong Ye was surprised again. Sister Yu was so beautiful, gentle, generous, and decent. Could she be a domestic abuser? Not at all. But it's not easy for your sister Yu either. You know my temper. So she can be said to be living under the stick. Jiang Huayue couldn't help but open her mouth and looked at Shen Wuxiao in surprise. Damn, you little cutie. The red leaves are like white paper, and I am strolling around on a bicycle. He, on the other hand, had already drifted back from Bainbuluk. Look at that girl, she was so surprised that she could fit an egg in her mouth. Is this the difference between the first layer and the atmosphere? Yi Zi, why don't we go out for a walk together and buy some of your favorite food? I'll cook tonight. Jiang Huayue felt that she could no longer let Shen Wuxiao talk nonsense. Hong Ye is smart, so it's better not to learn things that she shouldn't learn. Hearing this, Hong Ye nodded repeatedly, okay. Then it's me. Shen Wuxiao pointed at himself. Play by yourself. After saying that, Jiang Huayue stood up, walked to the sofa, and took Hong Ye's hand. The two sisters just walked out and didn't care about him at all. Shen Wuxiao was relieved. Both of them are very capable and will not be bullied. Shen Wuxiao, lying on the sofa, closed his eyes. Now that Lin Fan is dead, the story about Lin Fan is automatically cleared. The new protagonist should appear soon. But Shen Wuxiao is not sure what type it is. By the way, I still have a mystery gift box that I haven't opened yet. Shen Wuxiao thought of the system's reward. Tongzi, open the mysterious gift box for me. Ding, okay host. Opening. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Vajra hand. By channeling true energy into both hands, the Vajra hand will automatically activate. Hands like Meteorite Iron, Indestructible, Upgraded Martial Arts, can destroy the host's own realm level, as well as all bladed weapons below the host's own realm with bare hands. Is this considered a martial art or a weapon? In theory, they can be used as weapons. Mysterious gift box, is this all it is? And congratulations to the host for obtaining the active concept skill, 100% barehanded blade catch. The function is that under any circumstances, the host can 100% withstand the opponent's first sharp blade attack, regardless of perspective. Damn, this and that Vajrapani are a perfect match, right? Can be used in combination. Note, active concept skills have a cooldown period for a single target. That is to say, if someone attacks me, I will definitely take the first blow, and then it will cool down. Yes, the cooldown period is 15 minutes, but it won't affect you if you change someone else, and so on. That's pretty impressive. Even if a 9th rank Grandmaster comes, I'll have to take the first blow. Anything else? One more thing. Congratulations to the host for receiving a free battle card. Exemption card, one-time use. As long as the host takes out this card and applies for exemption, the opponent, regardless of their realm or hatred, will stop fighting and choose to fight next time. Use and destroy. Damn, this is still a concept card. With this battle exemption card, I can slap a 9th grade, 9th order Grandmaster. He can't fight back anyway. Yes, host, but you must be aware that you are in a high-level martial arts world. For now, the host has only encountered low-level children of luck. The cultivation levels of martial arts in this world are 9 levels, from the 1st to the 9th level, but there are many more realms above that. Above the 9th rank Grandmaster are the martial prime ministers, martial generals, martial marquises, martial kings, martial patriarchs, martial honored, martial emperors, semi-saints, saints. The real masters have not yet emerged. Only then will they become truly high-level martial artists. Grandmasters will only be considered as the beginning of martial arts. Shen Wuxiao naturally knew this. For him, he was just wandering around the entrance of the novice village and had not yet gone to the town. From high to low, saint, semi-saint, emperor, lord, patriarch, king, marquis, general, prime minister, the road is really fucking long. Is there anything else in the mysterious gift box? No more. A mystery gift box can only give you 3 at most and 1 at least. Okay, that's enough. Shen Wuxiao was a little anxious to try this 100% surefire way of catching a blade with his bare hands. With a sudden thought, he picked up the fruit knife on the table and smashed it against the wall. Then he quickly turned his back. The knife collided, bounced back, and stabbed towards Shen Wuxiao. Shen Wuxiao deliberately emptied his body to avoid being affected by anything. But the next second, he seemed to be out of control and suddenly turned around and raised his hand. Choke! With a crisp sound, the flying fruit knife was automatically caught by Shen Wuxiao's palms. Damn, that's really shameless. Chapter 81 Game. While Jiang Huayue and Hong Ye were out, Shen Wuxiao had nothing to do, so he chose to play games. His Bay Villa is very large and has many entertainment facilities. There are gyms, K-rooms, movie theater rooms, COS rooms, and of course an e-sports room. I started a game of LOL and chose Aurelia as the top laner. Shen Wuxiao also fought very vigorously. But the more he fought, the angrier he got. Under the anticipation of all his teammates, he silently typed, "Grandma said, what the hell are you doing with that God of War, Dad? Throw a sausage at the keyboard, even a dog can play better than you." After fighting for a while, Jiang Huayue and Hong Ye also came back. As soon as they entered the door, they heard Shen Wuxiao cursing. Hong Ye was also curious, so she ran in and saw Shen Wuxiao typing on the keyboard. She took a closer look and almost laughed. Shen Wuxiao said a long string of words and went out in a flash. 96 years old, love 6, 9 blade dancer, are you using a 2G network, War God Dad? I disconnected 5 times in 10 minutes and didn't even make it to a team fight. War God Daddy explosive genius, I'm in Kunlun Mountain, so of course the signal isn't very good, hee hee. Cute girl Gwadi Gang Dragon Blood Warrior, you are still Kunlun Mountain, but you are just a Koan egg. Go back and practice for 2.5 years before coming back to play. White belt is very abnormal Soul Chain Warden, just click it. If we keep fighting, the other side will start to ask for a disciple. War God Daddy Explosion Genius, there is no surrender, only death in battle. My feet stink, who is Levin Glory Executioner, you are fighting an egg waffle, you are 08, what the hell are you fighting for? All 4 of them were criticizing the God of War Dad. God of War Dad Blasting Genius, you are arrogant on the internet, and your life and death are unpredictable in reality. In the game, you are 08, but in reality, I am countless 0. Abnormal Vaginal Discharge Soul Chain Warden, you're going to tell me all the secrets, right? You're still a nanny, so put your daughter in a dog cage. The War God Daddy the Blasting Genius indicated that the enemy had disappeared. The War God Daddy the Blasting Genius indicated that the enemy had disappeared. God of War Dad quits the game. Seeing that game character being scolded and forced to quit the game, Shen Wuxiao was speechless. This time, I naturally lost. Hong Ye was laughing on the side. She originally wanted to help Jiang Huayue clean up the dishes, but it was still early, so she thought about playing a few games with Shen Wuxiao. We're all newbies, I'll play a game with you. Hong Ye directly turned on the computer next to her. She had played games with Shen Wuxiao before, but she stopped playing after she started working. There is not that much time. Hongye logged into his account and chattered away. Our bottom lane duo is invincible. You Ash, my nanny. Shin Wuxiu was stunned. Love. The main thing is that you didn't let me try. Hongye paused, as if she didn't react. Shin Wuxiu didn't point it out, but smiled and said, I like the hard-fought top lane. I'll go top lane. I'm Nasu's, what about you? What? Shin Wuxiu turned his head away. Hongye stopped talking this time. I finally understood. He takes advantage of me even when playing a game. This bastard is such a bully. Shen Wuxiu just smiled secretly. But soon I saw Hongye's ID online. A male monkey with super strong sphincter in Mount Hime secretly ate his deceased wife's tribute in the middle of the night and had diarrhea. He is now online. Oh my god, why is your name so long? Oh, I called their headquarters and asked them to change it. I want to change it too. I want to change it to 96-year-old old man with long eyelashes encounters a 69-year-old giant lizard eating a fat pig alive in the wild. The two looked at each other, smiled slightly, and started a game directly. At the same time, in Longhua, in a temporary camp at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, Yi Qingfeng was sitting in front of a computer with not very good network connection. Looking at the page where the network is connecting, I got furious. The signal in Kunlun Mountain is really too poor. After working so hard for so many years, I finally had some time to relax and play a game, but I got scolded. Yi Qingfeng was speechless, but he was not very angry. Years of hardship have already made him extremely mature. There are very few things in the world that can move his mind. When the network connection is established, it is shown as failed. Yi Qingfeng simply stopped playing, walked out of the tent, opened his arms towards the Kunlun Mountains, closed his eyes, and felt the cold wind on his face. The air of home. Yi Qingfeng was not in Kunlun Mountain before, but was carrying out a secret mission abroad. It was a 5-year secret mission. Just a day ago, the mission was completed and the group returned to Dragon Country and settled in Kunlun Mountain, preparing for the awarding ceremony 2 days later. After feeling it for a long time, Yi Qingfeng put his hand into his inner pocket. A small stuffed bear was taken out. The plush bear is a bit old, but it is very clean. Looking at the palm-sized plush bear, a gentle smile appeared on his resolute face. This little toy was in my daughter's cradle and was the first toy she ever held in her hands. Whenever he saw it, Yi Qingfeng felt as if he saw his daughter babbling adorably. To others, this stuffed bear might only be worth a few dollars. But for Yi Qingfeng, it contains his longing for his daughter and his belief in survival when his life is hanging by a thread. There were many times when he was in danger, but he relied on the stuffed bear to stand up again and again. It's been 5 years, my dear daughter. Daddy will be back to you soon. Yi Qingfeng's tone was extremely gentle. It seems to add a touch of warmth to the cold Kunlun Mountains. After looking at it for a while, Yi Qingfeng put the plush bear away. His eyes changed in an instant, revealing a strong murderous intent. His daughter was the apple of his eye, but his beloved had left him forever. The culprit behind all this is still alive and well. That was 6 years ago. 6 years ago, his cousin Yi Qingyun, in order to fight for the family inheritance, conspired with his fiancée Gula to frame him. Originally, he was drugged to commit a crime against an innocent woman and leave evidence. Then find a reason to eliminate him and kill him. But at the critical moment, he escaped with his extraordinary perseverance. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer and was rescued by a kind-hearted girl. Helplessly, under the influence of the drugs, he killed his savior. That night, you didn't reject me. That night, I hurt you. When he woke up, he saw the red on the bedsheet, and the girl was gone. At first, Yi Qingfeng tried to find it and make amends. But then, I gave up completely. I dare not. He also didn't want to implicate the girl. It was because his cousin who stabbed him in the back inherited the family lineage and defected to the Shin family in the imperial capital, becoming a running dog of the Shin family. He was completely unable to compete with his cousin, and was instead given a kill order. For a whole year, Yi Qingfeng was avoiding being hunted down. Until someone above ran out of resources and secretly protected him, on the condition that he would go abroad to complete a secret mission for the person above. For 5 years. Chapter 82 Past Grudges. Yi Qingfeng refused at first. Until one day, an old man brought a baby in swaddling clothes. The baby is already 1 month old. The old man said it was his child. Yi Qingfeng also recognized that it was his child at first sight. Because they looked so much like him, almost like they were carved from the same mold. We learned from the elders that the child's mother was named Sun Yan and the baby was named Tuanchuan, which means reunion. The cousin of the Yi family got the news from somewhere and said that it was Sun Yan who saved Yi Qingfeng that year. On the day of the baby's full moon party, they planned to capture Sun Yan and force Yi Qingfeng out. However, while arresting her, he accidentally pushed Sun Yan out of the 5th floor window of the hotel. Blood splattered on the spot. As for handing the child over to his father, this was the child's mother's last wish before she died. That day, Yi Qingfeng cried like a fool after learning the truth. Full of guilt, desolation, grief and despair. Sun Yan's death was caused by him. The guilt in his heart burst out, so he ignored the danger and secretly went to the funeral with the child. But he could only watch from afar, his heart broken. Who could possibly understand? That is, at the funeral, he saw Wang Luoyan, who cried even harder than him. I fainted from crying several times. Relying on his connections with the upper echelons, he also investigated the relationship between Huang Luoyan and Sun Yan. Although they are just close friends, they are better than family members. At this point, I started to think about handing the child over to her to help raise. He wants revenge, he wants his daughter to live a peaceful life, and he wants to eliminate those who want to kill him. Then you must become stronger. You must have your own resources and capabilities. Therefore, Yi Qingfeng resolutely agreed to the request and started a 5-year campaign. During this period, he also rushed to Zhonghai and met Huang Luoyan. At his request, Huang Luoyan took in the child of Sun Yan and Yi Qingfeng. She also began a 5-year life of being looked down upon. She couldn't tell anyone the child's true identity and could only say that he was adopted. But how could outsiders believe that a girl in her early 20s would adopt a child? Now, time has passed and Yi Qingfeng has returned in glory. Now he has the ability to dominate everything. But I don't have the ability to resurrect my lover. So, he could only take good care of his daughter, and then avenge my lover. At the same time, we must also thank Huang Luoyan, who has been silently contributing for 5 years. Yi Qingfeng stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the mountain peak in the distance, remembering the bold words he had said when he left. I was born to be a mountain, not a stream. I want to look down at the mediocre valleys from the top of the peaks. I was born a hero, not a nobody. I stand on the shoulders of great men and look down upon the humble cowards. Now, he only wants to say, wait until autumn comes on September 8th, my flowers will bloom and all other flowers will die. The Yi family, Yi Qingyun, and the Ji family, Jiula, I, Yi Qingfeng, am back. A simple sentence contains endless murderous intent. He awakened. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qingfeng raised his hand and punched out. A terrifying gust of air emanated from the fist and hit the pile of rocks not far away. The pile of rocks exploded instantly and shattered into pieces. Looking at the pile of broken stones, Yi Qingfeng smiled coldly, as if he saw the end of his enemy. He turned around and went back into the tent. Not long after Yi Qingfeng entered, a man came over holding a bundle of firewood. When he saw the pile of rocks that had been blown away, he threw down his firewood and started cursing. Fuck you! Which foolish bastard kicked down the pile of stones I had worked so hard to build? Don't you know that this is a plateau and it's hard to cook food? Blanch it! Don't let me see you. If you let me see you, I will wash you in a minute. After the man passed by cursing, he could only squat down again and pile up stones. Time passes quietly in Zhonghai, in the Bay Villa. The atmosphere is a bit weird. Hongya, who was originally happily playing games with Shen Wuxiao, now ran to the kitchen to help Zhang Huayue cook. Shen Wuxiao sat on the sofa outside, speechless. Blanche. In the last game, both teams were wiped out, leaving only Hongya. You can clearly win, just 2 clicks of the mouse will make the enemy crystal explode. But Hongya ran to the entrance of the spring and danced in mockery. Click on the crystal and you will flash to the fountain to put the golden body in the cup. As a result, the attack was not enough, the crystal did not explode, and he was killed by the fountain. They came back to life, teleported 3 of them to our high ground, and forced the attack. Blanche. Playing games hurts feelings. No wonder some of the guys in the 5th row of the internet cafe go in happily and ignore each other when they come out. Never play with her again. Hongya in the kitchen also pouted. He seemed to be helping out, but in fact he was regretting the game he had just played. Yi Zi, what's wrong with you? You seem so depressed? Did Wu Xiao bully you? Jiang Huayue was a little confused. Although I just met Hong Ye today, I can see that she is quite cheerful. We just went out shopping together, and when we came back we were jumping around and playing games. But after playing the game, she stopped talking and kept pouting. Hong Ye nodded aggrievedly. Yes, he thinks I'm too bad at playing games. Jiang Huayue was speechless. They were both so old, yet they were still quarreling over playing a game. Okay, I'll go out and talk to him later, it's okay. Jiang Huayue smiled gently. Hong Ye nodded repeatedly. We must talk to him properly. For dinner, Jiang Huayue prepared 6 dishes and a soup, which was very sumptuous. In the past, she would never have had the time to cook. But now it's different. She feels that cooking for her loved ones is a very happy thing. The atmosphere at the dinner table was quite good. The relationship between Xin Wuxiu and Hong Ye is the kind where they can afford to joke around. Naturally, there will be no quarrels over games. Xin Wuxi ate and asked casually, Yi Zi, your mission here has failed. When will you return? Hong Ye stopped eating suddenly, swallowed the food in her mouth, and looked at Jiang Huayue with grievance. Sister Yu, did you hear that? He's chasing me away. Oh my god. I've only been here for 1 afternoon, and he's already rushing me out. Nema. Xin Wuxiu was really speechless. You are talking nonsense. I mean, if I don't go back so soon, I will take you out to play. Jiang Huayue also smiled secretly, but did not interrupt. Is that so? Okay then, Hong Ye thought for a moment, then let's go to the club, preferably one with more complete facilities. She seldom went to those places. When she was in the imperial capital, she didn't even go to some high-end clubs when her friends from the compound invited her. It's really because my family is too strict. Now that I'm in Shanghai, I naturally have to let Xin Wuxiu take me there. Okay, let's go after dinner. For Xin Wuxiu, this condition was just a matter of words. In Shanghai, he actually doesn't look down on even the most upscale places. But there is no problem in going there for entertainment. The club is basically only for entertainment, whether it is chess and cards or karaoke, it is a combination of all entertainment. In better places, there are also golf courses. Of course, business done openly and secretly should not be confused. There are also many people selling meat. After dinner, Xin Wuxiu was about to ask his men to drive over to pick him up. But Hong Ye rejected it. She insisted that no outsiders were allowed, not even the driver. Helplessly, Xin Wuxiu played the role of driver again. There were a few cars parked in the garage anyway. Chapter 83 What I Saw at the Club. Xin Wuxiu drove Jiang Huayue and Hong Ye to a club called Zhoujiu Jizuan in Shanghai. This club is considered the largest one in Shanghai. After parking the car in the parking lot, there were already 2 lines of people waiting at the door to greet us. Each of them is a beautiful girl with a graceful figure. They bowed slightly to express their warm welcome. The club's manager stood at the front with a fawning smile on his face. Whenever Xin Wuxiu wanted to go somewhere to play, he would just call his subordinates and tell them, and everything would be arranged naturally. He doesn't need to worry at all. Mr. Xin, it is a great honor for us to have you here. Mr. Xin, the 2 young ladies, please come in, please come in. The manager had a huge smile on his face, which was totally out of place with his formal attire. But when Hong Ye heard the manager calling the 2 young ladies, her face turned red. She is not. However, Xin Wuxiu and Jiang Huayue didn't seem to react, so she just accepted it and didn't correct them. The decoration inside the club is indeed luxurious and grand. The magnificent hall and the carved marble steps show luxury, the carpets cover the ground like clouds, and the jade statues exude elegance. The background is majestic and grand, and the hundreds of square sacred tiles present an endless and stunning sight, while the handmade ceramics add a rich historical feel. No wonder intellectuals and old professors like to go to clubs to study academic subjects. As for learning a foreign language or something else, that is extra homework. Mr. Xin, should we go have some tea first, or? The manager asked carefully. If Xin Wuxiu was the only one here today, he would definitely ask first if he needed to go to the back. But she brought a woman with her, so of course I couldn't ask. I'll play freely, you go away. Xin Wuxiu said, and took Jiang Huayue and Hong Ye to the 2nd floor. The manager looked at the backs of the 3 people and breathed a sigh of relief. He was very afraid of Xin Wuxiu, a young master with a strange personality and unpredictable mood. If he accompanied me the whole time, it would be really scary. If anything went wrong, I would be killed. Fortunately, Shen Wuxiu is free to act, and as long as the club is not demolished, let him do as he pleases. The protagonist today is Hongye, so naturally everything depends on Hongye. On the second floor, Hongye was also thinking and struggling. Shen Wuxiu and Jiang Huayue were naturally accompanying him. While walking in the aisle, a man and a woman came out of a large private room with a karaoke room attached. The man and woman were kissing in the aisle, it was so passionate. Shen Wuxiu and the others just glanced at it and were not surprised. However, among the kissing man and woman, the woman was a little dazed, looking at Shen Wuxiu's back. The next second, she quietly took out her cell phone and took a picture of Shen Wuxiu's back. "Baby, what's wrong?" The man was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner who spoke poor dragon language. The woman smiled coldly, "That man is my best friend's boyfriend. I didn't expect to catch him messing around outside." "John, someone's paying for tonight's consumption." The woman looked very happy. She returned home today and invited many old classmates to come here for entertainment. Listening to the flattery from her old classmates, she became arrogant and has spent a total of more than 800,000 yuan so far. In fact, a single night's spending in this club starts at hundreds of thousands. For them, they may be able to afford it, but if they can save, they will naturally save. The woman took out her cell phone, opened the chat software, and found a chat window with the note "Ching Ching." Then, he edited a string of words, "Ching Ching, I'm back home today. I'm at the JoJo Supreme Club. Do you have time to come over and sit with me? I'll tell you a big secret by the way." The message was sent, and after waiting for a while, no one replied. The woman had no choice but to re-enter the private room. Later, I will pretend to meet him by chance and catch Shen Wuxiu fooling around outside. He will certainly please himself. You know, Shen Wuxiu always responds to Lu Qingqing's requests. Besides, he is very rich, and as Qingqing's best friend, it is reasonable for me to let him spend money. Here, Hongye has already made her choice and said she wants to take a red wine bath with Jiang Huayue. When they arrived at the independent bathroom, the three of them began to pour red wine into the small pool. People usually take a red wine bath in a bathtub so that the space is not wasted. And the ratio of wine to water is relatively large. About 8 bottles, that's about it. But Hongye directly chose the small pond and filled more than 80 bottles. These are nothing, just tens of millions of pocket money. The most important thing is that Shen Wuxiu has no share. He also wanted to hang out with them. The main point is not to waste. His thriftiness was opposed by Hongye. This is too much. Hongye didn't want any outsiders present, so they poured the wine themselves. Fortunately, he helped pour the wine just now. He worked so hard. If she wasn't my childhood friend, I would have grabbed her and thrown her out today. Helpless, Shen Wuxiu could only drink tea by himself. From the independent bathhouse to the tea room, you need to walk back a distance. Shen Wuxiu didn't get the chance to take a red wine bath with them, so he was a little depressed. That pond is quite big, why can't it accommodate me? This was the first time that young Master Shen felt that the world had such great malice towards him. Crying to death. As he was passing through the aisle, he saw a figure in front of him, walking towards him gracefully. PG is twisting and turning, damn beaker. She looked at Shen Wuxiu with a slight smile on her face. This woman is the one who was secretly photographed just now. Lu Qingqing's best friend, Chen Li. When she walked in front of Shen Wuxiu, she raised her hand, waved it gently, and greeted him, "Hello, I didn't expect to meet you here." Bang! Before he finished speaking, Shen Wuxiu slapped him in the face with his backhand. After the slap, Chen Li flew out at an angle and fell to the ground, her lips were broken and some blood oozed out. My head is buzzing too. Shen Wuxiu didn't even bother to look at her and just walked forward. At the same time, he shook his hands and said, "Are you blind? The road is so wide, but you insist on walking in front of me. If your eyes are useless, just donate them." Damn it! I got putty all over my hands after getting slapped. What bad luck! Chen Li's delicate hair was messed up, but she still stood up and chased after him. Shen Wuxiu, how dare you not recognize me? Chen Li seemed very angry. When he was pursuing Lu Qingqing, I was always there, but now he is pretending not to know me. Shen Wuxiu looked over when he heard his name being called. Chen Li was angry, her chest heaving up and down. Shen Wuxiu also recognized her at once. He forgot to kill this woman. In the past, Lu Qingqing had often made things difficult for me, but she had also taken advantage of me a lot. It was really his fault for letting her live now. Although that Shen Wuxiu was not me, I had to bear the shame. It's you! Shin Wuxiu said with a smile on his face, I haven't seen you for a long time. Someone in your family died, so are you going to observe the mourning period? Chanli was stunned. Why is Shin Wuxiu so poisonous? In the past, it was easy for Lu Qingqing and I to control him. What nonsense are you talking about? I went abroad and returned home, do you understand? Chanli frowned, very angry. Shin Wuxiu nodded, oh, I see. Others who go abroad are supposed to be returnees. You go abroad, basically just to make money in a different place. You are an old turtle. Chapter 84 Pride. Chanli really didn't expect Shin Wuxiu to speak so aggressively. But she recalled how she and Lu Qingqing had easily controlled him, and also when Lu Qingqing had chatted with her some time ago and said that Shin Wuxiu actually wanted to marry her. Or was it she who taught Lu Qingqing that don't let a man succeed easily, otherwise he will definitely not cherish you? Lu Qingqing had someone else in her heart, and she also expressed her full agreement and was determined to keep it hanging. She and Lu Qingqing were on the same side, and now her sister's fiancé actually dared to talk to her like this. She just sneered, Shin Wuxiu, you're quite good with your mouth. If Qingqing knew you humiliated me like this, what do you think would happen? Shen Wuxiu paused. This woman doesn't even know that Lu Qingqing is dead. That's right, if they knew, they wouldn't dare to come up to me and complain. Are you using Lu Qingqing to pressure me? Shen Wuxiu smiled. Shenli snorted coldly, I'm just being realistic. If you don't believe me, I can go find Qingqing right away. Shen Wuxiu hissed and took a step back, that's not something you can say. Do you really want to go find her? Seeing his big reaction, Shenli thought he was scared. Suddenly, he became even more proud, I will definitely go find her, but not now. It depends on your performance. Shen Wuxiu nodded quickly, tell me, how should I perform? After the performance, I will send you to find her, and you can help me speak well of her. Shenli felt extremely satisfied. Looking at the frightened man in front of her, she felt like she was in control of everything. Cool. She took out her phone and shook it, just now I accidentally took a picture of you with another woman. Men, when they have money, they like to have fun. I understand that, but you're a smart man. You don't want me to send the photos to Qingqing, do you? Shen Wuxiu suddenly felt happy. It was not a wasted trip to this club. It was very interesting. More interesting than drinking tea. He pretended to be nervous and looked at Shenli, what do you want? Shenli curled her lips and said, I'll tell you what you want later, but I can give you a chance to show off. Come sit in our box. Okay, let's go. We must go. Shen Wuxiu looked very happy. Killing someone in a private room makes it easier for the staff to clean up. It's not easy for the boss of JoJo Supreme Club, so naturally we can't affect his business. Otherwise, the corridor would be covered in blood, which would be very ugly and would also ruin my wife's mood for playing. After all, Shen Wuxiu has a kind character and is very considerate. Shenli walked in front and Shen Wuxiu followed behind. Soon we entered a private room. There were 10 people inside, both men and women, and some were singing in chorus. The rest of the people were sitting around drinking. Very noisy. As soon as Chanli entered, she stopped the karaoke equipment. Those who interrupted singing were not dissatisfied. It was obvious that in their eyes, Chanli was very important. Mr. Chen, who is this handsome guy? Some female classmates also asked hurriedly. Shenli sat down next to the foreigner and responded with a smile, he is a friend of my bestie. I just happened to meet him, so I asked him to come in and sit down. Shenli's words were meant for Shen Wuxiu to hear. My best friend as friend, these words sound like a threat. It seemed as if she was saying that just one word from her could turn Shen Wuxiu from Qingqing's fiancé into a friend. The female classmates all had stars in their eyes. This man is so handsome. I want to date, I want to be. Shen Wuxiu also sat on a chair, smiled at everyone and waved, hello, nice to meet you. Hello, handsome. The women all greeted him with smiles on their faces. This handsome guy is so elegant, easygoing and has such good temperament. You can tell at first glance that he is a rich and gentle young man. A typical gentleman. Men are a little unhappy. Damn, they were all attracted away. Shenli curled her lips in disdain, saying that they were a bunch of people who were not worthy of being on the stage. But she didn't care. Today she just wanted to teach Shen Wuxiu a lesson so that he could be more useful to her in the future. Shenli pressed the call button directly. Soon, the service staff came. Shenli immediately said, "You guys at JoJo Supreme seem to have a supreme single set meal, right? We're tired from playing and want to eat something." "Yes, ma'am, one copy costs 990,000, said the waiter. When others heard this, they gasped. How could they dare to think about it? But Shenli was very generous. "Okay, there are 11 people here, so let's serve 11. "Okay, wait a moment." The service staff immediately ran out to make arrangements. Shenli originally wanted to not give Shen Wuxiu any points to humiliate him, but this little humiliation was unnecessary and not cost-effective. Shenli began to introduce the set menu. This set menu is expensive, and the wine and drinks are expensive. A bottle of high-end Mouton Rothschild costs over 600,000 yuan. The rest are just some snacks, like the caviar from the top-quality albino sturgeon, which tastes really good. Her classmates all looked at her with admiration and envy. "Thanks to Mr. Chen, we can indulge ourselves today." "Yes, Mr. Chen is Mr. Chen. We are lucky to have dinner with him. Please support him in the future." Listening to the flattery, Shenli's vanity was satisfied and she was very happy. But Shen Wuxiu laughed. "That thing is like chewing bubblegum, and it tastes good. You haven't eaten any good food." Shenli was immediately displeased. This bastard actually dared to sabotage her. She had indeed never tasted the caviar of top-grade albino sturgeon, but when people described caviar, didn't they always say it tasted good? If someone else said this, Shenli would definitely laugh at him. But she couldn't refute what Shen Wuxiu said. After all, this guy was really rich and could easily have a full banquet every day. Shen Wuxiu estimated that Zhang Huayue and the others would need at least half an hour to soak in the red wine bath. "Then let us play here first. When it's almost time, send them to see Lu Qingqing, and then go find Zhang Huayue and the others." In about 10 minutes, 11 supreme meal sets were served. Simple and very expensive, that's its label. Shen Wuxiu had no interest in caviar, golden abalone, foie gras, etc., which were not as good as the egg fried rice made by Zhang Huayue. But the red wine is just okay, Mouton is okay. If it is 45 years old, it will cost at least 4 million yuan a bottle. It is also quite luxurious to use it for foot soaking. Those people began to taste it one by one. Shenli looked even more dignified and generous, eating with the foreigner while being affectionate with him. Shen Wuxiu was just playing around. He put the bottle of red wine in place, then put a spoonful of caviar in his mouth and started to ejaculate. Thump, thump, thump. One by one, the pellets flew out of his mouth and hit the bottle. He was also confused. Everyone was looking at him, but no one was mocking him. At least make some sarcastic remarks, otherwise it would be embarrassing to kill people. When you spit out the last pill, use a little force. The caviar was like a bullet, exploding the bottle. Suddenly, the table was covered with wine. Shenli was very annoyed and was about to scold Shen Wuxiu when he stood up. "I'm not going to play anymore. You guys eat. I'm going home." Seeing this, Shenli quickly pressed the pager. He didn't expect Shen Wuxiu to leave immediately. He had originally thought of letting him quietly pay the bill after the event so that everyone would think it was paid for by her. But if he wants to leave, he has to pay the bill first, and face can be put aside for the time being. The waiter came in and asked, "How can I help you?" "Pay the bill." Shenli responded, then gestured to Shen Wuxiu. Shen Wuxiu seemed not to hear and was about to walk out. Shenli was anxious now. This expense is over 10 million, how could she possibly afford it? "Shen Wuxiu, what do you mean?" Question mark. Shen Wuxiu was stunned for a moment. "I'm going home? What's wrong? Shouldn't you pay the bill first?" Shenli was really panicked. Shen Wuxiu still looked confused. "You ordered it, isn't it your treat? Why do you want me to pay?" "You." Shenli saw through it and said it was intentional. She didn't care about her face. She went up and grabbed Shen Wuxiu, warning him, "You must pay today, otherwise don't even think about leaving." "I have no money, I'm very poor." Shen Wuxiu shook his head. Shenli felt like she was punching cotton. But she still didn't let go, and pulled Shen Wuxiu. "I'm warning you, don't make trouble with me, believe it or not, I'll talk to Qingqing and let her kick you." Shen Wuxiu looked very serious. "I believe it, but I still don't have any money. How dare you play tricks on me?" Shenli couldn't help it and raised her hand to slap him. But Shen Wuxiu smiled, suddenly reached out and grabbed her arm. "Just talk, why did you resort to violence?" "Well, I must defend myself." After saying that, he exerted force on his hands. It was visible to the naked eye that the skin on Shen Li's hands began to rotate and twist. A shrill scream rang out. Shen Wuxiao suddenly pulled, and half of the arm was torn off by Shen Wuxiao. The hot blood spurted out, drawing an arc. That half arm was held in Shen Wuxiao's hand. Chapter 85 Going to Meet Good Sisters. The scene before them caused chaos in the box and everyone started screaming wildly. The foreigner who was flirting with Chen Li was also scared to death. But he had also seen some of the world and knew to support Chen Li, who was about to collapse to the ground. Shen Wuxiao grabbed half of Chen Li's arm, took a look, and took off the ring on the broken arm. I casually gave a tip to the service staff, who was already pale with fear. Shen Wuxiao, you lunatic. Chen Li didn't even have the strength to cry. The pain made her faint several times. Madman? I'm a madman. That's called self-defense. Shen Wuxiao threw away his broken arm, sat back on the chair, glanced at everyone, and then looked at Chen Li. You threatened me to come in, and you even tried to cheat me out of over 10 million. Do you know how wronged I am? If I've been wronged, I'll pay it back 1,000-fold. Are you ready? None of the men or women dared to speak. The women all covered their mouths with their hands, tears streaming down their faces. Scared to death. Shen Wuxiao's aura was very frightening. Some people couldn't bear it anymore and knelt in front of Shen Wuxiao with trembling legs. I don't know you. I was just called here to sing today. Please spare me. I have a wife and children to support. Please. The man couldn't help crying. Shen Wuxiao supported his chin with a smile on his handsome face. He looked at the kneeling man and said, I admire the good man of the Gu family. Don't be afraid. I'm not as cruel as you think. I'm a reasonable person. You guys didn't bully me, so I won't ask you for compensation. Now, don't talk, okay? The man nodded continuously, tears falling like a kite with a broken string. Chen Li really realized that something was wrong now. The Shen Wuxiao in front of him had completely changed. Become so cruel and ruthless. Even just a few simple words can make people shudder. Shen Wuxiao checked the time, turned his gaze, and looked at Chen Li. There are still 10 minutes left, there's still time. Are you looking for help? How about calling Qingqing? Chen Li was so terrified that she was about to faint. If I hadn't held on for a breath, I would have been unable to bear it. She took out her cell phone with one hand and called Lu Qingqing frantically. But no one ever answered the phone. At this time, Chen Li's foreign boyfriend spoke. He is a foreigner and was born in a war-torn country, so he has a pretty good attitude. Don't be so arrogant. Believe it or not, I'll contact the embassy. This is a crime. Push me to the limit, and I'll do anything. Foreigners know that when facing a fierce person, they have to be more fierce than the other person in order to suppress him. Shen Wuxiao's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was not in a hurry to start, but instead took out paper and pen. Then he wrote a bunch of words quickly. After writing, she slapped the paper in front of him. Didn't I say that if I pushed you to the limit, you would do anything? Solve this problem. If you can't, I'll make you eat glass. Shen Wuxiao's words really shocked everyone present. The foreigner looked at the words on the paper and his mind went blank. It says, assume that random variables x and y are independent of each other, and x obeys the normal distribution in 0, 2, and y obeys the normal distribution in 2, 2, if p, 2x plus yy, then a equals. He was completely dumbfounded. Is this something a human could do? You don't know how? Shen Wuxiao approached slowly. The foreigner was very angry and clenched his fists. I learned fighting, don't mess with me. Fighting, learn to be a chicken neck. Shen Wuxiao moved and kicked Chen Li, who was leaning on the foreigner's arms, away. Then he grabbed the foreigner and slammed him against the table. Let me go. The foreigner was startled and struggled frantically. Shen Wuxiao took the bottle with his right hand and put it directly on his head. He grabbed the broken pieces of the wine bottle, pinched his mouth open, and stuffed it in. Fuck, you foreigners are dishonest. You can do anything you promised. If you lie to me, you'll pay the price. Shen Wuxiao always had a smile on his face, and a lot of broken glass was stuffed into his mouth. Then another punch hit him in the face. Under the huge impact, the glass in his mouth shattered, and many of them penetrated through his mouth to his cheeks. The foreigner was in great pain. He rolled over and fell directly to the ground. He just lay on the ground, rolling around and wailing. For a moment, the only sound in the box was his wailing, with no other noise. Those men and women all covered their faces, not daring to look, and silently shed tears. Shenli was completely frightened. I instinctively shrank into the corner, and at the same time I couldn't control myself and wet my pants. Her psychological endurance is very strong. Otherwise, he would have fainted during the arm amputation process due to the shock. Shen Wuxiu looked at the time again. Zhang Huayue and Hong Ye were almost done. He didn't waste any time and walked straight towards Chen Li. No, don't. Chen Li had nowhere to retreat, but she was still shrinking back. Mr. Chen, how many times have you treated me like a fool? You feel a sense of accomplishment when you usurp others, don't you? A gold digger is a gold digger. A dog will always eat shit. She has to pretend to be doing this for your own good. Do you know that you have brought a stain to my life? What do you think I should do? Chen Li kept shaking her head. I was wrong, Mr. Shen, give me a chance, I know I was wrong. Shen Wuxiu stretched out his finger and shook it left and right. No, you don't know you're wrong, you know you're going to die. Don't worry, Shen Wuxiu, will keep my word. If I say I will send you to see Lu Qingqing, I will definitely do it. Shen Li's legs were completely exhausted and she fell to her knees. Please, let me go. From now on, I will obey your orders. I will do whatever you ask me to do without hesitation. If I can't do it, you can punish me. Shen Wuxiu raised his eyebrows. Really? Then I order you to apply for the exam tomorrow, from undergraduate to doctoral degree, and graduate with a doctorate within a week, otherwise you will die. How could Chen Li dare to agree? Foreigners are role models. Mr. Shen, don't you love Qingqing very much? I can help you and get you married right away. Really, I mean it. Shen Wuxiu nodded. Thank you, but you can go and talk to her, okay? Shen Li nodded quickly. She thought Shen Wuxiu agreed. Okay, I'll go over tonight and talk to her. Oh no, I'll go now. Shen Wuxiu was very satisfied and picked up the pen he had been writing with. Well, in that case, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Wuxiu gripped the pen tightly, made a quick move, and the tip of the pen pierced Chen Li's carotid artery directly. Chen Li screamed, and like a pig being slaughtered and bleeding, she covered her neck and began to twitch wildly. His eyes were filled with fear and despair, and he wanted to make a sound, but it seemed to be stuck. Shen Wuxiu took a look, reached out to open the cap on the top of the pen, and pulled out the pen refill. Sizzle. Blood suddenly spurted out of the pen tube. Wow, a gorgeous red fountain. Chen Li's face turned visibly pale and her eyelids were trembling and about to close. At this moment, the door of the box suddenly opened. 5 men rushed in from outside, and the manager also came. These were secretly contacted and called by the service staff. When he saw that the matter had become serious, he immediately contacted people secretly. Although the manager and the security guard had seen big scenes before, they were still shocked by the scene before them. Especially when he saw Shen Wuxiu, the manager's head buzzed and he almost fell to the ground. Mr. Shen. What a coincidence, you're here. Shen Wuxiu said, looking at the service staff who notified them with a playful look. Shen Wuxiu pointed and said, that's perfect. Let's take care of it. I'm going to go play. Yes, I understand. The manager nodded quickly. And Shen Wuxiu pointed at the foreigner lying on the ground. His mouth was cut by glass. I'm kind-hearted and can't bear to see others suffer. Get a bottle of iodine and have him put it in his mouth to disinfect it. If he really can't make it, just deal with him and give him a quick death. Chapter 86 Conditions. The manager's scalp tingled. He looked at Chen Li again, but she was already dead. But he still nodded very firmly. Yes, Mr. Shen, I will definitely get it done. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Shen Wuxiu smiled and glanced at the other men and women. This supreme meal is quite expensive, and you haven't eaten much, so pack it up and take it home to enjoy with your wife and kids. In fact, living an ordinary life with family is a very happy thing. Don't always think about climbing up the social ladder. It's meaningless. If someone who didn't know him saw his smile, they would definitely feel that he was very friendly. But those who had just witnessed the whole process only felt their pants were wet. I really can't hold my pee anymore. As Shen Wuxiu walked out, he passed by the waiter. He still reached out and patted his shoulder. You, I already gave you a ring as a reward, why are you still suing me? Seriously. After that, he gently kicked the other person's leg. Be careful next time, there are some things that are not your business. Shin Wuxiu waved his hand and walked out. The box suddenly became dead silent. The five men looked at each other, not knowing where to start. The manager paused for a moment before pointing at the waiter and saying, "Take him away, break his legs, and throw him out." The waiter turned pale and burst into tears immediately. Manager, please spare me. The manager was merciless. You work under me, and I don't want this to happen, but I'm saving your life, so don't blame me. Some things, even if you are innocent, but you meddle in other people's business, you will have to pay the price and be dragged away. The waiter finally reacted, his face pale and his heart filled with regret. Even if he had just asked Shin Wuxiu for his opinion and called someone over, things wouldn't have turned out like this. As for other matters, the manager did not dare to disobey Shin Wuxiu and did as he was told. The remaining men and women also helped them pack their things and let them leave. Shin Wuxiu felt much more relaxed after leaving the box. I hum a little tune while walking. Just when I was about to go check on Jiang Huayue and the others, two women came out. Seeing this, Shin Wuxiu went up to him with a smile. He hugged Jiang Huayue and spun her around. Oh, what are you doing? Someone saw us. Jiang Huayue felt sweet in her heart and raised her hand to gently hit Shin Wuxiu. You smell so good, where is the smell? Let me find it. Shin Wuxiu had no scruples and kissed Jiang Huayue's fair neck randomly. Hongya puffed out her lips and muttered, I smell good too, hum. Shin Wuxiu was stunned for a moment, then looked at Hongye and laughed, you smell good too, but to me it smells like pork elbows cooked with 2 kilograms of rice wine without adding a drop of water. Wow, this tastes amazing. Hongye paused, her pretty face flushed, and she couldn't help stamping her feet. Shin Wuxiu, I'm going to fight you. She was so angry that she raised her hand and was about to hit Shin Wuxiu. Jiang Huayue smiled and helped Hongye to catch Shin Wuxiu. After playing for a while, Shin Wuxiu took the two of them to other entertainment activities. We played until the early morning. Shin Wuxiu then took the two women back. And, at the same time, Zhenghai Cancer Hospital. In a single room. Huang Luoyan was sitting beside the hospital bed, looking at Yi Tuanchuan who was fast asleep in front of him. Her beautiful eyes were a little red. There were still some tear marks at the corners of his eyes. Obviously he had been crying. Huang Luoyan gently pinched Tuanchuan's hand and stroked it. Reality is too cruel to this sensible child. Without her biological mother, her father is also missing. There is also a malignant tumor in the brain. The doctor informed her tonight that a decision must be made quickly. The longer you delay, the greater the risk. At the same time, a deadline was also set, which was that a reply must be given within 3 days. With the current level of medical care, metastatic tumors cannot be eradicated at all and can only be eradicated through continuous chemotherapy. But after so long, the effect of chemotherapy is not obvious, but fortunately there is still some effect. Sooner or later, you have to take that step. The difficulty lies in the fact that the child is too young. The doctor clearly stated that craniotomy was necessary given the child's age and the difficulty of the resection. The chances of success are not very high. Even if you succeed, your intelligence and ability to act will be greatly affected. Huang Luoyan naturally felt that her child's life was more important than anything else. Even if his intelligence is affected, she can still take care of him. But that is based on the condition that the operation is successful. Surgery is inherently uncertain, and she cannot judge whether it will be successful or not. For her, this was a huge gamble. If she wins, it's fine. If she loses, she will lose this lovely child forever. She has been taking care of Tuanchuan since she was 1 month old, for more than 5 years, and loves her like her own daughter. She couldn't bear to lose this child. Just then, the phone in her pocket vibrated. Huang Luoyan took it out and saw that it was a phone number from home. This made her already bad mood even more gloomy. Huang Luoyan wanted to hang up. But she also knew the nature of her family members and knew that it would never end. There's no use running away. So, Huang Luoyan walked out of the ward and came to the elevator. Hello? Huang Luoyan's voice was very low, without any emotion. Yinner, where are you? Are you still in the hospital? Huang's father's voice was very unhappy. What else? Huang Luoyan responded indifferently. Alas. Father Huang sighed, feeling somewhat helpless, I really can't understand why you are so stubborn. That child isn't yours. You've worried so much about him and been taken advantage of for 5 years. Isn't that enough? Huang Luoyan didn't want to respond, having heard these words too many times. Father Huang didn't dwell on that and said directly, I called you today, not to force you to do anything. I just want to tell you that there are people who can remove what's in that child's brain, and the success rate is very high. Hearing these words, Huang Luoyan was shocked. Really? Really? Huang's father responded seriously, yes, he is a world-renowned oncologist. With his help, it can be done. But before he finished speaking, Huang Luoyan understood what was going on. He asked why his father suddenly became concerned about these things. It turned out to be because of that incident. Huang Luoyan's voice sank. That's what the guy surnamed Lu told you, right? He can invite an authoritative expert? And the price is that I become his woman? Father Huang was slightly taken aback, but denied it and said, no, it's true that young Master Lu invited her, but he doesn't want you to be his woman. But it's another one. Do you remember the guy who hit Mr. Lu in the restaurant? Restaurant? Huang Luoyan thought for a moment. The image of the violent, ruthless, and extremely handsome man in the restaurant emerged in my mind. But I don't know him. He's attracted to me? How is that possible? I don't know him. Father Huang smiled and said, of course you don't know him. Just remember, his name is Shen Wuxiu. If you follow him, the Huang family will soar to the top. From now on, you have a good husband, and the child can also receive treatment. Why not? After hearing this, Huang Luoyan leaned against the wall weakly and slowly squatted down. She covered her forehead, feeling very tired. The other party is clearly taking advantage of someone's misfortune. But Tuanchuan's illness can't be delayed any longer. If we can really invite the world's most authoritative oncologist, the chances will be much greater. Even though Huang Luoyan was extremely unwilling, he still had the idea of compromising. That's what it means to have gains and losses. I muttered to myself. When I think of the pain Tuanchuan suffers during each chemotherapy session, I also think of the time constraints the doctor said. Finally, Huang Luoyan gave a reply. I need to first confirm whether the person they invited is an authoritative expert. If you can cure Tuan, I have no objection. Chapter 87 Flirting. Huang Luoyan finally compromised. After making an appointment with his father to meet tomorrow, Huang Luoyan hung up the phone. She is very powerless now. After wiping her tears, she returned to the ward. As soon as I entered, I found that Tuanchuan had woken up at some point and was sitting on the bed looking at the door. Huang Luoyan was slightly startled, and quickly went up to him. Tuanchuan, why are you awake? Yi Tuanchuan pouted, Mom, it hurts. This sentence almost made Huang Luoyan cry. She really felt sorry for the child. Huang Luoyan sat on the edge of the bed and gently held her in his arms. Mommy is here, Tuanchuan, be good and eat some candy. Eat some candy and the pain will go away. Huang Luoyan resisted the urge to cry, quickly peeled a candy and put it in her little mouth. Then, the two of them lay down, and Huang Luoyan gently patted her back to coax her to sleep. After a long while, Yi Tuanchuan couldn't help but ask, Mom, where is Dad? Tuanchuan misses him so much. Didn't Mom say that Dad is Tuanchuan's guardian angel and is always by his side? When it comes to his father, Huang Luoyan doesn't know what to say. But she suddenly had an idea and moved sideways to grab her bag. Then he took out a phone watch from it. This originally belonged to Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan wears it when she goes to kindergarten. It also has a positioning system, just in case the little girl runs around. Huang Luoyan gently put it on Yi Tuanchuan's wrist. Be good, Daddy is always here. If you miss him or want to talk to him, you can talk to him at the watch. Dad will definitely hear it. The little girl was naive and believed it immediately. Looking at the phone watch, he raised his hand and knocked. Dad, do you hear me? Mom, this watch only has Mom's number on it, not Dad's. Can Dad hear it? Yi Tuanchuan blinked her big eyes. Huang Luoyan knew that the child was smart, but she did not hide it. I saved Yi Qingfeng's number directly in my watch. I called before, but it didn't go through. If this little girl could get through, maybe we could get in touch. No matter what, the child is so seriously ill, and as the child's biological father, he has the responsibility and obligation to come back and visit. When Yi Tuanchuan saw the word Dad in the note, he was particularly happy. Even made a call. But soon a message came from inside. The number you dialed cannot be connected at the moment. This is no signal. Huang Luoyan had fought before, and it was the same then. Yi Tuanchuan didn't care either, thinking that his father was busy. But fortunately, wearing a watch and saving the number made Tuanchuan feel much more at ease. I fell asleep quickly. No words all night. The next day, in Xin Wuxiao's villa. Xin Wuxiao woke up from the bed. There is no one around me. Last night Hong Ye insisted on sleeping with Zhang Huayue. Xin Wuxiao originally wanted to participate. It's a pity that my childhood friend didn't give me face. He was such a bitch and drove me to another room. After getting up and washing up, I was about to leave the room. The door of the room opened. Hong Ye poked her head out and looked at Xin Wuxiao with a smile. Then she jumped into the room and combed her hair with some pride. My dear Mr. Xin, how did you sleep last night? Xin Wuxiao rolled his eyes at her and said, It's okay. I had a dream last night where we had crazy sex. You're like a sprinkler truck. Hong Ye stopped laughing immediately. You really can't lose at all, you have to win verbally. Verbally? Xin Wuxiao shook his head, you mean return. Pooh. Hong Ye quickly interrupted him. This bastard is simply a dirty little train. Xin Wuxiao liked to see her looking miserable. But soon, Hong Ye sighed softly, I'm going back to the imperial capital today. When will you go back? When Xin Wuxiao heard that Hong Ye was going back, he felt a little bit wronged. I haven't eaten the lactic acid bacteria yet. Just want to run? Are you leaving today? Why don't you play for a while longer? Hong Ye put her hands behind her back and kicked the floor with her toes. No, I came here with a mission. Now that the mission is over, I have to go back. Otherwise, my dad, as you know, will start nagging me again. There was no reason for Xin Wuxiao to force him to stay. He also knew the kind of person Hong Ye's father was. What time do you leave? It's almost time to have breakfast. Let's go. Do you want to see me off? Hong Ye looked at Xin Wuxiao, no longer looking playful as before. Instead, he seemed very serious. No, you won't even let me kiss you, so I'll give you a ball. Xin Wuxiao was not polite at all. He turned around and waved his hand. Hong Ye smiled softly. Xin Wuxiao is still Xin Wuxiao, he won't do anything without profit. But, it didn't he say that you can't kiss me? Do you want to kiss me? Hong Ye moved slowly and came behind Xin Wuxiao. Upon hearing this, Xin Wuxiao immediately turned around and saw Hong Ye with her head lowered and her pretty face rosy. The little feet kicked the floor uneasily. If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a bastard. Smells good. Xin Wuxiao is not the kind of person who would hesitate or be hesitant. He grabbed Hong Ye and turned around to push her against the floor-to-ceiling glass. Hong Ye's heart beat faster and her breathing became rapid. Looking at Xin Wuxiao in front of her, she didn't know what to do for a moment. But there's no need for her to take the initiative in this kind of thing. Xin Wuxiao raised his hand and pinched her chin, looking at her red cherry lips. After moving his fingers, Xin Wuxiao revealed a wicked smile. Want a change of flavor for breakfast? What? Hong Ye was stunned. Turkey-flavored rice crust? Question mark. Xin Wuxiao was just talking, but if he really did it, he would get angry. Seeing that Hong Ye was still a little stunned, Xin Wuxiao decisively lowered his head and pressed his lips against her red lips. Hong Ye's body trembled as if she had been electrocuted. But gradually, her beautiful eyes closed. A pair of jade hands wrapped around Xin Wuxiao's neck and responded. It was her first kiss, so she seemed very awkward. But Xin Wuxiao was an expert, so he could easily make Hong Ye follow his rhythm. After kissing for a long time, Xin Wuxiao moved away when he felt that Hong Ye was a little short of breath. Hong Ye's pretty face turned red, and she immediately turned around and looked out the window. Instinctively, he raised his hand and bit his nails. Today's events, don't tell sister you about them. Xin Wuxiao looked completely indifferent. What's wrong with a kiss? If your sister you knew, the most she would do is ask me not to bully you. Once you two get to know each other better, she'll probably invest in it. The more Hong Ye listened, the more ridiculous it seemed. She simply turned around, punched Xin Wuxiao, and ran out quickly. But when she ran to the door, she turned back and threw herself into Xin Wuxiao's arms. Hug him tight. The next second, she stood on tiptoe and kissed him hard on the lips. She mustered up her courage and said, I'll be waiting for you in the capital. If my family arranges a marriage for me, you can take care of it. When you return to the capital, I'll give you. Give me what? Shin Wuxiao smiled foolishly. Hongya pouted, not caring about whether it was awkward or not. Here you go, a plant. After that, he quickly fled the room. Chapter 88, Courtesy First, Then Attack. Shin Wuxiao touched his lips, very satisfied. The red leaves have made it very clear. There is no rush to plant plants now. I will go back and give her plants to fly. He left the room and pretended nothing had happened. Hongya had already arrived at the restaurant and was sitting there eating breakfast as if nothing had happened. Zhang Huayue was also wearing an apron, and with her own hard work, her temperament now had a touch of gentleness. It has more charm. When she saw Shin Wuxiao, she also smiled. Usually Shin Wuxiao stays in bed and gets up very late. It's quite early today. I'll go get you some porridge. Zhang Huayue walked back into the kitchen. Shin Wuxiao sat down beside the red leaves and raised his hand to the place where he was not allowed to write. Hongya bit her lip, raised her hand and punched Shin Wuxiao on the shoulder. Hiss, you hit someone? I'll hit you, you bad guy. Hongya blushed. Shin Wuxiao looked pitiful. Speak up for me, speak up for me. Peanuts? No, do you want to eat peanuts? Zhang Huayue brought a bowl of porridge and pushed it in front of Shin Wuxiao. I don't want to eat anymore. Shin Wuxiao smiled. After the three of them had breakfast, they sat on the sofa and chatted for a while. Soon, a car arrived at the door of the villa. That means we are here to pick up Hongya. Seeing the car, Hongyi also stood up. Sister Yu, I'm going back first. When I return to the capital, you must contact me. Hongya was very reluctant to leave. But I have to go back. Okay, call me back when you get there. Zhang Huayue took her hand and raised his hand to help her tidy her hair. Very gentle. Oh my god, you only remember your sister Yu and don't even say goodbye to me? Shin Wuxiao's head almost collapsed and he walked over. Hongya snorted, you just like to bully me, I don't want to talk to you. You're really hoping I'll leave soon, right? If I stay here, I'll delay your love cultivation. Shin Wuxiao rolled up his sleeves and said, damn it, you're right. I was so busy cultivating love that I forgot to punish you. Hongya quickly jumped to Zhang Huayue's side and hugged her arm. Sister Yu, look at him, so rude. I'll take care of him for you. Zhang Huayue smiled gently. Well, take care of him and squeeze him dry. Question mark. Hongya stuck out her tongue. Sister Yu, I'm leaving. And that lustful ghost, I'm leaving now. After saying that, he ran out quickly. He got into the car in one go and urged the driver, hurry up and go. Shin Wuxiao and Zhang Huayue walked to the door of the villa and watched the car disappear from their sight. Yi Zi is so lively. Zhang Huayue said with a smile. Yeah, lively, a real monkey. But she is really sentimental. I guess she is secretly wiping away tears in the car right now. She likes you very much. Zhang Huayue was still looking at the direction where Hongya left. I know, I like her too. Shin Wuxiao responded shamelessly and decisively. Zhang Huayue raised an eyebrow. If that's the case, you're useless even if I give you a chance? Opportunity? Shen Wuxiao was stunned. Zhang Huayue turned and walked inside. I didn't lock the door last night. I didn't expect that you would go to bed so honestly. Shen Wuxiao opened his mouth and said, Zhao, what a loss. He hurriedly chased after her and suddenly held Zhang Huayue in his arms like a princess. Bad guy, what are you doing? Zhang Huayue pushed him. Make up for it. I skipped class last night and I have to make it up today. I love studying. Shin Wuxiao smiled, carried Zhang Huayue into the room quickly, and kicked the door. The moment the door closed, the battle began. At the cancer hospital, a group led by Lu Tao arrived at the hospital. In addition to bodyguards and the Huang family, Lu Tao was also accompanied by a middle-aged man with curly blonde hair. Lu Tao indeed used courtesy before force. However, it is not easy to invite an authoritative doctor, and even if you do, it is impossible for him to arrive instantly. But Huang Luoyan was in a hurry. His purpose was to trick Huang Luoyan and wait for her and Shin Wuxiao to become married. If Shin Wuxiao is satisfied, everything will be fine. So she simply found a foreigner with some medical knowledge to impersonate her and get away with it. After entering the hospital, the group went to Huang Luoyan's ward. Yenner. Huang Luoyan's stepmother Su Hohat and Huang Debao were very friendly this time. Looking at Huang Luoyan was like looking at a treasure pot, without a trace of harshness. Huang Luoyan was still wiping Tuanchuan's face when she saw a lot of people coming outside the ward. Dad, Aunt Sue. When Huang Luoyan was stunned, he also saw the green-haired Lu Tao. I suddenly felt nervous. Yenner, don't be nervous. Master Lu has brought an authoritative expert here. With him here, Xiao Tuanchuan's illness will definitely be cured. The Huang family members all had smiles on their faces. After today, their Huang family will rise. Lu Tao also said with a smile, Miss Huang, your parents are right. With that, he gestured and the middle-aged foreigner walked in. He looked very arrogant and put on a lot of pretentiousness. Lu Tao introduced, he is a top expert in brain tumors in the United States, his name is Lomis Zhonghua Digu. Even the Huang family members were stunned for a moment. This name is pretty good. Huang Luoyan is not a fool, she still pays attention to some details. Why is this authoritative expert acting like Lu Tao's younger brother, coming up as soon as he signaled? It looks very stylish and classy, but something doesn't feel right. Can I see your ID and license? Huang Luoyan asked. These things have been prepared long ago. Lu Tao also asked someone to take it over and show it to Huang Luoyan. Huang Luoyan looked at her for a while, but didn't think much about it in the end. Hello, could you please help me look after my daughter? Huang Luoyan's gaze was almost pleading. Since it was a deal, she had nothing to say. The expert pretended to be serious and nodded. He went straight up and pretended to check it. But Tuanchuan seemed very nervous. Huang Luoyan could only comfort him, be good, Tuanchuan, this uncle is here to check you out. After hearing what Huang Luoyan said, Tuanchuan nodded. The expert began to examine and gave the answer soon. The chances of successful treatment were very high. Moreover, he spoke a lot of professional knowledge as if he was reciting something, and it sounded really like that. Huang Luoyan felt relieved and walked out of the ward with the Huang family and Lu Tao. Huang Luoyan knew that it was time to fulfill the conditions. Miss Huang, I believe your parents have told you the conditions. Lu Tao asked. Huang Luoyan nodded absent-mindedly. Okay, let's not waste any more time. Lu Tao took out a room card and said, this is the presidential suite of the Dragon Court Hotel. This is also Mr. Shen's property. You just need to make him satisfied. Huang Luoyan felt very resistant and disgusted. But when she turned around and saw Tuanchuan through the glass, she gritted her teeth and took the room card. The Huang family was overjoyed when they saw this. My daughter's appearance is absolutely top-notch. She had never even been in a relationship, and Shen Wuxia was absolutely very satisfied. This time, the Huang family is really going to rise. Then my daughter's illness. Lu Tao smiled and said, don't worry, Miss Huang. Today is for examination and observation. Once your affairs are settled, the formal operation will be performed tomorrow. The specialist already understood the patient's medical history when he came here, and just now he said the success rate is 80%. An 80% success rate was enough to make Huang Luoyan shut up. When should I go there? Huang Luoyan asked. Lu Tao said, you can go there at noon. I will communicate with Mr. Shen. You can just wait for him in the room. Chapter 89 Bad Things. Huang Luoyan, who was desperate in trying every possible means, naturally didn't say anything more and just nodded. She looked at the Huang family, and seeing their happy faces, she felt indescribable bitterness in her heart. This behavior is equivalent to selling oneself, but the family is so happy. It's really sad. And do they really think that even if they really get Shen Wuxiao's favor, they will help the Huang family? Over the years, the Huang family has brought her a lot of humiliation. Even the vicious stepmother wanted to throw Tuanchuan away several times in order to get a good price for herself. She remembered all of this. Huang Luoyan stayed in the hospital for the whole morning, and the expert was also busy. Busy as a 8. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Huang Luoyan prepared to go to the hotel as required. She told Tuanchuan that she had something to do, gave him some instructions and comforted him, then left. The tears never stopped along the way. Bursting into tears. When she thought about being at the mercy of Shen Wuxiao, endless bitterness welled up in her heart. Even when she arrived at the hotel and entered the room, she was still in a daze. No matter how luxurious and grand the room was, she was like a walking corpse, sitting in the chair without saying a word. As night falls, the lights come on. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Shen Wuxiao, who was about to have sex, received a call. The call was from an unfamiliar number. Shen Wuxiao wanted to refuse the call, But Jiang Huayue hadn't come in yet, so he answered it. Who is it? Mr. Shin, it's me, Lu Tao, the green-haired guy. Lu Tao said with a flattering smile and a fawning look. Green hair? Oh, what for? Shin Wuxiu said angrily. Lu Tao said cautiously, Mr. Shin, I'm very sorry for calling you and wasting your time. I just thought that I was ignorant of my own limitations and offended you last time. I hope you can give me a chance to reform. I took it upon myself to book Suite 8888 at the Dragon Court Hotel. There are some gifts inside that I want to give to Mr. Shin. I guarantee that Master Shin will be satisfied as Master Shin sees it. Lu Tao hinted that the person was Huang Luoyan. After all, in the restaurant that day, Shin Wuxiao couldn't take his eyes off Huang Luoyan. Shin Wuxiao did not respond. When you hear the other party report the hotel room number, you will know what it means. This is to please her and find a top-notch beauty for yourself. But he had no interest at all. At this moment, he was wearing a hospital gown, waiting for Dr. Jiang Huayue to come in and see him. We had opened the prison style before, and today we had opened the ward style. How could we be interested in going to the hotel that Lu Tao mentioned? However, Shin Wuxiao did not refuse verbally. Irby's attitude was pretty good, and he didn't bother to care about what happened before. You're so thoughtful. Okay, I have something else to do now. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Shin Wuxiao threw his phone aside and looked outside the door. Why hasn't Jiang Huayue come in yet? This patient of mine is suffering so much. Doctor, nurse, please save me, I'm so sick. Shin Wuxiao immediately got into the role. The next second, the door of the room opened and Jiang Huayue slowly appeared. She was wearing a white coat, her hair draped over her shoulders, a small shirt underneath, and a tight skirt. She was tall, her long legs wrapped in heels, and her high heels made a clicking sound as she stepped on the ground. In her hand, she held a clipboard with a piece of paper on it. There is also a syringe in the other hand. Bed number 69, it's time to check. Jiang Huayue walked towards the bed step by step with a smile on his face. While Shin Wuxiu was receiving treatment, Lu Tao on the other side waved his fist with joy. Shin Wuxiao's response just now meant that the matter was over. And he was very satisfied with his gift. Only then did Lu Tao feel completely relieved. But the matter is not completely over. The reason why he used courtesy before force was because the matter was urgent and the little girl's illness could not be delayed, so he took advantage of the situation. After Shin Wuxiao receives his gift, he will have to take it seriously. This is a temporary measure and a last resort, so we have to find someone to pretend to be an expert. But what happens next? What if Huang Luoyan really wins Shin Wuxiao's favor? At that time, Huang Luoyan was the young lady. If she found out that I had deceived her, she would definitely take revenge. At that time, Shin Wuxiao must have supported her. Even if the chance of Huang Luoyan being favored is 1%, he cannot gamble. It is necessary to plan ahead. He had to make the fake become real and put things to rest. Therefore, Lu Tao immediately asked someone to contact authoritative experts from abroad. Have someone come as soon as possible. As the young master of the Lu family, although he is a playboy and a scoundrel, he is not stupid. People who come from a wealthy family are actually stronger than ordinary people in every aspect. After all, he has seen a lot of the world and has resources hundreds or thousands of times more than ordinary people. The second generation of rich people and officials may develop arrogant and domineering personalities due to their status, but don't think that they are all fools. Only after everything was arranged did Lu Tao breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, everything is arranged. In addition to being happy, I also played some music and swayed for a while. Now all we have to do is wait for Shin Wuxiao to accept the gift. In the blink of an eye, it was already 12 o'clock. Inside the Longting Hotel, Huang Luoyan and his men were waiting like idiots. Did Shin Wuxiao not plan to come at all? I feel relieved, but also a little scared. Afraid that the other party would go back on his word and not save Tuanchuan. While waiting, she couldn't help but want to make a phone call to inquire about the situation. But I gave up the idea. She had no idea that Shin Wuxiao had already fallen asleep while holding Jiang Huayue. Another half an hour passed, and she was completely sure that Shin Wuxiao would definitely not come. Huang Luoyan packed up and prepared to go to the hospital. She was still worried about Tuanchuan and had to go back to check on him. Come back after you finish reading. Before going out, she wrote a note and put it on the bedside. Explain that you are going out to avoid Shen Wuxiao coming in the middle of the night and finding no one there and getting angry. After all, this is a deal that has to be done. After leaving the hotel room, Huang Luoyan walked out. But when she walked outside the hotel, she saw 3 figures. Huang Luoyan thought he had seen it wrong and rubbed his eyes quickly. But when she looked closely, she was dumbfounded. The expert who was treating Tuanchuan was now staggering towards the hotel with 2 seductive and revealing women in his arms. He obviously drank a lot of wine. But expert was still talking to the 2 beautiful women with a smile, saying something like the battle would last until dawn. At this moment, Huang Luoyan suddenly understood. Got cheated. This bastard is not an expert at all. It was at this time that the expert approached the door of the hotel and met Huang Luoyan's eyes. The fake expert was also dumbfounded, as if he had sobered up. He made money and wanted to live a carefree and luxurious life, so he came to the 7-star Dragon Court Hotel. I never thought that I would meet Huang Luoyan here. Lu Tao didn't say that the other party was here. Huang Luoyan didn't even bother to question him. She ran away quickly and headed back to the hospital. The fake expert also wiped his face. He knew he had done something wrong. So he pushed the beautiful woman away, ran to the side, quickly took out his cell phone and dialed Lu Tao's number. Soon, the phone was answered. What's up? The fake expert swallowed hard. Mr. Lu, I think something bad has happened to me. What? Lu Tao raised his voice. Chapter 90 Daughter was arrested. The fake expert truthfully told the story of meeting Huang Luoyan in the hotel. Lu Tao almost broke apart. You're a piece of trash who can't do anything good but always makes things worse. Just because I give you some money, you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is, don't you? If you ruin my business, I'll kill you. Lu Tao decisively hung up the phone and called his subordinates near the hotel. He is also a little panicked now. I don't know whether it would be better if Shen Wuxiao had finished it or if he hadn't gone. After his subordinate answered the phone, Lu Tao immediately asked, Did you see Mr. Shen go to the hotel? The subordinate responded, No, I have been watching and have not seen Mr. Shen come here. Lu Tao rubbed his forehead. Mr. Shen didn't go to the hotel. Either he hadn't gone yet or he had no plans to go. He didn't dare ask. But the reality is that Huang Luoyan saw through their tricks. No matter how she explained, it would be useless. Huang Luoyan would never believe it and would not listen to them anymore. There is no turning back for Lu Tao. If I hadn't called Shen Wuxiao and asked him to pick up the gift, it would have been fine. At worst, just pretend nothing happened and try to make up for it or please someone in another way. But the call had already been made in the evening, and Shen Wuxiao had answered it, and at the same time he also knew his intention. It's just that the person hasn't arrived yet. If Shen Wuxiao went to the hotel and he couldn't come up with a gift, it would be like playing tricks on Shen Wuxiao. That is a real dead end. There is no chance even to exchange for a gift. There are only a few people in Zhonghai who are as pretty as Huang Luoyan. Besides, he was so mean and even hinted to Shen Wuxiao that the gift was Huang Luoyan. There's no way to change it. Lu Tao lit a cigarette and frowned. First use courtesy, then force. Courtesy is no longer necessary, so we can only use force. He no longer hesitated, took out his cell phone and called his men in the hospital. The call was connected again. Lu Tao said decisively, Take the child away and hide him. Don't let anyone find him. The other party responded quickly and took action immediately. Lu Tao was really upset. Why did he choose that idiot Bai to play the expert? Everything that was going smoothly was ruined. This forced him to take an additional risk. But there was no other way. He could only take the little girl away first and threaten Huang Luoyan to go back to the hotel. Make sure that what he and Shen Wuxiao said can be fulfilled. As for other matters, we will just wait for real experts to come and treat the little girl as usual, and as long as the result is good, that's all that matters. Huang Luoyan drove back at almost the fastest speed. I don't know how many red lights I ran along the way. She had a bad feeling in her heart and was very nervous. I arrived at the hospital and got on the elevator, my hands shaking as I pressed the elevator button. When she reached the floor, she ran over even faster. I was also imagining that my daughter was sleeping peacefully. But when he saw the doctor who usually took care of his daughter standing outside the ward, his heart sank to the bottom. When the doctor saw Huang Luoyan, he hurried over and said, Miss Huang, Tuanchuan is missing. Boom! As soon as Huang Luoyan said this, thunder exploded in his head. He almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, the nurse supported him. Where's my daughter? The doctors all told the truth. When they discovered that the person was missing, they checked the surveillance footage and saw that he was carried away by two men. Miss Huang, how about we sign up for a hookup? Yes, report it and let the law enforcement officers find it. This is kidnapping. Huang Luoyan knew it very well, but calling the police was really useless. Who is Lu Tao? His connections are so strong that it's possible he will be tripped up and dragged down over there. Huang Luoyan forced herself to calm down and walked to the ward. Even so, tears still fell involuntarily. Finally, the phone call came. Huang Luoyan's eyes flashed with a fierce look as he answered the phone. LV Tao, where did you take my daughter? Lu Tao also sighed. Miss Huang, please calm down. Believe me, I have no choice but to do this. I really can't get off the tiger's back. Now you just need to follow my instructions and return to the hotel. Wait until Mr. Shen passes away. I will give you a healthy daughter. You bastard, you beast, you're still lying. Huang Luoyan couldn't help but curse. Give my daughter back to me. Lu Tao also gritted his teeth and said, Miss Huang, whether you believe it or not, what I am doing now is just to protect myself. I made a promise to Master Shen. If I can't do it, my whole family will die. No matter how angry you are now, just go back to the hotel and wait for Shen Wuxiao. When this is over, I will let your daughter go back and cure her illness. If you don't agree, then we'll have to die together. Your daughter won't have an easy time before she dies. Huang Luoyan had to calm down after hearing what the other party said. She really couldn't tell whether the other party's words were true or false, but it was a fact that her daughter was in his hands. Huang Luoyan felt powerless and immediately chose to stabilize the other party. She bit her teeth fiercely and said, Okay, I'll go back to the hotel. If anything happens to my daughter, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. As long as Miss Huang cooperates, I, Lu Tao, will do what I say. Lu Tao said seriously. He was afraid of Shen Wuxiao from the bottom of his heart. Shen Wuxiao never needs a reason to kill people. Even though his family was one of the best in Zhanghai, with just one word from Shen Wuxiao, his family basically ceased to exist. It is no exaggeration to say that Longwei is a country where Shen Wuxiao has the final say. He was asking for trouble by speaking so absolutely, and still got ruined by an idiot at the critical moment. After the call was hung up, Lu Tao had already sent people to kill the fake expert. Huang Luoyan had no choice but to go to the hotel. Shen Wuxiao, who was sleeping, had no idea that just when he went to have a meal with Hongya, something happened around him. From beginning to end, he didn't even pay attention. Shen Wuxiao himself had never thought of this chain reaction. It was just a chain reaction that started from Lu Tao's fear. This night was extremely long for Huang Luoyan. She had no desire to sleep and was in tears all the time. She treated Yi Tuanchuan and took care of him, and has been away from society for a long time. She was spending her own savings, and the Huang family was already against Tuanchuan, so naturally they wouldn't help her. Therefore, she had no connections and had no way to find anyone. No matter how hard she thought, she couldn't find anyone who could help her. For a long time, she thought of someone in her mind. Yi Qingfeng. At this point, there is no other way. I could only frantically call Yi Qingfeng. She called again and again, but no one answered, which almost made her collapse. Yi Qingfeng had said at the beginning that he could be contacted if he encountered any difficulties, but now that Tuanchuan had encountered such a thing, he couldn't even get through on the phone. She naturally didn't know that when Yi Qingfeng left Longhua, all the information about him was erased. There wasn't even a person named Yi Qingfeng, let alone whether his phone could be reached. When we returned, everything was back to normal, but we were in Kunlun Mountain and the signal was very poor. The only signal tower was still far away from him, which was really helpless. Chapter 91, The Mad Dragon God of War returns. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Shen Wuxiao's daily life is bright. Huang Luoyan didn't sleep all night and made phone calls like crazy. Lu Tao was also frightened. However, in Kunlun Mountain, thousands of miles away from Zhanghai, a major ceremony was taking place. Award ceremony. Many people were awarded medals, but there was only one person who was the most prestigious, had the greatest contribution, and had the highest status. Yi Qingfeng. But it's not his turn yet. Many people have already been awarded medals. The remaining 5 were not awarded. Apart from Yi Qingfeng, there are 4 great generals under his command. azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Awarding honors is one aspect, but there are also rewards. The reward for the 4 great generals is a divine artifact worthy of a 5th grade master. They are azure dragon claw, white tiger dagger, vermilion bird feather, and black tortoise egg. Corresponding to 4 people. After the award ceremony, the heavyweights came on stage. Under the attention of the entire audience, Yi Qingfeng slowly walked onto the stage. Everyone looked sullen and respectful. The warm sun shone on the awarding platform and on Yi Qingfeng's body, as if adding a touch of righteous light. Looking at the scene below, a smile appeared on his face. He is very proud of the achievement he achieved after 5 years of hard work. The person in charge of awarding medals also spoke loudly. Awarding medals is nothing more than military rank and imperial title. Even if these people were privately trained by a big boss, they still belong to the military. Yi Qingfeng's battle record was mentioned above. Every achievement is shocking and unbelievable. Yi Qingfeng held his head high and chest puffed out, his face full of pride. After the battle record was finished, it was his turn to speak. Yi Qingfeng did not exaggerate or say anything, but took the bowl and poured wine in it. There are people below too. Yi Qingfeng raised his bowl and shouted, "Cheers! To the 250 brothers who died in battle in the Northern Territory." Yi Qingfeng poured the wine horizontally onto the ground. The people below also followed suit. The next second, Yi Qingfeng raised the bowl and smashed it to pieces with a blanch motion. The bowls below were also smashed into pieces. If at this time a BGM sounded, brothers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, brothers tens, hundreds, thousands and millions, it would definitely be the gathering of heroes at Mount Liangshan. The expressions of the people below became more solemn and they all cheered for Yi Qingfeng. Mad Dragon God of War. Mad Dragon God of War. Mad Dragon God of War. The sound resounded throughout the Kunlun Mountains. Yi Qingfeng's blood was boiling, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily rose up. Just as I was about to continue talking, my phone vibrated wildly. The ringing of the bell was particularly loud despite the sudden silence at the scene. Crazy Waves Banglang is a kind of gangster. Banglang is a wild boar from Hubei. Banglang Banglang, crazy all the way, browsing all the way, thinking about Yuan Fong all the way. This was the ringtone he used before. He had just got his personal belongings back and hadn't had time to change it. Yi Qingfeng was a little embarrassed. But it's still connected. Hello? He had just said hello when the woman's voice inside couldn't wait to speak. She was still crying, as if she had suffered a great injustice. You finally answered the phone. Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan was kidnapped. Save Tuanchuan. I can't find her. I can't find her. Huang Luoyan was close to collapse. When Yi Qingfeng received the call, a thunder exploded in his head. Huang Luoyan was still crying and said, Tuanchuan has a tumor in her brain. She can't hold on. Please save her quickly. Yi Qingfeng's defense was completely broken and he was silent for a few seconds. He looked up to the sky and roared, "Ah! Ah! Ah!" The painful roar resounded throughout the Kunlun Mountains again. The mountains seemed to be shaking. The roar was so shrill, mixed with overwhelming anger and self-blame. Yi Qingfeng's eyes turned blood red. 2 lines of hot tears gushed out uncontrollably. Want to kill someone? The people below also noticed something was wrong. Something big must have happened. Xinglong. Yi Qingfeng roared. I'm here. Xinglong quickly took 2 steps forward, clasped his hands together, and knelt on one knee. Quick, quick, send me some fighter jets, and find my daughter's location, quick. Ah. But. Ha 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 ha. Yes. Xinglong and others did not dare to delay and went to execute it immediately. The original awarding ceremony was disrupted, and some people who could not be mobilized could only worry. However, it is enough for Yi Qingfeng's 4 generals to set off with their teams. 10 minutes later, several black fighter jets carrying Yi Qingfeng quickly took off. With great momentum, heading straight for Zhanghai. On the fighter plane, Yi Qingfeng covered his face. He was going crazy when he thought about his daughter having a brain tumor, being kidnapped, and even being abused. I even imagined my daughter's cry for help in my mind. Dad, it hurts so much. Dad, Tuanchuan is so scared. Dad, save me. Aha. Aha. Hurry, hurry. Yi Qingfeng started screaming again. The person piloting the fighter plane is also helpless. Is it his fault that he can't teleport? Qinglong was also searching, and based on the information provided by Huang Luoyan, he started searching from the hospital surveillance. The final location was locked somewhere in a suburb of Shanghai. Time passed by minute, and Yi Qingfeng became anxious. However, Tuan Tuan was not in any trouble in an old cement yard in the suburbs of Shanghai. He was not abused or caged. But the fear is real. She was only 5 years old, couldn't find her mother, and was faced with several strangers. She was smart enough to know that she was kidnapped. Her phone watch was also confiscated. Those who are doing the work are not fools, so how could they give the other party the tools to leak information to the outside world? So I took off her little genius phone watch. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, 2.5 hours had passed. Tuanchuan was still crying and wiping his tears. And those who kidnapped her were long gone. There are 3 people staying here, and they are only responsible for looking after the children. They didn't know how to take care of children, so they bought things to coax her and brought her cakes. She refused to eat and cried, "My father is a hero. He will definitely come to save me." Whoa. Yes, your father is a peerless hero, a Gaia, a rice bowl, a top-tier top, don't cry. Wow, you bad guys, whoa. Tuanchuan was still crying. Those who kidnapped her were speechless. Stop crying, it's too noisy. Woo, no, my dad is not dead, he will come to save Tuan Tuan, woo. Question mark. Did I ever tell you your dad is dead? While crying, Tuanchuan suddenly ran out of the house. Ran to the yard. Those people quickly chased after him and caught Tuan Tuan. Why are you running? I'll send you back in 2 days. Let me go, you bad guys, whoa, my dad will never let you go. Tuan Tuan struggled and tried to escape. Those people had no choice but to say fiercely, "Behave yourself, or I won't give you food." Before he could finish his words, the courtyard wall was suddenly knocked down by a car with a loud bang. The loud noise startled everyone in the yard. Soon, 4 men and 1 woman jumped out of the first car. The leading man was filled with rage. The fighter planes could not enter Shanghai and could only stop at the airport. He grabbed a car and sped over. As soon as I came here and was about to look for it, I heard a sound in the yard. Yi Qingfeng's eyes were bloodshot when he saw the bald man coming out from the crowd. She is small in stature, but her facial features are so much like his. Looking at his daughter's appearance, Yi Qingfeng felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife, and murderous intent filled the sky. "Dad, is that you?" Tuanchuan asked inexplicably. "Yes." "Tuanchuan, it's me, my father." Tears couldn't help but fall from Yi Qingfeng's eyes, and he felt extremely distressed. He looked at the stunned men with murderous intent and said coldly, "You have already received your death." Chapter 92, Come to the Door. Yi Qingfeng's eyes were filled with brutality and ruthless murderous intent. His general Qinglong immediately rushed forward. Killed 2 with 1 kick. The remaining 1 was caught alive. Lu Tao's men who were captured were trembling all over. Who are these people? Yi Qingfeng didn't bother to interrogate him, he just walked forward and hugged Tuan Tuan tightly. Looking at the bald girl in front of him who had just undergone chemotherapy, Yi Qingfeng almost couldn't help but scream to the sky again. Tuanchuan was terrified at this moment. He closed his eyes tightly and called for his dad. This heartless thing, she didn't even mention Huang Luoyan who had raised her for 5 years. "Don't be afraid, Daddy is coming, Daddy is coming." Yi Qingfeng almost burst into tears again. "Dad, you are really back, Dad, Tuanchuan is not dreaming, Dad, are you really my dad?" Perhaps she was too tired, or perhaps she was suffering from illness, but she lay in his arms and fell asleep peacefully. There was hatred in Yi Qingfeng's eyes, and he handed the child to his subordinate, the Suzaku warrior. Then he walked towards the living person. He exuded an aura that could swallow the sky, and just standing next to him made people shudder. The remaining subordinate of Lu Tao was already scared silly. Damn it, he just came to take care of it, and 2 of his relatives died. You abused my daughter and made her live in a doghouse. You must die today. Before I die, I will ask you a question. Answer me, or I will chop you into pieces. Yi Qingfeng had a cold face and spoke word by word. The man cried loudly, "Big pot, I didn't abuse her, she didn't live in a doghouse, she ate better than the rest of us, why did you kill her?" Yi Qingfeng was stunned for a moment, then his murderous intent returned. These people are just afraid of death. They captured their own daughter and still want to have a good end? It's no use being stubborn. Let me ask you, who told you to do this? The man felt despair when he saw the bodies of his relatives. Knowing that begging for mercy was useless, he cried and yelled, "You asked so many nonsense questions, and you were able to find this place. What the hell are you asking? You killed my second uncle and cousin, and I don't want to live anymore." Yi Qingfeng felt insulted and snorted coldly, "Then die." The man saw that the other party was about to kill someone and completely collapsed. "I'm going to work." "Fuck it, isn't it just taking care of a child? We didn't bring her here, damn it. I used my salary to buy her cakes and roast chickens and let her stay alone. What did we do wrong? Shut up the fucking doghouse, Shua, this is my fucking ancestral home, fuck you, neighbor, come on, chop me to death, Shua, you fucking bastard. You're trash. You're only fit to make things difficult for us workers. If you have the guts, go find Lu Tao. Damn it. If I had known good things don't come easy to good people, I would have killed that brat, Chow. In Yi Qingfeng's eyes, this was just impotent rage. He killed the man with a decisive blow. After finishing everything, Yi Qingfeng turned around and got into the car. Looking at the sleeping Tuanchuan, he first replied to Huang Luoyan. "I didn't have time to ask clearly before, so now is a good time to ask." Huang Luoyan also told everything he knew in detail. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qingfeng looked at his men coldly. "Xuanwu, take the Xuanwu guards to capture that guy called Xin Wuxiao. Qinglong and Baihu will go find Lu Tao first, and Zhuke will contact the country's top oncologist. I'll take Tuanchuan to the hospital first. After we're done, we'll meet at Lu Tao's house. No one who hurts my daughter will have an easy life." "Yes, sir." Everyone responded immediately after receiving the order. Then, they divided into 3 teams and left. Xuanwu also brought the Xuanwu guards who arrived later. A large group of 15 people went straight to look for Xin Wuxiao's whereabouts. Their intelligence is much more powerful than Lin Fan's before. Lin Fan was alone and blind, but they were professionals. When they were taking action, Xin Wuxiao happened to be bringing Jiang Huayue down from the speedboat. The Bay Villa is well equipped, and there are speedboats at the self-built dock. The two of them went out to sea this morning and came back at noon. I have no idea what happened. After returning to the villa, Jiang Huayue went to the kitchen to cook. Soon, the hot lunch was ready. But as soon as they sat down to eat, they both looked outside the villa. There is a breath outside, the breath of a warrior. Judging from their strength, there is one at the 4th grade and 8th level, and the others are around the 3rd grade. About a dozen. Jiang Huayue took a sip of soup and looked at Xin Wuxiao. "Are you inviting anyone to be your guest?" Xin Wuxiao took 2 bites of food and shook his head. "No, he must be looking for trouble." Bang! There was a loud bang. The iron gate outside the villa was kicked down. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen people rushed in. He kicked down the inner door of the villa again. After rushing into the living room, the two sides looked at each other. "Xin Wuxiao, you really don't know how to write the word death. Come with us now, don't force us to do anything." When Xuanwu saw that the other party was a man and a woman, he did not take any real action, but threatened them with a cold face. He despised such playboys the most. They couldn't wait to see Xin Wuxiao kneeling before the god of war and begging for mercy. Jiang Huayue stood up slowly, his face as cold as frost. She pointed to the kicked-down door, her voice cold. "This door is carved with Hatian jade, and the frame is 999 gold. The labor cost plus the outer iron door and installation costs are 1.85 million. Rounded off, 2 million. Cash or card?" Xuanwu and others were stunned. Is this woman crazy? He was too lazy to pay attention, but looked at Xin Wuxiao, who was eating, with contempt in his eyes, and warned, "You'd better come with us honestly, otherwise I will kill you." "We're having dinner." "I'm not going." Xin Wuxiao smiled and shook his head. "You are looking for death." Xuanwu was furious. How dare he disobey the order of the god of war? Xuanwu stepped forward and rushed towards Xin Wuxiao. But when passing by Jiang Huayue, Xuanwu suddenly felt someone pulling his short hair. The momentum released was instantly crushed. His knees seemed to be hit hard, and he knelt heavily on the ground, and a cold light followed. Hiss! The Xuanwu guards at the scene gasped. Their team leader Xuanwu was being grabbed by the hair by the beautiful woman and forced to kneel on the ground. And there was a soft sword flashing with cold light on his neck. "You kicked my door and are still trying to get physical. Who gave you the guts to do that?" Xuanwu could never have imagined that he, a 4th grade, 8th level warrior, would be defeated in one move. There is actually an expert here. I thought the other party was just a playboy. Now it's embarrassing. The task assigned by the god of war was completed terribly. Shin Wuxiu held the bowl of rice and did not forget to put a few more bites of vegetables on the rice. Then he slowly stood up and walked over. No, who are you? Why are you smashing my door? Xuanwu was held at sword point, but he remained tough. You know what you did. I'm telling you, come with me, maybe there's a chance to survive. Otherwise you won't be able to withstand my boss's wrath. Shin Wuxiu took 2 bites of rice and said, threatening me? I get it. You are the villains in the movie. You are so bad, you must be the villains. Xuanwu and others were also confused. Let him go, I want to talk to him. Shin Wuxiu said. Zhang Huayue then let go of his hand and took back the sword. Xuanwu snorted coldly and glared at Shin Wuxiu. Shin Wuxiu swallowed the rice in his mouth, then turned his chopsticks around and suddenly made a move. At that speed, no one could react. The next second, 2 chopsticks pierced directly into Xuanwu's left eyeball. Chapter 93 Try and Die. At this moment, the air seemed to stagnate. Ah! 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 Xuanwu's shrill wail suddenly rang out, echoing throughout the villa. He rolled over and lay on the ground, trying to cover his eyes. But there were still 2 chopsticks stuck in it, 1/3 of the way in. Don't dare to touch it. The blood gushed out, it was horrifying. Captain! Seeing this, the members of the Xuanwu team became furious and rushed forward to attack. Zhang Huayue turned around and danced with the soft sword in his hand. The momentum of the whole body rises, and the energy is wild. Without their hot weapons, these members of the Xuanwu team are simply not capable of competing with Zhang Huayue in terms of combat skills. In just a dozen seconds, Zhang Huayue severed the tendons of the hands and feet of 14 people, and they lay on the ground one by one. Because of Shin Wuxiu's mysterious Yin Yang Liang Yi Jing double X technique, the 2 of them practiced it every day. Zhang Huayue's current strength is close to the 6th rank. These 3rd grade ones are not good enough at all. Shin Wuxiu put down the bowl and grabbed Xuanwu. Tell me, why did you come to arrest me? I don't seem to be familiar with you guys. Xuanwu was already in immense pain, and now he was even more enraged. He cursed directly, don't you know what you did? I tell you, you will definitely die. My boss will definitely kill you. Shoo! Shin Wuxiu didn't give him a chance to talk too much. He took out the deadly judge's pen with his right hand and decisively stabbed it into his temple. Xuanwu's other eye widened. His consciousness was fading. He never thought that he would be awarded the medal in the morning and die in the afternoon. Just come to Shanghai once, there is no going back. Shin Wuxiu curled his lips, you are sick. If you can't find the point, then don't talk. You are so long-winded. You are not the only one who can make you lose. One of the 4 great generals under the mad dragon god of war died in such a confused manner. Xuanwu fell backwards and lost his life. Shin Wuxiu pulled out the judge's pen and wiped it on Xuanwu's clothes. He looked at the other Xuanwu guards who fell to the ground. We are now in a harmonious society. If we have something to say, let's talk it out properly instead of constantly demanding life or death. The people of Xuanwei are naturally not the kind of people who are afraid of death. But when I heard Shin Wuxiu speak, I still felt a little chilly. How could this devilish person speak so righteously? Shin Wuxiu moved closer and squatted in front of one of the Xuanwu guards. You talk, I listen. But the other party just turned his head away. Shin Wuxiu made a tisk sound and broke his neck in one go. When you stand up, you have to spit. You are all sick people. You came to arrest me, but you didn't tell me who asked you to arrest me. Could it be that you arrested me and won't let me see the person who ordered my arrest? It's like I have to interrogate you. If you don't tell me, you'll all die. Without saying a word, Shin Wuxiu raised his hand and broke another person's neck. Then they took turns walking. Those who wanted to resist had their necks cut off by Zhang Huayue's sword. Shin Wuxiu took a look and said, it's better to break their necks. Otherwise, after someone cleans up, there will be a bloody smell. It will attract flies. Zhang Huayue nodded, okay. As he said that, he went up and kicked a man in the neck. When he was the last person left at the scene, he finally couldn't stand the pressure of death anymore. No, I said, it's our boss. Just like Shin Wuxiu said, they were here to capture him, and they had to meet him even if they brought him there. So telling him who it was wouldn't be considered betrayal, and everyone else was dead. The man swallowed and said, I don't know the details. I just know that our boss was very angry and screamed for a long time. I'm taking you there. I'm going to the home of a guy named Lu something. Shin Wuxiu thought for a moment. Yi, Shu, Lin, Xiao, Chen, Qin, Tang, is your boss one of these surnames? Yes. Yi Qingfeng, codename, Mad Dragon God of War. Hearing this, Shin Wuxiu suddenly became excited and clapped his hands. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. Let me ask you, that Yi Qingfeng has a daughter, right? Did he return in anger after receiving the call? Is that right? The Xuanwu guard was stunned for a moment, but still nodded. How does this person know so much? Shin Wuxiu pondered for a moment. That's not right. I didn't provoke him. Why did he come to arrest me? But soon, Shin Wuxiu understood. He was quick-witted and immediately figured out the reason. It must have been caused by Lu Tao. That time in the restaurant, Lu Tao felt that he had taken a fancy to Huang Luoyan, so he took the opportunity to please her. Look, the phone call yesterday asked me to go to Longting Hotel to pick up a gift, and the gift should be Huang Luoyan. The daughter that Huang Luoyan is raising is Yi Qingfeng's. It just so happened that the girl was seriously ill, and Lu Tao must have taken advantage of this to force Huang Luoyan to accompany him. Something must have happened during this period that made Huang Luoyan change his mind. He had no choice but to capture the little girl and continue to threaten Huang Luoyan. Then either Huang Luoyan contacted Yi Qingfeng, or the little girl contacted him using her little genius phone watch. That's why it comes to me. Shen Wuxiu was so familiar with these routines that he accurately guessed everything. The lucky protagonist is also the Mad Dragon God of War. He will definitely make a fortune this time. Very good, since you came to me on your own initiative, I'll accept it. Shin Wuxiu was unwilling to miss the opportunity to earn points. He decisively took out his cell phone and called Uncle Wu. When the call was connected, Shin Wuxiu said directly, Uncle Wu, inform Old Cat and Scorpion to bring another 100 people. They must all be warriors, and at least around the 3rd rank. Everyone, bring your big guys, and have someone investigate where Lu Tao lives, and then come to my villa. Let's get to work. After hanging up the phone, Shin Wuxiu looked at the remaining Xuanwu guards and said, You can still stand up, right? Help me gather the bodies. Then, mop the floor in the public bathroom on the 1st floor. As he said that, Shin Wuxiu brought Jiang Huayue back to the dining table. I haven't tea eaten yet. Even if the living room was covered in blood, they didn't care. Wu Xiao, these people are well trained and must have been on the battlefield for a long time. Do you have a grudge against them? Jiang Huayue asked. Shin Wuxiu shook his head. Strictly speaking, no, but now there is. Their boss didn't understand the situation and sent people to arrest me and even wanted to kill me. I can't stand this. Haven't you figured out the situation? Jiang Huayue still didn't quite understand. Shin Wuxiu said, to put it simply, I was having lunch with Hongye that day and met a beautiful woman with her daughter and a young master. Something happened during that time. That young master offended me and mistakenly thought I liked that beautiful woman, so he wanted to give her to me to please me. That young master captured someone's child and threatened him. Then the child's father came and thought I was the one who started it. Do you understand? Jiang Huayue nodded. If that's the case, then you've suffered an unexpected disaster. Shin Wuxiu took a bite of the food and said, It was true at the beginning, but not anymore. I killed so many of his men, so it's a fight to the death. After dinner, I'll go kill him first. I'm going too. Jiang Huayue said quickly. Don't you want to catch up on the drama? I'll be fine. I can handle this kind of thing. Jiang Huayue refused to give in. No, I have to go. He is about to kill my man. Am I supposed to just sit there and watch the show? Or, do you underestimate me? Okay, since you said so, I can't refuse. Shin Wuxiu smiled and said, Let's eat first. Well, have some soup. As she said that, she stood up and served Shin Wuxiu a bowl of old duck soup that she had been cooking for the whole morning. It seemed as if there was no one else in their world. Even though there were corpses lying on the ground over there. There was also a lame man cleaning. Chapter 94 Confidence. After lunch, Jiang Huayue cleaned up the dishes and went into the kitchen. Shin Wuxiu walked towards that direction with a toothpick in his mouth. Thanks for your hard work, buddy. The Xuanwu guard was basically cleaning while crying. These corpses are his brothers, sisters, and beloved relatives and friends. But he wanted to survive, and the only way he could get revenge was to survive and meet the god of war alive. So he could only bite the bullet and shake his head. No, it's not hard. Shen Wuxiao patted his shoulder. It's hard work. If I say it's hard work, then you will be hard work. After saying that, Shen Wuxiao's eyes flashed. Wait, what are you doing with the mop stick in your hand? Do you want to kill me? Ah. The next second, Shen Wuxiao made a quick move, grabbed his neck, and twisted it hard. He just broke his neck. The Xuanwu guard widened his eyes and croaked, "Didn't you ask me to mop the floor?" After saying that, he collapsed on the pile of corpses. Oh, sorry, I forgot. I'm a noble, and nobles tend to forget things. What a shame. They're all good fighters, but they followed the wrong people. A great compassion mantra for you. Shen Wuxiao thoughtfully played some music and waited for Uncle Wu and the others. Moving music slowly sounded. Today is a good day, everything you wish for will come true. I put it in the wrong place. Never mind, I'll just make do with it. Shen Wuxiao acted like a master, leaning on the sofa with his eyes closed. After a while, the sound of a car was heard outside the villa. There were dozens of cars, including a large Jinbei. Uncle Wu got out of the car and was furious when he saw the door of the villa had collapsed. I don't know who is so desperate to break into his master's residence. When Uncle Wu, Old Cat, and Scorpion entered the villa, they were also shocked. A pile of corpses. Shen Wuxiao was lying on the sofa. Deal with it cleanly. Cut off the head of the one whose eyes were gouged out. I'll give it to you as a gift. Shen Wuxiao said. Yes, master. Uncle Wu and others waved their hands, and immediately more than a dozen people came running and started to clean up the scene. Even the blood stains on the ground were wiped clean immediately. Even though the floor was clean, they sprayed something on it to make it look like new. Zhang Huayue also came out, and Uncle Wu and the others immediately greeted her, "Young madam." Zhang Huayue nodded and looked at Shen Wuxiao again. Shall we set off? Wait for me. After that, she went straight to the room. In less than 2 minutes, she had changed into a neat and clean outfit. Shen Wuxiao and others walked out of the villa together and came to the back of the Jinbei van. When they opened the van, they found it was full of hot weapons. And it's a big one. Gatling machine guns, sniper rifles, and various automatic rifles. Zhang Huayue was biting a rubber band in her mouth. When she saw the gun, she also took the rubber band and pulled her hair up into a high ponytail. Then he picked up an automatic rifle. With 2 swish sounds, he checked the gun, removed the magazine and took a look at it. Finally, assemble it, turn on the safety, and load the gun. It's black market stuff, probably swapped out, but quality is fine. They were not surprised. After all, the young lady was from the special forces and of course she knew all this. Let's go. Shen Wuxiao laughed. Now you know where Lu Tao lives. Scorpion nodded. Don't worry, master, someone is watching us secretly, and the people over there are all here. Shen Wuxiao and Zhang Huayue got directly into one of the business cars. The convoy turned around and headed directly towards the destination. While Shen Wuxiao was rushing to Lu Tao's villa, there were masters standing all around Lu Tao's villa. The Azure Dragon, White Tiger and Vermilion Bird are in 3 directions respectively, and the others are scattered in various locations. They are the Azure Dragon Guard, White Tiger Guard, and Vermilion Bird Guard. There were more than 40 people in a villa, all standing straight, and it was obvious that they were well trained. Yi Qingfeng sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. Now is his time of judgment. A green-haired man was kneeling in front of him, shivering. It was Lu Tao. Yi Qingfeng was not in a hurry to take action. After all, there was still one person who had not been caught. When Xuanwu arrives, we can judge together. He wanted to see how brave these 2 people were to arrest his daughter. He couldn't suppress his anger when he thought of Tuanchuan still in the hospital. Buzz buzz buzz. At this time, the phone rang. Yi Qingfeng thought it was Xuanwu calling. But when I picked it up, I saw that it belonged to Huang Luoyan. He hurriedly answered the call. Yi Qingfeng, Tuan wants to see you, where are you? Huang Luoyan's voice was very cold, as if it was a business matter. This incident made her scared, and she was also a little angry at Yi Qingfeng's inaction over the years. Luoyan, I'm busy. I'll be there tonight. You should get Tuanchuan to sleep first. Tonight, let's have dinner together. I want to make it up to you. Huang Luoyan didn't want to say anything more and just hung up the phone. Hearing the hang-up sound on the phone, Yi Qingfeng shook his head helplessly. Huang Luoyan has a lot of opinions about him. But to be honest, he was really grateful to Huang Luoyan. Huang Luoyan is definitely his benefactor. And after seeing Huang Luoyan today, Yi Qingfeng's silent heart suddenly seemed to wake up. I was actually moved. Perhaps he really regarded her as his child's mother, and a natural sense of closeness arose spontaneously. He was also thinking that Huang Luoyan was not the child's biological mother after all. But the child can't live without her anymore. Why not turn the fake into real and give Tuanchuan a happy family? Seeing Yi Qingfeng's silent smile, Zhuke, who was standing beside him, also teased, "Boss, your sister-in-law called you? Are you thinking of going on a date?" One of the few women in the Suzaku team, she is a 4th grade, 9th order master with formidable strength. Not only is she powerful, she is also extremely beautiful. The black hair was highlighted with red, which really looked like Suzaku feathers. It adds a touch of charm to her. She has phoenix eyes, an oval face, a high nose, and fiery red lips, and her facial features are very beautiful. She has a good temperament, cold but also a hint of playfulness, a devilish figure, and is extremely tall. If I were to give a score, it would definitely be 90 points. He was only slightly inferior to Huang Luoyan. Yi Qingfeng shook his head when he heard Zhu Chua's words, "Don't talk nonsense, it will ruin other people's reputation, isn't it?" Zhu Ke covered his mouth and chuckled, "Boss, now that you say so, does that mean it will be the case from now on?" Yi Qingfeng did not comment, but there was no time to think about this kind of thing now. Let us wait until Tuanchuan recovers. Yi Qingfeng looked at the time. Logically, Xuanwu should have arrived a long time ago. Why is there no news yet? But Yi Qingfeng was not worried. Xuanwu is a master, he can capture a person with ease. It should be the one called Xin Wuxiao. He lived in many places, so it took some time to find him. It is normal for wealthy young men to own several properties. To him, the things here were just small matters. He helped his daughter get revenge and vent his anger, and that was the end of it. What is more important is to deal with the Yi family and the Ji family later. Yi Qingfeng still remembers what they did to him. They killed Sun Yan, who gave birth to his daughter. This blood feud cannot be erased and must be avenged. Lu Tao knelt on the ground, secretly looking at Yi Qingfeng, feeling very uncomfortable. He was also full of resentment. I didn't expect that the little girl's father was so powerful. But he was not afraid. These people did not know their place and went to capture Xin Wuxiao. They are doomed to die. Young Master Xin will definitely save himself. But he was also a little afraid that Xin Wuxiao would think that he was the one who caused the disaster and implicate him, and thus take his anger out on him. Xin Wuxiao's character is inherently difficult to understand. Lu Tao didn't have much confidence in his heart. After a while, the sound of a car driving was heard not far from the villa. The sounds were very uniform, and it was obvious that a convoy was coming. The people in the villa became alert instantly. Yi Qingfeng smiled evilly, "Why are you so nervous? It must be Xuanwu who brought people back." "That's not right, boss. There are so many cars." Qinglong also reported. Yi Qingfeng didn't care at all. After we capture that dandy, his men will naturally follow him. But what if there are more of them? They are all just some things that are not presentable. He slowly stood up and smiled evilly, "Welcome the guests." Chapter 95 Meeting. Yi Qingfeng looked as if he was sure of victory. Great courage, the confidence to plan and win the battle from thousands of miles away. Just the action of standing up gives people the feeling that the world situation is under my control. Outside, Xin Wuxiao's convoy dispersed and surrounded the villa. Yi Qingfeng still smiled contemptuously. Qinglong, Baihu, Suzaku, and other teammates also looked relaxed and disdainful. He is also ready to do something big. Qinglong's neck cracked as he twisted it, and he curled his lips. "Xuanwu, this guy, is quite playful. He brought that dandy with him and let so many people follow him. They're just trying to get us to try our hand because they're afraid we'll get bored." Zhu Ke chuckled. "Xuanwu may have already taken action over there, but it's okay that he can remember us." Baihu said disdainfully, "With just these few people, apart from Xuanwu and his group, the other cars combined seem to have less than 100 people. Thinking back to that time on the Northern Territory battlefield, I faced 70 well-trained mercenaries on my own, and in the end, I was the only one standing. These bodyguards in the city are only fit to bully some small thugs. Yeah, I want to know how they win." Boss, how many do you want to fight? Xinglong also asked Yi Qingfeng by the way. Yi Qingfeng looked nonchalant, just play around, and cripple them. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if too many die. Thank you for the reward, boss. The three generals were very excited. They have experienced many life and death situations, and the living environment in the Northern Territory alone is extremely harsh. In addition to enemies, there are also strange beasts. In that kind of environment, they were all at ease, but when they came to the city and faced some ordinary bodyguards with only basic skills, it was a complete dimensionality reduction attack. There will definitely be a sense of superiority. And outside, Shen Wuxiao's convoy was about to stop. Shen Wuxiao saw that there was no movement in the villa, so he was not in a hurry. He understands the lucky protagonists like the god of war, who are the tough type. Not to mention being surrounded, even if a gun was pointed at his head, his mouth would still be crooked. What's more, he wants revenge now, so there is no way he will retreat. Who knows, they might even think that they are following Xuanwu. Their pride and self-confidence would not allow them to feel that they were truly surrounded and waiting to die. Bite. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding, the lucky protagonist has been detected. The protagonist, Yi Qingfeng. Type, Mad Dragon God of War. Realm, 6th grade, 6th level master. Superpower, skin scale armor. Weapon, 6th grade artifact, bayonet sharp spike. Martial arts, Roar of the Wild Dragon mastery, fist, heaven shattering and earth shattering mastery. Magic power, none. The new script has been instilled. The plot about Yi Qingfeng suddenly appeared in Shen Wuxiao's mind. Damn, his realm is almost the same as mine. Add in the protagonist buff bonus and luck bonus, it's really hanging in the balance. Damn, Tonzi, how many points do I have now? Ding, 3.2 million points. Everyone increase their realm, I want to beat him to death. Ding, 3.2 million points have been deducted, and the realm has been upgraded to the 8th level and 9th level Grandmaster. Save it for 1000 points, so the host can exchange it for bullets and pills. Because the host spent 3 million points in a single transaction, the system has given him an additional weapon upgrade. The 6th grade artifact, the Duke of Destruction Revolver, has been upgraded to an 8th grade artifact. The supernatural power of controlling thunder is about to be upgraded to the world-destroying thunder. Upgrading. Shen Wuxiao felt as if he had endless strength in his body. The feeling of cheating is so cool. Shen Wuxiao opened his palm, and arcs of electricity surged out of his palm. When I get back, I'll buy Zheng Huayue a better weapon. Shen Wuxiao and others got out of the car and looked inside the villa. Yi Qingfeng and others also discovered something was wrong. Damn, where is Xuanwu? Didn't Xuanwu bring Shen Wuxiao here? Why aren't any of those people outside familiar? Where are the 15 people from Xuanwu? Moreover, those people seem to be warriors, not ordinary people. Yi Qingfeng couldn't help but frown. Shen Wuxiao looked inside the villa and happened to meet Yi Qingfeng's eyes, who was standing through the floor-to-ceiling windows and looking at him. Yi Qingfeng suddenly felt that Shen Wuxiao looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. My mind was a little confused for a moment. Shen Wuxiao hooked his finger at the old cat. The old cat quickly handed over a cloth bag. Shen Wuxiao decisively threw the round cloth bag up and kicked it like a football. With a somersault, he kicked the round cloth bag beautifully. The cloth bag flew out rapidly, shattered the glass, and smashed towards Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng stood with his hands behind his back, raised his hand and slapped it aside. The cloth bag rolled to the ground due to inertia and rolled for 7 or 8 meters before stopping. The things inside were also taken out of the cloth bag and displayed in front of Yi Qingfeng and the others. It turned out to be a bloody human head. Xinglong and others felt familiar and had a bad premonition. He stepped forward and flipped over, with the head facing them. Ah! Even Xinglong was shocked. Others also shouted out loud, Xuanwu. That head was exactly Xuanwu's head. Shen Wuxiao specially returned it to them. Yi Qingfeng's eyes were bloodshot and his anger reached its peak. Ah! He roared, turned around suddenly and looked outside. But this time, he was also dumbfounded. Just when they were looking at the Xuanwu head, the people outside suddenly started holding their hot weapons. On the leading car, there was a man standing with a Gatling gun in his hand. Kill them! Shen Wuxiao opened fire first. Duke Nukem fired a bullet, flames shot up into the sky, and the entire wall exploded. Even the door of the villa was blown away. The people inside were instantly exposed to the guns of the crowd. Zhang Huayue was holding a heavy sniper rifle and sitting on the roof of another car. She narrowed her beautiful eyes, staring at the scope, and bit a lollipop in her mouth. The slender fingers pulled the trigger, taking one person out with one shot. The Gatling gun's tongues of fire roared out, sweeping in all directions. More than 30 guns opened fire simultaneously from the front. The entire villa area was filled with gunshots. The people in Yi Qingfeng's villa were not as arrogant and confident as they were just now. They were defeated in one encounter. 10 Azure Dragon Guards died instantly, and the other White Tiger Guards and Vermilion Bird Guards also suffered heavy casualties. Only a few found shelter, but they didn't dare to move at all. My legs were shaking. They even suspected that this was the Northern Territory. Where do so many hot weapons come from in the city? What the hell is the enemy doing? After one round of shooting, only a dozen people were left in the team of more than 40 people. The others who thought they could have a good fight all died on the ground. There were at least a dozen bullet holes on his body. Shen Wuxiao smiled coldly, raised his hand and clenched his fist. So the guns stopped firing, but everyone was still holding their guns and didn't put them down. They are all warriors, good at both close combat and firearms. Shen Wuxiao never brings ordinary bodyguards with him. Those people are just there to get killed. There is no need for them. Shen Wuxiao slowly walked into the courtyard of the villa and sat down on the stone bench in the courtyard. Soon, Shen Wuxiao's men came forward and placed the tea set on the stone table. The fruits were placed on a plate. Don't hide, I have people all around you. I know you have some skills and a trump card. If you want to escape, it will be easy. But all your men are going to die because of you. So, come out and talk? Shen Wuxiao picked up a grape, put it in his mouth, sucked it, and spit out a grape skin. Yi Qingfeng was a little overwhelmed. His brothers, those brothers who fought with him on the battlefield. Almost dead. Fortunately, only a part of the people came. If all of them came, would we all die here today? He himself was fully capable of escaping, but his brother was helpless. Yi Qingfeng is not someone who gives up easily. However, given the current situation, he had to go out and talk to the other party. Even if they could hold those people back for a moment, it would give Qinglong and the others enough time to break out. Yi Qingfeng was about to come out from behind the pillar. Chapter 96 Conversation. Seeing this, Baihu shouted, "Boss, don't do that. That bastard is so inhumane. You'll be in great danger if you go out. At worst, we'll fight. Kill as many as we can." His previous outrageous remarks seemed to slap him in the face. The current feeling of powerlessness and despair makes him angry. He couldn't figure out what kind of bullet was that in the first shot. It could break a wall. Was it a cannon? Qinglong also said, "Boss, we live and die together. At worst, we will fight to the death. Brothers will not regret it." Zhu gritted his teeth and said viciously, "Boss, don't go. It is indeed not difficult for them to break out from the encirclement of hot weapons. But, the scary thing is that all the people outside are warriors, at least third rank. There are a total of 100 people on all four sides. As long as they are delayed, the other 5th and 6th rank masters can kill them. The most difficult part is that they have no hot weapons, so they have no place to use their firearms skills. No matter how strong you are in close combat, you cannot withstand the coverage of a large area of bullets. No chance to fight back. As long as their people have guns, those people outside are nothing." Yi Qingfeng was devastated. He had to go out. He will pay for his arrogance. Be responsible for your brothers. Don't worry, you guys find a chance to break out first. We're defeated this time. Believe me, you know my abilities in martial arts. Yi Qingfeng walked out and headed towards the yard outside the villa. Of course, when Yi Qingfeng walked in front of everyone's sight, Shen Wuxiao suddenly smiled. "Test the waters, fire." Day. A barrage of bullets rushed towards Yi Qingfeng. The prison is big. Brother Feng. Qinglong and the others became nervous. Yi Qingfeng cursed inwardly at the shameless man and rolled over. The skin all over his body began to change color, as if covered with a layer of gray scales, indestructible. The bullet hit it, sending out sparks. After all, he used his supernatural powers. This ability is pretty good, like it's indestructible. I wonder if it can kill someone alive. Shen Wuxiao smiled playfully. Yi Qingfeng was so angry that he wanted to curse. Shen Wuxiao, you are shameless. Shen Wuxiao laughed heartily. I've already said, just test the waters. Now everything is fine, come out, I won't shoot. There's no use shooting. Yi Qingfeng didn't show any fear either. He walked out directly and came to Shen Wuxiao. Shen Wuxiao always had a faint smile on his face, and every move he made was full of courtesy. Nice to meet you. This is the first time we meet in this way. Do you like it? Sit down, have some tea, eat some fruit, and discuss where you'd be buried. He poured a cup of tea for Yi Qingfeng and gestured. Madman. This was Yi Qingfeng's first impression of Shen Wuxiao. Yi Qingfeng sat down slowly, his aura still giving people a very oppressive feeling. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, but he always restrained himself. Just as he was about to speak, a figure suddenly staggered out from inside. Shen, Mr. Shen. Shen Wuxiao looked over. That person was Lu Tao. He was also very scared. He fell down after running 2 steps and his legs went weak. After much difficulty, he ran to Shen Wuxiao and knelt on his knees. Mr. Shen, you are here, it's a good thing you are here. He seemed to have seen a life-saving straw. Shen Wuxiao smiled at Yi Qingfeng. Mr. Yi, let me take care of some personal matters. You can have some tea first. After saying this, Shen Wuxiao looked down at Lu Tao who was kneeling on the ground. Lu Tao was also horrified when he met Shen Wuxiao's gaze. Shen, Mr. Shen. Shen Wuxiao nodded. Master Lu, why are you so embarrassed? Did they abuse you? Lu Tao nodded. If it weren't for Mr. Shen, I would be finished. Thank you very much, Mr. Shen. He even started to kowtow. Shen Wuxiao hummed, I accept your thanks, but I am a very principled person. No matter what kind of trouble it is, I, Shen Wuxiao, can take the initiative to provoke it, but it absolutely cannot be brought to me by someone who has nothing to do with me. When Lu Tao heard this, his bladder couldn't control itself and he felt a burning sensation. It's over. It's completely over. But Shen Wuxiao changed the subject, but it has already happened, there is no point in holding on to it. Lu Tao heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Mr. Shen. I will definitely learn from this. From now on I will be your dog. Shen Wuxiao waved his hands quickly. No, you are a human being, a good person, why are you acting like a dog? You don't have to thank me. I'll send your whole family down as a token of your apology to me. After these words were spoken, Lu Tao froze. Yi Qingfeng felt a chill on his back. With just such a casual remark, he killed an entire family. How terrifying is this kind of person? Lu Tao shook his head frantically. No, Mr. Shen, I was wrong, I was really wrong, I shouldn't have been so smart, I was wrong. Please give me a chance, Shen Wuxiao was also a very soft-hearted person, so he nodded immediately. Okay, then you can choose, you die, or your family die? I. Lu Tao was shaking violently. I choose my family, to die, Mr. Shen, give me a chance. When my family dies, I will give you everything in the Lu family, everything. Shen Wuxiao was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha, so filial, so cruel. Now that you've said that, I have nothing to say. Shen Wuxiao raised his hand to help him up and let him sit on another stone bench. Lu Tao could only smile. If a person does not care about himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. He can only let down his family. Shen Wuxiao pointed at Lu Tao and looked at Yi Qingfeng. Mr. Yi, do you think this kind of person can be raised well? He who can betray his own parents said he wants to be my dog. I can't even imagine what he will do to me in the future. Yi Qingfeng frowned and said nothing. Shen Wuxiao patted Lu Tao's shoulder. Master Lu, I forgot to tell you. Shen Wuxiao's expression suddenly changed, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. I hate unfilial people the most. After saying that, Shen Wuxiao grabbed Lu Tao's green hair and pressed him on the stone table. He raised his right hand and punched Lu Tao's head with great force. Ah no. Lu Tao roared in despair. Pala. There was a loud bang. Lu Tao's head was smashed by a punch. Because of the direction, Yi Qingfeng was covered in blood. But Yi Qingfeng remained unmoved and just sat there. Shen Wuxiao grabbed Lu Tao's body and threw it away. The corpse suddenly flew out and hit the wall directly. A corner of the wall collapsed directly. This phenomenon made Yi Qingfeng realize that the playboy in front of him was the strongest among them all. It's just his cruelty and extravagance that confuse people. Okay, now that the personal stuff is settled, it's time to talk to you. Shen Wuxiu stretched out his hand and beckoned, and his men immediately handed him a towel. Shen Wuxiu wiped the blood off his hands while looking at Yi Qingfeng. Mr. Yi, I believe you now know the whole story. Do you still want revenge? How about peace talks? Yi Qingfeng is naturally not the kind of person who curries favor with the powerful. Even in danger, he still did not change his mind. If it had been at the beginning, maybe this matter would have passed, but now, no way. You killed so many of my brothers, and even my good brother died at your hands. If I back down, how can I face them? How can I explain this to them? Shen Wuxiu smiled lightly. Explanation? They are all dead. If you want to explain, you should do it after they die. Why are you in such a hurry? Yi Qingfeng was always ready to take action. Really? What if I don't like it? Shen Wuxiu nodded and gave him a thumbs up. You are loyal and righteous, and you remain calm in the face of danger. You are worthy of being the mad dragon god of war. If you say that, then there's nothing to talk about. Okay, then let's not talk about it. I hope you won't regret it. Yi Qingfeng immediately said, Shen Wuxiu, let's resolve the issue between us. If you're a man, remember the rules and don't let your family suffer. Yi Qingfeng himself was not afraid at all. But he was worried about Tuanchuan. She is so young and has such a serious illness. Shen Wuxiu chuckled, Mr. Yi, don't worry about this. Although I am very cruel in the eyes of many people, I have a bottom line. I will never touch the child. Even if I want to kill him, my woman will stop me. Okay, I believe you. The murderous intent in Yi Qingfeng's eyes gradually became stronger. Shen Wuxiu said this, but he didn't dare to believe it completely. Only by killing the other party can everything be calmed down. Shen Wuxiu didn't say anything. He swung the Duke of Destruction revolver in his hand and decisively pulled the trigger at Yi Qingfeng. Chapter 97 Seriously Injured. Bang! The loud noise was deafening. The Duke of Destruction's bullet flew towards Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng's body issued a huge alarm. It was almost instantaneous. The true energy was released to protect the body, and at the same time, the supernatural power was used, making the whole body indestructible and covered with scales. I thought I could block it. But when the bullet hit his body, Yi Qingfeng realized that he was wrong. He was like being hit by a cannonball, flying backwards and hitting the wall of the villa. The wall collapsed immediately. Yi Qingfeng had no time to check because Shen Wuxiu fired again. He could only turn over with all his strength and jump into the villa. He just jumped away, the bullet missed, and the place where it hit exploded instantly. When he found cover and looked at his abdomen, cold sweat covered his entire body. How could a bullet imbued with his own realm's true power possibly? There was a big hole in Yi Qingfeng's abdomen, his supernatural powers were destroyed, and his scales were shattered. Blood and flesh surged. If you go deeper, you can see the internal organs. If it weren't for his special ability that allowed him to buffer the damage, his internal organs would have been shattered by this shot. It's so scary, life and death are just a fine line apart. The attack just now was equivalent to that of a 9th grade master. Even someone with such terrifying defense as him had to suffer serious injuries to stop it. If the second shot hit, Yi Qingfeng had no doubt that he would die. Ding, Yi Qingfeng is seriously injured, points plus 50,000. Plunder Yi Qingfeng's luck, points plus 30,000. Brought great fear to Yi Qingfeng, points plus 30,000. Shen Wuxiu was very satisfied. In just this one move, he got 110,000 points. But, kill him, more. Tonzi, formulate the mission to kill the mad dragon god of war. Ding, we're planning. Quest released, kill the mad dragon god of war. Mission completed, points plus 2 million, additional mysterious gift box and extra points reward. Mission time, unlimited, until the kill is complete. A bloodthirsty gleam flashed in Shen Wuxiu's eyes. The energy in his body surged wildly. The realm of the 8th grade 9th order grandmaster was fully displayed. Everyone on Shen Wuxiu's side was shocked. The young master is so terrifying. Zhang Huayue was also shocked. Before, he was only at the 6th level, 5th rank, but after the double X with me, he reached the 6th level, 8th rank. Why did it suddenly skyrocket? Her own advancement was fast, but not that exaggerated. Now she was about to reach the 6th level. It seems that double X is still powerful. After returning, I will have sex with that bad guy at least 5 times in one day. While there are not many women around that bad guy, you should seize the opportunity to be closer to him and make him love you more. If there are more sisters in the future, she will have to take care of the others. I've decided, I'll go to the kitchen when I get home. I don't know if it's appropriate. When Shin Wuxia rushed into the villa, his men also rushed forward. Jiang Huayue couldn't stay any longer. Just now it was heavy weapons suppression. Now is the battle between warriors. As she stepped forward, her energy suddenly emerged and her true power surged. The jade hand touched the waist and pulled it out. The Bing soft sword flashed with a cold light and made a buzzing sound while dancing. Attacked Suzaku, who was also a woman. Shen Wuxiao's aura in the villa has crushed everything. The other guards on Yi Qingfeng's side also resolutely chose to fight to the death. They roared and fought towards Shen Wuxiao's men, ready to die. Shen Wuxiao had no interest in taking care of little Karami. Go straight towards Yi Qingfeng. Although Yi Qingfeng was seriously injured, he was still the protagonist after all. The burst is very strong. In an instant, he faced Shen Wuxiao. The collision was powerful and the momentum was overwhelming. The sky is falling and the earth is splitting. Yi Qingfeng's eyes were bloodshot, and his true energy was surging in his fists. This punch really seemed to be about to cause the sky to collapse and the earth to split. The energy is wild and rumbling. Shen Wuxiao remained unafraid and chose to fight head-on. Facing the terrifying fist, Shen Wuxiao went forward to meet it. The two fists collided, creating a gust of wind. The bodies on the ground were blown several meters away, leaving nothing around the two of them. The whole villa began to shake and was about to collapse. Yi Qingfeng exploded completely, but the gap in realm could not be made up. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was about to pull away when Shen Wuxiao transformed his fist into a claw and grabbed his wrist. Then he raised his knee and slammed it upwards hard. Ka-la! The sound of bones breaking was heard. Ah! Yi Qingfeng's face showed pain, he roared, and his arms were completely bent. Shen Wuxiao sneered and tried to grab his arm, wanting to tear his entire arm off. Yi Qingfeng had rich combat experience and immediately understood Shen Wuxiao's intention. If his arm were broken or torn off, he would be useless. He struggled to break free, opened his mouth and roared. The sound was so deafening that the whole villa began to shake again. The roar of a wild dragon and sonic attacks are his own signature fighting skills. I usually realize it by screaming. The rest of Shen Wuxiao's men felt dizzy and almost couldn't stand. But Shen Wuxiao was not affected. He lost the opportunity to tear Yi Qingfeng's arm off, and instead grabbed his supernatural scales. Shen Wuxiao exerted force with his 5 fingers, pinched it, and pulled it instantly. Gotcha! That feeling is like tearing off a pandolin's shell. Yi Qingfeng howled again. I watched helplessly as the scales from my shoulders to my joints were torn off, leaving a bloody mess. Shen Wuxiao took advantage of the situation and punched Yi Qingfeng in the abdomen. He raised his hand, raised his elbow, and hit Yi Qingfeng's chin. Puff! Yi Qingfeng spat out a mouthful of blood. Draw an arc in the air. His body flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. But he was still very tough. He turned over again and rushed forward to fight. Xinglong and Zhu Ke, take the boss away first. At this time, Baihu roared and pounced directly towards Shen Wuxiao. Want to procrastinate? Even if it is like an ant trying to shake a tree, we must go ahead. The white tiger is the master of killing, and the momentum it releases before death should not be underestimated. And he has his own secret method that can increase his strength dramatically. Facing the mad white tiger, Shen Wuxiao turned around and kicked him away. But he immediately stood up and rushed towards Shen Wuxiao. Xinglong and Zhu Ke quickly broke away from the battle and ran to Yi Qingfeng, holding Yi Qingfeng on the left and right. Boss, don't make a meaningless sacrifice. Only if you stay alive can you avenge your brothers. Yi Qingfeng was also in a frenzied state. He couldn't listen at all and was desperately rushing forward to fight for his life. Boss, think about your daughter, she's only 5 years old. Zhu Chue's words suddenly made Yi Qingfeng half aware. Go! Xinglong and Zhu Ke carried Yi Qingfeng and ran out. But how could Baihu withstand Shen Wuxiao's terrifying attack? 2 punches would have killed him. Seeing that Baihu couldn't hold on any longer, Zhu Ke pushed Xinglong and said, take the boss away, I'll drag him. Having said that, he rushed towards Shen Wuxiao without caring about anything. Yi Qingfeng could only be furious, but he knew that he could not die. If he died, everyone would have died in vain. Enduring great grief and pain, he watched helplessly as 2 of his comrades in life and death blocked his way. He also broke his oath of living and dying together today. He and Qinglong broke out. He didn't look back until he had run a long way. Just this one glance almost shattered his martial arts spirit. From a distance, he saw Shen Wuxiao covered in blood, looking at him with a sneer. In Shen Wuxiao's hand, he was holding the dying white tiger. Zhu Ke fell to the ground, his life or death unknown. Shen Wuxiao raised his middle finger towards Yi Qingfeng. Then he punched through the white tiger's body and threw the corpse on the ground like garbage. Finally, she made a gesture of wiping her neck towards him. Ah! Ah! Yi Qingfeng roared, tears of blood falling from his eyes. His whole body was bleeding and he was shaking. Angry to the extreme. He believed that this scene would become a shadow that would linger in his mind. Boss, let's go. We can't let Bai Hu and Zhu Ke die in vain. Qinglong pulled Yi Qingfeng, who was reluctant to leave. Yi Qingfeng's eyes were still watching. Shen Wuxiao was far away, but he still gave him a thumbs up, and then he looked down heavily. Yi Qingfeng gritted his teeth, murderous intent surging. But he had no choice but to turn around and run away. Chapter 98 Embarrassment. Yi Qingfeng and others fled far away. Uncle Wu wanted to chase them, but was stopped by Shen Wuxiao. No need to chase him, he wouldn't be stupid enough to run off the main road and drive away without being found. Uncle Wu was thoughtful, that guy was seriously injured, I guess he can't be saved. Shen Wuxiao shook his head, how is that possible? A person like that wouldn't die so easily unless his head was torn apart. Shen Wuxiao wiped his bloody hands and looked at the corpses on the ground. Of the people Yi Qingfeng brought with him on this trip, all of them died except for Zhu Ke, who was in a deep coma, and Qinglong and Yi Qingfeng, who escaped. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking the God of War mentality, points plus 30,000. The God of War escaped wounded, his men were all killed or wounded, points plus 20,000. Extra reward, 1 lucky protagonist resurrection card. Resurrect the protagonist of destiny? Shen Wuxiao was a little stunned. Yes, after the host kills the protagonist, I will receive points as a reward. Using the protagonist resurrection card, I can revive the lucky protagonist and bring him back to the near-death state. Host, kill once more and you will also receive the same reward. This is essential for leveling up, and only for the lucky protagonist who warms the corpse. The mission to kill the Mad Dragon God of War is still ongoing. Shen Wuxiao almost laughed out loud. It was a bit wicked. But he was very satisfied. This Yi Qingfeng, from his appearance to his death, could probably provide himself with more than 3 million points, or even more. Add the protagonist resurrection card and kill him again, which is equivalent to killing one more protagonist. Very valuable. Shen Wuxiao turned and looked at Zhu Ke, who was in a deep coma. Suzaku was now unconscious. She had already been seriously injured by Jiang Huayue, and just now, in order to save Yi Qingfeng, she risked her life to escape and wanted to take Yi Qingfeng away. In the end, they stayed behind to block the attack. Fortunately, before Shen Wuxiao made his move, she had already fainted from the pressure and was not beaten to death. Shen Wuxiao stared at her face. She was indeed a top-notch beauty, with a score of over 90 points. But there is no need to guess, you know that this is deeply rooted in Yi Qingfeng. Besides, she would never give in if so many of her brothers and sisters were killed in front of her. If you don't surrender, you will die. Shen Wuxiao has no shortage of women. The women he wants must be top-notch and completely devoted to him. If you only covet the good-looking appearance, then you lack taste. The red skull, the white bones and the flesh are all illusions. The so-called beauty is nothing but a handful of yellow earth in the end. Therefore, the value of Zhu Chue's existence is limited to letting Yi Qingfeng experience despair again. Take this woman with you and retreat. It stinks in here, just burn it down. Shen Wuxiao turned around, took Jiang Huayue's hand, and walked out of the villa. After the convoy left the villa, a huge fire broke out in Lu Tao's villa. Black smoke billowed and the air was filled with the smell of burnt barbecue. On the other side, Yi Qingfeng and Qinglong fled all the way. After running so far, we were already out of the city. Moreover, they didn't dare to run on the main road, and could only run on some small roads to avoid being chased by cars. The two arrived at an old town in the suburbs and found a place to stop. Yi Qingfeng couldn't hold on any longer, cried out in pain, and slowly sat down on the ground against the wall. He was the most seriously injured, with his arm fractured at a 90-degree angle, his supernatural powers destroyed, and the scales on his entire arm torn off, leaving a bloody mess. His jaw was dislocated from the blow and several teeth were knocked out. The bullet containing true energy almost made a big hole in his abdomen. The scales covering it exploded, and the internal organs were almost exposed. However, thanks to his strong body and strong willpower, he did not die. Xinglong was not seriously injured, just some external injuries. At the villa, Bai Hu was entangled by Uncle Wu, and Zhu Ke was suppressed by Jiang Huayue. He was attacked by the old cat and the scorpion, but fortunately, the other party's practical experience was not as rich as his. So he was the least injured among all the people. Xinglong quickly took out some healing medicine and gave it to Yi Qingfeng. I had been injured many times in the Northern Territory, but none of them were this serious. Seeing Yi Qingfeng seriously injured, his eyes couldn't help but turn red. Fate is unpredictable. Who could have thought that in the morning, all of them were in high spirits and were awarded medals together, enjoying the glory and pride that belongs to them, recalling the blood and tears between brothers on the battlefield of the Northern Territory. But by evening, only the two of them were left out of the 50 or 60 people who had come with them. This gap almost made him collapse. The two sat on the ground together without saying a word. The atmosphere was quiet, yet filled with deep sadness. Everything is implied. After a long time, Yi Qingfeng suddenly stood up. Xinglong wanted to help, but Yi Qingfeng raised his hand to block it. I'm fine. Yi Qingfeng's face was pale and his expression was cold. Find a place to bandage and get treatment. Cheer up. Yi Qingfeng adjusted his mentality. His brother's death could not be in vain. It was his fault and he had implicated his brother. So he has to shoulder this responsibility. Okay. Xinglong responded while gritting his teeth. Sadness and grief must be transformed into motivation. After I get my revenge, I'll have a good night of crying and get drunk. We can't waste time on this now. After walking out, Yi Qingfeng spat out a mouthful of blood. Big prison. Xinglong hurried to support him. It's okay. I've spit out the blood clots and feel much better. Now I just need to take care of the external injuries. Yi Qingfeng is not being stubborn. The medicine Xinglong gave him just now was a pill, used to recover from injuries and promote blood circulation. Life-saving pills are expensive, and they don't have many, and they are all given by people above them. Yi Qingfeng let out a long sigh. Xinglong couldn't help but ask, "Boss, your injury can't be treated in an ordinary clinic, but if you go to a larger hospital, I'm afraid Shen Wuxiao's people will find you." Xinglong was also helpless. It would be great if Zhu Ke was here. She is proficient in medicine and can definitely solve these problems. Unfortunately, her life or death is unknown. Yi Qingfeng has his own ideas. He said calmly, "Let's go to the hospital, the one where my daughter is. Besides oncology, they also have internal medicine and surgery." Ah! Xinglong couldn't believe it. Isn't this just walking into a trap? That Shen Wuxiao is so inhumane. Don't be surprised. This is called the darkest place under the lamp. Shen Wuxiao would never have thought that I would go to that hospital and hang out right in front of them. After interacting with Shen Wuxiao today, I discovered that he is arrogant and conceited. He must have thought that I was defeated like this by him, so I would hide tightly and not dare to come out. So the trick of hiding the truth from the public is very effective. Besides, I can rest assured that I'm at the hospital. Xinglong nodded, thinking that the boss was right. Then you definitely can't use your real name. Yi Qingfeng had no objection to this point. It was indeed not possible to use the real name. But each of them has multiple identities, so you can just use any one of them. All of them are real and effective. They are not serious combatants. To put it bluntly, they are private soldiers secretly trained by a big boss. They can appear in public in name only, and they are also a special type of soldiers assigned to the Northern Territory. When special circumstances occur and they are required to take action, they only obey the orders of the big boss. That big boss is naturally Yi Qingfeng's backer. After the two discussed it, they headed straight to the hospital where Tuanchuan was. After many twists and turns, I went to the hospital. Everything went very smoothly. Yi Qingfeng changed his name to Li Dazhu and was admitted to the hospital. His injuries were indeed serious, with half of his body wrapped up like half a mummy. It's painful, but compared to the pain in my heart, it's nothing. At least he is still in pain, but his brothers have no sense at all. All gone. Although Yi Qingfeng was very angry. But now is the critical moment, he tried his best to stay calm and focus on healing his injuries. Only after recuperation can he start anew with Shin Wuxiao. The first time, he lost because of his arrogance and underestimation of the enemy. The price was that all his brothers were killed or injured. He accepted it. Next, Shin Wuxiao will be torn into pieces by him. This feud is irreconcilable. If I don't kill him, I will not be a human being. Chapter 99 Dialogue. Night. Shin Wuxiao left the villa and went to where Uncle Wu and the others were staying. It was a high-end tea house. It is also Shin Wuxiao's industry. Some people who work for him often gather here. It is taken care of by Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu. It looks like a tea house on the surface, but it's a different world inside. This time, there was only Shin Wuxiao. When Shin Wuxiao entered the tea house, someone appeared and took him to the back. In the evening, Uncle Wu brought news that Suzaku had woken up. Shin Wuxiao was naturally interested in taking a look. After passing through 3 doors, Shin Wuxiao came to a dark room. This side is also very spacious, and the internal structure is basically made of steel. As soon as I entered, I saw Uncle Wu, Scorpion, Old Cat, and some other men. When they saw Shin Wuxiao, they all stood up. Young master. Shin Wuxiao nodded. Where are the people? This way. Uncle Wu led Shin Wuxiao to the door of a room and opened it. Suzaku was lying on the iron bed inside. But his hands and feet were tied up. Suzaku has woken up. Her external injuries looked okay, just some tiny cuts, very deep, but her internal injuries were really serious. Zhu Chue's face looked a little strange. When she saw Shin Wuxiao, she suddenly began to struggle. The iron chain made a clanging sound as it was pulled. That pretty face was full of hatred. Tisk, TSK, 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 you're so excited to see me? Shin Wuxiao still had that faint smile on his face. Shin Wuxiao, I will kill you, kill you. Suzaku struggled desperately. However, the restraints were too tight, and she couldn't even get up. Okay, stop shouting. I know you want to kill me, but so what? I'm a womanizer, and I came here today to check on you and show my concern for you. Bah! Zhu said viciously, you inhuman devil, you will die an ugly death sooner or later. Shin Wuxiao nodded. Whatever you say, I said, I came to see you today. You're injured. I asked someone to make some medicine. I'll feed it to you. Shin Wuxiao was not affected by her at all and still had that faint smile on his face. Soon, the men outside handed over a large bowl of medicinal soup. Shin Wuxiao took it and hung a towel on his hand. Come, take medicine and take care of yourself first. Shin Wuxiao scooped a spoonful of medicine, blew on it, and fed it to him. Zhu frowned, but did not refuse. He opened his mouth and took it. Then, when Shin Wuxiao went to scoop the second spoonful, he suddenly spat it out with a puff. I'm going to spit in Shin Wuxiao's face. Shin Wuxiao's reaction was normal. He picked up the towel and raised his hand to block it. The sprayed medicine was sprayed onto the towel. Shin Wuxiao, if you have the guts, kill me, kill me. Zhu said angrily. No rush. Shin Wuxiao continued to feed the medicine. Suzaku was desperately moving his head at this time. Shin Wuxiao sighed, you are really disobedient. Patients should be more obedient. As he spoke, Shin Wuxiao picked up the towel and covered her face with it. Then he picked up a whole bowl of medicine and poured it on her face. Don't want me to feed you, just drink it yourself. The wet towel covering my face blocked the air, and the medicine was very hot and was still pouring up. This made it impossible for Suzaku to breathe, and with every breath, the medicine entered her airways. For a while, Suzaku felt like he was suffocating to death. Fortunately, Shin Wuxiao took off the towel, and she gasped for breath. Zhu still said stubbornly, if you have the guts, then give me a quick death. Shin Wuxiao leaned back in his chair and looked at her. Death is easy, but being unable to die is painful. With your beauty, it would be a pity if you died. I am a very frugal person and don't like to waste food. I'm still wondering if I should get my brothers in line. Zhu Chue's face was ashen, with beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. She loved Ji Qingfeng deeply and didn't want to be touched by any man. If you really say that to Shin Wuxiao and are queued up, it would be worse than death. Shin Wuxiao, you beast, you are not a human, bastard, kill me if you dare. Suzaku reacted violently and became crazy. His eyes glowed red, you beast, everyone has the right to kill you. You will definitely die an ugly death. Shin Wuxiao looked at her and couldn't help laughing. Why? Why do people want to kill me? I've killed so many people. Do you think your hands are clean? Suzaku despised being compared to him, but she still sarcastically scolded him, "You killed so many of our brothers. I tell you, retribution will come." Her retribution. Shin Wuxia was very disdainful. "It's no exaggeration to say that the number of people you have killed is several times that of me. How could retribution come to me? Shameless." Zhu Kei said angrily, "We killed those who deserved to be killed. They were all enemies." "Oh, then the people I killed were the ones who deserved to be killed, and they were also enemies." Shen Wuxiu spread his hands. "You just love to flaunt yourselves, thinking killing people is justified, and me killing people is an unforgivable crime. Do those men of Lu Tao deserve to die? Aside from the ones who were doing the job, the others were just Lu Tao's bodyguards, and you killed them all?" Zhu Kei was shaking with anger. "That's because he captured our boss's daughter. A bastard like that deserves death." Shin Wuxiao touched his chin and said, "Well, if death is not a pity, then if I kill your people, you will also not be a pity to die. What's the point of barking like a dog? I was eating at home, and your Xuanwu came in and wanted to kill me. Why should I let you kill me? If I wasn't strong enough, would I be dead? If you're a whore, you don't need to pretend to be a chastity arch. Everyone relies on their own abilities and can use any shameless means. Why do you have to judge and punish me in the name of justice? Bah, stop making excuses," Suzaku said angrily. Shin Wuxiao shook his head. "Look, you are looking at me through tinted glasses, aren't you? In fact, deep down, you have no respect for life at all. I had no idea about the capture of that little girl, but you didn't care whether I knew or not. You just think that anyone involved must die, because that incident touched your boss's bottom line, and you will unconditionally vent his anger and seek revenge for him." Shin Wuxiao lit a cigarette and slowly exhaled. "To put it simply, it's the anger that you all feel, and you're holding back and want to let it out. You are the one standing at the highest point, looking down on everything." Suzaku was speechless for a moment. "In this matter, it all comes down to your stance. From their point of view, Shin Wuxiao killed so many of her teammates and brothers, so he was naturally her biggest enemy. But from Shin Wuxiao's perspective, if someone wants to kill him, he will naturally fight back. Since everyone wants to kill each other, there is no right or wrong. It all depends on one's ability." And she had to admit in her heart that Shin Wuxia was right. They just felt the same way and thought that the eldest brother's daughter was bullied, so they had to take revenge and vent their anger. Therefore, they don't try to distinguish who is innocent and who is guilty. They just think that anyone who gets involved with the other party is in cahoots with each other and must die. Zhu Kei stopped talking nonsense, turned his head and said directly, "If you want to kill me or cut me up, just be direct. If you are a man, give me a quick death." Chapter 100, Suzaku Ascension. Shin Wuxiao didn't refute. "Yes, I will. You are not the one I want to torture, so I will give you a quick death." As he spoke, Shin Wuxiao shouted outside, "Scorpion, bring her things." "Yes, young master." Scorpion responded. Suzaku suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. When Scorpion walked in, Suzaku clearly saw that he was holding a cell phone. I immediately understood Shin Wuxiao's intention. Zhu Kei said angrily, "Shin Wuxiao, you are shameless. You want to pretend to be me and find out the boss's location? You are dreaming." Question mark. Shin Wuxiao was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Not really, not really. The person I want to capture can't escape, so why would I need to use such a boring method? I just want to chat with Mr. Yi." As he spoke, Shin Wuxiao opened his phone and did not lock it. The first thing I saw was the wallpaper of a photo of Zhu Kei and Yi Qingfeng. "Oh, you're such a lover, you really like him. It's a pity that he doesn't seem to have you in his heart. You're just a bootlicker, you'll never have a good death, bah." Shin Wuxiao laughed. Zhu Kei gritted his teeth, the anger in his heart reaching its peak. Shin Wuxiao directly opened the chat software, pressed the voice button, and sent a string of messages. "Mr. Yi, are you free? Let's video chat." Suzaku was fine. "I was afraid you wouldn't believe me, so I wanted to turn on the video so you can see her and put your mind at ease." After Shin Wuxiao sent it, he took out his phone, made a yeah gesture, took a photo with Zhu Kei, and sent it. Then he handed the phone directly to Scorpion. The Scorpion is also connected to a large screen. Then, Shin Wuxiao grabbed Zhu Kei, locked her on a tiger bench, and gagged her. He sat next to Suzaku, silently waiting for the video. After a while, the video really came. Scorpion pressed the answer button and walked away. The picture suddenly appeared. Yi Qingfeng appeared in the video. He was badly injured and had many bandages. Shen Wuxiao raised his hand and waved, "Mr. Yi, good evening, have you eaten?" Yi Qingfeng's eyes were red, and he wanted to kill Shen Wuxiao through the video. Zhu Ke shook his head frantically, signaling Yi Qingfeng not to care. "Shen Wuxiao, what conditions do you need in order to let her go?" Yi Qingfeng forced himself to calm down. Shen Wuxiao crossed his legs, a smile still on his face. "What conditions are there? After today, you can take it away." Yi Qingfeng frowned, feeling that this sentence was not right. Shen Wuxiao changed the subject and pointed at the video. "Mr. Yi, your background looks like a hospital toilet." "Of course, I was just guessing. I didn't know you were in the hospital, let alone that you and your daughter were in the same hospital. Don't think I'm investigating you." Hearing this, Yi Qingfeng felt a chill on his back. Shen Wuxiao actually knew everything. Could it be that his every move was being monitored? The darkness under the lamp has become a joke? "Mr. Yi, why did your expression change?" "I told you I was just guessing, don't be nervous. If you're really scared, you can run. I won't chase you. After all, the monk can run away, but the temple can't." "It doesn't matter." Yi Qingfeng shuddered again suddenly. Over the years, he has seen life and death, and no one can make him feel a big threat. But today, I met him. Deep down, he was really afraid of Shen Wuxiao, even though he didn't want to admit it. "Shen Wuxiao, what do you want to do?" Yi Qingfeng gritted his teeth. The place he couldn't see was very hard, and his fist was very hard. Shen Wuxiao pointed at Zhu Ke and said, "I want to talk to you about her. I just want to ask you if you still want this subordinate." Yi Qingfeng felt powerless. He knew that Shen Wuxiao was going to ask for an exorbitant amount of money. But there is nothing we can do if the lion asks for too much. He had to agree to any condition, as he couldn't bear to see Suzaku get into trouble. "You say?" Shen Wuxiao thought for a moment and said, "Well, you chop off your fingers first and let me see your strength." When these words were spoken, Yi Qingfeng was stunned. Suzaku shook his head frantically. Tears burst out. "If you don't want to, forget it. I'll chop her into pieces." Shen Wuxiao looked like he was about to stand up and take action. "Wait." Yi Qingfeng gritted his teeth, actually took out the bayonet, and cut off his own finger with one stroke. Ding, forced Yi Qingfeng to cut off his finger, points plus 30,000. Shen Wuxiao immediately gave a thumbs up and praised generously, "It's great, what a man." Then he looked at the tearful Suzaku and said, "You have good taste. You didn't fall in love with the wrong person. He is worth your efforts." "I was wrong, so I'm sorry. I take back what I said before. You are not a bootlicker." Zhu Ke couldn't listen to what Shen Wuxiao said. His heart felt like it was being cut by a knife and was in great pain. Shen Wuxiao turned to look at Yi Qingfeng in the video. "Mr. Yi, I admire you. I don't mean to laugh at you, I really admire you. But unfortunately, we can't be friends. Even if that incident hadn't happened, we would be natural rivals because there are some invisible interests involved. I mean what I say. Suzaku, you come and take it away. You can choose the cemetery yourself." Yi Qingfeng knew that he was being fooled, but since it was such an obvious trick, he had no choice but to watch Zhu Ke being humiliated. "Shen Wuxiao, you bastard." Yi Qingfeng was furious, and his anger could be felt through the screen. Shen Wuxiao smiled at Yi Qingfeng, his smile giving people a gentle and elegant feeling. Then he stood up and stretched out his hand. Scorpion quickly handed over a sharp dagger. Shen Wuxiao held the dagger, pressed it against Zhu Chue's cheek, and slowly moved it to her fair neck. Shen Wuxiao leaned on Zhu Chue's back, hugged her, and put his mouth next to her ear. "My beautiful lady, I actually admire you. You are so loyal and beautiful. I really want to have you. It's a pity that your loyalty isn't to me. You'd even kill me if you had the chance." From the past to now, except for one person named Lu Ruyan who was still alive, all the others who wanted to kill me have long been reincarnated. So unfortunately, it's time for you to say goodbye to this beautiful world. "Ah, beast, Shen Wuxiao, stop it, you and I are irreconcilable." Yi Qingfeng was extremely anxious. Shen Wuxiao ignored Yi Qingfeng's crazy roar and venting on the screen. The dagger flipped, the blade standing upright. "Don't worry, it will be done soon. You won't be in pain, and I will leave you with dignity." Zhu Ke closed his eyes in despair, and 2 lines of tears rolled down his cheeks. Yi Qingfeng was almost going crazy. On the other side of the video, there was a mad roar, bloodshot eyes, and impotent rage. No, 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 Shin Wuxiao, I will kill you, kill you. Yi Qingfeng was in great pain and tears came out. Shin Wuxiao still ignored him and said lightly, bless you. Hiss. He pulled the dagger in his hand to the bottom and his arm suddenly stopped. The sound of a sharp blade cutting through skin was so light, yet so harsh. Swish, blood gushed out, Juchua's body tensed and his eyes widened. Time seemed to stand still, and there was complete silence. Yi Qingfeng stared with his eyes wide open. Until Shin Wuxiao let go of his hand, the dagger fell to the ground due to inertia, making a crisp metallic collision sound. Ding, crazy stimulation of Yi Qingfeng, points plus 50,000. Yi Qingfeng is in despair, points plus 50,000. Yi Qingfeng is in great pain, points plus 50,000. Shin Wuxiao shook his head slightly, and acted like a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. With a sad look on his face, he ruffled Suzaku's hair and said, I really don't want to kill you. I was forced to do it. Do you believe it? Ha 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 ha. Madman, you madman, ah. Ah. Yi Qingfeng collapsed. Shin Wuxiao looked at the screen and waved his hand. Mr. Yi, the fun has just begun. If you have any cards, hurry up and show them, or you won't have another chance. Also, I wish you a wonderful night. Good night, Mr. Yi. Shin Wuxiao hung up the video directly. He looked at Suzaku, reached out to cover her eyes, and waved to his men, find some women, clean her up, and change her into a nice set of clothes. Having promised to give her dignity, Shin Wuxiao would not break his promise in this regard. Yes, young master. Scorpion went to arrange it immediately. Shin Wuxiao slowly walked out of the room. He originally wanted to go home, but after thinking about it, he decided to go to Lu Ruyan. Let us talk about something. Chapter 101 Warm Man. As I walked out of the tea house, an autumn breeze blew. There was already a hint of chill in the air. Looking at the bustling and lively streets, Shin Wuxiao couldn't help but feel inspired to write poetry. But after trying for a long time, I found that I couldn't write a poem, so I gave up. After getting in the car, he headed straight for Lu Ruyan's residence. Ever since Lin Fan's death, Lu Ruyan has become silent again. Shin Wuxiao knew that she often went to Kangjian's psychological counseling center. In Lu Ruyan's villa, Lu Ruyan is exercising in the villa's gym at this moment. She was sweating profusely, but she still didn't stop. His eyes were full of determination and persistence. It took her a long time to take a shower. Come and sit on the sofa in the living room. He stared at the portrait in the living room, lost in thought. After the death of Lin Fan, her collaborator, she indeed became silent and did not make any moves. I do go to the psychological counseling center all the time. Stockholm Syndrome is not that easy to cure. Fortunately, the female doctor who treated her, named Biao Bilian, was a very good psychologist. It can also hypnotize. With her treatment and medication, Lu Ruyan's psychology has obviously changed. Only when her mind is completely stable can she devote herself to planning. Stones can fill the sea, and ants can shake trees. As long as he persists and ensures that Shin Wuxiao will not suddenly kill him, he will definitely succeed. The doctor also advised her not to deliberately fight against the person who disturbed her next time. If we want to achieve the desired effect on this disease, we must act like Daiyu in controlling the floods. Unblocking rather than blocking leads to great order. Blocking will cause overflow, while unblocking will make things flow smoothly. Blocking and suppressing is not as good as unblocking and guiding. Lu Ruyan remembers it very clearly. She has a high level of understanding, so she also summarized her experience from the doctor's words. In short, let it be. Lu Ruyan swayed a glass of red wine and drank it all in one gulp. She became more and more determined in her heart. Once the disease was cured, she believed that she would not be able to find Shin Wuxiao's loopholes. Shin Wuxiao, I will make you pay the price. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth. What's the price? Shin Wuxiao's voice suddenly sounded not far away. Ah! Lu Ruyan screamed in fright and jumped up. The cup fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Turning around, he saw Shin Wuxiao leaning against a pillar in the villa. He looked at her with a playful look on his face. Lu Ruyan's face turned pale. It's over. I'm going to die. This time I'm really going to die. Why didn't he drive here? Usually I only knew he was coming when I saw him park his car. Shin Wuxiao walked over with a smile on his face. Lu Ruyan was trembling all over. The psychological problem that was being treated by the doctor collapsed in an instant. It was a waste of time. She actually had the urge to pounce on Shen Wuxiao, hug him, and beg him to pity her. What price did you say just now? Be more specific. Shen Wuxiao walked step by step to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's lips trembled, and her beautiful face was full of helplessness. I was thinking of finding a designated driver. Really? Shen Wuxiao raised his hand and gently stroked her smooth neck. Yes. Lu Ruyan was extremely frightened and trembling all over. She was afraid that Shen Wuxiao would suddenly exert force with his hands and break her neck. But I don't believe it. Shen Wuxiao really exerted force with his hands. He simply grabbed her neck and pressed her against the wall. Lu Ruyan just felt like she was going to die. The whole person slowly floated into the air and was lifted up. But even so, she did not resist or kick, but just silently waited for death to come. Her eyelashes trembled, her red lips parted slightly, and she let out a hoarse moan. 2 lines of crystal tears slid down silently and dripped onto Shen Wuxiao's arm. Just when she thought everything was about to fall into darkness, Shen Wuxiao suddenly let go of her hand. Throw her on the sofa. Cough cough cough, huff huff huff. Lu Ruyan covered her neck and gasped heavily. She subconsciously looked at Shen Wuxiao, her heart filled with fear and a bit of inexplicable throbbing. Shen Wuxiao was also a master of face changing, and suddenly he started laughing. I was just kidding you, you won't die. As he spoke, Shen Wuxiao sat beside her, took her into his arms, and stroked her face. Ruyan, tell me, am I a very warm man like this? Lu Ruyan was almost overwhelmed. Warm man? Even if all the warm men in the world died, he would not get the title of warm man. But she didn't dare to say it, nor did she dare to immediately agree with his wishes. He just looked aggrieved and didn't say anything. After being in contact with Shen Wuxiao for so long, she figured it out. He is moody, and sometimes, on some minor issues, if you follow his wishes, you end up in worse trouble. For example, this is a nonsense question. Silence is the right thing to do. Sure enough, Shen Wuxiao nodded. You also agreed, you didn't lie to me. After a while, Shen Wuxiao suddenly asked, how is your cooking skill? Lu Ruyan paused and looked at her hands. I've helped him before, doesn't he know that? Besides, I didn't have my period today. Could it be that he prefers my craft? Whatever you need, it's all fine. Lu Ruyan responded softly. Okay. Lu Ruyan trembled slightly. She didn't dare to resist, so she stretched out her hands and lifted the hem of her skirt. Question mark. Shen Wuxiao paused, then pushed her away. Damn it. I asked you to make me a bowl of noodles. For a midnight snack. Oh. Lu Ruyan looked flustered and stood up quickly. Okay. Looking at her hurriedly fleeing figure, Shen Wuxiao curled his lips. Damn it. What a mess you are thinking, I am an upright young man. He sat on the sofa and heard the sounds of busy work in the kitchen. Shen Wuxiao took out his cell phone and called his subordinate. Young master. The call came from the other end. Well, old cat, have someone go to the Kangjian Psychological Counseling Center and invite the female doctor who treated Lu Ruyan to have some tea. Tell her that she is a good doctor. If she can cure Lu Ruyan's illness, I will have her chopped into pieces. If her condition gets better, I'll give her endless wealth and glory. The old cat doesn't care what he does. As subordinates, they only need to know and execute. Yes, master. After hanging up the phone, Shen Wuxiao walked to the middle of the living room. Then he lit a stick of incense and waved it. Just put it in the incense burner. 1 stick of incense, share it among the 3 of you, and don't fight. After waiting for a while, the noise in the kitchen stopped. Lu Ruyan brought out a bowl of hot shredded pork and egg noodles. Simple, but not bad. She wasn't very good at cooking, and this was the only dish she was good at when she was abroad. Fortunately, Shen Wuxiao wanted to eat noodles, otherwise she really didn't know what to do. Serving the noodles to Shen Wuxiao, she said, if you're worried, I can have a bite first. She was afraid that Shen Wuxiao would think she had poisoned him. But she really didn't have the courage. No need. Shen Wuxiao took it and took a bite. It tasted pretty good. But it can't compare with Jiang Huayue's. After taking a bite, he also picked up a piece of food for Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan pursed her lips and said, if I eat it, won't you be disgusted? Stop talking nonsense. How many times have we kissed? Have I ever been disgusted by your saliva? Can't you see that I'm a warm-hearted man? What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Ruyan didn't dare to say anything more, then she opened her mouth and ate the piece of food that Shen Wuxiu fed her. Chapter 102 You Go Cooperate. Shen Wuxiu took a few bites and put down his bowl and chopsticks. Lu Ruyan also quickly poured tea and brought some tissues and handed them to Shen Wuxiu. Shen Wuxiu wiped his mouth and looked at Lu Ruyan. I came to you today because I wanted to tell you something. Lu Ruyan nodded and listened silently. Do you know that your conditions are 1 in a million? Shen Wuxiu said. Lu Ruyan said she didn't understand. Shen Wuxiu said seriously, I'm not kidding. Your conditions are truly 1 in a million. Look, I killed your whole family, you wanted revenge, and then you couldn't kill me, and yet you had sex with me so many times. You are very obedient to me, very obedient. Whether it is out of forbearance or other reasons, this is the fact. Lu Ruyan listened and felt inexplicably panicked. Why does it feel like a showdown conversation, words spoken before death? I'll give you a suggestion. If someone like Lin Fan shows up and wants to kill me, I'll notify you and you can approach them to discuss cooperation. Given your miserable conditions, the other party will definitely cooperate with you. Who would doubt that someone whose entire family I slaughtered wouldn't want to kill me? Of course, I'm not asking you to be an undercover agent. That's unrealistic. You just need to follow your revenge plan. Just act with the intention of killing me. You can do whatever you want. Lu Ruyan's heart sank. It turned out that he had already known that he and Lin Fan were collaborating to kill him. You haven't taken action yet. Is there any other purpose? She thought she had hidden it well, but when Lin Fan got into trouble, she immediately withdrew. It turned out that the other party knew everything. But she really didn't understand what Shen Wuxiu was playing. I don't understand. Lu Ruyan shook her head. Shen Wuxiu said, Shen Wuxiu, never care what my opponent is like, but do you know what I fear most? Lu Ruyan still shook her head. He is fearless, so how could she know what he is afraid of? Shen Wuxiu responded again, what I fear most is that they will know that I am too high-ranking, and they will be restricted in everything they do, or even do nothing at all, and just keep running and hiding. But as long as you cooperate with them, your brain will come up with ideas and encourage them to take action. Then I will feel comfortable. Lu Ruyan was shocked. My brain doesn't seem to be enough. Seeing that she was still silly, Shen Wuxiu couldn't help but sigh, in my eyes, you are the Three Kingdoms strategist, Ma Su. Let me put it this way. You're a natural at pitting your teammates. If you can just talk about cooperation with them, I won't have to worry so much. Got it? Lu Ruyan finally understood and felt extremely insulted. This is calling her stupid. Shen Wuxiu is really not playing this time. He knew it himself, and the system also said it, that the people he met now were not powerful protagonists. This is a world of high-level martial arts. The current Yi Qingfeng, and even the two brothers Lin Fan and Lin Chen, are considered ordinary. Later on, you will definitely meet those who are brave, resourceful, and extremely powerful, especially those who are particularly patient. But no matter what you do, knowing yourself and your enemy is a necessary condition. But except for some information he wanted others to know, it was not easy to find out about himself. And this is where Lu Ruyan comes in. She had brains, but not much for herself. But she is really the hardest to find and most trustworthy partner. She then sent a group of experts to appear around her, making people think that it was a force she cultivated. Of course, it was just for show. She endures humiliation while being by his side. In the eyes of others, isn't this an undercover agent? Lu Ruyan only needs to memorize a set of theoretical formulas. My father is dead, my mother is dead, and my sister is gone too. The whole family is crying and heartbroken. But the other party is too beastly. He came to my house to do it the next day. He let him rub against him in order to protect himself, with a deep hatred hidden in his heart. I only regret that my abilities are so low, and I have no hope of revenge. I'm glad to meet you today, a fellow traveler. I'll give you some information to help you. This formula is perfect. And they are all facts, you can find them with just a simple search. You can't help but believe it. Lu Ruyan didn't know how to respond for a moment. Shen Wuxiu raised his hand and gently stroked her face. Ruyan, this is your chance, and your only chance to kill me. Do you really think you can kill me on your own? So, what you should do is to play to your strengths. Working with a master, no matter what means you use, being able to kill me is your ability. During this period, I promise not to let you die. Lu Rian knew that Shin Wuxiu was not joking. She also began to think deeply. Indeed, it was a fantasy for her to kill Shin Wuxiu now. Especially now that I am sick, the more I hate Shin Wuxiu, the more I love him. As long as I can cure my illness during this period, then as Shin Wuxiu said, I can find those masters to cooperate with, and my chances will definitely be much greater. Even if I lose, it's not me who will die, even if my friend dies. This was proposed by Shin Wuxiu himself. This is what happens when one is too clever for his own good. But, can the disease really be cured? Lu Rian felt that it was possible and that initial results had been seen. Her cousin, Dr. Villain, was very capable and would definitely be able to cure her. At that time, I would no longer have any feelings for Shin Wuxiu and would not be influenced by him, so I could take revenge with all my strength. Otherwise, she was really afraid that this disease would affect her, and if she really turned against him and killed Shin Wuxiu's enemies, she would end up helping Shin Wuxiu. After making up her mind, Lu Rian nodded, okay. Now that things have come to this, there's no need to hide anything. Okay. Shin Wuxiu nodded, let me make it clear first, although you are not my woman, I am a very possessive person. If you give yourself to me cleanly, I will never let another man touch you, even if I have to kill you. If you used a dirty trick to talk about cooperation, I will personally draw the knife and cut you to death with 3,600 cuts. Lu Ruyan looked at Shin Wuxiu, and her heart suddenly spasmed and felt very painful. Could it be that I am so shameless in his eyes? Lu Ruyan has always been a brain worker and is very cunning, except when Shin Wuxiu forced her to do so. Before this, she even wore gloves when shaking hands with her partners. How could I possibly sell my body in exchange for cooperation? Such cooperation is just a castle in the air. Value is the key. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and said, although I hate you and want to kill you, I gave it to you after all. No one else has the chance to touch me except you. Well, since you said that, I must treat you well tonight. Shin Wuxiu chuckled, held Lu Ruyan in his arms, and immediately climbed up the mountain. Lu Ruyan bit her lip. Damn, that feeling of dependence is coming again. I must go see Dr. Villain tomorrow. Lu Ruyan didn't want to think too much and just focused on the present. She took the initiative to move forward and was about to kiss Shin Wuxiu's lips. But when the red lips touched Shin Wuxiu's lips, Shin Wuxiu suddenly stopped. Wait, let's do an experiment first to make sure. What? Lu Ruyan was a little confused. I'll give you a number. Call him. His name is Yi Qingfeng. Just get straight to the point and talk to him about collaborating to kill me. Lu Ruyan nodded helplessly. She really didn't dare to disobey Shin Wuxiu's orders now. So she took out her cell phone. Chapter 103 Experiment. She entered the number given by Shin Wuxiu. Before dialing, she looked at Shin Wuxiu. What do you mean? Shin Wuxiu shook his head. You shouldn't ask me. I told you to do it freely and do it with the belief of killing me. Don't worry, I don't care how harsh your words are. But since this is an experiment, I'll tell you his location and some of his stories first. He'll definitely be wondering how you knew all this, and that's when you'll reveal your identity. Lu Ruyan also understood what to do. Shin Wuxiu briefly talked about what happened between him and Yi Qingfeng. Lu Ruyan felt a chill down her spine when she heard this. This Yi Qingfeng is so unlucky. After understanding the situation, she called Yi Qingfeng without hesitation. The phone rang for a long time but was hung up. Lu Ruyan continues to fight. I called the second time and the other party answered. But the voice was low and filled with anger. Who is it? Lu Ruyan cleared her throat and said in a cold voice, Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm here to seek cooperation with you. Yi Qingfeng was obviously stunned. Who are you? Lu Ruyan continued calmly, I'll tell you later. I know you're in a difficult situation right now. All your brothers were killed by that bastard Shin Wuxiu, but what I want to tell you is that we can cooperate and deal with Shin Wuxiu together. Yi Qingfeng is a seasoned man, how could he easily believe a random phone call? How do you know those things and what's your purpose? Lu Ruyan snorted coldly, I have made it very clear, the purpose is to cooperate with you. Not only do I know what happened to you, I also know where you are. Who are you? Yi Qingfeng seemed to have no patience. Lu Ruyan took the opportunity to reveal her identity. My name is Lu Ruyan. The reason I know so much about you is because I am Shin Wuxiu's plaything, and I know everything he does. After hearing this, Yi Qingfeng was obviously stunned. You are his man, and you still dare to call me? Lu Ruyan slowly said, it's true that I'm his, but do you think I'm sincere? At this point, Lu Ruyan's voice choked with sobs, her voice trembling. Shen Wuxiao killed my entire Lu family and forced me to be his toy. I want to kill him more than anyone else. Lu Ruyan was so moved that she couldn't help crying. These are all real things, so emotions are definitely involved. She still felt unsure when she said this in front of her enemy. Shen Wuxiao was watching happily from the side. Yi Qingfeng paused again. You said your name is Lu Ruyan? Are you from Zhonghai? Yi Qingfeng still remembered that Shen Wuxiao seemed to have mentioned this person when he killed Zhu Kei. No matter what, among those who want to kill him, only one named Lu Ruyan is still alive. Yes. Lu Ruyan responded, and then Lu Ruyan also talked about her own affairs. Very detailed. After listening, Yi Qingfeng responded, okay, let me think about it. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Lu Ruyan looked at Shen Wuxiao, and Shen Wuxiao raised his hand to wipe away her tears. He sent someone to investigate you. If nothing unexpected happens, he'll call back shortly. All your stories are true, you can check them any way you want. Yi Qingfeng really asked someone to investigate. It's better to contact teams in other places to check the news. About 7 minutes later, Lu Ruyan's phone rang. As soon as he answered the phone, Yi Qingfeng's first words came out, how do we cooperate? Shen Wuxiao almost laughed. Yi Qingfeng was very quick to respond and ended the investigation immediately. He said that Lu Ruyan's natural conditions made it impossible to doubt her. Lu Ruyan continued, I'm close to him now. He's still wary of me, but I know all his movements. Of course, I can't take revenge on my own, so the first thing I can do is to provide him with all the information he has. I'll provide you with accurate intelligence, and you'll execute it. We'll keep you posted. Yi Qingfeng was just lacking in this aspect right now, so he said without any nonsense, okay. After saying that, the phone was hung up. Lu Ruyan looked at Shen Wuxiao again. Shen Wuxiao laughed heartily, that's right. I won't interfere with anything from now on. Just cooperate with me and follow the plan as you wish. This is your chance to kill me, so make sure you seize it. Lu Ruyan did not respond. Shen Wuxiao stood up and hooked his finger at her. Now that the experiment is done, it's time to do something I love. Lu Ruyan didn't waste any time, she slowly stood up and followed Shen Wuxiao upstairs. When they reached the room upstairs, Lu Ruyan helped Shen Wuxiao take a bath. After coming out of the bathroom, the two immediately kissed each other. The two lips touched and their tongues intertwined. Extremely warm. The war is about to break out. On the other side, in the hospital, Yi Qingfeng was still staring at his phone in a daze. That collaboration just now was so sudden. At first he thought Shen Wuxiao was playing some tricks again. Find someone to trick him. But in the end, he asked someone to investigate and was shocked. Shen Wuxiao is simply not a human being. Hundreds of people from the Lu family in Zhonghai were massacred. Lu Ruyan was lucky enough to escape the disaster because she was abroad. But after returning to China, he was spotted and captured by Shen Wuxiao. Because of her good looks, she was forced to become Shen Wuxiao's plaything. Who can bear this kind of thing? The girl was also wronged and had to endure the humiliation. This hatred was truly immense, and it also lowered his guard against Lu Ruyan. Let's see how valuable the information she provides is. If the accuracy of the information is as high as 80% or more, long-term cooperation can be achieved. Until Shen Wuxiao is killed. Shen Wuxiao, that evil guy, has done all kinds of bad things. These are just retribution. At the same time, he was really bold. He slaughtered other people's families and dared to treat the survivors as his bedmates. What a crazy lunatic. You deserve to be betrayed. For any other woman in that situation, hatred would quickly grow. Today was the nightmare of his life. In his first battle with Shen Wuxiao, he suffered heavy losses and fled in defeat. He really felt that he had used up all his luck and fortune. How could a master like Shen Wuxiao not have special abilities, powerful martial arts, or even magical powers? But he just used his fists, and seemed to enjoy beating someone to death. I don't know what kind of abnormal psychology it is. But he will make Shen Wuxiao regret it. This time he escaped death, which determined Shen Wuxiao's failure. After 5 years of bloodshed, do you really think he only has that little trump card? The 4 great generals and those brothers are helpers, and they are definitely not trump cards. Shin Wuxiao would lose his life because of his arrogance. The white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise died because of him, and this hatred is irreconcilable. Yi Qingfeng sighed. I thought that after dealing with Lu Tao's issue, I could reunite with my children for some time. Then he went to the imperial capital to avenge his wife's murder. The Yi family, and even his cousin Yi Qingyun, are trash. If they hadn't had the Shin family's support and hadn't been the Shin family's dogs, would they have been able to enjoy the coolness? And they really don't understand the thoughts of those in power. The Shin family is the #1 family in Longhua. If they want dogs, they can get a bunch of them just by waving their hands. Why can the Yi family be protected by the Shin family? Isn't it because of the family heirloom? He even believed that the Shin family would not care if he took revenge on the Yi family unless they wanted to exterminate the family. The Shin family is not just sitting there with nothing to do. Why do they need to make a big fuss and interfere with the small Yi family? In their opinion, seeking revenge on the Yi family was just a small matter, and they would not interfere in other people's family affairs. After revenge, he can also give the Shin family whatever they need. As for Yi Qingyun, he was just a dog of the prince of the imperial capital. When Yi Qingfeng first heard Huan Luoyan mention the name Shin Wuxiao, he thought it was the one from the imperial capital. The prince of the imperial capital is famous for being a ruthless person who even dips tomatoes in ketchup. Many years ago, he had only seen her from a distance and had never met her face to face, so his memory was very vague. Moreover, the investigation was done by Xuanwu, and he found the person directly. There is no way that a guy from the imperial capital would go to a place like Zhenghai, let alone associate with someone like Lu Tao. Especially the Shin Wuxiao he met now, his strength was extremely powerful, almost approaching the 9th rank. This made him even more certain that it couldn't be the one in the imperial capital. It was common knowledge that the prince disliked martial arts, and no matter how many resources his family had, he had no interest in them. Although the matter remains to be seen, there is no point in saying more, as the situation is already a fight to the death. Chapter 104 Visit. Another day has passed. In Lu Ruyan's villa. When Lu Ruyan woke up, Shin Wuxiao was still sleeping. Looking at the handsome face so close to her and the well-defined abdominal muscles that her hands touched, Lu Ruyan still couldn't control herself. Shin Wuxiao really is like poison. She was severely tortured. She begged for mercy for a long time last night before she gave in. What made her feel a little disappointed was that Shin Wuxiao never stayed. This kind of loss is just the instinct of the disease, and she is actually afraid of it. What should she do if she becomes pregnant with Shin Wuxiao's child? But this situation is obviously impossible. After Lu Ruyan woke up, she made very little noise, for fear of disturbing Shin Wuxiao. Sitting up, her fair skin was revealed. She leaned against the headboard and combed her messy hair. A deep sense of helplessness swept over her. I don't know what is going on now. I still have to go to the psychological counseling center today and ask Dr. Biao Bilian to increase the intensity of the treatment. Just as he was thinking this, Shin Wuxiao opened his eyes. Lu Ruyan immediately became a little flustered. Wanted to help Shin Wuxiao put on his clothes. However, Shin Wuxiao didn't seem to want to pay attention to her. I just got up, grabbed my clothes, put a shirt over my shoulders, and walked to the bathroom. That situation is exactly the same as putting on your pants and refusing to admit it. After washing up, Shin Wuxiao still ignored her, opened the door and walked out. Not even a greeting from beginning to end. Just when her heart was aching, the door suddenly opened. Shin Wuxiao looked in. Lu Ruyan opened her mouth, wanting to ask him if he wanted to have breakfast. Unexpectedly, Shin Wuxiao said directly, "Be a good boy next time you sleep. There are nail marks on my abdomen. Forget it this time." Bang! The door closed again. Lu Ruyan felt a little aggrieved, her mouth pouting as if she wanted to cry. Shin Wuxiao started to put on his clothes only after he walked downstairs. There is still work to do today. I'm going to visit the daughter of the god of war. Such a good little bald boy needs surgery, how can he just ignore it? Moreover, based on Yi Qingfeng's story, he knew who Yi Qingfeng's backer was. Coincidentally, his backing is not from the Shin family. Now Yi Qingfeng is at the end of his rope and it is inevitable that he will ask for help. This creates a good reason for him to use this opportunity to help the family eliminate dissidents. It's not too much, right? After putting on his clothes, Shin Wuxiao just stopped by the altar. He looked at his abdomen again and couldn't help but complain, "Fuck, why do you keep your nails? Look at what you scratched me for." After saying that, Shin Wuxiao glanced at Lu Qingqing's portrait. People in black and white photos, smiling. You look so ugly when you smile. He buttoned up his clothes and left the villa. After getting in the car, he drove away. On the other side of the hospital, Huang Luoyan was busy running around early in the morning. Yi Qingfeng said yesterday that the experts would arrive today. A serious expert. Tuanchuan's illness really can't be delayed any longer. Tomorrow is the last day, so they naturally cannot run into time. The sooner the surgery can be performed, the better. Looking at Tuanchuan, who was still sleeping, Huang Luoyan was also a little annoyed. Yi Qingfeng is a very irresponsible person. He came back with great fanfare and suddenly disappeared. Tuanchuan is his daughter, but he disappeared even though the surgery was today. When Tuanchuan was rescued and sent back to the hospital, he was crying and crying. He says he loves Tuanchuan so much, but he is willing to betray the whole world for Tuanchuan. When she listened to it at that time, she felt that Tuanchuan's suffering was not in vain. I was quite touched by their father-daughter reunion. She has finally done her best to repay her deceased best friend. When we contacted him yesterday, he said he missed him and wanted to see him. He said that we would meet in the evening. Then I couldn't find him. When I called him, he would answer the phone after a few seconds and then hang up. Looking back now, nothing Yi Qingfeng said was reliable. It turns out that if your upper lip and lower lip touch, you will fart. In fact, Yi Qingfeng was somewhere, watching from afar. He also wanted to go see his daughter. But that's not possible. During the video conversation last night, Shen Wuxiao's casual words made him feel uneasy. There were so many people in the hospital that he had no way of knowing who were Shen Wuxiao's men. If I rashly go to see my daughter, if Shen Wuxiao launches an attack, my daughter will definitely be implicated. His reinforcements had not yet arrived. All I can do now is endure. As long as his daughter's surgery goes smoothly today, he will ask Huang Luoyan to take his daughter away first and leave Shanghai. After what happened between him and Shen Wuxiao is over, he will definitely make amends. Yi Qingfeng sighed deeply. He took out his cell phone and called Qinglong. Qinglong, have you contacted the oncologist? In these troubled times, Yi Qingfeng had no one available and he didn't trust anyone else, so he had no choice but to ask Qinglong to pick someone up. This concerns his daughter's life. Boss, the plane hasn't landed yet. It will land around 9:30. Qinglong responded. Okay, be sure to pay attention. Yi Qingfeng hung up the phone and sent another message to Huang Luoyan. Miss Huang, the oncologist is on his way and will be here around 10 o'clock. Thank you for helping take care of Tuanchuan. Forgive me for breaking my promise yesterday. I will definitely make it up to you one day. After sending the message, Yi Qingfeng stood in the distance and watched for a while. He also saw that Huang Luoyan saw the message. But he just glanced at it and threw the phone away. In that situation, it's all impatient no matter how you look at it. In this regard, Yi Qingfeng could only sigh. Time passes by little. In the blink of an eye, it was 10 o'clock in the morning. Outside the hospital, Shen Wuxiao and Zhang Huayue arrived. After getting out of the car at the parking lot, Shen Wuxiao was holding a bouquet of flowers. Zhang Huayue was holding a stuffed bear toy in her hand. They came to visit Tuanchuan on behalf of Yi Qingfeng. The little bald boy is going to have surgery, and as his father's good friends, how can they not be there to say hello? The two walked towards the hospital. Zhang Huayue took Shen Wuxiao's arm, looked at the stuffed bear he was holding, and asked, Wuxiao, tell me, do you have any thoughts about getting rid of that child? Shen Wuxiao couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard this. Who do you think your man is? He really just came to visit the child. At most, he was using the child to scare the mice in the dark. I, Shen Wuxiao, am not a good person, and my hands are stained with blood, but I really wouldn't touch a child. This is my bottom line. Zhang Huayue naturally believed in Shen Wuxiao. She flashed in front of Shen Wuxiao, blocking his way. How? Zhang Huayue didn't say anything, her beautiful eyes were bright with her smile. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Shen Wuxiao hard on the lips. This is the man I love. Don't let any of your enemies go. I will kill them with you until a river of blood flows. But for those of you who are outsiders, we should also restrain ourselves. I'm going to have a child for you in the future, so let's do some good deeds for the child. That's right. Shen Wuxiao smiled and ruffled her hair. Let's go up and take a look. Yeah. Zhang Huayue hugged Shen Wuxiao's arm and pressed her whole body against Shen Wuxiao, looking very intimate. As I was walking towards the hospital gate, a business car drove over from a distance. The person driving the car is Qinglong. He contacted the oncologist and rushed to the hospital. Just as he was about to slow down and enter the parking space, he suddenly saw Shen Wuxiao and Jiang Huayue. I was stunned for a moment. He would never admit his mistake to these two people even if he died. One of them was holding flowers and the other was holding a stuffed toy. Obviously he was going to visit someone. Qinglong quickly realized that they should go find Tuan Tuan. Qinglong was filled with evil spirit and murderous intent. Shen Wuxiao has gone too far and must be killed. Chapter 105, Azure Dragon Ascension. The murderous intent rose. The scenes of his companions falling one by one and Yi Qingfeng being seriously injured all appeared before his eyes. Qinglong's whole body began to tremble, and his anger reached its peak. Cliff, an oncologist and a foreigner in his 50s in the back seat, asked, "What happened?" How could he not feel the aura emanating from the Azure Dragon? Qinglong did not respond. He was already furious. The car, which was supposed to slow down, suddenly stepped on the accelerator and crashed into Shen Wuxiao and Jiang Huayue. The two of them were very affectionate and their attention was focused on each other. If he could hit them hard and seriously injure them, with his skills, he could get out of the car as quickly as possible and kill the two of them. At worst, I can go far away alone, but it will also be a revenge for my brothers. Oh my god. Cliff suddenly felt the car moving at full speed and grabbed the handrail on the side of the car in fear. Buzz buzz buzz. The meter in the business car directly rushed to 104. They didn't react in time and had no chance to use their true energy to protect themselves, so they would definitely be seriously injured. Qinglong's eyes turned red. When he thought that Shen Wuxiao was going to kill Yi Qingfeng's child, he became desperate. After so many years of training in the Northern Territory, he was completely exhausted. Anger filled his head and he couldn't control his emotions at all. The car was speeding up, and in a blink of an eye it was behind Shen Wuxiao. Shen Wuxiao and Jiang Huayue are not ordinary people. I sensed it when the car came. The two men stepped forward, slapped each other, and used the force to jump to the left and right. Shen Wuxiao frowned, and the moment he landed, he burst out with terrifying aura again. The whole person suddenly jumped up and stepped heavily on the roof of the car. Boom! The terrifying pedaling force caused the four tires of the car to explode, and the wheel hubs sank into the bricks on the ground. Especially the area above the driver's seat, which was almost flattened. Qinglong was squeezed against the steering wheel, howling in pain. Jiang Huayue on the other side took 2 quick steps and jumped up. The two of them had a very good understanding, and Shen Wuxiao directly extended his hand. Jiang Huayue didn't land on the roof at all. Instead, he grabbed Shen Wuxiao's hand and flipped over to the other side. He used the force of inertia to kick the driver's door hard. Bang! There was another loud noise, and the Qinglong, which was originally squeezed, was hit by a terrifying force. The driver's seat was also flown out. He fell heavily to the ground, rubbing against the ground for several meters, leaving a long bloodstain on the ground. The scene was in a mess and the car looked like it had been dismantled. The engine was scrapped and thick smoke billowed. Cliff in the back seat was so scared that he wet his pants. He wasn't seriously injured, just a broken head. The moment I opened the door, I screamed in shock, "Oh my god." Then he turned around and ran away, crawling and rolling, without even looking back. Shen Wuxiao didn't care. He is an oncologist. Since Yi Qingfeng himself doesn't want to save his daughter, what does it have to do with him? They were the ones who drove the experts away. Looking at the injured Qinglong lying on the ground, Shen Wuxiao and Jiang Huayue slowly walked over. The two men looked down at him with cold expressions. Qinglong was in a very sorry state. Shen Wuxiao stepped on the roof of the car, crushing the bones in his neck. Jiang Huayue's kick fractured half of her body bones. "You are very brave. Live well, isn't that good?" Qinglong was filled with resentment, and he really wanted to shout, "I'm super brave." But at this time, if I moved a little, I would feel like I was going to die from the pain. "Shen Wuxiao, you will not die a good death. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. You will die an ugly death." Shen Wuxiao ignored his nonsense, squatted down and looked at him. "Qinglong, hello, goodbye." As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Wuxiao grabbed Qinglong's clothes and threw in like garbage, hitting the business car. Boom! The moment Qinglong hit the car, his entire body was embedded in it. The business car was hit and moved 5 or 6 meters. Qinglong was spitting out blood bubbles from his mouth and was dying. Shin Wuxiu was too lazy to waste time, so he raised his hand and the Duke of Destruction revolver was spinning on his fingertips. The next second, the trigger is pulled. Bang! Deafening gunshots rang out. The bullet hit the car. The car exploded instantly. The ground was charred black, and the car frame flew 7 or 8 meters into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. And Qinglong, lying quietly in the abandoned car frame, walked completely onto the Naiha bridge. There were people watching over there, but no one dared to approach. Shin Wuxiu shouted over there, "What are you looking at? Save them! Hurry up! If you're any later, they'll all be burned to ashes." After saying that, he picked up the flowers that were thrown away earlier and patted the dust off them. Zhang Huayue and I went back to the hospital. There was such a loud noise below, how could Yi Qingfeng not hear it? It was just that he was just on the phone with the big boss behind him to report the situation. The big boss really valued him. After learning about Yi Qingfeng's experience, he directly sent someone to work for Yi Qingfeng. The people who came were not simple either, among them was the boss's confidant. They were near Shanghai, and it would only take more than half an hour to get there. Now that the phone was hung up, Yi Qingfeng walked out of the closed tea room and looked down at the window. Yi Qingfeng's eyes turned black after seeing this. Wasn't he that the business car rented by Qinglong to pick up the oncologist? Yi Qingfeng's heart sank and thunder exploded in his head. It's over. He didn't care about his injuries and ran straight towards the elevator. My hands started shaking as I pressed the elevator button. Qinglong, please don't get into trouble. Yi Qingfeng really wanted to calm himself down. But I really can't calm down. The car below exploded like that. If something happens to Qinglong, it means that the oncologist will also be in trouble. That is my daughter's lifeline. How could he bear the loss of his brother and daughter? Seeing that the elevator was still stopped on the second floor and had not come up yet, and the other elevators did not stop on this floor, he rushed to the stairs anxiously. Run down wildly. While Yi Qingfeng was going down, Shin Wuxiu and Zhang Huayue took the elevator up. If Yi Qingfeng had been waiting for the elevator just now, they would have been able to meet. Yi Qingfeng was very fast and reached the bottom in one go. When I ran out, there were a lot of people gathered around. Yi Qingfeng trembled a little and pushed through the crowd. He almost couldn't hold back his tears at this sight. Qinglong is dead. The whole person's face could no longer be seen clearly. But how could he not recognize it? Brother! Yi Qingfeng trembled all over and reached out to touch Qinglong. But he suddenly thought of something and quickly looked at the car. There was nothing left in the car. Yi Qingfeng quickly shouted to the people around him, "Is there anyone else? Is there anyone else in the car?" The onlookers were also a little scared when they saw his aggressive look. "Speak!" Yi Qingfeng roared. No, there was one in front, but he got off the car and ran away, leaving only this one. Someone responded. Run away? Yi Qingfeng's mind was buzzing. Is it a foreigner, about 50 years old? Yes. Yi Qingfeng's heart sank to the bottom. Ah! He couldn't help but roar. The various events of the past 2 days have tortured him beyond recognition. All the brothers he brought with him died. He was left alone. The expert who was called in to perform surgery on Tuanchuan also ran away. How can he find it now? God, why are you so cruel to me? Why are you so cruel to my daughter? When he was being hunted, he hid like a rat. After 5 years of hard work and 5 years of blood and sweat, I thought that the hard work would finally pay off, but I didn't expect that this would happen. Chapter 106 Blind Spot. Yi Qingfeng was extremely sad and wanted to kneel down and roar. But doubts suddenly arose in his mind. Why did this happen in Qinglong? In just a moment, a person's appearance immediately appeared in front of him. Shan Wuxiao. It must be him. He must have had someone do it. That scumbag is really cruel. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He killed his brother and took away the oncologist he hired, leaving his daughter unable to receive treatment. Brute! How could he be so terrible? Yi Qingfeng looked at the other onlookers and said, "Did you see what happened to the people who killed my brother?" Those people were also confused. But someone still spoke out. This person is your brother. It was your brother who tried to hit someone with his car, but was killed instead. Many people saw it just now. Yi Qingfeng couldn't believe what he said, and angrily said, "You're talking nonsense, my brother is not that kind of person." How could Yi Qingfeng possibly believe it? Don't be so stubborn. It's all on surveillance. It's true that he wanted to hit someone with his car. I didn't expect that man and woman were masters, so he was killed in return. A man and a woman? Yi Qingfeng paused and thought to himself, this is bad. A man and a woman, they are definitely Shen Wuxiao and Jiang Huayue. They came to the hospital. That must be directed at Tuanchuan. He thought quickly and immediately understood the whole story. It must be that Qinglong discovered that they came to the hospital and were going to do something bad to Tuanchuan, so Qinglong took the risk to protect Tuanchuan. It has been several minutes since the incident happened. If I come down now, doesn't that mean Shen Wuxiao is in Tuanchuan's ward right now? Yi Qingfeng lost his composure and turned around and rushed inside. He could die, but he would never let anything happen to his daughter. If anything happened to his daughter, he would make sure that all 9 members of Shen Wuxiao's clan would be buried with her. Yi Qingfeng's speed was extremely exaggerated. He had no patience to wait for the elevator and just ran up the stairs. Tuanchuan, nothing can happen to you, Tuanchuan, Daddy is here, don't be afraid. Yi Qingfeng gritted his teeth and his eyes were red. And Shen Wuxiao was indeed already in the ward. Huang Luoyan stood by, fear written on her delicate face. His face turned a little pale. Jiang Huayue held a plush bear and gave it to Tuanchuan. The bouquet of flowers was placed on the bedside table of the hospital bed. Beautiful sister, is this bear for me? Tuanchuan had no idea who these 2 people were. I thought it was my mother's friend. Jiang Huayue smiled and opened her red lips. Yes, it's for you. Tuanchuan hugged the bear in his arms, looking very happy. Thank you, beautiful sister, Tuanchuan likes it very much. As she spoke, she looked at Shen Wuxiao. Huh? Aren't you the handsome brother who helped Tuan beat the bad guys away? Tuanchuan has a pretty good memory. That day in the restaurant, Lu Tao wanted to hit her, and it was Shen Wuxiao who hit Lu Tao. Shen Wuxiao leaned forward and pinched her cheek. Tuanchuan has a really good memory. But you can't call me brother. Shen Wuxiao said as he picked up the apple on top of the cabinet and picked up the fruit knife. While chatting with Tuanchuan, I peeled fruit. When Yi Qingfeng rushed back as fast as he could, he just rushed into the ward. This time, he was so frightened that his legs almost went limp. Shen Wuxiao had a shiny knife in his hand and was chatting and laughing with Tuanchuan. Jiang Huayue sat on the other side. Even though she is extremely beautiful, her delicate face is enough to make men fall in love with her. But her cold and aloof look now made people shudder, and they didn't even dare to look at her twice. When Huang Luoyan saw the person coming, her brows furrowed. She wanted to question, but she held back and didn't speak. Yi Qingfeng really didn't dare to act rashly. There was an endless amount of anger in my heart, but I could only suppress it deep down. Hey, Mr. Yi, you're back. Shen Wuxiao turned to look at him, raised his hand and waved as a greeting. Yi Qingfeng swallowed and slowly walked to the bed. Only by getting closer to her daughter can she save her at the critical moment. This place is no place to stay. Dad, you're back. Tuanchuan missed you so much. Tuanchuan looked excited. In her heart, her father is a great hero. Now seeing Yi Qingfeng, she couldn't help but show off her heroic father to Shen Wuxiao. Handsome brother, do you know? My dad is awesome. He beat away the bad guys who bullied Tuan. Shen Wuxiao's handsome face was filled with a smile. Really? So amazing? Yeah. Tuan nodded proudly. He's really awesome. The bad guys tremble when they see him. He's Tuan's hero. Also, my dad has a few good friends who are also very talented. That beautiful sister named Suzaku can even do magic. Shen Wuxiao nodded in agreement. That's really amazing. Do you want to meet that amazing sister Suzaku? When Yi Qingfeng heard this, his expression changed drastically and his fingers were shaking. He didn't dare to be careless at all. If Shen Wuxiao wants to do something, the worst that can happen is that everyone will die here today. Tuanchuan, who didn't understand anything, actually nodded in agreement. I want to, but I can't today because Mom said that a great doctor is coming to see Tuanchuan. Oh, is that so? That's fine then. Tuanchuan, you should have a good rest while I chat with your dad, okay? Tuanchuan turned around and looked at Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng just nodded. Tuanchuan finally agreed, and immediately hugged the bear doll Jiang Huayue gave her and closed her eyes. Shin Wuxiao stood up and faced Yi Qingfeng. Mr. Yi, it's better not to disturb the child's rest, what do you think? Yi Qingfeng said nothing and walked silently to the windowsill. He can't act rashly now. If something really happened, Shin Wuxiao would beat him to death. Besides, even if he could delay Shin Wuxiao for a while, Zhang Huayue over there was not just a decoration. She is a master of about the 6th rank. The odds of winning are negative. The only way to escape now is to wait. Once the people sent by the big boss behind him arrive, everything will turn around. The people who came were led by the boss's confidant. 1 8th grade grandmaster, 1 7th grade grandmaster, and 4 5th grade grandmasters. How could there be bad people around the people in the top positions? As long as the support arrives, Tuan Tuan can be handed over to them for protection. Shin Wuxiao will die here today. He will never be able to rest assured as long as Shin Wuxiao is not dead. When they reached the window, Shin Wuxiao took out a cigarette and gave one to Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng didn't answer. He kept gritting his teeth and looking at Shin Wuxiao. This beast killed all his brothers, and he wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Seeing this, Shin Wuxiao shook his head slightly. His move was as fast as lightning, and he slapped Yi Qingfeng in the face. Pa! A loud slap was heard. Blood flowed out from the corner of Yi Qingfeng's mouth. Giving you face? Shin Wuxiao said lightly. When had Yi Qingfeng ever suffered such humiliation? But he still didn't give in. His teeth were chattering. If you don't, I'll continue to beat you. Do you want to do it in front of your daughter? Yi Qingfeng was shocked. This was something he couldn't tolerate. No one wants to be beaten in front of their loved ones. In his daughter's heart, he is a great hero. Chapter 107 Humiliation in Person. Yi Qingfeng had no choice but to take the cigarette, and Shin Wuxiao was very considerate and lit it for him. Mr. Yi, do you regret it? Shin Wuxiao exhaled a puff of smoke and asked. Yi Qingfeng had a blank expression on his face. I regret it. I regret my carelessness and letting you sneak attack me. Otherwise, who knows who will have the last laugh. He didn't shy away from it. Anyway, the fight with Shin Wuxiao will never stop until one dies. Why do some superficial work? I am really helpless today, after all, I am in Tuan Tuan's ward. Otherwise, if he starts fighting, he will try his best to skin Shin Wuxiao alive. That's right. Shin Wuxiao leaned against the window. Actually, I admire you very much. You have made a name for yourself. Unlike me, I'm just a good-for-nothing second-generation rich kid who relies on my background to get ahead. If we were of the same status, it would be hard to say. Background? Haha, you don't have to underestimate yourself. Yi Qingfeng said coldly, from the beginning until now, you have driven me to this point solely by your cruelty and ruthlessness. To be honest, I, Yi Qingfeng, have never been so afraid of anyone in my life. You are the first one. It's my pleasure. Shin Wuxiao raised his eyebrows, smiled coolly, and then pointed at Huang Luoyan over there. That Huang Luoyan, do you like him? Shin Wuxiao asked. Yi Qingfeng's heart tightened. He actually has some feelings for Huang Luoyan. After all, she has been Tuanchuan's mother for 5 years, and she is indeed very beautiful. He really wanted to give Tuanchuan a complete family. But at this time, he cannot admit it, otherwise what will Shin Wuxiao do to embarrass Huang Luoyan? He couldn't even protect one Tuanchuan, let alone Huang Luoyan. He really felt powerless. Even if those masters came, it's not certain. He helps me take care of my daughter, and I just thank him. Shin Wuxiao nodded. Is that so? Then he looked over there. Miss Huang, please come here. Shin Wuxiao waved his hand. Huang Luoyan had been nervous the whole time, and now when she heard Shin Wuxiao calling her, her body trembled slightly. She looked at Zhang Huayue worriedly, then looked at the sleeping Tuanchuan, and walked over. When he reached the window, Shin Wuxiao reached out and pulled her to his side. He turned to Huang Luoyan and said, Miss Huang, I'm sure you know about the previous incident. It was a misunderstanding. I don't have any thoughts about you. Everything is Lu Tao's own decision. Now that Lu Tao is dead, you probably won't mind what happened before, right? Huang Luoyan knew the reason last night. No wonder Shin Wuxiao didn't go to the hotel that day even after waiting from the afternoon till the early morning. Then Lu Tao threatened her with Tuanchuan to go back to the hotel, and when it was dawn, Shin Wuxiao did not go. Huang Luoyan was still a little afraid of Shin Wuxiao and nodded slightly. Well, I'm glad you don't mind. Shin Wuxiao said, looking at Yi Qingfeng. Mr. Yi, I was chatting with you just now and asked you if you were interested in Miss Huang. Now, please explain clearly in front of Miss Huang. If possible, I will be the matchmaker and bring you two together. Huang Luoyan was slightly stunned. She never had this idea, and she would never like Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng became alert. Xin Wuxiao, this beast, is really despicable and shameless. At this time, he was still testing the waters, trying to use Huang Luoyan to restrain himself. But how could he be fooled? No matter what, Huang Luoyan cannot be implicated. I have already felt very sorry for her. Just kidding. I don't have any feelings towards Huang Luoyan. I'm just very grateful to her for helping me take care of my daughter. At best, she was just my late woman's best friend. She has nothing to do with me. Really? Shen Wuxiao pretended to be surprised. You're being rather cold-blooded. Yi Qingfeng replied calmly, it really doesn't matter. I saw her crying so hard at the funeral, and I happened to be out on business, so I couldn't take the child with me. So I thought, it's reasonable to leave the child with her. She's my woman's best friend, so I'm just doing her a favor. At worst, I can just compensate her with something later. After saying that, Yi Qingfeng also looked out the window. Huang Luoyan felt very uncomfortable listening to this. No matter how you listen to it, it sounds like I'm being taken advantage of. Even though she was willing to lead Tuan Chuan at that time, the other party's words really made her uncomfortable. Shen Wuxiao sighed slightly, well, that was my fault. Since Mr. Yi only wants to make simple compensation to this loyal woman, then I, Shen, have no reason not to help make amends. After saying that, Shen Wuxiao put his arms around Huang Luoyan's slender waist without any hesitation. Huang Luoyan screamed and fell into Shen Wuxiao's arms. A pair of hands were bent and supported on Shen Wuxiao's chest. Yi Qingfeng was dumbfounded. Blanche. Huang Luoyan didn't come back to his senses. His chin was pinched by Shen Wuxiao. Looking at the beautiful face in front of him, Shen Wuxiao revealed a wicked smile. Miss Huang, I just messed up the couple's relationship. I'm not very good at talking. I'll keep my mouth shut. After saying that, he lowered his head and kissed Huang Luoyan's red lips. Huang Luoyan was caught off guard, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Shen Wuxiao was very passionate, biting her lips and sucking them. Huang Luoyan wanted to break free, but there was no way. She didn't dare to bite it, for fear of angering Shen Wuxiao. Just as he was trying to get away, he was held forcibly again, which led to the two of them breaking up and getting back together, touching each other again and again. Huang Luoyan's murmurs were not only heard clearly by Yi Qingfeng, who was standing nearby, but he could also see them clearly. He looked at the middle, watching Shen Wuxiao and Huang Luoyan's lips touch, open and close. My scalp is tingling and I want to scream. Yi Qingfeng clenched his fists until they creaked, anger surging. Especially when the two of them occasionally separate, you can still see the threads between them. Blanche. He finally fell in love, but lost so completely? Blanche. Ding, Yi Qingfeng feels humiliated, points plus 30,000. Yi Qingfeng feels cuckolded, points plus 30,000. Yi Qingfeng has a murderous aura, points plus 20,000. Yi Qingfeng really felt like he was going crazy. No one can bear this kind of humiliation. He even looked at Zhang Huayue helplessly. I thought Zhang Huayue would be very angry and furious when she saw her man kissing another woman. Unexpectedly, Zhang Huayue was actually getting her nails done over there, as if she didn't see anything. This is a bit outrageous. Seeing that Huang Luoyan actually had a tendency to let things take their course, he even closed his eyes. Yi Qingfeng really couldn't help but explode and attack. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps. Zhang Huayue, who was doing her nails, suddenly stood up with a cold look in her eyes. Her jade hands were placed on her waist, ready to draw her sword and attack at any time. Shen Wuxiao, who was kissing, couldn't help but sneer. Here comes the reason in the head. According to Yi Qingfeng's script, Yi Qingfeng's backer is a certain deputy G-level boss. Although the plot was completely disrupted by himself, his background would not change. All his men were killed, and he was forced into a corner, so he would naturally ask the people behind him for emergency help. That boss is not from the Shen family, and the boss behind that boss is not very honest either. It's really ridiculous that you think you can compete with the Shen family just because you have some trump cards. Now that we have such a good opportunity and reason, it would be a waste if we don't do it. Chapter 108 Support came, support died. It would be difficult for Shin Wuxiao to just kill the deputy G-level boss without a legitimate reason. The impact is not good, and even if you are in a high position, you will also pay attention to some of the consequences. Now that he had a reason, he arranged for someone to kill him. I can call my father later and ask him to take people to kill that old guy. Anyway, it was Yi Qingfeng's fault. The people outside were getting closer, and Yi Qingfeng also sensed it. Since he sensed it, Shin Wuxiao must have sensed it as well. At this moment, Yi Qingfeng no longer hesitated and took action. His 5 fingers formed into claws, his true strength surged, and all his anger was no longer hidden, bursting out. He grabbed towards Shin Wuxiao. Shin Wuxiao stepped back and pushed Huang Luoyan into the bathroom. Then he threw a powerful punch. Yi Qingfeng's eyes turned red as he activated his already broken supernatural power, scale armor, once again. He collided head-on with Shin Wuxiao. But he still overestimated himself. With his old injuries still unhealed, Yi Qingfeng slammed heavily into the wall. There was a loud bang. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the wall, spreading to the surroundings. Shin Wuxiao smiled cruelly, flew up and delivered a fierce knee strike towards Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng was horrified and immediately turned over to avoid it. Shin Wuxiao's impact directly blasted a big hole in the wall, and one could even see the man eating instant noodles in the next ward. Yi Qingfeng's scalp tingled. If he had been hit just now, he would have died. And his support also arrived in the ward. Seeing Yi Qingfeng being attacked, the 6 people immediately opened fire and rushed towards Shin Wuxiao. The 7th grade master threw several flying knives directly at Shin Wuxiao, then stepped on the ground and moved forward following the flying knives. Jiang Huayue was ready a long time ago. When the 7th rank man threw the flying knife, she had already activated her supernatural powers. Those flying knives seemed to have eyes and turned around to stab the people who shot them. Controlling things? Shoo! He was originally rushing forward along the trajectory of the flying knife, and when the flying knife turned around, he was really caught off guard. Even if he resisted, he would still be hurt by his own flying knife. In just a moment, Jiang Huayue swung the soft sword in his hand, and his figure was like a butterfly dancing among flowers. Light and sharp. A cold light swept across the 7th grade master. In the battle between the 6th rank and the 7th rank, Jiang Huayue showed no intention of retreating. But how could Shin Wuxiao let Jiang Huayue take risks? Yi Qingfeng was a rookie. When he threw a powerful punch at Shin Wuxiao, he was already sent flying. The other 8th grade masters and 4 5th grade masters all attacked Shin Wuxiao. A bunch of useless idiots. Shin Wuxiao released his true power, and flames ignited in his hands. Controlling the fire, the flames in his fists emitted a scorching temperature. The 8th grade master was horrified, but Shin Wuxiao had already approached him. He didn't even bother to grab the gun. Seeing Shin Wuxiao's terrifying attack coming, the 8th grade master did not dare to be careless. Adamantium shield. With a light shout, a large shield like a curtain of light suddenly appeared in front of him. The light shield almost covered his entire body. Shin Wuxiao didn't care about this damn shield at all. Relying on brute force, the flames in his hands became more intense, and he punched out heavily. Boom! His fist hit the shield, and with one punch he penetrated the opponent's martial arts and protective energy. It was visible to the naked eye that the shield that looked like a light curtain began to shatter. The 8th grade master was immediately knocked away. Shin Wuxiao turned over to Jiang Huayue's side, grabbed the throat of the 7th grade master, pulled him hard, lifted him up high, and slammed him heavily to the ground. A deep hole was smashed into the ground, reaching the next level. But he was still caught by Shin Wuxiao. Shin Wuxiao simply punched him on the head. The 7th rank master only felt a burning sensation before his eyes. The next second, a fist hit his head. Bang! The 7th rank master's head exploded like a watermelon. The blood didn't even have time to splash before it was melted by the scorching temperature. Everyone else was terrified. The 8th rank grandmaster wanted to retreat, but was caught by Shin Wuxiao. He turned around and tried to grab Shin Wuxiao's arm to escape. But suddenly, a terrifying electric arc spread all over Shin Wuxiao's body, passed through his hands, and was transmitted to the 8th grade master. Ah! The 8th grade master was convulsing all over. How is it possible? You have 2 superpowers. After Jiang Huayue's opponent was killed by Shin Wuxiao, he went to kill the 4 5th grade ones. She dealt with one, and the remaining 3 knew they were no match for her and wanted to run away. Still want to leave. Jiang Huayue had been waiting for a long time. She rolled over to the door, turned around and kicked one of them in the chest. Forced the two people back. Then, she swung out a flying knife filled with her 6th grade true energy quickly, accurately, and fiercely. It penetrated directly into the back of the head of the 5th grade master who escaped from the room. Everything happened in an instant. Yi Qingfeng knows best what he wants to do. He was knocked away just now, which gave him the opportunity to take Tuanchuan away. Tuanchuan was already frightened and burst into tears. While the 8th grade master was being attacked and Zhang Huayue was at the door, he had already found a way to escape. He wrapped Tuan in the quilt, hugged him, and rushed to the window. The idea was that he could escape by simply going out the window and climbing to the next level. But he couldn't have imagined that everything would happen so quickly. The 6 supporting men fought with Shen Wuxiao for just over 10 seconds. A 7th grade person died, and an 8th grade person is about to die. Of the other 4 5th grade cultivators, 2 were killed by Zhang Huayue, and the other 2 were forced back and now have nowhere to go. It really was just a blink of an eye. Yi Qingfeng didn't dare to delay for even a second. He gritted his teeth and jumped directly towards the window. When jumping up, he turned his back to the window, knocked the glass open, and immediately reached out to hook the protruding part above. With his arm strength, he climbed up easily. But just as he pushed the glass open and was about to reach out to grab it, Shen Wuxiao suddenly stretched out his hand towards him and grabbed at the air. It was like a wave of sound. Everything is still. Even time stopped flowing. Yi Qingfeng's eyes widened, his heart filled with despair. He watched helplessly as the bump that he could grab onto moved further and further away. At this moment, there is no chance to grab the protruding part above. The inertia of his body made him fly outwards, more than 3 meters away from the building, as if he had jumped off a building. How is it possible? Is the field still? Yi Qingfeng cried out in his heart in despair. Tuanchuan, who was wrapped in the quilt in his arms, stopped crying. No! Yi Qingfeng was extremely desperate. When he landed, the wind was whistling in his ears and his body was falling rapidly. Shen Wuxiao destroyed that 8th grade one. Zhang Huayue also took care of the remaining 2 5th grade ones. The 2 of them immediately rushed to the window and looked down. Huang Luoyan also looked down. She was completely dumbfounded and wanted to scream but couldn't. He was not shouting for Yi Qingfeng, but for Tuanchuan. That bastard Yi Qingfeng actually jumped off the building holding Tuan. It's more than 10 floors high. If you fall to the ground, will you still be alive? Tuanchuan is still so weak. Yi Qingfeng, who was about to land, was full of reluctance. He is not afraid of death, but Tuanchuan is in his arms. Ah! At this moment, Yi Qingfeng burst out with unprecedented momentum. This momentum allowed him to break through his limits. Yi Qingfeng acted almost without hesitation, his supernatural scale stood up, and his whole body was wrapped in tremendous true energy. He hugged Tuan tightly, intending to use his back as a cushion. Boom! Finally, Yi Qingfeng fell heavily to the ground. There was a deafening crash. Smoke and dust billowed on the ground, and a big hole was directly smashed out. When the dust cleared, Shen Wuxiao saw that Yi Qingfeng, the idiot, actually stood up. Damn, so this is how the lucky protagonist uses his luck. He was seriously injured, fell directly to the ground, and was still able to get up. I am really impressed. Zhang Huayue was also dumbfounded. He is the chosen one, right? He is not dead yet? In fact, it is true that Yi Qingfeng has good luck, but he really can't withstand the serious injury on top of the serious injury. He fell straight down, with no branches to grab onto or cushion his fall. Yi Qingfeng is actually no longer able to do it. He relied entirely on his obsession and a burst of energy to support himself. Bleeding from all 7 orifices, and vision became blurry. His steps are not stable and he may fall at any time. But he was holding the unconscious Tuanchuan in his arms, and the power of fatherly love was immense. He is still holding on. Chapter 109 Yi Qingfeng on the verge of death. Shen Wuxiao, who was looking at Yi Qingfeng from above, no longer planned to play the cat and mouse game. He has obtained the conditions he needs. The big boss secretly asked people to support Yi Qingfeng to kill him, and he was beaten to a pulp by him. That is the evidence. As long as we hand the person over to our family, the big boss behind the scenes will not survive tomorrow. The boss behind the scenes also had to kneel down and apologize to the Shen family. Things have come to this point. Yi Qingfeng is actually not of much value, so it's time to end it. You can also say goodbye. Shin Wuxiao turned around and looked at the 8th grade master who was lying unconscious on the ground. He simply raised his foot and broke his neck with one step. Then he returned to the windowsill and jumped out. Shin Wuxiao naturally wouldn't be so stupid as to land directly on the ground. Even with his current level of cultivation, there would be no problem. But it is stupid to risk your precious life easily. So, when Shin Wuxiao jumped out, he raised his hand to hook the window, cushioned his fall, and fell directly down. Every few floors he fell, he grabbed a protruding spot to cushion his fall. It takes less than 10 seconds to go downstairs. When he reached the 5th or 6th floor, he landed directly and stood firmly on the ground. At this moment, Yi Qingfeng was still staggering forward. The body is crumbling. He has been exhausted both physically and mentally in the past 2 days. In addition to the fact that he was beaten to a pulp by himself last time, he was in a state of serious injury. Today's blow has determined his fate. Now he just relies on his thoughts. Zhang Huayue above also wants to go down from the window. Before going down, he saw Huang Luoyan rushing out of the ward and running away. She ignored it and jumped down from a high place like Shin Wuxiao. There will be a buffer every time you land a few floors. It landed smoothly in more than 10 seconds. She took 2 quick steps and came to Shin Wuxiao. He's dying, he's hanging on by a thread. Zhang Huayue clearly saw the changes in Yi Qingfeng. The real forehead is black and the face is full of dirty air. This is a sign of death. Death is inevitable, but if someone shows up at this moment and takes him away for treatment, he can survive. Besides, the person who was going to save him is here. Shin Wuxiao spoke calmly and raised his hand to point over there. Zhang Huayue looked over and saw, sure enough, a group of people rushing over. He came here for Yi Qingfeng. The teen looked serious and solemn. He came up and tried to snatch Yi Qingfeng. Whoever encounters him today, I guarantee that his family will never see the sun tomorrow. Shin Wuxiao said lightly. As soon as these words were spoken, the people who came to rescue Yi Qingfeng were stunned. No one actually dared to come up. One of the leaders looked at Shin Wuxiao and said, "We have received orders to take him away. Don't stop us." Shin Wuxiao sneered disdainfully, "I didn't stop you, so you can take them away." Even after saying this, no one dared to move. Shin Wuxiao's aura is simply too terrifying. "You, take my child away, save her." Yi Qingfeng said those words with great effort. The leader frowned when he saw Yi Qingfeng being so humble. He turned and looked at Shin Wuxiao. If this person doesn't retreat, they won't be able to leave. After all, the aura he releases shows that he is a super master. Do you know who we belong to? The leader finally became a little angry. Shin Wuxiao raised his foot and kicked Yi Qingfeng on the leg, making him kneel on the ground. He turned to look at those who wanted to save him. Li Yukai is just a dog, do you really think he's a big shot? Why don't you ask him to protect the person I, Shin Wuxiao, want to kill? The man was shocked when he heard Shin Wuxiao's arrogant words. How does he know who the big boss behind them is? And he actually said that the big guy behind them was a dog? But the leader was really frightened, so he stepped back and made a phone call. The phone was connected, and a deep voice came from inside, "Has the person been taken away?" "Boss, no, someone is blocking the way." "You useless thing, do you still need me to teach you?" The person on the other end of the phone was very angry. The person leading the group was very embarrassed. "Boss, he seemed to know you, said your name, and said you were a dog." The person on the other end of the phone was furious, looking for death. Who is it? Kill him." The leader swallowed hard, anticipating his boss's wrath. He said that no one dared to protect the person he, Shin Wuxiao, wanted to kill. After hearing this, there was suddenly no sound on the other end of the phone. "Boss. Boss, are you listening?" The person leading the group asked. "Idiots, get out, all of you, leave, hurry up, leave." The person on the other end of the phone suddenly went crazy. The person leading the group was startled, that Yi Qingfeng. "Yenema, I don't know any Yi Qingfeng, get out quickly, get out." "Yes, boss." The person in charge was not a fool and understood everything immediately. He didn't even look back. All ran away. "Take my child, go, take my child." Yi Qingfeng watched them run away, feeling despair. He really can't do it anymore. If the child is not taken away, Tuanchuan will also die. He could already feel the child's pulse growing weaker. He was the one who killed his own child. This kind of pain almost made him collapse. The once glorious mad dragon god of war is now like a stray dog. Abandoned by the person behind the scenes, his life came to an end. Wu Xiao, are we going to let those people go? Jiang Huayue tightened the sword in his hand as he looked at the people running away. Let him go? Oh, Mayuer, do you think it's possible for your man to be so stingy as me? But I'm too lazy to do anything to those people. They'll be gone from this beautiful world tomorrow at the latest. Jiang Huayue said no more. She only knew that anyone who had murderous intentions towards Shen Wuxiu should not be allowed to live. Shen Wuxiu looked at Yi Qingfeng. Mr. Yi, it's time to get going. Shen Wuxiu took out his cell phone and sent a message. Then he raised his hand and the deadly judge's pen suddenly appeared in his hand. The sharp tip of the pen flashed with a cold light, and the whole body was glowing with silver light, just like Shen Wuxiu's temperament, solemn and cold. Yi Qingfeng knew he couldn't escape. And he also lost faith in living. It's time to meet those brothers. Life is unpredictable, and he never thought that his life would come to an end just 2 days after he came back. Tomorrow and an accident, in the end, the accident will come first. Yi Qingfeng's pride and integrity were shattered one by one. He gritted his teeth and stood up, facing Shen Wuxiu. Then, with a thud, he fell to his knees. Shen Wuxiu. Young Master Shen. Master Shen. I, Yi Qingfeng, admit defeat. I can die, but please, save my child, he is innocent. Ding, Yi Qingfeng's life is coming to an end. He has given up his dignity. Points plus 50,000. On the other side, Huang Luoyan also ran over frantically. When she saw Tuan Tuan wrapped in Yi Qingfeng's arms, with no idea whether he was dead or alive, her legs went weak. She stepped forward and snatched Tuan Tuan away. Especially when I saw Tuanchuan's pale face, I almost fainted. Jiang Huayue was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He dodged and raised his hand to support Huang Luoyan. Yi Qingfeng looked at Huang Luoyan, and before he died, he kowtowed to Huang Luoyan. Thank you so much for the past 5 years. I have no way of repaying your kindness. Shut up. Huang Luoyan was furious. She really wanted to slap him. But she didn't have that thought at all, she was only worried about Tuanchuan. She looked at Shen Wuxiu anxiously. Perhaps the only one who can save Tuanchuan now is the extremely powerful Shen Wuxiu. Shen Wuxiu waved his hands. Don't look at me, I'm not a god. Look at the kid, he fell down like that, what can I do? Why not send her to Anil? Jiang Huayue looked at Huang Luoyan and said calmly, Miss Huang, we have no obligation to save people, but we can discuss it. Now you stand aside and we will handle our private matters. Chapter 110 Yi Qingfeng ascends to heaven. Huang Luoyan didn't dare to say much, as his hopes rested on them. Only with their power can Tuanchuan be saved. She still has self-awareness. Shen Wuxiu looked at Yi Qingfeng again. Mr. Yi, it's time, let's get going. Don't worry, I'm a soft-hearted person. To help you go on your journey with peace of mind, I'll try to rescue your daughter. But life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by God. I can't guarantee it. And I can also promise you that I will inform you of the results of the group. Just wait for my notification. After saying that, Shen Wuxiu began to spin the deadly judge's pen in his palm. Huang Luoyan is not a cruel person, but at the moment, she has no other choice. She couldn't beg for mercy, after all, she was powerless. Talking too much annoyed Shen Wuxiu, and Tuan Tuan's future hopes were dashed. Unable to bear it, she could only hug Tuanchuan and turn her back. Yi Qingfeng closed his eyes and waited for death to come. Tuan Tuan, Daddy is sorry, you have to be well. Brothers and sisters, I am here. If you die for me, I will repay you in the next life, even if you work like a slave. After saying that, close your eyes. A cold light flashed in Shen Wuxiu's eyes, and the deadly judge's pen pierced directly into Yi Qingfeng's neck. Yi Qingfeng's whole body twitched and his eyes suddenly widened. Life begins to slip away. Countless scenes flashed before Yi Qingfeng's eyes. I quickly went through it from small to large. The grievances of childhood, the humiliation of adulthood, being bullied by the Yi family, being betrayed by his fiancée, Zhou Sunyan, hugging Tuan Tuan, and the fighting in the Northern Territory. All flashed through my mind. Although it was tortuous, it was satisfying to avenge the enemies, but I still felt unwilling to give up. Gradually, everything went dark before his eyes, and he seemed to feel his body becoming light and floating, and finally he lost consciousness. Shen Wuxiu pulled out the judge's pen, and Yi Qingfeng completely collapsed to the ground and died. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the mad dragon god of war. Points plus 2 million, an additional 550,000 points and a mysterious gift box. Host profession luck harvester, harvest the lucky protagonist after he collapses, additional plus 450,000 points. Host, would you like to use the protagonist's revival card and kill him again? It's a generous amount this time. There's no rush to resurrect him. I told him I'd tell him about his daughter. His daughter can't be saved. I'll tell him after she's resurrected. I am a man of my words and I always do what I say. Okay, host. Since you killed the protagonist using the death pen, you will receive an additional plus 200,000 points. Holy shit, what? Host, don't you know that you can get extra points by killing the protagonist with the judge's pen? The judge's pen, as the name suggests, judges. Oh my god, I just found out. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I'm at a huge loss. You didn't ask, so I thought you saw the results. Never mind, it's just Lin Fan's loss, no big deal. Yi Qingfeng, who was no longer alive, lay on the ground. His script only had the beginning and that was it. There was no time to avenge the Yi family. Shen Wuxiao's men also arrived. Shen Wuxiao pointed at Huang Luoyan and Yi Qingfeng on the ground, take them away, save the child, send the best doctor. And take the bodies from the kids' ward upstairs and send them to my dad. Shen Wuxiao explained. In fact, he knew very well that Tuanchuan had no chance of survival. He had a brain tumor and was extremely weak. Yi Qingfeng held him again and threw him to the ground from more than 10 floors. Yi Qingfeng is a 6th grade, 6th level master, but the little brat is nothing. The earthquake killed me. The only reason I'm still alive now is because of Yi Qingfeng's protection, which is keeping me alive. Huang Luoyan looked at Shen Wuxiao gratefully, and immediately followed Shen Wuxiao's men away. When Shen Wuxiao's men were about to carry Yi Qingfeng's cell phone suddenly rang. The phone wasn't broken, domestic products are awesome. His men took out their cell phones and handed them to Shen Wuxiao with both hands. Shen Wuxiao looked at the number and knew who it was. He answered the phone. A woman's cold voice sounded on the other end of the phone. Mr. Yi, I'm Lu Ruyan, and I have a plan. Before Lu Ruyan could finish her words, Shen Wuxiao chuckled, forget about Mr. Yi. He's dead. Next time we want to cooperate, we must do it early, understand? You're looking for revenge on me, and you still want me to teach you step by step, right? Is it so hard to do something? Lu Ruyan on the other side was stunned. Wu Shao. It's me. I killed Yi Qingfeng. Your plan is ruined. Ah? Oh. Lu Ruyan responded. Shen Wuxiao shook his head, say sorry. I'm sorry. Lu Ruyan was very obedient and said it softly. Shen Wuxiao was also helpless. Okay, the opportunity waits for no one, we must seize it as soon as possible, block this number, and next time I see him, I will notify you, and you will cooperate with him to kill me again. Okay. Lu Ruyan sighed. Well, say thank you. Thanks. Thank you for what? Shen Wuxiao asked. Lu Ruyan paused and said, thank you. Thank you, husband. Hang up. Shen Wuxiao hung up the phone directly, and with a little force on his hand, the phone was crushed. The scene was cleaned up. Huang Luoyan and Tuanchuan were taken away. Yi Qingfeng's body was also taken away. The bodies of those people upstairs were also taken away. His men left, leaving only Shen Wuxiao and Zhang Huayue. Zhang Huayue put away the soft sword and took Shen Wuxiao's arm. Let's go shopping, and then go home. Shen Wuxiao smiled and said, okay, let's find a large shopping mall and go shopping. I just happen to have some things I want to buy. Zhang Huayue showed a gentle smile, leaned close to Shen Wuxiao, and gently leaned on his shoulder. The two of them walked towards the car. On the way, Shen Wuxiao asked the system, Tonzi, how many points do I have now? It's a little short of 4 million, but I can make up for it. It counts as 4 million points. Oh, sure, you're good. Open the weapon list for me and help me choose an upgradable soft sword. It should start at a divine weapon, rank 6, which means level 60. Ding, recommended for the host, artifacts, soft swords, Langyastar, Huihanjuewa, both can be upgraded. Which one is the best one I gave to my woman? Give it to the host woman. The system recommends returning soul and chasing the moon. The host woman already has the ability to control objects. Returning soul and chasing the moon is light and agile, and can be combined with the ability to control objects to kill people invisibly. Bonus gift, Sword Manual, one sword frosts 14 states. That's pretty impressive. It sounds better than that damn purgatory Gatling gun. I've discovered now that everything I see isn't good. You still have to sift through it. Swindlers, they put some garbage on the shelves. I feel so wronged. Changed. Ding, the soft sword, returning soul chasing the moon has been exchanged for the host, and the sword manual has been issued. 200,000 points have been deducted. The host can choose to receive it directly, or purchase a storage bag. Send a storage bag. Wow, you. Send one. I have my limits. Send one. I'm giving the host an extra low-grade storage bag with a capacity of 5 cubic meters. It can only store inanimate objects. Great. Actually, I have a lot of these at home, but who told me I wasn't home? Ciao. After getting in the car, Shen Wuxiao directly pulled out a soft sword and a sword manual and handed them to Jiang Huayue. Looking at the extremely sharp soft sword with a red blade that Shen Wuxiao handed over, Jiang Huayue's eyes warmed up. For me? Of course, you're my girlfriend, who else should I send if not you? Your current soft sword can't keep up with your level. This one is just right. Jiang Huayue naturally wouldn't be polite to Shen Wuxiao. The two of them have slept together so many times that it's inevitable that they will feel a little awkward. Chapter 111 Cos. After she took it, she couldn't let it go. What a great weapon! Jiang Huayue leaned forward and kissed Shen Wuxiao hard on the lips. I like it very much, thank you dear. If it vibrates now, I would like it too. Shen Wuxiao smiled mischievously. Jiang Huayue turned his head away. This is outside, I'll let you know how powerful I am when I get back. Shen Wuxiao smiled. The sky was clear now and she felt fine again. She would just go back and wait to beg for mercy. He handed over the sword manual as well. This is a sword manual, it's really cool anyway. Jiang Huayue looked at it and became even more excited, with joy all over her pretty face. One sword froze 14 states. It's quite high class. Hi. Jiang Huayue nodded happily, much higher than the 17th style of the deadly judge's pen. As she spoke, she put the soft swords directly on her waist and used the two soft swords as a belt. Shen Wuxiao was stunned. Okay, you are making fun of me, right? I still have a unique skill. Today I must show you my unique skills, the Sidong Fist, which makes thoughts flow like a spring, the Niandong Sword, which makes me never forget, and the Hadong Palm, which lasts for eternity. Donger. Jiang Huayue didn't understand, but when he saw Shen Wuxiao sitting in his seat, dancing with joy, he was shocked. Are you crazy? Ha, just commemorating an old friend who died of diabetes. Diabetes? Shen Wuxiao nodded. Yes, no matter what he drinks, he always adds sugar, and 3 spoonfuls. That's so much, add 3 spoonfuls of sugar, it's not worth dying for. Yeah, okay, let's go shopping. Shen Wuxiao started the car and left the hospital directly. The two of them arrived at a shopping mall and started shopping right away. Just like an ordinary couple, strolling here and eating there. As he walked, Shen Wuxiao saw a Cos store. He walked straight in with Jiang Huayue. When they arrived at the store, Shen Wuxiao said with a smile, I still have a gift for you. When Jiang Huayue saw the dazzling array of Cos costumes, he immediately understood the villain's intention. Are you sure this is a gift for me and not for yourself? Don't worry about the details. Shen Wuxiao rubbed her hair. Jiang Huayue felt helpless. There was nothing she could do. She had to spoil her man. I think that bunny girl is pretty. Jiang Huayue pointed at the set hanging there. Purchase. And that set of Chiangmais. Purchase. That Hatsune Miku is pretty too. Purchase. That my Shiranui. Purchase. And the middle parted overalls with a basketball. Wait, I don't want that anymore, Kunli-kun is so angry. A shopping guide came over with a professional smile on his face. Handsome guys and beautiful girls really have good taste. This set of overalls is brand new and even has a voice function. The salesgirl thought Shen Wuxiao and the others wanted to buy something, and even patted the basketball. Suddenly, the voice function sounded, "What are you doing? Hey, ouch." Continuous touch stimulates singing mode. There are many songs. The first one is Chinese Paladin, Legend of the Sword and Fairy. After saying that, she patted the basketball again. Love and hate are entangled, GNI is so beautiful. The persistent belief in my heart is the existence of G. That's great. You sound very energetic and want to get up early. That's right, this is the art of hearing the cock crow and rising to dance. The salesperson's eyes lit up. Blind student, you've discovered the key point. There's also the heroic legend of the chicken shooter. The heroic legend of the chicken. The heaven sword in the chicken slaughtering. No, no, no. Shen Wuxiu waved his hand. He doesn't listen. He quickly selected a few sets that Zhang Huayue mentioned, paid the money, and left the store with Zhang Huayue. The salesgirl sighed, you don't understand my brother at all. Also, don't look at me as a shopping guide on the surface. My real identity is Kunman's second senior sister, Ziyin. As he spoke, he hunched his shoulders and moved forward. The two walked around the mall, bought a lot of things, and left directly to go home. When he got home, Shen Wuxiu couldn't wait. He rushed into the room carrying a lot of bags and holding Zhang Huayue. Oh, take a shower first. No hurry, let me see Hatsune Miku. The door slammed shut. Soon, there was a loud noise coming from inside. The door was closed at first and was not opened until evening. Zhang Huayue opened the door. She had changed into a nightgown. He raised his hand to hold the doorframe, looking a little tired. Those long, white legs were trembling slightly, and she staggered a little when she walked. I can't go on like this. Although I'm very happy, I need more sisters to share the burden. Zhang Huayue walked to the sofa and sat down. It was really too powerful. She was very aggressive at the beginning and said that she would make Shen Wuxiu bow down to her today. In the end, I was still naive. Zhang Huayue poured a glass of water, drank it, then took out his cell phone and called Hongye. The call was answered quickly. Hongye's mischievous laughter rang out. Sister Yu, did you miss me? Zhang Huayue responded directly, yes, is your work going well? Yeah, it went well. That's fine. I'm just asking you, when are you coming to Shanghai to play? Hongye sighed, I'd like to, but the nature of my work means I definitely can't go for the time being. Yeah, alright then. Zhang Huayue couldn't force it. You can't force the red leaves to come just because you can't help yourself the plant. The two sisters chatted for a while, and then Zhang Huayue hung up the phone. It seems that I have to talk to that bad guy and ask him to find me a sister. That Huang Luoyan needs to be examined, but she's a bit of a big shot. That guy doesn't seem to like that type. Zhang Huayue understands Shen Wuxiu. Shen Wuxiu is very cunning and ruthless. Such people are direct and decisive in their actions. If I say I will play tricks on you, I will play tricks on you. If I say I will kill you, I will kill you, without any hesitation. Her former comrade, Wolf King Lin Fan, was actually very smart, but he was still treated like a monkey. Although the lack of intelligence is one aspect, it also shows that Shen Wuxiu's overall situation and acting skills are first class. Fool people around in circles. There is also Yi Qingfeng, who is considered a master and has very good luck. But if he met Shen Wuxiu, he would still not be able to escape death. After he returned with great force, all his men died that same day. The next day he lost his life. And a personality like Shen Wuxiu usually has a very straightforward characteristic. That is disgusting stupidity. Shen Wuxiu hates idiots. Looking at Shen Wuxiu's men, not one of them is an arrogant and conceited fool. They all followed orders and got things done. It's true that Huang Luoyan is a stunning beauty, but she is indeed a bit of an unlucky creature. I took care of my best friend's child for 5 years, giving my heart and soul to her and enduring constant stares. To put it nicely, this is a sign of loyalty and righteousness. To put it bluntly, Yi Qingfeng felt that she was easy to control and the easiest to talk to. Otherwise, why didn't Yi Qingfeng hand the child over to his grandparents before leaving? A family that can tolerate their daughter giving birth to a child after being raped, unless she is seriously ill, loves her daughter very much. So no matter how bad the child's grandparents are, they can't be that bad. It shouldn't be difficult to let grandparents take the children to live in other cities. He chose Huang Luoyan. If Huang Luoyan's personality could be changed, perhaps Shen Wuxiu would be interested in her. If it were the case now, it would seem like I was lucky not to have killed her. Just as I was thinking about it, the phone on the coffee table rang. This time it was not his call, but Shen Wuxiu's. When he got home, he threw his phone on the coffee table. Zhang Huayue took a look and saw that it was the old cat under his command. Shen Wuxiu was sleeping, and she didn't want to wake him up, so she answered the phone. Young master. Your master is sleeping. Is there something urgent? Jiang Huayue asked. The old cat quickly changed his address. Young madam, I'm here to report on the child's situation. Same with reporting to you. Chapter 112, Yi Qingfeng's death and another disaster. Jiang Huayue was also curious, so she said, okay, go ahead and tell me. The old cat continued to answer. When he was sent there, the child was already dying. After more than 2 hours of emergency treatment, the child was barely saved, but he had a brain tumor. It's still malignant. Even if he's saved, he's in a deep coma, and surgery is impossible. He's too weak and will die if he undergoes surgery. What about postponing the surgery? Is there any information on how long it can last? Jiang Huayue asked. The old cat reported truthfully, young madam, in fact, there is no hope of saving him. The doctor said that his lifespan was originally very short, but he kept delaying it and became seriously injured. The child is too young. She didn't even have time to recover. Even if she didn't have the tumor, she would still be struggling to survive if she were saved now. Whether it's time or body, they can't resist consumption. Jiang Huayue also understood. No matter what, you're dead. If there is no serious injury, there is still a deadline to take the risk of attempting surgery. Even if the success rate is not high, there is still some success rate. He is now seriously injured. If he is rescued, he will die. In addition, the brain tumor cannot be opened by craniotomy, so he is doomed to die. Either they died from serious injuries, tumors, or brain necrosis. Okay, just do your best. Life and death are determined by fate. By the way, what's Miss Huang's attitude? Jiang Huayue asked. She really wanted to know what Huang Luoyan's attitude would be. Everyone has a different perspective on all these developments. If she puts all the blame on Shen Wuxiao, then without Shen Wuxiao saying anything, he will do it tonight. That woman didn't say anything. She was in a daze and just kept crying. Jiang Huayue thought for a moment and said, okay, I understand. You've worked hard, go and have a rest. Yes. Lao Mao responded, and the call was disconnected. Jiang Huayue put the phone back on the coffee table, stood up and rubbed her slender waist. They don't need to worry about what's happening over there, and it's already a foregone conclusion. Just go over there with Shen Wuxiao to take a look in the evening. Jiang Huayue walked straight to the kitchen. It's time to make up for it. Of course, I have to make up for it myself. If that guy makes up for it again, she will have to make up for it again. Although he thought so in his heart, Jiang Huayue was still very honest. An hour later, Jiang Huayue prepared 4 dishes and 1 soup for dinner. One of the dishes is stir-fried kidney with leeks, and the soup is deer antler, codonopsis, and old hen soup. She needs to drink 2 more bowls. After preparing the meal, he was about to call Shen Wuxiao to get up and eat. Before I even entered the room, I heard him screaming inside. Woohoo, Hatsune Miku is so perfect, she's a decent person and doesn't cheat. But a figurine of hers costs 2,000, which is enough to make people work for many days. Oh my god, Jiang Huayue felt helpless. When she opened the door, she saw Shen Wuxiao coming out of the bathroom with his bare chest. Seeing Jiang Huayue, Shen Wuxiao went up to her, put his arms around her slender waist, and pushed her against the door. He raised his hand and pinched her smooth chin. Baby, smile for me. Jiang Huayue chuckled. All right, eat. Eat, have some appetizers first, little sweet tongue. After saying that, he kissed her hard. Jiang Huayue naturally obeyed and responded by hugging his neck. It took a while before they separated. Jiang Huayue straightened her hair and pulled Shen Wuxiao out of the room. When we sat down at the table, rice and soup were already served. Jiang Huayue is an absolutely good wife and mother, who is capable of both housework and literature. While eating, Jiang Huayue also told him the news about Lao Mao. Shen Wuxiao didn't care much because it was expected. That Tuanchuan is definitely beyond saving. He can only blame it on bad luck. Shen Wuxiao really had no intention of killing her. She wouldn't be able to hold on any longer anyway. But Yi Qingfeng didn't think so he took the risk and ran away with others, which accelerated her death. If the plot had gone differently, Yi Qingfeng would have been rescued today, he would have survived, but the child would have died, and then he would have gone crazy and taken revenge with all his might. Unfortunately, it's all empty talk. I'll go over there tonight and take a look. I'll also tell Yi Qingfeng about the results of the group. Ah? Jiang Huayue was a little confused. Yi Qingfeng is dead. Should I tell him? Should I burn a note? Little did they know that Shin Wuxiao also had a card to revive the protagonist. Resurrect Yi Qingfeng, tell him that his daughter is dead, and then kill him. There is nothing wrong with that. It's a bit murderous, but he still likes it very much. After dinner, Shin Wuxiao and Jian Huayue went there together. The location is in a private hospital, which is not very big. But the doctors there are basically all authoritatively certified and are all top in their respective fields. After arriving at the private hospital, Shin Wuxiao first went to see Tuan Tuan. He is still unconscious and breathing weakly. There is a high probability that he will not survive the night. Huang Luoyan also remains silent. After seeing Shin Wuxiao coming, Huang Luoyan stood up and said softly to Shin Wuxiao, "Thank you. Although the result is not good, thank you for helping me." Although Huang Luoyan was an innocent victim, she was willing to accept some of the injustices and there was nothing to say. Besides, she was not stupid. She understood everything and knew that she had misunderstood Shin Wuxiao from the beginning. Shin Wuxiao actually didn't know everything. It can even be said that he indirectly killed Tuanchuan. If Yi Qingfeng hadn't brought it up himself, he would only go to find Lu Tao, not Shin Wuxiao. In fact, even if she didn't say it, that coward Lu Tao would still take advantage of the situation to bully others. Events have been set in motion and the outcome is inevitable. Shin Wuxiao was also a little surprised when he heard her thanks. I thought this woman would go crazy and blame herself. We could have killed him then. But Shin Wuxiao didn't do anything about her attitude. He ignored it and went straight to another room, which was a morgue. Yi Qingfeng was lying inside. Shin Wuxiao went in by himself. After entering, he looked at Yi Qingfeng, who looked pale. Tonzi, it's not too late to use the protagonist resurrection card now. I don't feel excited anymore. Ding, the time of death is less than 24 hours, okay, in use, target, Yi Qingfeng. Resurrected from near death, resurrecting. Shin Wuxiao looked at it, his heart moved, and he almost shouted resurrection, my. But he realized that this was a man and stopped talking. Ding, the resurrection card takes effect. Shin Wuxiao stood behind Yi Qingfeng and watched quietly. It's amazing. Yi Qingfeng moved his fingers. After a while, Yi Qingfeng opened his eyes in a daze. He just felt a splitting headache. I opened my eyes and found myself in an unfamiliar environment. It's cold and damp. He doesn't even know where this place is? Yi Qingfeng was in great pain and slowly stood up. What's going on? Where is this? Yi Qingfeng covered his forehead with his hands, his expression stiff, and it seemed as if all the bones in his body were broken. No, wasn't I killed by Shin Wuxiao? Could it be? Yi Qingfeng was extremely shocked. Although it was ridiculous, he had to accept the fact. Yi Qingfeng looked at his hands. Could it be that I was reborn? After a few seconds of hesitation, Yi Qingfeng's aura slightly expanded. Since God has given me a chance to start over again, I will not repeat the same mistakes in this life. But at what point in time was I reborn? Why was I injured? Could it be that I'm still in the Northern Territory? Shin Wuxiao, in this life, I will tear you into pieces. Yi Qingfeng's teeth were chattering. What the hell are you mumbling about? Shin Wuxiao's voice suddenly rang out. Are you sick? When Yi Qingfeng heard the terrifying voice, he froze and looked back. He saw Shin Wuxiao looking at him like a fool. Ah! Damn! You! Stop it, I saved you just to tell you that your daughter didn't make it and died. Question mark. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yi Qingfeng suffered the pain again and was about to scream. But he was too badly injured to scream. Okay, whatever you say is what I'm going to do. I'm just going to rescue you and tell you the news. After all, I'm a man of my words. Now that I've told you the result, I'll send you away. Shin Wuxiao suddenly took out the deadly judge's pen in his hand. Ah! Shin Wuxiao, you will die a miserable death. Yi Qingfeng was in great pain. I died once and experienced pain once. Now that I'm alive, I thought I was reborn before I returned to Shanghai, and I thought I could foresee everything. I didn't expect to die again. Moreover, this death was 100 times more painful than before. He was tortured physically and mentally when he received the sad news of his daughter's death. Shin Wuxiao is so vicious. Blanche. Shin Wuxiao didn't hesitate. Goodbye. After saying that, the deadly judge's pen suddenly pierced into Yi Qingfeng's neck. Pull hard. There is no blood. As the system said, it just came back to life for a while and let itself be killed. Yi Qingfeng trembled all over and experienced death again. Moriguchi. After cursing, Yi Qingfeng died again. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing Yi Qingfeng again. Points plus 2 million. Since this is a resurrection card, there is no additional reward. Host uses the Death Judge pen to kill the lucky protagonist, points plus 200,000. Hilarious. Shin Wuxiu said sarcastically, reborn again, I will definitely not make the same mistake again in this life. Do you want to make me laugh to death? He looked at the body and shouted outside, drag it away, cremate it, and then scatter the ashes. I don't have the money to buy him a cemetery. Chapter 113 Thinking of Plants. After Shin Wuxiu's men came in, this time they really wanted to drag Yi Qingfeng away. Watching Yi Qingfeng being carried away, Shin Wuxiu felt a little sad. I forgot that when he came back to life, he was cleansed. Going there can also increase a lot of points. Mistake. Mistake. But every failure makes one wiser, and Shin Wuxiu has gained more experience. The era belonging to Yi Qingfeng passed in a flash. Shin Wuxiu walked out of the morgue and returned to Tuan Tuan's ward. I don't know why. Perhaps Yi Qingfeng couldn't bear to leave his daughter behind, so he really took her away. As soon as Shin Wuxiu entered, he saw the electrocardiogram beeping. Medical staff immediately went up to provide first aid. Shin Wuxiu simply sat aside and watched. The electrocardiogram fluctuated wildly, like the stock market. Up and down. After urgent rescue, the person died within a few minutes. The electrocardiogram becomes a straight line. The medical staff stopped what they were doing and took off their masks one by one. Master, I tried my best. Shen Wuxiao nodded, that's good. No, just do your best. Life and death are determined by fate. This child suffered a lot, and he passed away so easily without any pain at all. Shen Wuxiao sighed, looking at this scene, I feel uncomfortable too, hee hee. Huan Luoyan covered her mouth to prevent herself from crying out loud. But the big tears still fell one by one. She walked to the bedside trembling and looked at the pale little face. Tuanchuan used to be lively and cute, but now she is so quiet that it makes people feel distressed. Tuanchuan. Huang Luoyan had a lot to say but couldn't say it at all. She hugged Tuanchuan's body and burst into tears. The doctors in the ward left one by one, giving them time to say their final goodbyes. Zhang Huayue glanced at Shen Wuxiao, hinted at him with his eyes, and walked out. Shen Wuxiao did not leave. He continued to sit there, lit a cigarette, and watched the most tragic drama of the year in front of him. Oops. At this time, Shen Wuxiao suddenly remembered that cremating one was the same as cremating two, and he forgot to send the father and daughter together. That's all. Waiting in line is no big deal. Shen Wuxiao felt that he was also a warm man. He stood up, walked to the bedside, and stood beside Huang Luoyan. He raised his hand and patted her shoulder, you big injustice. No, Miss Huang, the dead cannot be resurrected, please accept my condolences. Since you're already dead, don't let the living suffer anymore. Let her go in peace. If you cry like this, you might just drown her path to reincarnation. I heard from the heavenly master in the Leizu Taoist temple that if you lose track of the path of reincarnation, you'll end up as a ghost, eating shit. After Huang Luoyan heard this, she really stopped crying. But her beautiful eyes were already red from crying, and her whole body was trembling. This state is really pitiful. If it were here, huh? It's perverted, it's perverted. Huang Luoyan sobbed and wiped her tears, but she couldn't stop sobbing. Shen Wuxiao also felt that he could sacrifice himself. If you really want to cry, then change the place. He is a warm man, so the hug is free. After saying that, he pulled Huang Luoyan over. Huang Luoyan couldn't resist at all and fell into Shen Wuxiao's arms. There are also some things that are not allowed to be written. But Huang Luoyan didn't seem to notice. A woman with a sad heart, a woman who has lost a daughter, is so fragile. Now Shen Wuxiao holding her like this gave her a little sense of security. She even threw herself into Shen Wuxiao's arms and started crying without caring about anything else. It was as if she wanted to cry out all the grievances she had suffered over the years. After crying for 7 or 8 minutes, Shen Wuxiao's clothes were soaked with tears. Fortunately, Huang Luoyan fell asleep while crying. She was indeed tired. From the day she misunderstood that Shen Wuxiao wanted to plant her, until today, she has only slept for 5 hours at most. Even the strongest man can fall. Now that she is exhausted, it would be strange if she is not tired. The woman sleeping in his arms had just been crying, and now there were tears in the corners of her eyes. Shin Wuxiu looked at her, speechless. You are the most peculiar and wronged person I have ever seen. You've tortured yourself to the point of being a complete wreck, while the father and daughter have happily ascended to heaven. Shen Wuxiu picked her up. Huang Luoyan is light, but very plump. Comfortable. In his sleep, Huang Luoyanhai instinctively shrank into his arms. It really is beautiful, but wait until you've recovered a bit before going crazy on plants. Otherwise, the plants might die now, which wouldn't be worth it. Shen Wuxiu carried her out of the ward and walked towards another ward. When putting Huang Luoyan on the bed in another room, Shen Wuxiu asked the doctor to give her N4 as well. She was simply too weak. Only when his body is well again, he will give Huang Luoyan a private infusion of nutrient solution so that she can fully absorb it. Zhang Huayue leaned against the door of the ward. There was a smile on her pretty face. Are you interested? Zhang Huayue asked. Shen Wuxiu touched his chin. Yes, but I'm more interested in you. Zhang Huayue thought he was going to plant plants in the ward again. Bad guy, this won't work. Let's go home first. Just as the two were about to go home, Shen Wuxiu's men rushed in to report the situation. Master, a master has arrived and wants to see you. Master? How master? If we release a breath of air, we'll all pee our pants. Shen Wuxiu's men were a little nervous. Really? Shen Wuxiu was a little confused. This was a private place and there would definitely be no outsiders coming here. If the other party can come here accurately, then they are most likely one of us. What's the other party like? The subordinate described him. He was holding a handkerchief, wearing high heels, walking in a coquettish way, twisting and turning, and even wearing lipstick. But he is a 40-year-old man, no woman, no man. Stop, stop, stop. Shen Wuxiu raised his hand to block. Got it, no need to stop, we are one of them. After hearing his subordinate's description, Shen Wuxiu immediately thought of who it was. Isn't that an old hermaphrodite? A mid to lower level expert in the Shen family. When Zhang Huayue heard Shen Wuxiu say this, he immediately relaxed his guard. He said he was one of them, so there couldn't be anything wrong with that. Wu Xiao, who is this person? Why does he sound weird? Shen Wuxiu smiled and said, that's a master from the lower middle class of the family, called Uncle D, but how should I put it, he's neither male nor female. Ah? Is it like practicing the sword manual of exorcism or the sunflower manual? Yes, that's the feeling. Shen Wuxiu was also speechless. Zhang Huayue nodded, that must be quite impressive. Shen Wuxiu really didn't know whether it was powerful or not. He replied calmly, I never liked martial arts before, and I often wandered around outside. They treated me like a child who hadn't grown up. I don't know exactly what realm they are in. Shen Wuxiu had no intention of welcoming him, so he and Zhang Huayue sat on the chairs in the ward. Soon, the sound of high heels was heard. Click, click, click. In this quiet place, it's very jarring. Soon, a figure appeared at the door of the ward. Shen Wuxiu and Zhang Huayue looked over. Zhang Huayue almost shivered with fright at this sight. Chapter 114 The Shen family comes. The person in front of me is very abstract. A tight training suit that shows off his muscles. But she was holding a colorful handkerchief in her hand, her nails were painted, and her lips were lipsticked. The most terrifying thing is that he was wearing a pair of high heels. Damn it! He also had a serious and dignified look on his face. But his defense was broken as soon as he opened his mouth. Oh, master, it's been a long time since we last met. I missed you so much. As he shouted, he waved his handkerchief and pinched his fingers like an orchid. Waddle into the room. Shut up, you old nosy bitch. Shen Wuxiu got goosebumps all over his body. Hearing Shen Wuxiu's scolding, Uncle De quickly shut up, but still stamped his feet and snorted. No, old nosy woman, when Uncle De saw Zhang Huayue, his eyes suddenly lit up. This must be the young lady, wow, she's so beautiful, she can rival others. While speaking, Uncle De looked at Zhang Huayue intentionally or unintentionally. Shen Wuxiu and Zhang Huayue were both stunned. A look of disbelief. When he came to his senses, Shen Wuxiu looked left and right, searching for something. Damn it, where's my knife? Uncle De quickly put down his hand. Oh, master, I was just joking, don't be angry, don't be angry. Shen Wuxiu gritted his teeth, feeling uncomfortable all over. He looked at Uncle D and asked, "Why did you come to Shanghai?" Uncle D is more natural in front of Shen Wuxiao. He just sat in the empty seat opposite Shen Wuxiao. Just as he was about to speak, Shen Wuxiao hurriedly said, "Turn your back to me." Uncle D chuckled, turned around, and responded, "I came out to do something, and when I was about to go back, I received news from the master. The master sent someone to bring back some corpses, and here they are." Shen Wuxiao nodded this time. "Okay, take it back with you, so I don't have to ask someone to send it back. Let me be clear, tell my father that after these bodies are delivered, he must deal with the people behind them." Uncle D smiled again. "Of course, master, if they want to assassinate you, the person behind it, even if it's his dog at home, must be sent away. We have to dig up a few of our ancestral graves. By the way, young master, when will you go back?" Uncle D asked again. Shen Wuxiao really had no intention of leaving. "When the time comes, I will go back. Uncle D, you know that I'm now on the path of martial arts. I didn't understand a lot of things before, and I wasn't interested in asking, but I want to ask you now, what realm are you at?" Shen Wuxiao was actually curious. This old hermaphrodite looks a bit coquettish, but his aura is really strong. Uncle D turned around, holding his handkerchief to his red lips. "My realm is not high, only the 6th level of Wu Ho." "Wu Ho?" Shen Wuxiao choked. "Isn't this high enough?" "No, you are at the 6th level of Wu Ho. I saw you always fighting with the other uncles before, and you couldn't beat them. What level have they reached?" When talking about this, Uncle D became angry and snorted, "Those old guys really think I'm afraid of them. But I'm not afraid, but I really can't beat them. They're just some martial kings in martial sects. The higher ones are all in secret organizations, so I don't know much about them." Zhang Huayue was really shocked when he heard this. She knew a little about the realms above the 9th rank, but she had never actually seen many of them. People of their level basically don't get involved in worldly affairs. Now, there is a powerful warrior of the 6th level of Wu Ho sitting in front of him. What is most surprising is that this Wu Ho is actually a lower level warrior in the Shen family. What about the upper middle class, the upper class, and the top class? How terrifying are they? No wonder the Shen family is the #1 family in Dragon Country. Zhang Huayue was surprised, but Shen Wuxiao was different. His face turned black. "Damn! You are a martial marquis of the 6th rank. Then I want to ask, I am also the eldest son of the Shen family. When I came to a place like Shanghai, my father sent me a martial uncle who was a 5th rank master as a bodyguard. Who are you looking down on? You're probably just hoping that I'll meet a master and get killed. Back then, I relied on numbers to win fights. Give me a bodyguard who is at least a 9th rank." Shen Wuxiao was indeed quite depressed. "Isn't this a waste? You know, if I followed Lin Chen's script, I would have been ruined by Lin Chen. Although he did not die, the young master of a top family was beaten, which was a great humiliation. If there were a 9th rank, it wouldn't be that bad. Of course, if we really follow the plot, Uncle Wu was not there at that time. It was also Shen Wuxiao's fault for not living up to his expectations before he was replaced. He was beaten up, and Lu Qingqing came forward to persuade him to give up revenge. Chow! I really forgave you. Damn it! The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. I went back to Lu Ruyan and smashed Lu Qingqing's portrait. People have to be dug out and spread out." Uncle D smiled awkwardly this time. "Young master, the master has his own intentions. Moreover, above the 9th rank, once one enters the rank of Martial Prime, he rarely gets involved in worldly affairs." Shen Wuxiao raised his eyebrows. "Is it the rules of the Martial Arts Association?" Uncle D pouted and said, "That's not the case. The Martial Arts Association is nothing. The master probably wants you to be carefree and continue to do evil in the secular world. Bah, enjoy life." Shen Wuxiao waved his hands. He was too lazy to dwell on this. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Take the body away. I need to go back and rest." Shen Wuxiao also had a new understanding of his own family. In the past, we only cared about power and status, but now, wow, everything is in full bloom. My father is known as the strongest man in Dragon Country, so his cultivation must be quite terrifying. You can rely on your father, so why do you need to rely on yourself? Known, the family is awesome. Unknown, I don't know where the limit of awesomeness is. Answer, actually, you can be even more ruthless. Uncle D slowly stood up and wanted to bow. Shen Wuxiao's eyes were burning with anger. No, 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 go, 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 go. Humph, young master, you weren't like this before. Uncle De pouted and lifted his not very long hair. Then master, madam, I'm leaving. Uncle De said this and was about to go out. But when he saw Huang Luoyan falling into a deep sleep, he suddenly stopped. A pair of eyes seemed to have seen a rare treasure. Oh my god, Uncle De screamed. Shen Wuxiao shuddered. What a sharp voice. Young master, is this also the young madam? Uncle De was very excited and pointed at Huang Luoyan lying on the hospital bed. No. Shen Wuxiao denied it outright. No. Uncle De immediately went up, looked at Huang Luoyan carefully, and then took her pulse. It really is. Can I take her as my apprentice? Uncle D had never been so excited before, his hands were shaking. Ah? Shen Wuxiao paused. You don't mean to say that she has extraordinary talent and is a rare genius among millions? Uncle D shook his head. No, but she is suitable for practicing my skills. I can guarantee that her achievements in the future will far surpass mine. Some things depend on fate and cannot be forced. She is something you can only encounter by chance. Shen Wuxiao really couldn't tell, but everyone's perception was different. A master like Uncle De naturally has his own set of perceptions. Why don't you ask her? Why are you asking me? Shen Wuxiao replied casually. Uncle De is a die-hard member of the family. He accepted Huang Luoyan as his apprentice, so Huang Luoyan is a member of the family. If she had any thoughts of betrayal, she really couldn't bear the consequences. Uncle De was so excited that he laughed out loud, danced with joy, and almost started dancing the cha-cha on the spot. Chapter 115, Legacy. Uncle De hadn't calmed down yet. Master, she is really very suitable for my martial arts. The moment I saw her, I knew that I had found the person who would inherit my mantle. It's God's will. God arranged for me to come here to pick someone up. God's will allowed me to meet the successor. Shen Wuxiao felt a little uncomfortable. If this continued, he would go crazy. Uncle De went up to take a look, then jumped away and turned a few circles in the spot. Master, she hasn't lost her virginity yet. This time, I beg you, master, to help me. Question mark. Shen Wuxiao was baffled. What? Uncle De flicked his handkerchief and said, Oh, master, it's just that I need your help to deflower my future disciple. This way, her cultivation will be much more effective. After saying that, Uncle De looked at Zhang Huayue and said, Young madam, you are a true martial arts genius. Your future achievements are limitless. In the future, my disciple will not threaten your position. Even if she becomes the young master's woman, she will still call you sister. I hope you can agree. Zhang Huayue was a little surprised. There are such things. She didn't have any jealous feelings. As long as Shen Wuxiao liked her, they could still get along well. Zhang Huayue looked at Shen Wuxiao and responded to Uncle De, My man has the final say on this matter. Uncle De's eyes flashed with brilliance as he looked at Zhang Huayue carefully. This girl is completely devoted to the young master, so the master can rest assured. The reason why he asked Zhang Huayue was that he respected Zhang Huayue's identity as the young lady. Secondly, it is for the purpose of testing. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and it is difficult for people's eyes to deceive others, of course, except for Shen Wuxiao. When he asked just now, Zhang Huayue didn't hesitate at all, and everything was based on Shen Wuxiao. Only a woman like this is worthy of their young master. Shen Wuxiao looked at Uncle De with a puzzled look on his face. Are you serious? Uncle De nodded heavily. Master, this is more true than anything else. It is really rare for people to meet a successor. Help me to deflower her, and she will be your woman in the future. She is extremely beautiful and will not let you down. After she inherits my legacy, she will also be your most capable assistant. Uncle De looked at Shen Wuxiao with an extremely earnest gaze. We'll discuss this matter later. Shen Wuxiao said calmly. Uncle De immediately bowed and said, Thank you very much, young master. Thank you very much, young master. Please tell me later that I am here to pick you up. Uncle De looked really happy. Is it the same thing? Whatever. Shen Wuxiao was too lazy to think about it, he really wanted to do that to her anyway. Uncle De is a member of the family, so while he helps others achieve their goals, he also benefits from it. With Uncle De's training, it is a foregone conclusion that Huang Luoyan will become a loyal fan of the Shen family. Uncle De, you're so nagging, it's probably because of your technique. Now you've met a disciple who can perfectly inherit your technique? Yes, that's right. After saying that, Uncle D also wanted to show off a little bit of his skills, otherwise it would not be enough to make the young master firm in his determination. The handkerchief in Uncle D's hand danced gently, like a two-person opera. But as it was spinning, suddenly, the handkerchief shot out. Directly rotate in a circle in the ward. After it returned to his hands, Uncle D pinched the edge of the handkerchief with one hand, and with his charming orchid fingers, he shyly covered his face with it. During this period, no true power or aura was released. Are you doing acrobatics or playing with boomerangs? Shin Wuxiao looked around but saw nothing. It's like flying in a circle. But as soon as he finished speaking, the whole room suddenly shook. It was visible to the naked eye that there was a crack running across the entire circle of the room. Bits of dust were scattered. Watching carefully, Shin Wuxiao couldn't help but be shocked. Damn, the breath wasn't even released, and the whole house was cut into two halves silently. It's like chopping off a person's head at extreme speed, and the head is severed but still standing on the neck. Master, this is just a trial run. This technique contains the feminine power of the flower picking finger. I'm so feminine because of my training rejection, but she's different. We're a natural match. She'll definitely be a top talent in the future. Shan Wuxiao was speechless now. Forget about being feminine, you're just a womanizer. Ask her if she wants to be your apprentice, and I'll let you know later. Uncle D jumped up and said, "Thank you very much, Master. I'm so happy. Here. Damn." Shan Wuxiao's scalp tingled. Although you acted a bit pretentious, you cut my private parts. Pay me the money, and then leave. Uncle D's smile froze on his face. Master, I don't have any money. How much do I need to pay? Shan Wuxiao was just joking. Uncle D was one of their own, so how could he be serious with him? Besides, he has too much money and has no interest in it. Do you have a storage bag? Leave it to me. We have a lot of family members anyway. Go get another one yourself. Uncle D chuckled, "Oh, Master, that's disgusting. You know that my storage bag is full of underwear. You are so mean." Shin Wuxiao couldn't stand it anymore and stood up suddenly. Fuck it. Get out of here. Master, I'm just joking. But with your status, how can you use second-hand items? Next time you come, I'll bring you a few. After Uncle D finished speaking, he left the room in an instant. A voice transmission sounded, "Master, I'm leaving now. Remember my apprentice's affairs and inform him later." Shin Wuxiao gritted his teeth, feeling uncomfortable all over. Uncle D laughed, but Shin Wuxiao's goosebumps were still there. This is too fucking outrageous. Let's go home. Shin Wuxiao took Jiang Huayu's hand and was about to go out. What about Miss Huang? Why don't we take her back? Jiang Huayu pointed at Huang Luoyan lying on the hospital bed. No, she's in this condition and needs someone to take care of her. Someone has arranged it here. Shin Wuxiao has no intention of taking care of others. I tried Hatsune Miku this afternoon, and there are others as well. Uncle D, who had left, had already dialed a number. He didn't look effeminate at all now. It was as if the hermaphrodite in the ward just now was not him. Master, I've met her. The girl is very good, has excellent martial arts talent, and is completely devoted to you, young master. Young master, you can rest assured with her by your side. Shin Tianhong's lazy voice sounded, "That's fine. It's not that I don't trust my daughter-in-law. It's mainly because this boy of ours is simple-minded and kind. I'm afraid he's been deceived." Uncle D's mouth twitched unconsciously a few times. Yes, the young master is simple and kind, and it is indeed easy for others to take advantage of him. Oh, master, I've found the successor. She might become the young madam in the future. I still need your approval. Shen Tianhong suddenly lost his composure. Successor? You're going to create another hermaphrodite, right? And it might even be the young madam. I'll beat you to death. No. Uncle D smiled awkwardly. This time it's real. The previous ones were just experiments. This time the other party is a woman. Oh, fine, that's up to you. Shen Tianhong continued. After returning, take the bodies directly to Li Youcai's house, hand them over to him, and send them away. My good eldest son gave me such a good reason. It would be a waste if I don't clean it up. Everyone involved will die, even if they just show up. Yes, sir. Shen Tianhong hadn't finished yet. After killing Li Yukai, take his body and go to his backers. I'll wait for him to kneel down and beg me. Chapter 116: A brief separation. After Shen Wuxiao left the private hospital, he went back with Zhang Huayue. Zhang Huayue was driving, and Shen Wuxi was sitting in the passenger seat, staring out the window in a daze. The night view of the street keeps receding, which is dizzying. Shen Wuxiao is very satisfied with his current life. Every day of life is full of endless expectations. Looking forward to the arrival of the next protagonist. But he is not in a hurry about these. You will definitely encounter it inadvertently. The group of protagonists is very special. They may rarely cause trouble, but they are born with a physique that allows them to be ridiculed. Any dog passing by might bark at them. Not to mention that there are some relatives who look down on others, arrogant cousins, arrogant women, and other factors around them that cause them trouble. The reason why the protagonist is the protagonist, in addition to their huge luck, is that they are very good at cleaning up after others. He is so thoughtful, but people still complain that he uses sandpaper to wipe their butts. No matter how well you do, people will still question you, asking, how could he have helped you? I don't believe he has this ability. Impossible. He's just a piece of trash. Shen Wuxiao wanted to laugh when he thought of this. The personalities of some of the protagonists are so fucking speechless. He likes to give silently without asking for anything in return, until his achievements are taken away, then he gets angry and slaps others in the face. Although he is very powerful, he likes to pretend to be an ordinary person and play the pig to eat the tiger. He is bullied all the time and finally his masochistic psychology explodes. At the same time, he doesn't have a mouth and basically won't explain when he is wronged. He was insulted during this period, but in the end he still wouldn't explain. You must wait for the beautiful woman to take the initiative to discover that he has been wronged, and then wake up, regret, and ask for forgiveness. A final hug of love. For you, it doesn't matter if I suffer a little injustice. Blanche. Cheap. As Shen Wuxi was thinking, he suddenly felt his blood pressure rising. You are. Zhang Huayue, who was driving, responded. How about I drive instead? Zhang Huayue paused, but did not object. Those who understand will understand. Are you hungry? She checked the time. I'm in the car, and it's only a little over half an hour until I get home. I'm afraid you're too tired to drive, let me drive. Okay. Zhang Huayue parked the car directly on the side of the road. The two exchanged positions. Shen Wuxiao drove the car and it started slowly. Zhang Huayue took a bottle of mineral water and took a sip. Then I lowered the sun visor, opened the sun visor mirror, and applied lip gloss to my lips. She pursed her lips elegantly and charmingly. Sense of ceremony. Finally, Zhang Huayue tidied her hair and tucked it behind her ears. She looked out the window and saw a nice night view. Middle. After returning to the villa, a new storm has appeared. The storm is over, Zhang Huayue said personally. Wu Xiao, I want to leave tomorrow and go back to the border to finish things. Shen Wuxiao hugged her and stroked her hair gently with his hand. It's just that little thing, I can just make a phone call. If you want to leave, you don't have to go there in person. You can just ask them to send the documents over. Zhang Huayue could feel Shen Wuxiao's love for her. But she still shook her head. Not only that, I also want to say goodbye to the teachers who taught me. It's better to have a beginning and an end. Shen Wuxiao did not refuse. He still knew Zhang Huayue's character. Going back is nothing more than saying goodbye to the past. There is no reason not to fulfill it. Okay, do you need me to send someone to go with you? Zhang Huayue hugged her and acted coquettishly. No need, I will be back in 4 days at most. In the next few days, you should plant Huang Luoyan first. His Shen Wuxiao looked at her blinking beautiful eyes. I have reason to suspect that you are scared of my plants. Are you going to hide for a few days? Zhang Huayue was not convinced this time. She turned over and held Shen Wuxiao's face in her hands. Look how proud you are. After saying that, she slowly leaned forward, pressed her forehead against Shen Wuxiao's, and said in a soft voice, Hubby, do you know? I seem to have become your fangirl now. Yeah. Yeah. Zhang Huayue nodded. Come again? The next day. The next day, Zhang Huayue got up very early. Full of energy. She went to the kitchen and prepared breakfast for Shen Wuxiao. After having breakfast together, Jiang Huayue changed into the same outfit he wore when he came. I just took 2 sets of clothes and set off. Shin Wuxiu had nothing to do all day long. Of course, I followed her and sent her to the airport. This time, the driver drove and the two chatted in the back seat. When they arrived at the airport, the two did not have so many emotional conversations. After just a kiss, Jiang Huayue entered the waiting hall. Jiang Huayue is going to be away for a few days, and Shin Wuxiu will be bored. He is usually free. Apart from plants, he actually doesn't have many interests. But now there is one more person bullying the protagonist, but the protagonist has not appeared. He even thought that he was eating hot pot and singing songs when he suddenly beat the protagonist to death. Therefore, the days when the protagonist bullies you are the good days. Master, are we going back now? The driver asked. Shen Wuxiao did not respond. I wanted to go to the private hospital to see Huang Luoyan. But if I go over there now, that woman will definitely still be crying. It's so annoying. The body is not in good condition and it is not good for plants. Forget it, let's go to the Shanghai branch of the Shin Group. It's still okay to do some business occasionally. Okay, master. The driver was also quite surprised. Shen Wuxiao actually wanted to start a career in a company. It was really a blessing in disguise. Maybe it's just too boring. The car drove away from the airport and headed towards the branch office. The Shin Group is very large, with branches almost all over the world. It's available in almost every city. The company's business is also very broad. Real estate, investment, securities, film and television media, and industry are all available. In terms of strength, the strength of a branch company can crush some local large enterprises. Arriving at the company, Shin Wuxiu looked up at the towering building. It's just a dead thing, but countless people try to get in every day. Entering the lobby, many people looked at Shin Wuxiu. So far, Shin Wuxiu has appeared twice, but no one doesn't know him. Hello, Mr. Shin. Hello, Mr. Shin. Some of the pretty girls, upon seeing Shin Wuxiu, would quickly put on makeup and spray perfume on themselves. Everyone knows that Mr. Shin likes beautiful women. If I could have Mr. Shin's favor for one night, or become his lover directly, that will be an existence that many people will look up to for several lifetimes. Plus, Shin Wuxiao's appearance is ridiculously handsome. With her identity, background, looks, and temperament, she can easily kill any man. How could they not be moved? Chapter 117 Bidding Meeting. I had just walked to the middle of the lobby when I heard a cry of ouch. A woman holding a folder fell to the ground. He fell right in front of Shin Wuxiao. Folders were scattered all over the floor. She was picking it up in a hurry. Seeing this, Shin Wuxiao stepped forward, squatted down, and helped her pick it up. When the woman bent her body, her whiteness was exposed, which was very attractive. Mr. Shin, thank you, Mr. Shin. The woman pretended to be surprised and said gratefully. Shin Wuxiao stopped picking up the things and looked at her with a smile. Pinch it and squeeze out a bubble sound. Woman, you have successfully attracted my attention. Damn, I'm actually a little moved. Upon hearing this, the other party trembled. His face lit up with joy, but he hid it well. Did it really attract Shin Wuxiao? Is the drama of Cinderella and Prince Charming about to happen, where a rich young man falls in love with me who lives in a rental house? But the next second, she only felt a gust of wind whistling in her ears. Shin Wuxiao slapped her in the face. The woman stumbled and slid across the floor. You're useless. You can even fall down while walking. Why would the company keep a useless person like you? Shin Wuxiao's aura overwhelmed the entire venue, and the place was completely silent. Those who had some thoughts on this matter immediately put them aside. Originally, there was a beautiful woman in her 40s who wanted to try it. Let's see if Shin Wuxiao will play the domineering CEO falls in love with me who is in menopause scene on her. I don't dare to do that now. Shin Wuxiao is just as brutal and cruel as the rumors say. Shin Wuxiao shook his hands, unlucky thing. At this moment, the real acting president, Wang Hua, arrived. When he saw Shin Wuxiao, his spine seemed to be pulled out. He bent over, smiled apologetically, and wiped the sweat from his head. Master, why didn't you tell me you were coming to the group? I'm late, sorry. Shin Wuxiao glanced at him and said calmly, do I need to report to you where I'm going? No, master, you misunderstood. Wang Hua lowered his head, realizing that he was too nervous and said the wrong thing. Oh? Is that why I don't understand you? Wang Hua almost fell to his knees. He wanted to slap himself. It was true that too much talk leads to mistakes. Shin Wuxiu was too lazy to pay attention to him and walked straight towards the elevator. I was free today, so I came to take a look. Wang Hua hurried to follow. He has learned to be smart now. He speaks less and waits for Shin Wuxiu to ask questions before answering honestly. As long as you answer honestly and don't lie, everything will be fine. Just as he was thinking this, Shin Wuxiu asked, "You've enriched yourself quite a bit over the years, right?" Question mark. Wang Hua was numb. Can this be answered honestly? Master, I know I was wrong. He still didn't have the courage to hide it. You're wrong. What's wrong with that? You can be greedy, but don't go too far. My Shin family's money is not that easy to get. Yes. Wang Hua nodded quickly. Just look around. I'm bored. Shin Wuxiu didn't ask any further questions. These days, who doesn't want to make some profit for themselves? But once you've received the money, just do your job honestly. Wang Hua took Shin Wuxiu around the group. It also allowed Shin Wuxiu to see that under his leadership, the company was thriving. After visiting 2 departments, when he reached the 3rd department, Shin Wuxiu actually lost interest. Boring. Just as I was about to leave, I saw the words bidding meeting written on the huge LED display screen. Shin Wuxiu pointed and said, "That bidding meeting, what are you bidding for?" Wang Hua hurriedly said, "Master, the group has some projects that require a lot of facilities. The participants in this bidding meeting are all large local building materials groups and real estate developers. To put it one-sidedly, it is actually just using the project as an inducement to introduce construction materials from them. The purpose of bidding is to make them compete internally and grab the supply rights for this project. They will naturally use quality and lower their prices to achieve cooperation with the group. Shin Group's projects are basically guaranteed to make money. Even if the profit is small, you can still make a lot of money by cooperating with Shins. If you want to eat this piece of meat, it is normal to order more. Has it started?" Shin Wuxiu asked. Wang Hua shook his head, "Not yet, but it will start soon. If you are interested, you can go in and take a look." Shin Wuxiu did not refuse. It was actually quite interesting to watch others compete. Under the guidance of Wang Hua, Shin Wuxiu entered the meeting site. Even the bidding venue within the group is not small. It's similar to the layout of a courtroom. There are rows of seats below, and on the left and right sides above are people from our company. The platform in the middle and the multimedia PPT presentation are used to present proposals to those businessmen. Shin Wuxiu found a corner seat and watched silently. Wang Hua poured water, brought snacks, and served the moody young master attentively. Before the bidding started, the businessmen were all still operating their mobile phones or making calls. The atmosphere on the scene was quite tense. Wait until it starts. The scene fell silent. The people from Shin Group went up to explain the project, and soon the businessmen took turns to propose prices. Wang Hua was standing next to Shin Wuxiu, also acting as a commentator. Go up and complain about each company one by one. Pending proposals will be recorded and decided at an internal meeting later. At this moment, there was a young man standing on it. Looks quite arrogant. He didn't speak at first, nor did he show any PPT or related proposals. Who is this guy? Shin Wuxiu asked Wang Hua when he saw that the other party was quite arrogant. Master, this is Lu Peng, the son of Zhonghai Jiaoping Industrial Group. You're so stupid. Shin Wuxiu crossed his legs and pouted. Meanwhile, the people from the Shin Group were getting impatient and asked, "Can you please present your proposal now? Or talk about advantages?" Lu Peng smiled at everyone. "My advantage is my second uncle." Your second uncle? Lu Peng was a little proud. Yes, everyone should know that my second uncle is the chairman of the Zhonghai Municipal Political Consultative Conference. Those companies that heard Lu Peng's words secretly cursed him as shameless. But these things are very realistic. They may be able to come up with good proposals and squeeze profits, but others can do the same. And with an extra background, things can go more smoothly. Since ancient times, the people have not fought against the officials, and money cannot compete with power. The second uncle is the fourth in command. What can they do? Lu Peng's words basically confirmed the success of the bid. After Lu Peng, some companies actually plan to give up. What the hell is this? It's a waste of time to go up there. Just when the people from Shin Group thought that no one was going up, a tall figure slowly stood up. She was wearing a black suit, long trousers, and black high heels. She wore a white shirt underneath, showing off her chest without revealing anything. Even so, he was still the most eye-catching presence in the whole venue. The originally quiet scene was then filled with discussion. Isn't this the eldest daughter of the Lan family? She's quite courageous, going up to compete at this time. There's nothing we can do. If we can't get this project, at best we won't make any money, but if Lan's building materials can't get it, we'll basically be declared bankrupt. Yes, this is also the last hope. Lan Shangwei is really a sinner. He died happily, but the mess he left behind has to be borne by his daughter. Sigh. Chapter 118 The eldest lady of the Lan family. When Shin Wuxiao saw the other party coming up, his eyes lit up. I didn't even notice such a beautiful woman with a perfect figure just now. Her manners are elegant and graceful, her steps are light and graceful, and her figure is as light and graceful as a willow swaying in the wind. Who is she? Shin Wuxiao asked. Wang Hua quickly introduced, Master, this woman is the eldest daughter of Zhenghai Launcher Building Materials Group, Lan Shi. Lan's building materials was considered a leader in the building materials industry in its early years. After the old man of the Lan family passed away, the group was taken over by the third branch. Unfortunately, the third house lacked the ability, and our huge fortune was almost ruined in their hands. Shin Wuxiao touched his chin and said, a large group, even if it is not managed properly, won't be destroyed just like that. Young master, that's a good idea. Wang Hua smiled and continued, he was tricked. They used a hollow contract to trick him completely. He spent almost all his funds on production and even took out a lot of loans. Is that so? Then it's all in my own hands. Shan Wuxiao was speechless. However, if someone deliberately designs it and is unable to think flexibly, it is difficult to avoid it. Yeah, if it's production, it's not so bad. At least the goods are on hand. As long as the goods are sold, we can still make money. The terrible thing is that someone has said hello, who would cooperate with Lan's building materials. When the old man of the Lan family was alive, he could be said to have favored the third wife, but now that he is gone, they will naturally be targeted by those with ulterior motives. It's only our Shin Group's project that others dare not touch. Otherwise, Miss Lan probably wouldn't be here today. Shin Wuxiao didn't ask any more questions, but watched Lan Shi walk onto the stage. No wonder those who were discussing it just now said, this project is the last hope of the Lan family. This is a gamble, and we have to do it even if it means going all out. She targeted those who targeted their family and did not dare to touch the Shin Group's projects. Shin Wuxiao seemed to see that beautiful girl carrying a heavy burden on her shoulders, but it had nothing to do with him. If we go all in, we're bound to drive down prices. In the end, just for disrupting the market, we'll probably be drowned in the saliva of our peers. When Lan Shi faced everyone, many people swallowed their saliva. Shin Wuxiao was even tempted to try it out. She has a pretty face, crescent-shaped eyebrows, and slightly curved eyebrows with a touch of gentle charm. Her eyes were as clear as water, revealing a tranquility and peace that did not belong to her age. As if it could accommodate the complexity of the world. The teardrop mole at the corner of the eye adds a touch of charming grace. She has a straight nose and a small cherry mouth, but her face is expressionless. If you can smile, it will definitely be like a spring breeze blowing on your face, warming your heart. Looks good, loves to watch, wants to say. A doer should do 14. Lan Shi was about to open the PPT to explain her proposal. Lu Peng, who had just introduced his second uncle, said with a smile, Miss Lan, there's no need to bring out your proposal. We don't have that much time. There's no point in talking too much. Just tell us your price. He looked very arrogant, as if he had everything under control. Anger flashed across Lan Shi's eyes, but she didn't seem to care. She didn't want to miss this opportunity and had to try it no matter what. Everyone, this time, Lan's building materials. Miss Lan, there's really no need to waste time. Lan Shi hadn't even finished her sentence when she was interrupted again. Lan Shi clenched her hands tightly, finally unable to bear it any longer. Lu Peng, don't go too far. Excessive? Lu Peng slowly stood up, spread his hands, and smiled even more broadly. I seek truth from facts. Everyone relies on their own abilities. Otherwise, Lu Peng, promise that no matter how much the Lan family's building materials offer, my Lu family will reduce their price by 5%. When these words were spoken, everyone gasped. This is clearly a targeted move, intended to destroy Lan's building materials. Lan Shi felt helpless. Even though she knew that the mastermind behind the scenes was the collusion between the first and second wives of the family and Lu Peng, she had no evidence, and even if she had evidence, she could do nothing about it. Xin Wuxiao raised his finger and pointed at Lu Peng, then said to Wang Hua in a deep voice, "Is this how you guys do things? How dare a random person act so arrogantly in my territory?" Wang Hua was startled. "Master, I will send someone to drive them away right away." "No need." Xin Wuxiao frowned. "Let's take a look first." Seeing that Lan Shi didn't say anything, Lu Peng became even more aggressive. "Miss Lan, you don't have to be angry. I believe in win-win situations. As long as you agree to be with me, I will give you this project. Not only that, I can also clear out your inventory at a high price. How about that?" "Lu Peng, you are shameless." Lan Shi was so angry that her body was shaking. Lu Peng was still so shameless. "Well, I am shameless. Think about it, your huge family business was built by old Master Lan. It was already destroyed by your father. If it is destroyed by you now, how can you face old Master Lan? Besides, you and I are a perfect match, a powerful alliance. Aren't we better than that loser's son-in-law you married?" Ha 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 ha. Lu Peng's laughter spread throughout the venue. Xin Wuxiao, who was just eating melons and watching the show, suddenly had a gleam in his eyes. Trigger keywords. Cowardly son-in-law. Come to life? Lan Shi was so humiliated that she was already shaking with anger. She realized that this time it was ruined. Are Lan's building materials really going to be handed over to those people in the first house? If it stays in your hands, it will be ruined. That villain Lu Peng not only plays dirty tricks behind the scenes, but is now blatantly taking advantage of others' misfortune. There is definitely no chance for Xing Group's project. Lan Shi was really disheartened. The proposal that I worked hard on for 2 weeks didn't even have a chance to be presented, as the other party completely crushed it. Businessmen are profit-driven, and even a super-large enterprise like Xin Group will not refuse someone who gives them money for free. For this sure-win project, she had originally intended to incur some losses in order to clear out the inventory and restore the group's capital. Otherwise, no one else would dare to take the materials from her, which would be like throwing them away. But now, Lu Peng actually reduced his score by 5% based on hers, so there was no way she could beat him. The desperate Lan Shi said no more and dragged her tired body outside. Many people sighed secretly. It's because Lan's building materials was targeted by a villain that it is now really going bankrupt and liquidated. Lu Peng was very happy when he saw the beauty who made him so anxious leave. He just didn't believe that he couldn't deal with Lan Shi. This woman, sooner or later, will be under his control and will accept his love. This bidding is actually over. When Xin Wuxiao left, he pointed at Lu Peng and said, "Beat him up and make him behave himself. He won't be able to act arrogantly in my territory." After saying that, Xin Wuxiao left immediately. Lu Peng was very proud and looked like he was sure of winning. Unexpectedly, when I turned around, I saw a group of people surrounding me. They punched and kicked him. He even broke his hand with a stick. Lu Peng was beaten so hard that he screamed. After the beating, Lu Peng's head was covered in blood and he looked like he was dying. Wang Hua even warned coldly, "Our young master said, if you hold your head too high and have no roots under your feet, you will fall. If you treat this place as your own vegetable market, you will still be able to shout. Drag it away, throw it away, and he'll still be the winning bidder, but according to what he said, it'll be 5% lower than the Lan family's price." Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. They all understood that it must be Lu Peng's arrogant behavior that made the young master of the Shin family unhappy. Indeed, in someone else's territory, he regarded himself as the head of the family. If he didn't get beaten, who would? Lu Peng was in a daze and his mind was not very clear. Just dragged away like that. Outside, Lan Shi, who had been crying secretly in the bathroom for a while, came out of the bathroom and saw Lu Peng being dragged away. Head covered in blood. Just as I was surprised, I heard other people who were leaving the scene whispering. I didn't expect that young Master Shin was actually watching this. Lu Peng is in trouble now. He provoked young Master Shin. That's right. He was showing off and bullying the Lan family just now, but before he could even get a chance to show off, he got beaten like this. What do you think? Could it be that young Master Shin has taken a fancy to Lan Shi and is venting his anger on her behalf? It's hard to say. Lan Shi is absolutely beautiful, so it's understandable that she has feelings for him. Lan Shi was a little confused by the discussions of others. But we still know that Lu Peng was beaten by people arranged by the young master of the Shin family. She didn't believe in those comments about likes and dislikes, but since Lu Peng suffered a great loss, she still felt proud. Lan Shi left the group and looked at the good weather outside, but she couldn't feel happy at all. Just as I was about to drive back and think of another way out, a series of horn beeps sounded. Lan Shi looked over when she heard the sound. A man on an electric bike came and stopped not far from her. There are a lot of vegetables and meat in the basket in front of the electric car. The man driving the car had tan skin, wore a helmet, and was wearing a set of casual clothes that had been washed so many times that they were even a little faded. There was a smile on his face, and when he smiled, the corners of his mouth were raised quite high. "Sheer, I heard you came here to bid. How was it? Did it go well? I'm here to take you home." The story behind chapter 119. Lan Shi was in a bad mood to begin with. It can even be said that it has hit rock bottom. Now seeing the man with whom she was married, she felt even more devastated. The man was called Chu Ming, a son-in-law who married into the Lan family 2 years ago. Before marrying into the wife's family, they didn't even know each other. At that time, the old man of the Lan family was still alive. The old man of the Lan family is a sensible man with a high reputation. He has the final say in the Lan family. But he only favors the third wife. Although the first and second wives were dissatisfied, they did not dare to act rashly. As the old man gets older, he is unable to do many things. During a family meeting, he ignored the opposition and directly handed over the absolute controlling rights of the family business to the third wife. The other two houses each hold 15%. Lan Shengwei took on the important task, which should have made him happy. But Lan Shengwei's ability is indeed limited, but fortunately the group has a strong foundation and nothing went wrong. Until one day, Lan Shengwei was tricked into signing a contract for a huge project. The contract clearly states that all materials are to be provided by Lan's building materials. This big order is a huge opportunity for Lan Shengwei. As long as I do it well, I will not disappoint my father's expectations, and I can also make the first and second wife shut up. He prepared almost day and night and conducted on-site inspections with the other party. No matter how Lan Shi advised him to be careful, he seemed not to care and only wanted to seize the opportunity. After the two parties signed the contract, he devoted all his time to production. The other party really needs a huge amount of building materials. Not only did he spend all his working capital, he also borrowed a huge sum of money from the bank. What was unexpected was that when the delivery date came, no one came to collect it. When I went to look for them, I found out that it was a shell company. Everything is fake, all the information and data are forged. The other party brought down the Lan group without any effort. But at that time, Lan Shengwei was not discouraged, because he had all the things in his hands, it was just that the payment would take a little longer. But not long after, bad news came that someone was targeting Lan's building materials. All of Lan's building materials sales channels were blocked, and even some who had signed contracts came to breach the contract. This incident was like a bolt from the blue, which directly broke Lan Shengwei, who had little ability to withstand it. The first and second wives took the opportunity to make trouble and told the old man about this big change with exaggerated details, scolding the old man for having chosen the wrong person. The old man was already in poor health, and he suffered a shock and misfortune. He died on the same day without even having time to say his last words. Lan Shengwei thought that he had angered his father to death, and under the heavy burden, he had thoughts of committing suicide. Before his death, he transferred all his shares to Lan Shi. He committed suicide by jumping off the building that night, leaving behind a widowed mother and daughter. The death of grandpa and father was a double blow to Lan Shi. Especially after my grandfather passed away, my grandmother stepped in to take charge of the whole family. The old woman was patriarchal and thought that her daughter was a waste of money and would be married off sooner or later, so there was no need to spend time and effort to cultivate her. She started the attack while the old man and Lan Shengwei were still warm. To regain control of Lan's building materials, Lan Shi must hand over all shares. But Lan Shi was unwilling and determined to take over the business left by her father. That was her grandfather's expectation and her father's regret. As a child, she absolutely could not allow herself to be schemed against and then fulfill the other person's wishes. Outsiders all thought that the Lan family would go bankrupt and be liquidated, but Lan Shi herself knew that this would not happen. Some people just want to push her out of that position. Once she leaves that position, the group will naturally come back to life. Everything is just a trap set up by some people in collusion with outsiders. No matter how hard or difficult it is, she will not let them succeed. Knowing that Lan Shi was not easy to fool, the old woman decisively came up with another plan. The man arranged for Lan Shi wants her to marry him. This is an excuse to reclaim the equity. The man who arranged to marry her was that bastard Lu Pang. It was on that day that Chu Ming appeared out of nowhere and said he was there to fulfill his contract. He also said that the old man had agreed on this with him and took out a written contract. After checking, it was really my grandfather's handwriting, even the seal was there. Chu Ming's appearance was like a godsend from heaven, and he volunteered to marry into the third wife's family. His action was indeed timely, catching the old woman and the other two families off guard. Lan Shi borrowed the donkey to go down the hill. Adhering to the promise and her grandfather's instructions, she really got the marriage certificate with Chu Ming, whom she met for the first time. At this point, the old woman and the other two families gave up temporarily. At that time, even though Lan Shi had no feelings for Chu Ming, she couldn't say that she hated him. At the same time, I also feel that if the other party can treat me with respect, that would be the worst that could happen. What Lan Shi didn't expect was that Chu Ming thought completely differently from her. He is a wimp. Because his appearance ruined the old woman and her friends' plans, they scolded and belittled him. But he didn't fight back or respond when he was beaten or scolded. Lan Shi couldn't stand it anymore and even stood up for him several times. In the end, Chu Ming just said, "Forget it, we are all family, let's not make things unhappy." He even worked hard every day without complaint, turning a man into a nanny. None of the Lan family's servants dared to scold him. At that time, Lan Shi gave up. Because of her father's suicide, she hated cowards, and hated cowards very much. It was also from that time that she started to treat the other person as a grandfather who was just given to her to live with. Since they got their marriage certificate, they have never lived in the same room, let alone held hands. His existence was simply to stop the old woman from mentioning getting herself married. Lan Shi looked at Chu Ming, who was smiling at her and didn't want to say a word. She walked straight towards her car. "Get in the car and leave immediately." Chu Ming sighed secretly as he watched the beautiful figure get into the car and the car drove away. At the same time, he also understood that he should help his wife. Chu Ming kicked the pedal of the electric bike. I took out my cell phone and made a call I hadn't made in a long time. The moment he put the phone to his ear, his entire demeanor changed dramatically. The person on the other end of the phone quickly answered, Master, you finally called. Do you know how long I've been waiting for this call? Are you coming back to inherit the Chu family? I knew you weren't angry with me. I'll go tell you the good news now." Chu Ming smiled faintly. "Uncle Fu, I'm not planning on going back yet. I called you today because I have something for you to do." Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, Uncle Fu was slightly startled, then immediately became serious. "Master, your orders. I want you to find out who won the Shin Group's bidding project today." Afterwards, he took over the project and transferred it to Lan Shi of Land's building materials under the name of a mysterious person. "Remember, don't reveal my identity." Chu Ming knew that Lan Shi had a strong sense of self-esteem, and if he gave it to her rashly, it would definitely be mistaken for alms. So this method is just right. It would not expose his identity and could also help Lan Shi. Uncle Fu naturally agreed immediately. "Okay, young master. By the way, do you really not need to tell the young lady? Although I don't know why you chose to be alive and son-in-law, I think that if you want to help your own people, you shouldn't hide it." Chu Ming acted as if he had his own plans. "I don't care what you think, I care what I think. I have my own plans." "Okay." Uncle Fu didn't say much. Chapter 120: The Love-Seeking Son-in-Law. After hanging up the phone, Chu Ming raised the corner of his mouth. This feeling of silent dedication behind the scenes made him feel very touched. Moreover, loving her means giving, which is his purpose. "Sierre, when I was 8 years old, you gave me a cake that warmed my life. Now I will protect you for the rest of your life." As Chu Ming spoke, he fell into memories, and the scenes of that year emerged in his mind. When he was 8 years old, he was 8 years old. Not 7, not 9. At that time, the Chu family was in dire straits, and the major families wanted to divide up the Chu family, which was the #1 family in Nanfeng City. The Chu family is in danger. In order to protect him, his family sent him away. He had an accident on the road and escaped death, while everyone else died. At the age of 8, he had no ability to survive. He just picked up garbage to eat and competed with dogs for food. They are also bullied by other beggar gangs. Even human traffickers targeted him. but he was lucky enough to escape. At this point, the young master of the Chu family was living on the streets. One winter when he was 8 years old, he was rummaging through a trash can, trying to find something to fill his stomach. But he was beaten by other scavengers. Just when he felt he was going to be beaten to death, an old man appeared with a 7-year-old girl. The old man's bodyguards fought off the scavengers and saved him. It was at that moment that the lovely, kind-hearted girl took out a small cake and handed it to him. He will never forget that scene. The girl was like an angel, bringing light that illuminated his dark life. The taste of that cake is also the best and sweetest taste in the world. It was sweet to his heart. At the same time, it also changed his view of this dirty society. Even though he was very warm at that time, he still couldn't stop the fate of being taken away. He was taken away by a middle-aged man and taken into an organization called Bloodkill. This marks the beginning of a journey that is unbearable for a human being. The blood-killing organization specializes in capturing homeless children, training them to be killers, and having them work for the organization. The training process is cruel and brutal. Those people let them starve and only gave them one steamed bun every day. Let them grab it. The hungry children would just scramble for things. In order to obtain food, nature will do anything. In their eyes, only the strong are qualified to eat. As time went by, he grew up. His strength is growing, and he has become a hot and powerful figure in the organization. Code name, Shenlong. But the idea in his heart never changed. The scene when the girl handed him the cake kept appearing in his mind, illuminating his heart and preventing him from falling into darkness. 2 years ago, he returned to the Chu family. At that time, the Chu family had already won the resurrection match and regained the top spot in Nanfeng City. The Chu family's biggest worry is Chu Ming. The whole family celebrated when they learned that he had returned. The first thing Chu Ming did was to check the little girl from that year. I thought it would be difficult because of the passage of time, but who would have thought that I would actually find it? The girl's name is Lan Shi, and she is from Shanghai. Chu Ming was so happy when he heard the news that he didn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. It just so happened that the Lan family was in trouble at that time. Chu Ming resolutely decided to help. But he didn't want to rely on his family's support, nor did he want the other party to think that he had other intentions. So he decided to let a handwriting copying expert draft a contract between Grandpa Lan Shi and him according to the current situation of the Lan family. He planned to marry into the wife's family. For him, it's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Can help Lan Shi directly. And I can stay by her side, secretly protect her and take care of her. The Chu family didn't understand why Chu Ming suddenly wanted to be someone else's son-in-law. No matter how you ask him, he won't tell you. Despite strong opposition, Chu Ming still did not compromise. When he left for Shanghai, Chu Ming only said, "I'm determined to be this live-in son-in-law. Even Jesus can't stop me." From then on, the life of a son-in-law worse than a dog began. After Chu Ming recalled the past, a smile appeared on his face again. But he didn't know that someone was watching him. Shen Wuxiu has been paying attention to him for a long time. He had been watching since Lan Shi left silently. I also saw Chu Ming take out his phone and his temperament changed. Then he sat on the electric car, sometimes sighing, sometimes smiling with a crooked mouth, as if he was reminiscing, and he seemed to be a little seriously ill. Shen Wuxiao's gaze attracted Chu Ming's attention. He is quite powerful, so he can naturally sense that someone is watching him. But after glancing around, he found that no one was staring at him. Then he got on his electric bike and left. That back figure looked like Lu Huaxiang after buying a watermelon. After Chu Ming left, Shen Wuxiao came out. The system sound rang out. Ding, the lucky protagonist has been detected. The protagonist, Chu Ming. Type, Xuanlong's son-in-law. Occupation, transforming true energy into Mind Shi, beginner Mind Shi master. Realm, 8th grade, 5th stage grandmaster. Superpowers, housekeeping expertise, healing. Talent, forbearance. When forbearing, the training speed doubles. When being slapped, forbearance doubles the training speed. Kung Fu, the true art of controlling dragons. Weapon, 7th grade artifact, ancient Lulan staff sword. Martial arts, earthquake perfection, Bagua Palm pinnacle, shadow kick pinnacle. Magic power, none. The new script has been instilled. Shen Wuxiu immediately had a plot about Chu Ming in his mind. The intensity is increasing, go go go. The cowardly son-in-law is secretly the young master of the Chu family in Nanfeng City, and he is also a master himself. Good, very good. This is very protagonist. Shin Wuxiu looked at the electric bike that disappeared from his sight and touched his chin. Should I kill your nominal wife first, or should I kill you first? It's really confusing, ha ha ha. The plot has not unfolded yet, so Shin Wuxiu is not in a hurry to trigger it. Instead, he got in the car and planned to go to the Lu family villa. Zhang Huayue went back to the border, and Huang Luoyan was too weak. After going around in circles, it would be better to go find Lu Ruyan. Of course, I just went there to visit and didn't do anything else. Just when Shin Wuxiu was about to arrive at the Lu family villa, Lu Ruyan just dragged her tired body into the villa. She didn't even have time to change into her home clothes, she just lay on the sofa, covering her forehead and rubbing it gently. She just came back from the counseling center. As usual, Dr. Biao Bilian gave her psychological counseling and prescribed some medicine. But she felt that Biao Bilian's words and actions were somewhat inconsistent with her previous ones. I clearly told her before that she should guide her through it and not suppress it deliberately, and let her emotions release little by little until they are completely released. But these past 2 days, it seemed as if she was told to try hard to suppress her inner thoughts, to fight against them with all her heart, and to take out the things of the person she missed and look at them more often. It is said that only by fighting poison with poison can you be immune to all poisons. Inexplicable. But she really believed in Dr. Biao Bilian, so she really tried hard to suppress her emotions. But the more this happens, it's like trying to block a water pipe. The water accumulates more and more, and finally the pipe bursts. And she also felt something was wrong. Originally, under conditioning, I could sleep peacefully. Now I suddenly feel unwell, can't sleep, and miss Shin Wuxiu very much. Even when she finally fell asleep, she would cry when she touched her side in the middle of the night and found that Shin Wuxiu was not there. Only when she slept with Shin Wuxiu's shirt in her arms would she feel better. Everything is like a spell. The more I think about it, the more heartbroken I become. For most people, Stockholm Syndrome may be a crazy desire or urge to be loved. But the effects are different for different people. The man Lu Ruyan fell in love with was the one who killed her entire family. How could others understand that kind of mentality? Chapter 121, Servant. Lu Ruyan sighed for a long time before she sat up and walked to the portraits of her family. She picked up a small white cloth and gently wiped the portrait. I have a lot of things I want to say to my family. Just as he was about to speak, the sound of a car roared outside the villa. Lu Ruyan's heart, which had been silent just now, suddenly woke up. Anticipation, happiness, nervousness, fear, resistance, all conflicting emotions poured out. At this moment, she is like a little woman waiting for her beloved to come home. When I learned that my lover had returned, I was overjoyed and wanted to throw myself into his arms, act coquettishly, listen to him tell me what he saw and heard outside, and share my emotions. It's also like a woman who is often abused at home and is afraid that her husband will hit her when he gets home. Very conflicted. For a moment I forgot to open the door. Only when footsteps were heard did Lu Ruyan come to her senses. But it was too late, Shin Wuxiu walked in and was looking at her. When their eyes met, Lu Ruyan's heart melted. Her emotions pushed her to ask for love. Are you wiping the posthumous photo? Shin Wuxiu doesn't have so many complicated thoughts. He walked closer, looked at Lu Ruyan, and then looked at the portrait. Suddenly, Shin Wuxiu raised his hand and punched Lu Qingqing's portrait. Boom! The whole villa shook violently. Lu Ruyan's delicate body trembled, and when she looked carefully, she saw that her sister Lu Qingqing's portrait had been smashed to pieces by a punch. The fist even penetrated the wall behind it, and the photo in the frame was squeezed and embedded in the huge deep hole left on the wall. Shin Wuxiu blew the dust off his hands and a faint smile appeared on his face. He reached out and cupped Ruyan Lu's charming face, saying softly, "Don't overthink it. Your sister came to me in a dream and said she didn't like this photo. The dead are the greatest. I couldn't refuse, so I made her dream come true." There was mist in Lu Ruyan's eyes, but she still nodded. Shin Wuxiu frowned slightly. "It's impolite. I'm selfless and helpful. What should you say to me?" Lu Ruyan's rosy lips trembled slightly. "Thank you. Thank you. So good." Shin Wuxiu smiled and kissed her rosy lips. That kiss was gentle yet lingering. Lu Ruyan was a little dazed for a moment. "Go do it on the sofa." Shin Wuxiu let go of her, took her hand, and walked to the sofa. Lu Ruyan has already accepted all of this, and gradually developed a habit through subtle influence. As soon as Shin Wuxiu sat on the sofa, she took out the red wine. Fortunately, after sobering up, she sat next to Shen Wuxiao. Wu Xiao, do you want me to serve you? Lu Ruyan pursed her red lips, lowered her head, and spoke softly. Wait a moment, let me ask you first, do you have enough funds? Ah. Lu Ruyan was slightly stunned. Hey, didn't I ask you to plot to kill me? Killing me would definitely require a lot of money. For example, bribing someone, building connections, or hiring someone to set up a scheme, etc. You don't have spirit crystals, elixirs, or beast cores, so you must have spent money, otherwise how would those warriors work for you? If the money is not enough, I will transfer it to you. Lu Ruyan was surprised and moved. He gave me money so that I could kill him. I cried so much. He really loves himself so much. Before Lu Ruyan could say anything, Shen Wuxiao took her phone and turned on the Hushabo app. Hey! Your name is so tragic, it means so much suffering. Shen Wuxiao smiled. I also changed my name to The Past Days Were Hard. After the changes were made, I transferred some money to her. Okay, make good use of it and don't let me down. Lu Ruyan nodded gently, looking so pitiful. In front of Shen Wuxiao, she really didn't have any temper at all. It's almost lunchtime now, and since you can't cook, I'll take you out for a bit. That way, I won't have to tell you that I've never taken you out to play. Lu Ruyan really couldn't figure out Shen Wuxiao. But I dare not refute. After a quick tidy up, Lu Ruyan took Shen Wuxiao's arm and they walked out of the villa together. Shen Wuxiao also reminded her, you should learn to cook more at home. It's not a glorious thing for a woman not to be able to cook. It's not something to be proud of. Don't be like those awakened characters who whimper and cry, ask for a betrothal gift and 5 gold coins, are constantly bullied by their bestie, and book a room to play landlord. Very annoying. Okay, I will learn. Lu Ruyan responded softly. At the same time, China oversees Yijingxi Yuan Villa District. Xu Ming rode his beloved electric scooter back home. There are several villas here connected together. The building at the very edge is where Lan Shi and his mother live. Lan Shi wanted to move out a long time ago, but she couldn't stand the old woman crying every day and using filial piety to pressure her. I don't know what the old lady in the family is up to. She insists that everyone eat together. It seems like he really enjoys the hustle and bustle. In fact, it is just to control Lan Shi at all times. Xu Ming parked the electric bike and took out the fresh meat and vegetables he had bought from the basket in front. It's also lunchtime, and he has to hurry up and cook. There are 7 or 8 people in the family eating here, excluding those who are outside. This doesn't include himself. He has to wait until everyone has finished eating before he can sit at the table. Or you can hold the bowl and sit at the door to eat. But he didn't seem to care. When he walked in carrying the vegetables, a harsh voice was heard. Xu Ming, where the hell have you been? You don't need to cook, right? Do you want to starve me to death? You coward, you're hiding when you're cooking. If you can't finish it in half an hour, get out and kneel at the door. The one who scolded him was the current head of the Lan family, the old lady, Ho Guifan. Xu Ming smiled lightly and didn't care about the other party's verbal insults. Ho Guifan was unhappy with the third branch of the family, so she often humiliated him like this. How could such a big family not have a nanny? But they asked me to cook, mop the floor, wash dishes, wipe the table and clean the toilet. No matter how well he does, he will still be found guilty. He was used to it and didn't want to embarrass Lan Shi. So he can endure all unfair treatment. Xu Ming carried the dishes to the kitchen and quickly started working. He is very good at cooking and can cook very quickly. Even top chefs are probably not as good as him. Outside, Lan Shi, who was strolling in the garden and thinking about how to save the group, naturally heard the abuse just now. Through the window, I could also see busy figures in the kitchen. Her first reaction was not pity, but disgust. I have never asked him for anything, let alone supported him to work like a slave. It was even stated explicitly that if one does not take a tough stance against those people, they will only become more aggressive. But he didn't seem to hear a word, and his response was always the same: we are all family, don't make things too ugly. Once they had some arguments because of these things, but Xu Ming insisted that everything he did was for her. For yourself? Oh. It seemed as if all the grievances and humiliations were born for her. Why should I impose my own ideas on him? Self-touching? So stupid. For some people, once they kneel down, can they never stand up again? He knew very well that he was not on good terms with the old woman and the others, but he still wanted to be the peacemaker. I want to change their attitude towards me so as to achieve the goal of family reunion. How ridiculous. Isn't the purpose of those people to get Lan's building materials? Her mother is a confused person, she believes whatever the old woman says. Xu Ming is also a big coward. He does whatever others ask him to do. Why is my life so miserable? Chapter 122, Let Us Talk. In a blink of an eye, it was lunchtime. Xu Ming is really good at cooking. He prepared a big table in no time. After the meal was ready, he took his own bowl and chopsticks, put some vegetables on his noodles, and sat directly on the steps at the entrance of the villa to eat. Lan Shi was walking towards this villa. In fact, she didn't want to go. But even if she didn't go, her grandmother would chatter all kinds of things and then ask her mother to go over and call her. Unless you don't come back today, it's inevitable if you come back. So Lan Shi went there, just hoping to have some peace and quiet and just go through the motions. When Lan Shi walked in, she saw Xu Ming rolling up his sleeves and sitting on the steps outside the door eating. She really wanted to kick him. But Xu Ming still didn't understand why. With a smile on his face, he stood up and pointed to a dish in the bowl. "Sheer, hurry up and eat. Today we have your favorite sweet and sour spare ribs. You work hard every day, so you should know how to balance work and rest." Lan Shi took a deep breath and frowned slightly. Xu Ming also noticed that Lan Shi seemed to be in a bad mood. He asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you tired from work?" Xu Ming felt a little distressed by the beautiful wife in front of him. His heart is truly devoted to Lan Shi. Even if she accidentally sprains her ankle, he will secretly feel heartbroken for a long time. Now that I see she's in a low mood, I naturally want to show her more concern. Lan Shi calmed down and said indifferently, "Xu Ming, if you are willing to humiliate yourself, I have nothing to say. But I hope you remember that we only have a marriage contract. I don't have any feelings for you, not even a trace. You don't need to care about anything about me. At the same time, I can also tell you responsibly that I will hand over everything in the Lan family in the next few days, and then I will leave the Lan family. Grandpa arranged the marriage. Now that he's gone, I have the right to decide. Let's part ways amicably, get a divorce, and never see each other again." Often the most indifferent tone indicates the most resolute determination. Lan Shi didn't get angry, didn't cry loudly, and wasn't hysterical, which just showed that everything she said was well thought out. Sometimes, only by stepping away can you develop better. Under the premise of being maliciously targeted, she couldn't break the situation and continued to hold on, which was meaningless. She also didn't want her grandfather's hard work to be ruined in her hands. Aren't they obsessed with the Lan's building materials group? Then give it to them. But one day, she will take everything back. No one who has to pay the price will be left out. The first person to die is Lu Pang. When Xu Ming heard Lan Shi's words and felt the aura she exuded, he felt inexplicably flustered. This panic was due to his worry about Lan Shi herself. Xu Ming had a feeling that Lan Shi's mentality had completely reversed, and she seemed to be turning a little darker. The kind and beautiful Lan Shi seemed to have changed. How so? Xu Ming quickly adjusted his smile. "Sire. Call me Miss Lan, or just my name." Lan Shi immediately interrupted him. Xu Ming felt somewhat helpless, but still shouted, "Lan Shi, you don't have to worry about the group's affairs. Perhaps there will be a turning point. Who can say what will happen tomorrow, right?" Xu Ming has already arranged for Uncle Fu to do it. At the latest tomorrow, the supply project of Xin Group will fall on Lan's building materials. By then all problems will be solved and Lan Shi won't have to be so tired. After hearing Xu Ming's words, Lan Shi didn't even bother to respond. Could things really turn around if he just touched his lips and said something casually? Lan Shi had said everything she needed to say and really didn't want to see Xu Ming any longer. She walked straight in. Xu Ming sighed deeply and said in his heart, "Sheer, don't worry, I'm here, I will definitely protect you." He was actually quite helpless. In order to stay with Lan Shi, he had someone forge Mr. Lan's handwriting and contract. He suddenly transformed himself into a man engaged to Lan Shi. If his identity as the eldest son of the Chu family is exposed now, Lan Shi may not be able to accept it. He could only help Lan Shi silently and help her out of the difficulties. Wait until she really falls in love with you, then tell her the truth. At that time, she would only think that it was a white lie, all for her own good, and she would only be touched. In addition, the two had met each other when they were young, and with the influence of that event, they were able to become a happy couple. Xu Ming had thought it through. On the day he was going to tell it to the world, he would start by saying, "Wife, do you know? I've liked you since I was 8 years old." Lan Shi must have been confused, and at that time it was natural for her to tell him about the cake that winter. Lan Shi must be marveling at the wonder and perfection of fate. Lan Shi has already entered the villa. At this moment, she had no expression on her face, just sitting in her seat and eating. For her, it was just a symbolic formality, so as to avoid having to find fault again. When Ho Guifan saw that Lan Shi was in a low mood, she already understood the reason. She was the first to know about the bidding meeting. It was a good idea to cooperate with Lu Xiao. He did not disappoint them and directly suppressed Lan Shi. Let us see how this money-losing product can turn around. Wouldn't everything be fine if you had handed over the shares earlier? Sierre, I heard that you went to bid today. How was it? Ho Guifan asked with a smile. Lan Shi had a blank expression on her face and responded calmly, "Don't you already know the outcome? You're asking questions when you already know the answer. What a waste of words." Ho Guifan choked. She also couldn't imagine that Lan Shi would dare to talk back. "You are so outrageous. Do you have any rules?" Ho Guifan's face turned stern and he slammed the table with his hand. Lan Shi's mother, Zhou Wei, pushed Lan Shi's arm and said, "How can you talk to your grandma like that? How could you become so unfilial?" The eldest and second sons of the Lan family also frowned. They came back today specifically to see how Lan Shi would continue to struggle. "Lan Shi, what you said is a bit too much. This is your grandmother. How dare you talk back like that? Do you want to be an unfilial person?" Lan Shi had had enough of these hypocritical people. They made her sick. Unfilial? Then let me ask, what qualities does she have that deserve my filial piety? What have you done that you really think others don't know? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole table fell silent. Ho Guifan covered her chest with her hands, looking like she was about to die. "Old man, look at what you've done to this money loser. He even dares to talk back to his elders. Lan Shi, apologize to your grandma right now." Zhou Hui pushed Lan Shi again. "What's there to apologize for? Can't you accept the truth I'm telling you?" Lan Shi's attitude remained firm. She had seen through these people a long time ago. Instead of playing dumb and turning a deaf ear, it is better to be direct. Why should she be nice to those who can harm her own son and brother? The head of the Lan family slammed the table and stood up suddenly. "Lan Shi, how dare you? Do you think you're powerful now that you're president of the group? We haven't said anything since you guys wrecked the group like that. How dare you scold your elders here?" The second son of the Lan family quickly agreed, "That's right, you are going to destroy your grandfather's hard work. You are no longer fit to manage the group. You will relinquish your position as president today, and the shares will be transferred to your grandmother. Save an entire group from being bankrupted by you." Chapter 123 Forbearance. The real intention is revealed? No more pretending. "Okay, I'll hand over the CEO position today, but I'll find someone to sell the shares first." Lan Shi sneered, as if she had thrown nothing away. When the Lan family heard Lan Shi say that she wanted to sell her shares, they panicked. They already had Lan Shi under their control and were certain that she would not sell her shares. Because that was the old man's hard work, Lan Shi respected the old man the most and would definitely not sell the shares. But when they really heard her say this, they couldn't help but feel scared. Afraid that she would do something impulsive. In this way, everything they have done is in vain. Ho Guifan pounded her chest and said, "You money loser, are you trying to piss me off to death? If you dare to do this, I will beat you to death. I want to see how you can face your grandfather." Lan Shi snorted coldly, "Oh? I have no face. What about you, Grandma? Since Grandpa passed away, has he ever appeared in your dreams and condemned you for allowing your son to engage in such strife? You?" Ho Guifan suddenly felt a chill on her back and her face changed slightly. The Lan family boss realized something was wrong and immediately changed the subject. "Lan Shi, you're going too far. You can't manage the group well on your own. As elders, we naturally have the right to take back our shares. I'd like to see who will take over your mess besides us." The head of the Lan family was so angry that he wanted to overturn the table. Lan Shi still had no expression on her face. "Who said it was a mess? I went to bid today and happened to find out that the young master of Xing Group was in Shanghai. If I transfer the shares to him, will it still be a mess? Oh, by the way, those people who are behind this, do you want to compete with the Shin group in terms of strength? Lan Shi's words were like thunder. This tactic of using the opponent's force against them left them speechless. If we really do what Lan Shi said, then everything will be over. Who the hell would be stupid enough to go against the Shin group? Even if Lan Shi transferred the equity to the other party, they did not have the courage to come and ask for an explanation. If you go, you will die. The second son of the Lan family felt a little guilty. Lan Shi, don't say these useless things. Now we are talking about how you messed up the group. You keep shirking responsibility, and the group is going to be destroyed in your hands. Just as Lan Shi was about to speak, a voice rang out from outside the door. The group will not be destroyed by Sierra. I believe in her ability. Xu Ming appeared. He walked in step by step with an empty bowl in his hand. It really has that kind of momentum. Get out. It's your turn to speak, a coward. The head of the Lan family pointed at Xu Ming's nose and cursed. Xu Ming ignored his insults and said calmly, "You don't believe it?" The eldest brother of the Lan family was already angry, and when he saw Xu Ming, he was still laughing with a crooked mouth. He walked straight up and slapped Xu Ming in the face. Bang! Xu Ming was slapped hard. Head tilted to one side. You are a coward. What qualifications do you have to speak? Get out of here right now. Xu Ming covered his face, bared his teeth, and felt vicious in his heart. But at this time, we cannot turn against them, otherwise how can we trick them into falling into the trap? So, be patient. Xu Ming curled his lips. How about a bet? Bang! Another slap came, this time from Zhou Hui, useless son-in-law. Shut up. Xu Ming's expression changed slightly, but he still endured it. Don't you dare? Xu Ming covered his face, as if he was not afraid that they would continue to attack. They don't have time to talk to that loser Xu Ming. If he hadn't come like a fool with a contract in hand to marry into their family, they would have obtained shares in the group long ago. As for dragging it on until today. Just when the second son of the Lan family was about to slap him, Xu Ming suddenly spoke. Let's make a bet. If the group can't operate normally within 2 days, Sierra will transfer the shares to you. If Sierra can revive the group, you must transfer all your shares to Sierra and never interfere in any of the group's affairs. Xu Ming's words stunned everyone present. The boss of the Lan family came back to his senses and laughed. Okay, if you had said so earlier, you wouldn't have to be slapped. Let's do as you said and bet. The second son of the Lan family looked at Lan Shi and said, Lan Shi, Xu Ming is your husband no matter what. What he says is what you say. We've accepted this bet. Let's draft the contract now. The Lan family was almost impatient and immediately asked someone to draft a contract. That idiot Xu Ming really gave them a big gift. I used to hate him, but today I think he looks a little better to me. Lan Shi was about to collapse and looked at Xu Ming suddenly. Xu Ming smiled confidently. Don't worry. Don't worry? Lan Shi snorted coldly and stood up directly. I don't agree, so there is no need to say more. After saying that, he looked at Xu Ming, raised his hand and slapped him. Bang! Xu Ming was slapped again. Xu Ming, you really know how to behave. I'll give you time to prepare. This time tomorrow, we'll divorce. She said it with absolute certainty, leaving no room for doubt. Lan Shi was planning to get rid of it, but she never thought of it in this way. Is it possible that I will be humiliated before I can let go? She didn't want to stay any longer, so she got up and left the villa. Xu Ming covered his face. He knew that Lan Shi felt that she was bound to lose, and she hated herself for acting on her own and giving the other party an opportunity to take advantage. But how could she know that she had already arranged everything? A sure win. Therefore, despite Lan Shi's resistance, he still signed a bet with them in Lan Shi's name. By then, it will be useless for these people to deny it. As for the divorce, it was just her angry words. Once she wins the bet, Lan Shi will naturally know that he is doing this for her own good. Looking at the smug Lan family, Xu Ming smiled evilly. Continue to be proud, it will be too late to cry then. Lan Shi ran out sadly, and Xu Ming immediately wanted to chase her. But before he could take a few steps, the Lan family spoke up. Wash the dishes and mop the floor. Xu Ming frowned. He couldn't be too tough for the time being, otherwise it would be bad if the other party noticed something was wrong. So he still chose to endure it. Xu Ming turned around and started to clean the table, then washed the dishes, mopped the floor, and cleaned the toilet. Lan Shi, who had run out of the door, had already arrived under an old locust tree on the other side of the villa area. In the past, whenever Lanshi felt wronged, she would run here and be alone to calm down. Today, like every day, she came. But she sat under a tree, buried her face in her knees and cried. The crying was low and sobbing. After all, she is a woman and she always has moments of vulnerability. While crying, Lanshi suddenly felt someone approaching. Lanshi's beautiful eyes were filled with tears and red as she looked over. It was a woman in her 50s, who handed me a tissue. Girl, what injustice have you suffered? You are crying so sadly. Lanshi took the tissue and shook her head slightly. The other party did not leave, but continued, Child, you hide away after being wronged, most likely because you have no one to talk to or trust. Otherwise I wouldn't be hiding here crying secretly. Lanshi didn't know the other person, but she felt a sense of familiarity, so she responded, No, I'm just a little tired. Auntie, thank you. The other party laughed and said, Call me Aunt Wu. The Wu in martial arts, not the Wu in dancing. As soon as I saw you, I fell in love with you. That's why I moved here. If you get wronged in the future, you can come to my house. My family only has me and my old man. My old man is rarely at home. He is always with our eldest young master. You can also talk to me when you come. Chapter 124, Tripping. Lanshi didn't feel uncomfortable when she was talking to Aunt Wu. The comfort from strangers is often very heartwarming. Thank you, Aunt Wu. Girl, there's no need to be so reserved. Auntie will sit with you for a while and we can chat. This Aunt Wu is naturally the female of the male and female evil spirits. Uncle Wu's wife. She did move here today. Just now when she came out to familiarize herself with the environment, she saw Lanshi crying under the tree. The first time she saw Lanshi, she was truly amazed. She is so beautiful, comparable to young Madame Jian Huayue. She is simply a super goddess. If the young master saw this, he would probably be tempted as well. As the saying goes, good things should be kept within the family. It would be nice if this girl could be with Xin Wuxiao. At the very least, you will never hide under a tree and cry secretly after being wronged. How could Xin Wuxiao allow his woman to be bullied and wronged? They only have the right to bully others. Aunt Wu really sat with Lanshi under the tree and chatted for a long time. Their conversations don't contain so many life lessons. Just like friends regardless of age difference, they can speak freely. On the other side, Xin Wuxiao was at ease with Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was on their first date. I don't know if it counts as a date. In short, Xin Wuxiao took her to eat and play. But his attitude towards her has not changed. Instead, he always changes his expression. This made Lu Ruyan nervous, excited and scared. After having lunch and playing around, we went home. Lu Ruyan also knew that it was time to fight the animals when she got home. Thinking about it, I'm a little bit looking forward to Xin Wuxiao doing whatever he wants to me. Before Xin Wuxiao went back, he took Lu Ruyan to a photo developing shop. 10 copies of Lu Qingqing's posthumous photos were customized. Wu Xiao, this. Lu Ruyan was confused, shocked and scared. Xin Wuxiao smiled. Oh, I was thinking that if Qingqing comes to me in a dream again one day and says she's not satisfied with the portrait, I'll order more. If I smash it, I can quickly replace it. No matter how hard it is, Qingqing can't suffer, right? She must enjoy the incense offerings. Lu Ruyan was a little overwhelmed. Xin Wuxiao's words sent a chill down her spine. How many times do you have to hit it before you stop? This will make Lu Qingqing rest in peace even after her death. Xin Wuxiao asked his boss to prepare 10 sets of portraits according to his own wishes. I chose one of them and took a look. He raised his hand and threw it under his feet, stepping on it. Boss, this one is of poor quality, change it. The boss felt his scalp tingling. He had never seen anything like this before and felt a little unhappy. He was about to speak when Xin Wuxiao frowned and said, Is it so difficult for you to do things? How about I hang you on the wall? The boss swallowed his saliva, didn't dare to say any more nonsense, and quickly did as he was told. Just like that, Xin Wuxiao happily returned to the Lu family villa with the photos of Lu Ruyan and Lu Qingqing. As soon as he arrived at the villa, Xin Wuxiao couldn't wait to arrange the portrait, then wiped it with a white cloth. Girls should be more delicate. This looks much better. I am really creative. Lu Ruyan looked at her sister's portrait and felt so sad that she couldn't express it. What Xin Wuxiao made was not a posthumous photo at all. He clearly asked the boss to make a non-mainstream photo. A black and white photo with a colorful border and glittering fonts, with the title Love Until Death. The words below are non-mainstream Martian words in colorful fonts. If you love, please love deeply. If you don't love, please let go. Is this something a human being can do? Ruyan, does it look good? Shin Wuxiu pointed with a proud look. Well, good, looks good. Lu Ruyan smiled bitterly. You have good vision. In that case, let's go for the golden hook. Before Lu Ruyan could react, Shin Wuxiu pulled her over and threw her on the sofa. Lu Ruyan was so nervous and scared that her clothes fell off without her noticing. Looking at Shin Wuxiu in front of her, Lu Ruyan's breathing suddenly became heavier. He moved forward uncontrollably and put his arms around Shin Wuxiu's waist. There was a hint of confusion on that beautiful face, and her cherry lips gently kissed his chest. Then he kissed the neck, and finally Shin Wuxiu's lips fiercely. 3 hours later, Shin Wuxiu lit a cigarette. Smoking quietly. Lu Ruyan swallowed, leaned against Shin Wuxiu, and said nothing. But soon, Shin Wuxiu's phone rang. Lu Ruyan reacted quickly, stepped forward, took the phone and handed it to Shin Wuxiu. The number is unknown. Shin Wuxiu answered the phone and a flattering voice came from the other end. Master, I hope I didn't disturb you. I'm Wang Hua. The caller was the acting president of the Zhonghai branch of Shin Group. Speak. Shin Wuxiu said lightly. Master, this is what happened. Didn't we have a bidding meeting this morning? The Lu family won the bid, but they just called and said a mysterious family wants to take over their project. This matter shouldn't bother the young master, but I feel that it is a bit strange. Shin Wuxiu exhaled a puff of smoke and said, as far as I know, the Lu family, who won the bid, has been forced to bid 5% lower than the Lan family's lowest price. They took over the project when it was already suffering huge losses, and now someone is taking it over, and we still don't know who it is? Wang Hua was a little nervous. Yes. It's understandable that they reported this. After all, in our opinion, if he were to transfer, it would be equivalent to outsourcing. They can't guarantee the quality. If they didn't want to offend us, they would have definitely informed us, that's why they called. Shin Wuxiu thought about it, suddenly laughed, and understood it all at once. It must be that cowardly son-in-law who took action. He probably made silent efforts again, took away the project with a hidden identity, and finally went around in circles and returned to the Lan Group. Otherwise, how could a normal businessman go to so much trouble to do something that has no profit at all? That idiot must have made a bet with the Lan family. In this case, how can I not kill that bastard? Take the project back and don't give it to the Lu family anymore. Tell them that if they want to talk to us. At the same time, when we come to discuss this, you can transfer the project to him, but you must make a note that it cannot be transferred or outsourced to anyone without the permission of the Shin Group. Add a small line of text, if there is any breach of contract, the minimum compensation will be 20 billion, and the final right of interpretation belongs to the Shin Group. Wang Hua understood what Shin Wuxiu meant, but still asked cautiously, Master, what if they find out? Shin Wuxiu smiled and said, you can do whatever you want. If it doesn't work, divert their attention. When you talk to them, swear to Mazu that you won't cheat them. This. Wang Hua was shocked. He would never dare to lie to Mazu, no matter who he was. As a coastal man, he really didn't dare to make this oath. Shin Wuxiu didn't care whether the other party would find out or not. Even if the other party disagreed, he would not suffer any loss. Moreover, if Zhu Ming really made a bet with the Lan family as he thought, there would not be enough time to complete a complete project in a short period of time. It would also take time to introduce it from his family, and the time frame he bet on was definitely not sufficient. Besides, he won't reveal his identity. It is possible that Zhu Ming would grit his teeth and pay the compensation, and then forcibly transfer the project to Lan Shi and revitalize the group, just for that breath. If he paid the money and helped the Lan family, he could take the credit for himself. Doesn't Zhu Ming like to keep a low profile and give silently? Then hide and cry secretly. He wants women and wealth. Zhu Ming can choose to endure. If you choose to endure, you will get a lot of points in that state. If he doesn't endure it, beat him to death and ransack his house. What is the Chu family of Nanfeng City? Is it very powerful? Is his mother still charming? Chapter 125 Dinner. I'll update from time to time. Thank you for your support. Please urge me to update more and leave more chapter reviews. Thank you all. After hanging up the phone, Shin Wuxiu threw the phone back on the coffee table. Lan Shi's beautiful face unconsciously appeared in my mind. It's so fucking beautiful, I have to experience it. What is most unforgettable is the teardrop mole under her eye, which greatly enhances her overall temperament. Since there is an irresistible desire, there is also an urge to take good care of it. Lu Ruyan saw him leaning on the sofa with his hands spread out, seemingly thinking. She didn't dare to disturb him, but slowly put on her underwear. After getting dressed, she started making tea. Shin Wuxiu likes to drink tea in his spare time. Lu Ruyan knew this. When you are around Shin Wuxiu, you actually need to be cautious at all times. When that day comes and we no longer need to be so cautious, we can basically be considered Shin Wuxiu's own people. But there was no way she could get to that position. Therefore, the 4 words being spoiled and arrogant are taboos for her. When facing the changeable Shin Wuxiu, the right thing to do is to be careful and take every step carefully. Shin Wuxiu was quite satisfied when he saw her start to make tea. This woman is indeed very smart. Did you hear what I said on the phone just now? Shin Wuxiu took the tea from Lu Ruyan and asked. Lu Ruyan paused slightly, but didn't lie and nodded, I won't talk nonsense. Shin Wuxiu smiled and said, it doesn't matter, but you should have heard that I'm going to deal with someone. This also means that you are alive. Lu Ruyan finally understood, has your opponent appeared? Lu Ruyan was inexplicably lazy and didn't want to join forces with those people to deal with Shin Wuxiu. Because it's all in vain. But the hatred is there. Shin Wuxiu shook his head, the word opponent is not very nice. He is not worthy of being my opponent. It's not the right time yet. There will be a time to hide. When the time is right, I will tell you and you can go and cooperate with him. Use all your skills. If you can kill me, it will be considered your ability. Even if you lose, he will be the one to die. You can go ahead and do it. Lu Ruyan nodded and agreed. She felt she had to do something to feel at ease. If this continues, she will feel like submitting to Shin Wuxiu forever. The spirit tablets of my parents and sister are still watching over there. She felt uneasy. Okay, let's go. Shin Wuxiu put on his clothes and stood up. When Lu Ruyan saw that he was leaving, she felt a little disappointed. Even though she didn't dare to stop him, she still asked, how about having dinner before leaving? Shin Wuxiu paused and turned to look at her, you can't cook, what are you going to eat for dinner? Learn more and see your cooking skills next time. Shin Wuxiu said this and left without mercy. Just as he was about to go out, he turned back and walked to the portrait. He punched through Lu Qingqing's portrait with one punch. Get a new one. Lu Ruyan was filled with helplessness. Looking at the photo of his sister, he exploded again. She had no choice but to squat down, open the cabinet below, and take out a new photo from a black bag. After finishing everything, she went into the kitchen, took out her mobile phone, placed an order, and bought a lot of vegetables. Then I opened my phone and searched for how to make each dish delicious. Shin Wuxiu, who was leaving, made a phone call to a private hospital. Asked Huang Luoyan. According to the doctor's answer, she still needs to rest. Shin Wuxiu had no intention of going over to take a look. For him, breaking through that layer of window paper would be the end of it. He didn't have much feelings for Huang Luoyan. Uncle Da is a loyal member of the family. He wants to accept her as his personal disciple. As a master, she must support Uncle Da, that's all. I am a beauty connoisseur, an experiencer, a doer, not a sentimentalist. Only those you like will be responsible. Just as I was thinking about it, Zhang Huayue called. Shin Wuxiu's attitude changed completely and a smile appeared on his face. When the call was connected, Zhang Huayue's voice rang out, Dear, what are you busy with? I'm driving. Shin Wuxiu said with a smile. Ah? Am I disturbing you? Please drive first. I'll contact you after I'm done. Shin Wuxiu wanted to laugh, hey, I'm really driving. It's the oil that burns, not the protein. Zhang Huayue paused for a moment, yes, I'm talking about driving. You have to concentrate when driving. Come on, you still want to fool your man? Lulu. Zhang Huayue stuck out her tongue playfully. Have you joined the army? Zhang Huayue replied, I was just about to go. There will be no signal inside later, so I thought of calling you first. I miss you. Miss me, or do you want to do something to me? I want both. Zhang Huayue was very direct. The two chatted briefly for a while, and then there was a horn sound from Zhang Huayue's side. Okay, dear, I'm going to the camp now. There's a signal jammer over there. That's all for now. Wait for me to come back. Okay, go ahead. If there's anything you can't handle, just contact the person with the highest authority and let him handle it. Jiang Huayue was not surprised that Shen Wuxiao's people were everywhere. Yeah, love you, Muai. Jiang Huayue kissed the receiver and hung up the phone. Shen Wuxiao smiled lightly, put the phone on the center console, and continued driving. But after driving for just a few minutes, the phone rang again. Shen Wuxiao took a glance, and this time it was Uncle Wu calling. Shen Wuxiao answered the call and pressed the hands-free button. Uncle Wu, what's wrong? Master, are you free tonight? We moved to a new house today. If you are free, come over for dinner. I'll pick you up right away. Shen Wuxiao looked at the time and it was almost 6 o'clock. I had dinner late with Lu Ruyan this afternoon and then fought in the villa for 3 hours. Time just slipped away quietly. Now I go back to the villa alone, and I don't have much interest in going to the club and bar. Just go to Uncle Wu's place. Sure, just give me the address and I'll drive there myself. You can drive yourself, or I can pick you up, or I can have someone bring you here now. Uncle Wu didn't dare to let Shen Wuxiao suffer. Just send me the address. Shen Wuxiao usually doesn't like having a lot of people following him. Although many people followed him and it looked quite impressive, he still didn't like it. Otherwise, with his status, he would have hundreds of people serving him. In the end, Uncle Wu sent the address. Shen Wuxiao looked at the address, number 18, Yujingsi Yuan Villa District. Open the navigation and head towards the location. Shen Wuxiao drove very fast and arrived at the villa area in less than 20 minutes. According to the arrangement, the villa is facing the artificial lake, and from a distance, you can see a big locust tree. When Shen Wuxiao was about to drive his car around from the front to the back, he saw a man squatting at the door of the villa, tinkering with an electric car. It seems that the tire was punctured and someone is repairing it. Damn, the richer you are, the more stingy you are. Your electric bike is almost falling apart, and you're still driving it. He muttered something, but didn't take it seriously. But after driving for a while, he suddenly realized it. Why does that guy with hair in his mouth look so familiar? Shen Wuxiao decisively reversed the car, stepped on the accelerator, and retreated again. Chapter 126 Dinner. When the car window and the passenger window could clearly see each other, Shen Wuxiao smiled. Xu Ming. That cowardly son-in-law. I just came to Uncle Wu's place for a meal and I actually met him. He's acting like a dog here. Shen Wuxiao's car continued to move backwards, and then the steering wheel turned slightly, and the car faced Xu Ming. The next second, Shen Wuxiao stepped on the accelerator and the car rushed forward like a steel beast. Xu Ming, who was repairing the tire with his back to it, didn't notice it at first. But soon, he sensed danger. He raised his hands to support the electric car seat, turned over and jumped away. Bang! Shen Wuxiao's car crashed heavily into the electric bike. The electric car flew out directly, rubbed against the ground for a long time, sparks flew, and finally fell apart. Xu Ming was furious. Shen Wuxiao had already lowered the car window, a smile on his face. Sorry, buddy, I just mistook the accelerator for the brake. I'll compensate you for that electric bike. Xu Ming frowned. He really wanted to pull that rich second generation down and give him a good beating. If it was an ordinary person, he might have been hit to death. Shen Wuxiao then touched the storage box in the car and found some cash. He took out a stack at random and threw it directly out the window. Banknotes suddenly flew all over the sky. So insulting. It's enough to buy a new one. The rest is just compensation for your mental damage. No need to thank me. Looking at your expression, I know you're living a life worse than a dog's here. Shen Wuxiao portrayed the role of an arrogant and domineering second-generation rich man to the fullest. After saying that, he drove away. Bastard! Xu Ming was really annoyed. Looking at the scattered banknotes, his fists clenched so tightly that they made a crackling sound. He can have as much money as he wants. Why would I care about these trifles? The main thing is the other party's attitude, which is really infuriating. But before he could get angry, a voice of abuse rang out from inside. Xu Ming, are you dead? What time is it? If you don't cook, get out. Also, there's dust on the floor. If you don't mop it clean, I'll make you lick it. Xu Ming frowned, looked inside the villa, and gritted his teeth. Forbearance. He went over and dragged the wreckage of the electric car to the side, then looked at the sky which had already darkened. Sierra, are you still angry? Why don't you go home? Don't worry, I will make you proud tomorrow. Xu Ming muttered something and went in to cook. On Shen Wuxiao's side, the system just gave a prompt. Ding, humiliating the lucky protagonist, points plus 30,000. Shen Wuxiao couldn't help but laugh. In fact, the people who are most able to endure are the ones who value dignity the most and care about face the most. It's just that they like to suppress first and then praise, and they feel that kind of slapping in the face gives them pleasure. Driving the car, he had already reached the locust tree. I saw Uncle Wu standing at the door, looking around. It wasn't until he saw Shen Wuxiao that he ran over. Young master. Well, is Aunt Wu cooking? Did she make the braised prawns? Uncle Wu nodded, yes, of course. Okay, go in. Shen Wuxiao was about to go in. Uncle Wu stared at the front of the car. Master, your car. Uncle Wu was very surprised. The front of Shen Wuxiao's car was dented, obviously it had been hit. Oh, I was just bored and bumped into someone for fun, it's harmless. This car has defects, so I'm not interested in it anymore. I'm giving it to you. As he said that, he threw the car keys to Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu was still very happy. Young master's car is worth tens of millions, and he will give it to you if it is damaged. Of course, as someone who had been with Shen Wuxiao for many years, he was not too surprised because he was used to it. Those who follow Shen Wuxiao, even those who are doing the worst, can easily come up with hundreds of millions. Who wouldn't work for a master who doesn't even promise anything? Uncle Wu, help me customize a Hummer tomorrow. I still prefer the kind that can't be damaged by crashes. While chatting, the two entered the villa. The lights in the villa are very bright. Shen Wuxiao smelled the aroma of food as soon as he entered the door. And for some unknown reason, the dining table was moved to the living room. There was a table full of delicious food and lots of expensive drinks. Shen Wuxiao walked to the dining table with a smile on his face and said to the kitchen, Aunt Wu, you made so many delicious dishes. Aunt Wu poked her head out and smiled, Master, you're here. Come and sit down. It'll be ready soon. Shen Wuxiao was not polite either. But when he saw 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks on the table, he was also a little confused. Is there another person? Just as I was thinking this, a beautiful figure walked out of the kitchen. Shen Wuxiao was also a little surprised when he saw the person coming. I saw that she was still wearing her professional attire, her suit had been taken off, and she was only wearing a white shirt. Her sleeves were folded and her hair fell naturally on her shoulders, which was very charming. She was holding a plate of steamed sea fish in her hand. The lower body is long trousers and high heels. Isn't this Lan Shi? Why is she here? Lan Shi had never seen Shen Wuxiao and didn't know what he looked like. After putting the fish down, he couldn't help but look at Shen Wuxiao. It's really instinct. Shen Wuxiao was really handsome to the extreme, almost the most handsome and elegant person she had ever seen. As long as it is the opposite sex, I can't help but look at it. But Lan Shi was still very sensible and just glanced away. She really didn't know Shen Wuxiao, so she seemed a little embarrassed. Aunt Wu came out just in time. She winked at Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu understood immediately. Aunt Wu also began to introduce, Master, this is Miss Lan Shilan, she also lives in this villa area. I met her today and had a great chat, so I invited her to stay for dinner. Aunt Wu also looked at Lan Shi, Xiao Shi, this is our young master. You two are of similar age, you can definitely become good friends. Shen Wuxiao was proactive in this regard. He extended his hand to Lan Shi, hello, Miss Lan, my last name is Shen. Lan Shi pursed her lips, stretched out her jade hand and shook hands with Shen Wuxiao, hello, Mr. Shen. Lan Shi's little hands are so soft and tender that people can't help but want to pinch them gently. But Shen Wuxiao certainly wouldn't do that, and he quickly let go of his hand. Lan Shi also felt that Mr. Shen was very sensible. Okay, take a seat, take a seat. Aunt Wu called out. The table is rectangular, so people basically sit facing each other. Lan Shi and Aunt Wu are on the same side. Sitting opposite Lan Shi was Shen Wuxiao. Just look up and you can see the other person. There was never a dull moment at the dinner table. Aunt Wu is quite talkative. During this period, he also revealed intentionally or unintentionally how outstanding Shen Wuxiao was. But he didn't dare to reveal Shen Wuxiao's identity easily, because Shen Wuxiao's identity was really sensitive. It will make Lan Shi feel unnatural or nervous. How to match them up when the time comes. People were clinking glasses at the table, and Lan Shi had a rare smile on her face. Shin Wuxiu behaves in a measured manner, with a sense of propriety and boundaries. The process of talking with him made Lan Shi truly understand what it meant to have elegant conversation and a noble demeanor. At this moment, Xu Ming is on his way to find Lan Shi. But Lan Shi was toasting. Compared to Aunt Wu's place, her own home was like an ice cellar. There is no warmth at all. Apart from quarrels, there are intrigues. Home doesn't feel like home. Lan Shi chatted with Aunt Wu for a long time today, and revealed a lot of her thoughts afterwards. From this we can see that Lan Shi really swallowed a lot of bitterness. The atmosphere was just right, and she was also very happy, so she couldn't help but drink a few more glasses. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the atmosphere is still very good. At this moment, Xu Ming is still on his way to find Lan Shi. Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu were having so much fun that they even picked up the microphone and sang karaoke in front of the big screen in the center of the living room. Or chorus. Chapter 127 sent her home. Shin Wuxiu unknowingly sat in Aunt Wu's seat, side by side with Lan Shi, watching them sing together. Lan Shi's pretty face flushed, but her smile did not disappear. A pair of jade hands were clasped together, resting on the chin as if making a wish, watching quietly. Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu sang an older song. But when they came out of their mouths, it seemed as if the song was given a soul. The song implies various kinds of loneliness and the inability to find someone to talk to, and it is also very sentimental. Aunt Wu did it on purpose. I just want Lan Shi to be reminded of the past. In addition, she had drunk some wine, and now she was feeling extremely vulnerable. This trick really works. I don't know when, but Lan Shi's eyes had turned red. Silent tears slid down my cheeks. Shen Wuxiao naturally noticed it. He offered no comfort, not even a word. He just pushed the tissue in front of her. Lan Shi realized that she had lost her composure, so she quickly took out a tissue and gently wiped away her tears. Thanks. Sorry, I'm a little. Lan Shi lowered her head slightly, feeling a little embarrassed. I was a little out of control when we met for the first time. I understand. Don't feel embarrassed. It's good to release some energy occasionally. Aunt Wu and Uncle Wu are still singing, but now their style has changed. The two of them also secretly paid attention to the handsome men and beautiful women over there. Just like what Aunt Wu thought, Shin Wuxiu was still interested in Lan Shi. Moreover, when a woman who is full of defense lets down some of her guard in front of another man, it is more than just a matter of appearance. Something that a woman will remember for a long time. You know, Lan Shi used to be hiding. Pushing Lan Shi to Shin Wuxiu was the right decision. Besides, she really didn't want to harm Lan Shi, and she even liked this girl Lan Shi. How can such a good girl be given to other men? She must be the young master's. Time passed little by little, and Shin Wuxiu and Lan Shi drank a lot more. When it was almost 10 o'clock, Lan Shi prepared to say goodbye. But she did drink a lot, and when she stood up, she staggered and almost fell. Shin Wuxiu raised his hand and pressed it against her wrist. Lan Shi instinctively wanted to shake him off, but realized that this was too unreasonable. Then he gently moved away and thanked Shin Wuxiu. You've drunk a lot. Why don't you ask your family to pick you up? Shin Wuxiu said. Lan Shi smiled lightly, shook her head, and said nothing. Okay, Aunt Wu, please see Miss Lan off. She's drunk a little too much and can't walk steadily. Shin Wuxiu didn't even mention that he was sending it. As expected, this made Lan Shi less wary. He is indeed a man of measure and boundaries. Aunt Wu naturally understood. Aunt Wu came up and said, Xiaoxi, why don't you rest here? There are plenty of rooms. Lan Shi would definitely not be willing. She shook her head and said, no need, Aunt Wu. I live right in the back and will be there in a moment. You guys should get some rest early. I can handle it on my own. How could Lan Shi have the nerve to trouble them? I'm worried about you like this. Let me take you home. You said it's not far, so don't refuse. Aunt Wu stepped forward and supported Lan Shi. Then, thank you. Before Lan Shi could finish, Aunt Wu interrupted her. Child, you are not allowed to be polite with your Aunt Wu. Lan Shi opened her mouth but didn't say anything, just nodded. After taking the small suit, Aunt Wu put it on her and helped her out. However, when they reached the stairs of the villa, Aunt Wu pretended to sprain her ankle and cried out ouch. Lan Shi's face was full of tension. Aunt Wu, what's wrong with you? Shin Wuxiao and Uncle Wu also walked out. It's okay, I just missed a step and twisted my ankle. Then he looked at Uncle Wu and said, Old man, help me to the room. Master, please help me send Xiaoxi back home. After saying that, he blinked. Shen Wuxiao did not object, okay. Aunt Wu didn't give Lan Shi a chance to refuse. Xiaoxi, our young master will take you back, and I'm relieved. You're really old, and you sprain your ankle even when you walk. As he said that, Uncle Wu directly helped Aunt Wu in. Lan Shi was a little worried about Aunt Wu. But Shen Wuxiao had already walked out. Let's go, I'll take you back, otherwise Aunt Wu will be worried. Lan Shi finally nodded. Shen Wuxiao did not support Lan Shi, but just accompanied her out of the villa. The two walked very slowly. The autumn night wind is very cool and chilly. Shen Wuxiao and Lan Shi were walking on the avenue in the villa area, and the street lights made their figures look very lone. Shen Wuxiao also expressed his concern, drink more hot water when you get home. Lan Shi responded softly. As I continued walking forward, a beam of light shone from the front. The light was dim, like a flashlight. But if you look closely, you can see that it is an electric car. The car twisted and turned while driving and could fall apart at any time. Xu Ming. He is here. He came to look for someone on his broken electric scooter. Shen Wuxiao recognized him at a glance. Almost laughed. His craftsmanship is really good. He was able to assemble the electric car that he crashed into and still drive it. Of course, for Xu Ming, as long as the battery is not broken, the car is not broken. Xu Ming saw the figure in front of him and recognized it as Lan Shi at a glance. He was delighted. Lan Shi was away for so long today, he was very worried. Now that I see it, I feel relieved. However, when he saw the man next to Lan Shi, his anger suddenly rose. And why does that man look so familiar? When the car approached, Xu Ming thought, oh my god. Isn't this man the dandy young master who crashed his electric bike at night? Why was he walking with Lan Shi? Lan Shi seemed to have drunk a lot of wine. Blanche. Xu Ming was very angry. He stopped his electric bike and kicked the pedal to go over. Maybe he was too angry, or maybe the car was really broken. With that kick, the car broke into two parts and the wheels flew out. Very embarrassing. But Xu Ming didn't care about the embarrassment and ran straight towards Lan Shi. Sire. Xu Ming went up to her with a concerned look on his face. Why did you drink so much? Xu Ming was about to go and support him. But Lan Shi moved back and avoided him. As he retreated, he bumped into Shen Wuxiao. To be precise, his back hit Shen Wuxiao's arms. Lan Shi quickly stood up straight, looking at Xu Ming, whose expression darkened a little. What are you doing here? When Xu Ming saw their bodies touching, he almost vomited blood. But then I thought, Lan Shi didn't mean it. I'm worried about you. You ran away this afternoon. How can I be at ease? Xu Ming looked at Lan Shi lovingly, his eyes full of tenderness. Lan Shi didn't buy it. I said, I have nothing to do with you, you don't have to do anything unnecessary. Don't do anything that makes you feel good. Xu Ming's heart was broken. A helpless look. Lan Shi looked at Shen Wuxiao, who had been silent. Mr. Shen, please give me a ride. Lan Shi knew that if she let Shen Wuxiao go at this time, Xu Ming would definitely pester her endlessly. She didn't want to have any contact with Xu Ming again, even if it was just a short distance. Shen Wuxiao smiled and gestured. The two continued walking forward, ignoring Xu Ming. Xu Ming's eyes were almost broken. But he knew that Lan Shi was angry because she mistakenly thought that he was gambling with the Lan family with her shares. The results won't be out until tomorrow, so it's normal for her to misunderstand today. At the moment he couldn't ask questions, nor could he show much emotion. He can only endure it. Looking at the man and woman walking in front, Xu Ming followed them. He also did not forget to pick up the electric car that was broken into two sections. Shen Wuxiao is handsome and has a great temperament, while Lan Shi is intellectual, beautiful, elegant and charming. No matter how you look at it, they look like a couple. And I look like a clown carrying an electric bike. Blanche. Xu Ming gritted his teeth and silently chanted in his heart, be patient. Chapter 128. That's not grass, it's his hair. Xu Ming suppressed his emotions and stared straight ahead. Fortunately, the man did not have any physical contact with Lan Shi, otherwise he would let him know what pain is today. Shen Wuxiao really wanted to laugh. That idiot, just endure it. In this case, how can we not increase the intensity? Shin Wuxiu and Lan Shi were walking side by side when they saw a short, dead branch on the roadside ahead. He smiled and kicked forward a small branch as he passed by. The branch was exactly where Lan Shi was going to step next. It was cylindrical, like a branch or pen. Lan Shi was wearing high heels and had been drinking. As soon as he stepped on it, the branch rolled, and Lan Shi lost her balance and fell backwards. Ah! Lan Shi exclaimed instinctively. Xu Ming was shocked and was about to go over to help. But just as he left the wreckage of the electric bike, Shin Wuxiu had already reached out and hugged Lan Shi's slender waist. However, Shin Wuxiu acted as if he was also driven by Lan Shi's inertia and could not stand steadily and fell onto the grass by the roadside. Just like that, with a turn, Shin Wuxiu was below and Lan Shi was above. Shin Wuxiu quietly released his strength, and the two of them fell on the lawn, stacked up like this. Due to slight inertia, Lan Shi's head fell down, and her red lips just pecked Shin Wuxiu's lips. Although it was only for a moment, Lan Shi was still stunned. My mind is blank. Not only him, but Xu Ming's mind behind him was not blank, but full of green. It seemed as if the place where they both fell was not the lawn, but his head. Ding, Xu Ming's heart breaks down, cuckold, points plus 50,000. Xu Ming wanted to be furious, but chose to endure. Points plus 50,000. Shen Wuxiu laughed wildly in his heart. Xu Ming wanted to yell, but stopped himself. Lan Shi also stood up quickly, but she was so anxious that she forgot that Shen Wuxiu was still hugging her. As he came up, he was blocked for a moment and then fell heavily into Shen Wuxiu's arms. Shen Wuxiu didn't go too far. He held Lan Shi's shoulders and then stood up. Miss Lan, just now. Lan Shi's pretty face turned red. They just kissed. Even that one kiss was her first kiss. But to be honest, Shen Wuxiu really can't be blamed. I accidentally stepped on a branch while walking and slipped. If Shin Wuxiu hadn't caught her, she would have hit the ground with the back of her head. Shin Wuxiu fell down because he was supporting himself. He drank quite a bit in the evening, and he must have been caught off guard when he suddenly fell down just now. No. Thank you. Lan Shi bit her lip and forced herself to say this. But Xu Ming behind him was about to explode. What the hell, I got kissed and said thank you. And say thank you. He treated this woman like a treasure, but he had never held her hand. Today, she was kissed by that damn rich second generation. Blanche. If Lan Shi was furious, perhaps Xu Ming would feel better. What the hell is saying thank you? Blanche. Ding, Xu Ming wants to explode on the spot, points plus 50,000. Shin Wuxiu was very satisfied. The value of a coward was really high. After walking for a while, we arrived at the Lan family villa. Lan Shi smiled softly and said, Mr. Shin, I'm here. Thank you for sending me back. Go back and rest early. Okay, drink more hot water. Shin Wuxiu responded, waved at Lan Shi, and turned away. When passing by Xu Ming, Shin Wuxiu ignored him. Xu Ming was vicious. Damn, you think you are a transparent person, right? They also started to care about each other. And what did Lan Shi mean now? She didn't go in, but instead looked at the other person's back and watched him leave? Blanche. However, after the other party left, Xu Ming found an opportunity and hurried over. But Lan Shi turned around and entered the villa. After entering, he closed the door of the villa with a bang. Xu Ming was speechless and let out a long sigh. When he opened the door and went in, Lan Shi had already gone upstairs. Xu Ming frowned and finally walked towards the kitchen. He planned to make some hangover soup for Lan Shi. Then send her a message and ask her to come down for a drink. There was no way because he was not allowed to go up to the second floor. After returning to the room, Lan Shi washed her face first. She leaned her fair arms on the sink and looked at her pretty self in the mirror for a long time. The blush on her face has not faded yet. The scene of her lips touching Shin Wuxiu just now unconsciously emerged in her mind. She quickly washed her face again and wiped it clean with a towel. Then he walked out. I did drink quite a bit last night, and now I'm feeling very sleepy. Lan Shi was about to change into her nightgown and go to bed. However, a file on the desktop caught her attention. She is the one who knows best what is on her desk. And the files are placed right in the center. It's my own room, and no one else can come in except my mother. Xu Ming is even more impossible. He has never come up to the second floor. So it must have been her mother who brought it. When she opened the file, Lan Shi was dumbfounded. This is a contract, but not a proper contract. It's a gambling contract. Lan Shi's heart sank and she hurriedly looked down. It clearly states that if Lan Shi fails to revitalize Lan's building materials within the deadline, Lan Shi will hand over all of his shares. Instead, they surrender all their equity. The signature below was clearly signed by the eldest and second sons of the Lan family, as well as Lan Shi, and even a guarantor, Xu Ming. The deadline is tomorrow. There are also handprints and seals below. Therefore, this bet agreement is legally effective. Lan Shi was sober and her mind was blank. She could never have imagined that Xu Ming, that bastard, actually made a bet with them and used his own identity. Didn't you feel you hadn't been humiliated enough? Lan Shi was stunned for a long time. She was very upset and wanted to explode. But after standing there for a long time, she still didn't explode. Instead, he tore up the agreement and threw it into the trash can. At this point, there is no point in saying more. The key is to get a divorce tomorrow. She was constantly being targeted, and the group had no chance of surviving in her hands. She really didn't want to ruin her grandfather's legacy. He had originally planned to hand over everything, leave the Lan family, seek other opportunities, strengthen himself, and then take everything back. I just didn't expect that I would be humiliated again before handing over my shares. Now she just feels extremely tired, very tired, very tired. Fatigue swept over my body and mind. Lan Shi didn't even change into her nightgown and just curled up in the quilt. She covered herself tightly with the quilt, which finally gave her a sense of security. The lights go out. In the darkness, Lan Shi murmured softly, "Grandpa. Dad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." 2 lines of tears slid down from the corners of her eyes and fell on the pillow. Soon, sobbing sounds were heard. Lan Shi couldn't help crying. She is already very tired and really doesn't want to get involved in these dirty things anymore. Some things are not over just like that. The days ahead will only be more tiring. But she was not afraid. What she should do now is to keep the business that her grandfather has worked hard to build alive. Give them the equity and help them succeed, then those disgusting methods will disappear. Without anyone suppressing or targeting us, and with sales channels opened, the group will get back on track. Lan Shi did think about throwing away all hope. But by doing this she was taking revenge on the Lan family, but she was also destroying her grandfather's hard work. I really can't do it. Chapter 129 Battle. Xu Ming downstairs prepared the hangover soup. He was standing in the living room holding a bowl. He held the phone in his hand and sent messages to Lan Shi over and over again. "Sierra, you've drunk so much, you must be feeling uncomfortable. I made some hangover soup. Drink some before you rest. I'll put it on the table in the living room. I'll wait for you to drink it before I go to sleep. Otherwise, I'll be worried. Are you asleep? Are you there? Can you reply to me? Friend verification is enabled, you're not her friend yet. Please send a friend verification request first. You can only chat after the other party passes it?" Xu Ming looked at the red exclamation mark on his phone and couldn't help but twitch his lips. What's going on? Deleted? No, definitely not. I must have pressed it while I was sleeping and accidentally deleted it. That's definitely the case. Although he knew the answer in his heart, Xu Ming was unwilling to believe it at all. Xu Ming gritted his teeth. In the end, I gave up. But there is another piece of news. He is a member of his family. Uncle Fu said that he delivered the contract personally. This made Xu Ming feel much better. Once the contract arrives, it means the matter is settled. As long as Lan Shi signs tomorrow, it will take effect immediately. You can then transfer the money to Lan's building materials as quickly as possible. The bet is won. Just when he was feeling happy, Xu Ming suddenly sensed some movement outside the villa. Xu Ming is not an ordinary person, but a master of the 8th level and 5th order. He decisively left the villa and saw a figure under the street light in the distance. There is a red spot near his mouth, it seems he is smoking. Xu Ming frowned and walked over with big strides. He knew that this person was the one who sent Lan Shi back. Damn it, Lan Shi was here just now, so he endured it. How dare you show up now? You are simply courting death. Do you really think you are a loser? Xu Ming approached step by step. What are you doing here? Xu Ming frowned. Shen Wuxiu had a faint smile on his face. Is this the road to your home? Xu Ming said in a deep voice, are you coveting Lan Shi? I warn you, it's best not to have any thoughts. Seeing him like this, Shin Wuxiao thought it would be better to beat him to death. I came to see if my little lover was asleep. I'm a warm-hearted man. Shouldn't I care about her a little? Shu Ming was stunned. What did you say? Say it again. He clenched his fists until they crackled, and the aura on his body faintly spread. Shin Wuxiao dropped his cigarette but stomped it out and stared at Shu Ming with a sharp gaze. Your hearing is not good, I can explain it in more detail. Lan Shi, very smooth, sweet mouth, and soft tongue. Shu Ming also wants his dignity. How can he bear being humiliated again and again? He took a quick step forward and was about to knock Shin Wuxiao away with one punch. Let him know the price of humiliating himself. The fist was approaching, but not with full force. If he used all his strength, he would definitely kill the person. Who would have thought that Shin Wuxiao, who looked like a rich young man, suddenly smiled grimly, stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. With a twist of his hand, he twisted Shu Ming's hand away, who was caught off guard. Then he raised his right fist and hit him hard in the joint. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard. Ah! Shu Ming would never have thought that the other party was actually a master. Shu Ming quickly pulled his hand out and took 2 steps back. A green wave of air immediately emerged from his body. Superpower, healing. You're so green, you deserve to be cuckolded. Shin Wuxiao stepped on the ground, and gravel flew everywhere. The cracks on the ground began to spread to the sides like a spider web. The energy in the whole body explodes. The realm of the 8th grade and 9th level is fully displayed. Shu Ming was horrified that there was such a master in this place. He didn't dare to be careless, and the protective energy in his body was released. There was a breeze under my feet, and my legs seemed to be wrapped in a layer of burning air. Shadow's series of kicks. His leg attack was extremely powerful, and when he spun and flipped to attack, it seemed as if there were countless phantoms. It is difficult to tell at which angle his entity is. Shin Wuxiao's fists had already been wrapped with supernatural powers, one hand was raging with flames, and the other hand was filled with thunder. He smashed towards Shu Ming, who was coming to fight back. Boom! The two sides collided with each other, the energy swept through, and the wind raged. It was visible to the naked eye that the true energy emanating from Shin Wuxiao was changing color, and black smoke was coming out. The murderous aura is so strong, it seems like someone is going to be killed. When masters fight, momentum comes first. Shu Ming frowned. He really didn't expect that the other party was going to kill him. Shu Ming had encountered many life and death battles, so he was not too panicked at this time. Even if a hand is broken, I can still cope with it. His powerful kick, packed with intense true energy, collided with Shin Wuxiao's flaming fist. Another wave of terrifying energy was shaking. The surrounding street lights exploded and large trees broke. Shu Ming turned over and stepped back, his right foot shaking. Today, I will beat you to death, ha ha ha. Shin Wuxiao became very excited. He tore his shirt to shreds, revealing his muscular figure. Especially the arms, which seemed to be covered in flames and lightning, one hand was fiery red and the other hand was dark blue, extremely terrifying. Shu Ming's brows never relaxed. He had to take it seriously. Shin Wuxiao said little and rushed forward. Thunder burst out from his body, and electric arcs spread on the ground, rushing straight towards Shu Ming. The flame on the right hand suddenly rose up, as hot as volcanic magma. Damn it! Shu Ming used his internal energy to protect his body again. The left hand slid slowly, as if moving out of the Bagua momentum. Bagwazang! Just as he was about to confront him, Shin Wuxiao's fist arrived. A punch hit his chest, and flames shot up into the sky. Ah! Shu Ming cried out in pain, his body flew backwards and crashed into a villa. Boom! Bang! There was a loud bang. Shu Ming went straight into the villa. One side of the villa's wall collapsed. Shin Wuxiao stepped heavily again, and his body shot out like an arrow, emitting bursts of sonic booms. In a blink of an eye, there was only a deep pit with footprints at the scene, and Shin Wuxiao's figure had already entered the villa. This is a newly renovated villa that no one lives in. The two men fought fiercely in the villa. Boom 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 boom. Bang, bang, bang. There were bursts of muffled noises in the villa. The whole villa was shaking. Ah! Earthquake! Shu Ming roared and released his martial arts. He raised his foot and stomped hard on the ground, and his true energy spread out in all directions. This attack directly shook away all the surrounding objects and temporarily forced Shin Wuxiao to retreat. I don't know whose house it was, but everything in the living room flew away and was squeezed against the edge of the wall. The whole living room is like a fighting ring. There was a figure standing on each side. Xu Ming exploded, and with the healing just now, he reconnected his bones. He raised his hand and took out his weapon, the ancient Lulan cane sword. The staff sword is divided into two parts, one in each hand. A cold light flashed. "You're dead," Xu Ming said, gritting his teeth. He was not afraid. The other party was only a few levels higher than him. Shin Wuxiao was too lazy to speak and twisted his neck. Thunder explodes in hand. He slammed his fist on the ground. A crack suddenly appeared in the ground. It spread directly towards Xu Ming, vowing to devour him. Xu Ming gritted his teeth and stepped back. When there was no way to retreat, Gu Lulan turned over, swung his sword, and rays of cold light cut towards Shin Wuxiao. Shin Wuxiao rolled over to avoid it, but before he landed on the ground, a revolver was already spinning in his hand. Bang! Deafening gunshots rang out. Xu Ming snorted coldly and raised his staff and sword to block. But he underestimated this attack. A terrifying explosive force exploded in front of him, and Xu Ming flew backwards and hit a wall again. How is it possible? The green light on Xu Ming's body was still emitting, and the supernatural power was healing him madly. Who are you? Xu Ming was shocked beyond words. This person's strength is truly terrifying. You talk too much nonsense. Shin Wuxiao rushed forward again. Chapter 130, Dying Xu Ming meets Sauce Uncle Fu. Xu Ming was really a little scared. He burst out with all his true strength, and this time he was really going to risk his life. The staff sword in his hand danced, ready to strike violently. Field, still. Shin Wuxiao raised his hand and grabbed it. Time seemed to stand still. Xu Ming's eyes widened, watching the body approaching. Shin Wuxiao did not hold back when he punched Xu Ming in the heart. It was visible to the naked eye that Xu Ming's back suddenly bulged out. Fortunately, his heart is on the right side, otherwise he would have died from this punch. Xu Ming flew backwards, still swinging his staff and sword. But for some reason, Shin Wuxiao actually caught his cane knife with his bare hands and took it away. Before Xu Ming flew to the ground, he rushed behind him. With a somersault, he kicked him on the back. Bang! Ah! Xu Ming wailed again, flew back, and crashed down the stairs. Xu Ming's eyes were blurry, his body was covered in blood, and he was dying. Shin Wuxiao snorted coldly, grabbed him and pressed him against the wall. The weapon in his hand flipped over and stabbed directly into Xu Ming's heart, nailing Xu Ming to the wall. Ah! Xu Ming's face was distorted, blood gushed out of his mouth, and he was in great pain. Shin Wuxiao's body was splattered with Xu Ming's blood. He took a step back, raised his fist, and punched Xu Ming's head. With this punch, Xu Ming's head will be smashed. Xu Ming is not an ordinary warrior after all. Even at this level, he still turned his head away at the risk of his life. Shin Wuxiao punched the wall. A big hole appeared. Xu Ming never thought that he would encounter such a thing. How could he accept this? It was obvious that a beautiful life was about to begin, and he and Lan Xu were about to stay together forever. Countless images flashed before my eyes. I was unwilling to accept this. I was unwilling to accept this. No! Xu Ming seemed to be revived from the ashes, and green light burst out from his body. The law of breaking through desperate situations. Xu Ming broke through. 8th grade, 6th level Grandmaster. But he was injured too badly, and the breakthrough could not fully restore his energy and blood. I just regained a lot of strength. Escape! This was Xu Ming's current thought. He also has another identity, he is an entry-level Qigong master, who transforms his true energy into Qi to form a small field. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xu Ming pulled the staff and sword out of his body, turned around and ran away. Want to run? Shin Wuxiao jumped up and kicked Xu Ming back. He pulled out his staff knife and stabbed it into his lower abdomen, pinning him to the ground. Ah! The wailing sounded again. At this moment, a figure rushed over from outside and rushed into the villa in an instant. Young master! The man roared, and with all his strength, he waved a domineering red handprint towards Shin Wuxiao. 9th rank Grandmaster. The person who comes is a master. He was Uncle Fu who delivered the contract to Xu Ming. When I noticed the movement here just now, I felt something was wrong. Hearing Chu Ming's roar again, he did not dare to slack off and rushed forward with all his strength. Just happened to save Chu Ming. He clung to Shen Wuxia with all his might, and yelled at the others who followed him, "Take the young master away, quickly." After saying this, waves of momentum emanated from his body. A large golden shield bloomed in front of him, blocking Shen Wuxia. If he hadn't thought about not having seen the young master for a long time and wanted to take a look while delivering the contract, he would have happened to meet him. Otherwise, the young master will surely die. He was scared just thinking about it. And the murderous intent on his body became even stronger. The others who followed him didn't dare to be negligent, as they watched Chu Ming covered in blood and dying. They supported Chu Ming's body, but did not draw their swords. Instead, they carried him and the sword together and ran. The static area of Shen Wuxiao's field is not yet large enough to restrict people from running away. He directed his anger directly at Uncle Fu. "Old thing, I'm going to smash you to pieces." Shen Wuxiao attacked with all his might. Uncle Fu is of the 9th rank, he has some skills and can still resist. "Boy, you hurt my young master. Today, you will definitely die. Not only are you going to die, but you've also killed your family. You all must be buried with them." Uncle Fu used both hands at once, incredibly quickly, his eyes also reddened. Chu Ming is the treasure of the Chu family, but he was almost killed. How can I bear this? Isn't this clearly going against the Chu family? He can't bear the Chu family's anger. Shen Wuxiao's aura rose again, and his whole body was filled with thunder and fire. "Thank you for your reminder. The Chu family will all die. You are the son of luck and have a long life. Killing you is like slaughtering a chicken." The moment he faced Uncle Fu, a tremendous momentum exploded. The villa could no longer hold up and collapsed. The dust spread and the villa became a ruin. 2 people are still fighting in the ruins. Even the villas far away were affected and cracks appeared on them all. Uncle Fu was really scared. This kid is really scary. Just as he was about to retreat, he heard Shen Wuxia shout, "The field is still." Uncle Fu's eyes widened and he couldn't move. "You ruined my plan and still want to leave? Die." Shen Wuxiao pinched his face with his 5 fingers, and the scorching flames directly burned Uncle Fu's face. Ah! Uncle Fu's screams resounded through the night sky. Shen Wuxiao grabbed his head, lifted it up, and slammed it heavily to the ground. A deep hole was immediately smashed into the ground. Uncle Fu's body twitched a few times and he wanted to stand up and resist. But Shen Wuxiao had already jumped up and stepped heavily on his head. Bang! A huge crater was blown out on the ground, and the sound of explosions was heard. Uncle Fu's body stiffened. There is no hope of survival at all. Even if he died, Shen Wuxiao did not give up. His eyes were bloodshot, but he was still attacking. Uncle Fu's body was beaten into a pissing beef ball. Shen Wuxiao was covered in blood. He slowly stood up and wiped the blood off his face. Looking into the distance, he sneered, "Just running away will make it okay? No one will survive." Ding, congratulations to the host for seriously injuring Chu Ming, points plus 200,000. Chu Ming's martial arts heart shattered, points plus 100,000. Destroy all plot points, plus 100,000 points. Kill Chu Ming's important bond, points plus 100,000. Shen Wuxiao looked at Uncle Fu lying on the ground and snorted coldly. At this time, a luxury car drove over. The man got out of the car and was stunned when he saw his villa. "What are you doing? This is the villa I just bought." The man couldn't believe it and thought he had come to the wrong place. "I just bought this house not long ago, it has been renovated and I am about to move in. I'm also thinking of inviting more fans to my house to cook and stir-fry noodles." He was also a little scared when he saw Shen Wuxiao's eyes. It was a look of contempt. He immediately took out his cell phone, turned on the video, and pointed it at Shen Wuxiao. "Do you know who I am? I'm a top star. What do you want?" Ding, detected a child of ordinary luck. The protagonist, Gu Wen, who writes lyrics to other people's tunes. Several of his songs have become hits all over the country. He's about to start filming a TV series, and he's already become a top star in the entertainment industry. After hearing the hint, Shen Wuxiao rushed forward and grabbed the other person. The blood all over his body frightened the other party. "You're just a mere actor, where does your confidence come from?" Judge Shen Wuxiao waved his pen and pierced directly into his heart. Gu Wen didn't even have the chance to say anything more before he felt a pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a sharp silver object piercing his heart. You. Die. Shin Wuxiu punched it, and the watermelon exploded again. Died instantly. He finally became popular, but was easily shot in the head. Before I could enjoy all the attention and have fried noodles, it was gone. Type, entertainment protagonist. 4 head. Congratulations to the host for killing an ordinary lucky protagonist. Points plus 200,000. Killing with the judge's pen gives an additional plus 200,000. Shin Wuxiu pushed Gu Wen away, lit a cigarette, and stood where he was. He looked at the direction Chu Ming fled. Now that I have so many points, it's time to upgrade my superpowers. The field of stillness is still not big enough and not perfect enough. Otherwise, could Chu Ming escape? He never plays by the rules. Who would follow the plot anyway? If the other party allows himself to be bullied obediently, he will be allowed to live for the time being. If he wants to show off an attack, he will be beaten to death. Shin Wuxiu exhaled a puff of smoke and a smile appeared on his face. That smile is a contempt for everything. He dusted himself off and walked slowly forward. His steps were steady and powerful. Smoking and walking in the night. As he walked forward, Shin Wuxiu took out his cell phone and dialed a number. When the call was connected, Shin Wuxiu said calmly, "The Chu family, the #1 family in Nanfeng City. Don't kill them all, leaving only the chickens and dogs alive."